Thousands of years ago, at a magnificent sacred place, a deep red light suddenly descended right at a point on the hill of that sacred place. Along with it, a hateful voice rose. Abandon the grudges. The 100 years of Tan Min sect and Nok Tan sect end here. The female protector Hai Ton Tien Tu's body was now tattered, covered in scars and bruises. The person standing in front of her was an old man with immense dark energy followed by a Tu Lu symbolizing destruction. The old man stretched out his hands and tried to persuade Hai Ton Tien Tu, saying, "Don't continue this meaningless resistance. Kneel and beg. Perhaps I can still show great mercy, and let you die decisively." The old man's eyes suddenly turned red. He bared his teeth and laughed, then grandly proclaimed, "I have attained divine energy and mighty destiny, favored by heaven, a leader in the cultivation realm of Great Yen." As if communicating with the Tu Lu behind him, the old man made the Tu Lu open its mouth wide, beginning to absorb the remaining energy he had won from his victory. The old man laughed and continued, "Those who obey me shall live. Those who defy me shall die." Ha 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 ha. When Tien Tu could no longer move, she could only sit still and accept defeat before the old man. She looked up at him and said in vain, "Is it really over?" She turned her gaze to the others and said sadly, "Is everyone gone?" Li Kang too had collapsed on one side, his bloodied body motionless, leaning against the rubble. And although the Supreme Elder still had energy left, unfortunately his mind was quickly tormented, leading to a tragic death. She turned her gaze to the signboard of her own sect, hoping that the 100-year legacy of the Nok Tan sect would not end on this day. Suddenly, there were footsteps crushing the wooden fragments on the ground, gradually approaching Hai Ton Tien Tu. She unexpectedly looked up at the old man, who, with his blazing dark energy, said to her, "Since Tien Tu still refuses to give up, guess how many from the Nok Tan sect are still alive?" But she was determined not to surrender. She clenched her fists tightly, and believed in her heart, as long as her disciples were alive, the Nok Tan sect would not perish. While saying those words miraculously, she managed to stand up, no matter how badly her body was injured. Emanating an energy equal to the old man's, she quickly fled from that position. Recalling the glorious moments before, and a special disciple close to her heart, she believed that no matter the cost, she had to buy time for her disciples. At this point, she unleashed her full energy in this strike. The old man simply stood and watched silently, with a sinister smile. Then, his arm gradually absorbed the dark energy again, and with a sweep of his hand, he released a stream of dark energy in the shape of a Tu Lu head. Deadly, just as Tien Tu's strike was about to land, Hai Ton Tien Tu knew she could not avoid it at this moment, so she closed her eyes and screamed loudly. But then, a radiant energy was swiftly flying towards her. In an instant, the two opposing energies caused a massive explosion, shaking the sacred place, rocks flying everywhere. Not only did it nullify the old man's previous strike, but it also redirected the attack towards him. Yet somehow the old man managed to evade it. Looking at that energy, he said in surprise, "This is a sword controlled by spiritual energy." He looked around and shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out." As he turned to look at Hai Ton Tien Tu, he saw her being carried in a young man's arms. The young man turned and introduced himself, "I am a small cultivator, under the tutelage of Hai Ton Tien Tu, from the Nok Yu Fong of the Nok Tan sect." He gently put her down, then bravely turned and declared, "Han Tuyat challenges you." The old man scoffed, saying, "Oh, a cultivator. Your cultivation is at most at the Yuan Ying stage." He instantly released his full dark energy, threatening, "You dare challenge my Hua Shen stage, ignorant of life and death." Seeing him prepared to unleash his full power, Hai Ton Tien Tu mustered her strength and advised Han Tuyat, "Han Tuyat, run quickly. You're no match for him. I'll try to stall him." But Han Tuyat only looked troubled and worried by her words. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Tien Tu, please let me handle this." He looked at her reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry. This petty Hua Shen can't harm me at all." Hearing this, Tien Tu anxiously called out his name, Han Tuyat. After reassuring her, Han Tuyat boldly stepped forward, flexing his arms and emanating his energy. He challenged the old man, saying, "If a petty Hua Shen can be so arrogant, then let my Yuan Ying stage show you what true power really is." Han Tuyat instantly took to the air, dashing swiftly towards the old man, leaving him stunned. He raised his hand, gathering his energy into a technique, the 9-Dragon Demon Suppressing Seal. Many dragon projections burst forth from his arms, clashing against the old man, a Hua Shen force with a dragon head behind him. As the opposing forces collided, Han Tuyat smiled, thinking, Killing a Hua Shen is too easy. Back to the present. A system window displayed Han Toyot's character information, with a destiny score of 11 out of 65 and terrible spiritual roots, almost impossible to cultivate. His heaven-defying spiritual vein had dual earth and wood attributes, enhancing his wood spiritual roots. His martial Dao score of 0 enhanced his martial talent. His physical body was enhanced. Dissatisfied with that heaven-defying spiritual vein, he pressed the dice beside it, causing it to spin and re-roll his destiny. After a while, it gave him a new heaven-defying spiritual vein, Celestial Lonesome Star. No father, no wife, no friend, alone for life. Lifespan increased by 100 years. Reading that line, Han Tuyid angrily pulled at his hair and shouted, "Celestial Lonesome Star, my ass. Who wants to be alone their whole life?" Extremely vexed, he slammed the table, saying, "It's been 11 damn years. A full 11 years. Can't this system give me better talents, just a little?" A bit about the main character, named Han Tuyid, a youth from 21st century Earth, diagnosed with terminal cancer at a young age. Unwilling to suffer further, he returned home to await death instead of continuing treatment. He downloaded an old cultivation game to numb the pain. Unexpectedly, as he played, his physical body perished. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the ancient world. Moreover, he had been reincarnated into a branch of a cultivation sect. That was the Jade Purity sect, the orthodox cultivation sect of the Great Yan dynasty. His parents were servants of Elder Shi, an outer sect pill refiner of the Jade Purity sect. Normally, they tended the medicine garden for him. The elder didn't allow servants to cultivate. Those spirit herbs, beneficial for cultivators, were lethal poisons for mortals. Therefore, when he was 6 years old, his parents abandoned him and fled. Fortunately, Elder Shi didn't make a fuss. Instead, he let Han Tuyid take over tending those herbs. And so it went until he turned 11. Recalling those moments, Han Tuyid sat down and questioned himself. After reincarnating, I brought this system with me, something countless people wish for. Yet I can only roll the dice once per day, choosing my spiritual roots and heaven-defying spiritual vein. This design is truly flawed, but 11 years have already passed. Why should I care about this one day? So he decided to keep rolling the dice. At most, until he turned 30. He had to obtain a heaven-defying talent before starting to cultivate with the system. Then he let out an hymn. Early the next morning, in his old, dilapidated house, Han Tuyid was currently exercising in his own courtyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Specifically, he was doing squats over and over again. After a while, panting heavily, he said, "Ha, ha, ha. Exercise is done." He opened the system and smiled, saying, "Let's see if I get lucky today." He decisively pressed the dice next to the heaven-defying spiritual vein section. As the dice finished spinning a few rounds, he obtained a new heaven-defying spiritual vein. Spiritual roots crippled for 1,000 years. Reading that line, Han Tuyid despaired and coughed up a few liters of blood from his mouth. He said angrily, "I knew it would be like this." Looking at the system, Han Tuyid saw he had one more outstanding roll remaining, so he decided to roll for the heaven-defying spiritual vein again. But in an instant, he was graced with extremely fortuitous heaven-defying spiritual veins, such as the Peerless Sword Talent, the Heavenly Fated Sword Immortal, the Transcendent Physicality, and Descendant of the Immortal Emperor. Even Han Tuyid, after reading these lines, exclaimed in shock, These are 4 supreme-grade heaven-defying spiritual veins." And so he cried out in joy, his voice echoing through the entire village. "Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich." Han Tuyid abandoned his work and rolled around the green fields of the village. Then he lay down, smiling, thinking that when people encounter joy, their spirits become buoyant. He closed his eyes and resolved that from then on, he would only focus on rolling for his spiritual roots, having obtained 4 supreme spiritual veins. What did it matter if he rolled until he was 40 years old? Standing on the cliff and looking down, Han Tuyid swore, "In this second life, I must live extraordinarily, unlike these days as a medicine slave, foolishly stuck in this medicine garden." Looking up at the sky, he resolved, in the not-too-distant future, in this world of cultivation, there will definitely be a place for me, Han Tuyid. Suddenly, from somewhere, a voice announced to everyone in the village, "Everyone, come out quickly. The sect has 2 cultivators visiting. Everyone, hurry to the sect gates to greet them." Hearing this, Han Tuyid was puzzled and wondered. Cultivators from the Jade Purity sect's inner sect are coming. Soon after, a pair of male and female cultivators stood on the cliff, looking down as everyone else turned their admiring gazes towards the 2 of them. Those must be immortals. So powerful. If only I could become like them. Only Han Tuyat disliked it and sneered, HMPH, what's there to admire? Once I roll a supreme spiritual root, I'll be even more powerful than them. A male cultivator stepped forward and said, from today, the two of us will be in charge of protecting the medicine garden. You all must not disturb us. Upon hearing this, Han Tuyat was excited, thinking, oh, so Elder Shi has something happened to him. The female cultivator waved her hand, explaining Elder Shi's absence. A demon beast snuck near the sect recently, and during this period, Elder Shi needs to leave the medicine garden for work. The sect specifically sent us two to protect all of you, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Han Tuyat breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's good. I thought that at least for now, before I roll a supreme spiritual root, I would still need Elder Shi's protection. Han Tuyat looked up, thinking, the cultivation world has never been a peaceful place. I really hope my luck is good enough to start using the cultivation system soon, and gain some defensive abilities. Therefore, the very next day, Han Tuyat once again staked his luck on these dice rolls. Highest ranked martial arts unlocked by the heavens, open for me. Damn it, the next day again. His luck was still terrible. The Imperial Heavenly Radiance technique reveals its divine light. 1 year later, Han Tuyat still gambled his luck randomly. Any immortal or deity, please bless me. Don't play with me anymore. 2 years later, Han Tuyat suddenly sat silently in his hut amidst a snowstorm, and as time passed, he still said nothing. Han Tuyat dejectedly said, it's been 2 years and I still haven't even rolled a high-grade spiritual root, let alone anything supreme like that. My luck is too terrible. If this continues, when will I ever be able to start cultivating? Han Tuyat slapped his face in frustration and said, maybe I should just start cultivating with a mid-grade spiritual root. No. I can't think like that, it would be such a waste. He believed, in this life, I must cultivate to the highest realms. Live long enough, I don't want to die young again. As he was thinking, a notification suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Everyone, quickly put down your work and go greet the master. The master has returned. Hearing this, Han Tuyat said in confusion, Elder Shi, who disappeared for 2 years, has finally returned. In a moment, everyone rushed out to the village entrance and bowed in greeting to Elder Shi. Greetings, Master. Elder Shi waved his hand and praised, you all did well during my absence, no issues arose. I'm relieved. Everyone happily said, this is what we should do, serving the Master is our honor. Han Tuyat suddenly looked at them with disdain, thinking, HMPH, a bunch of flatterers. He silently cursed, this old man won't give you any benefits. As he was silently cursing, suddenly Elder Shi called out Han Tuyat and 4 others. Someone hurriedly urged them all, the master is calling you over, go quickly. Han Tuyat was dazed, saying huh. Not letting him refuse, the others dragged him over to where Elder Shi was. The people around them obediently looked at those youths and discussed in hushed tones. What's going on? Following orders, everyone around looked at those youths and discussed in whispers. Why is the master calling them over there? Could it be to assign them responsibilities over certain sections? Elder Shi stood on the platform and said sternly, extend your hands, let me inspect your spiritual roots. Han Tuyat was extremely confused upon hearing this. Inspect spiritual roots. He recalled his previous worries, thinking the elder wouldn't allow servants to cultivate before. Why was he acting so differently now? Suddenly, when he looked up again, he was horrified to realize. No, that's blood staining his sleeve. Han Tuyat exclaimed in horror, there's blood on his clothes. Elder Shi is injured. Suddenly, Elder Shi stood before him, emanating a murderous aura as he ordered, extend your hand. Han Tuyat trembled and stammered, all right. As the elder took his hand, Han Tuyat sweated profusely, fearing for his life. This guy must be up to no good. He couldn't be trying to turn us into spirit pills to heal his wounds, could he? After a moment, Elder Shi spoke up, no spiritual root. Han Tuyat then heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, it's a good thing I never used the system to start cultivating. That would have been disastrous. But when Elder Shi moved to the next person, and took a young boy's hand, he was surprised to hear, not bad, you have a spiritual root. Elder Shi implored, I'll accept you as my disciple, and take you out to cultivate. Do you consent? The youth, Zhang Jie, stammered, why yes, I consent. Upon hearing his answer, everyone below stood up to praise, Zhang Jie, that little brat, how fortunate. Yes indeed. He'll become an immortal in the future, unlike us who are still. Han Tuyat frowned and muttered in annoyance, a bunch of idiots obsessed with fake immortals. If we leave this valley, we may never return. This world is too terrifying. I must quickly awaken my spiritual roots. Then I'll be able to. And so, 3 years later, while everyone was hard at work, someone suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Han Tuyat, on the city wall, was rolling around in delight. Ha 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 ha. Look at the system window. Han Tuyat exclaimed joyfully, top-tier spiritual root, elemental attribute. Finally, I've awakened it. Han Tuyat excitedly declared, suffering leads to joy. What am I waiting for? Time to start cultivating. Ha ha. Recalling Elder Shi's terrifying presence, Han Tuyat grew worried. Wait, I forgot about that vile old man. That little brat Zhang Jie was taken away by him, and has never reappeared since. He's likely already dead. If he finds out I'm cultivating, it'll be extremely dangerous. At that moment, the system prompted, you can choose a small location. The system will help create a boundary field. Cultivators outside the boundary cannot detect any changes within it. After reading that, Han Tuyat stroked his chin excitedly. It can create a boundary field. Then I can cultivate without a care. System, you're awesome. Heh, if that's the case. Han Tuyat quickly tapped the window, and swirling spiritual energies rapidly enveloped him. Han Tuyat stood up confidently declaring, I, Han Tuyat, officially embark on the path of immortal cultivation. He then shouted, calling out to the system to begin. The system responded frantically, transporting him to some location. Han Tuyat was swiftly brought into an artificial space, causing Han Tuyat to be stunned and exclaim, this is within that virtual space. The system then spoke, saying, Han Tuyat, you were born in a mortal cultivation sect. From a young age, your outstanding appearance made you beloved by others. Your parents abandoned you when you were little, but secretly, you seemed to have a destiny you had to bear. You had unparalleled sword talent, and could also sense the 6 mystical forces of heaven and earth. Currently, you have unexpectedly awakened the immortal Emperor's legacy, gaining the supreme 6 paths reincarnation technique. From now on, you embark on the path of cultivation. After explaining, the system then said, please choose your main path of cultivation. Han Tuyat looked at the various techniques around him, feeling confused. Sword cultivation, lightning cultivation, earth cultivation, fire cultivation, water cultivation, wood cultivation, wind cultivation. Which to choose? After briefly looking over the techniques, Han Tuyat pondered and said, thinking carefully, the 6 paths reincarnation technique definitely requires cultivating all 6 spiritual roots together. Choosing just one would be a waste, so sword cultivation is the most suitable path for my development. However, he still hesitated, and after a moment of resolve, he tapped to select sword cultivation. The system then began guiding Han Tuyat in sword arts. Han Tuyat quickly sensed various forms of sword cultivation techniques converging within him. He said in amazement, so this is the feeling of cultivation. My body is warm, filled with power. The system then reminded him, once you step onto the path of cultivation, 1,000 years is but a dream. If you cannot persevere, you have only yourself to blame. The attributes below are what you should strive to increase. Young disciple, now look at the spiritual roots in the window. Your character has also undergone a significant change. Your destiny value has increased to 16/6, and your spiritual root aptitude has been changed to the 6th path crystal, containing the supreme wind spiritual root. Your chi circulation has improved to a certain degree, but when you looked up, you saw that besides attributes and techniques, there was also a relationship section. You wondered, this interface has a relationships option added. What's this? As you tapped on it, the system displayed information about old Dichi, at the 7th level of Chi refining realm, with the relationship, hatred. He deeply hates you. If you have spiritual roots to cultivate, he will definitely scheme against you. After reading it, Han Tuyat clenched his fists in anger and said, that damned old Dichi. My family painstakingly raised spirit herbs for you, yet you hold a grudge against me, remembering some grievance. Han Tuyat sighed and thought, wait, that narrow-minded old Dichi must be holding a grudge because my parents ran away from his service. But he can't do anything to me. He's been gone for years, who knows where. I don't have to worry, and can cultivate in peace, right? He suddenly raised his hand as if demonstrating something. He continued, no time to waste. Now, I'll start raising my cultivation base. Han Tuyat quickly formed hand seals, then entered a cultivation stance, saying, once I reach the 9th level of Chi refining, I'll leave this place. What can that dead old man do to me? Suddenly, around Han Tuyat, strange bright spots started appearing and gathering. Taking a peek, Han Tuyed wondered in confusion, are these bright spots spiritual chi? It seems in this spirit pill, I can only sense wind and earth energies. There was no fire and lightning spiritual chi, only wood and water. He was too distracted, so he put that aside for now and went to cultivate the 4 spirit chi types, planning to figure it out later. The system detected his thoughts and displayed a message. You're beginning cultivation. For the first time, your cultivation path can be chosen as follows. 1. Peerless heavenly extravagance. You can obtain a chi refining weapon. 2. Humble cultivation. You can unlock the ability to conceal your cultivation and spiritual roots. After looking them over, Han Tuyed exclaimed in surprise, so I can conceal my cultivation and spiritual roots. This system is really thoughtful. A moment later, Han Tuyed chose the second option. 2 years passed, the commoners were still toiling to grow spirit herbs, and Han Tuyed was as usual watering the spirit herbs. At the same time, he used earth spirit chi to supplement the wood and water spirit chi, nourishing them, and the wind spirit chi to promote the growth of the spirit herbs. The spirit herbs he channeled his chi into quickly became more vibrant and beautiful. Han Tuyed wiped his sweat proudly and said, currently, my 4 spirit chi types have all reached the 7th level of chi refining realm. The effects are very obvious. Worried about being discovered, Han Tuyed looked around nervously. After a while, seeing no one, he felt relieved and left. On the way back, he happened to meet 2 other farmers. They waved cheerfully. Hey Han Tuyed, how's the harvest today? Haha, Han Tuyed, how did you do today? Han Tuyed respectfully replied, not bad, uncles, not bad today. It's just the other young ladies were still entranced, admiring my looks. Oh my oh my. Quick, look, look, isn't that Bui Mindong? Oh no, it's Han Tuyed. Oh my, a handsome herb cultivator and good husband material too. I really want to marry him. Seeing those infatuated looks, Han Tuyed felt uncomfortable and said, since starting cultivation, my charm attribute has been revealed. I don't know if this extravagance is good or bad. Why didn't the system conceal this? It's really troublesome. Suddenly, someone called out his name, interrupting his train of thought. Han Tuyed looked up in surprise. The celestial fairy, Xing Hongzhan, appeared before him, making Han Tuyed a bit apprehensive. She smiled and said, follow me to the small woods. Han Tuyed awkwardly replied quickly, ah, okay, in a bit. The fairy then led him to a nearby forest, not far away. But Han Tuyed couldn't help feeling apprehensive about her sudden invitation earlier. This Xing Hongzhan helps Elder Shi guard the herb garden. Normally, she looks down on interacting with herb servants like us. Now she suddenly calls me over. What could her intention be? He then asked the system to display his relationship with Xing Hongzhan. The system showed information about her, that Xing Hongzhan's favorability was 2 stars. She's quite interested in him. Han Tuyed read this and felt puzzled. 2 stars. That doesn't make sense for a good friend. I've never interacted with her, so how could we have a good friend relationship or anything? Han Tuyed was perplexed and muttered, alright, it seems she's had her eye on me for more than just a day or 2. This must be due to my charm attribute from cultivation. She probably sees me as a supreme dual cultivation partner. Should I just go along with it? But I feel a bit excited for some reason. Seeing him hesitating, Xing Hongzhan stopped and turned to say, you don't need to be tense. I don't want to trouble you. I just want to ask, are you willing to be a herb servant your whole life? Han Tuyed scratched his head awkwardly and said, hearing you say that, celestial fairy, if there's another way, who would want to be a herb servant? But this little one grew up in the herb garden. Moreover, there's Elder Shi. Hearing this, Xing Hongzhan proposed, help me with a task. I'll lead you to cultivate immortality, escape your mortal status. How's that? Hearing this, Han Tuyed asked in a daze, what does the celestial fairy want this little one to do? Xing Hongzhan said, help me obtain Elder Shi's pill formula. I'll lead you away from the Jade Pure sect and join the Demon sect. How about that? If your aptitude isn't bad and you make cultivation achievements, I may even consider becoming your Tao companion. Hearing this, Han Tuyed's throat went dry and he was dazed, thinking this woman is actually a demon cultivator. Han Tuyed was astonished at this point and blurted out, a demon cultivator? What kind of joke is this? Offending the Jade Pure sect? Wouldn't they hunt me to the ends of the earth? How could I refuse her demand? This demoness would definitely kill me to silence me. Looking around the wooded area, Han Tuyed grew more horrified, thinking, this place is deep in the woods, and Elder Shi isn't at the herb garden. Calling for help would be useless. Xing Hongzhan suddenly walked over, caressed his hair and said, don't worry, you still have time to think it over slowly. I can wait for you. As she walked past him, Han Tuyat angrily thought, we're both at the 7th level of chi condensation, but I've never learned spells or have any magic weapons. She must be hiding some tricks. He clenched his fists and said, I can't confront her head on, that would be. Han Tuyat then turned his head, pretending to be naive, saying, I don't know where that thing is located. Moreover, there are your fellow disciples guarding the rooms of Elder Shi. I don't have any cultivation base either. As he finished speaking, Xing Hongzhan's arms suddenly shot towards him. Xing Hongzhan quickly pushed him down and coldly said, of course I know it's in Elder Shi's rooms. That old immortal has gone out to search for longevity herbs. He probably won't return for a few years. She leaned close to his face and continued, as for the guards, you don't need to worry. I'll lure them away by then. It won't be difficult for you to go in and find the pill formula. Hearing this, Han Tuyat couldn't help but feel alarmed. Not only that, she also took out a spirit pill from her body. Looking at him, she said, to ensure success, this medicinal pill can help open your spiritual roots. It will make things more convenient then. Take it first as a greeting gift. Han Tuyat felt it was too suspicious and struggled, thinking, greeting gift, my ass. This is a poisonous drug. Not giving him time to react, she directly stuffed the whole pill into his mouth, forcing him to swallow it down his throat. Seeing he had swallowed it all, Xing Hongzhan seductively leaned in close and said, be a good boy, don't worry. After this is done, I'll nurture you as my husband. Han Tuyat's face turned pale, his mouth foaming as he said anxiously, thank you, celestial fairy, while inwardly cursing, your aunt. Afterwards, Han Tuyat hurriedly ran home, relying on his system to expel that medicinal pill from his body. Han Tuyat was fortunate to vomit up and spit out the poisonous pill inside. He struggled to get up and wiped his dirty mouth, furiously saying, damn Xing Hongzhan. You wait for me, little girl. I absolutely won't let you off the hook. But now, I must think of a way to deal with this. After all, should I listen to this demoness or not? Han Tuyat worried. The demon sect resorts to underhanded tactics. Even if I help her, there won't be any benefit for me. Who knows, the system might even intervene. Right then, Tintin interjected to tell him, you're being threatened by the demoness Xing Hongzhan. You can choose as follows. 1. Steal the pill formula and gain Xing Hongzhan's favor, but earn the 5-star hatred of the Jade Pure sect. 2. Absolutely do not listen to her and prevent Xing Hongzhan from getting the formula, but gain the supreme sword skilled divine sword technique. Reading this, Han Tuyat was surprised and exclaimed, so there's a system mission to not help her, and I can gain such a powerful skill. There's no need to choose then. Thinking of the demoness earlier, Han Tuyat clenched his fists and said, Xing Hongzhan, there's no way I'll side with you. Night fell, and Han Tuyat sat silently in a corner by the wall. Suddenly, as he was meditating, he heard footsteps outside the window. It was Xing Hongzhan, who instructed him, I found out already. The formula is in the study room. Soon I'll lure the guards away from Elder Shi's rooms. You go in and search. Hearing this, Han Tuyat stammered, I understand. She reminded him with concern, remember, there are formation traps inside. If anything happens, Elder Shi will immediately return. You don't have much time, so act decisively. Although very reluctant, Han Tuyat had to follow her instructions. When the full moon reached its peak, Han Tuyat had arrived at Elder Shi's rooms. As soon as he entered, he inadvertently found the body of a guard. Han Tuyat was terrified, thinking this demoness was truly evil. Even if this cultivator didn't side with her, it was only a matter of time before making contact meant getting killed. Han Tuyat lowered his head somberly, bidding farewell to this cultivator. Rest in peace, brother, whose name I don't know. At that moment, the other cultivators in the rooms also raised the alarm about her presence. She went that way, hurry and chase her. Quick, inform Elder Shi. Han Tuyat wasn't too surprised to hear this. This demoness moved quite swiftly. Having lured everyone away, she headed for the study room door. He peeked inside cautiously, then said, since it's come to this, I'll just suffer and play along for now. With that, Han Tuyat snuck into the study room, beginning to search every nook and cranny. After a while, he collapsed exhausted on the floor. Then resumed searching, and noticed a strange object on the desk. He touched the box and picked it up. Han Tuyat sighed, exasperated, saying, what kind of joke is this? This room is so big, how could I not find it? That demoness knew I snuck in to find the pill formula. It'd be easier, yet she had to pull this stunt. Is she mental? Out of curiosity, Han Tuyat opened the box to find a writing brush. He scoffed, saying, people are so different. Elder Shi uses brushes made of gold, while us peasants can only lower our heads and endure exploitation by the landlords. He rambled on admiring the writing brush, unaware that Xing Hongzhan had climbed through the window, grumbling at him. What are you rambling about? Did you find the pill formula or not? She demanded. Han Tuyet jolted upright, dropping the brush. He startled awake and turned to say apologetically, "There's too much stuff here. I don't know where to look." Hong Zhan stepped down, scolding him, "So you're just being lazy?" He desperately replied, "No, I'm loyal to you, my lady. The heavens can bear witness." But she emanated an imposing aura, glaring at him threateningly. "Don't waste your breath, I saw everything. I've killed so many people already. I won't spare a little brat who dares to play me for a fool like you." Terrified, Han Tuyet slowly backed away. "No, please let me explain." He unconsciously retreated until he bumped a shelf, shaking it. A vase fell and shattered on the floor. But the next moment, they were both stunned. For before their eyes was Elder Shi's pill formula. When it fell scattered on the floor, the atmosphere became tense. Han Tuyet and the demoness Hong Zhan both fixed their gazes on the pill formula. Han Tuyet stared blankly into space, fearfully accusing Elder Shi. No, Elder Shi didn't hide it like this. Suddenly, he saw her charging at him. Han Tuyet panicked, thinking he was doomed. With the pill formula in her hands, she'd surely kill him. But to his surprise, the next moment, she embraced him tightly, praising him endlessly. "You truly are my lucky charm. No wonder I'm so fortunate to have you." Han Tuyet was utterly baffled by her senseless actions. Then she grabbed the formula, saying, "I can't believe how sincere yet romantic you are." Not wanting to die, Han Tuyet could only force a reply, "As long as you're happy." But inwardly, his mind was in turmoil. What should he do? The pill formula was in her hands now. He had truly lucked out. Yet he didn't know what her next move would be. All he could say was, "I'm glad you're pleased." In reality, his heart was utterly confused. What should he do now? The pill formula was in her possession. His supreme sword was lost. Sensing her aura, Han Tuyet deduced that her aura seemed unstable. Probably from leading them here, she had expended a lot of energy. He glanced at the box, annoyed, and picked it up, boldly considering whether to attack her with it. With that intention, Han Tuyet raised the box, full of killing intent, towards her. But Hong Zhan was still fiddling with the pill formula. "How'd I open this thing?" Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned her head to look, and the next moment, a burst of energy shot out, separating the two of them, flinging Han Tuyet and the formula from Hong Zhan's hands. The pill formula quickly fell into another's grasp. Elder Shi stormed in, furious, scolding her for daring to eye the pill formula. How audacious. Though severely injured, Hong Zhan struggled up, glaring at the elder to ask, "When did you return, Elder Shi?" Coldly, he replied, "I returned long ago, merely waiting for you to reveal yourself, before immediately coming to observe you too. For many years now, my other disciples have refused my tasks. Only you two accepted. Surely you schemed something." The elder swiftly formed a stream of lightning force, aiming it straight at her, grandly declaring, "Accept your death." As soon as Elder Shi unleashed the lightning bolts towards Hong Zhan, she narrowly evaded them, but worried, thinking she had fallen into his trap. Leading them here had drained much of her power. In her current state, fighting Elder Shi would surely mean defeat. With the pill formula in his possession, the chance of retrieving it was slim. Retreating was the best option. She immediately stepped down to the ground, then quickly jumped towards the window sill. The elder tried to stop her, telling her to stay, but as Hong Zhan was about to jump down, she added one more line to him. "Don't think this is over, letting me escape like this." The elder bluntly said, "HMPH. If not for your formidable fleeing technique, you wouldn't have lived to flee today." On the other hand, Han Tuyet lay on the floor, struggling to get up weakly, saying, "Ah, that hurt, elder." That quickly drew the elder's attention. As he sat up, he held his head blankly and thanked the elder, saying, "You finally arrived, honorable sir. I almost lost my life detaining that demoness." Hearing that, the elder asked puzzledly, "Detaining? You two aren't on the same side." He then impatiently told Han Tuyet, "Just what happened here? Tell me everything." "Well, the story goes like this." Han Tuyet recounted from start to finish. The elder then bluntly said with a snort, "So, you were just being used. She wanted to groom you as her husband. Is that even believable? How ridiculous. Please, let's not mention it again. Truthfully, I found it quite dangerous. He probably didn't realize I was acting. This time, I can't be blamed." Finding Han Tuyet too annoying, the elder angrily told him, "All right, just go get some sleep." Upon hearing that, Han Tuyet promptly got up and hurriedly left. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the system gradually appeared beside him. It said, "Since you didn't help Hong Zhan steal the pill formula, you've successfully obtained the supreme sword technique. Reading this, he cried out in shock, "Ah, finally, I have a means to protect my life." 2 years later, Han Toyot's innate spiritual roots. My sword skills have improved a bit through controlling the sword techniques to chop wood. It's done, Han Shuiyu thought, although it's not a proper sword technique, just a spell for chopping firewood, it's really convenient. He picked up the wood and put it in the basket. He thought to himself, occasionally revealing a move won't be discovered. After all, this is the last time chopping firewood. I should leave. The herb garden can no longer help me cultivate. As he carried the firewood and walked out of the garden, Han Shuiyu quickly made plans for the future. In these 2 years, I've cultivated 4 spirit roots to the 9th level of Qi condensation, only lacking the thunder and fire roots to reach the 9th level of Qi condensation. Then I can break through to the foundation building realm. But around the herb garden, there's no thunder or fire spiritual Qi. I can only leave and find another way. In short, I can't stay in the garden like a frog at the bottom of a well. My whole life. Leaving quietly won't be difficult. Even if Elder Tai tries to stop me, I can safely retreat. As he climbed the steps, Han Shuiyu overheard a conversation between 2 servants. Did you know, herb servant? Elder Tai has been going out frequently to search for longevity herbs. I feel he's been going out more and more often. Could his limit be approaching? Don't talk nonsense. Overhearing this, Han Shuiyu also worried, thinking, Elder Tai is stuck at the 7th level of Qi condensation, unable to advance further. Not everyone is like me, able to continuously break through easily. This is the limit of one's aptitude. Then he turned his face forward again. He thought, of course, changing one's environment is also important. Elder Tai is understandable. I'm also leaving just to increase my longevity, just to become stronger. After returning home, Han Shuiyu began packing everything. Then, with a shoulder bag, he bid farewell to this village. Han Shuiyu was determined that at 25, he would temporarily leave and begin a new life. Standing before the gate of the Jade Verger sect, Han Shuiyu thought, the herb garden relies on the Jade Verger sect. Elder Tai's prestige, as an outer sect herb servant, I'm considered part of the sect as well, so I'll cultivate here for now. Unless I accidentally run into Elder Tai, my identity shouldn't be discovered. The 2 gate guards noticed his presence and stopped him, asking who he was. Show your sect token. Han Shuiyu respectfully replied, I am Han Shuiyu, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi condensation. I wish to join the Jade Verger sect, if possible. Hearing this, the 2 gate guards were shocked by Han Shuiyu's request. What? The 9th level of Qi condensation? Wait here, we'll report this. Just as they were about to report it, someone behind them spoke up. No need to report. I was just heading out. If I didn't mishear, you have the 9th level of Qi condensation and wish to join our sect? A composed middle-aged man stepped forward and introduced himself to Han Shuiyu. I am Yongle, the outer sect leader of the Jade Verger sect. Brother Han, please allow me to examine you first. In recent years there have been occasional imposters sneaking into our sect. Yongle spread his hands and said, could you demonstrate your spiritual power? He quickly agreed. Immediately, he manifested the supreme sword technique. Then he directed it straight towards the mountain on his right, with his eyes still closed. Witnessing this scene, the 3 from the Jade Green sect were stunned, their mouths agape. Does he really only have the 9th level of Qi refining cultivation? Yongle frowned, looking at him, thinking this clearly wasn't a sword technique, but rather a magic art relying on his cultivation base, which wasn't hard to believe. The purity of this spiritual energy wasn't low, unlike that of a demon cultivator. In a moment, Yongle stepped forward, shook hands with him and said, no problem, come with me. I'll take you to register as an outer sect disciple. Yongle thought, from now on, you'll be an outer sect disciple of the Jade Green sect. Han Tuyat gratefully replied, thank you for your trouble. On their way to the outer sect, Han Tuyat wondered, may I ask how many outer sect disciples there are? What are the requirements to join the inner sect? Yongle explained, there are over 2,000 outer sect disciples. Only those who reach foundation building can join the inner sect, but it's very difficult. Every 3 years, the sect holds a small inner sect competition. The top 3 will receive foundation pills, which can help 9th level Qi refiners break through to foundation building. Han Tuyat then asked Yongle, how many inner sect disciples are there? Yongle replied awkwardly, I'm not too sure about that. The Jade Green inner sect is located in a small celestial realm. Yongle felt that even as outer sect disciples, they couldn't fully understand the inner sect situation. Hearing this, Han Tuyat admiringly exclaimed, it seems the Jade Green sect is quite formidable. Yongle proudly stated, that goes without saying. The Jade Green sect is a famous orthodox sect in the cultivation world of Grand Sha. The Jade Green sect is one of the great orthodox sects in the cultivation realm of Grand Sha. Suddenly, Han Tuyat seriously asked again, "May I ask if the Jade Green sect has any place to cultivate with lightning and fire spiritual energy?" Yongle was dumbfounded and stammered in reply, "The outer sect doesn't have that. The inner sect might." Hearing this question, Yongle stared at Han Tuyat with concern, wondering if this person had a lightning spiritual root, to have guessed so accurately. Yongle then suggested to him, "If you have a lightning spiritual root, you can ask the Elder Hall to make an exception and let you join the inner sect directly. After all, this rare spiritual root would normally receive special nurturing from the sect." Hearing this, Han Tuyat asked Yongle again to confirm, "As long as I have a lightning spiritual root." Suddenly, Han Tuyat's hand gradually revealed purple lightning arcs from his palm, catching Yongle's attention. "Brother Yang, please help introduce me a bit." He gently raised his hand, emanating purple lightning arcs, and said, "If I can join the inner sect later, I will definitely not forget your kindness." Yongle, seeing his purple lightning spiritual root, could not help but be astonished. Yongle decisively agreed with him and promised, "No problem. Then I'll make an exception to help you and explain to the Elder Hall, striving to get you directly into the inner sect." Han Tuyat gratefully replied, "Thank you, Brother Yang. I am extremely grateful, it goes without saying." A while later, at the Elder Hall, Yongle rushed in anxiously and told the registration staff, "There is a 9th level chi refiner who wants to join our Jade Green sect." An old man, seeing Yongle say this, squinted his eyes and grunted, then said, "According to procedure, we must first check his spiritual root." Suddenly, Yongle found it strange and stepped closer to ask, "Wait, the great elder has returned, why hasn't he?" As he glanced at that old man, Han Tuyat seemed to discover something horrifying and thought to himself, "I can't see through this old man's cultivation realm. Could he be a Trunks realm cultivator?" Recalling the inspection the old man mentioned, Han Tuyat became worried that such an inspection would reveal his 6 spiritual roots. 6 spiritual roots are too conspicuous, which isn't always a good thing. System, please suppress them. Just reveal a little bit, one must be humble on the surface. After some discussion, the handsome Yongle told the old man, "This person has a lightning spiritual root, so he can be arranged into the inner sect." The old man was surprised and asked, "Really? That's quite rare." After talking it over, Yongle turned and called out, "Brother Han, you can reveal your lightning root." As he finished speaking, Yongle was stunned to see Han Tuyat calmly reveal his lightning, fire, and wind spiritual roots. Yongle could only stammer Th3 spiritual roots. Shortly after, the two led Han to a room, giving him a chi-gathering pill, a sect token, a pouch with 100 low-grade spirit stones, and a jade green sect robe. With everything settled, Yongle and the old man waved and said, "This has been reported to the great elder. When he returns, he'll take you into the inner sect. Rest for now, you'll be notified when there's news." Hearing this, Han Tuyat couldn't help but feel awkward. A moment later, he sighed and complained, "Careless, drew special attention. Hope it doesn't disturb my future cultivation." He then realized there was a spiritual chi flowing through here. Han Tuyat immediately recognized it and happily exclaimed, "Fire spiritual chi. Thank you for arranging this room for me. Before the great elder returns, I'll cultivate first, advancing my fire spiritual root to the 9th level of chi condensation." Han Tuyat then began cultivating, believing that more was better. Ordinary cultivators only practiced one type of technique and attribute, but most techniques were singular, while he wanted to cultivate the 6 predetermined attributes, requiring several times the effort for others to progress. Fortunately, his top-tier physique bridged the gap further, preventing any sense of deficiency in his cultivation, only a sense of becoming stronger. More precisely, a sense of increased longevity. Initially, when he first saw the system, he started rolling the dice, for so many years, just because of that idea. In his previous life, he didn't value health, often staying up late, until finally, he contracted an incurable disease at a young age. Only then did he realize the preciousness of human life, which may not have a third chance. In this life, he doesn't need fame or fortune, nor beautiful women. He just wants to live very long. As time passes quickly, one day, Yongle opened the door to his room and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting for half a year. The elder has finally returned." As he finished speaking, Yongle was stunned by the atmosphere in the room. Yongle asked in alarm, "Could you have been cultivating without ever leaving this room? How has your spiritual power increased so much?" Hearing Yongle's words, Han Tuyat turned his head and asked in a daze, "Has it really been half a year?" By then, Han Tuyet had cultivated his fire spiritual root to the 4th level. That day, Yongle and an elder led Han Tuyet to the Elder's Hall to respectfully meet the Great Elder. Upon seeing the Great Elder, the Elder standing beside him remarked in surprise, "This one's fire spiritual power has increased considerably. It seems he's been diligently cultivating for half a year." Yongle chimed in, "That's right. He hasn't left for half a year, has a good foundation, and has persevered in bitter cultivation. He may well become an elite disciple." The Great Elder looked him over for a moment, then said, "His spiritual qualities are quite decent, no worse than our inner disciples, even approaching the elite disciples." Han Tuyet humbly replied, "Oh no, not at all." The Great Elder continued instructing, "To join the inner sect, you must take a master. The inner sect has 18 peaks in total, each with an elder as the instructor. If one of them takes a liking to you, you can directly become an inner disciple. Otherwise, you can only participate in the sect's minor competition to seize the opportunity early." After listening, Han Tuyet quickly responded, "This disciple understands." Yongle then patted his shoulder and said, "Let's get going then." As they were flying, the Great Elder said, "Oh right, I forgot to remind you. The peaks, due to the different temperaments of the instructing elders, have different atmospheres. Some peaks favor the strong and competitive-minded, others need the humble and diligent in bitter cultivation. Some frequently go out on missions, riding huge spirit vessels." The Great Elder then asked, "So which cultivation style would you like to join?" After some thought, Han Tuyet replied, "I'll choose the humble, bitter cultivation path. I don't like busyness or showing off." The Great Elder suddenly turned his head to look at him, stroking his chin, thinking it was strange. After a while, he laughed and said, "Hee hee, the Jade Reclusion Peak suits you well. You'll definitely like it there." After saying that, Han Tuyet was also dazed. And just like that, the Great Elder's spirit vessel flew straight ahead, right under a flock of cranes. Looking up from below, Han Tuyet was startled, exclaiming, "So huge." As he was gazing at the flock of cranes in a daze, the Great Elder suddenly said, "Up ahead is the inner sect area of our Jade Green sect." Before them were towering mountain ranges, resounding, with rays of light emanating from the peaks. They also happened to encounter other cultivators practicing sword flying in heavenly stances. The Great Elder announced there was no need to salute the sect. "Anyway, during the inner sect test soon, you'll quickly learn everything." He also reminded, "Look over there, that's the central area of the Jade Green sect. Later when doing missions and receiving stipends, it'll all be done there. Of course, you can also trade there." Han Tuyet found it hard to understand and said, "I've underestimated the Jade Green sect's scale. It turns out because the Jade Green sect is the kind of sect from an ancient cultivation drama script, I didn't expect it to be so huge." Hearing these strange words, the Great Elder was dazed and confused, so he took the opportunity to ask, cutting him off a bit, "What is an ancient cultivation drama script?" The old man had never heard of it before. Han Tuyet was flustered, saying that's Being so flustered, he gradually lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground. The Great Elder, sitting beside him, cried out in alarm, "Be careful, if you fall. Even if you cultivate to the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, you'll die in a few minutes after falling." They quickly arrived at the Jade Reclusion Peak, but when Han Tuyet saw the situation, he was dazed, saying he didn't expect the Jade Reclusion Peak to be the lowest among the 18 peaks, yet it was so desolate. The Great Elder stepped forward and explained, "The disciples of the Jade Reclusion Peak are considered the least in the inner sect. It's not for any other reason. The elder in charge of the Jade Reclusion Peak is Shi Zan. Her cultivation level is profoundly unfathomable. Moreover, she prefers secluded cultivation and quietness. That's why the Jade Reclusion Peak is not lively. Additionally, she allows her disciples to form romantic relationships, becoming Tao companions. So the disciples of the Jade Reclusion Peak are basically all diligent cultivators." Saying these words, he was worried that it might dampen Han Tuyet's spirits, so he turned to ask him, "Do you still want to choose again, or is it too late for you?" Suddenly, Han Tuyet's whole body started trembling. He exclaimed, "Really? That's great then." He was delighted, thinking, "The Jade Reclusion Peak is perfect for my cultivation. I'm most afraid of being disturbed. Haha, Han Tuyet believes this time I just need to cultivate in peace. As for Tao companions, I'll wait until my cultivation is greatly accomplished. On the contrary, I could nurture a few people to cultivate together." Hearing his determined words, the Great Elder was also startled, but in fact, he was very pleased in his heart. "Well done, this junior fellow has great potential." Later, the Great Elder took Han Tuyet to meet and introduce him to the immortal Shi Zan. saying, "This is Han Tuyat, a cultivator with the rare 3 spiritual roots talent. He possesses the rare lightning spirit root. I've asked a bit about his temperament, he prefers quietness, and doesn't hope for too much ostentation. What do you think?" As Immortal Shi-Zan sat on the chair and looked at him, she wanted to ask, "Han Tuyat, are you willing to join my peak, wholeheartedly cultivating without worldly distractions?" Before he could answer, suddenly a voice spoke up beside him. "Finally, the Jade Green Peak has such a junior brother. According to the system, this is Chong Yu-Ni, at the 2nd level of the Zuji realm, with a favorability of 2 stars, and she's currently thinking, I find you handsome. Look at me and think about it." Han Tuyat secretly read these lines and thought, her favorability is only 2 stars, my supreme willpower is lacking that much. Han Tuyat ignored Yu-Ni and turned to report to the Immortal, saying, "As long as there are no orders, this disciple can seclude himself for 100 years without going out." Hearing this, Yu-Ni immediately felt disappointed. She lost 1 favorability point and now wants to escape being single. Han Tuyat looked at her and thought, her favorability lost 1 star, this woman. The Immortal, hearing his extremely pleasing answer, then said, "Interesting, do you know any spells? Attack me so I can see your skill." Han Tuyat clasped his hands and frankly looked at the Immortal, replying, "If that's the case, then I'll give it my all and try." In the blink of an eye, he quickly executed his sword technique toward the Immortal. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Go away." Just as the sword technique was about to reach the Immortal, the sword technique dissipated. Yu-Ni, standing beside, saw this move and couldn't help but get excited. At the critical moment, he used such an excessive trick. At this moment, Han Tuyat opened the system to check. Chong Yu-Ni's favorability toward you has increased. Her current favorability is 2 stars. When Immortal Mu Yuan, at the 3rd level of Spirit Immortal Realm, sensed Han Shui's goodwill as 1 star, she was thinking, "I appreciate your kind nature." Han Shuiyu was delighted, thinking, "Immortal Mu has developed goodwill towards me, currently at 1 star." After seeing his sword technique, the Immortal asked Han Shuiyu, "Is this the only move you know?" Han Shuiyu bluntly answered, "Yes." The Immortal offered some praise, saying, "This sword technique is not bad. Stay at Jade Mist Peak later." With that settled, the sect leader also turned and patted his shoulder, bidding farewell here. "Hee, this old man won't bother you anymore. Off you go, off you go. I appreciate you." When Han Shuiyu turned to look at the Immortal, he saw her staring at him impassively. Han Shuiyu was puzzled, thinking, "Why is she looking at me like that? Could she have recognized me?" He stood still for a while. Yuexin hurriedly stepped forward to remind, "This is senior brother Bao Yuan." Hearing this, Han Shuiyu realized the issue. He quickly rushed forward and knelt down, addressing the Immortal. "This disciple Han Shuiyu greets Master. May Master live forever, forever and ever." Seeing this, the Immortal felt awkward and thought, "That's a bit much." She sighed a few times, then asked him, "Do you see me as a queen?" "Alright, Yuexin, take your martial brother to register at the inner sect, and help him get settled in his residence." Yuexin stood up, walked over, took his hand, and happily said, "Yes, Master." Han Shuiyu was puzzled, thinking, so that's it. As she pulled him along, Yuexin cheerfully asked, "Can you ride a sword and fly, Brother Han? I've never learned that before." The Immortal sat far away, staring at him intently and thinking, "This person has an extremely exquisite appearance and bearing. His temperament is also quite decent." While Yu-Ni was flying her sword, she happily introduced, "Junior brother Han, my name is Chong Yu-Ni. You can also call me senior sister. If there's anything you don't understand as a newcomer, you can find me at any time, senior sister." But he ignored all those words because at the moment he was extremely afraid of heights and trembling all over. He stammered in reply, "Thank you, senior sister, this junior dares not trouble you. However, if senior sister needs help, you can instruct this junior at any time." Hearing this, Yu-Ni smiled and said, Hee, you're such a good person. This old lady wants to protect you, junior brother. I can't let you be bullied just because you're so easy to get. It's been 5 years. A full 5 years. Do you know how I've lived? In the entire Jade Green Peak, he's the only junior brother I have. Moreover, he's extremely handsome. His temperament and personality are also very compatible, truly an excellent taste. The many years of suffering and waiting were worth it. Seeing Yu-Ni panting heavily, Han Tuyat was a bit worried that the name Jade Green Peak was not appropriate. Why are all the female disciples so fierce? Entering a cave, he stepped into his room. Yu-Ni excitedly introduced, "This is your cave abode, and senior sisters is right next door. You can cultivate here in peace normally." Seeing his senior sister's enthusiasm, Han Tuyat clasped his hands and said, Thank you, senior sister. Looking around his cave, Han Tuyet sighed and muttered to himself, although it's said like that, the inner sect is really beyond imagination. Looking at the pile of cultivation items on the table, Han Tuyet thought that from the time he started cultivating until now, this was the first time he felt such urgency. Moreover, the deeper one's cultivation, the more profound the sense of disparity. This time, it's because the gap is too large that I feel this urgency. Recalling the information the system gave him about the immortal, he anxiously thought, my master is actually a cultivator of the Yuan Ying realm, an unreachable height. Previously, the Grand Elder had taught him a lesson, saying, the gap between the outer and inner sects is not at the same level, but his realm is only one step away from the golden core. Even so, he can still take charge before the Grand Elder. The first stage of the outer sect is qi condensation, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, guiding it into the body's dantian, using spiritual qi to nourish the limbs and bones, with the effect of enhancing physical qualities. The second is foundation establishment. After the dantian is filled with qi, the pressure of spiritual qi condenses in the dantian, transforming the qi into spiritual power. Next is the golden core. The spiritual power coalesces into a golden core, fixed with the human body as the furnace, condensing the essence, energy, and spirit within, forming the embryonic soul. Finally, the Yuan Ying realm. When the essence condenses into an infant, breaking through the golden core to emerge, one can then connect to heaven and earth, naturally gaining supreme power. Above the Yuan Ying realm, only the ancestral founder of our Jade Pure sect remains. However, he has been away for many years without returning. So it's the immortal Shi Zan who is considered the strongest cultivator that I can currently look up to. Han Tuyet judged, this is a big thigh. Before maturing, I still have to rely on my master. Who knows how dangerous it is outside. Fortunately, I didn't end up somewhere else outside of Jade Pure sect. Otherwise, the outcome of wanting to become stronger, to live longer, first and foremost. Live through the day, then think about it slowly. Han Tuyet got up and struggled to lift the boulder. He thought now wasn't the time for lamentations, wondering which year he'd cultivate to the nascent soul stage. For now, he would cultivate the 9th level of fire spiritual qi. With such a great thigh, I must become truly formidable. I can't let my master lose face. At this moment, the system appeared, announcing that you have succeeded in becoming an inner disciple of the Jade Pure sect. For your first cultivation upon joining the sect, you can choose the following development paths. 1. Seek fame and glory. Lead Jade Void Peak to become the greatest and strongest, and you may obtain a supreme spirit weapon, but offend the immortal Shi Zan. 2. Cultivate humbly and quietly, gain the immortal Shi Zan's recognition, and obtain a secret divine technique. Han Tuyet only noticed the line, offend the immortal Shi Zan. Han Tuyet read it and found it extremely puzzling, and so he wavered between the two choices, making loud noises that echoed through his cave. Isn't it good to become formidable? This master is a bit strange. 3 years later, soaring through the air with the fishing sword scripture in hand, Han Tuyet thought he had finished cultivating, so he learned to ride the sword and fly. Otherwise, in the inner sect, it would be difficult to even take a step down the mountain. I can't rely on my senior martial sisters, for sure. He tossed the book away lightly, and told himself that the sword technique was simple with his top-tier sword talent and foundation. Of course, a glance is enough to know. This is the advantage of an extraordinary innate talent, unlike those others who need railings on their swords. But there are still people who really need railings to ride their swords. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, Han Tuyet. Han Tuyet turned around in surprise and saw the immortal Shi Zan, standing on the mountaintop, observing him. She said, "It seems you have some real talent, secluding yourself for 3 years directly." Seeing this, he quickly changed direction and landed before her. He respectfully said, "Greetings, master. This disciple has something to ask." Han Tuyet clasped his hands reverently. This disciple has now cultivated the wind spiritual root and the fire spiritual root to the 9th level of qi condensation. I hope master can guide me on where I can cultivate the thunder spiritual qi. She was surprised and asked in return, "You want to cultivate 3 spiritual forces to form your foundation?" He immediately replied, "Yes, master, but actually I want to cultivate 6 systems." But she could only say with regret, "I'm afraid that's not possible." Hearing this, Han Tuyet was utterly astonished. When Han Tuyet heard the immortal reject cultivating the thunder root, he lost his footing and wanted to question her, "Master, may I ask why it's not possible?" The immortal sighed and replied, "It's already very rare for a spirit root master to cultivate one type, not to mention the stronger tribulations that will come later. Just the time consumed in cultivation alone is already a loss." Hearing this, Han Tuyat judged, "Indeed, it makes sense that these spirit roots would naturally come at a price. It's just that Master probably didn't expect me to have my own methods." He then knelt down resolutely and begged the immortal, "This disciple understands, but I believe that with my willpower, I can succeed." This disciple is willing to spend all time on cultivation. Seeing his determination here, she broke into a smile. Then she said, "The inner sect has a teleportation formation leading to Thunder Spirit Peak." Hearing this, Han Tuyat rejoiced and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master, for the guidance. This disciple will go there right away." Later, at the Thunder Spirit Peak, there was a sphere in the center of the pillar radiating extremely dangerous purple lightning bolts. Han Tuyat looked up from below, worried, thinking, the Jade Green sect really spared no expense. I didn't expect the Thunder Spirit Peak to be on such a scale. I thought it would just be like a fish pond. Inside the teleportation array, he could also sense the dense thunder spiritual chi in front of him. Let me go up and take a look. Seeing the surrounding lightning, Han Tuyat thought, no wonder, the Thunder Spirit Peak's purity is so high. Cultivating the thunder spiritual chi at the center could directly elevate me to the 9th level. The fire spiritual chi couldn't achieve this speed. At this moment, a figure in the distance caught his attention. In such a vast place, there was only one person cultivating. It seems the thunder spiritual root is truly rare. Suddenly, behind him, a bizarre tree-faced figure warned him not to wander around the Thunder Spirit Peak. Only cultivate by the lake. Otherwise, you'll be struck dead by lightning, and you'll deserve it. When he turned around and saw it, he was startled, and let out a scream that echoed to the cultivator in the distance. The tree-faced being then scolded him. "What are you screaming about? Have you never seen a handsome guy before?" Han Tuyat said awkwardly, Yes, so handsome that you block out the light in my life." It remained annoyed and said, "Well, I'll give you credit for that, Silver Tongue. Just choose a spot to cultivate, and don't go near the center." Han Tuyat had dodged a bullet and wiped the sweat off, worriedly thinking, so I actually encountered a tree demon. The Jade Green sect really spares no expense. They even have tree demons here. I should know better. The tree demon is called a cultivation treasure. Though the tree demon looks a bit strange, cultivating near it will yield better results. He couldn't help but think, it really is a great treasure. If I could nurture one, that would be great. It seems the thunder spiritual chi can even allow cultivation up to the 9th level. I've really come to the right place. Suddenly, Han Tuyat jumped up excitedly and said, "Yay. Starting from 0, I must cultivate to the 9th level within a year." The tree demon saw his bizarre behavior and thought. The cultivator far away was also surprised and silently wondered, did I hear that right? 9th level in a year. What is he talking about? He quickly evaluated Han Tuyat's character and concluded he was no good. His purity was too low. Even with a celestial maiden, there are limits. No one could achieve the martial saint realm in just 1 year. With such a mindset, he's destined to not go far. But 1 year later, that youth had to regret his earlier judgment. I take back what I said last year. This guy is too beastly. On the other side, Han Tuyat sat in silent cultivation amidst the lightning bolts. He thought, finally, this day has come. The 6-element chi refinement is complete. I can directly break through to the martial saint realm. Recalling the immortal's words, he had thought, my master worried that cultivating too many spiritual roots would lead to an overpowering celestial tribulation. But master didn't know that my cultivation method records a way to avoid the tribulation. Right at this moment, a cluster of purple lightning bolts appeared in the sky, descending, signifying the breakthrough to the next realm. The tree demon looked up, also surprised. Han Tuyat was facing the lightning tribulation of the martial saint realm. He really knew how to pick a spot. Hearing the tree demon's explanation, the young man turned to ask the tree demon what it meant by that. The tree demon hurriedly said he shouldn't face the tribulation here, because the lightning tribulation within the thunder spiritual chi would be twice as powerful. You must quickly leave. Avoid becoming a sacrifice for the two of us. They looked at Han Tuyat worriedly, thinking that even if they wanted to help, it was too late. The tribulation clouds had already gathered. The lightning bolts in the sky were converging, forming an even stronger stream, and it quickly descended right where Han Tuyat was cultivating. But Han Tuyat remained seated, unmoving. He gathered all his chi circulation to create a barrier to withstand that lightning tribulation. The tree demon and the young man above were restless, unable to sit still. Meanwhile, Han Tuyat opened his eyes. Confidently, he declared, this puny lightning tribulation, become the power of my martial saint realm. That confidence came from knowing how to avoid the lightning tribulation. After absorbing the lightning tribulation, he transformed the heavenly lightning into the purest spiritual power, forming a barrier around himself. And he applied that method to this situation, a barrier that could absorb the lightning tribulation and retaliate against it. The two people above were dumbfounded, puzzled, wondering what cultivation method this was. In any case, it seemed he had successfully broken through to the martial saint realm. Too fast. 2 years later, at a bustling market, everyone was enthusiastically advertising the use of thunder spiritual chi. 3 years for just 100 top-grade spirit stones. Thank you valued customers for coming. Han Tuyat was now strolling down this market street, observing everything around him. Looking at his current state, Han Tuyat had thought, I originally planned to consolidate my cultivation a bit after the breakthrough, but reaching the third level of the martial saint realm was unexpected. His lifespan was almost 200 years old now. He lived well, yet the system once again reported, congratulations on reaching the martial saint realm. You can choose as follows. 1. Become famous in the Jade Green sect, and obtain the 9 yin lightning arts, but incur the enmity of a mortal Hai Tuyen. 2. Cultivate quietly to soon refine a golden Dan, and obtain a supreme Dharma sword. After reading it, Han Tuyat had to ponder for a few seconds. His master really preferred quiet cultivation. Suddenly, a figure was approaching from behind him. The person said, reaching the third level of the martial saint realm in just 2 short years. Looking across the inner sect, you can be considered an outstanding talent. I saw you previously cultivating the lightning tribulation. I am Mac Fuck of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. May I ask for this brother's respected name? You flatter me. I am Han Tuyat of the Jade Void Peak. Mac Fuck immediately exclaimed, a martial brother of the Jade Void Peak. With your talent, joining the Jade Void Peak is a pity. Why not come to my Heavenly Thunder Peak instead? My master is a lightning cultivator. Han Tuyat could only politely decline. I have taken Immortal Hai Tuyen as my master. One day as teacher, lifelong as father. How can I casually change sects? Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Mac. Mac Fuck could only reply dejectedly, very well then. Opportunities always exist. Brother Han can consider it slowly. The system then displayed some information that left Han Tuyat astonished. Looking back at some hill somewhere, a voice suddenly transmitted over, it's not here. Go search that cave over there. They suddenly started calling out to each other. The elder has ordered, whoever captures the traitor will be greatly rewarded. Following orders, Hin Hong Tuyen, now in a tattered state, was hiding behind a bush near them. They kept searching and reporting at this time. Report, no target detected here. No target detected here. Hin Hong Tuyen could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but she was still worried about some things. Finally escaped from the demon sect, but where can I go now? The problem is my current identity. I'll definitely be condemned by everyone. To turn from darkness to light, only he would believe me. Anyway, since I was born until now, he's the first person to stand up for me. My husband, Han Tuyat. She thought she had escaped their encirclement, but unexpectedly, a crow on the tree branch above her head cawed. Caw caw, caw caw caw. Hearing that sound from the bush, Hin Hong Tuyen with her red hair was startled. She was astonished. Then she calmed herself down. Exerting all her inner energy, she flew up, escaping their pursuit. Seeing her flee, they shouted for her to stop. Stop at all costs. This person cannot be kept anywhere. The system reported to Han Tuyat, your friend Hin Hong Tuyen is being pursued by the Jade Green sect, gravely injured. Luckily she escaped. Moreover, she is also being hunted by the bright demonic sect, but she still has 4 stars of goodwill towards you. Reading those lines, Han Tuyat held his head in vexation and said, that woman is still alive after all these years. But the problem is, I've never even met her. How can there be goodwill? Are you sick? You're overthinking it, he thought to himself. However, this system does seem to have event recording functions. Just how many functions does this system character actually have? Thinking about that, Han Tuyat leaned on his hand and sighed dejectedly. His background was not simple either. The system wouldn't harm him, surely. After all these years, he brushed that matter aside for now and focused on cultivating the fire spirit. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his train of thought. Bells were ringing throughout the Jade Green sect. Han Tuyat looked at his maid puzzled, asking, bell sounds. What happened? On the other side, Wei Nhi saw him come out and excitedly waved at her martial brother. Not seeing her for a long time, he explained, those are indeed bell sounds. Let's go see our master together. Suddenly, her demeanor changed unusually, or she stumbled into a nearby bush. Wei Nhi stammered asking, Have you broken through, brother? Han Tuyat replied impolitely, just lucky, just lucky. Hearing that, Wei Nhi felt humiliated and thought, even I can't see through my brother's cultivation. Looking at his face, she disappointedly assumed he was at the second level of the tree realm. Shouldn't my martial brother at least be at the third level? What demonic speed is this? Unacceptable. I must keep track of cultivation time, can't be left behind by master. I said I would protect my martial brother, where can I, as the senior martial sister, show my face? Seeing her gloomy expression, the system kindly reported, Huang Wei-Ni's goodwill towards you has decreased and is now at 1.5 stars. Reading that, he fell silent without another word, gripping the sword in his hand. Wei Nhi was indignant, vexed, saying the matter couldn't be delayed. I'll explain on the way, brother. Han Tuyat saw her demeanor, terrified. This didn't seem like just going somewhere. On the way, Wei Nhi shared with him about the Jade Void Bell. Normally, the Jade Void Bell wouldn't be rung on Jade Void Peak, but once it's rung, it means the master wants to see all the disciples. This is the first time in many years that the bell has been rung. That's why I didn't tell you about it before, Han Tuyat. You quickly understood. Thank you, senior martial sister, for telling me, he said gratefully. I just hope it's not something serious, some trouble within the Jade Void sect. Many disciples had already gathered there, discussing noisily. I heard our sect has spies from the Bright Moon Demon Cult. We need to be careful when recruiting disciples now. The demon cult's spies don't even cultivate demon arts. The Bright Moon Demon Cult is getting bolder and bolder. Every time I go out to practice, I encounter people from the demon cult. They're extremely arrogant. But as soon as Han Tuyat landed, all eyes turned towards him. Everyone marveled in admiration. Who is this? So handsome. Such a beautiful young lady. When did this martial brother join Jade Void Peak? I've never seen him before. He might break the sect's gender restrictions. Then suddenly someone approached and asked him, you must be the new disciple Han Tuyat our master recently accepted. The bespectacled youth introduced himself. I'm the head disciple of Jade Void Peak, Lu Sanqin, favored by our master for my quiet cultivation. I mostly manage things on the master's behalf. Feel free to come to me anytime, martial brother, if you need any assistance with matters. Han Tuyat quickly bowed with gratitude. Thank you, senior martial brother. No need to be so courteous, Lu Sanqin replied. At this point, noticing the elders were seated on the stage, a voice rang out, everyone, take your seats. I've summoned you all here this time under orders from the sect leader. The 3 peaks ranking lowest in the 18 peaks martial arts competition have been tasked with an important mission. Later, we will dispatch disciples to confront the Bright Moon Demon Cult. The Demon Cult has repeatedly tried to infiltrate our Jade Pure sect with spies. The sect leader has made it clear he wants to prepare a counterattack. No one else seemed particularly afraid, in fact they looked eager. Han Tuyat thought in surprise. From their expressions, the senior martial brothers and sisters don't seem worried about being sent out. It's just the 3 lowest ranked peaks being called upon. Is this a death sentence or helping the enemy? The elder continued, don't worry about the rankings. This involves the demon cult, so our Jade Pure sect must take action against them. When choosing your training missions, be mindful and give your full effort for the sake of our sect. At this, Lu Sanqin raised his hand and said, please rest assured, master. Though we of Jade Void Peak are humble, we still wish to contribute to the sect. Recently, our sect has implemented a disciple nurturing plan to gather the most outstanding disciples from each peak and cultivate them as the foundation for our sect's next generation. But the elder cut Lu Sanqin off, saying instead, the chosen one is Han Tuyat. Lu Sanqin was stunned but kept his composure, thinking, the chosen one. The elder continued, Han Tuyat, in just a few years at our peak, you progressed from the 9th level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of body refinement. A true genius befitting this nurturing plan. At this, everyone around erupted in amazement. Han Tuyat is chosen. But he just joined the peak a few years ago at the 9th Qi refining level. Now he's at the 3rd body refinement. Truly a genius. He's perfect for the sect's nurturing plan. Everyone was amazed. Even Lu Sanqin was stunned to the point his glasses cracked. Everyone began discussing animatedly, splitting into 2 main viewpoints. Master, why not send senior brother Lu instead? He's more accomplished and talented. Senior brother Lu is clearly the most promising candidate for this nurturing plan. This junior disciple just arrived and is chosen. Others defended, the master must have his reasons. Think it over carefully. Suddenly, Han Tuyed raised his hand. Master, I'm grateful for your high regard, but my heart is set on cultivating at Jade Void Peak. I've only just arrived. This opportunity should go to my senior martial brothers and sisters. He looked the elder straight in the eye. You're not worried I'm a demon cult spy, are you, master? I'd rather decline than make you suspicious. The elder seemed regretful. Very well then, Lu Sanqin, you go. You are Jade Void Peak's senior disciple, do not cause any controversy. Lu Sanqin wiped away tears. Thank you, junior brother, I understand. After the meeting, Lu Sanqin hurried out, gratefully telling Han Tuyed, junior brother, thank you for speaking up for me. As your senior brother, if you ever need help, just let me know. The system then notified Han Tuyed. Lu Sanqin's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill level, 1 star. Han Tuyed awkwardly patted Lu Sanqin's shoulder. I wish you safe travels, senior brother. Yu Ni also ran over excitedly. Senior brother is going to guide our junior brother, how wonderful. She patted Han Tuyed's arm affectionately. Because of this, the system notified Han Tuyed. Yu Ni's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill level, 1 star. Han Tuyed felt awkward, but still wished them well. Safe travels, senior brother. May the winds be favorable on your journey. Yu Ni cheerfully replied, with senior brother leading, our junior brother will be just fine. Lu Sanqin seemed to realize something and exclaimed excitedly, Ayo junior sister. This time I finally get to play the senior sister's role. He teased Yu Ni playfully, he. I have matters to attend to first. As he turned to leave, Lu Sanqin glared at Han Tuyed meaningfully, signaling, do your best, junior brother. Lu Sanqin's gaze made Han Tuyed feel a bit uneasy. Yu Ni suddenly remembered something, and said to Han Tuyed, I heard you've been cultivating for so long, but never taken on a sect mission before. Do you need me to guide you, junior brother? Worried it might affect his cultivation, Han Tuyed hesitantly asked, is it possible to not go on the sect mission? Yu Ni awkwardly replied, it's not mandatory, you don't have to go. But, don't you feel cooped up from constant closed-door cultivation? Sect missions provide many cultivation resources. Han Tuyed confidently said, no need, senior sister. I have enough spirit stones. Wanting to help, Yu Ni insisted, but you also earn contribution points. High contribution lets you redeem spirit pills. Han Tuyed bluntly replied, I'm not afraid to die. Then why cultivate immortality at all? Yu Ni was taken aback by his words. Han Tuyed remained indifferent. I'm not afraid. Then why cultivate immortality? She questioned. Yu Ni was rendered speechless, grudgingly admitting, you make a fair point. She huffed in frustration, fine. Don't go then. I'll just think you're a coward. The elder watched their argument from afar, especially observing Han Tuyed's behavior, and thought to himself, Han Tuyed clearly isn't a demon cult spy, but as a solitary cultivator, he lacks resources. His talent is extraordinary, we should observe him further. 10 years later, at Thunder Spirit Peak, the tree demon spoke up as Han Tuyed appeared, you rotten brat, you're back again. Explain this to me. I used to think you were a genius, but after all these years, you're still at the 3rd level of the wood realm. Han Tuyed glanced at the tree demon, sighed and muttered, who can explain the path of cultivation? The tree demon sincerely advised, listen to this old tree's words. Cultivation is profound, you can't be certain about it. Though you've been mocked a bit, your thoughts differ. Han Tuyed thought to himself, what they see is just my 3rd level lightning spirit root. I've spent nearly 400 top-grade spirit stones to cultivate my other spirit roots to the 5th level of the wood realm. My actual cultivation is around the 5th level of the wood realm, so I thought, I should quickly use the least spirit stones to cultivate my lightning spirit to perfection. Suddenly, Mok Fook approached from behind and greeted, Brother Han, you're here too. Han Tuyed replied in surprise, long time no see, Brother Mok. Behind Mok Fook was Mok Chuk. He noticed the girl and said, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Mok Chuk. Then Mok Fook gestured towards Han Tuyed as he introduced him to Mok Chuk. This is Han Tuyed, the disciple from Jade Void Peak that I mentioned to you, cousin. Mok Chuk questioned Han Tuyed curiously, how come you're only at the 3rd level of the realm? My cousin said you could already be at the 6th level of the wood realm. Han Tuyed replied humbly, I'm not so sure about that. As he sat down, Han Tuyed added, My previous cultivation spot consumed quite a few spirit stones, just a little reminder. If you want a place to cultivate, please keep your distance from me. Hearing this, Mok Chuk scoffed at him disdainfully. I thought you were a genius that brother Mok Fook held in high regard, with great potential. Yet after all these years, you've made no progress at all. Mok Chuk arrogantly stated, on the contrary, I broke through 2 levels by the age of 15, which is considered a genius level. Dai Ca Wei suddenly noticed that her spiritual energy was being gradually absorbed somewhere. Mok Chuk was puzzled, turning around to see the surrounding spiritual energy being absorbed towards Han Toyot's location. Witnessing this scene, Mok Fook was also startled, thinking, this speed of absorbing spiritual energy surpasses mine. How is that possible? I'm already at the 9th level of the wood realm. Looking at Han Toyot's body absorbing the spiritual energy, Mok Chuk stuttered in bewilderment, brother, what cultivation method is he practicing? Mok Fook also replied in confusion, it must be a rare spiritual root. If that's the case, why hasn't Han Toyot's realm increased? Hearing Mok Chuk's bewildered question, Mok Fook could guess, this person must have a way to suppress his cultivation. His cultivation level may have already caught up to mine, but there are always people beyond people. There are always greater heavens. Meanwhile, the system notified Han Toyot, Mok Fook's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill level is 2 stars. Mok Chuk's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill level is 2 stars. 6 years later, looking at his palm and sensing the change, Han Toyot happily said, the lightning spirit has finally been cultivated to the perfect 9th level. Then he turned to the tree demon and said, please open the teleportation array, senior, and send me back to the inner sect. It's almost time to receive my salary. It's been a long time since I received it. I wonder how many spirit stones I have. The tree demon solemnly said, little brat, it seems you have a rather unconventional way of suppressing your cultivation. At my place, there's an opportunity where you can obtain many cultivation resources. Would you like to join? Han Toyot asked with some interest. Is it dangerous? The tree demon replied honestly, of course. Opportunities come hand in hand with dangers. With that, Han Toyot turned and left, seemingly rejecting the invitation. But the tree demon still tried to persuade him, saying, hey, fellow cultivator, wait. Besides, at the salary service center, recalling that conversation, Han Toyot pondered, an opportunity, To be honest, I'm a bit tempted, but if there's even a slight element of danger, it's better to just collect my salary regularly. Working for a salary isn't bad, is it? Outside the center, dozens of female disciples were excitedly shouting his name. Who is this handsome guy? Our Jade Pure sect actually has such a disciple. I've seen him before. He seems to be from the Jade Void Peak. Does anyone know his name? Seeing them all clamoring like that, Han Toyot's heart skipped a beat, thinking, this charm is too high, truly a troublesome affliction. While queuing and unable to withdraw, suddenly, someone's head turned towards him. Han Toyot sensed it and turned in surprise, seeing Mok Chuk grabbing his sleeve. She cheerfully said, Brother Han, you're here. We really have a fate to meet like this. The women outside became furious, smashing things around. Mok Chuk leaned close and whispered, Brother Han, I need your help with something. It's a great opportunity. Upon hearing opportunity again, Han Toyot was utterly terrified, thinking, another opportunity. Mok Chuk winked at Han Toyot, signaling him to follow her. She leaned closer and told him, it's a great opportunity you can't miss. Tempted yet, Mok Chuk moved closer, rubbing her face against his shoulder. She said affectionately, if this succeeds, we'll strike it rich. Who knows, there might even be unexpected gains. Han Toyot quickly pulled his hand away from Mok Chuk and said impolitely, Miss Mok, please have some self-respect. Mok Chuk called out his name in surprise and sadness. Brother Han, although that may have saddened Mok Chuk, you also regretfully said, excuse me, I must return to cultivation. Thinking you were overreacting, Mok Chuk angrily said, cultivate what? This is a great opportunity. After saying that, Mok Chuk turned her head, but Han Toyot was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Han Toyot was sweating, hiding behind a wall, worrying, she won't come after me, will she? Additionally, he unintentionally overheard a conversation between 2 female disciples heading this way. Did you see that male cultivator just now? Of course, but unfortunately, I didn't ask which peak he's from. He's even more handsome than Mok Fook Kyo in last year's intersect competition. You think so too. Suddenly, Han Tuyet remembered he had forgotten something. The inter-sect competition. After racking his memory, he was terrified, thinking, I was so focused on cultivation, I forgot about this. My master definitely won't let me off the hook. He immediately flew to the immortal's place and reported to her. Disciple Han Tuyet greets the master. She coldly replied, come in, I was just about to look for you. Han Tuyet clasped his hands and repeatedly apologized. Disciple was absorbed in cultivation and missed the inter-sect competition. The immortal didn't seem to care much, only gently telling him not to blame himself. There's no need for self-reproach, she said. There will be opportunities later. She continued, however, your cultivation is still at the 3rd level of the bamboo formation realm. Are you joking with me? As your master, I know you're capable of more. Han Tuyet lowered his head. He honestly admitted, I've made my master laugh at me. In fact, this disciple has reached the 9th level of the bamboo formation realm. I was just being humble and hiding my true cultivation. Yu Ne, sitting beside them, was also stunned and exclaimed, how did you break through so quickly? Senior Martial Brother. The immortal frowned and said, if everyone at Jade Void Peak cultivated as diligently as you, Jade Void Peak would undoubtedly become the strongest peak. Meanwhile, the system popped up to inform him, you have successfully cultivated with humility and gained the approval of Immortal He Tuan. The reward is a secret body cultivation manual. Congratulations on obtaining 7 illusion volumes. After reading it, he was overjoyed, thinking, excellent. I almost forgot about this reward. Then he modestly said, it's not that much. This disciple just enjoys cultivation. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. Oh, there's someone new here. Han Tuyet turned to look and saw a familiar figure. It was Elder Theet staring at him. He had nothing more to say, only standing still and looking at the elder. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Leaves were falling everywhere, causing Yu Ne to wonder, Master, why are there suddenly leaves falling in the room? A moment later, the two of them pointed at each other, and let out a loud shout that echoed through the peak. Han Tuyet and Elder Theet approached Yu Ne, who was puzzled and asked, did you two know each other before? The two looked at each other mysteriously and answered in unison, not just know each other. The immortal, sitting on the dais, also looked puzzled. She turned towards Han Tuyet and introduced, this is Han Tuyet, a new disciple who has joined Jade Void Peak. You can call him Junior Brother Theet. Han Tuyet basically didn't dare to call him that, thinking he couldn't dare. Elder Theet, sitting nearby, angrily said, you little brat Han Tuyet, you actually became an inner disciple. He thought dejectedly, how could this be possible? He clearly had no spiritual roots before. With his deceitful tricks, how could he reach the 9th level of the bamboo formation realm in just a short span of 25 years? I struggled so hard just to reach the condensation realm, yet he directly reached the 9th bamboo formation level. Such talent. If I had discovered him earlier, perhaps I. Suddenly, Yu Ne approached and stood beside him, then called out, Junior Brother Theet, what kind of expression is that? It's as if she could see through his thoughts. Yu Ne sternly warned, Junior Brother Han is a genius of our mountain. We won't allow you to have any ill intentions towards him. He apologetically replied, Senior Sister's guidance is correct. I just feel that this world is unfair, that's all. The immortal then interjected, enough with your chatter. Let's get to the main topic, Han Tuyet. Since you enjoy cultivation so much, your master will assign you a mission to guard the demon beast domain of our Jade Pure sect. Upon hearing this, Han Tuyet was surprised and wondered, the demon beast domain. He thought it sounded rather mundane, yet also very dangerous. Yu Ne happily explained, this is where we raise the demon pets of our Jade Pure sect. I also want to go there, so I can accompany Junior Brother. The immortal immediately rejected this, saying, no, that place is very dangerous, with demon beasts appearing frequently. Disciples have been killed there in brutal ways before. Hearing this, Han Tuyet was also terrified. Don't joke with me, how did you know my concerns? She turned and smiled, saying, no need to worry. Each mountain will send a disciple to guard the demon beast domain. The spiritual energy there is very dense, suitable for your cultivation. But there are still some dangers, just be careful and you'll be fine. Han Tuyet then worried, basically, I'm not given a chance to refuse. This mission isn't like being a beast keeper, is it? Well, but, he still cupped his hands in acceptance of her suggestion. This disciple will follow master's arrangements. You should pack up a bit. Someone will take you to the demon beast domain. As she turned to leave, Yu Ne ran after her, saying, wait for me, Junior Brother. I'll come help you pack. Standing beside Elder Theet, she spoke up, did you and Han Tuyet have some history before? This seat doesn't want any comparisons. From now on, you two are senior and junior brothers. Building a relationship with him will benefit you. As long as you don't become sworn enemies, it can be resolved. She believed, with my understanding, he won't compare himself to you. You can rest assured. In the future, Han Tuyet will be the true disciple of Jade Void Peak. Hearing this, Elder Theet had to sigh at that. A true disciple, and he felt dejected again. This little brat is indeed very deserving. In the demon beast domain surrounded by jagged rocks, Han Tuyet had been there for a year and a half. Cultivating daily, his spiritual root had now reached the 6th level of the bamboo formation. The others remained the same. To reach saturation would still take quite some time. Han Tuyet was now in his room, lying bored on a chair, grumbling, a bit bored. Let me see if the system has other functions. As soon as he opened the window, something caught his surprise. The friends circle updated and the system reported. Your friend Mok Juk was ambushed by Matu, nearly seriously injured. Your friend Mok Juk was ambushed by a disciple of the Jade Green sect, her life force barely hanging on. She fell off the cliff. Reading this, he said with annoyance, indeed, fake connections are not good things. That lady sought her own misfortune. Han Tuyet then closed the system, got up and stretched, saying it was time to go on patrol and practice the 7 illusion steps technique as well. As he stepped outside, he recalled Ute Nei's advice. Although the demon beast domain is great for cultivation, he should patrol it periodically to prevent any rampaging demon beasts from causing trouble. Suddenly, a noise somewhere caught his attention. Following the sound, he discovered a white cat sitting leisurely on a tree branch. Looking closely at it, he thought, it doesn't seem dangerous at all. The strange thing was, the cat's eyes kept glowing purple. After inspecting the cat, Han Tuyet turned away. Riding the wind, suddenly, the cat leapt off the branch, transforming into a large feline facing him. It then used its 2 sharp claws to swipe Han Tuyet into the golden stream. But after destroying him, his body dissipated. This made the ferocious cat search for his true body. His true body was then hiding on the roof, observing the cat's every move. He looked down at it, thinking how dangerous it was. Fortunately, he had mastered the 7 illusion steps earlier. If not for that, this would have been really difficult. Strangely, the domain's restrictions didn't activate despite the prolonged battle. Everything seemed normal. At this point, he deduced that this demon beast was no ordinary one. It seemed he had to get serious, as it could freely enter what was called a restricted area. With those words, he took a leap down, engaging the cat in battle. Upon landing, Han Tuyet swiftly employed the 7 illusion steps technique. Each level of this body technique could split into an afterimage. At the pinnacle 7th level, he could create 7 afterimages, not only increasing his speed, but also confusing his enemies. At that moment, he could create afterimages identical to his true body. He warned, be careful, everyone. It can bypass the restrictions. Its speed is likely no less than our body techniques. Block its escape route. The cat, in turn, became more serious as well, its eyes showing hunger. Not long after, the cat found itself surrounded by Han Tuyet's afterimages. Meanwhile, Han Tuyet was executing the supreme skill, Celestial Sword. Suddenly, streaks of light appeared. In an instant, those streaks formed into razor-sharp beams of light, slicing through the cat's body. Unable to withstand it, the cat turned tail and fled from there. Seeing this from afar, Han Tuyet lamented, it's a pity the 7 illusion steps can only deal real damage from the main body. If the split forms could too, it definitely wouldn't have survived. Han Tuyet sighed in relief, thinking, luckily it only had great speed, no other formidable skills. But what lineage did that cat come from? Yet it could bypass the restrictions. Looking at the rocky peaks, Han Tuyet suspected, things haven't been peaceful lately. Violent demon beast activities are on the rise. We should still report this to the higher-ups. At a certain sacred palace, someone spoke up bluntly, this is very strange. It seems to be the doing of the celestial demon sect growing bolder. Omitting the words it seems to be. Inside a room, several great figures were seriously discussing. In my view, this matter must involve those traitors. They may be trying to exploit the demon beasts of the demonic beast domain. It's true, recently the demon cultivators our sect has dealt with increased by 30%. We should send more disciples to the demonic beast domain to prevent any accidents. I suspect there are traitors among our higher ranks. The sect leader, Daoloi Laoshen, the presiding elder of the Thunder sect, stepped forward and said, in summary, the sect leader's disappearance and the violent demon beasts are two matters that must be investigated thoroughly. He turned to the Taoist nun and asked, Sister, you haven't said a word since the meeting began. The Taoist nun then spoke up, why should I believe? These matters should be decided by you brothers. Daoloi Laoshen gradually grew suspicious and asked, Sister, could it be you know something about the plan to nurture talents from the various sects? Where did the sect leader take the key disciples from the 18 sects? She refuted, Brother, you know I've always cultivated in seclusion regarding such matters. I only know the surface. He then replied, if there really are traitors among the elders, the only one we can trust is you, sister. You and I must join forces. That goes without saying. After all, we come from the same lineage. Suddenly, he sneered after hearing that. That's good. After the discussion, someone stepped forward and announced, Everyone, then, next, we'll send more disciples to the demonic beast domain for reinforcement. 2 years passed by. Under the bright sky, with flocks of birds flying askew, Han Tuyat was sitting in a formation, thinking to himself, the restrictive formation deployed in the demonic beast domain is excellent. Used for inspection, it's very suitable for resting or cultivation. Moreover, even the golden core realm can't enter. No need to fear being disturbed by demon beasts and enemies. The soundproofing is also superb. At this time, Han Tuyat's lowest spiritual roots were at the 6th level of the bamboo realm. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, saying, Little brat, do you think the demonic beast domain is a place for cultivation? Han Tuyat cheerfully replied, Hee, why not? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Tuyat felt something was amiss. Han Tuyat turned around in shock and stared at a figure with green hair. He was startled, thinking, when did he enter? Yet he's unaffected by the restrictions, unless he's above the golden core realm. A great cultivator has entered Han Tuyat's formation, leaving him dumbfounded. The great cultivator Li Kantu waved his hand to reassure him, saying, Don't be alarmed, I'm like you, a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, here to guard the demonic beast domain. Glancing at him, he wanted to ask, You look like you're at the 3rd level of the bamboo realm, but I see your actual absorption speed is at the 9th level of the bamboo realm, isn't that right? Upon hearing this, Han Tuyat was also surprised that his cultivation level was seen through completely. What kind of divine being is this old man? He wondered. Seeing him still on guard, he cheerfully said, You don't need to be tense. Did you come here on your own or were you sent by your master? Han Tuyat seriously replied, My master sent me. When he finished speaking, cultivator Tuyen Tian, he seemed surprised and exclaimed, Oh. Li Kantu moved closer, puzzled, and asked, Did your master tell you what your mission is? Han Tuyat frankly replied, Even if he did, how could I tell you? He then twisted his words, saying, Oh, you can't tell others. This junior sister is quite interesting, little brat. Do you know you've caused trouble? Hearing this, Han Tuyat was suddenly stunned. Seeing his expression, Li Kantu turned and walked away, saying, Then follow me, for the sake of your master. I can help you resolve this. Meanwhile, the system also appeared, informing him about Li Kantu's identity. He's at the 8th level of the Yuan Ying realm, with 1 star of affinity. He's the headmaster of the Jade Pure sect and is admiring cultivator Tian. After reading it, Han Tuyat uneasily thought, You've got to be kidding me. You said you're a disciple of the headmaster, which is equivalent to the sect leader, and this guy is even admiring someone. A while later, at a nearby mountain range, Li Kantu spoke up, saying, The demon beasts here have become restless. Moreover, these demon beasts are subordinates of the demon king White Tiger Heart. You should know White Tiger Heart is a maniac, with an innate tendency for wanton violence. This time, many demon beasts hiding here are preparing to riot like this. Noticing Han Tuyat behind him, he questioned aloud, Tell me honestly, what did you do before to provoke White Tiger Heart? Not hearing a response from him, he continued. He turned his head and called out, Little friend. The little friend was actually Han Tuyat, who was thinking about his admiration for cultivator Tian. That's why his expression changed, glaring at him with resentment. He believed he was unworthy. Li Kantu didn't care, still shouting, Little friend, did you hear me? He immediately replied, It's like this, 2 years ago, I encountered. After hearing Han Tuyat's story, Li Kantu was also startled and wondered, Strange, the demon beast riot happened earlier than expected. It seems it wasn't caused by you. Most likely, the demon cult is secretly causing trouble. Your encounter with White Tiger Heart was just a spark that ignited it. Your luck was truly too good. That Demon King might have been greatly depleted by the formation. Otherwise, you'd have been done for back then. What body technique did you use to be faster than White Tiger Heart? Han Tuyet turned away, embarrassed, saying, a body technique I picked up on the road. Being faster than it is normal. Lee Kantu was annoyed, thinking, normal, my ass. This is a Demon King. To compare speed, even experts of the Golden Core realm would have to admit defeat. Looking at that White Tiger Heart, Lee Kantu thought, currently, the priority is to deal with the potential demon beast riot. Then we'll figure out how to resolve the root cause. Senior, when you said resolve it, did you mean kill it? He then turned angrily and scolded him. This Demon King has great potential. You think you can kill it? Then how do we resolve it? He said, perhaps this is an opportunity. Your master sent you to the demon realm, probably intending for you to build merit. Your body technique is no simple matter. Against White Tiger Heart, you might have a chance. You could even retreat completely. I think you still have a 20 to 30% chance. Then he turned his head and winked at him, saying, go and subdue it. After speaking, Han Tuyet silently turned and bowed to him. Senior, you should find someone else. I just want to cultivate peacefully. With so many demon beasts, how can I go subdue them? He was taken aback, waving his hand, saying, Taoist friend, please stop. He then explained that he would deploy a formation to trap them here, taking the pressure off you. If you can subdue White Tiger Heart, I can teach you the Jade Pure Sect's supreme technique, the Jade Pure martial art. Seeing Han Tuyet turn to look at him excitedly, he thought, he's tempted. But in fact, Han Tuyet was paying attention to the system's mission. You are facing a mission from sect leader Lee Kantu of the Jade Pure Sect. You have the following choices. 1. Accept the mission. Use all your strength to subdue White Tiger Heart. You may gain Lee Kantu's supreme technique as a reward, but incur the Demon King's enmity and the Bright Demon Cult's attention. 2. Refuse the mission. Return and continue cultivating. You may gain a sword technique manual, but Lee Kantu's goodwill towards you will decrease. At this moment, Han Tuyet was hesitating between the two options. The first one mentioned the Demon King's enmity, the Bright Demon Cult's attention, so he chose the second option instead. He turned around blankly, saying, excuse me for the disturbance, and left. Hearing this, Lee Kantu was annoyed and stomped his foot, saying, how could your master accept such a disciple? Looking at Han Tuyet's demeanor, he sighed regretfully, little friend, I really don't understand you. I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it. In the end, I'll have to handle everything alone. You see, wasn't I right? At this moment, the Demon King's White Tiger Heart, full of killing intent, appeared before him. Lee Kantu was not afraid at all, calmly saying, you live up to your name. You sensed this place easily. You're indeed formidable. Seeing he had ill intentions towards its territory, White Tiger Heart roared loudly, but Lee Kantu just laughed, saying, calm down. He then unleashed his full power. As a sect leader. Meanwhile, Yu Ni and her team were patrolling the demon realm. She looked around vigilantly, saying, Master said demon beasts are rampaging in the demon realm. We must quickly regroup with Han Tuyet. Suddenly, the man beside her reminded her, wait, something's up ahead. As they went forward, they were shocked by the sight. The ancient trees along the way were all mysteriously cut in half. The two drew their weapons, wary that rampaging demon beasts left this scene, but it seemed more like the work of an extremely powerful sword technique. A while later, Yu Ni and a senior arrived at Han Tuyet's residence. She cheerfully called out, brother, sister. Why are you here, sister? Yu Ni was about to hug Han Tuyet, saying, aren't you going to catch me? But he ignored her, turning to respectfully greet the senior instead. This junior is honored to meet senior Manhwa. Manhwa then reported, Master heard demon beasts are rampaging in the demon realm, so he sent me and junior sister Yu Ni to assist you. I'm honored, senior Manhwa. You are the 7th senior brother of the Jade Void Peak, at the 9th level of the Zuji realm. He then reported, Master heard the demon beasts in the demon realm are rampaging, so he sent me and junior sister Yu Ni to help you. To inquire about the situation here. How much do you know? Manhwa pointed towards the forest, questioning Han Tuyet. Look at the trees over there. Many of them have been cut down. What happened? Han Tuyet suddenly recalled, hesitantly explaining, actually, demon beasts besieged me before. Luckily, a senior helped me out. Manhwa sensed something was amiss, worried that the demon beast situation in the demon realm didn't seem optimistic. If that's the case, I'll scout around. Then Manhwa instructed Yu Ni, junior sister, rest first. I'll go out. And so, Manhwa left the residence to patrol the area. Inside the residence, Han Tuyet had also brewed tea. Just as he raised his teacup, Yut-ni brought up, "This time, Master sent us fearing for your safety. It's said that demon sect spies have infiltrated the demon realm. We must be more careful." While sipping his tea, Han Tuyat thought, "The demon sect, no wonder from the previous mission, I was told the demon sect would pay attention. Perhaps this is why the sect leader Li Kantu came to the demon realm." Seeing the tea leaves swirling in his cup, Han Tuyat realized the profundity of the demon realm. He turned to Yut-ni and called out, "Sister Yut-ni, I suggest we leave the demon realm." Yut-ni was stunned. "Isn't this abandoning our mission?" Just then, Manhwa returned, forcefully opening the door, saying, "Activate the restrictive spell, quickly." Han Tuyat replied, "It's always open, senior brother." Manhwa, battered and bruised, said, "Hurry and activate it." Han Tuyat answered, "It has always been open, senior brother Manhwa." With his tattered body, Manhwa panted and said, "Luckily, I just encountered a powerful demon beast. I almost died." Hearing Manhwa's words and seeing his current state, the two became alarmed. "Senior brother Manhwa, why did you provoke such a demon beast? Looking at your injuries, it must have a jade pellet." Manhwa sat on a chair, coughing up blood, saying, "Cough, cough, cough. I saw a herd of demon beasts on the mountain ridge, miles away. Someone had trapped them with a formation, but as I was returning, I encountered this jade pellet demon beast." Han Tuyat approached Manhwa and advised, "Don't speak further, senior brother. Quickly treat your wounds." Yut-ni then looked at Han Tuyat, thinking, "We've only just arrived, yet senior brother is already injured. This demon realm is truly vicious. No wonder junior brother Han wants to leave, but he has been here for so long without incident." Meanwhile, Han Tuyat was also worried, thinking, "Indeed, we can't wander outside carelessly. My senior brother's fate proves it." Suddenly, Manhwa spoke up, "Wait, junior brother, junior sister. The demonic aura is increasing rapidly, quickly converging on a target." As Manhwa said, hundreds of demon beasts were fiercely charging towards Han Tuyat's residence. They were nearing his residence. Sensing this, Manhwa worried that with so many demon beasts, the restrictive spell might not be able to stop them. Han Tuyat then suggested, "Then shouldn't we flee?" But Yut-ni argued, "This place is under Jade Void Peak's jurisdiction. If we flee, it would be abandoning our post." Not caring, Han Tuyat turned and said, "Sister, stay and wait for death then. I'll recount your heroic tale to our master." "What nonsense, junior brother." Manhwa also agreed, saying, "Junior brother Han is right. In the demon realm's 18 peaks, each has a jurisdiction over demon beast hordes. It's not just us guarding this forest. No need to worry about firewood. Act now." As they were discussing, the airborne demon beasts were swooping down at dizzying speeds. Combined with the ground demon beasts, they completely destroyed Han Tuyat's residence, shattering it to pieces. Seeing this devastation, Yut-ni cried out in fear, "The buildings are trampled to ruins, but they're not stopping. It seems we're not their target." Manhwa surmised, "Let's see where they're headed. The demon cult must be up to something." Suddenly, Han Tuyat felt the demonic aura here was too heavy. In a moment, an airborne demon beast opened its massive maw, aiming straight at the three of them, intending to swallow them whole. Han Tuyat reacted quickly, embracing Yut-ni, realizing the avian demon beast was the jade pellet demon from earlier. But at this moment, Manhwa had already fled on his sword. Seeing this, Han Tuyat was enraged, cursing, "That turtle has abandoned us and fled alone." Yut-ni, trembling in fear with tears in her eyes, called out, "Senior brother, junior brother." Above, there were 6 or 7 jade pellet demon beasts circling them. Spotting fresh prey, the jade pellets didn't hesitate, diving down to devour the two. Yut-ni could only close her eyes, awaiting her demise. It was the end, or so it seemed. But Han Tuyat remained calm, murmuring an incantation. Soon after, he unleashed 3 absolute shadow swords. Last time, for defying the cult leader, I was rewarded with the supreme sword technique. The 3 absolute shadow swords manifest sword auras that can wield up to 3 different spiritual forces. One type is an overwhelmingly powerful sword aura that can be unleashed continuously until one spiritual force is depleted. In an instant, countless sword auras swiftly surrounded Han Tuyat, leaving Yut-ni stunned. Seeing the determination and confidence in his eyes, he then slowly began his slaughter. After annihilating the jade pellets, Yut-ni huddled in a corner, dazed by the boundless power she had witnessed. She was so stunned that her eyes were wide open, unable to speak. How could these be top-tier jade pellet demons? If I hadn't seen his abilities with my own eyes, no one would believe how formidable junior brother Han is. In that moment, a jade pellet demon, along with 6 peak-level tree demons, all perished under Han Toyot's sword auras, their bodies reduced to ashes. When she saw him still looking so handsome, turning to glance at her, Yutni couldn't help but blush, thinking to herself, that cold gaze, I'll never forget it. Is this really the same junior brother I've known? Although, he is indeed extremely powerful and formidable. Seeing Yutni sitting there, Han Tuyat called out, "It's been taken care of," he exclaimed excitedly. Today was truly a great harvest. These demon beasts are full of treasures. We can exchange them for spirit stones. Let's go. Seeing him revert to his usual silly self, Yutni thought disappointedly, give me back that junior brother from before. As they left, Yutni worried, can we really just leave like this? Consider this an exceptional circumstance, he replied. At most, I'll kneel and apologize to our master. So Yutni grumbled, recalling Manhwa, let's go together. I still want to file a complaint against senior brother. Senior brother went too far this time. Later, at the main teleportation array of the demon realm, seeing the two unharmed, Manhwa tearfully ran over. Junior brother, junior sister, you're both alive. That's wonderful. But he was greeted with a kick to the face from Yutni, his teeth shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Yutni, still furious, kept kicking him relentlessly, scolding, why didn't you just eat senior brother? Manhwa could only apologize pitifully. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Han Tuyat called out to Yutni, senior sister, take it easy. Let's return to the inner sect first and exchange the spirit stones. We'll see our master later. Yutni hurriedly agreed, alright, I'll go with you. And somehow, Manhwa was dragged along too, no matter how painful it was. Soon, at a strange general store, as Han Tuyat made the transaction, he thought distractedly, an unexpected path to getting rich. Since I didn't have enough spirit stones to fully cultivate to the tree demon realm, it came to this. He never imagined he could make so much money from killing demon beasts. How did I manage to sell 397 top-grade spirit stones? He suddenly wanted to go back and hunt some more. Understanding his desire to get rich, Yutni interjected, don't dream too big, junior brother. The demon realm is a minor world where our sect nurtures demon beasts. Each one has considerable value. Normally, disciples aren't allowed to hunt them. In this exceptional situation, we might not be held accountable. But don't think you can keep doing this, she warned sternly. Hearing this, Han Tuyat silently nodded. Alright, while Yutni was pummeling Manhwa like a punching bag, he thought, I should just obediently seclude myself and cultivate. I'll accumulate spirit stones slowly. The remaining amount is enough to break through to the Golden Core realm. In the main hall of the Jade Void Peak, Han Tuyat, Yutni, and Manhwa had come to report to the Patriarch. Greetings, Master. The Patriarch asked quietly, why have you three returned? Han Tuyat stepped forward to explain, Master, the demon realm not only has violent demon beasts, but also traces of the demon cult. Your disciple could no longer remain there. I've come to seek punishment. I'm willing to seclude myself for 100 years. The Patriarch asked in surprise, oh, what if you can't cultivate after 150 years? Hearing this, Han Tuyat was dumbstruck, stammering, this. Yutni suddenly intervened to defend Han Tuyat, saying, Master, this has nothing to do with my junior brother. We were ambushed by demon beasts back then. She pointed at Manhwa's battered body, explaining, senior brother abandoned us and fled. But the Patriarch reasoned, Manhwa simply didn't save you too. After all, your weakness would have dragged him down. One person surviving to send word out is better than all three dying together. Yutni was shocked by this perspective, but she still argued. Manhwa didn't violate our rules. He was just protecting himself. You two may leave first. I don't want any disturbance. They obediently bowed and left. Han Tuyat was utterly confused, thinking, what is the master trying to do? Surely not deal with me alone. He was deeply unsettled. Is the master suspecting me? What's going on, really? The Patriarch suddenly asked him, Han Tuyat, why have you been cultivating for so long? Hearing this, Han Tuyat was puzzled, thinking, is he asking about my aspirations? He calmly replied, for longevity and eternal youth. The Patriarch felt awkward and said, but if you seclude yourself in bitter cultivation without fate, you cannot achieve longevity. Han Tuyat straightforwardly answered, I understand, master, but I want to elevate my cultivation base first. After gaining enough power, I'll seek fate. In truth, he thought, master, you don't understand. One seeks fate only when lacking talent. But my inborn spiritual roots are unmatched. The patriarch was speechless. Annoyed, she said, I've arranged a fate for you. If you achieved merits in the demon realm, becoming a core disciple would be near. But you gave up. She dispassionately added, as for the high-grade cultivation method you practice, even I cannot see through it. In that aspect, I cannot help you. So, do you want a celestial spirit root? Besides lightning spirit roots, there are others of different attributes. Han Tuyat suddenly looked up in shock and asked, where? The patriarch replied, near the Jade Pure sect. But you must rank in the top 3 of the inner sect's assessment battle. Han Tuyat suddenly worried, stammering as he thought, the inner sect battle won't be dangerous, right? The patriarch impatiently said, what's there to fear about the assessment battle? It won't endanger your life. Han Tuyat asked, Master, will anyone at the Golden Core realm participate in the battle? The patriarch replied indifferently, or will anyone above the Golden Core realm participate? The patriarch scolded him, do you think the Golden Core realm is a trifling matter? At that level, one becomes either a core disciple or an elder in charge. Han Tuyat asked further, so the participants of the inner sect assessment are all at the condensed prime realm. The patriarch gripped her dress tightly, suppressing her anger. That's correct. Very good, then it's settled. Han Tuyat did a 180 and respectfully said to her, thank you for your guidance, master. This disciple will strive to bring glory to the Jade Mist Peak. I'm pleased to accept your celestial spirit root. The patriarch watched Han Tuyat leave. Annoyed, this brat knows how to seize opportunities. Outside the Jade Pure sect's gate, Han Tuyat called out, is the proprietor here? Opening the celestial path costs 100 spirit stones. Recalling the patriarch's words, he thought, as the master said, the inner sect assessment is still 8 years away. I must seize this chance to cultivate well. After a while, the proprietor came out and told him, all right, your seat is in area 4444. After getting his room, Han Tuyat thought, I must cultivate carefully, striving to fully cultivate the spirit refining art. Then I can recoup some spirit stones. He was lost in thought, unaware that many eyes were fixated on him, discussing animatedly. Oh, that person is so handsome. Could he be that famous handsome disciple from Jade Mist Peak? It must be him. I haven't seen anyone more handsome than him in our sect. Sensing their thoughts, he chided, these women are so mundane. Not understanding the joy of cultivation, he had already arrived before the spirit transmission platform. The host was announcing loudly, next person, transmitting to the spirit wind platform, a stopover. Han Tuyat had a chance to look around and thought, befitting of a major sect, they have all kinds of spirit platforms for cultivation. The spirit wind platform's environment is better than the spirit thunder platform. I must seize the time before the inner sect assessment to bring all 6 of my spirit thunder roots to the 9th level of the condensed prime realm. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Over there, a group of cultivators is surrounding someone. They were mocking him, ha ha ha, Chu Fam, you're really something, hee hee. A strapping young man was lying in the center, the target of their mockery. Chu Fam, didn't you say you wanted to surpass us in the inner sect assessment? How can you with just the first level of the condensed prime realm? Ha ha ha, with his spirit roots and aptitude, how could he surpass us? Chu Fam, if you kneel and kowtow to us, we won't make things difficult for you. Our 6 senior brothers' weddings are coming up, so he probably can't help you anyway. We might as well deal with him now. While munching on watermelon, watching the drama unfold, Han Tuyat thought, here we go again. Wherever there are people, there will be troubles. I should just focus on my cultivation. At this moment, the system malfunctioned, displaying a notification to him. The system has detected your innate heaven's breath, destiny luck. Would you like to view it? Han Tuyat read it and was stunned. Innate heaven's breath. Chu Fam had gotten back up, cursing at them loudly. HMPH, you trash. You dare act up at the spirit platform. Not afraid of the law enforcement hall's punishment. With the recent demonic cult uprising, you're still infighting. I have reasons for the elders to suspect you are demonic cult spies. Chu Fam then scoffed and straightened himself up. At this moment, the system displayed some information about this Chu Fam. Chu Fam, a reincarnated cultivator from a higher realm, was born in Gen Pham City. Along with Tan Mai Truk Ma, he was found to have spirit roots by Jade Green sect. Deep in his soul, there was a mark of a spirit treasure. The spirit treasure was severely injured protecting him. Currently, to recover itself, the spirit treasure has unconsciously absorbed the spirit chi Chu Pham was cultivating, causing his cultivation speed to be extremely slow. Perhaps the spirit treasure is about to recover soon. Han Tuyid read it and was at a loss for words. He just silently thought that the higher realm state, the journey of this powerful being would be fit as the main character in a novel. The experience felt quite familiar. Could the spirit treasure also be a Do Ling? In his mind at this moment, an angel and a devil, representing two different lines of thought, were arguing with each other. He's destined to be the main character. Helping him later wouldn't be overstepping, would it? No way, aren't there enough side characters tricked to death by main characters? Don't cause any more trouble in the end. He still followed the devil, saying, help that head of yours. Cultivating to become stronger is the right way. Thus, Chu Pham was beaten down to the ground, with a swollen lump on his head. Chu Pham, just believe in your destiny. 8 years later, Han Tuyat had attained the 8th level of condensed prime for his water and earth spirit roots, and the 9th level for fire, thunder, wind, and wood. He sighed and said his studies and cultivation ended here. The intersect assessment seemed to be starting soon. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, drawing his attention again. Why in the distance? He inadvertently saw Chu Pham looking distracted while talking to a girl. Chu Pham was utterly distraught at that moment, his hands clenched tightly, regretting every second. The girl facing Chu Pham suddenly felt sorry and said, I'm very sorry, you're a good person. With that said, the girl turned and left, parting ways with Chu Pham. Meanwhile, Han Tuyat was walking ahead. Seeing everything, he silently thought it's better to just cultivate. No troublesome matters at all. Just as Han Tuyat was about to step out, Chu Pham suddenly called out for him to stop. Han Tuyat turned and asked, Senior brother, what's the matter? Chu Pham then rushed over and hastily asked, May I ask if you are Han Tuyat? It is I. What is it you need? Chu Pham excitedly replied, going wild and telling him, I am Chu Pham of the Thunderwind Peak. Senior brother Mok often speaks of you, saying you will surely become a great cultivator in Jade Green Sect's future. I've always wanted to find you. Hearing this, Han Tuyat inwardly praised and blamed Senior brother Mok. Look at the good you've done, Senior brother Mok. Looking at his demeanor, he's definitely a cultivator novel character type. But before he could react, Chu Pham knelt down urgently, pleading, I heard you're very popular with women. I want to ask how I should pursue someone. Seeing this bizarre behavior, Han Tuyat couldn't help but feel awkward, thinking, oh man, I thought you wanted to exchange poetic verses with me, 20-1, or something. Meanwhile, Chu Pham kept pleading earnestly, hoping to be guided, please. Yet Han Tuyat said, Brother Chu, you should actually let go of everything and focus on one route. Han Tuyat expounded the principle that as a cultivator, how could one be immersed in women? What do women matter? If you reach the great way, the world will be at your heart's desire. Of course, you can then have whatever you want. Have you ever seen me get close to women? Han Tuyat turned to look at Chu Pham, whispering, this step requires you to comprehend your heart's nature yourself. Chu Pham, being straightforward, had to blush in front of him later. Why is my heart, which was just dead, suddenly stirring again? With that, Han Tuyat turned and left, thinking, you fool, it's still all about looks. How could your appearance compare to mine? At that moment, the system popped up, telling him, Chu Pham has developed goodwill towards you. Your current goodwill level is 1 star. After reading it, Han Tuyat silently said, there seems to be something off about this goodwill feeling. A while later, the bell at the sect was rung. As Han Tuyat climbed the steps, he saw the other disciples here as well. All disciples were summoned again, probably related to the intersect assessment. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind, Junior brother Han, long time no see. Han Tuyat turned to see senior brother Sanchin behind him. Sanchin walked alongside him and asked, there's something I want to ask you. Go ahead, senior brother. Sanchin then continued to ask, do you know a woman named Shing Hongchen? Hearing this, Han Tuyat was taken aback, thinking, how does he know about her? After Sanchin inquired about Shing Hongchen, Han Tuyat was horrified, thinking he didn't recognize it. Why is senior brother asking me about this? Sanchin then explained, for years, senior brother and I have been undercover in the demon realm under the sect leader's orders. The struggle against the demon sect has been relentless. It was only because we luckily obtained intelligence from a demon sect traitor that the sect leader pretended to leave the Jade Pure sect. In fact, he has been lying in ambush in the demon realm. Han Tuyat replied with admiration, senior brother is truly blessed. No wonder you are our great senior brother. Sanchin continued without pause, this traitor from the demon sect is none other than Shing Hongchen. When she was young, she was captured by the verdant demon sect and poisoned with some toxin. They threatened her to infiltrate the Jade Pure sect as a spy. Sanshin suddenly spoke solemnly and bitterly. She has always resented the demon sect. Previously, she even tried to steal a pill manual from an outer sect alchemist to find an antidote. Han Tuyet seemed to break out in a cold sweat. This lady still knows right from wrong. She turned from evil. Sanshin glanced at him and continued. Later, Xing Hongchen was rescued by the sect leader. For her merit, she was allowed by the sect leader to join the inner sect. She became an inner sect disciple. Han Tuyet still cheerfully said, the sect leader is indeed benevolent. Very upright. I admire that. Sanshin continued indifferently. Currently, Xing Hongchen is cultivating at our main peak. Her master is the tranquil thought immortal. We've met Xing Hongchen before. She said she was looking for a disciple, a servant alchemist named Han Tuyet. At this point, Sanshin smiled slyly, remarking on the coincidence. Our Jade Void Peak has a disciple named Han Tuyet. Disciple Han Tuyet, isn't this quite a coincidence you're mentioning? Han Tuyet was at a loss for words, berating himself. She had revealed everything. Han Tuyet could only admit honestly, yes, that's me, the Han Tuyet she knows about. Back then, I had no other choice. Suddenly, Sanshin moved closer and embraced him, saying, haha, senior brother understands. It's just that senior brother didn't expect your talents to be so extraordinary. Sanshin continued, that you chose our Jade Void Peak over the other peaks is our honor. We will strive to provide you with the best resources. Cultivate at ease. Recalling those words, Han Tuyet felt remorseful as he gazed out the window. I feel a bit guilty. I didn't expect her background to be so difficult. I deceived her before. I don't deserve so much of her kindness. I wish you less suffering in the future. Inside the main hall, a few minutes later, the immortal spoke up. The inner sect assessment is about to begin. Each peak must send at least 10 disciples. Who is willing to participate this time? Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly raised their hands. Me. Let me go. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Han Tuyet turned and asked Manhwa curiously, why is everyone so eager to participate? Is there an attractive reward for the assessment? The reward is no small matter. Besides inheriting secret techniques, there are 500 top-grade spirit stones and a spirit-enhanced headband. Han Tuyet hesitated. Is that all? Why didn't the immortal mention the immortal ancient lands when recruiting participants? Could it be the immortal is leaving a back door for me? But his arm suddenly dropped hesitantly. Everyone seems so eager. I should join in the fun too, so others don't think I'm being unsociable. But not long after, the immortal called him out, saying, Han Tuyet, you're the first. Anyone else? Everyone around looked at him in surprise. The sun rises from the west. Han Tuyet actually wants to participate. Han Tuyet hurriedly tried to explain to the immortal, no, master, this doesn't count as raising my hand. The immortal ignored him and pointed to someone else, saying, the one in front, plus your master, that's 2. Shortly after, the list was finalized, but the immortal specifically asked Han Tuyet to stay behind. As everyone else was leaving, they couldn't help discussing, is the master opening a back door for our martial brother? With his terrifying talents, he can do as he pleases. Let's not watch anymore, lest we provoke the master's ire. In the main hall, only Han Tuyet and the immortal remained. She stepped forward and said, your cultivation base has improved tremendously. I underestimated you. You cultivate 3 great Daos, yet your speed of breakthrough is still outstanding. One could even say, in our Jade Truth sect, no one can match you. Han Tuyet clasped hands gratefully. This is all thanks to Master's teachings. Master is truly the remarkable one. But she waved it off, saying, I don't recall teaching you anything. Your magic techniques and sword arts are quite good, but not the secret skills of our Jade Truth sect. Hearing this, Han Tuyet worriedly stammered, The immortal deduced, you must have taken a master before. Since joining our sect, you have always cultivated diligently, with no intention of harming our sect. There are even witnesses that you were born in the outer sect, proving you only had a fortuitous encounter when young. She turned and informed him, everyone has their own destiny. I will not pry into yours. I tell you this to let you know, in this inner sect assessment, you can rest assured, boldly display your full power, without worrying about complications. Hearing this, Han Tuyet clasped hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your concern. The immortal continued, to avoid unnecessary troubles, from today, you shall be my personal disciple. Han Tuyet was taken aback upon hearing this. The disciple system prompted him, your status in the Jade Truth sect has been elevated. You are now the personal disciple of the sect leader. You have received a secret magic manual. Congratulations on obtaining the 9-Dragon Demon Subjugation Seal. Overwhelmed with joy, he instinctively knelt and exclaimed loudly, "Thank you, Master. May you live 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years." Seeing this, the immortal smiled. Then she turned and handed him this. "This is the personal disciple token. Guard it carefully. You may go now." Han Tuyat gratefully acknowledged, "Yes." For the 9-Dragon Demon Subjugation Seal inheritance, the current progress is 100%. Han Tuyat is now practicing the 9-Dragon Demon Subjugation, suppressing evil and demons. After unleashing the dazzling lightning, sensing the difference, Han Tuyat happily mused, "This third magic is quite formidable." Similar to the main technique, using different attribute spirit forces can produce varying effects. He secretly thought, "How interesting, now I have another card. It's just that I'm not very proficient with it yet." Combined with the 3 extinction sword stances, it shouldn't be a big problem. But then he hesitated, thinking, "No, that won't do." Even though the master said there are no restrictions on techniques, the destructive power of these two is too great. I should only use them if necessary. With this, I really have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Yu Ni standing beside him interrupted his train of thought, saying, "Junior brother, the intersect assessment is about to begin. Do you feel confident?" "Good morning, senior sister. Something seems off." Han Tuyat asked in surprise, "Senior sister, why are you here?" Yu Ni smiled, "It's a secret, junior brother. This isn't your first time participating in the intersect assessment, is it? Follow me to a place." She led him to a sect announcement board. Yu Ni explained, "The master was worried you might not understand the special rules, so let me explain them to you. You know about the 18 lightning battle arenas that have been set up." She continued, "The disciples are arranged to fight one-on-one at each arena, until finally the 10 strongest are selected. They will then enter the intersect citadel for further battles. Moreover, the entire sect will be watching." She pointed at the board and said, "Junior brother, you'll be at the Celestial Pearl Arena tomorrow for your assessment battle." Seeing this, Han Tuyat was puzzled and asked, "Before the top 10, there won't be many spectators, right?" "You're right, it seems you've realized something," Yu Ni said humbly. "Could your goal be the top 3? Your skills should definitely qualify you." Han Tuyat sighed and said, "I'll just try my best." After their conversation, Yu Ni winked cheerfully. "I must go carry out the master's orders." And with that, she left. "Junior brother, do your best in the assessment." "Thank you, senior sister. Take care." Looking back at the sect's board, Han Tuyat thought, "Not bad. I can still have a modest battle. I don't want to draw too much attention." Suddenly, Hong Tuyen called out from behind him, "Husband." It made his heart skip a beat. Han Tuyat distanced himself and said, "Miss, you can't call me that casually, hee." Hong Tuyen looked at him and said, "Back in the outer sect, didn't we agree on this? I didn't expect to meet you here. What a wondrous fate." Recalling that time, Han Tuyat felt chills, thinking, that was just an act. If I had refused her, she might have killed me. But Hong Tuyen didn't blame him. She just moved closer and replied cheerfully, "It's okay, I was serious. Moreover, you didn't recognize me back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have my current status." She wanted to ask him, "I heard you've reached the 9th level of bamboo bone. Is that true?" Han Tuyat scratched his head modestly. "Well, not quite the 9th level yet. The assessment is about to start. I should hurry." "Not quite yet." She suddenly rummaged in her bosom. "I have something suitable for a bamboo bone cultivator to enhance their cultivation. Let me find it." After a moment, she took out a jade pill. "I don't use these much. You can have this one." But Han Tuyat declined. "You should keep it for yourself." She insisted cheerfully, "Take this pill. I can get more on a regular basis." Han Tuyat looked at the pill and said again, "That's not the issue." Hong Tuyen then continued, "I cultivate under pure form immortal. My master can produce these, so you don't need to worry about the source. Just take it. You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Han Tuyat hesitantly called her name, Hong Tuyen. But she continued, "Husband, do your best in the intersect assessment. I didn't expect you to be so talented. My talent is average, but if you need anything later, I'll try my best to help you." Before he could say more, Hong Tuyen quickly vanished. Looking at the jade pill in his hand, Han Tuyat thought this was fate. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, someone called out, "Hong Tuyen, my disciple." Pure Form Immortal asked curiously, "Do you regret giving that brat the jade pill?" "No regrets, disciple has fallen into the trap." Pure Form Immortal retorted, "Just because he's handsome." Hearing this, Hong Tuyen blushed shyly, turned away and said, "That's not enough." Pure Form Immortal had nothing more to say. "Is that still not enough?" I feel it's not worth your efforts to help him. Hong Tuyin thought, his talent is also exceptional. When I met him, he hadn't cultivated yet. The sect leader said he's now at the 9th level of the bamboo bone realm. Pure Form Immortal curiously asked, with such rare talent, why haven't I heard of him before? Hong Tuyin explained, the sect leader said he's very modest, always secluded in cultivation. Previously, the sect leader wanted to give him an opportunity, but he refused, risking death. Pure Form Immortal smiled, interesting. I should pay more attention to him. Meanwhile, Han Tuyat encountered something shocking. In the middle of a vast arena, Han Tuyat thought frustratedly. As for Han Tuyat at this time, he had encountered something astonishing. In the center of a vast arena, Han Tuyat thought frustratedly, this is about the final top 10 contestants, which the entire sect is watching the decisive battle. I thought there wouldn't be many spectators for the trials. Unexpectedly, everyone has packed the stands, driving Han Tuyat crazy. How the hell am I supposed to perform like this? At this moment, the system informed him. Detected the inner sect assessment of Jade Pure Sect. It's about to begin. You can now choose as follows. 1. Achieve a resounding victory and shake Jade Pure Sect. You'll get 1000 top-grade spirit stones. 2. Humbly place in the top 3. Minimize your impact and receive a wooden spirit treasure. After reading the mission details, Han Tuyat was contemplating the second choice. I've heard spirit treasures are more powerful than magic weapons. I don't have a spirit treasure yet. It seems the heavens want me to choose this option. After selecting it, he thought to himself, come to think of it, there's always a humble option in each mission. It must be related to the low-key path I chose initially. Ah, I remember now. It seems every mission has a humble choice. It's probably related to the low-key development path I chose initially. Looking up at the sky, he thought, the system understands me too well. Rather than showing off, it's better to stay low-key and preserve my life. I'll aim for the top when I'm invincible. Then, a voice rang out from somewhere. The first match, Jade Blossom Peaks Han Tuyat vs Zhu Funlaw from the Armored Corps. Hearing this, Zhu excitedly told Ma Fuchaocho, it's senior brother Han's match. This one will be worth watching. Zhu turned to the arena, eagerly saying more. Senior brother Han is so powerful, he'll definitely win it all, just watch. But Ma Fuchaocho's expression turned perplexed. Back on the arena, Han Tuyat was now desperately shouting, ah! He continuously let his opponent use the 7 heavenly illusion technique, and he had to pretend to be naive and evade those moves. Oh mother, save me. His opponent, on the other hand, kept unleashing attacks on him. Sun, Moon, Earth, and Dung. He even boldly declared, the first match is against a chicken like this. At this point, the audience gradually lost interest. They stood up, left, and cursed. That's all there is to it. Let's go. This martial arts display is boring. He only knows how to run and hide. I thought we were watching a chase game or something. It's better to go watch Bang Donnie next door. Watching this scene, Mu Zhu and Ma Fuchaocho were also at a loss for words. Mu Zhu spoke up in a daze, he shouldn't be this weak. Ma Fuchaocho, standing beside her, understood and said, he's just pretending. You'll see soon, little sister. Meanwhile, Han Tuyat thought to himself, I'm exhausted from acting like this. Perhaps no one cares anymore. He glanced at the stands and thought, there aren't many spectators left. Even the judges have fallen asleep. A perfect opportunity. His opponent was approaching him with a broadsword. I'm bored playing with you. No need for grand moves. Time to end this. You can get off the stage now, you stepping stone. Han Tuyat had already jumped behind him. He sneered, as you wish. His opponent was utterly shocked, too fast. A moment later, a body suddenly flew towards the judges' area, startling them awake. The duel is over. It wasn't Han Tuyat who was defeated, to their surprise. His opponent couldn't get up anymore. The referee then raised his hand to announce, the winner of this match is Nok Yufong, Han Tuyat. Han Tuyat also cupped his hands and bowed in acknowledgement. But Ma Fuchaocho, standing in the stands, had to wonder, Brother Han, why didn't you just win directly? Hearing Ma Fuchaocho's call, Han Tuyat glanced at Ma Kim Nha and said bluntly, Brother Ma, I just found his weakness. Ma Fuchaocho basically didn't believe it and denied it. Only a ghost would believe that. A while later, as he walked with Mu Zhu, Ma Fuchaocho added, after that, he fought a few more matches like that, suppressing himself until the spectators and judges left. I don't understand this talent anymore. Mu Zhu felt discouraged and said, Elder brother, I always feel like he's intentionally avoiding me. Ma Fuchaocho then said that her thoughts were too obvious. Brother Han is an ascetic cultivator. He doesn't want a woman to hinder his cultivation path. His cultivation. Hearing this, Muzu worriedly said, if he cultivates so austerely, what's the meaning of life? Ma Fuchaocho believed that everyone's aspirations were different. His aspiration for longevity is the Great Way. Muzu, standing beside him, humbly said, I see that you two brothers are the same kind of people. Ma Fuchaocho then replied, I can't compare to him. At this time, as the sunset fell, in a palanquin, Han Tuyat, while cultivating, thought, initially, in the martial arts competition, I waited for the spectators to leave before defeating my opponents with one strike. Now that the competition has reached the top 10, it's difficult to conceal my abilities with so many spectators. Notably, Daitho Choi and the Chu fam, who was a nobody before, has now also made it into the top 10, which is quite surprising. The important task now is to become even stronger and avoid unexpected incidents. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a rustling sound caught his attention. Han Tuyat opened his eyes and thought silently, that's not right. The leaves showed no obvious movement, there was no wind. So where did that rustling sound come from? Then, by his ear, a black mist suddenly enveloped him. His ear was filled with eerie howling sounds. He immediately turned around and used the 9-dragon exorcism seal. Although he hit his target, he still felt there were lingering remnants. Seeing the remnant black mist fleeing, he quickly got up and gave chase. The evil spirit refused to surrender. Soon, Han Tuyat unleashed a wide-ranging technique, causing a massive explosion, or rather, multiple explosions over an area. Suddenly, the black mist hastily told him, wait, stop. He stopped, but paid no heed to its words. Full of killing intent, he said, you have intelligence, so you should leave, evil spirit, before it's too late. An old man emerged from the black mist and scolded him, I told you to stop attacking. I am the Tai Shang Elder, of the Jade Pure Sect and Jade Stream Sect. How dare a semi-human like you defy and disrespect your senior like this? Hearing this, Han Tuyat's eyes widened in surprise. The Tai Shang Elder. The Tai Shang Elder, after being confronted by Han Tuyat, just for being a suspicious black mist, scolded him harshly, saying he was just passing by. You're quite skilled. All those were formidable techniques. Do you have no respect for rules and decorum? Han Tuyat, dazed, countered by asking him, Senior, in the dead of night, what were your strange actions intended for? Hearing this, he turned around and snorted, HMPH, the divine ability I cultivate is something a rootless cultivator like you cannot possibly comprehend. In fact, he was perplexed about certain things that had just happened. What kind of demonic sorcery was that earlier? It nearly caused the annihilation of his primordial spirit. Even his true form couldn't withstand it. Are all the inner disciples so formidable these days? Han Tuyat then turned to leave, saying to him, I must tell my master about this incident. Senior, your actions almost scared this disciple to death. Hearing this, he panicked and grabbed Han Tuyat, saying, No, don't tell her. This elder apologizes to you. Han Tuyat, surprised, glanced at him and asked, You know my master? He proudly said, In fact, your master is my disciple, as is the current sect leader. Han Tuyat didn't seem too excited upon hearing this, only responding indifferently, Oh. Then let's consider tonight's incident never happened. I'll be on my way without seeing you off. Suddenly, the Tai Shang Elder approached him, and smugly asked, Little fellow, I see you have formidable skills. Would you like to inherit my supreme technique? Han Tuyat asked in puzzlement, Supreme technique. The elder then took out a manual and said, The heavenly indestructible golden body technique. Want to learn it? In the entire Jade Pure Sect, only the sect leader and I know it. Han Tuyat became somewhat interested upon hearing this. The heavenly indestructible golden body sounds formidable. I want it. But then he rejected the idea, saying, No, thanks for the kind offer, senior. The elder became annoyed and shouted back, Suit yourself then. This elder is leaving. Han Tuyat deduced from his behavior that he had nearly killed the elder earlier. This old man couldn't possibly have good intentions after that. He must be trying to trick me. Han Tuyat recounted this entire incident to Xianzi. That's what happened, master. What do you make of it? That's how Han Tuyat described the events to Xianzi. The whole story. Master, what's your opinion? Upon hearing this, Xianzi sighed and said with concern, That wretched old man is insatiable. Don't worry, I'll find him tomorrow, disciple. She continued, If he tries anything again, I'll deal with him personally. Han Tuyat clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master, and took his leave, though he should rest early. Han Tuyat still had some doubts. By the way, master, is the heavenly indestructible golden body formidable? That senior wanted to teach it to me. Xianzi blushed and hesitantly said, It's very formidable, known as the most powerful technique of the Jade Pure sect. But before cultivating it, one must sever that. Han Tuyid asked in confusion, sever what? Xianzi candidly said, the male organ. After racking his brain for a while, Han Tuyid realized, indeed, that old man had ill intentions. He wanted to deceive me, but then he made another startling realization. The sect leader and Tai Shang elder couldn't be Xianzi. She abruptly cut off his train of thought, warning, ahem, this matter must not be spread outside. Han Tuyid resolutely replied, I understand. I'll take my leave now. Recalling the Tai Shang elder, Han Tuyid thought admiringly that senior's methods were indeed ruthless, keeping him far from women, even directly severing that physical part. The next morning at the intersect compound, the tournament of the 10 strongest disciples in the intersect assessment officially began. The entire sect watched the battle. Many in the stands were excitedly waving flags, cheering, go by Dongni, go by Dongni. From afar, Han Tuyid observed the scene, already planning his strategy. So many spectators, no need for an elaborate show, just slaughter them directly. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted him. Master, the last one has arrived. Yu Ni and the other disciples are here. They've come to encourage you. Han Shidi, we've all come to cheer you on. Shidi, strive to take first place for us. Han Shidi. Hearing such words, Han Tuyid was grateful and replied, thank you all. I'll do my best. But at this moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Chu Pham. Chu Pham was looking at him with murderous eyes. Then, a voice beside Chu Pham said, Chu Pham, your biggest rival in this assessment is Han Tuyid. Remember what Muk Fuck said before. Han Tuyid hides his true strength, no weaker than the elite disciples. But Chu Pham smiled smugly, so what? I now have a powerful treasure. Han is no match for me. Suddenly, Chu Pham's expression turned to surprise. He looked over and saw Muk Truck cheerfully calling out, Han Tuyid, Han Hoying, I believe you can take first place. Yu Ni, seeing Muk Truck's familiarity with Han Tuyid, frowned and asked, oh, who are you? Muk Truck turned and glared at Yu Ni, angrily saying, none of your business. Yu Ni coldly replied, I advise you to watch your conduct, or Han Shidi will end up in prison. Hong Tuyin suddenly appeared and called out, husband. The two had to stop their quarreling. With Hong Tuyin's arrival, the three women seemed to have a few heated, intense moments. Amidst the arguing and fighting over the husband, someone dared to call out. At this moment, the old lady who favored Han Tuyid dejectedly muttered in a corner, I'm being punished by heaven. The great Thunder Immortal then stepped forward and announced loudly, now, the assessment of the top 10 inner disciples begins. He solemnly declared, the first match, Han Tuyid of Jade Void Peak vs Chu Pham of Thundersect. The audience below began cheering excitedly for Chu Pham. It's Chu Pham, the rising genius of the Thundersect. Chu Pham of the Thundersect, from useless to invincible. The owner of the heaven-defying treasure. A senior sword sect disciple spoke up, if Chu Pham ranks in the top 3, I'll openly challenge him as a traveling cultivator. Recalling Han Tuyid's harem, Chu Pham raised his brows and questioned, Han Shang, didn't you say you've never been intimate with women? Han Tuyid could only helplessly reply, I can't control my body. Chu Pham suddenly summoned his thunder orb, mockingly saying, stop boasting, Han Shang. This time, you must go all out. Seeing Chu Pham unleashing his full power, Han Tuyid calmly asked, you want to go all out? With his thunder glove, Chu Pham said, don't hold back, Han Shang. Han Tuyid gradually became interested and seriously stated, since you insist. The great Thunder Immortal then stood up, waving his hand to signal the start. Without hesitation, Han Tuyid unleashed his sword avatars before Chu Pham, leaving him slightly stunned. Surrounded by the sword avatars, Han Tuyid confidently thought, I'm betting everything on this final strike. Get ready to receive it. Facing him, Chu Pham trembled at this strange aura, feeling anxious. He worried, with my combined treasures, I should have the advantage. Yet I feel an inexplicable dread. Surely it can't be as that person said. That person was Muk Fuck too, a core Thundersect disciple. He had said Han Tuyid's strength was undoubted, one of the few he acknowledged. Fuck had disappointedly remarked, in some aspects, you may not believe me. I'm far inferior to Han Shang's profound heart. He can be seen as a peer, not an enemy. If you have a chance, befriend him. It will bring many benefits. His potential is immense, a mirror for me. Recalling those words, Chu Pham thought defiantly. Brother Muk is still unsatisfied. Today, I must defeat him resoundingly. My words are my own, not heaven's. Chu Pham also recalled an acquaintance's mocking words, haha, that's about all you can do. Feeling vexed, Chu Pham thought, you'll see. I'll make you regret underestimating me. I'll show you how wrong you were. Chu Pham's eyes gradually turned fiery red, emanating a terrifying thunder force that made the audience tremble in awe. What is this horrifying power? Chu Pham channeled his body's thunder force to create an absolute defense. Glancing at Han Tuyat, he arrogantly thought, so what if you're a genius? Today, I'll trample you underfoot. Chu Pham, come at me. Chu Pham didn't stop there. Chu Pham unleashed his full spiritual power, emanating an equally formidable aura, making even those in the audience tremble in awe. Regarding Han Tuyat, with his treasures combined, Chu Pham's strength was indeed formidable. He was even accepted as the master's direct disciple. This time, senior brother Han is in danger. Sitting nearby, Yu Nhi confidently said, compared to my senior brother Han, he is far inferior. You clearly don't understand your brother. Hearing this, Truck frowned and grumbled back, never mind. Suddenly, the audience erupted in chaos. They shouted, here, here, here. The battle is over. On the other side, Chu Pham was struck by some technique, coughing up blood. In the end, Chu Pham was flung away and defeated by Han Tuyat's murderous strike. That forceful blow shattered the wall, making even Elder Dai Loi's heart skip a beat. Seeing Chu Pham's defeat, Elder Dai Loi stood up and declared Han Tuyat of Jade Blossom Peak the winner. The second battle is about to begin. The audience now turned their eyes to Anne, wondering, what happened so quickly? Chu Pham was just all talk. Chu Pham acted arrogantly and paid the price. Han Tuyat is too powerful. He crushed him directly. Sitting nearby, Yu Nhi regretfully told Truck, I told you senior brother Han is very strong. But Truck just pursed her lips dismissively. HMPH, after his defeat, Chu Pham is being treated for his wounds. Chu Pham was in shock, hanging his head and thinking, I lost. I actually lost, and he seemed to hold back. After some time, Elder Dai Loi, holding the lot drawing box, came forward and announced the 5 inner sect elites had been chosen. First, one person will advance directly to the top 3. The remaining 4 will compete in 2 matches. He also instructed, drawing the red lot means direct advancement. Upon hearing this, Han Tuyat resolutely stepped forward to draw. Unexpectedly, he drew the red lot, causing Elder Dai Loi to loudly announce, the one advancing directly is Jade Blossom Peak's Han Tuyat. Looking at the red lot, Han Tuyat thought, my supreme luck is no joke. Recalling the immortal's previous words, Han Tuyat was puzzled, thinking, the master said the top 3 could choose to enter Celestial Realm Manor, but now I'm the one selected to advance directly to the top 3. Doesn't that mean I can? Thus, Han Tuyat became the direct advancer, skipping 1 round. The remaining 4 proceeded to the semifinals. Both battles were extraordinarily marvelous. The 2 contestants on stage didn't exchange any blows. Only their souls were clashing wildly, causing the audience to rack their brains in bewilderment. Why aren't they moving? Watching spiritual cultivators battle is so boring. The second match was about brute force, rather than the mystic arts of cultivators. And of course, the audience was still bored, pleading, can you 2 use some martial arts techniques, please? At least make your swords clash. The most marvelous part was the battle that didn't even last 3 seconds. After the results of those 2 matches, Elder Dai Loi, holding a scroll, announced, the top 3 have emerged. Next, I will announce the competition rules. Suddenly, Han Tuyat raised his hand. He spoke up, Elder, I concede defeat. Hearing this, the 2 finalists beside him and the entire audience were utterly baffled. Han Tuyat seriously stated, a quick battle means a quick victory. I have no interest in dragging this out. It would drain all my spiritual power, which hasn't recovered yet. I willingly accept being ranked 3rd. Elder Dai Loi did not expect Han Tuyat to concede so readily. After some contemplation, he spoke, very well then. 3rd place, Jade Blossom Peak's Han Tuyat. Han Tuyat, remember to claim your sect leader's reward later. Han Tuyat bowed respectfully, thank you, Elder. The audience erupted into an uproar. Some criticized and debated endlessly. What's the reason for this? Chu Pham isn't as weak as we thought. Han Tuyat's decision to hold back was very wise. We can't underestimate Han Tuyat like that. Going all out is the greatest form of respect. He really respects Chu Pham. What a pity for Chu Pham. Hearing those positive comments, Chu Pham gradually raised his head, thinking to himself, so I'm not that weak after all. Suddenly, Chu Pham turned around and called out to Han Tuyat, Han, brother, which led to the system announcing, Chu Fam's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability is 2 stars. Reading this, Han Tuyet was quite puzzled. After securing 3rd place in the intersect, the system also notified him, in the intersect trials, you humbly attained 3rd place. You have received a spiritual treasure, the 7th grade golden silk mysterious spirit robe. A 7th grade spiritual treasure that can automatically block attacks from the wearer's opponent, up to 1 strike from a spirit condensation cultivator. If infused with spiritual power, its defensive capabilities will be enhanced. Reading this, Han Toyet's mind wandered as he thought, spirit condensation. It can block 1 strike from a spirit condensation cultivator. That's incredibly powerful. Elder Dai Loi, turning to see Han Toyet's delight, was puzzled as to why the 3rd place winner was so delighted. Could it be that Immortal Tuyen told you to only aim for 3rd place? Han Tuyet was startled and replied, no, Master said to do my best. Elder Dai Loi was unconvinced. He merely snorted, HMPH, maybe you should strive to represent the main peak next time. The other immortal stepped forward to praise the 3. Congratulations on becoming our sect's elite disciples. This time, 3 primordial abodes will be your usual rewards. The 1st place winner chooses first. The immortal waved his hand, gradually forming 3 orbs of light. The 3 orbs represented the 3 primordial abodes. The immortal said, these 3 primordial abodes are located at the edge of our Jade Pure Sect's 18 mountain peaks. Due to their secrecy, these orbs of light from the abodes will guide the 3 of you to their locations later. You can all take residence there. Hearing this, Han Tuyet was puzzled, thinking, are we being assigned to guard the sect? The immortal gestured to the 1st orb, saying, the 1st primordial abode has an extremely dense concentration of fire and spiritual chi. Immediately, the spirit cultivator spoke up, I'll take that one. The fire spiritual chi suits me perfectly. The immortal gestured to the 2nd orb, saying, the 2nd primordial abode has a rather strong concentration of water and wood spiritual chi. The body cultivator responded, then I'll take that abode to increase my strength. Finally, regarding the last pristine white orb, the immortal said to Han Tuyet, well then, Han Tuyet, the remaining abode is yours. However, this abode has a very mixed spiritual chi attribute, but the concentration of spiritual chi is equivalent to a spirit spring. Han Tuyet heard this and felt discouraged, thinking, what a wonderful abode, most suitable for cultivating my 6 spiritual roots. It's just colorless. Han Tuyet respectfully cupped his fists and said to the immortal, thank you, Senior Immortal. I remember Immortal Hong Tuyen's words. The immortal was intrigued, thinking, this kid managed to get 3rd place. It seems Hong Tuyen didn't misjudge him. His talents are indeed formidable. After the abodes were settled, the immortal politely spoke up, if you've made your choices, you can follow the orbs of light to your respective abodes. The 3 responded in unison, yes, Master. A while later, at the headwaters of a certain mountain, the mountain had a small entrance, seemingly emitting light. Those who start poor often become talented. After walking a few dozen steps, it opened into a bright, flat area. The neat dwelling had beautiful fields, ponds, and forests. Han Tuyet, the new owner of this abode, was still happily enjoying the top-grade spirit treasure he had obtained. Feeling the fabric's texture, he marveled, the mystical golden silk robe. The system's reward is no ordinary treasure. So light, so translucent, yet with such defensive power. It's just that when he put it on, he felt lonely. At a glance, he thought that if its defense was as described, even a primordial realm expert's attack might not be able to harm him. A sense of security he had never felt before. This time, he could focus wholeheartedly on cultivation. Han Tuyet walked around his abode, murmuring to himself, things are different from before. It won't be easy to find me now. I've already carved my name above the main entrance. Han Tuyet walked around his abode, murmuring to himself, things are different from before. It won't be easy to find me now. I've already carved my name above the main entrance, hoping they could recognize this as his own abode. Outside Han Tuyet's abode at that moment, footsteps approached, accompanied by voices. This place is quite secluded. We've been searching for half a day. Chu Fan turned to ask Mac Fuck, Brother Mac, are you sure this is Han Tuyet's abode? Mac Fuck seriously replied, I was unsure before, but now I'm certain. Look up there. Chu Pham also looked in Mac Fuck's direction, staring intently at the words carved above. The two were momentarily speechless. After seeing it, they had nothing more to say. Chu Pham awkwardly remarked, it really suits his character. Mac Fuck evaluated, this is so like Han Tuyet. Standing before the cave entrance, Chu Pham called out loudly, Brother Han, it's us. Brother Mac and I have come to visit you. Hearing Chu Pham's voice, Han Tuyet was surprised and looked over. Brother Mac. He ran out to welcome the two. What brings you two brothers here? Mac Fuck explained, recently, our sect has issued many missions related to the Tan Min demon cult. Are you interested in joining us to deal with one of their branches? Chu Pham confidently added, I've investigated it. That branch has many spirit pills and rare medicines. It will definitely aid your cultivation. Before they could finish, Han Tuyet turned around, waved his hand, and politely declined. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't wish to leave for now. I must seclude myself to break through. I wish you both great futures. Hearing this, Chu Pham was astonished and exclaimed, secluded breakthrough. You want to reach the Golden Core realm? Han Tuyet waved his hand dismissively, something like that. If there's nothing else, I'll return to my seclusion. Chu Pham felt awkward and stammered, oh, okay. Suddenly, Mac Fuck stepped forward, grabbed Han Tuyet's shoulder and said, wait, Brother Han. Mac Fuck sincerely advised him, breaking through to the Golden Core is not easy. The tribulation is even more dreadful than the condensation realm. Mac Fuck gradually revealed a sinister smile and continued, if you join us on this mission, you'll be given priority for the tribulation. Han Tuyet was taken aback for a moment, turning his head to look. Seeing his reaction, Mac Fuck felt pleased, thinking, indeed, to invite Han Tuyet, I must discuss cultivation. Cultivation requires not only opportunity, but also stepping stones. Without stepping stones, one cannot progress. Looking at Han Tuyet's serious expression, Mac Fuck thought he was considering the offer. His gaze said it all. In fact, Han Tuyet was intently reading a new system mission. You've received an invitation from fellow disciples. Regarding fame and gain, you can choose. 1. Agree to join them and gain merits. You'll receive a low-grade spirit stone. 2. Decline humbly and cultivate. You'll receive a magic treasure. After reading it, Han Tuyet thought excitedly, do I even need to choose? Chu Pham cheerfully chimed in from behind, this mission is very important. If we perform well, we'll surely gain merits. Our status in the Jade Pure sect will increase afterward. We may even become famous in the cultivation world. However, Han Tuyet had already spoken up. Apologies, I have no interest in fame and gain. If the Jade Pure sect faces calamity in the future, I will certainly exhaust all my strength to protect it. Han Tuyet turned around, making a strange expression, and decisively stated, but for now, I only wish to cultivate steadily. Hearing this, Mac Fuck and Chu Pham were stunned. After Han Tuyet bluntly declined their invitation, they could only stand there speechless. Chu Pham and Mac Fuck left disappointedly, admitting they truly didn't understand this talent. Chu Pham muttered, although he's formidable, he's a bit too cowardly. Mac Fuck beside him didn't deny it, replying, that's right. One can't seclude and cultivate forever. After all, one cannot remain in seclusion forever. Mac Fuck also found it hard to understand, thinking that to cultivate, one cannot avoid competing for opportunities. He will eventually awaken to this. Chu Pham, on the other hand, thought, unless he truly doesn't need resources, remaining in seclusion forever, it will be difficult to obtain any resources. Dismissing that thought, Chu Pham smiled and thought, well, once I obtain those spirit pills and elixirs, I may be able to surpass Han Tuyet. Han Tuyet, just wait. I'll prove that I'm not inferior to you. By then, you'll definitely regret having nothing. Little did Chu Pham know that at the same time, for declining his fellow disciples' invitation, Han Tuyet received a system reward. It was a small chaotic belt, an item containing a spatial dimension. It could be used as a storage ring. The storage bag used a freely stretchable belt, not easily damaged. Upon receiving the item, Han Tuyet happily thanked the system lord. 2 years later, still in that cultivation pose, Han Tuyet felt his 6 spiritual forces were complete. Finally, he could break through to the golden core. This step couldn't be taken lightly. Out of 10 condensation cultivators, only 2 or 3 succeeded in breaking through. As he was meditating, a strange energy suddenly emerged from within him, gathering and shooting straight up into the gloomy sky. Sitting in this field, meditating, Han Tuyet silently thought. It said the golden core tribulation can easily breed demonic thoughts. But if I fail to break through or get killed by the tribulation, or fall into demonic cultivation, while I was focused on meditating, the demonic mind had unintentionally been born. It leaned towards me and laughed mockingly, ha ha ha. What do you want? Fame and fortune or women? The demonic mind still tried to entice me, saying, you're already powerful enough. No need to hold back anymore. Display your might to the world, whether to be benevolent or to overthrow all living beings. Monopolizing the myriad ages lies in your thoughts. Han Tuyid suddenly asked the demonic mind calmly, anything else? Hearing this, the demonic mind had to ask back in astonishment, anything else, what? Han Tuyid slowly stood up and pointed at the demonic mind. With a wave, he dispelled the demonic mind. Han Tuyid scoffed, is that all the demonic mind has? No other choices. Yet you dare ask me to dominate the myriad worlds. You really can't choose your targets properly, can you? After destroying the demonic mind, he was about to go all out to break through. However, looking up at the sky, he had a premonition that, as the saying goes, it was coming. The lightning tribulation in the sky began descending towards him, causing the six realms reincarnation and golden core immortal physique to open. The next moment, the surrounding scenery gradually became fiery, as if a breakthrough was about to occur. 7 days later, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on breaking through to the Golden Core realm. You have obtained a supreme grade Dharma sword, the Qilin sword. It is a sword forged from the bones and tendons of a Qilin, containing the Qilin's soul, with the effect of exercising evil and divine abilities. The six realms soul devouring feature has been unlocked. After accepting the reward, Han Tuyid raised his hands and cheered for the system. Woohoo! My lifespan has increased again. Not bad. First set a small goal. Break through to the Yuan Ying realm within 100 years. Han Tuyid boasted to himself arrogantly, if I can't make it past 100 years old, then I lose. Then he lay down on the mat, opened the system, and said, first, let me check my friends list, then I'll continue cultivating. Suddenly, as if he had just read some bad news, Han Tuyid's expression turned astonished. The system reported, your good friend, Li Kongthu, was ambushed by demonic cultivators and severely injured, but luckily, he managed to survive. Reading those lines while flying on his sword, Han Tuyid worried that the head patriarch had been ambushed by demonic cultivators. If that happened so many times, even Jade Pure Sect might not be safe. Could it be that the Tan Min demonic sect had attacked Jade Pure Sect? He didn't know how his master was doing. It's best to ensure his own safety first. Han Tuyid closed the system and flew straight to Jade Pure Sect. As soon as he set foot in Jade Pure Sect, he was astonished to see this scene. The buildings were severely damaged. Many cultivators were shouting announcements one after another. Injured outer sect disciples have entered the inner sect. Those with minor injuries, wait outside. Those severely injured, enter the healing hall. Those in recovery, try to gather at the northwest square. As Han Tuyid landed, seeing the injured cultivators and this chaotic scene, he was at a loss for words. He approached Yu Ni, who was distributing medicine. As soon as she saw him, she called out worriedly, Han Junior brother, you dare not look me in the eye. He gently called out her name, senior sister Yu Ni. Yu Ni, with a furrowed brow, scolded him, saying, you still managed to remain calm after returning. She continued, Han Junior brother, master said to find you and tell you to go see him. Hearing this, Han Tuyid didn't say anything more and left to find the patriarch. When he reached her main hall, he respectfully greeted her and called out loudly, disciple pays respects to master. After the inner sect assessment ended, I hurried to Cultivate and forgot to visit you. Please punish me, master. The patriarch asked indifferently, you still dare to return? I thought you had betrayed our sect. Han Tuyid's face gradually turned pale. He regretfully said, master, this. The patriarch suddenly spoke about the current situation. The situation now is that Jade Pure Sect is about to face a calamity, unlike any before, so I'll give you a chance. The patriarch said, you can directly leave Jade Pure Sect. Hearing this, Han Tuyid was shaken by this bad news. When the patriarch suggested leaving Jade Pure Sect, Han Tuyid was stunned by this dreadful news. What kind of joke is this? Jade Pure Sect is in trouble. Suddenly, he remembered something. He glanced around, then opened the system, silently wondering if he should choose the first option. The system's mission then was, the patriarch of Jade Pure Sect is in peril, his life or death unknown. You have the following choice. 1. Leave Jade Pure Sect, wander the cultivation world, and receive a chi condensing pill. 2. Stay in Jade Pure Sect until it falls or Tan Min demonic sect gives up targeting Jade Pure Sect, and receive a magic treasure and a secret cultivation manual. After reading this, Han Tuyid seriously asked the patriarch, then what about you, master? The patriarch closed her eyes and calmly replied, I will share the same life and death as Jade Pure Sect. Suddenly, Han Tuyet stood up and said solemnly, if that's the case, then I swear. Then I will share the same life and death as you, Master. The patriarch was slightly surprised and wanted to question him, aren't you afraid of dying? Hearing this, Han Tuyet thought, of course he was afraid, but he had the golden meditation arcane. Then the system appeared, reminding him, as Patriarch Tuyen's goodwill towards you increases, her current goodwill is 3 stars. Reading this, Han Tuyet was surprised, thinking, 3 stars. Another star added, could we develop a romantic relationship? He shook his head vigorously, thinking it was ridiculous. Too troublesome. My heart is set on the Tao, it cannot be tainted. He regained his composure and waved his hand. Then he chanted solemnly, Master, one has only one death, either as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. I pursue longevity, but I don't want to abandon you, Master. In truth, he was worried that, unless faced with an irresistible enemy, he would naturally preserve his life first. The patriarch still had doubts and wanted him to explain, but I have not taught you anything. There's no need for that, Han Tuyet interrupted her, saying, although you have not taught me, your kindness runs deep. Master has many times sought opportunities for me, and helped me resolve potential troubles. I remember it all in my heart. He sincerely thought, in my over 65 years of reincarnation in this world, Master has been good to me. Since joining the sect under her tutelage, Patriarch Tuyen has never mistreated me. Such a good master, I wish her a peaceful life. Hearing these heartfelt words, the patriarch spoke up, saying, indeed a worthy disciple of my Jade Void Peak. However, matters have not become so serious that the sect must disband. Things are not that dire yet. You have a kind heart. Suddenly, Yu Ni came out, saying, actually, Master only sees that you are extremely afraid of death in normal days. That's why she wants you to leave early. The patriarch gave her a slap on the head, then turned to question Han Tuyet. Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? You can also cultivate with me as usual. Seeing the patriarch, Yu Ni thought, she hasn't taught him anything from the start, making this disciple suffer in solitary cultivation. Unexpectedly, Han Tuyet felt awkward and said, there's no need to trouble you, Master. Hearing this, the patriarch thought mockingly, this foolish boy doesn't need my guidance. After a while, the patriarch sighed and said, all right, you may leave. Han Tuyet happily and respectfully replied, this disciple takes his leave first. After Han Tuyet left, the patriarch called out to Yu Ni, go ahead first. She took out an order and instructed her, help your fellow disciple according to my words. These items are in the storage bag. Seeing this, Yu Ni gently replied, understood, Master. After Yu Ni followed her back to the cave, Han Tuyet was surprised and asked, why is senior sister here? He was puzzled, thinking, why does senior sister act as if nothing happened in my cave abode? Seeing her lay out the items, Han Tuyet blurted out in confusion, what are these? Yu Ni replied, Master told me to help you set up an array and plant spirit herbs, to increase the spiritual energy in your cave. She explained further, the array is formed by red stones. You need to infuse spiritual power to open it. This array can conceal movements. If someone forcibly intrudes and enters the illusion realm, they won't be able to control themselves. As for the spirit herbs, they don't need tending. They will naturally absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Yu Ni turned around excitedly, saying, isn't that great? Han Tuyet was astonished and asked in doubt, I didn't expect you to know all this. Yu Ni calmly said, don't look down on me just because my cultivation is lower than yours. Besides you, I know everything about pill refining, talisman crafting, and array setting. Han Tuyet immediately showed respect and said in a different tone, senior sister is formidable. Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior sister. Suddenly, Yu Ni moved closer and swayed her breasts in front of him, saying, no need to thank me. For a while, senior sister will stay here to keep you company. Han Tuyet's face turned pale as he gasped and called out to her, senior sister, do you want to take advantage of the spiritual energy in my cave? It seemed she had laid a trap for him. But after hearing that question, Yu Ni became furiously angry. Meanwhile, Han Tuyet remained serious and proper, only to receive Yu Ni's curses in return. Just focus on cultivation and die. 5 years later, Han Tuyet finally reached the Lightning Spirit Root Golden Core stage, the 3rd level. Reading this line from his friend, especially Li Kangtsu's, Han Tuyet worriedly murmured, the sect leader really has it tough. I heard from Master that he often goes to investigate the Tan Min evil cult. No wonder incidents happen frequently. Mok Win and Chu Win have also made the rankings. It's fortunate that I didn't go with them initially. Suddenly, the system popped up, reminding him, detecting a celestial chi practitioner. Would you like to view their background? Reading this, Han Tuyat was astonished, thinking, a celestial chi practitioner. Could there be someone outside the cave dwelling? Han Tuyat then opened up to view the background of this person. Tran Tam Thien, born with a demonic fetal essence. He has a strong affinity for demonic cultivation methods. In his childhood, he wandered with his parents. His parents were killed by bandits, unintentionally awakening his demonic fetal essence. At the age of 7, he slaughtered 100 bandits, unleashing his killing intent. From then on, it became unstoppable, until he joined the Tan Min evil cult, like a fish in water. Now he is a core disciple of the Tan Min evil cult. After briefly reading this, Han Tuyat became increasingly worried. Indeed, he's from the evil cult, and even a core disciple. What is this person doing at Jade Purity Sect? If not for the system's reminder, I wouldn't have sensed that he's alone. Or is he hiding a large squad? If he's truly alone, then I have the advantage this time. Outside the cave dwelling, there was someone approaching. He read the large characters on the cave entrance. Cave dwelling 2, vast as the sky and boundless as the sea. Tran Tam Thien felt amused and said derisively, how laughable. The people of Jade Purity Sect are indeed turtles hiding in their shells. However, he remained cautious, feeling something was amiss. In such a desolate, remote place, how could there be such large characters? This must be a cave dwelling, but where is the entrance? While Tran Tam Thien was preoccupied searching for the entrance, inside the cave, Han Tuyat was furiously raging, anxiously saying, how dare he call me a turtle hiding in its shell? Good, he's a dead man for sure. But he remained calm and thought, I can confirm he's basically alone. Then I should give him a grand welcome. Outside, Tran Tam Thien also sensed a murderous aura nearby. Before he could react, he was swiftly pierced through by countless sword images. The pain gradually spread to his brain. Then the sword images flung him far away, collapsing to the ground. He was bewildered, thinking, what just happened? His spiritual energy dissipated, without a chance to counterattack. The sword images now hovered in the air, facing Tran Tam Thien. Seeing this, he panicked and cried out, Senior. Han Tuyat's voice also interrogated him. What is your purpose at Jade Purity Sect? He waved his hands and feet, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. I was just passing through here by chance. Tran Tam Thien realized his mistake, thinking, I met a ghost. I clearly investigated Jade Purity Sect, and they have no elders with such powerful sword cultivation. Could this be the supreme elder of Jade Purity Sect? Han Tuyat's spiritual body appeared behind him, interrupting his train of thought. Tran Tam Thien, the demonic fetal essence core disciple of Tan Min evil cult. If I hand you over to Jade Purity Sect, what fate do you think awaits you? Tran Tam Thien was extremely anxious, secretly thinking, how does he know my background? Tran Tam Thien immediately turned and begged him, Senior, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please give me a chance to behold your appearance. Tran Tam Thien had to admire, despite his youth and good looks, he's already at the 9th level of the Bamboo Fate realm. Unless he's the senior's disciple. Han Tuyat was also pondering, perhaps I should capture him first, then hand him over to the sect. If the cult leader is captured at the right time, I can use him as a hostage to bargain. As he was contemplating, Tran Tam Thien had struggled to his feet and was holding a sword to him. He turned towards the cave dwelling, thinking someone was inside, and shouted, Senior, let me leave this place. Otherwise, I'll kill your disciple. Hearing this, Han Tuyat hesitated for a moment, then said, let me interrupt for a bit. I don't have a disciple. Tran Tam Thien was dumbfounded. He dejectedly dropped his sword to the ground and knelt before him, begging, Senior, I was just joking around. His face drained of color as he thought, the 9th level of the Bamboo Fate realm. Unbelievable. It must be an illusion technique that can directly suppress me and even discern my background. This senior is undoubtedly a profound expert. Escaping will be difficult. On the other hand, Han Tuyat was delighted, thinking, a core disciple of the Tan Min evil cult, and this is all he's got. Is he too weak, or are my 3 pristine sword images too powerful? Out of options, Han Tuyat turned to Tran Tam Thien and said, no matter, you'll come with me. He gladly clasped his hands, grateful that the senior spared his life, saying, thank you. Han Tuyat led him into his cave dwelling. Glancing at him, Han Tuyat thought, I can't forcefully detain him now. I must find another way to keep him here. He noticed the formation set at the cave entrance. Tran Tam Thien then realized, so this formation concealed what's inside the cave. No wonder I didn't detect it before. Han Tuyet was still pondering. I intended to hand him over to my master, but he would undoubtedly risk his life to flee from me. Only superior power could subdue him, not suppression alone. Now that he dares not escape, perhaps I overestimated myself. Then he came up with an idea. He turned to Tran Tam Thien and said, "Go ahead, strike me with your full power." Tran Tam Thien was stunned upon hearing this. This senior, could it be that he's looking for an excuse to kill me? With that thought, he became frightened and clasped his hands, saying, "Senior, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Han Tuyet insisted, saying, "Come on, if you don't try, you'll always want to attack me from behind later." Tran Tam Thien stammered, "I wouldn't dare." But Han Tuyet confidently thought, "Anyway, I'm wearing the mystical protective robe to guard my body. It can also protect my head. There's no way he can injure me." He continued, "Come on, do it. I won't blame you." But Tran Tam Thien remained kneeling before him. "Senior, I beg you." Han Tuyet was now speechless. Out of options, he could only say to him, "All right, from today onwards, you'll stay here and take over for me. Grow the spirit herbs, clean and maintain the place. You can also cultivate here." Tran Tam Thien dejectedly answered from the ground, "Understood." Seeing his miserable state, Han Tuyet wondered, am I really that intimidating? I didn't expect him to be such a coward. After some time living with Han Tuyet, the spirit herbs Tran Tam Thien planted around his cave started to thrive. Han Tuyet was still sitting in meditation as usual, while Tran Tam Thien sat with his back turned, glancing at him and thinking, the senior is truly skilled in cultivation. He hasn't left for over a year now. If this continues, it will delay my mission. He slowly gathered his murderous intent, looking at Han Tuyet and plotting, as a core disciple, if I don't return for too long, the elders and my master will definitely worry. What should I do? At this moment, he boldly thought, I might as well take action against him. Daring to cultivate without any fear like that, it might be a good opportunity. He circulated his inner spiritual power, then quickly stepped towards Han Tuyet, thinking, if my strength was sufficient enough, I would have captured you and made you pay 100-fold. Who am I? I'm the demon fetus, whose name strikes fear in people's hearts, in the Tan Min sect. Han Tuyet sensed something, and glanced over at him. Tran Tam Thien immediately became obedient, swatting a mosquito as he said, "Pardon me, there was a pesky mosquito." The system announced, Tran Tam Thien's resentment towards you has increased to 4 stars. After reading it, Han Tuyet stared at Tran Tam Thien, who was still innocently saying, this little one will go clean the cave now. The great one should get more sunlight. Han Tuyet thought indulgently, it's been like this for a year. I haven't tormented you, just kept an eye on you. I even dared not contact my sect outside, but now it's fine. Your resentment level is at 4 stars, a non-lethal level. Meanwhile, Tran Tam Thien was impatiently thinking, only when he goes out can I sneak away. In any case, I can't keep cultivating like this. He confidently thought, once I escape, I'll lead my sect to raise this mountain gate. Then I'll settle the score from this past year. Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his body. He looked down in shock to see a hole pierced through his body. Han Tuyet lowered his hand behind him, having coldly executed the 3 extinction sword shadows. Han Tuyet said dispassionately, I gave you a chance, but you didn't value it. If you had behaved, at least you'd have value as a hostage. Now, there's no need for that. And just like that, Tran Tam Thien died right before him. Looking at the corpse soaked in blood, he silently thought that the situation had become a bit complicated. Based on his experience of reading countless novels from his previous life, this arrogant fellow must have had a way to contact his senior demonic masters. Once he died, those demonic masters would sense it, and then hunt him down in all sorts of ways. Han Tuyet began to think more complexly, killing the small to the big, killing the big to the old, the heavens giving him bigger and older foes. Suddenly, Tran Tam Thien's body emitted a strand of spiritual aura. An illusory form appeared before him, causing him to doubt himself. Is an old master about to show up? The illusory form glared at Han Tuyet and cursed, well done killing my beloved disciple. You're courting death. If you have the guts, state your name. Han Tuyet calmly gave the old man the name Banana Root. This lowly one is Dao Dao. And you are? The old man then introduced himself. I'm Zhuang Kun Ma of the Tan Min demon sect, Dao Dao. I'll remember you. Await your death. After speaking, the old man gradually dissipated, leaving behind a system notification. Yuan Ying Realm, 3rd level. Zhuang Kun Ma has formed resentment towards you. Current resentment level is 5 stars. After reading it, Han Tuyat covered his face in exasperation and said, 5 stars, damn it. As powerful as the Yuan Ying realm's 3rd level, short of the spirit realm, I can still resist him. A moment later, he decided, I should still contact my sect and have people come here to handle this. 8 years later, Xing Hongzan stood outside the cave, affectionately calling his name. Husband, husband, are you there? Deep inside, she saw Han Tuyat cultivating there. Xing Hongzan happily ran over and called out, husband. Hearing her voice, Han Tuyat stood still in shock. Miss Xing, now I resent Sister Yugni for this, he thought. Why did she even use a formation to display her like this? Han Tuyat then asked Hongzan, Miss Xing, is there a reason for your visit? Hongzan happily showed him a great treasure. He was astonished. A moment later, she gave him dozens of jade purifying pills. It turned out to be too many jade purifying pills. Hongzan smiled and said, these pills are jade purifying pills. I've saved them for many years. Please feel free to use them. Suddenly indifferent, Han Tuyat refused her, saying, put them away, I don't need them. Hearing this, Hongzan was slightly hurt and asked in bewilderment, husband, why? Han Tuyat felt that since she had reached the 3rd level of the Yuan Ying realm, she should use them herself if needed. Upon hearing this, Hongzan seemed to realize something. She stammered, could it be that? Han Tuyat stepped closer to her and warned, don't speak of my breakthrough outside, Miss Xing. If you wish to be my Tao companion, he cautioned her further, then you must strive in cultivation. Otherwise, in a few hundred years, when I achieve immortality, you'll turn to white bones. Your deep affection for me, in that case, would be a punishment. Hearing this, Hongzan pondered for a while, then looked up confidently and said, you're right. I cannot hold you back. Before leaving the cave, she added, husband, focus on your cultivation. I'll go find pills to help you reach the Golden Core realm. Hearing this, Han Tuyat waved his hand and calmly said, no, that's not what I meant. In the secret room of the Tan Min demon sect back then, the high-ranking officials of the demon sect had gathered here. The sect leader of the Tan Min demon sect, Duan Tong Tian, at the Yuan Ying Peak, stood up and questioned, why haven't we captured Li Kan Tu after so long? Trong Kon Ma stood up and suggested, Li Kan Tu deliberately avoids returning to the Jade Pure sect, diverting most of our attention. We should ignore him and directly attack the Jade Pure sect. The other officials also agreed and expressed their view that, besides Li Kan Tu, the Jade Pure sect has an old monster. If he takes action, we must be cautious. I'm willing to lead the disciples myself to attack the Jade Pure sect. Me too. What's the sect leader's opinion on this? Duan Tong Tien calmly said, first, don't rush. We've invested too much in Transanthine. Currently, the Jade Pure sect has suffered losses. Of course, we won't give up, but this time is different. He suddenly laughed and said, I'm about to break through to the spirit realm. If successful, attacking the Jade Pure sect will be a certainty. The other officials were startled upon hearing this. The spirit realm. Chu Kon Ma worriedly asked, sect leader, are you confident? He smugly said, I've been preparing for this for 15 years. There's a 90% chance of success. Just wait another 35 days. Hearing this, they became excited and cheered for him. Alright, we can wait 35 more days. We'll destroy the Jade Pure sect, kill the men and enslave the women. All cultivators will submit to our sect. My disciples will achieve great feats. Chu Kon Ma then remembered Han Tuyat and cursed, wait for your death, traitor. Cherish your remaining time. Back to Han Tuyat. At this moment, Han Tuyat was extremely joyful, thinking, it's been 10 years already. Every day, I've been growing stronger. I feel so fulfilled and wonderful. The Yuan Ying realm is within my grasp. At this point, Han Tuyat had attained the lightning and fire spirit roots. Her golden core was at the 9th level, while her fire spirit root was at the 3rd level of the golden core realm. Thinking about her achievements, Han Tuyat excitedly flew up and exclaimed, this is truly wonderful. Yu Ni suddenly appeared again, dancing alongside her and saying, junior sister, I've come to visit you. Upon hearing this, Han Tuyat stopped and pleaded with Yu Ni, senior sister, please respect my abode. Yu Ni cheerfully replied, I set up the formation myself. Of course I know how to enter. Han Tuyat was at a loss for words, so she changed the subject. Yu Ni took out a spiritual item and told her, I brought you some heaven-earth treasures to plant by the lake. They can make the spiritual energy in your abode more concentrated. In the future, who knows, it may become a spiritual abode, the best in the Jade Pure sect. Han Tuyat immediately changed her attitude, cupping her hands respectfully. So that's how it is. Thank you, senior sister. Yu Ni humbly said, don't thank me. It's all from our master's usual provisions. I only did a bit of physical work. Hearing this, Han Tuyat thought to herself, master is the best. Ute Ni turned to place the treasure by the lake, then added, in recent years, there have been some new disciples joining Jade Void Peak. They're ranked below you. Dai Ha arrived 2 years ago. Shou Yuan has just joined. Han Tuyat was shaken, staring blankly. She turned anxiously to Ute Ni. Shijie is gone. Ute Ni empathized, saying, Shijie's aptitude was too poor. His lifespan was exhausted, so he died. But before he passed away, he still wanted to see you. Those were the words his sworn brother relayed, unreconciled. Han Tuyat asked him doubtfully, why did he want to see me? How would I know? I wasn't close with him. After hearing the bad news, Han Tuyat gradually felt a twinge of regret as she recalled him. Shijie, in the past, there were 2 people who stood up to shelter him when he was young. His parents had abandoned the child and run away, leaving him uncared for. Those parents were too much. He was only 6 years old. What do you think, sir? Do we need to quickly find them? The poor child. Shijie had said back then, if that's the case, then let him replace his parents and work tirelessly, without rest. The 2 servants had questioned, sir, he's just a child, he can't do heavy labor. Shijie had replied, he can do as much as he can. It's still better than dying outside. Recalling those events, she thought, remembering the past, although he wasn't good at times. Over the years, he had never harmed me. In fact, he nurtured me. To be honest, I used to resent Shijie. But without him, I wouldn't be where I am now. She then realized that perhaps this was the path of cultivation, the causality of fate. Some depart hastily, leaving only sorrow behind. Back to reality, Han Tuyat looked up and said to Ute Ni, time is both long and short. Senior sister, you must strive in cultivation. If one day you're no longer here, I truly wouldn't know how to go on. Junior sister. Ute Ni was a bit surprised to hear that. She then smiled and reassured him, yes, junior brother is right. I thought you didn't care about me at all. She also said the spirit herbs had been processed, so senior sister should return to Cultivate. They should seize the chance to advance further on the cultivation path together. Senior sister left leisurely after Ute Ni had gone. Han Tuyat fell into contemplation. He looked up at the sky, towards the future. Despite the resentment, he still gave Shijie a resting place. Finally, he turned to leave, wishing him, may you be reborn into a good family in your next life. More than a dozen years passed like that. Even without spirit pills to aid him, his 6 spiritual roots, except Earth, the Wood spiritual root, all reached the 9th level of the Golden Core. His strength was getting closer to the Yuan Ying realm. When he reached his 100th year, the system would unlock a new function. That was the moment even Han Tuyat had to admit in awe, this is the system announcing, congratulations on your 100th year. The simulation trial function is unlocked. The simulation trial is where you can set your cultivation level and the strength of your opponent to battle against. The simulation can also scan all living beings within the vicinity, reconstruct their strength, and let you battle them. The battle results won't affect your physical body or mental state in reality, and the trials are unlimited. After reading it, Han Tuyat exclaimed excitedly, the simulation trial has no side effects. No risk of injury. Oh, this feature is truly miraculous. I've never grasped my true strength, but now I can finally test it. Opening the simulation trial interface, he decisively pressed yes to use it. A beam of light suddenly shone from the window, accidentally pulling him into the system. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was brought to another space. The system now appeared, saying, welcome to the simulation trial arena. Looking around the simulation room, Han Tuyat thought it felt like a dream. Is this in my consciousness? The system then appeared beside him, providing a list of acquaintances' names, saying, you can choose someone from your personal relationships as the template for your opponent's strength. Glancing through, Han Tuyat felt it would be a bit strange to fight his own people, so he decided to choose the strongest one to try. As soon as he selected Li Kongza, a template of Li Kongza at the 8th level of the Yuan Ying realm appeared. Han Tuyat looked at the template and thought, this really looks just like him. As soon as he called out sect leader, the Li Kongza template suddenly glared at him, then swiftly charged behind him, leaving Han Tuyat startled. Too fast, he quickly used the 7 heavenly rotation to evade the template's attack. Based on that move, he realized, this simulation trial has no martial etiquette. One wrong word and it attacks. Moreover, it fights for real, holding nothing back. Thinking this, he turned and unleashed 3 absolute sword shadows, pouring all his strength into hurling the sword shadows at the template, creating a massive explosion. He thought the template would be destroyed, but Han Tuyat was still dumbfounded. For Li Kongza's template had entered the celestial indestructible golden body, leaving him racking his brain. 3 absolute sword shadows couldn't break through his defense. That's way too overpowered. But this golden body, could it be the celestial indestructible golden body? Seeing him about to charge again, Han Tuyed also charged towards him, deciding to use another method, the 9 dragon demon subduing seal. A bright area surrounded him. Then in a moment, he descended, creating an enormous shockwave. At present, Han Tuyed and Li Kongzi were locked in a fierce battle. The earth was cracking, with explosions continuously erupting as they clashed. Although he managed to push him back, he was still struggling against Li Kongzi's template. The 9 dragon demon subduing seal clearly wasn't easy, only managing to suppress the sect leader to this extent. But he could only push him back, not defeat him. Fighting against the 8th level of the Yuan Ying realm was still a struggle. The system read his thoughts, then displayed a message saying, "You can lower your opponent's strength, but cannot adjust it beyond the range of the 8th level of the Yuan Ying realm down to the 1st level of Qi refining." Reading that, Han Tuyed smiled and said, "The simulation trial is getting more and more interesting." Back at the main hall of the Jade Green sect, a weary voice rang out, "How could this be?" Elder Dai Lui jumped up in shock and questioned, "Is this true?" As the other elders were in an uproar, Li Kongzi stood up and regretfully said, "Absolutely accurate. Last month, Duan Tungtian successfully transcended tribulation, currently consolidating his cultivation at the spirit realm." Hearing this, they were in an uproar of shock, not knowing how to respond. Patriarch Jing Zi, sitting opposite, also spoke up to ask, "Then what about our master? Hasn't he cultivated his Yuanshan and is close to the spirit realm?" Li Kongzi regretfully said, It's just a spirit realm simulation technique." Elder Dai Lui was puzzled and proposed, "Then should we seek help? We can still." But Li Kongzi interrupted, saying, "It's useless, we can't seek outside help." Li Kongzi spoke on behalf of Elder Dai Lui, saying, "I have sought help from the orthodox sects, but have not received any response yet." Li Kongzi thought, "It would be better if our patriarch were here now." Back then, he had the middle stage of the spirit realm cultivation, but he has been away for many years and hasn't returned. Even if we wanted to find him, we couldn't. The fairy remained silent and did not speak. Li Kongzi suddenly realized something else. Then he said, "In that case, it will be up to me and the Supreme Elder to deal with Duan Tungtian." Hearing this, the patriarchs and other elders were also astonished. "Senior brother, don't." Li Kongzi had already spoken his mind. "With your current cultivation levels, it would be futile for anyone to go. Let's not mention Duan Tungtian for now. You all cannot even break through my celestial indestructible golden body. This is something you're all clear about. It's the most powerful technique of our Jade Green sect, which no one has been able to break until now. Perhaps you could fight him for a while." But little did Li Kongzi's avatar realize, it was gradually losing power. And Han Tuyed had managed to break through his celestial indestructible golden body and defeat him in the simulation trial. Opening up a new achievement for the day, he had just reached the 5th level of the Yuan Ying realm. After that, from someone's perspective, they thought, the simulation trial is really fun. Time passed quickly. At Han Tuyed's cave dwelling, the earth was shaking violently. Many fierce lightning bolts were striking down right at his cave. Surprisingly, Han Tuyed was already standing and waiting at the spot where the tribulation would strike. And as soon as it struck where he was, he immediately took up a stance, cultivating the heavenly way and entering the Yuan Ying realm. During these 10 years of tribulation, his 6 spiritual roots all reached the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. So this time, he was determined to break through to the Yuan Ying realm. He had to make the breakthrough. Suddenly, his junior martial sister Yuer hurriedly ran towards his cave, frantically calling his name. "Junior brother, junior brother." She was afraid that the demon sect was about to invade. "Junior brother, why are you facing tribulation at this time? Could it be that you want to break through the Golden Core realm?" She looked back at their sect, and guessed, if the demon sect attacks from this side and kills their way here, it will forcibly interrupt junior brother's tribulation. Interrupting the tribulation is a grave taboo. Junior brother will be crippled. Yuer was very worried in her heart, but due to their sibling bond, she made up her mind that as the senior martial sister, she must protect her junior brother. With her strength, it would be very difficult to protect her junior brother. Standing before his cave, and looking up at his tribulation lightning, Yuer made a firm decision. After her junior brother wakes up, she would immediately take him back to the inner sect, and hide first by calling the chief protector for help. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The sounds of hurried footsteps were heading straight for the Jade Green sect. A series of cultivators from the demon sect were fiercely attacking every corner. While Yuer was keeping watch over him, she also sensed the demonic aura. They're here already. She looked in the direction the birds were flying and guessed, it's from the main mountain. The demon sect is attacking from another direction, conveniently avoiding her junior brother's dwelling. But she had another thought, if I take him back to the inner sect now, it would actually harm him. As long as junior brother doesn't leave this dwelling, he will remain safe. With this firm decision, she immediately summoned her sword aura. Then she took one last look at the dwelling. With regret, she sighed, I'm sorry. I'll go and assist our master first. We'll live and die together. While flying her sword back to the sect, she hoped that her junior brother wouldn't return. On the other hand, Han Tuyat had just finished his tribulation and advanced his realm. He sensed the difference in the Yuan Ying realm. He thought, this Yuan Ying realm is quite dominating. Even the Six Paths reincarnation technique has undergone a metamorphosis. The Yuan Yin is a Tao force that can connect heaven and earth, resonate with the five elements, and gain supreme power from it. All spiritual roots are integrated, the six spiritual forces combined into a completely new and powerful spiritual root. That is the Six Paths spiritual force. In the future, I can directly absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth without cultivating each spiritual root separately. Just by absorbing the Six Paths spiritual force, my cultivation will be much more effective. At this moment, the system also popped up to congratulate him. Congratulations on breaking through to the Yuan Ying realm. You have gained a divine ability. The path you chose is the sword path. Congratulations on obtaining the divine ability, Heavenly Demonic Sword. The description of the Heavenly Demonic Sword reads, Han Tuyat was overjoyed and let out a loud cheer. Ah. Level 998. The system also warned him, your Jade Green sect is under attack by the Pure Sun Demon sect. Upon hearing this, Han Tuyat was startled and exclaimed, what? They've already attacked. Then I should. The system still wanted to inform him of something else. It has arrived. The system has identified the strongest person in the Jade Green sect, Duanzin Chan, the sect leader of the Pure Sun Demon sect, at the first level of the Spirit Immortal realm. The system opened another window, asking if he wanted to open a simulation trial. Han Tuyat was hesitating. The Spirit Immortal of the Jade Green sect would certainly be no match. Han Tuyat then regained his composure. Previously, when I was at the Golden Core realm, I could kill cultivators in the Yuan Ying realm. Now facing a Spirit Immortal, I should try a simulation battle first. He then clicked to accept the proposal, and the simulation trial quickly opened. At this moment, in the main hall of the sect, the outer sect disciples were being heavily defeated. They had suffered heavy losses. Suddenly, a cultivator shouted for them to retreat. Zhang Quanma was leading the charge, arrogantly calling out Han Tuyat's name. Come out and accept your death, if you dare show yourself. Or have you run away long ago? Ha ha. The Jade Green sect's people are indeed a bunch of wastes. Seeing the eerie purple light on the other side, Zhang Quanma guessed, the sect leader must be about to finish over there. He then spread his arms, declaring to his disciples, listen up, burn everything down. Kill and loot everything. He even brazenly said, if we can't find that scoundrel, we'll use the Jade Green sect's disciples as sacrifices to the wandering ghosts in the sky. Meanwhile, inside the simulation trial, the trial ended within just a minute. After fighting Duanzin Chan, Han Tuyat was dazed for a long time. Han Tuyat wondered in doubt, is that all Duanzin Chan has? Over a decade had passed, even without the aid of spirit pills, his 6 spiritual roots, except Earth, had all reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. His strength was getting closer and closer to the Yuan Ying realm. As he neared his 100th birthday, the system would unlock a new function. Han Tuyat wondered, and the system then appeared, congratulations on your 100th birthday. The simulation trial function has been unlocked. You can set your cultivation level and the strength of your opponent to conduct a simulated battle. Simulation mode. You can also check all living beings within a 100-mile radius, restore their strength, and then battle them. The battle results will not affect your physical body or mental state in reality. The number of trials is unlimited. So this is the simulation trial. And there are no side effects of getting injured. Han Tuyat was overjoyed at this wonderful opportunity. Truly miraculous. He had never clearly grasped his own strength. Finally, I can test it out. He immediately activated the simulation trial. A blinding light appeared before his eyes, directly pulling him inside. Welcome to the simulation trial grounds. Han Tuyat was stunned, as if in a dream. Is this within my consciousness? The system automatically appeared. You can choose a character from your personal connections as a template, and set your opponent's strength. He thought fighting himself would be a bit odd, so he decided to try against the strongest person first. He selected Li Xingze. Li Xingze, Yuan Ying Realm, 8th grade. This is really accurate. Sect leader Han Tuyat marveled at how quickly it appeared. An illusion manifested right behind Han Tuyat. This simulation trial didn't waste any words. Li Xing's 7 heavenly skills. Han Tuyat narrowly avoided the first strike. Not a word of greeting before attacking. Moreover, it was a real all-out assault. Indeed, holding back would not do. 3 extinguished shadow swords, with a wave of the sect leader's hand, immediately flew towards Li Xingza. The dust gradually cleared. Han Tuyat seemed to have realized something. These 3 extinguished shadow swords couldn't even break through his defenses. This is too much. Could that yellow body be the celestial indestructible golden body? The sect leader immediately rushed towards Han Tuyat. Let me try this then. Han Tuyat unleashed the 9 dragon demon subduing seal. Another sect skill was launched. Han Tuyat struck towards the illusion. The sect skill also directly hit the illusion's body. The light dissipated, yet Li Xingza showed no signs of injury as he charged forward to attack. The 9 dragon demon subduing seal, clearly not easy to handle, to push the sect leader to this extent. But I can only force him back, not defeat him. Fighting the Yuan Ying realm, 8th grade, is still a struggle. At this moment, the system appeared again. You can lower your opponent's strength. It can be adjusted within the range of Yuan Ying 8th grade to Qi condensation 1st grade. Han Tuyat found the simulation trial increasingly interesting. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the cleansing sect, how is this possible? The Thunder Taoist elder was perplexed. Is this true? Li Xingza affirmed it was absolutely accurate. Last month, sect leader Han Tuyat successfully transcended tribulation. He is currently consolidating his spirit realm cultivation. Everyone there was in an uproar discussing it. How do we handle this? The pure body immortal was worried. What about our master? Hasn't he cultivated his Yuan Shen yet? Li Xingza explained, he shouldn't be far from the spirit realm either. It's just a difficult spirit realm transcendence technique. An elder then spoke up. Perhaps we should seek help. We could ask Li Xingza for assistance on this matter. He has already sought help from the orthodox sects, but has not received a response yet. It would be great if our ancestral patriarch were here now. Back then, he had mid-spirit realm cultivation, but he has been away for many years without returning. We cannot find him, so until then, it will be up to me and the elders to handle this matter. The elders would deal with Han Tuyat. Hearing this, the pure body immortal was alarmed and tried to dissuade them. Senior brother, don't be reckless. With your current cultivation, it would be futile for anyone to challenge him. Let's not mention Han Tuyat for now. You all cannot even break through my celestial indestructible golden body. You are well aware of this. It is the most powerful skill of the cleansing sect. To this day, no one has been able to break it. Perhaps you could engage him in battle. The scene shifted to Han Tuyat. Today's battle record, celestial indestructible golden body broken. He had just displayed the Yuan Ying 5th grade. Unknown how much time had passed. On Han Tuyat's mountain peak, clouds of tribulation lightning gathered. The tribulation transformed into a dragon shape and charged straight down. Han Tuyat calmly stood there, awaiting it. The tribulation lightning struck right at Han Tuyat's body. The Yuan Ying tribulation lightning in these 10 years, he had reached the cultivation of the 6 spirit roots, perfected the 9th grade of the golden core realm. His Yuan Ying had to erupt. Suddenly, a voice called out to Han Tuyat, "Junior brother. Junior brother, the demon sect is about to invade." This person was Chang Yuerni. She hurriedly ran over. "Junior brother, why at this time? Are you trying to break through to the golden core during this tribulation? If the cleansing demon sect attacks from this side, it will interrupt your tribulation. Forcibly interrupting tribulation is a grave taboo. Junior brother will be crippled." Worry was evident on her face. "I cannot allow this. As your senior sister, I must protect you. But with my current strength, it will be difficult to protect you. Wait until you awaken, then I will immediately take you back to the inner sect to hide. Whoever calls me, I will activate the sect protector first." The scene shifted to 10 days later. The cleansing demon sect had launched a full-scale attack on the cleansing sect. Chang Yuerni, only then did she sense the demonic aura. They've arrived. She sat there, observing that the main attack was from the main mountain. But the sect leader came from another direction, conveniently avoiding junior brother's cave abode. If she took him to the inner sect now, it would harm him instead. As long as junior brother didn't leave the cave abode, he would remain safe. "Forgive me, I must go assist the master. We've sworn to live and die together. Junior brother, don't come back." With that, she used a flying technique and left Han Tuyat, who had just finished his tribulation. His strength had increased by several levels. This Yuan-Ying realm was quite formidable. Even the Six Paths reincarnation skill had undergone a metamorphosis. Yuan-Ying was a force that could commune with heaven and earth, resonate with the five elements, thereby obtaining supreme power. All spirit roots combined the six spirit forces into one, becoming a completely new and powerful spirit force. The Six Paths spirit force. Han Tuyat extended his palm, brilliant spirit force swirling around it. Later, he could directly absorb the spirit force between heaven and earth, without cultivating each spirit root separately. Just absorbing the Six Paths spirit force would make his cultivation more effective. Previously, the system notified him of reaching the Yuan-Ying realm, granting him a divine ability. The path you've chosen is the sword path. Congratulations on obtaining the sword Dao divine ability, the heaven and earth demonic sword. Suddenly, Han Tuyat shouted loudly, "Ah, 998 years old." The system then flashed red with a notification. Your cleansing sect is under attack by the cleansing demon sect. What? They've already attacked. Then I should. The system notification said, they've arrived. I've verified the strongest person in the cleansing sect, Duan Tungtian, the sect leader of the cleansing demon sect, is at the first grade of the deity realm. The system presented a choice. Do you want to open a simulation trial? The cleansing sect's deity clearly couldn't withstand this. Remain calm. Previously, at the Golden Core realm, I could kill Yuan-Ying cultivators. Now facing a deity, I may be able to put up a fight. Let me try the simulation first, then decide. I clicked to choose it. At that moment, the simulation trial opened, transferring me to the main hall of the cleansing sect. The disciples were desperately trying to fend off and retreat. Chong Kon Ma was roaring loudly in chaos. Come out and accept death, or face divine punishment. Have they all fled long ago? Haha, the cleansing sect's people are indeed a bunch of trash. Chong Kon Ma extremely disdained the cleansing sect's people. The sect leader must be finishing up over there. Chong Kon Ma ordered his disciples with 3 directives: burn everything, kill everyone, plunder the cleansing sect. The disciples below agreed. If we can't find the sect leader, use the cleansing sect's disciples as sacrifices to the wandering ghosts above. As Chong Kon Ma spoke, he raised his hand to the sky, determined. On Han Tuyat's side, the simulation ended. Time used, 1 minute. Han Tuyat said in disappointment, is that all Duan Tungtian can do? The gloomy sky darkened. Black fog gathered, a brilliant red lightning bolt striking the mountain peak. A gigantic demonic head appeared, eyes blazing with a sinister demonic aura, mouth open as if to devour everything. This was the power of the demonic Tao. Terrifying. Z and the senior elder were intimidated by this pressure, bodies trembling, unable to resist. They couldn't even stand up. Around Duan Tungtian, a thick, sinister demonic aura radiated, extremely dreadful. He laughed loudly, give up. Then he smiled disdainfully. If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I'll let you off with a lighter punishment. Liu Kan Tu firmly said to Duan Tungtian, even if we disciples of the cleansing sect die, we will never submit to the demonic Tao. He shouted and flew behind Duan Tungtian, risking his life to attack him. But Duan merely said, too slow. A moment later, Liu Kan Tu was struck away. The senior elder then understood the issue. The demonic head behind was a primordial black devouring spirit force. Once absorbed by it, one would be directly annihilated. With this demonic head, relying on that treasure, he can devour us to death. Liu Kan Tu stood up again. How can we fight against that? Not far away, Tuyen Tian Tu struggled to sigh. Her eyes showed helplessness and bitterness. She couldn't help but think of Han Tuyat. That little brat must still be in seclusion. I hope no one disturbs his hidden weapons manor, where Thuong Wei Nhi and the others are. I'm sorry, as your master, I couldn't protect you all. I can only go before you. She thought as she struggled, looking like she could collapse at any moment, but her eyes were filled with determination. Blood stained her cheeks and clothes. Duan Tungtian shouted, the grievance lasting hundreds of years should end today. As he finished, he noticed something, laughing hideously. What a pity, such a beautiful woman. Turns out to be Mac Truck jumping into the abyss. Those around exclaimed that she had jumped into the abyss. Below was a 10,000 jong deep chasm. Continue pursuing her. Don't let her escape from the hunt. Her spiritual power was depleted. She couldn't even ride her sword. Mac Truck's eyes were filled with determination as she jumped into the abyss. Truck fell freely from the cliff. In her heart, she thought she would definitely die. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Those people also chased closely after Mac Truck. While Truck seemed to have given up, she thought, if I had cultivated like him, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Miss, may we meet again in the next life? A familiar voice rang out. Why did you jump down, miss? Mac Truck was startled and opened her eyes wide. She called out stuttering, Han Shishang. It turned out to be Han Tuyet. He carried Mac Truck in his arms under her astonished gaze. Mac Truck lay dazed in his embrace, blushing as she asked, are we dead? Have we gone to heaven? The system notification sounded. Mac Truck's favorability toward this person has increased. Current favorability is 5.5 stars. After that, he froze. Shishang, I finally found you. He spoke, Han Shishang. Mac Fuck Ku replied. At this moment, he was speechless, his hand gripping the sword, looking like it could snap in half. His eyes showed surprise. How is this possible? He tossed Mac Truck to Mac Fuck Ku, hastily instructing, take good care of her. I must go to the main mountain. Mac Fuck Ku dropped the sword in his hand, hurriedly catching Mac Truck. Mac Truck was still in a dazed state like a kitten. In an instant, Han Tuyet flew away, leaving Mac Fuck Ku with many questions. What kind of cultivation did he practice? In Mac Fuck Ku's arms, Mac Truck innocently asked, are you in heaven too, Mac Fuck Ku? 3 core formation cultivators surrounded and attacked Mac Fuck Ku, but he killed all 3 of them easily. Mac Fuck Ku fell into deep thought. As for Han Tuyet at this moment, he looked up to see the situation was not optimistic. The aura of a mortal realm on the main mountain. He blamed himself for arriving too late. Suddenly, he glanced toward the Jade Void Peak. There were too many evil cultivators and the disciples were surrounded. Manhwa gritted his teeth and said to Chong Yuk Ni, wait for us to kill a way out, then you lead the new disciples to escape. Chong Yuk Ni called out, senior brother man, as if understanding the profound meaning behind those words. Their determination was firm. They had resolved that even if they died, before dying, they would send these people to hell. Suddenly, 3 beams of light appeared from afar, leaving everyone puzzled. Perhaps Chong Yuk Ni had guessed something. The 3 beams of light killed all the evil cultivators, leaving Chong Yuk Ni's group astonished. Chong Yuk Ni was dumbfounded, only managing to call out, junior brother, before that beam of light sped away. On the other side, in the forest, a disciple of the Qing Ming sect spoke up. I'll give you a chance. This disciple's face was extremely ugly. His head was bandaged, with a long scar by one eye. His crooked nose and twisted lips, forcing a smile as he wore a fur coat. Join my Qing Ming sect as a disciple, or else, I'll spare your life. It seemed Xing Hong Tuyen no longer had the strength to resist. One of her arms was injured, but she remained defiant when threatened. I spit on your Qing Ming sect that forced my parents to death. Even if I die, I won't join you. The disciple's gaze turned vicious, like a raised sword. Is that so? Then he spoke the all-too-familiar villain line, if you don't drink the wine, you'll drink the punishment. My blade is laced with poison. After he finished speaking, Xing Hong Tuyen saw she couldn't fight back. Her pale face had no blood left, but she changed expressions faster than a pancake flipping. She smiled sweetly, calling out, husband. The disciple called her obedient, his face beaming. I knew it, you just needed a firm hand to show you. Following behind him, a figure suddenly appeared, eyes filled with killing intent. It turned out the husband she called was actually Han Shui, not the fat disciple. That evil sect disciple lay in a pool of blood, dead unexpectedly. She was astonished. This was the second-in-command core disciple of the evil sect, killed with just one strike. He spoke up, seeing her amazed expression. Miss Xing, you should find a place to hide. This place is no longer safe. She blushed lightly and replied softly, husband, you don't need to worry. Then his system notification sounded again. Xing Hong Tuyen's affection for you has increased. Current affection level is 6 stars. Hearing this, he couldn't help but curse. This damn charm ability. Then he flew towards the main peak of the mountain. Here, Duan Tong Tien emanated a terrifying demonic aura. Behind him was a massive demonic head, roaring arrogantly. Is this the extent of Jade Pure Sect's power? In the past, the evil sect only killed some of your elders. Yet you opposed us for 100 years. Now I've ascended to the deity realm. Who dares to stop us? Tuyen Xianzhu was silent, her body heavily injured. Li Kongzi's injuries were even more severe. Both his arms were gone. He leaned against the rubble. The Supreme Elder was meditating to heal his wounds, covered in blood. Duan Tong Tien looked down at them from above. Tuyen Xianzhu sat on the ground, surrounded by the injured disciples of the sect. Mocking me with the combined cultivation of your elders will only serve to increase my own power. Eventually, the number one sect in the Great Peace Realm will belong to my evil sect. After saying that, he laughed heartily. Tuyin Xianzu of Jade Pure Sect gripped her token tightly. He spoke arrogantly on the ground. The 100-year legacy of Jade Pure Sect, could it really be destroyed on this very day? Every word he uttered carried a tone of victory. As he spoke, he crushed the token under his foot. The injured Tuyin Xianzu could do nothing but watch helplessly as he gloated. He continued to mock Tuyin Xianzu. Tuyin Xianzu, will you still not give up? Guess how many from Jade Pure Sect are still alive? Tuyin Xianzu screamed out in anguish. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. Demonic energy shot towards Tuyin Xianzu like a venomous snake. Only her scream and Li Kongzi's anguished cry could be heard. Then came a terrifying explosion. But suddenly, a figure stood before her, shielding her. It was Han Shui, arriving just in time. He used his 7 illusion steps and carried her away from that place. To her astonished gaze, though she was in distress, her beauty still shone through, stirring the heart. She called out his name weakly. The elder's attitudes towards him changed. He asked if her master was all right, and she nodded. The elders admitted they had misjudged him. They regretted their foolishness. Your junior sister has accepted a good disciple. They rather liked him. But alas, today they would all die together. Yet Tuyin Xianzu slapped him before their astonished eyes. What are you doing here? Leave this place immediately. She told him to listen in a low voice. Flee as far as you can. Don't let me stop you. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of Jade Pure Sect. He tried to explain, but she cut him off. For your master's sake, go, quickly. Duan Tong Tien mocked disdainfully. A mere 9th level cultivator dares to come here. How laughable. Duan Tong Tien directly unleashed his deity realm's terrifying aura. He called him a brat and said, if you kneel and kowtow 3 times before me, I'll spare your life and let you join the bright demonic cult. The system notification sounded. The system interface appeared, presenting choices when facing the powerful demonic cult leader. Tuyin Xianzu hoped he would leave. He had 2 choices. 1. Heed his master and flee for his life. If successful, he could obtain a magic weapon. 2. Kill the deity cultivator. The path of cultivation inevitably involves strife. Humble cultivation is not the way. If successful in saving Jade Pure Sect, he could obtain a supreme grade spirit pill. Faced with these 2 choices, he thought, thank goodness for this simulation arena. Otherwise, I would choose to flee. But now, since he had this bold opportunity, why not take it? I'm here to kill you. Duan Tong Tien was gradually losing patience. You're truly arrogant. Yet he sensed his passion, so he was not intimidated. He strode forward boldly to confront him. This scene was just like that legendary meme from an anime you're probably familiar with. He sensed an ominous aura and yelled, so you're here. Accept your death. The vile Chuang Kun Ma appeared behind him, one hand gripping his neck, the other poised to finish him. The Supreme Elder shouted, vile Chuang Kun Ma. Duan Tong Tien laughed gleefully. I don't even need to act personally. With Chuang Kun Ma's strength, he alone can crush you all. Stay and savor your despair, before you die. Before he could finish, Chuang Kun Ma was blasted away from behind him. He stared wide-eyed, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. The elders were also frozen in shock, unable to believe that a Yuanyin was defeated in the blink of an eye. The disciples gaped in astonishment. Tuyin Xianzu was amazed by his spiritual power as he evaded the attack. He stood tall, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, as if striking down Chuang Kun Ma took no effort at all. His hair fluttered in the air. Without hesitation, he said to Duan Tong Tien, are you ready for me to send you on your way? He boldly declared, I've come to send you on your way. Duan Tong Tien was enraged by his contempt. You rely on yourself. You think defeating an elder like Chuang Kun Ma is child's play, and you can challenge me. Chuang Kun Ma had just been blasted away, leaving him disgruntled and feeling utterly mocked at being struck by a mere Yuanyin. His eyes brimmed with killing intent, his gaze bloodshot. It seemed he was about to descend into demonic madness. He roared with murderous rage. After speaking, demonic energy swirled around him in a bizarre, deadly display. The heavenly demon lamp in his hand radiated black energy. The Supreme Elder seemed terrified, worriedly telling him to retreat. This treasure can refine souls. Chuang Kun Ma used the soul-devouring heavenly demon art. His eyes burned with rage, as if he emerged from hell itself. I'll offer your souls to my disciple Chen Sanchin. He seemed out of control. Chuang Kun Ma continued, Child, do you see? I'm taking revenge for you. In contrast to Chuang Kun Ma's frenzy, he calmly said, You'll see, then raised his hand toward Chuang Kun Ma. using the three streaks mirage sword technique. In an instant, Chuang Kun Ma was blasted away. Nearly half his body destroyed in a bizarre death. The lamp in his hand also fell to the ground. The elders watched in stunned silence, the atmosphere eerily quiet. However, Duan Tongtian was extremely excited, finding the situation highly entertaining, his eyes shining brightly. He turned to Duan Tongtian and said, "Now, you're qualified, aren't you?" Duan Tongtian remained very calm. "At such a young age, you can kill an elder of my sect." He was still very arrogant. He said with his strength, he could defeat any elder in his demonic sect. "Why not join my demon sect? I can offer you wealth, women, and powerful techniques." It was unclear what his intentions were. Before he could finish speaking, his sword flew at him at extreme speed. The three sword images exploded directly upon colliding with Duan Tongtian's defensive barrier. He frowned, his three streaks mirage sword blocked. Duan Tongtian explained, "I possess a celestial primordial treasure. This treasure can absorb spiritual energy and is immune to most attacks. Unless your spiritual power exceeds mine, you cannot touch me." After speaking, Duan Tongtian laughed loudly. "I gave you a chance. Blame your extraordinary talent for this. Did you really think I'd pity a genius? The world is not short of geniuses. That's why so few geniuses succeed in this world. It depends on their ability to survive. Those who cannot make it fall by the wayside, just like you." As he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a terrifying divine pressure. The pressure was so vast it covered the entire Jade Pure sect. In an instant, all disciples of the Jade Pure sect and Demon sect were overwhelmed. This caused them to be terrified. Chu Fan gritted his teeth, realizing this level of pressure was too horrifying. Even the elders' faces turned pale white, greatly affected by this immense pressure. "It seems, this is the full power of a divine cultivator." Duan Tongtian taunted arrogantly, "If you insist on being stubborn, I'll let you taste the flavor of suffering. You want to protect the Jade Pure sect. Right before your eyes. I'll make everyone from the Jade Pure sect die here. In front of you, let's see how you protect the Jade Pure sect." As he spoke, he raised his hands arrogantly. He saw him grasping his sword, replying to his loud words, "Are you done talking?" A moment later, he swung his sword to strike, challenging Duan Tongtian. "Do you have any last words before I strike?" Duan Tongtian's face was still defiant, saying, "You can speak your last words." In an instant, before Duan Tongtian could react, his entire body was locked in place, rigid. At this moment, Duan Tongtian's face was filled with horror, as if unable to comprehend how the situation had taken this turn, unaware of what bizarre technique this was. With one swift heavenly demonic beheading stroke, his divine sword ended Duan Tongtian's life. He stood there, as Shi Tuan Xianzhu looked on in disbelief. Her eyes clearly showed her terror, unable to accept that this was her disciple. The elders stood frozen, still in shock. Indeed, there was no way to regain their composure immediately. Duan Tongtian was dead, killed by a Yuan Ying at the divine realm. The elders realized it was not an issue with the celestial sect, but his strength that was simply too excessive. Looking at him again, they knew the Jade Pure sect must keep such a talent. He looked towards where Duan Tongtian had stood, realizing the matter was not yet over. Duan Tongtian's physical body was destroyed, but his soul-trapping technique detected his primal soul had escaped, meaning he still had a chance to restore his physical form. This ominous threat must be eliminated. Voices around him inquired, "Han Xiaoyu, where have you been?" The heavens truly bless our Jade Pure sect. Our sect actually has such a powerful disciple. From the rubble, Duan Tongtian's remaining primal soul trembled. He seized the chance to flee amidst the chaos, fearing discovery. He still could not accept being defeated by a mere Yuan Ying cultivator. He angrily wondered, just who is this person? He suddenly appeared right after he replied to Chong Shan Zhao Zi Long. He continued speaking, "The century-long battle between the Jade Pure and demonic sects should end today." He directly absorbed Duan Tongtian's soul with the soul-trapping technique. Duan Tongtian screamed in agonizing pain, "Zhao Zi Long, even if I become a demon, I won't spare you. The demonic sect won't spare you either." His primal soul was then refined, killed to the point of no possible reincarnation. The divine Duan Tongtian was dead. He sheathed his sword, puzzled by the demonic sect. The system window appeared again, notifying him of successfully killing a divine cultivator, rewarding a supreme grade spirit pill. Congratulations, he obtained a divine mind pill. Before he could celebrate, the window showed a grudge had formed, currently at 5 stars. He couldn't help but wonder, just who holds this grudge against me? In the cultivation world, there are different realms, classified based on one's cultivation level, as follows. Beyond the Yuan-Ying realm, there are several more realms. The first is, from low to high, they are respectively, Divine Realm, Spirit Formation Realm, Celestial Being Transformation Realm, Void Realm, Immortal Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm, the Amalgamation Realm, where physical form amalgamates, Fate Degree Realm, with cultivation achievements allowing ascension to immortality, and the Supreme Realm, where divine powers and state of mind reach perfection in this world. The one holding the grudge is in the second level of the Void Realm. Because you killed his puppet, Duan Yongtian, he is filled with hatred towards you. His hatred cannot be alleviated by refining your soul. The current level of hatred is 5 stars. Han Shuihui, after reading the system notifications, his expression immediately changed. He said he knew someone stronger would come to cause trouble, his tone becoming hesitant. The second level of the Void Realm. Suddenly, Han Shuihui's gaze deepened with inscrutable contemplation. He thought it would be impossible to fight back. Even as a newly formed divine cultivator, it would be extremely difficult. The Taoist priest Jingzi had a soiled face. After walking some distance with everyone, she then reminded them, "Everyone, look, the primordial black vortex seems off." Immediately, everyone turned their gaze towards where the Taoist priest pointed. At that moment, a gigantic dragon head with blazing red eyes emerged from the depths of the sea, submerging deep into the surging waves. A savage laughter echoed, "Ha ha ha." Next, an image of a crimson monster with a scarred face appeared. It said, "The information is truly useless. Even stalling for time reveals nothing. Looks like I'll have to find the next place." Taoist friend, your divine abilities, advancing from Yuan Ying to divine, have broadened my horizons. Han Shuihui waved his hand, casting a spell. Han Shuihui had just recited the 3 incantations, when that monster laughed disdainfully and said, "Useless. I am a great cultivator of the Void Realm. Your divine abilities cannot destroy my primordial spirit. Severing my connection to heaven can only buy a little time. I'm not so weak as to have recovered just this meager amount." The group below kept whispering among themselves, taking turns questioning who this void cultivator was. The monster, looking down at the tiny cultivators beneath him, said, "I am Xiao Yi, the elder of the demonic sect in the northern continent. Our sect has been planning for many years, never expecting a variable like you. I'll remember this debt." Han Shuihui's gaze became unnaturally calm. He looked towards Xiao Yi and said, "You mean just now, severing your connection to heaven was just stalling for time?" "Indeed, for you." Hearing Han Shuihui's words aligned with his thoughts, Xiao Yi smugly said, "Naturally. This waste told me no one in the Jade Pure sect is a match for him, so I can interrogate him." Then Xiao Yi resumed a disdainful manner and said, "You want to pry information from me?" Han Shuihui quickly seized the opportunity. Sensing Xiao Yi's psychological lapse, he said, "Looking at another's primordial spirit with one's own primordial spirit would not harm one's true self or insult one's body, correct?" Not letting Han Shuihui grasp the advantage, Xiao Yi quickly regained his senses and fiercely said, "You have no right to know. I scorn bullying juniors." Just then, a light appeared, and Xiao Yi's primordial spirit gradually vanished, leaving only his final words, "Very well, I've sent word of this to the demonic sect. We'll meet again. Farewell. Wait for the demonic sect's revenge." Immediately after, Xiao Yi's primordial spirit dissipated. Li Kongzi and the Supreme Elder, their faces smeared with dirt, looked towards the fading light. Li Kongzi said, "No wonder the Clarity sect schemed against the demonic realm. It was the demonic sect's arrangement." The Supreme Elder immediately replied, "After today, the Clarity sect should be erased." Then, Li Kongzi turned to Han Shuihui and said, "The urgent task now is to eliminate all the demonic cultivators within our sect. Han Shuihui, please take care of your master." Han Shuihui supported the injured Shi Shanzi and said gently, "Forgive your untalented disciple, master. I'll treat your injuries right away." Everyone then said to Han Shuihui, "Little Han, your master's injuries aren't serious. You are so devoted to your master, you can't leave her alone in this injured state. Your master is the priority, we'll go ahead." Upon hearing Han Shuihui's words, everyone exclaimed loudly again, "What a joke. You alone sweep the demonic sect." then my reputation will explode. You're afraid of fame like a pig fears getting fat. Hearing Han Shuihui's heartwarming words, Shi Shanzi smiled contentedly. Someone said, I really admire Shi Shanzi. If only I had such a disciple. Hearing this admiration, another interjected, mocking him. You can't even compare to her. Someone else sighed, don't even mention it. My disciple at the sect gate stole a divine artifact last month and ran off. He still hasn't returned. Comparing people only makes others die of anger. The old Taoist Daolelao watched the noisy scene unfold. Then Daolelao finally spoke up. Taoist friend, what is your background and cultivation level? You are definitely not a disciple that our Jade Clarity sect could nurture. Han Shuihui immediately responded to Daolelao's question, we just met, no need for acquaintances. You only need to know that I'm now a Jade Clarity disciple. I won't harm the Jade Clarity sect. Everyone felt Daolelao's question was a bit blunt. So someone said, old Taoist Lei, don't ask such disheartening questions. Everyone has their own story. Another added, that's right, if you make Taoist Han leave because of you, we'll deal with you. Meanwhile, some demonic sect disciples called out in confusion, the sect master isn't responding. They began panicking, questioning each other. The sect master's aura is gone now. It seems we saw the demon lord's corpse. Hearing this, another turned pale and said, how is that possible? Li Kongzi shielded Shi Shanzi and shouted loudly, Little Han, quickly finish them off. I'll appoint you as the next sect leader. Shi Shanzi immediately cried out, Senior brother, your arm just healed, don't exert too much force. No matter what, master comes first. Han Shuihui coldly replied, then do it yourself. I need to finish treating master first. Li Kongzi's expression suddenly changed. He shouted loudly, the demonic sect master is dead. Jade Clarity disciples, kill all demonic cultivators. Faced with the Jade Clarity sect's ferocious momentum, the demonic cultivators fell into panic. No, it can't be. Run. In a village, the demonic cultivators hiding there also descended into chaos. Some cried, no, run quickly. In another village, demonic cultivators squatting there also began fleeing in panic. After hearing the news of the sect master's death, were horrified. The sect master is dead, what should we? Meanwhile, the Jade Clarity sect kept shouting, kill the demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators began fleeing in chaos. Thieves mingled with civilians, all screaming, run quickly. Wherever the ferocious Jade Clarity sect went, they slaughtered all demonic cultivators they encountered, killing them all. Kill all cultivators, leave no survivors. The Puritan immortal stood with the elders, watching and commenting, it's better they run. It can reduce casualties for our sect. An elder behind him replied, this debt must be settled later. Since they provoked us first, the demonic sect won't dare attack our sect again. Amidst everyone's shock, Li Kongzi said, elders, you've all seen Han Shuihui's abilities. Everyone gradually paid attention to Li Kongzi, as if he had more to say. After this display, from now on, Han Shuihui shall be the Jade Clarity sect's deputy leader. My cultivation can no longer progress. The Jade Clarity sect must rely on the younger generation in the future. Li Kongzi thought, this person cannot leave the Jade Clarity sect. Then he continued, Han Shuihui's potential is immense. His abilities are fully qualified to take this position. Surely no one objects. After hearing Li Kongzi's decision, Han Shuihui looked at him and said, I object. Li Kongzi's face stiffened. Why? Han Shuihui began explaining, I only want to cultivate in seclusion. Being deputy leader would be so tiring, I'd have no time for cultivation. Li Kongzi said helplessly, but, just then, the Supreme Elder spoke up in response. Then let him be an elder with the title and treatment of a deputy sect leader. Unless there's a crisis, in normal times, no one is allowed to disturb him. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, Han Shuihui's eyes lit up brightly, and he applauded, saying, the Supreme Elder is truly remarkable. However, Han Shuihui was still not entirely at ease. This is acceptable, but the person you mentioned earlier is at the Void Realm. Won't he? The Supreme Elder, hearing Han Shuihui's words, said, as for the potential risk you're concerned about, let me explain. Just as you guessed, he only has his primordial spirit left. He has comprehended over half of the Tao of meditation, and agreed to help him restore his physical body, giving him a chance to break through. The Supreme Elder continued, it said he's prolonging his time to borrow some secret method to absorb the spiritual energy and life force of the Jade Clarity sect. The image of the floating head gradually faded into the air, then reappeared once more. Layers of mountains piled up, creating a magnificent, majestic scene. The Supreme Elder's voice continued evenly. Moreover, the Northern Realm is extremely far away from our location. No matter where he flees, we of the righteous path will not let him run rampant. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, Han Shuihui still had some thoughts in his heart. How can I be at ease? It's not the 99% I fear, but the 1%. I must enter secluded cultivation as soon as possible to break through the void realm. The scene shifted to the inner hall. As the Selection Immortal began speaking, after the demonic sect's downfall, the inner sect of the Jade Clarity sect rested, recovering their primordial energy, and proceeded with reconstruction in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, within the sect, there's a legend of a mysterious great cultivator. The Selection Immortal walked a few steps, then said, this time, the Jade Clarity sect faced a crisis. Her gaze suddenly turned towards the lower hall. Fortunately, an elder sword strike of our sect struck with one sword, vanquishing the immortal, turning danger into peace. After hearing the Selection Immortal's words, the various sects of the Jade Clarity sect immediately became excited, clamoring about the elder sword strike. Our sect was hiding a great cultivator at the immortal realm. From today onwards, Elder Swordstrike is my idol. Sisters, are you interested in joining his fan club? I heard he's very handsome. Just one sword strike from Elder Swordstrike was awesome. I'll love him forever. Seeing the noisy, chaotic scene, after hearing the information she had just shared, the Selection Immortal felt helpless. She quickly regained control of the atmosphere, saying, alright, now dismiss. Han Shuihui stays, the rest of you leave. Upon hearing the Selection Immortal's instructions, everyone responded in unison, yes, master. After everyone had left, the space became quiet and deserted. Only Han Shuihui and the Selection Immortal remained, both silent, unsure of what to say. Then, to break the tense atmosphere, the Selection Immortal quickly spoke up. Don't you have anything to say? Han Shuihui's face turned pale. Upon hearing the Selection Immortal's question, he then wondered, what should I say? Sensing that Han Shuihui still didn't understand her intent, what question she wanted to ask, she continued, who is this person that came to the Jade Clarity sect, and what is their purpose? The Selection Immortal looked at Han Shuihui with an even more questioning gaze. She said, Li Kongzi, you may not understand. As your master, I must make things clear. No wonder you never need my guidance. Should I call you Han Daoyu from now on? After hearing her words, Han Shuihui felt awkward and said, Master, there's no need. My background, you must have investigated thoroughly. My junior martial brother told you long ago. Don't you trust my talents? Hearing this, the Selection Immortal's gaze turned cold. She said, even if your talents are exceptional, but those divine abilities, where did you learn them from? Seeing the doubts within the Selection Immortal's thoughts and words, Han Shuihui felt helpless. He said, I can't blame the master for thinking that way. My vanquishing of the immortal was indeed illogical. No one would believe it if told. Plus, in the deep forest, I was able to obtain superior resources. Even a fool could see there's an issue. Thereupon, facing the Selection Immortal's inquiry, Han Shuihui decided to tell her the truth. Let me tell you, but don't spread it around. The Selection Immortal seemed to sense that she would receive answers to her lingering questions. In her thoughts, she readily agreed. All right, speak. An image of Han Shuihui's innocent, adorable past self appeared. He continued, once, there was a child, innocent and fond of drinking animal milk, carefree every day. Han Shuihui went on, he found a ring under an old, burnt willow tree struck by lightning. An image showed Han Shuihui picking it up, and the ring began to glow. He had found treasure, but instead of coveting it, he gave it to Uncle Bokwai. Suddenly, a white-haired immortal emerged from the ring that Han Shuihui had just picked up. Han Shuihui continued, unexpectedly, there was an immortal living in that ring. Seeing me, the immortal granted me an opportunity. Then the white-haired immortal spoke further, seeing your rare karmic roots, I deem you a genius, a rare encounter. This is destiny. I shall bestow upon you my supreme cultivation method. A series of fabricated details emerged in Han Shuihui's story. Yet he continued enthusiastically, so afterward, I often received teachings from the immortal. In my dreams, he said I must become an immortal, but my destiny was full of obstacles. Thus, I secluded myself daily, never causing trouble. Seeing the Selection Immortal's displeased expression, Han Shuihui thought to himself, the more I fabricate, the more illogical it becomes. The master may not believe me. After the story ended, the Selection Immortal looked at Han Shuihui and said, so that's how it was. Indeed, there have been such cases. Hearing her words, Han Shuihui was perplexed, for this story, he had fabricated to deceive her. Yet unexpectedly, such a person had truly existed. Seeing him remain silent, she continued, "If that was the case, why did you want to join the Jade Pure sect? The Jade Pure sect never treated you well. I believe you didn't consider the Jade Pure sect home." Han Shuihui's gaze became inscrutable. He thought, "That's true, but I've lived for 100 years. You may not know much about my heart, but there are two things in the Jade Pure sect that are most important to me, for which I wish to live and die with the Jade Pure sect." Immediately after, the system announced, "System notification. The selection immortal's affection level towards you has increased. The current affection level is 3.5 stars. Immediately after, the selection immortal turned back and looked towards Han Shuihui, then asked, "Do you plan to continue secluding yourself in the future?" Han Shuihui clasped his hands in front of him, adopting a martial arts stance, and said, "One must know when the demon venerable of illusory realm will strike, so I must seize the time to become stronger." Hearing Han Shuihui's words, she found them quite reasonable. She then said, "You may go." Han Shuihui quickly replied, "Yes, master." In a small cave, 3 men used to stay together. When Han Shuihui came to help them, they didn't believe in his abilities and often said, "This group must have entered the tournament through the back door." The long-haired one replied, "Getting third place would already be highly regarded." The bald one responded, "Haha, they said they wouldn't even get a chance." However, after the victory results were announced, this person completely changed his attitude. The long-haired one said, "On behalf of my disciples, I thank you for your mercy." The bearded one replied, "Your magnanimity is a mirror for us." The bald one's eyes shone as he continuously praised, "Well done, Elder Demon Slayer." Han Shuihui lay relaxing on a swinging hammock, recalling the excessive praises of those 3 who had previously looked down on him. He thought, but strength has always been revered above all. Reality proved that secluding himself to cultivate was right. Immediately after, he sat up abruptly. Many thoughts began to surface. If I had slacked off for a few years, it would be difficult to survive now. Han Shuihui's gaze became pensive and inscrutable. One could only say, success is reserved for those who are prepared. In the days that followed, he always strived to train hard. Interrupting his train of thought, Chang Yuni's voice rang out, "My junior brother is here." Han Shuihui quickly turned around and looked towards her. Chang Yune, with a radiant face, carried a handful of young plants and approached Han Shuihui, saying, "The sect has provided you with many spiritual treasures that can help nourish your dwelling with spiritual energy. I've come to plant them for you." Chang Yune struck a pose of excitement and joy, then said, "The spirit gathering formation also needs adjusting." Han Shuihui's face showed weariness. "Who told senior sister about this?" "I've troubled you, senior sister." Chang Yune gently said, "I was just joking. You're the elder demon slayer now. How can I still be your senior sister?" System notification. Affection 5.5 stars, Elder Demon Slayer. Junior brother Han is remarkable. Chang Yuni's gaze suddenly turned surprised. Han Shuihui walked over and pressed close, pinning Chang Yune against a rock slab, where Han Shuihui said sharply, "As long as senior sister cultivates seriously, she won't always be a useless senior sister to me." In Chang Yuni's eyes, Han Shuihui's tenderness overflowed. She said shyly, "I can never match up to junior brother, no matter how I cultivate." Han Shuihui leaned even closer to Chang Yune, close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. He said, "It doesn't matter. Senior sister, I have a request." Chang Yune quickly turned her face away, hiding her shyness, and said, "Yes, go ahead." Han Shuihui seized the opportunity and slyly said, "I've been waiting for you to say that." Then Han Shuihui continued, "Please set up another formation for my dwelling, one that guards against fire, theft, and so on." "Thank you, senior sister." Contrary to her expectations, Chang Yune felt a bit disappointed, and remained silent for 3 years. The Jade Pure sect's military might was formidable. The sect leader led disciples from 10 mountains to attack the Bright Clarity Demon sect, leaving 8 mountains to guard the sect. Everyone bravely wanted to go and fight against the demon sect, to regain eternal peace for the Celestial Gate. Under the Jade Pure sect's attack, the Bright Clarity Demon sect lost high-level strategies like Duan Tungtian. The demon hordes were defeated one after another, and the fierce battles caused casualties everywhere. The Bright Clarity Demon sect, which had committed evil for 100 years, was finally annihilated by the earth-shaking Great Ceremony. The Jade Pure sect's hopes soared to unprecedented heights. As the sky neared dusk, the sunset dimmed, and flocks of birds flew westward to rest. However, the title of Elder Demon Slayer was also spread throughout the cultivation world. People only knew of that person's great name, but had never seen them. Han Shuihui stood in the evening glow, thinking this must be that feeling. Yuan Ying Realm, 2nd level. The system clearly notified the mission completion. Hidden achievement unlocked. Duan Tungtian killed, Bright Clarity Demon Sect annihilated, triggering special reward. In addition to the initial reward, Divine Spirit Pill, you also gain a Devil Binding Artifact Rope and a secret manual of the Great Heavenly Thunderblast. System Inheritance. Li Kongzi walked with a white-haired person into a deep, desolate forest. In the sky above, dark clouds gathered, forming a massive vortex that descended, with lightning bolts flashing atop the sect's peaks. Seeing the flashing lightning bolts, some people started to shout that the demon sect was attacking again. Then the man in green said, "The Bright Clarity Demon Sect has also been eliminated." Li Kongzi said, "Could it be other demonic sects?" Immediately after, Li Kongzi looked towards the Grand Elder, who was using a spiritual vision technique to investigate, and asked, "Master, what do you see?" The Grand Elder instantly realized something, and said to reassure everyone, "Don't worry, I used my spiritual vision and took a look. It's happening in Han Shuihui's territory." Upon hearing his name, everyone immediately calmed down, saying, "If it's him, then there's nothing to worry about." A massive lightning bolt struck Cao Trung, shattering the ground. The Great Heavenly Thunderblast, a lightning spell that could summon the primordial energies of heaven and earth, unleashing a devastating force with an extremely wide area of effect. Right where Han Shuihui stood, more and more massive lightning bolts gathered. His expression turned triumphant. Finally, an area of effect that this old man loves the most. "Now let's see my quintuple thunderbolt." Suddenly, a shout made Han Shuihui pause. It was Li Kongzi. He called out from below, "Elder Han, are you free?" Han Shuihui quickly stopped his spell and replied to Li Kongzi, "Sect Master Li, what is it?" Li Kongzi raised his hand with a smile. "I'd like to discuss something with you." The two of them moved into Han Shuihui's residence. Li Kongzi said, "If Elder Han has any needs, you can state them directly. I've already greeted all the other elders. Your minor matters are major matters for the Jade Pure sect." Han Shuihui looked weary as he replied, "I don't have any needs. I just want to live a normal life." Hearing such a reply, Li Kongzi's face flushed red, and he responded embarrassedly, "This residence is a bit small for Elder Han, isn't it?" Han Shuihui immediately replied, "It's fine, I'm used to it." Li Kongzi suddenly turned sly, looking back at Han Shuihui and saying, "Why doesn't Elder Han go cultivate at the main peak instead? It's spacious and comfortable there." Hearing this sudden suggestion, Han Shuihui froze for a few seconds before replying, "No need, thank you for the offer, Sect Master." Outside this vast cave, the sky is still blue. Li Kongzi's voice echoed, "If that's the case, I won't insist. As for the celestial residence, the sect will strive to renovate it with the best resources for you." Han Shuihui quickly replied with delight, "Such good news." Li Kongzi's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "There's one more thing. Does Elder Han want to take in a disciple?" Han Shuihui heard this and asked puzzledly, "A disciple?" Li Kongzi gestured towards a young man, who had been standing quietly behind him. "This young man has exceptional talent. If the idol Elder Han guides him a little, it would be great." Han Shuihui's eyes turned towards the person Li Kongzi had introduced. Li Kongzi continued, "When he matures, he could serve you respectfully." System reminder. Han Shuihui's gaze sharpened, checking. Detected a celestial spirit root. Soon after, the system updated information about the young man, Yang Tiandong, harboring the demon saint bloodline, a half-human, half-demon. Exceptional talent. However, in his youth, he suffered from demonic possession, causing him to be half-demon, half-human. His talent is outstanding, but his early years, once lost control, turned demonic, and injured his fellow disciples. He was imprisoned by the celestial demon sect, but luckily was rescued by the Jade Pure sect. After reading Yang Tiandong's brief background, Han Shuihui suddenly had a question: is he the protagonist? Yang Tiandong's gaze was calm and inscrutable. He said, "Greetings to the demon-slaying elder." Han Shuihui was a bit confused, so he said, "Taking in a disciple is fine, but the Jade Pure sect's cultivation methods are up to you. I'll only teach magic and divine abilities." As soon as he heard Han Shuihui's agreement, Li Kongzi happily said, "That's good then." Then Li Kongzi brought out a box full of tokens and said, cultivation methods aren't an issue, but for supreme skills, he needs to accumulate merits and contributions. These tokens represent the demon-slaying elder's authority. Accept them, and in the future, you can distribute them to your disciples. Seeing the numerous tokens bearing Han Shuihui's mark inside the box, he was stunned and said, does this mean I'll be taking in many more disciples? Han Shuihui picked up a token to examine it. Then Li Kongzi said, alright, I'll go first. You two can chat. After Li Kongzi left, Han Shuihui was left dazed, watching Yang Tiandong pay his respects. Han Shuihui then said, the sect master has considered your background. You are Yang Tiandong. Hearing the name Han Shuihui gave him, he was slightly taken aback. Han Shuihui continued, a half-human, half-demon imprisoned by the celestial demon sect, isn't that right? Hearing that Han Shuihui knew his origins, Yang Tiandong was surprised. He recalled Li Kongxi's warning, your identity is special, remember, don't tell him about your past. Do you understand? But now, Han Shuihui had clearly stated his former origins, making him wonder if his past could really be deduced so easily. Han Shuihui sternly looked at Yang Tiandong and said, from now on, you will be my disciple. Yang Tiandong became admiring and respectful. Since that's the case, he said, your disciple is in awe of master's capabilities. Han Shuihui replied, of course, your master is formidable. This disciple pays his respects to you. Han Shuihui smiled smugly, thinking it unnecessary to explain. With the system, what don't I know? Then Han Shuihui was about to leave, but said, take the tokens and find a place to cultivate. Yang Tiandong quickly obeyed. Yes, master. Before Han Shuihui could leave, Yang Tiandong called out, master, I have a request. Han Shuihui turned back curiously, Yang Tiandong said, this is a profound technique, left by my father, requiring deity transformation to cultivate. With my dull aptitude, I ask master to guide me. Yang Tiandong offered a red talisman to Han Shuihui. Seeing it, Han Shuihui froze, saying, this is. He took the talisman Yang Tiandong gave him. Thinking his divine sense was blocked by this strand, Han Shuihui continued pondering. To obtain the profound technique within, one needs deity transformation to break through. Wait for me, he told Yang Tiandong, quickly gesturing his agreement. Master will study it first before cultivating the path. You must have the determination to cultivate diligently. First, cultivate to 15 natal spiritual roots. Afterwards, I will impart magical arts to you. Upon hearing Han Shuihui's words, Yang Tiandong quickly agreed, thanking his master. But when he realized the issue, he exclaimed, wait, 15. After that, Han Shuihui asked with a frown, To avoid any serious problems, Yang Tiandong continued, no worries, I'll cultivate to 15 right away. From the 4th level of celestial being, breaking through to deity transformation shouldn't take too long. I can prepare for that. The scene showed Han Shuihui in seclusion, surrounded by a radiant glow. Suddenly, Han Shuihui's gaze deepened. I wonder how my disciple is doing. Yang Tiandong seemed to be waiting for Han Shuihui's seclusion to end, looking haggard. Master has finally emerged. The scene showed Yang Tiandong waiting like a rock for Han Shuihui. He said, after waiting for 10 years without moving, I'm about to get hemorrhoids. Seeing Yang Tiandong like this, Han Shuihui thought, from the 1st to the 6th level of celestial being as of now, his breakthrough speed is not bad. He indeed has some talent. To avoid boredom while waiting for Han Shuihui's seclusion, Yang Tiandong had raised a nest of birds, and now the chicks had hatched, while the mother bird had aged. Han Shuihui spoke up, how did you find these 15 years of cultivation? Upon hearing Han Shuihui's question, Yang Tiandong immediately replied, Master, your disciple has gained much from diligent cultivation these 15 years, and comprehended many principles. Hearing this, Han Shuihui's expression turned sour. Damn it, I secluded for so many years and never comprehended any stupid principles. Han Shuihui stretched comfortably and said, if that's the case, go out and take on a mission right away. Yang Tiandong immediately became excited. Can I really go out? Han Shuihui continued, what mission? I remember the sect has a contribution mission board. Wait until you become number 1 on the monthly board, then come back. Hearing such an impossible task, Yang Tiandong kept saying, what? Shortly after, Yang Tiandong was kicked out by Han Shuihui. Yang Tiandong sighed continuously, number 1 on the monthly board. Who knows when I can accomplish that? Han Shuihui looked at the feather Yang Tiandong had given him before, saying, finally got rid of that little brat. No need to wait until deity transformation. I can solve it now. Then Han Shuihui picked up a strange vial and went to the feather's location. For today, I prepared more than just 15 years. It's the key item in the past decade to upgrade my cultivation and enhance my divine sense. The Divine Mind Pill specializes in enhancing divine sense. Shortly after, Han Shuihui opened the vial's lid with a pop, as expected. Everything is going according to my plan. Han Shuihui thought the pill had 9 pellets in total. The more consumed, the stronger the effect. At the celestial being realm, he would possess a deity-level divine sense. This pill was quite potent. The divine sense boost wasn't just tenfold. After swallowing the pill into his body, Han Shuihui's eyes shone brightly. "Let me see what you really are." He looked at the feather, revealing a thin veil of smoke surrounding it. Suddenly, a flash of light emerged, causing everything to become blurred. A series of incantations and secret protective talismans appeared within, began to fly out, causing Han Shuihui to be caught off guard, exclaiming in surprise. This is the vast and boundless space, the heavens and earth are bright and clear. Those cultivating immortality were heading towards the Jade Green sect. A few were conversing with each other. "Is that the Jade Green sect up ahead?" Another replied, "I wonder if we'll be accepted." Everyone was jostling excitedly, unable to wait for the Jade Green sect's recruitment ceremony. Someone said, "It's normal not to be accepted. The Beggars sect always welcomes you." Immediately after, a cry rang out. "Don't say that." Someone asked curiously, "Which are the 18 most formidable mountain ranges?" The other person replied. One of them said, "Senior brother Mao will introduce them to us later." Mao Fucheng sighed. "Ah, the vigor of youth." Mao Fucheng saw everyone eagerly anticipating the recruitment ceremony, reminding him of the past. "I remember when I joined the Jade Green sect, I was like that too. Time flies, my junior brother is now in charge of recruiting new disciples." Mao Fucheng walked ahead, leading the way, but was lost in thought. These kids are all talents. Chatting so animatedly makes recruitment easy. Suddenly, the sound of a bamboo flute rang out. As if sensing something, Mao Fucheng's eyes became alert. Abruptly, a green beam of light flew past Mao Fucheng's face. Fortunately, his quick reflexes helped him dodge it. Seeing an explosion in the distance, Mao Fucheng's expression turned grave. A plume of smoke rose. Mao Fucheng shouted a warning to everyone, "Poisonous mist. Everyone, come to me quickly. Senior brother Mao. Senior Mao." They were immediately stopped by Mao Fucheng and retreated. Enemies are attacking from behind. Suddenly, a rogue cultivator wielding twin swords flew in. Mao Fucheng swiftly shifted from a defensive stance to a counterattack. The rogue cultivator was surrounded by a stream of lightning, causing him to groan in pain. Mao Fucheng summoned a bolt of thunder towards that rogue cultivator. The rogue cultivator was blasted away. A stream of blood gushed into the air. Mao Fucheng's eyes hardened, realizing his carelessness. Another rogue cultivator moved in from behind, thrusting a spear towards Mao Fucheng's back. He wasn't alone. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale, only able to call out, "Senior brother Mao. Senior Mao." That rogue cultivator then spoke up. "Everyone, kneel down. We're only after Mao Fucheng. If you dare interfere, you'll die." After being severely injured, Mao Fucheng's voice became broken. He asked, "Who are you people?" Mao Fucheng thought about directly attacking them, but didn't dare move. One of the rogue cultivators answered, "Celestial pugilists, earthly assassins, demonic aura sect. Let me tell you, the Jade Green sect's great calamity has arrived." Suddenly, a plume of smoke descended from above, accompanied by a special technique, catching the rogue cultivators off guard. Everyone excitedly exclaimed, "Look!" A black figure flew down from the sky, blocking the rogue cultivators. Celestial aura, earthly presence, forged from primal energy into a physical body, cultivated to the great accomplishment of a physical body tens of thousands of feet tall. Han Shuihui's sharp gaze said, "How dare you bully my Jade Green sect's disciples right at our doorstep?" Han Shuihui's celestial and earthly divine abilities were truly formidable. Wielding a portion of heaven and earth's power, it caused the rogue cultivators to tremble in fear, saying, This can't be real, can it? It's not an illusion, is it?" Han Shuihui's gaze turned menacing. This celestial and earthly divine ability is indeed formidable. Its shockwave alone, not to mention its destructive power, is beyond words. It's just that I can't act recklessly with someone here. Seeing Han Shuihui's towering figure, Mao Fucheng thought to himself, this person seems familiar. Soon after, Han Shuihui's massive form charged towards the rogue cultivators. They screamed in fear, number. The bystanders were gripped by terror, yelling, "Don't do it! Don't! That kick alone could kill us!" The two rogue cultivators, terrified, shouted to each other, "Quickly, take a hostage to threaten him. He won't dare act recklessly then." Han Shuihui raised his fist, preparing to strike with precise force. The two rogue cultivators were petrified. He's not from the Jade Green sect, is he? A powerful punch descended, sending the two rogue cultivators flying outwards. Even our own people. Mao Fucheng hurried towards the children, wanting to protect them. "Stop," he shouted. "Don't involve the children. They're innocent." Han Shuihui passed by Mao Fucheng and vanished. Mao Fucheng's gaze held a hint of puzzlement, as if recalling something. The two rogue cultivators were blasted far away, but Mao Fucheng and the others were unharmed. Mao Fucheng wanted to go search for that familiar figure, but when he turned back, it had already disappeared without a trace. One of the children then said, "What just happened?" Everyone began discussing the events in hushed tones. "It seems someone acted too swiftly just now," someone remarked. Mao Fucheng closed his eyes, attempting to calm himself and regulate his emotions and injuries. "That's only natural," someone else said. "To defeat two golden core experts in an instant, who else could it have been but him?" Shortly after, Mao Fucheng snapped out of his daze. "What are you all standing around for? Come here and help me treat my wounds." The others hurried over to assist him. "Apologies, Senior Mao. Don't overexert yourself." At the Jade Green sect, Elder Li Kangzi read his favorite book, his face contorting with delight. He, excellent. He kicked the door open with a bang. A voice called out, "Elder Li," startling him. The two rogue cultivators were brought in, lying prostrate on the ground. "These two wanted to capture Mao Fucheng and hand him over to us that day." Elder Li said, "Ah, the Twin Blade sect's renowned cultivators." The sect leader then spoke up, "If I'm not mistaken, these men are from the Zoan Holy Teaching." The Zoan Holy Teaching once dominated the cultivation world in the Great Zhou region 1,000 years ago. The sect leader gazed into the distance and continued, "For slaughtering the talents of various sects. They were jointly suppressed by the orthodox sects and forced into darkness. Recently, they've resurfaced and abducted many talented disciples from the orthodox path." Elder Li said, "It seems they've obtained a great deal of our intelligence. The captured disciples are all prodigies. I suspect there may be a mole within our sect, leaking information, either from the imperial court or from our higher ranks." The sect leader replied, "We can't jump to conclusions. This demonic sect has been dormant for thousands of years before suddenly resurfacing. Their methods may have changed." The sect leader continued, "We can't rush to conclusions. This demonic sect has been lurking for thousands of years before suddenly emerging. They must have a grand scheme." Han Shuide, who had been standing silently, finally spoke up. "What is the true power of the Zoan Holy Teaching? Do they have Void Realm cultivators?" The sect leader replied, "They likely have Soul Realm experts, but I'm uncertain about the Void Realm." Han Shuide pondered this, thinking, "Oh, I wonder if I can escape." The sect leader quickly continued, "Elder Han, this matter cannot be delayed. I must visit the various sects with Elder Li Kangzi to unite the orthodox path. For this period, the safety of our Jade Green sect will be entrusted to you." System notification. You are faced with a request from the sect leader, the Supreme Elder of Jade Green sect. You have the following choices. Decline the request, and receive a rejuvenation pill from Jade Green sect. 2. Accept the request. Continue cultivating and protecting Jade Green sect. Ensure its safety until the sect leader returns, and receive a secret spell manual and a bottle of Soul Realm cultivation pills. Upon reading the notification, Han Shuide thought to himself, a rejuvenation pill. With that, I won't have to worry about my looks. But then he said, "No problem, I can do it." Seeing Han Shuide's positive attitude, Elder Li Kangzi remarked, "Excellent, excellent. With Elder Han guarding the sect, I'm at ease." Han Shuide thought, "It's easy to say that when you don't have to go out." System notification. Your favorability with Elder Li Kangzi and the sect leader has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. Time skip. 6 years later, Han Shuide broke through to the 5th level of the Yuan Ying realm. His lifespan increased to 1,085 years. Han Shuide stretched his arms, feeling refreshed, and said, "Finally, I've broken through the thousands." His gaze turned powerless. But why hasn't my disciple returned yet? Han Shuide swiped through the notification board, wondering if he was too harsh on his top disciple. He checked his friends list to see if his disciple was there. System notification. Your friend Li Kangzi has been ambushed 14 times by the Zoan Holy Teaching. Your friend the Supreme Elder has been ambushed 26 times by the Zoa Unholy Teaching. Your disciple Diang Tiandong has been ambushed by the Zoa Unholy Teaching. Diang Thindong's disciples have been severely beaten by the Zoa Unholy Teaching. Your friend Chu Pham has been ambushed 8 times by the Zoa Unholy Teaching. After reading the notifications, Han Shuade froze. No wonder my disciple was captured. By that logic, if my disciple is in trouble, as their master, I should go and help them. That's only natural. But then another thought stopped him. Han Shuade said, I'm sorry, my dear disciple. Your master's power is inadequate. I can only wish you the best and hope you're reborn well in your next life. Meanwhile, Diang Tiandong sat in prison, sneezing repeatedly. Han Shuade paced around the inner sect, thinking, well, I can't go out anyway. As an elder, I should still work for the sect and repay their investment in me. Then he recalled Li Kangxi's suspicion that there may be spies among the elders. Han Shuade pondered deeply. There could be people from the Zoa Unholy Teaching within our Jade Green sect. His gaze turned to the system display, which showed in red, Profile, Huo Lui Lao Xian, Yuan Ying Realm 7th level. Huo Lui Lao Xian, an elder of the Thunder sect in the Jade Green sect, a secret agent of the Zoa Unholy Teaching. After reading this information, Han Shuade exclaimed, so it was him. After seeing Huo Lui Lao Xian's information, Han Shuade became pensive and inscrutable. Then, the Zoa Unholy Teaching's secret agent has hidden deeply. Han Shuade thought, no wonder that day, after rescuing the Jade Green sect, among all the high-ranking members, he was the only one who didn't take a liking to me. I thought he was just cold, but he's actually a traitor. Han Shuade's gaze turned cold. Now, what should I do? Arrest him directly or find evidence first? The sect leader and supreme elder aren't in the sect either. The only one I can trust now is. Han Shuade went to see Shi Zan Shanzi. He said, Master, I've discovered there's a traitor from the Zoa Unholy Teaching among the elders. How should we handle this? Shi Zan Shanzi immediately asked, who is it? Han Shuade quickly answered, Huo Lui Lao Xian of the Thunder sect. He thought, but without evidence, he couldn't reveal the system. Or should I continue to investigate Huo Lui Lao Xian? When Shi Zan Shanzi closed her eyes, not showing any expression, she simply said, kill him. Hearing her answer, Han Shuade became puzzled. Do they have a grudge? She didn't even ask for evidence and just ordered to kill him directly. Then, to explain her way of handling it, Shi Zan Shanzi said, I've suspected he had issues for a long time. If even you say so, then it must be true. Shi Zan Shanzi continued, no need to inform the other elders. Let's go straight to the Thunder sect. The Thunder sect. Huo Lui Lao Xian quickly welcomed them upon seeing the two arrivals. He said, for two elders to come together here. It's quite a surprise. A sword strike immediately went straight towards Huo Lui Lao Xian. Han Shuade said, a gift for you. Outside the gate, the sight of Shi Zan Shanzi standing with Han Shuade came into view. Han Shuade held a sword in his hand, continuously saying, 3 absolute sword images as traveling expenses. Immediately after, Huo Lui Lao Xian was pierced through by successive sword strikes, pinning him to the wall. He screamed madly, you, what do you mean by this? Han Shuade approached him and said, someone accused you of being a secret agent of the Zoa Unholy Teaching. The recent incidents involving our disciples must be related to you. Hearing this struck his guilty conscience. His gaze turned fearful. Han Shuade continued, today, I'm eliminating the harm that caused the talented disciples of the Jade Green sect to go missing. Huo Lui Lao Xian summoned 300 lightning tribulations, harboring hatred towards Han Shuade. Current hatred level, 5 stars. A raging lightning storm arose, surrounding Huo Lui Lao Xian. The heavenly thunder exploded. Seeing this scene, Shi Zan Shanzi worried. It happened too fast. I didn't see clearly when Han Shuade held back his final move. If we don't face him, we'll truly have no way to retreat. After being severely battered, Huo Lui Lao Xian said, Elder Han, please go easy, I'll confess everything. I'll confess it all. Han Shuade approached, using lightning to draw near, as Huo Lui Lao Xian begged, please, go a little easier. After doing what needed to be done, Han Shuade then turned and said to Shi Zan Shanzi, Master, we'll leave the rest to the Ju Long exorcism seal. Calls echoed from the other disciples. Master, what happened? The disciples, seeing Shi Zan Shanzi, said, it's Shi Zan Shanzi. Another asked, may I ask, are you our master's senior? Shi Zan Shanzi quickly replied with an extremely calm expression, Elder Zan Shen has investigated and found that Huo Lui, the Thunder sect's elder, was actually a spy for the Zoa Unholy Teaching. He He is now dead. Immediately after, to reassure the Thunder Sect's disciples, she said, "Disciples of the Thunder Sect, cultivate with peace of mind. The elder's position will be decided after the sect master returns. For now, try to go out less, to avoid drawing the Zoa and holy teaching's attention." One of the disciples then said, "How could our master be a spy?" Another replied, "Elder Zan Shen would not wrongly accuse anyone." Yet another expressed regret, saying, "Our master is dead." A loud bang on the table echoed through the space. A long-haired, bearded man quickly said, "He devoted so many years, yet was a spy. Is there evidence?" Shi Zan Shanzi said, "This is Huo Lui Lao Xian's coded talisman. This was used to exchange intelligence with the Zoa and Holy Teaching's emissary. Besides this, there were letters and demonic artifacts. As stated in the documents, they even knew the color of his undergarments. Now we have Elder Zan Shen, or who knows how many more years we'd be deceived." Someone spoke up, however, Elder Zan Shen was also terribly ruthless. Another said, "At the 7th level of Yuan Ying realm, he couldn't withstand even 3 of his moves." The long-haired, bearded man said, "This person absolutely cannot be trifled with." Han Shuade sat on a large tree, observing the situation. Luckily, the other elders seem clean, but the lower ranks are quite troublesome. The Zoa and Holy Teaching has 4 spies, and the 2 orthodox sects also have spies, it seems. And there are likely some from cultivating clans too. Han Shuade continued, "I don't know why the Jade Pure sect has become such a sieve. Cleaning it up will be extremely troublesome. First, I'll note down the names, then deal with it later. For now, I can't stir up a storm." Han Shuade pondered with a leaf in his mouth, looking over what he had found. "Do you want to view the background of the person named Tian Chi Yun?" The system notified. When the system notified him like this, Han Shuade was surprised. How could that be? Damn it, there's someone with even better bloodline than my disciple. Han Shuade's gaze became inscrutable. Do these things really exist? Han Shuade jumped down from the tree and stopped an old farmer pulling a cart. He said, "Old sir, please stop for a moment." Han Shuade stood still and said softly, "Could you give me one of these chicks, old sir?" The old man replied, "These are for the sect." Han Shuade took out a token and said, "No problem, I'm Elder Zan Shen of the Jade Pure sect. If they ask, just say I took one of your chicks." The old man replied, "This old servant greets the elder." Han Shuade looked into the chick basket. The old man said, "Elder, please choose freely, take as many as you'd like." Suddenly, he noticed an adorable chick, distinct from the rest. Han Shuade said, "Just one will do." The system displayed the background. Black Purgatory demonic saint from the higher realm, reincarnated. True form is the Black Purgatory Phoenix. Because it massacred countless beings, sinning against the heavenly court, it was executed by the heavenly court. Its soul entered the cycle of reincarnation and was reborn into the mortal realm. Its soul will continuously transform its physical body until it completely metamorphoses into the Black Purgatory Phoenix. Its current state is a chick. Its spiritual intellect is immature, like a 2-year-old child in the Jade Pure sect. As Zan Xianzi was welcoming her master inside, her 2 senior martial brothers finally returned. "You both look radiant. The journey must have gone smoothly." Li Kongzi, his body so bruised he was unrecognizable, said, "Truly, there are no regrets in this life." "Junior sister, is something wrong?" The senior abbot, in the same battered state, asked. No. It's the first time I've seen this little rascal show such concern for us." Zan Xianzi looked at him seriously. "This is what happened, Senior Thunder Cultivator." Then, Zan Xianzi recounted the entire incident. As Zan Xianzi, Li Kongzi and the senior abbot stood facing each other at the sect's entrance gate, the scorching sun blazed down. Li Kongzi said, "Sister, where did he die? I want to beat his corpse." The senior abbot spoke up, "I want that too." The scene shifted to Han Shuade. The system notified. The sect leader has returned to the Jade Pure sect, safe and sound. You've obtained a secret manual, the wind technique, and a spirit condensing pill for celestial cultivation. Congratulations on acquiring the wind divine technique. The wind technique system allows you to ride the winds and roam the world. You can also transform your body into wind. Congratulations on obtaining the spirit condensing elixir, a supreme pill for celestial cultivation. There are 12 pills in total. Han Shuade was still diligently teaching the chick, which had just learned to absorb energy. "No, not like that. Breathe into your belly." Yes, yes, correct. This state will later be used to suppress your outbursts. Han Shuade placed his hand on its head, sighing, it's not easy to say this, but this time, don't be consoled by the treasures in the cave dwelling. Behind him, Qing Hong Zan, holding herbs, said, husband, don't overthink it. I harvested quite a lot during my cultivation trip. I planted all the treasures for you. Qing Hong Zan's alluring figure approached. Han Shuade, it's not just these things. I have an immense gift I want to give you. Guess what it is? Han Shuade turned and replied, it must be a storage ring. Qing Hong Zan beamed, holding up a ring, you're right. Last month, during my cultivation trip with senior martial brothers and sisters, we happened upon the righteous Zaicheng sect of our sect fighting the demonic Qinglong sect. After jointly defeating the Qinglong sect, I conveniently took a storage ring with treasures inside. Not a small amount. Qing Hong Zan joyfully leapt forward, hugging Han Shuade's arm. You must have reaped great rewards from your cultivation trip. With your strength, you surely hit the jackpot. Han Shuade replied, put that storage ring away. I only want to live a peaceful life. Qing Hong Zan disappointedly said, face reality. The Jade Pure sect cannot protect you forever. In this world, there are sects far more powerful than the Jade Pure sect, more than you can imagine. Han Shuade asked, then what rank is the Jade Pure sect among the major sects? Qing Hong Zan raised her hand to his face and said, in the cultivation world, there are over 20 major sect forces in total. Of those, 12 are righteous sects. The Jade Pure sect could be ranked in the top 5. Han Shuade thought, only the top 5. No wonder the Jade Pure sect has so many enemies. Qing Hong Zan explained further, actually, the strength of most sects doesn't differ greatly. There's no definitive ranking, nor is there a need to hold a martial arts convention to determine positions. Qing Hong Zan continued, husband, your wish to live a peaceful life may be quite difficult. Recently, a renowned figure has emerged in the Zhu Zhoujian sect. Qing Hong Zan introduced this figure. His name is Huang Jihao. While in the Golden Core realm, he killed an elder in the Yuan Ying realm. Now, he may have become a celestial being. It's said he wants to challenge all the major cultivation sects. What if he really comes to our Jade Pure sect? What should we do? You mean you cannot avoid taking action, right? Elder Zan Shen. Han Shuade's face darkened with worry. What does Elder Zan Shen's matter have to do with me? Han Shuade lowered his head dejectedly. Why is there always frenzied fighting wherever I go? Has this Huang would ever killed anyone while challenging sects? Qing Hong Zan replied, no, that hasn't happened. After all, the Zhu Zhoujian sect is a renowned righteous sect. Suddenly, Han Shuade raised his dejected head. Excitement filled Han Shuade. Then I'm relieved. Let that old Huang come. I, Han Shuade, welcome him anytime. Qing Hong Zan was speechless. Han Shuade's pet chick was approaching a worm underground. Time passed. A year later, in a dense forest, trees covered the entire mountain. There was a man named Yi Sanlang, a 7th-level Yuan Ying cultivator and an executor of the Zoa Yi sacred sect. I've been here for a month already, but that old Taoist Louis still hasn't shown up. Could something have happened to him? Yi Sanlang thought. If it weren't for Elder Zan Shen's deterrence, I would have infiltrated the Jade Pure sect long ago. I've heard Elder Zan Shen is extremely vicious. He'd hit a dog twice if he saw one. But there are also rumors that he's very cautious by nature. No one has seen his face to this day. If he's really like that, I truly want to see our sect leader fight him. A figure appeared. Is that Executor Yi of the Zoa Yi sacred sect? Yi Sanlang turned to look. Han Shuade walked over. I am a direct disciple of Taoist Louis the Thunder Sage. Recently, the Thunder Sage has been targeted by your sect leader and cannot escape. The system periodically scans for powerful experts nearby, leaving no potential threats. So he sent me to meet you. Han Shuade continued, that's why I've come to receive you. Yi Sanlang rushed towards Han Shuade. That's not our code phrase. Yi Sanlang struck Han Shuade with a palm strike. Dirt and rocks flew out along with some blood. A powerful energy shot out in a straight line from where Han Shuade was. After being struck, Yi Sanlang was sent flying far away, spitting out blood. What's going on? I couldn't break through his defenses. To encounter such power right at the start, I've only seen it with our sect leader before. Yi Sanlang looked at Han Shuade, who was approaching like an assassin. The important thing is, you're clearly only at the 9th level of the condensation realm. How can you be so powerful? Yi Sanlang's eyes were red with worry and fear. The 9th level of the condensation realm. Could it be that you are Han Shuade? He answered correctly. Immediately, Yi Sanlang fled far away from Han Shuade. This is a big trouble. To deal with Elder Zan Shen, I need to use top-level strategies. Yi Sanlang fled at all costs, sparing no expense to send a warning. Suddenly, Yi Sanlang sensed something. Han Shuade used the celestial demon sword technique, causing Yi Sanlang's soul to scatter. Yi Sanlang thought, before I could react, only my Yuanshan remains. No wonder our sect leader kept saying that, we misjudged him. Han Shuade unleashed another move, the Great Heavenly Thunder Explosion. Yi Sanlang immediately surrendered. No, 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 I surrender, I surrender. In his battle stance, Han Shuade asked, speak, what is the Zoyi sacred sect scheming in this forest area? Han Shuade continued interrogating Yi Sanlang. Why has the Zoyi sacred sect captured so many talents? What are you doing? Yi Sanlang answered in his soul form, before conquering a sect, we capture the talents from among them first and gather them in camps. After the sect is destroyed, these talents will have nowhere to go and can only join our sacred sect. Han Shuade asked, are you only targeting the Jade Pure sect or the entire cultivation world? Yi Sanlang tremblingly answered, the entire cultivation world. Han Shuade said, you're very ambitious. In the Zoyi sacred sect, are there any at the soul liberation or void realm? Yi Sanlang put his hands forward and answered, soul liberation, yes. Void realm, I don't know. Han Shuade asked, if the Zoyi sacred sect is so powerful, why are you always hiding in the dark? Where are the captured talents being held? Yi Sanlang replied, I really don't know these things, I'm just an ordinary executor. Hearing this, Han Shuade approached closer to where Yi Sanlang was, making him fearful. Yi Sanlang's face turned pale from worry and fear. Han Shuade thought, a condensation realm cultivator of the 7th level is just an ordinary executor. This sacred sect is too terrifying. Yi Sanlang trembled all over, begging the senior, please spare me. I beg you, I won't dare anymore. System notification. Yi Sanlang has developed hatred towards you. The current level of hatred is 6 stars. Han Shuade thought, you've reached a dead end. Han Shuade said, alright, you can go now. Yi Sanlang was surprised, really? Han Shuade quickly made the finishing move, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to fly about with dust. Go, but go away forever. The sky gradually darkened. In that forest area, Hong Zhan was out scouting when she found Yi Sanlang's ring. Oh, I found a token to bring back to my husband. This is no ordinary item. It has the aura of a condensation realm cultivator. Time skipped to 2 years later. Han Shuade's little chick had grown bigger. It clucked woo woo woo, looking towards Han Shuade and Li Xingza's conversation. At the stone table, Li Xingza said, there's a matter that requires Elder Han's assistance. Han Shuade replied, speak. Li Xingza explained, we've investigated the location where the Zoyi sacred sect is holding the talents captive, but the terrain favors defense. We'll handle the overt offensive, while you seize the opportunity to infiltrate covertly. Han Shuade responded, I feel uneasy. What if it's a ploy to lure me away from our sect, and the Zoyi sacred sect sends a soul liberation expert to attack the Jade Pure sect? Can you stop them? Han Shuade added, moreover, the top condensation realm experts in the Zoyi sacred sect can only serve as executors. How formidable must their real experts be? It would truly be difficult to withstand them. Li Xingza worriedly replied, that's right, then let me go alone. Li Xingza clasped his hands and bowed his head. The safety of the Jade Pure sect, I leave entirely to Elder Han. Han Shuade gestured to see Li Xingza off. Rest assured, unless we encounter a soul liberation expert, otherwise, no one can conquer the Jade Pure sect. Li Xingza replied, excellent, excellent. I'm relieved now. Han Shuade thought, to be 100% certain, I should first probe my own limits. In the training simulation arena, Han Shuade ordered, set the strongest opponent. The system responded, apologies for the inconvenience, setting his cultivation level. A soul liberation realm expert of the 9th level appeared. Han Shuade, at the condensation realm 6th level, was facing a soul liberation realm 9th level expert. Last time, I didn't give you a chance. This time, go all out. The two clashed, fighting with intense determination to win. A fierce battle ensued, with movements too fast to be seen clearly. After the simulation training ended, Han Shuade sat in dejected disappointment. Fighting a soul liberation realm 9th level expert, I could only tie if I advanced to the soul liberation realm. Han Shuade's chick thought, well, at least you're still alive. Han Shuade put his hand on his forehead, thinking, this won't do. I must immediately seclude myself and cultivate. First, confirm the movements of the Zoyi sacred sect. Han Shuade opened the system panel and looked at the notification line. My child, persevere. Your master is enduring hardships and cultivating. Wait for your master to be certain, then I'll definitely go rescue you. Inside a dilapidated old house full of cobwebs, a group of hooded people in white blood-stained cloaks were conversing. Yi Sanlang still hasn't returned. Could he have met with some mishap? They continued, how is that possible? Sanlang is a condensation realm expert of the 7th level. Within the Jade Pure sect, apart from the sword-severing elder, no one can restrain him. Moreover, we have an insider collaborating with us. Someone asked, who is this insider, after all? Unclear, only the 3 of us know about each insider. Apart from the sect master, only one person can contact that individual. They continued discussing the issue. Here, the sect master is too cautious. A loud voice said, in my opinion, it's better to directly raise the Jade Pure sect. Kill those disciples who don't submit. A figure burst through the door from outside. That group immediately stood up, grabbing their weapons. The person who entered said, who dares to be so bold? With your level of attainment, I can't be bothered to draw my sword. That group seemed to recognize who it was. You're that person. Introduce yourself. I am Huang Jihao of the Zhu Sword sect. Huang Jihao's eyes brimmed with killing intent. I want to challenge the Zoa Yi sacred sect. Tell me, where is your headquarters? That group looked at each other worriedly. Why has this vicious Huang Jihao come here? Perhaps to let the sect master teach him a lesson. They argued among themselves, don't joke. You know the sect master's temperament. He would definitely kill us first. Huang Jihao was approaching that group. Huang Jihao took his hand and drew his sword from its sheath, causing that group to tremble in fear. Don't. One of them gritted his teeth and said, our sect master is in secluded cultivation. He cannot come out so soon. Why don't you challenge the Jade Pure sect first? If you defeat them, then we'll tell you the location of our sacred sect's mountain gate. Huang Jihao was puzzled. Who is this person from the Jade Pure sect? Huang Jihao, holding his sword, said to them, dealing with the Jade Pure sect, this kind of sect is not worth challenging. Hearing this, they continued to explain, it's different now. Recently, the Jade Pure sect has a very formidable figure, named the Sword-Severing Elder. He sneered sinisterly, with a single sword strike, he can slay soul formation experts. His profound attainment is unfathomable. Perhaps you'll find him interesting. I and the Jade Pure sect's sect master, along with the Supreme Elder, have crossed hands. Their strength is ordinary. Huang Jihao pondered, half believing, half doubting the information they provided. I've never heard of the Sword-Severing Elder before. Don't try to deceive me. They assured him it was true, one after another. You can go out and inquire a bit. We definitely wouldn't dare deceive the renowned heavenly demon sect, precisely because of this person's existence. Hearing this, Huang Jihao said, then tell me first the location of the Zoa Yi sacred sect. I'll go challenge the Jade Pure sect first, then the Zoa Yi sacred sect. Hearing Huang Jihao's words, they fell silent. Huang Jihao left with great majesty. To continue living, they eventually had to compromise. Chang Yuerni appeared in a cheerful mood. Brother Han, you've come to visit me again. She opened her arms wide, rushing to hug something. Chang Yuerni happily hugged the large chicken. Brother Han, when did you raise this? It's so big and soft. Han Wechi angrily pointed at Chang Yuerni. Don't touch it. This is my precious mount. You'll have to compensate me if it's ruined. Chang Yuerni hugged the chicken, laughing, taking the chicken as a mount. You really have great potential. She looked up at Han Wechi and couldn't help but say, Brother Han, your face. She gradually stood up, continuing, every time I see it, I feel it's a delightful sight. A rosy glow enveloped the scene. She curiously asked, I'm quite curious about how exceptional your parents are. They must be extraordinary. Han Wechi was surprised. My parents. Suddenly, Han Wechi's gaze turned somber. They were nothing special. Over 100 years have passed. They might have already gone to their graves. He thought to himself, when they abandoned and fled from him, there was no more familial bond. Even if I remember, it's unlikely I could find them. Elder Xie was far more responsible than they were. Han Wechi wearily scratched his head. Let's not mention this anymore. If there's something, just say it. Have you heard of Elder Guan? He's the third senior brother of our master. Han Wechi replied that he wasn't familiar with him. She continued, 300 years ago, he offended someone. The Supreme Elder sent him away to avoid trouble. Recently, there are rumors he wants to return. Didn't the elders tell you about this? Han Wechi scratched his ear, unconcerned. Regardless, it has nothing to do with me. Chang Yuerni tilted her head and continued. It said Elder Guan is returning to vie for the position of Jade Pure Sect's sect master. Han Wechi snorted and remained indifferent. That's Sect Master Li's problem, let him worry about it himself. She placed her hand on her face, perplexed, and continued, it said Elder Guan greatly admires our master. He might become our master's Tao companion. Hearing this, Han Weqi's gaze turned unusually terrifying. Then what is Elder Guan's level of attainment? Chang Yuerni sweated profusely before Han Wechi, who had suddenly become terrifying again. She replied, it said he gained an opportunity during his travels outside, and ascended to the divine realm. Finally, we have a powerful expert. The elders are still celebrating with firecrackers. Only the sect master doesn't know about this yet. Han Wechi replied, I understand. Senior sister, you can leave first. He said to Chang Yuerni, please convey my words to Sect Master Li. I will try my best to help him keep his position as Sect Master. Chang Yuerni hurriedly replied, then ran off in a fluster. Han Wechi frowned, displeased. Things have become more troublesome. He looked at the system, continuing to ponder. A clash with Elder Guan seems unavoidable. I must uphold our master's reputation, but there's also a major issue. He said seriously, the system has detected that a heaven-defying celestial phenomenon has appeared for over half a day. The system display showed Huang Jihao, Celestial Realm, 3rd level, Outer Elder of the Marquis Sword Sect, born with a sword heart, extremely profound comprehension of the sword Tao. Due to his outstanding talent since childhood, it led him to be arrogant and self-centered. To become stronger, he can abandon everything. Han Wechi shook his head in exasperation. Couldn't this guy just cultivate diligently? The system reminded, the Jade Pure Sect is facing a challenge from Huang Jihao. You have the following choices. 1. Order the entire sect to besiege and eliminate Huang Jihao. If victorious, you will gain great renown, and can obtain a fire spell secret manual. 2. Quietly drive away Huang Jihao, without causing too much commotion. You can obtain a spirit treasure. Han Wechi read the prompt and accepted the mission reminder. It seems Huang Jihao is nearby. He pondered, first, I need to solidify my strength a bit. Let me try a simulation trial first. Target defeated. Time used, 2 years. Do you want to start over from the beginning? Han Wechi said, continue. Target defeated. Time used, 2 minutes. Do you want to start over from the beginning? Han Wechi was determined. I can't eliminate him. Han Wechi sat powerlessly, pondering. He's born with a sword heart, yet he could withstand me for 2 whole minutes. He stood up. If this continues, I can't prolong the battle. The situation would escalate and become difficult to handle. His gaze turned serious. Time is running out. I must stop him on the way. If I wait for him to arrive, it will be hard to act discreetly within the sect. There's only one way, but I need to observe Huang Jihao's approach. A figure gradually appeared in the distance. It became clear that it was Huang Jihao approaching. He noticed someone, leaning against a bamboo tree trunk, yet couldn't sense his cultivation at the 9th level. This kid is quite interesting. Huang Jihao evaluated Han Wechi. He looked at Han Weqi's slender, graceful figure, alluring lips, and beautiful, flowing hair. His expression remained normal, but after looking at Han Wechi, he immediately blushed. The system reminded, Huang Jihao has a good impression of you. Current favorability is 2 stars. Han Wechi shuddered. What the hell? The atmosphere between them was quite tense. Han Wechi was puzzled, thinking to himself, I didn't do anything. Where did his favorability come from? Huang Jihao said to Han Wechi, kid, you're quite pleasing to the eye. Would you like to become my disciple? It wouldn't be difficult for you to reach the Yuan Ying realm later. Han Wechi turned pale in fear. Pleasing to the eye. Oh no. Where did my unwavering willpower go wrong? He grimaced, exuding a murderous aura. Why do I keep attracting these people? Who are you and why have you come to the Jade Green Sect? He replied quickly, I am Huang Jihao of the Zhu Zhouquan Sword Sect. Haven't you heard of me? Huang Jihao looked at him coldly. This time I've come to the Jade Green Sect, of course, to challenge your elder Zan Shen. Han Wechi asked, why only challenge elder Zan Shen? What about the others in the Jade Green Sect? He replied, former sect leader, your former sect leader lost to me long ago. Originally, I was too lazy to bother with you all. I wanted to challenge the Sage Sect before, but they kept insisting that I face Elder Zan Shen first, saying something about his status warranting my attention, in exchange for the Sage Sect's position. Hearing this, Han Wechi was furious beyond words. The system notification sounded, you have developed hatred towards the Sage Sect. Current hatred level is 6 stars. Han Wechi asked further, then what about the strength of their sect leader? Huang Jihao didn't know either. Their sect leader is very mysterious. I'm not sure. Han Wechi then replied, how confident are you? Huang Jihao gradually lost patience. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to take me as your master or not? Han Wechi smiled slyly. He's in a hurry now. Time to set the trap. He smiled and extended his hand. No problem taking you as my master. If you can withstand one of my sword strikes, I'll take you as my master then. Huang Jihao laughed confidently. Kid, haven't you heard of my title? Very well, I'll take one of your sword strikes. If you can injure me even a little, I'll turn around and leave right away, never bothering the Jade Green sect again in this lifetime. Huang Jihao assured confidently. I, Huang, am a man of my word. Hearing that, Han Wechi said, then don't blame me for being impolite. He then took out his sword. Huang Jihao looked at the sword, thinking silently, this sword is no ordinary one. He's at the 9th level of the Zuji realm. How does he have such a treasure? Han Wechi asked, are you ready? As soon as he asked, he unleashed an oppressive spiritual force. Huang Jihao opened his eyes wide in shock at this spiritual force. He reacted quickly, but it was too late to block it. He hastily put up a wind shielding technique. Han Wechi swiftly launched another move, striking with an extremely fierce force towards Huang Jihao, the heavenly demonic sword strike. He then took out his own sword to block it, but the strike was too powerful, he couldn't withstand it, and was sent flying away. His feet touched the ground, but he bounced back up. What sword technique was that? He looked around in disbelief. No, that was a divine ability. Huang Jihao landed successfully. Han Wechi approached him. You reacted exceptionally well, as expected. He inquired of Huang Jihao. You're quite famous, surely you won't go back on your word. He shouted loudly, you tricked me. Han Wechi smiled. I did warn you beforehand. Huang Jihao asked wearily, what does it matter what you said? Even if that strike wasn't a sneak attack, I couldn't have blocked it. Who are you really? Han Wechi's gaze was icy cold. You came looking for me, yet you ask who I am. Huang Jihao's eyes widened in shock. Then he closed his eyes, as if in acceptance. He turned to leave, saying, all right, I did say I wouldn't bother the Jade Green sect again, and that's not wrong. But once you leave the Jade Green sect, I'll come find you to challenge you. Han Wechi smiled smugly. Wait for me to leave the Jade Green sect. You think you can wait? Huang Jihao left with an unsatisfied look on his face. That brat actually dared to play tricks on me. I was careless and reacted too slowly, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. As he was thinking, a voice came from somewhere, interrupting Huang Jihao's train of thought. May I ask who you are? The person asked further. Why did you come out from the Jade Green sect's direction? Sneaking around like that, you must be an evil cultivator from an outside sect. Huang Jihao frowned. What does it have to do with you? Scram. The person continued, I'll capture you and bring you back as my merit. Those elders will surely appreciate me more. At that, they both drew their swords. Huang Jihao laughed in response. Haha, and who might you be? Huang Jihao immediately charged in, feeling annoyed and unhappy, with no outlet for his frustration. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke up. You have secretly defeated Huang Jihao, and obtained a spirit treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Locking Bell spirit treasure, the Slaughter Bell. A top-grade defensive spirit treasure, capable of blocking all attacks below the virtual realm. After channeling spiritual power into it, the bell's body will grow heavier based on the spiritual power infused, until it becomes as heavy as a massive mountain. Han Wechi held the bell happily, with a smile. A great treasure to have, combined with the spirit-concealing robe and the slaughter bell. Thinking that he now had 2 top-grade treasures, he couldn't help but feel proud. I'm the greatest in the world, he said loudly. As he was still indulging in thoughts of the future, a voice suddenly rang out. Han Wechi, are you in there? Hearing this voice, Han Wechi felt like he had heard it somewhere before. This voice. It turns out my master has arrived. No wonder it sounded so familiar. But I didn't expect my master to take the initiative to come. He quickly ushered his master to the tea table and said, Master, why didn't you inform me in advance? I should have sent someone to receive you properly. It's not a problem, Master said. I have something to discuss privately anyway. No worries. Yua Ji has mentioned my senior brother Quan Wu Gong to you before, right? Hearing this name, Han Wechi honestly admitted, yes, she has mentioned him. The master continued, yesterday, he returned, but, at this point, the master's expression turned somewhat solemn. He encountered Huang Jihao near the Jade Green sect and was severely injured. Han Wechi was at a loss for words upon hearing this. No wonder you're the old Huang. But the master continued, moreover, he was defeated while Huang Jihao was injured, and furthermore, the surrounding forest seemed to have been ravaged by sword qi. Han Wechi shook his head in disbelief at the misfortune. I was just talking about Quan Wu Gong, but somehow Master shifted to you and thought Huang Jihao came to challenge our sect, and that you defeated him. Being questioned like this, Han Wechi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, trembling in fear. Master, you're not here to punish me, are you? But to his surprise, not only did the master not scold or hit him, he even smiled gently. Of course not. I'm just surprised that the renowned Huang Jihao was actually defeated by a junior like you. The reason I came to see you this time is to hope you can help me subdue senior brother Quan. Han Wechi couldn't believe what he just heard. Subdue Quan Wugong. The master explained, the sect leader may not know how formidable senior brother Quan is, but out of dedication to the Jade Green sect, he has even postponed his cultivation for the sake of the sect. Han Wechi was in disbelief at what he just heard. Subdue Quan Wugong. The master continued, the sect leader may not know how formidable senior brother Quan is, but out of dedication to the Jade Green sect, for the sect's sake, he has even postponed his own cultivation until now. Removing him from the sect leader position might make others feel disheartened. Moreover, this senior brother of mine only wants to take revenge on the sect leader. He doesn't truly consider the sect's interests. Once his injuries have healed, I'll have him challenge you first. If he can defeat you, then he can become the sect leader. What do you think? Han Wechi pondered this suggestion silently, his gaze suddenly turning cold. It's possible, but this battle should be conducted in secret. The master agreed to that as well. That's only natural. It will help senior brother Quan save face. Suddenly, the master looked down at a small bird on the ground. It was a bird with gray feathers, extremely fond of delicacies and strange things. Seeing the two plump fruits in front of it, its eyes lit up. The master thought it was a chicken. You keep chickens. This chicken looks quite extraordinary. Han Wechi suddenly burst into laughter, startling the black potbird. Cultivation can get quite lonely. Having a companion isn't a bad idea. The master, worried that Han Wechi felt isolated, made a suggestion. If you feel bored too, you should alternate between cultivation and rest. Speaking of which, the Immortal Realm Convention happens once every 100 years, and it's coming up soon. At this moment, Han Wechi was pinching the black potbird's cheeks with both hands. Though in pain, it dared not make a sound, only enduring it. This was the first time he had heard of this Immortal Realm Convention. The Immortal Realm Convention. The master further explained, treasures, pills, and elixirs, heavenly and earthly treasures, even secret martial arts manuals, all resources can be exchanged there using spirit stones. Would you like to go? But Han Wechi already had other plans in mind. He could only politely decline the master's kind offer. I only wish to focus on secluded meditation for now. I don't want to venture out and take risks. In another place, inside a room filled with glowing bird-shaped statues, a voice spoke up. What do you mean you couldn't block even one of his strikes? Huang Jueo felt utterly dejected after his failure. I don't want to admit it, but it's true. At the Chu Sword sect, it seemed Huang Jueo was discussing with someone. Only a dark silhouette was visible as the person spoke. This is quite interesting. You're the most strategic person in our sect besides me. Huang Jueo agreed with that assessment. His spiritual power was extremely formidable. I've never encountered such spiritual power before. Besides that, he's just the sect master of the Chu Sword sect. Besides what? Huang Jueo suddenly looked embarrassed, his face slightly flushed, as he thought silently, he's quite good looking. In our Chu Sword sect, in terms of appearance, no one can compare to him. Seeing Huang Jueo like this, the sect master's expression was filled with helplessness. This is important. Why is Huang Jueo acting so embarrassed? It's not that important. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. There's another matter. The Zoe Holy Sect is still targeting the Jade Green Sect. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I plan to challenge the Zoe Holy Sect. The sect master seemed to sense the gravity of the issue, recalling the time before. It's them again. Although you were as big as a camel last time, nearly dying and bigger than a horse, before that, the Jade Green Sect's senior elder had come to me. He hoped the orthodox sects would join forces to resist the Zoe Holy Sect, but I disagreed. It's because unless that person dies, the Zoe Holy Sect cannot be destroyed. Huang Jueo was very curious about who that person was. They only knew that he was the sect leader of the Zoe Holy Sect. This person was like a free-spirited youth, but by a twist of fate, he fell into the evil path and became the sect leader of the Zoe Holy Sect. From what the sect master knows, they are very powerful, and few can confront them. I've heard our ancestors say that in their generation, the Zoe Holy Sect's leader was the strongest. He also advised Huang Jueo, this time, the two of you can probe his true strength, but don't be reckless. If you can't defeat him, retreat quickly. Huang Jueo realized that this journey would not be easy. He frowned slightly, rest assured, although I'm arrogant, I'm not foolish. And just like that, 7 years passed in a flash. Han Judy was now enjoying sitting on a comfortable chair, looking at the system's report. After Yang Tiandong and Chu Fan were captured, his cultivation level increased, but his status remained unchanged. Perhaps it was just a pretense of compromise. Moreover, the Zoe sect leader was miserable. If he wasn't being beaten, he was on his way to get beaten. As he was lost in thought, the black-helled chicken came over to call its master. It was very excited and wanted to go outside. What does it look like out there? I want to go into the mountains and take a look. Han Judy muttered, outside, huh? The black-helled chicken's growth rate is very fast. Its strength is already equivalent to a chi refining cultivator at the 3rd level. If it were human, it might not even be able to do that at this speed. But its mind is growing day by day, and it's becoming more and more curious about the outside world. Thinking this, he stood up, his shadow covering the black-helled chicken, causing it to timidly retreat backwards. Han Judy intended to say something like this. Suddenly, he held up a notification board depicting a crispy roasted chicken glazed with honey, looking incredibly appetizing. The outside is very dangerous. Many people want to eat you, you know. Before he could finish properly, the black-helled chicken saw another board filled with the names of sects that were forbidden to visit, which Han Judy held up. These are your forbidden zones, remember not to go there. Then he took out a painting depicting his own face as a terrified, screaming black-helled chicken. You must become invincibly powerful before you can go outside, or else you'll die for sure. Even I don't dare go out for a stroll. After hearing those threatening words, the black-helled chicken could only bitterly swallow its tears and not dare to go out. Master, please don't say any more, I won't go out again. Seeing his plan succeeded, Han Judy secretly smiled, having successfully brainwashed it. At that moment, a subordinate came to report, Elder Han, there's a big problem. The Feng Yi Valley has been annihilated by the Zoe Holy Sect. Li Kongthu rushed into the valley to die, and before his death, he passed a message to me. He said there are 10 immortal cultivators in the Zoe Holy Sect, powerful enough to sweep the cultivation world. Their next target may be our Jade Pure Sect. But before he could finish his sentence, Han Judy had already rushed forward, not allowing Li Kongthu to complete his words. Elder Han, what are you doing? They only saw him carrying a basket over his shoulder, grabbing the chicken's head with one hand, leaving the confused black-helled chicken bewildered. Then he took a gourd staff, prepared for an emergency. His actions were swift, steady, and trustworthy. Indeed, he was not misjudged. In a short while, he had brought all the essential supplies, from the black-helled chicken's basket to a water pouch. He looked at Li Kongthu, urging him, why don't you hurry and go? Li Kongthu stared at him, seeing his preparedness, but stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. Han Judy struggled with all his might to move forward. Li Kongthu was not to be outdone, clinging closely behind, panting. Finally giving up, Han Judy angrily shouted, why don't you all hurry and run? Don't mind me. But Li Kongthu refused to let go, continuously clinging to one of his legs, not allowing Han Judy to run away. Is this a human voice? The reason I came to you was to let you prepare first, not for you to directly flee. Han Judy was gradually pulled back, frowning slightly as he looked at Li Kongthu, recalling the words he had just said. Seeing Han Judy had no intention of leaving, Li Kongthu stood up and brushed off his clothes. Where could we flee with so many disciples? Even if we flee, those sects definitely won't let us set foot in them. Those sects only know how to plunder from us. The Jade Pure Sect will still be destroyed. Han Judy had misunderstood and was about to refute. But then he thought, it doesn't matter if the Jade Pure Sect perishes, as long as the people survive. He had indeed underestimated their true significance to the Jade Pure Sect. Then, suddenly, the system issued a reminder. The Jade Pure Sect faces sect annihilation. You can choose one of the following. 1. Immediately flee, and be hunted by the Zoe Holy Sect, wandering the world, and obtain a magic treasure. 2. Protect the sect. You will survive your whole life, but cannot retreat after defeating the Zoe Holy Sect. There is no turning back once the battle against the Zoe Holy Sect begins. You can obtain a spiritual treasure, a secret sword manual, and an egg of a spiritual beast with powerful spiritual energy. You stood there, lost in thought, recalling what Li Kongthu had said before, silently thinking to yourself, even if we flee, where could we possibly go? Running to the ends of the earth is not the ideal life I want to live. Perhaps if we cannot defeat them, joining them wouldn't be too bad. Finally, you made your decision. You can only fight to the bitter end. What you said earlier, they won't come so quickly, right? Lee Kong-thu assessed the situation. Dealing with the entire Maple Valley will take time. As for us, at most there are 15 left. He then placed his hand on your shoulder, his mind full of questions. You looked at Lee Kong-thu with loving eyes, making him shudder. Why is our Jade Pure sect being targeted repeatedly? I thought the Jade Pure sect was very powerful. Your gaze was eerie as you continued. It seems you have elevated the Jade Pure sect to a level beyond its capabilities. Lee Kong-thu fearfully prayed in his heart as he replied, the Jade Pure sect is actually very formidable. It's just that our strongest member, our founding ancestor, is no longer here. He then recounted the glorious tale of our founding ancestor from long ago. He has been gone for 500 years without a word. If he were here, no Zoe holy sect would dare lay a hand on us. 1,000 years ago, in the decisive battle against the Zoe holy sect, our founding ancestor directly defeated their leader. Hearing this, you silently understood the reason. In other words, the Zoe holy sect is seeking revenge against us. Lee Kong-thu rubbed his head awkwardly. This is not important. I have used the treasure to send a message to our ancestor. As long as he can return, the Zoe holy sect will certainly pose no threat. He then took your hand, saying, Elder Han, we must grit our teeth and get through this crisis. Lee Kong-thu looked at you with tender, hopeful eyes. Just endure this, Han Tuyid. After this, there will be no more threats. You can cultivate in peace. Your expression was emotionless as you replied, well, you've agreed to it anyway. I'll face the Zoe holy sect with you all. Then you pushed him away, as you had said before, if we can't defeat them, I can only flee. Lee Kong-thu didn't dare object, for you were now his only choice. No problem. At the Jade Pure sect, the sunlight had risen to the mountaintop. You didn't forget to remind him, if we truly can't defeat them, I cannot let you follow me. We'll die together. Based on those words, Han Mo, I will definitely follow the Jade Pure sect. Seeing this, Lee Kong-thu decided to ask for some spirit pills. Oh, right, Master, are our sect's spirit pills suitable for cultivators of the Yuan Ying realm? Lee Kong-thu stammered. The Jade Pure sect lacks skilled pill refiners. You'll have to figure that out yourself. Without further ado, you bid farewell, hoisted your basket over your shoulder, and strode away without looking back, ignoring Lee Kong-thu's calls of hey, hey, hey from behind. Didn't you just say you'd follow the Jade Pure sect? The Black Rooster bid you farewell. See you again. But it seemed that was just your little joke. Han Tuyid was determined to do whatever she wanted. I was just kidding. I'm going to buy a sack to carry the beast. She meant to say, but in her mind, she was still thinking of ways to escape. It would be more convenient to flee at that time. The two walked and chatted with each other. Han Tuyid said to the Black Rooster, Rooster, haven't you seen how truly dangerous it is? Even if we don't cause trouble, there are enemies who want to kill us. The Black Rooster had an idea. Master, let's quietly flee. Han Tuyid found the rooster's words reasonable. You are already my true disciple. This made the Black Rooster wonder if they were really going to flee. But Han Tuyid felt it wasn't time yet. Wait a bit longer. On another side, in the city of the sect leader, the outside was bustling with people coming and going, lively and crowded. But someone didn't seem very happy. The Black Rooster didn't understand why his face was pressed against the window. Han Tuyid carried on her shoulder a bag containing the Black Rooster. Wherever the two went, they immediately drew everyone's attention. At this moment, the system sent a notification. Detected a false celestial spirit root. Would you like to examine its background? Han Tuyid sighed. Another false celestial spirit root. The Jade Pure sect really is a spirit root sect. A green notification panel appeared. Tuyin Quantruko, Realm 3 celestial being. True identity. Demonic soldier's mortal body. Born with an exceptional celestial talent and Tao heart. 800 years ago, the demonic soldier wanted to ascend by force, so he created a mortal body as a rebellious clone, sealing his primordial spirit deep within the mortal form, to travel the mortal realm, experience the myriad colors of life, and temper his Tao heart. She has left her footprints across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 3 years ago, she joined the Jade Pure sect and has been hiding there ever since. Han Tuyid stood still, stunned by the long line of people. What is the demonic soldier's secret technique? To be able to ascend immediately, she must at least be a Mahayana cultivator. Just thinking about it made her go silent as she carried the sack on her shoulder into the mountains and forests. Now, there was only this woman left in the square. Perhaps she was the one after all. A young and beautiful woman with pink hair, the outside scenery serving as her backdrop. A red-haired youth appeared from nowhere, claiming to have given up on her. She is my wife, you all can just dream on. Another youth couldn't stand it and got angry. With that ugly face of yours, how could she like you? Ridiculous, just die. Neither would concede, and they started fighting intensely. Die for me if you don't submit. You're just a piece of crap. You still want to challenge me. Tuyin Quantruco looked at these people with vexation. This is really too tasteless. My journey in the mortal realm should end soon. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual presence, an indistinct breath. She turned her head back and saw Han Tuyat walking in the opposite direction, carrying a bag on her shoulder. It seemed she had found new prey, smiling faintly. It seems I can stay here for a while longer. At the same time, the system reminded about Tuyin Quantruco's Realm 3 celestial being status. Goodwill has increased due to her appearance, arousing interest from others. Han Tuyat stood there, frightened. She still wanted to flee to avoid causing trouble. She turned her head back, sweating profusely. Never before had she thought that being handsome could be so miserable. At the same time, Tuyin Quantruco had also set her sights on new prey, Han Tuyat, her eyes glinting. And then another notification appeared. Tuyin Quantruco's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill level is 2 stars. Han Tuyat looked at the increasing goodwill level and screamed loudly. Heavenly demon spell, quick. The black-held chicken felt scared. Master, that woman's gaze. Does she want to devour Master? It seems truly dangerous out there. Indeed, it was very dangerous. Han Tuyat saw that the black-held chicken had realized the truth. It's good that you understand. Standing outside Han Tuyat's cave, Tuyin Quantruco looked at the 7 words carved on the rock. The sky is high, the sea is vast. She couldn't help but laugh and exclaim, this little fellow is really interesting. But as she pondered, she realized these 7 words had some truth to them. Then she smiled, full of interest in him. I like to save the best food for last. I'll visit you next time. She waved goodbye, and left. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone. Perhaps it's the effect of the formation, she couldn't find the entrance. He muttered helplessly, first, there's the Thoai Saint sect to deal with. Now, there's also this great demon. Outwardly, she's just at the celestial being realm, but she's definitely concealing her true Mahayana cultivation. Who can endure this? As he muttered, he didn't forget to hold tightly onto the bag containing the black-held chicken. Inside the bag, the black-held chicken kept groaning and complaining, can this pet item be returned? He hoped Tuyin Quantruco would forget about him. 7 years later, he broke through to the 8th level of the Yuan Ying realm. He still felt this pace was too slow. If the Thoai Saint sect attacked before he broke through, and he couldn't reach the spirit immortal realm, he would surely die. As he thought this, he continued absorbing spiritual energy non-stop. The system screen displayed a young man. Your friend Chu Pham has been ambushed by the Thoai Saint sect. Your disciple Duong Thien Dong has been ambushed by the Thoai Saint sect. Your close friend Mac Truck has been ambushed by fellow disciples. Your close friend Li Tu Khan has been ambushed by fellow disciples. He himself was seriously injured. After reading this, he was puzzled. How could Li Tu Khan be ambushed by fellow disciples? Clearly, the Yuan Ying cultivators of the Jade Green sect have no internal strife. No internal strife. Suddenly, he realized it must be because of Quan Yu Kuang's jealousy. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Quan Yu Kuang dared not provoke the Sword Immortal Elder, so he lost his mind and acted against the sect's rules. But he couldn't bear it, so he found Li Tu Khan to vent his anger, seizing the opportunity. He closed the system window, but he realized their master, on the other hand, was unharmed. Suddenly, a voice came, fellow cultivator, are you here? May I look for you for a moment? He recognized this was Tuyin Quantruco. Tuyin Quantruco had come again. In these 7 years, she had visited twice, but never forcibly entered. Perhaps she truly meant no harm, but he couldn't be too careless either. Fearing she had come to capture him, she smiled faintly. He stepped out to meet Tuyin Quantruco. As soon as the black-held chicken saw Tuyin Quantruco, it became terrified, crying woo-woo, no no, please don't eat my master. It kowtowed repeatedly. Tuyin Quantruco didn't understand what was happening. He felt a bit embarrassed, swatted the black-held chicken aside, and pretended not to notice. I am Han Tuyat. May I ask if you have some business, fellow cultivator? Tuyin Quantruco smiled lightly and said, I am a disciple of the Jade Bamboo Peak, Tuyin Quantruco. A few years ago, I met senior brother once in the inner sect, so I know about the heaven's destiny. Since then, your image has been engraved in my heart. This time, I came to visit senior brother casually. Please don't blame me. He was completely shocked, as if his spiritual power had been drained. Tuyin Quantruco continued with a flattering tone. Senior brother's handsomeness is truly rarely seen in this world. He politely replied, you flatter me too much. Thank you for the kind words. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Tuyin Quantruco raised a jade token and said, don't leave in a hurry. Junior sister wishes to present you a treasure, hoping senior brother will not refuse. He curiously asked, what is this? Tuyin Quantruco explained it was an order from the Celestial Immortal Manor. The Celestial Immortal Manor is the sacred cultivation ground of the Tao realm. Only by obtaining an order from there can one enter and cultivate, coming out from there. At the very least, one can attain the Yuan Ying realm. Presenting this gift, with an arrogant and disdainful heart, she looked down on him. I don't believe you won't be tempted by this great opportunity. I'm certain of it. Yet he flatly refused. Thank you for your kindness, junior sister. But I do not wish to leave the Jade Green sect. I intend to cultivate my entire life here. Hearing this, Tuyin Quantruco's expression froze, stuttering. She turned around, muttering to herself. Senior brother doesn't want to come with me, I still have. Tuyin Quantruco confidently, like a saleswoman, smoothly introduced. She raised another treasure. This is the spirit-devouring sword. It can easily slay golden core experts. His expression stiffened. Tuyin Quantruco thought that still wasn't enough. She changed the treasure again. I'll also give you a bottle of core formation pellets. Her figure at this moment was like a supermodel's. He frowned deeply. Tuyin Quantruco continued enticing him. I'll also give you a body cultivation manual, plus 3 spell technique manuals. Before she could continue, he stopped her, shouting, enough. There was a pause of about 3 seconds. He then revealed the truth. I have already reached the Yuan Ying realm. The veil concealing his cultivation was lifted. Tuyin Quantruco immediately realized he was the executioner elder. He answered correctly. Don't reveal this secret outside, understood? He asked while glancing at her expression. System notification. Tuyin Quantruco's favorability towards you increased. Current favorability is 4 stars. Yet Tuyin Quantruco became even more excited. I understand, so now your needs are simpler. She took out another treasure. A bottle of pellets, is this enough? I'll give you another bottle. He found her truly wealthy. He carefully asked, junior sister, what is your background exactly? It seemed Tuyin Quantruco realized her identity was exposed. My background is unimportant, but junior sister wishes to become Tao companions with senior brother. She smiled and asked, does senior brother agree? For you to offer so many treasures, you are no ordinary person. Can you help us deal with the Thoai saints? Tuyin Quantruco bluntly refused. I only have my eyes on you. He seemed to know the result already. It's not so easy to command the devil army. He fell silent, then asked, what price must I pay if I agree to become your companion? Tuyin Quantruco covered her mouth and replied, of course, cultivating together will make us stronger. Do you want that or not? His system prompted him again. Tuyin Quantruco wants to become Tao companions with you. You have the following choices. Reject the male cultivator. How can we be threatened by a woman? You can gain enmity from the devil army. 2. Accept her divine ability inheritance. Sword path 2. Accept becoming Tao companions. Gain the karma aura. You can gain favorability from the devil army. 1 divine ability inheritance. He felt this was intentional from the system, such a vast difference. In a dark, silent prison cell, a cloaked figure wearing a leaf hat walked by. A few people dressed like that were whipping someone. Chu Pham, covered in wounds, was whipped across the face. Yang Tiandong breathed heavily, his injuries no less severe. The two were chained to wooden posts. The mysterious torturers seemed reluctant to continue. These two from the Jade Pure sect are so stubborn. They try to escape every year. They get caught and beaten, but they never give up. Might as well just kill them. They told each other to go ahead and kill them both. But one objected, if we kill them, how will our saint sect gain the people's support? This is so tiring, beating them. One of them complained. Then they decided to go out for a drink and have someone else throw them back in. At this point, Chu Pham pondered deeply, his eyes filled with hatred. One day, if I attain the Tao, I will definitely kill all of you Thoai saints. You won't be able to rest in peace. Lying on the ground, Yang Tiandong asked Chu Pham, was this your plan? We got caught before even getting out. Chu Pham wearily replied, how would I know they were training giant earth-boring snakes? Yang Tiandong angrily said, Brother Chu, Let's stop struggling for now. Wait for my master to come. Chu Pham gritted his teeth. Your master, the executioner elder. Don't bother, he won't come. Nonsense, my master is so powerful. No one in Jade Pure Sect is his match. If he doesn't come, then who will? Chu Pham rolled his eyes. He felt this little fellow was delusional. Your master's talent is indeed the highest among those we've met. His powerful skills are also a fact. But he's afraid of death. Chu Pham's eyes showed disdain. Yang Tiandong's eyes lit up brightly, like car headlights. That's right, that's right. My master is so formidable. He must have arrived long ago. Perhaps he's been observing in the dark, wanting to see if I can endure suffering, if my will for the Tao is firm enough. Chu Pham shook his head hopelessly. It's better not to say anything, leaving this poor child a glimmer of hope. Turning back to himself, he recalled when the system announced he gained the Traversing Cloud. The Traversing Cloud ability lets one travel 18,000 miles in a single day. When the Profound Sage Army achieved its goal, from then on, you are my Tao companion. Remember to cultivate diligently. And when she bid him farewell, the system announced, the Profound Sage Army's favorability towards you increased. Current favorability level is 4.5 stars. He felt apologetic. Sorry, she really gave me too much. I'm about to lose my innocence. The black-held chicken sat beside him, powerless to help. The black-held chicken asked, eyeing him suspiciously, will your mistress still eat people? He shoved a pill into its mouth and kicked it in the face. What nonsense. Don't slander my Tao companion. Having just finished a top-grade spirit pill, its effects were truly overwhelmingly powerful. His 6 paths of spiritual power were purified, unblocked and stabilized. The absorption rate accelerated rapidly again after years. Just one pill equaled an entire day's efforts. But he still felt he couldn't rely too heavily on spirit pills. Daily cultivation must still be carried out, to avoid spiritual power degradation. In that case, achieving the spirit realm is certainly attainable. 2 years later, thanks to the demon army's generous assistance, he broke through to the 9th level of the Yuan Ying realm, the peak. Half a step to the spirit realm. He activated the system. The system announced completing the automatic check. The strongest in the Jade Green sect is Quan Wu Gong, at the 2nd level of the spirit realm. He thought to himself, that's good then. The Zoe Tan Gao sect seemed to have no movements for now. He had time to break through to the spirit realm. He said to the black-held chicken, I'm going to the demon realm for a bit. You handle things at home. As soon as he went out, a voice rang out. Elder Han arrives just in time. Li Kantsu's face was scratched up, a lump the size of a grapefruit on his head, excitedly shouting, good news. Good news. As he jumped up and down. With your pathetic appearance, one look tells me it's not good news. Li Kantsu excitedly said, the Extreme Emperor challenged the Zoe Tongao sect and got trounced. He provoked the Chu Sword sect's anger. They want to ally with us together to attack the Zoe Tongao sect. The situation has changed. He really went too far after causing trouble for so many years. This time he's gone and done it. He grinned, that old Extreme Emperor is impressive. Li Kantsu continued, so I plan to come invite you this time. He sensed something amiss. He replied, I understand your intention, but you want to take the elder away again. Worried it'll affect the sect, right? Li Kantsu fell into his trap. He rambled on that all the elders could go. The Jade Green sect only needs me to guard it. Li Kantsu was speechless with anger. He whispered, I'm about to break through to the spirit realm. I need time. After receiving this information, Li Kantsu became much more energized. Rest assured in your breakthrough. The matter of punishing the Zoe Tongao sect, leave it to us. Li Kantsu became even more energized, the most energized, as if he had achieved his desired goal. Li Kantsu, go quickly and may everything go smoothly. In the demon realm, it was said that breaking through to the spirit realm caused a great commotion, easily attracting enemies to sneak attack. The demon realm was the best choice. He was breaking through to the spirit realm today. Around him, dark clouds gathered. Thunder rumbled, birds and beasts scattered. A huge lightning bolt struck him directly. At the city gate up the mountain, a person in a straw cloak and hat was gradually approaching. A guard standing there told him to present his token first. He presented a token to the gatekeeper, clearing his throat. The gatekeeper looked closely at the token in his hand. Something seemed off. The token was inscribed with head of the sect. Li Kantsu of the Jade Green sect, perhaps. Before he could read the characters clearly, the token was snatched back. Instead, a book and another token were presented, inscribed greetings to the supervisor. The tall straw-cloaked figure said to him, just a trifle. That was Li Kantsu. His face showed a cunning smile. Everything is prepared, only lacking the teleportation array. Under the palace, voices shouted hurry, Hurry! Everyone rushed, running until they were out of breath. The elders ordered us to return to the sect quickly. Shu Fam, locked in a cage, glanced at them running. He turned back and raised his doubts to Yang Tiandong. Why are they sending away half their troops like this? Yang Tiandong said, perhaps some emergency came up. Wait, could it be the master coming to rescue us? Shu Fam, seeing a glimmer of hope, smiled and said, to mobilize so many people, it must be the sect launching a full-scale attack. A rare opportunity. Why don't we take advantage of the chaos and try to escape again? Yang Tiandong scratched his head and advised, let's just calmly wait for them to come and rescue us. Shu Fam became furious and snapped, don't just sit and wait for death. The two argued loudly in prison, neither willing to concede a point. What if it's not our people coming? Wouldn't we be missing this opportunity? And why are you so worried? Don't you remember how many times we've escaped before? As they argued, stones fell from somewhere, landing on them amidst the rubble. They cried out. From the wreckage, a powerful voice rang out, all disciples of the Jade Green sect imprisoned here, I have come to rescue you. Li Kantsu's appearance moved the two to tears. Master. At his order, they prepared to fight their way out. Let us destroy the Thoai Saint sect together. On the system interface, Han Toitsu's profile notes appeared. System notification. You have successfully broken through to the spirit realm. Gained 1 inheritance of the Sword Dao Divine ability. Congratulations on obtaining the Myriad Sword God Sect's ability. Myriad Sword God Sect. Using your innate sword chi, summon sword images from the ancient river of history. The number of swords summoned is proportional to your spiritual power. You stretched comfortably after the breakthrough. After breaking through to the spirit realm, you have 3,000 years of lifespan. The plump black chicken joyfully said, Master, you finally returned. I thought that woman had eaten you. You knocked its head and scolded the chicken. What are you always thinking about? It cried out, ouch. Master, aren't I supposed to be a phoenix? You refuted, for now, you're just a diligent chicken. Only through diligent cultivation can you become a phoenix. The chicken admitted defeat, merely lowering its head in response. Yet it still wondered in its heart, how long does one have to cultivate diligently? The system interface reported that your close friends were in danger and imprisoned. You didn't know how to help them, only silently praying for their safety. I still have to protect the Jade City sect, to guard against distant enemies. As you focused, Zan Ting Jun appeared from nowhere, crossing her arms behind you, saying, I heard our executioner elder has broken through in the demonic realm. Your heart skipped a beat. When did Zan Ting Jun enter? Warily, you asked, when did you come in? Zan Ting Jun leaned in close to your face. You thought to yourself, surely she doesn't mean to. You wondered what to do. She leaned in closer, whispering seductively, I came to give you chills down your spine. Sweat beaded on your face. She was a demon cultivator, having wandered the mortal realm for years. How could she fall for someone at first sight? To let you ascend at the cost of everything. You dared not even think of it. She calmly said, I'm just saying goodbye for now. I'm preparing to leave. You stared at her blankly. All you said was, go. She said wistfully, who knows how many years until we meet again, so I wanted to see you. Turning away, she said before leaving, what do you desire? I'll satisfy you completely. You blushed deeply, I've waited for this day for so long. But outwardly, you maintained your composure, saying, please go. You said in a moving tone, can you not leave? The days without you feel so lonely. She looked at your face and guessed your thoughts. Your expression betrays your anticipation for me to leave quickly. Her face turned cold. She said dispassionately, I will need you, but not now. Don't think of me. The time for us to be together has not yet come. Han Shuiyai asked hesitantly, do you have spirit pills to raise my cultivation to the spirit realm? Zan Ting Jun winked cheerfully, holding a purple sphere, containing vials of pills. These are spirit realm ascension pills from my personal stash. I'll give you all 4 vials. You laughed heartily, thank you so much. She lifted your chin with her slender fingers. It's been so long since I've seen your face. I'm a little reluctant to leave. She reminded, though you've reached the spirit realm, you're not invincible. Stay and cultivate well at Jade Pure Sect. Don't wander recklessly. The demon-suppressing realm is perilous. Then she bid you farewell. This pale face of mine departs. Han Shuiyai looked down dejectedly. The chicken beside you furrowed its brow in thought. It seemed the demon cultivator was just passing through Jade Pure Sect. Perhaps she had gone elsewhere now. The chicken chuckled inwardly, no longer worried that its master would be devoured. Heh. At the Taoyi Saint sect, countless mysterious figures in straw capes and leaf hats awaited the command of the highest seated. That person remained silent. Does the Zhu Zhouzhen sect truly wish to die with us? He asked the elders. What are your thoughts? The sect elders voiced their respective opinions one by one. In my view, killing Huang Jihao will make them fear us a little. They've become too arrogant and need to be suppressed. The Zhu Zhouzhen sect only has 2 spirit realm cultivators, and the Jade Pure sect has just 2 as well. One of them didn't even dare to come. With just that strength, they cannot attack our Shao Tian palace. That's right, I agree. The sect leader of Taoyi Saint sect then spoke up. But what if their arrogance stems from backing by another power? Hearing their leader's hesitation, the elders refuted him. Sect leader, you're overthinking this. How long must we wait for the heavens to favor us? Don't underestimate our Demon Realm sect alliance. Truly, no one can rival us. We have 10 spirit realm experts. What do they have to fight us with? Sect leader, do not be afraid. The sect leader felt helpless hearing this. He bit his lip, worried for his sect. I'm not afraid, I'm considering the worst outcome. The nearby Grand Elder saw the sect leader's concern. He remarked, Sect leader, you're being overcautious, even cowardly. Our plan has been delayed time and again. We cannot postpone it further. If you're still unsure, I have another proposal. We can send elders to raid their main sects while their forces are occupied with us. Their home sects will surely be thrown into chaos. This is the perfect opportunity to finish them off completely. The Grand Elder's words resonated, and the other elders nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder continued voicing his thoughts. In our hearts, speak softer, in case the sect leader hears again. Seeing everyone approve of the attack plan, the sect leader pondered, must we really fight? His words made the others frown, displeased. Finally, Huang Tantian, the sect leader of Taoyi Saint sect, decided. This time, I will take action myself. I'll go with Immortal Shan Kui to attack the Zhu Zhouzhen sect and the Jade Pure sect. That settles it, doesn't it? The elders below, hearing they could attack those 2 sects, cheered excitedly. Sect leader, you've been hesitant for years, but finally. Good, but don't be too optimistic. Everyone understood. Only the Grand Elder still had doubts. He turned to Immortal Shan Kui and reminded softly, Immortal Shan Kui, you must be resolute when the time comes. I worry the sect leader will hesitate again. Immortal Shan Kui wore an ugly mask, hiding his face from all. He assured the Grand Elder, your wish is my command. I've cultivated the 5th stage of the 6 realms reincarnation art, and comprehended a new divine ability, the 6 realms soul devouring technique. It can absorb one's soul into the depths of my primordial spirit, protecting my own soul while imprisoning others. It can also imprint the 6 realms seal on their souls. The seal is eternal and indestructible. No matter how many times they reincarnate, as long as the seal remains, I can transcend reincarnation to find them. That's not all the benefits of advancing in this art. The higher the realm, the more tyrannical the 6 realms' power becomes. However, my cultivation is still insufficient. I cannot. Though the Taoyi Saint sect's threat is not great, don't forget the Imperial Demon sect is also our enemy. They are a formidable foe. Shu broke out of his cultivation state upon hearing this. After getting that information, he felt uneasy. He knew his void realm cultivation in the Imperial Demon sect was only at the elder level. The inner workings of this demonic sect were hard to fathom. Lost in thought, a face suddenly appeared, calling out to him. Junior brother Han, does senior sister Chang Yuenar need something? Chang Yuenar smiled as she busied herself, tying an insect to a branch as bait to lure the black crane she was riding. Amidst her work, she revealed her purpose. Master asked me to invite you to Jade Void Peak. It's an important matter. Since Master summoned me, I'll go at once. Shu thought, it was rare for him to be invited there. He should show some respect. In the main hall of Jade Void Peak, everyone was discussing animatedly. What do you all think of the Taoyi Saint sect situation? I have some explosive information, want to buy it? There's a rumor that the extremely handsome chief elder is from our Jade Void Peak. Why would it be our peak? The commotion grew so loud that Manhwa had to intervene to restore order. Quiet down and take your seats. Master is here. Lu Sanqin had become a core disciple early on. Meng Ha and the 7th senior brother were the new chief disciples. Suddenly, someone in a white hat pointed and asked loudly, "What's going on over there?" His appearance caused even more discussion. It's the handsome junior brother Han, and the beautiful fairy Shi Yuan is with him. After the initial surprise, everyone started questioning again. But why is he allowed to sit next to the master? How can he act so casually? What status does this junior brother have to sit with the master? Wait, the rumor did say. The chief elder's appearance is extremely handsome, unmatched in this world. Could it be him? This realization left the crowd pondering for a long while. At the same time, Manhwa also held his head, silently agreeing with everyone's thoughts. When I first learned the truth, I was shocked for days too. Manhwa finally spoke up, warning the crowd. Listen up, everyone. You must not reveal Chief Elder Han's identity outside. Anyone who dares flaunt this will be expelled from our sect. Do you understand? The crowd could only reply, yes, senior brother, we understand. Obeying the chief disciple's order, Shu frowned, puzzled by this scene. What is Master's intention? He must want to pass the mantle to me. How can I refuse? As he was still pondering how to decline, she spoke up. Recently, I hope all those not in secluded cultivation will patrol the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect. The sect master has sent word back. He said they joined forces with the Zhu Sword sect to attack the Taoyi Saint sect. The captured disciples have been rescued, but he's worried the Taoyi Saint sect will retaliate against our sect, because they only encountered 5 celestial beings. The other 5 must have other arrangements. Of the 18 mountains, only our Jade Void Peak has the fewest disciples out, apart from a few others. It's because the sect master favors us. Do you understand? After years of bitter cultivation, this is our chance to prove ourselves. It's time to put our swords to use. Those standing below were deeply moved by her words, filled with determination. We understand, we won't retreat even if it costs our lives. Sitting beside her, Shu listened with a satisfied smile. The outer sect is the first line of defense. Guarding it is undoubtedly crucial. Only by risking their lives will they gain such awakening. They have not disgraced the sect's teachings. She suddenly spoke up again. Chief Elder Han, do you have confidence facing the celestial beings of the Taoyi Saint sect? Hearing her question, Han Shu understood she was reassuring him. He cheerfully replied, I do have experience dealing with celestial beings. His words made everyone cheer. Chief Elder Han, you're too modest, victory is assured. Seeing his confidence, she couldn't help but ask about his cultivation level. Chief Elder Han, how high is your current realm? Han Shu held up one finger, signifying the first level. She was speechless. After all these years of seclusion, your cultivation hasn't progressed. Han Shu joked, correcting himself as a first-level celestial being. Why didn't you tell Master this, Miss Likong? She had no words for Han Shu's lame joke, so he continued, well, I'll stop joking now. Miss Likong, you should disperse the disciples. Feeling there was nothing more to say, she ignored Han Shu's feeble joke. Alright then. She turned to address the disciples, you're all dismissed. Prepare for the patrol mission. Leave it to Manhwa to assign roles. One disciple responded, yes, Master. Another said, Vice Captain, go to the main mountain and notify them to prepare for battle. Await Jade Void Peak's orders. The other acknowledged the order. A little blue-haired girl spoke up, Sister, did you notice Master seemed a bit off just now? Your observation is spot on. It's the first time I've seen her so unsettled. She pondered. How many years did it take him to break through to the Yuanying realm? And in the blink of an eye, he's already a celestial being. Suddenly, Fairy Shi Tuan turned and said, you just want to see me make a fool of myself. It seems you don't even regard me as your master anymore. As your master, I haven't really taught you anything. Han Shu raised his hand to his head, his voice trembling. I didn't mean it that way. She suddenly waved it off, saying, just tell me if you need anything. You've done a great service for the Jade Pure sect, no need to stand on ceremony. Without hesitation, he asked, do you have any spirit pills for cultivating to the celestial being realm? She replied, I'm sorry, we don't have any. The atmosphere grew awkward, so he said, it's all right then. Please do your best to help your disciples strengthen the spiritual qi in the sect's grounds. She awkwardly replied, I'll think of something. She thought, Han Shu has matured too quickly. This small temple can no longer contain such a great Buddha. If only the Jade Pure sect were a bit stronger. Turning to leave, he waved and said, if there's nothing else, this disciple shall take his leave. As Fairy Shi Tuan watched with wide eyes, she recalled someone. This was that person's appearance. I shall pursue higher realms. The future of the Jade Pure sect now rests on you Junior's shoulders. The founding patriarch hastily called out to him. Han Shu paused and turned back. Fairy Shi Tuan then asked, how much longer will you stay at the Jade Pure sect? Her eyes were tinged with melancholy. You're always striving for greater heights. Water flows downward, yet you've matured too quickly. Perhaps one day, the Jade Pure sect will become a burden to you. Looking at Fairy Shi Tuan, he resolutely replied, rest assured. If I wanted to leave, I would have done so already. Moreover, he looked her straight in the eye and said, Even if there really were somewhere else for me to go, it's hard to avoid other troubles. Wherever I go, there will be annoyances. Rather than wandering aimlessly, it's better to stay here and cultivate in peace. Hearing him, she still had doubts. But the Tao of truth is far superior to a small sect like the Jade Pure sect. Aren't you afraid that cultivating here will hinder your realm advancement? Turning his back to her, he replied, Master, you can always trust in my talents. If one day I wish to leave, then I will inform you beforehand. He thought to himself, the vast world is vaster for pursuing the great Tao, but I'd rather be a chicken than trade for a phoenix. Isn't this peaceful life good enough? The system issued a warning alert. Warning, the Thode cult has invaded the Jade Pure sect. Panicked, he gave the order. The system immediately scanned the strongest person charging into the Jade Pure sect. Looking down from above, the cult leader wondered, is this the Jade Pure sect? Huang Zhanshan beside him replied, indeed it is. Cult leader, make your move. But he still asked, their aura seems too weak, could this be a trap? The subordinate began getting impatient with the cult leader. I've already investigated thoroughly. They don't even have a single celestial being, and no more than 10 people at the Yuanying realm. Pondering, he replied, still, I feel uneasy in my heart. I sense something is amiss. The other man urged impatiently, cult leader, don't let this opportunity slip away. If the Thode cult falls into our hands today, how can we go to the underworld and meet the former cult leaders? Lazily turning back, he replied, fine, let's just keep observing then. The subordinate thought to himself, damn it, if I could defeat him, I would have seized the cult leader position long ago. Han Shuihui had sneaked out from behind, thinking he might have met a fellow cultivator. He had used simulations to practice before daring to come out. Looking at the system with disdain, I thought the system had malfunctioned just now. Little did I expect. The system displayed, Huang Tianqian, celestial being, 9th level. The cult leader of the Thode cult was extremely cautious, disliking killing. This person is quite interesting. On the other side, the subordinate was still urging the cult leader to take action. Striding forward arrogantly, he spoke up, the Thode cult only has you two. The two of them looked back in fright. The cult leader glared, thinking he didn't detect his breath earlier. Indeed, it was a trap. The red-haired man charged forward, saying, just the two of us is more than enough. You're quite arrogant, fellow cultivator. Snapping his fingers, he unleashed his 6-direction celestial devouring technique. He clenched his fist, aiming at him. The cult leader seemed to realize something, hastily shouting, Zhanshan, wait. But he confidently said, don't worry, cult leader. Even if he's an elder of execution, I have the power to fight him. His hand manifested 6 jet black talons. He stood motionless, facing the 6 jet black talons pointing straight, emanating an alluring green light. The cult leader worried, oh no. The red-haired man shouted, enough nonsense. Raising his arm to throw, the cult leader yelled, Zhanshan. He flew up, eyes glowing red like a demon, seizing the chance to strike him. Realizing it was too late, he could only say, this is. Surrounded by blinding light, he remained unmoving while the other gradually disintegrated. The cult leader panicked, thinking, indeed. Seeing his unchanged expression, it was a trap. Huang Tianqian suddenly felt a chill, realizing, indeed, it was a trap. Abruptly, his primordial spirit was struck out. Zhanshan was crushed miserably. He trembled, saying, cult leader, now I finally understand why you were so cautious. Seeing this, Huang Tianqian screamed in fear, Zhanshan, no. But it was too late. Han Shuihui used the 7 illusory realms to pull Zhanshan up. Finally, he struck Zhanshan with the 6-path soul-devouring technique, causing his soul to disperse as he screamed, ah. Witnessing his primordial spirit disintegrate, Huang Tianqian could only call out Zhanshan's name. His hand reached out, but it was futile. He looked at Han Shuihui in terror, thinking, an elder of the 7th level celestial being, killed so easily by him. I'm a cultivator of the 9th level celestial being, yet I couldn't see through him. He's definitely not just a celestial being. Perhaps he has even broken through to the void realm. Huang Tianqian mustered some courage, finally shouting, wait. He quickly turned and fled, leaving behind a sentence, the Thode cult will settle this with you. As Huang Tianqian ran, he thought, my intuition was indeed correct. The Jade Pure sect still has such an existence. Zhanshan, after I cultivate to a higher realm, I will definitely avenge you. But what he didn't expect was that Han Shuihui would ride the Qingchu cloud, chasing after him, breaking the rules. Huang Tianqian was dumbfounded in astonishment. The mountain wall suddenly shook. Cornered to the death, lying under Han Shuihui's sharp sword, Huang Tianqian still tried to persuade with words. Wait, don't act rashly. I can let the Thote cult go to war. Han Shuihui replied, eradicate the roots, why not understand? Huang Tianqian turned pale, forcing an explanation. Actually, I didn't want to fight either. But I'm the cult leader. I have to bear the entire sect's burden. If I don't stop them, who knows how many Jade Pure sect disciples will die. Look, now they're all still alive. Han Shuihui thought silently. This is actually a truthful statement. Pham and Yang Tiandong are still alive. Plus his character of not liking slaughter. Huang Tianqian was really helpless. The Thote cult's prolonged actions were also due to his leniency. Huang Tianqian continued, if you spare me, after I return, I will definitely order the Thote cult not to attack the Jade Pure sect. Han Shuihui asked, really? Huang Tianqian thought he had moved the other party, and happily thought he had a chance to state his conditions. But that was just his thought. A strike of the heaven-defying demon god's sword descended, along with Han Shuihui's cold reply, I don't believe you. Previously, you didn't let the two sects fight. What basis do you have to be able to do it after returning? Huang Tianqian was struck, half-conscious. Yet he still had some awareness, half-awake, half-dreaming, thinking he could die without being reborn. This can't be an illusion, it's a real body. Wait, this paper is. As if understanding Huang Tianqian's confusion, Han Shuihui said, unless it's a life-substituting talisman. I heard it's quite valuable. You're quite generous. Huang Tianqian stiffened. What demonic technique is this? The suppressive force is indeed formidable. The system reminded, Huang Tianqian has generated enmity towards you. The current enmity level is 2 stars. Seeing this, Han Shuihui frowned and thought, I'll just kill him to eliminate the enmity. It's convenient to use him to threaten the Thote cult, preventing them from causing trouble. But Huang Tianqian wasn't so easy to kill. He entered the magic array circle. While chanting, he thought, I can't underestimate this person. That previous strike was indeed unexpected. Fortunately, I have a trump card. This technique specializes in countering those who launch sneak attacks within the array's range. It can withstand hundreds of attacks. I'll seize the opportunity to activate the magic treasure, directly transmitting it to the headquarters. Unless you can break the array within 100 attacks, you won't be able to stop me. Unfortunately, a technique that can launch 100 attacks in an instant is extremely rare. I don't believe you have such ability. Yet Han Shuihui did it. He raised his golden sword high. This made Huang Tianqian lose all hope. He opened his eyes wide, witnessing it while taking a few breaths. The myriad swords returned to origin technique. How does he have such a divine ability? This time, the mountain wall shook violently, as if affected by a tremendous force. People below rushed to report the news. The source of the spirit force ripples was up ahead. The commander, hearing this, ordered them to hurry over. Everyone followed, puzzled by the great commotion. Who could have caused this? I feel like that sound resembles a miserable scream. If that person was defeated, it's not good. The battle aura is clearly not something a Yuan Ying can handle. But before they went far, the sight before them made many scream in horror. Oh my god. A huge hole was blasted right in the middle. It was even still smoking. Someone spoke up, it seems we know who did this. On another mountain wall were inscribed the words, vast as the sky and ocean. Huang Tianqian. He was now reduced to a small, adorable little soul. He was tied up with ropes and tossed aside, crying out in pain. He showed clear signs of fear, his mouth trembling as he said, Who are you? How do you know the myriad swords returned to origin? This is a secret technique passed down from that mysterious sect. Facing Han Shuihui's domineering aura, he could only think, he's truly formidable. I've never suffered such a crushing defeat. Han Shuihui suddenly said, Chong Shan Jiao Zi Long. Even the little duck beside him didn't understand what he meant. Huang Tianqian asked, What sect is Chongshan? Han Shuihui slapped him and said, Don't waste words. I ask, you answer. Does Taoyi sect have an existence like the Supreme Elder? Huang Tianqian replied, Yes, but he has left the grand ceremony. Han Shuihui asked further, How did you become the sect leader? He answered, Of course I have my secrets, which cannot be revealed. Han Shuihui was getting closer to the truth about Taoyi sect now. After a back-and-forth exchange between the two, Han Shuihui thought to himself, the reason I left his soul intact was to gather intelligence. Unexpectedly, it was this easy. Huang Tianqian cried and begged, Sir, can you spare me? I can join Yuqing sect and redeem my crimes with service. Han Shuihui replied, That depends on your performance. The soul-devouring system's bonus ability can absorb souls and exist deep within the primordial spirit. It can protect souls, but also imprison them. Han Shuihui smiled and said, Huang Tianxian is now imprisoned by me, so Taoyi sect will be terrified. The little duck praised his master's brilliance. No need to run away this time. As for Huang Tianxian trapped within the soul-devouring system, he could only hug his anger and cry. He angrily said, those damned elders. If I survive this, I will kill all of you. On the other hand, Huang Tianxian's companions were not faring well either. When the house exploded, they had run outside. Elder, can't you contact the sect leaders group? The elder replied, no contact at all. It's better to keep a low profile. Hearing this, the man in the hat said, then we should abandon this place. Call all the disciples back to defend the sect, and send people to investigate the sect leader's whereabouts. The elder agreed, that's the only way. But they didn't get far. A ray of light brighter than the sun flashed before their eyes. It eventually materialized into a person, blocking their path. Huang Jihao stood arrogantly on his sword. He said haughtily, last time, you ganged up on me without reason. Today, I've finally washed away that humiliation. Tell me, where is your sect leader? Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today. The elder tensely looked at the person before him, calling out Huang Jihao's name. The man in the hat whispered beside him, I'll engage him head-on. You find an opportunity to attack from behind. But unfortunately, before they could execute the plan, Li Kangzi appeared right behind them. He asked in a threatening tone, what were you two whispering about? Planning how to escape? Hearing this, the two fell silent, not daring to speak further. Next, another person appeared, carrying their sect's banner. It was Quan Wugong. He said, I just learned from my spy that your sect leader was planning a sneak attack on our Yuqing sect. The elder was, of course, terrified and blurted out, what? How could that be? It can't be true. Nothing happened on our Jade Purity sect side. It seems your sect leader may have encountered that person. As for why your sect leader hasn't returned, I don't need to explain further. Before the elder and the man in the hat could recover from their shock, they were sliced into pieces. The remaining 7 were also attacked, forcing them to raise their banner and beg for mercy. Spare us. Spare our sacred banner. Elsewhere, inside a cave, Han Yu lay down, slightly drunk from the night's chill. He looked up and thought, the spirit refining pills are all used up. My cultivation is slowing down. The spiritual energy in this cave seems to be thinning too. Can't keep going like this. Suddenly, a voice called out, Elder Han, are you there? Han Yu looked up and asked, Elder Li. The person before him trembled as he addressed Han, Master. Master Li Kangzi has brought Yang Tiandong back. Fortunately, he did not fail his mission and returned your disciple. Yang Tiandong, unable to contain his emotions, stammered, after all these years of longing, I finally get to see you, Master. Do you know how much suffering your disciple has endured these years? Han Yu responded rather emotionlessly, ah, I see. Yang Tiandong cried as he poured out his heart, I always believed Master would come rescue me. It was this belief that kept me going until now. In his heart, Han Yu felt apologetic, it was too dangerous outside, so I didn't dare leave. Yang Tiandong continued, the elder told me, if you weren't holding down the Jade Purity sect, he wouldn't have dared to take such a gamble to rescue us. Master, you are my savior. Han Yu thought to himself, crying inwardly, your snot is getting on my clothes. Well, think what you will. But he still reached out and patted Yang Tiandong's head, gently saying to him, you've performed well, my disciple. Later, I will impart all my lifelong learnings to you. At that moment, the system also sent a notification. Yang Tiandong's affection towards you has increased. Current affection level is 5 stars. The black duck beside him saw this scene and felt jealous. This guy dares to compete for favor with me. Meanwhile, Yang Tiandong was still immersed in happiness, speaking joyfully, best master ever. Suddenly, Li Kangzi spoke up to congratulate, we've safely brought back the captured disciple from the Jade Purity sect this time. But there are still some issues I'd like to consult you on, Elder Han. Our insider in the Sacred Banner sect said their sect leader, Huang Tantian, went missing near the Jade Purity sect. When we returned, we found a mountain missing near the sect's north gate. Was this your doing, Elder Han? Han Yu avoided his gaze but admitted, Li Kangxi's sinister voice continued, Elder Han. Elder Han, you are my savior. You are the greatest hero in our campaign this time. It's fortunate that someone took care of Huang Tantian. That allowed us to destroy the Sacred Banner sect's lair and succeed so smoothly. Now it's good. The Sacred Banner sect's leader is dead. They are no longer a threat. For our Jade Purity sect to have an outstanding talent like Elder Han, truly the heavens have eyes. As for Han Yu, he now sat listening to Li Kangzi ramble on, sighing. Don't worry about those two matters anymore, elder. Just focus on your cultivation. Han Yu was silently evaluating Li Kangzi in his mind. It's always terrifying to see you get beaten like that. Li Kangzi added, oh right, there's one more thing. In at most half a year, the patriarchal master will return. Han Yu wondered, the patriarchal master. Li Kangzi continued, then in 5 more years, we'll hold a grand ceremony celebrating the Jade Purity Sect's 1000th anniversary. This is a joyous occasion. At that time, we'll invite the elite cultivators from various sects and establish good relations with them. Meanwhile, we'll create an opportunity for you, so they'll know of Elder Han's feat of slaying Huang Tantian, making your name resound in the cultivation world. Han Yu firmly refused. They cannot know that the Sacred Banner sect's leader died by my hand. Moreover, I don't want to be in the limelight. I just want to focus on my cultivation. Li Kangzi trembled as he replied, but then they won't fear you and pay attention to our Jade Purity sect. Han Yu said, your starting point isn't wrong. But in order to help the Jade Purity sect, I've incurred no small karmic debt. If they unite and come looking for me, I can flee. But what about the Jade Purity sect? I think you wouldn't want to accept that outcome either. Li Kangzi immediately replied, of course not. If that's the case, we'll increase the spirit chi in Elder Han's abode, as compensation. How's that? Han Yu replied, is that all? My abode seems to already have the densest spirit chi in the sect. Li Kangzi shook his head helplessly. This is all we can do. I'm afraid nothing else would satisfy you. Perhaps in the future, when the patriarchal master returns with his high realm, there will be more treasures to be had. Then your share will certainly not be lacking. Han Yu seemed satisfied. That's good then. Li Kangzi left, thinking, the patriarchal master should hurry back. We're going to have trouble appeasing this little sect master soon. He waved at Han Yu. See you next time. System notification. Han Yu opened it to check. Seeing you successfully protected the sect, repelled the Sacred Banner sect, and obtained a spirit treasure, a sword manual, and a spirit beast egg. Han Yu exclaimed joyfully, awesome. Then there were some additional gifts. First was the 9-star trodden steps. This didn't excite Han Yu much. Meh, I guess. It's suitable for practicing the peerless sword flight. Han Yu wasn't very interested. I'll just leave it for Yang Tiandong. Next was the Chaos Heavenly Sphere. Han Yu's eyes widened in confusion. Wait, a heavenly dog. Why is it an egg like this? How will it hatch? From Han Yu's perspective, specifically Yang Tiandong and the duck, the two were discussing together. Yang Tiandong exclaimed in praise, whoa. Master actually conjured treasures from thin air. This is spatial magic. No wonder Master is so formidable. The black duck was also very excited, saying, moreover, they're all top-grade treasures. Master has obtained great treasures. Suddenly, Han Yu approached the duck, saying, little duck, I have a favor to ask of you. Seeing Han Yu's sinister smile, holding the egg in his hand, and bringing it before the terrified duck who cried out loudly, no master, please don't. The result was still being forced to incubate it right in the Jade Purity sect. At this point, the emergency situation escalated rapidly. They quickly gathered in the main hall. The disciples, senior members, all tense and solemn. Everyone raised their solemn spirits. They stood in rows before the main hall, stern-faced. All eyes were on the main hall. With this atmosphere, it seems we're about to battle another sect again. An elegantly dressed disciple from a noble family turned to the side and said to his companion, who was dressed in an ancient Middle Eastern style, that senior in the veiled hat also turned to his companion beside him, sighing to himself. It can't be that serious, for the 18 mountain elders to be present. The fierce-looking one beside them didn't look back, staring intently at the main hall in solemn silence. The Supreme Elder is about to speak. The Supreme Elder stood on the main hall, surveying all the disciples, waiting for everyone to settle before speaking. This is the moment we've waited 1,000 years for. 1,000 years ago, we were like ants before them. But 1,000 years later, today, it's time for them to know our true power. Prepare to depart. Remember, do not make any mistakes. Li Kangzi hesitated beside him, bowing to whisper, must we really do this? The Supreme Elder frowned slightly in annoyance, saying curtly, of course, this is a grave matter. No preparation is excessive. Suddenly, a disciple pointed up at the sky, exclaiming in shock, look up at the sky. What is that? The others turned frantically, following that disciple's finger. Even the Supreme Elder turned to look up. A black swirling vortex had appeared in the sky. It was rapidly expanding outward. Within the black vortex, lightning flashed. The Jade Purity disciples raised their guard in unison, staring unblinkingly at the black vortex. No one dared take their eyes off it for even a moment. In a flash of lightning, a pair of boots appeared. Gradually, the figure of the Nine Peaks Immortal became clear. Behind him was a skeletal white dragon, its spine-covered head bristling with bony spikes, 6 pitch black eyes glaring. Ha ha ha, it's been 1,000 years since I last saw Jade Purity sect. Let me see how far you've come. The Nine Peaks Immortal laughed coldly, waves of cold light emanating from him. Don't disappoint this old immortal. The Nine Peaks Immortal's body radiated blinding light shooting out in all directions. The entire sky seemed enveloped by this cold radiance, its oppressive might overwhelming. All the cultivators of Jade Purity sect could not withstand it. The crushing pressure forced them to their knees. This might surpassed even the heavenly demon cults. Could the Executioner Elder truly handle him? The Nine Peaks Immortal revealed his divine radiance, his eyes glowing as he prepared his final strike. Forming an array, countless cold rays like swords shot forth. Suddenly, the array opened, strange images flying out, trailing a massive red cloth banner. On it flashed all kinds of celebratory images congratulating Jade Purity's patriarch, the Nine Peaks Immortal. The word return was especially prominent, framed by lightning bolts taking up half the banner. The Supreme Elder, Li Kangzi, and the other disciples held firecrackers, flowers, their eyes filled with shining starry lights. Even the cold-faced fairy Ziyuan was forced to hold 2 strings of firecrackers. Hehe, the Supreme Elder's eyes twinkled as he stood among the crowd, saying, "Not bad, Master likes it very much. The sect's prosperity far exceeds what it was when I left. A reward is deserved." The Nine Peaks Immortal looked down, surveying the solemn, crowded ranks of disciples below. "This is the Void Realm beast I slew along the way. Its body will be refined into spirit pills to distribute below." All the cultivators were overjoyed by these words, exclaiming in delight, "The Patriarch is wise and magnanimous." The Nine Peaks Immortal looked down sternly and questioned the sect disciples. "In the time I've been away from Jade Purity, are there any outstanding disciples? As a reward, I can personally impart my teachings to them for a period." Li Kangzi cupped his fist respectfully, a beaming look of reverence as he replied, "The sect's most outstanding disciple is undoubtedly Elder Han. The recent crisis was resolved thanks to him, and the sect's peace is owed to Elder Han." Hearing this, the Nine Peaks Immortal nodded. He walked over to the Supreme Elder, and Li Kangzi, hands clasped behind his back, looking around. Li Kangzi still had his hands cupped, saying awkwardly, "Elder Han is wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion, not here." The Nine Peaks Immortal heard this and casually replied, "No matter." He simply raised a finger to Li Kangzi, saying, "There's no rush to meet him. I'll go see him myself in a few days." "Very well." Li Kangzi took out a tattered handkerchief, wiping tears, looking utterly impoverished, thinking to himself, "Finally, I can provide for that brat." The scene shifted back to Han Yuzi's abode, where the atmosphere was tense. Han Yuja glanced to his right. At the present moment, the little chick was furiously cursing in a stream of chicken language, face contorted. He looked to the left. The fat puppy happily panted and barked. Han Yuja sat powerlessly on the wooden stool, watching the chaotic chicken and dog scene unfold before him. He sighed, unable to restore order between the bickering pair. The chick was dominating, so the fat puppy was chased and attacked everywhere. It had been some time since the Chaos Heavenly Hound hatched from the Black Hell Hen's egg, but the arrogant pup's temperament often led to fights with the Black Hell Hen. His mother frequently brawled, disrupting the peace. Han Yuzi's abode was in chaos. Each day he watched the 2 spirit beasts tussle, sighing helplessly. A lifetime of cultivating virtue, yet I'm stuck with these 2. The Nine Peaks Immortal had appeared behind him, unnoticed. He stood with hands clasped, addressing Han Yuja, "Elder Han, these 2 spirit pets of yours seem rather extraordinary. Where did you acquire them?" Han turned, not recognizing the visitor, but calmly replied, "I simply chanced upon them." "Who are you?" "I am the Nine Peaks Immortal, your sect's founder." Li Kangzi peeked out from behind him. The Nine Peaks Immortal stroked his chin, perplexed, wondering when Han had acquired another dog. Han hurriedly knelt, cupping his fist in greeting, "Forgive my disrespect, Patriarch." Inwardly, he berated himself for the oversight. The system had warned him before. Yesterday, it opened a simulation challenge against him, as if facing an 8th-level Void Realm beast, yet he had no chance of victory. The Nine Peaks Immortal smiled kindly, taking a liking to the handsome youth. "No need for apologies," he said. "You aided our sect in its crisis. To express my gratitude, I would like to offer you an opportunity. If you are willing to accept it." Han Yuzi's eyes widened, a myriad of thoughts racing. An opportunity. 1,000 years ago, I left the cultivation realm to search for the immortal continent. After many years of exploration overseas, I made an incredible discovery. The Nine Peaks Immortal continued solemnly. I found evidence of a higher realm of existence, beyond the mortal and immortal planes. He was now the deputy sect leader of the dominant sect. According to the Nine Peaks Immortal, the realm of the Great Lands was within his grasp. Not only that, he was on par with the Great Lands themselves. This time, upon my return, I shall bring some talents to cultivate. This opportunity comes but once. Are you willing to accept it? The Nine Peaks Immortal asked. Certainly, Han Yuja replied, for who could refuse such a grand opportunity? His smile grew even brighter. This chance would tempt anyone. Indeed, if he were an ordinary disciple, who could resist the opportunity to ascend to immortality in a single step? But he was not lacking in such opportunities. What he pondered now was, deputy sect leader of the overseas realm. You almost had me there, seeking joy in the outside world. Suddenly, the system appeared, reminding him, faced with the Nine Peaks Immortal's invitation, along with Li Kangzi, you have two choices. 1. Follow the Nine Peaks Immortal to the overseas realm, and receive a bottle of cultivation pills, a magic treasure, and a spirit artifact. 2. Remain at the Jade Green sect, cultivating modestly to seek stability, and gain the inheritance of a divine ability. Han Yuja pondered silently. Unlike previous choices, the first option seemed more rewarding. If he chose the first, the Nine Peaks Immortal was still immersed in the world he had painted for him. Han suddenly questioned, I ask, is your overseas sect considered invincible? Snapping out of his reverie, the Nine Peaks Immortal replied with hands clasped behind his back, though not invincible, we are among the dominant forces. Han Yuja cupped his hands and cautiously asked, so you do have rivals then? The Nine Peaks Immortal nodded, indeed, we are not without challengers. Han Yuja stroked his chin pensively, continuing to inquire about these dominant forces. Who might your rivals be? Of course, there are powerful experts who have attained the Void Realm. Even within our sect, such figures are not few. Outsiders, however, cannot shake the foundations of our sect. Han Yuja frowned, pondering deeply. He was still weighing everything carefully. Noticing Han's unusual demeanor, Li Kangzi spoke up placatingly, if Elder Han feels conflicted, we can set this matter aside for now. Patriarch will remain at Jade Green sect for a time. We can discuss it later. In truth, Li Kangzi had his own agenda, not wanting Han to leave with the Nine Peaks Immortal. If Elder Han were to depart with the Nine Peaks, what would Jade Green sect do if danger arose again? The Nine Peaks Immortal spoke cordially. I shall remain here for at least 55 days before departing. We shall transform Jade Green sect into a sacred ground for the Cultivation Realm's grand ceremony. During this time, you can ponder your decision further. After careful consideration, Han Yuja resolutely replied, no need to ponder further. I thank you for your kindness, Patriarch, but I wish to remain at Jade Green sect. Just as you ventured abroad for many years, for the sake of Jade Green sect, I have my own way of protecting our sect. His expression was solemn and resolute as he declared, seeing them thrive, this is my path of cultivation. Hearing his intentions, the Nine Peaks Immortal said nothing. He simply gazed at the young man before him, truly a formidable successor. After a pause, he nodded, if that is your wish, I shall not force you. Han Yuja looked up at the Nine Peaks, surprised at how easily he had relented. Meanwhile, Li Kangzi beamed with delight, Jade Green sect would have its protector once more. The Nine Peaks Immortal turned to leave. I've heard you prefer secluded cultivation. This entire mountain now belongs to you. You need no longer rely on the spirit vein of the abode. The spiritual veins here will suffice for your needs. Li Kangzi, arrange for the other disciples to relocate from this mountain. Henceforth, this mountain shall belong solely to Elder Han. Hearing this clearly, Li Kangzi was taken aback. The entire mountain. Even Han Yuja was left speechless by such magnanimity. Regaining his composure, Li Kangzi bowed deeply towards the Nine Peaks' retreating figure. Thank you, Venerable One. As he followed after, Li Kangzi gestured excitedly to Han Yuja. Once they were distant from the abode, Li spoke up. So it seems, Patriarch, you merely wished to test Elder Han's loyalty to our sect. That was part of it, yes. The Nine Peaks nodded. Li Kangzi, the rare talents and treasures I've gathered over the years are in the treasury. Bring them to him, and set up a spirit gathering array on that mountain. Furthermore, you must arrange for the other abode disciples. I trust you know how to handle that matter. Of course, no issue. Ever deferential, Li Kangzi replied from a respectful distance. Were you worried he might leave with me, patriarch? Leaving Jade Green unprotected, Li Kangzi fell silent for a time, then admitted before his patriarch, yes, Jade Green cannot be without Elder Han's protection. The Nine Peaks chuckled knowingly. Indeed, you speak the truth. Jade Green requires his presence. Without Elder Han, the sect would be vulnerable. Precisely. You say he's cautious by nature, but I think he simply fears the dangers beyond our shores. Yet the truth is, those outer realms are indeed perilous. Hearing this, Li Kangzi could only scratch his head and agree. The Nine Peaks continued walking, raising 2 fingers to the sky. If he doesn't wish to leave, so be it. Having him remain to guard Jade Green puts my mind at ease. Fair enough, but this is the first I've seen him speak of renunciation like that. I was not so inclined in my youth. Li Kangzi listened silently, head bowed, inwardly sighing. Here goes the patriarch, reminiscing again. Meanwhile, a system prompt appeared before Han Yuja. You have chosen to remain at Jade Green sect. You have gained a Dharma transmission. Congratulations. You have acquired the Tathagata spell. The Tathagata spell allows exorcism of evil spirits and subjugation of demonic beings. Han was unsure whether to feel regret. Was this a sign he should take the monastic path? His 2 beast companions continued their fierce battle nearby. Han sat upon a boulder, the morning sun casting his long shadow on the ground. Seeing his silhouette, Qing Hongxuan called out, "Husband." She approached, swaying happily. I've acquired a new treasure recently. Without turning, Han asked, where did you get it this time? She gave him a coy look. At an auction I attended. I won a few rare items there. In her palm was a jade the size of a chicken egg, green with golden veins, and a white gemstone embedded in the center. This was among his belongings. A friend who attended told me it's a primordial spirit-gathering jade, extremely rare. She continued proudly, with this, we can establish an array to gather spiritual energy. Han Yuja glanced at the jade in her palm and extended his divine sense. As he was told, it could automatically gather spiritual energy from heaven and earth, serving as a spirit-gathering furnace. A true treasure. Yet when Han Yuja sensed the murderous aura emanating from the jade bead, fury rose on his brow. Don't pick up everything you find. This harbors a malicious spirit seal. If you use it to cultivate your spirit or physical body, it will backfire on you. His angered tone startled even the mountain birds. Fortunately, no disciples were nearby, but I clearly scanned it with my divine sense. How could this be? Han explained, this item disguises its murderous aura as spiritual energy. At least a Yuan Ying divine sense is needed to see through it. Qing Hongxuan, pale, trembled before the jade, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah wah wah. She clutched the jade, wishing she could fling it far away. I almost killed you, husband. I'll get rid of it now. He calmly replied, let me purify it first. Using the 6 realms soul devouring technique. After purification, the murderous aura could no longer resist, wailing miserably. Qing Hongxuan, blushing, said meekly, that was dangerous. Luckily your high realm saw through this evil aura. How can I repay you? Perhaps you could repay with your body. Han ignored her suggestive remark, handing her the jade. Take this. I've purged the malicious spirit within. You'll need it when you break through to the golden core. She refused to relent, about to continue her flirtation, when Han poured cold water on her intentions. Your cultivation progress is too slow. At this rate, you lack the capability to be my Dao companion. Qing Hongxuan felt anguished, clenching her fists behind her back. She lowered her gaze. I understand. Seeing her expression, Han Yuzi's heart softened. He felt he may have spoken too harshly. Damn it. He immediately raised a ring. Qing Hongxuan, the treasures in this ring were gifts from you before. I've kept them safe. Now I return them to you. Han scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't good at comforting others. The spiritual energy here is dense. Come cultivate closer to me. Qing Hongxuan blushed, her wide, innocent eyes revealing a maiden's shy love. Seeing her like this, Han felt flustered. I didn't mean it that way. I hope you'll strive your utmost in cultivation. His demeanor suddenly became serious. Our relationship must remain secret for now. I fear enemies may use you to threaten me. Qing Hongxuan covered her blushing face, mumbling. Her heart fluttered. He still cared for her after all. From afar, 2 demonic beasts watched this lovey-dovey scene, seemingly forgotten from the start. The chick was enraged, pointing at the scene. Look, you mutt. That's the legendary patriarch Han Nanshan. Woof woof. After the initial embarrassed joy passed, Qing Hongxuan felt worried. Was she truly worthy of him? but she had taken the first step. She recalled her glorious past, how she endured countless hardships from her enemies before becoming a cultivator, exhausting all her strength to progress realm by realm. How much effort she had expended. She always thought everyone was like her, until she first saw him. Back then, he was just a youth, without even a spiritual root. Seeing his handsomeness, she gave him a spirit-nurturing pill. It worked wonders, granting him a decent spiritual root. Who would have thought he would become one of the elites of the Jade Pure sect? Han Yuja saw her become inexplicably dejected. What's wrong? Ching Hongxuan sighed, lost in her own thoughts. Talent is truly incomprehensible and tragic. It is infuriating, but you should strive harder before me. If this continues, I'll be unworthy of you. Having said that, she turned and left. I'll go cultivate first, leaving him bewildered behind. Why did she suddenly become unhappy? Women are truly the most incomprehensible creatures on earth. The two demonic beasts watched this scene unfold. The chick squawked, I take back what I said earlier. The master is straight as an arrow. Time flew swiftly. A year and a half later, after returning, the celestial being patriarch began personally reorganizing the Jade Pure sect. The spiritual energy of the 18 mountains and the inner sect's fortifications were greatly enhanced. Not only that, he also tamed several demonic beasts at the Yuan Ying realm to guard the sect and the demonic beast realm. With these combined factors, the Jade Pure sect was growing stronger by the day. The sect's millennial ceremony was about to commence. Orthodox sects of the cultivation realm all sent representatives to congratulate the Jade Pure sect's revival. An unprecedented liveliness. In the bustling town, cultivators came and went. The hottest topic now was anything related to the Jade Pure sect. Cultivators admired the view from carriage terraces, walked the streets, or even sunbathed on rooftops, all listening intently to the discussions. The Jade Pure sect is truly profound, beyond expectations. Indeed, it said the sect master of the Taoyi Holy sect died at the hands of the Jade Pure sect. Han Yuja had no interest in the millennial ceremony. Cultivation was his entire life. Unless something stimulating came along, he spent his days in the cave abode. His most common activity was teaching his two demonic beasts. If you grow any bigger, you'll be kicked out of the cave. Don't go showing off by leaving the mountain, understand? The two demonic beasts were now as tall as him, but 5 times as heavy. Sitting in the thatched hut felt cramped. They tearfully nodded obediently. Suddenly, the system appeared, diverting his attention. Scan and assess the pseudo-celestial fate aura. Examine its background, not the heavenly quartz Dao clan's celestial lineage. Its innate ill fate will bring disaster to those around it. Its fate is rigid. Those around it often die tragically. He can almost turn danger into safety. It said the Jade Pure sect is the strongest sect in the cultivation realm. He wants to join and learn their methods. Special reminder, since you have the Celestial Emperor's descendant aura, you may not be affected by the ill fate of the Dao clan's celestial lineage. However, do not kill the Dao clan's celestial lineage. Otherwise, the ill fate will be immense, overwhelming even the Celestial Emperor's aura. He accepted the information, wanting to engrave it in his mind. The Dao clan's celestial lineage reincarnated, able to turn danger into safety. Special reminder, since you have the Celestial Emperor's descendant aura, you may not be affected by the Dao clan's ill fate. However, do not kill the Dao clan's celestial lineage. Otherwise, the ill fate will be immense, overwhelming even the Celestial Emperor's aura. After repeating the information again, he wanted to leave his body. This meant he could become the most unlucky person, with even his golden hand unable to withstand it. He panicked. Damn it, system, tell me where he is right now. Right, I can search with my divine sense. Don't let him get near the Jade Pure sect. He hurriedly rushed out of the cave abode. His Celestial Emperor's descendant aura was unaffected by the Dao clan's celestial lineage, but the Jade Pure sect would be affected. At this moment, at the magnificent gate of the Jade Pure sect, a blond boy stood at the bottom of the steps, panting. Finally, he had arrived at the Jade Pure sect. His eyes shone with anticipation. The boy wore a faded scarf, carrying a worn, patched satchel slung across his body. His appearance exuded poverty. Dao Qi, you must work harder in your cultivation later. You must become the best. Yet the boy looked innocent and optimistic. The first step of cultivation, though small, was a giant leap in one's life. The boy cheerfully ascended the steps, about to reach his dream, when he froze. Before him, a tall figure suddenly appeared, hands clasped behind his back. The boy hesitated, unsure whether to step forward or back. Why has a mere mortal like you come here? The boy noticed the young man's attire in front of him and became excited, completely missing the meaning behind Han Shuiyu's words. Are you an immortal from the Jade Pure sect? My name is Dao Qi. I want to join the Jade Pure sect. To cultivate immortality, can I directly join the inner sect? My talents are exceptional. You won't be disappointed. The boy brimmed with enthusiasm for his future prospects. This determination would typically earn praise from others. Unfortunately, after hearing about the boy's ill fate from the system, he wanted to discard this hot potato immediately. Let you join the Jade Pure sect, only for your bad luck to kill everyone. He looked at the boy, who barely reached his waist. Using age as an excuse, he said, "You're too young. Instead of wasting time cultivating, it's better if I teach you how to circulate your chi. Can't you find another place to take in a master?" But the boy insisted adamantly, "I must join the Jade Pure sect." Sensing his intentions, the boy pointed at him, questioning aloud, "Wait a minute, you're probably not from the Jade Pure sect. I heard the Jade Pure sect is hosting their Millennium Convention, with many sects attending." Han Shuiyue listened silently as the boy began rambling incessantly, angrily wagging his finger in front of his face. "You must be here to steal resources, right?" He was slightly impressed by the boy's integrity. "How does a child like you know so much?" After his rant, the boy crossed his arms, ignoring him completely. "His attempt to deceive me is too amateurish." Han Shuiyue lost patience, warning him to leave, but the boy stubbornly refused. Without another word, Han Shuiyue grabbed the boy's collar. The boy struggled in panic, dropping his satchel. "Don't kill me." His face expressionless, he spun his body, building momentum to strike. "I can't tolerate such bad luck." Suddenly, a scream came from the mountainside. Dao Qi was flung away, crying out in pain, "Ow, it hurts." Dao Qi shouted, glaring at the man before him, "Who are you, exactly?" Han Shuiyu's face remained cold as he approached slowly. "You don't need to know who I am. Since you refuse to leave, from today onward, you can only wait here. In this lifetime, don't ever think of going out again." The system reminded, "Dao Qi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred level, 2 stars. Han Shuiyue watched Dao Qi break out in a cold sweat, worried he might face calamity. Suddenly, Dao Qi emanated a murderous aura, glaring fiercely at him in a crouched stance. Han Shuiyue grew anxious, sensing a faint, dangerous breath, as if brewing, waiting to erupt. Dao Qi furiously charged at him, making him wonder, could this be his bad luck manifesting? Then Dao Qi tripped and fell face first onto the ground, leaving Han Shuiyue speechless. Dao Qi shakily got up, clutching his stomach and groaning, "Is there any food here? I haven't eaten for days." Han Shuiyue doubted, "You really haven't eaten anything? Not even on your journey?" Dao Qi cried, "I passed 7 restaurants already, but for some reason, they either got shut down suddenly, or got robbed by bandits. I haven't had a single bite." Wah wah wah. Han Shuiyue thought wearily, no wonder he's called an ill-fated star. Afterward, Han Shuiyue summoned food for Dao Qi. Faced with the irresistible delicacies, the system reminded, "Dao Qi has gained a good impression of you. Current kindness level, 3 stars. Dao Qi cheered joyfully like a child receiving candy. "Yay. For as long as I can remember, this is the first time I've never had such a sumptuous meal before. Thank you, senior. I'll eat over here." As Han Shuiyue paid, he judged, this kindness level is quite sensitive. A child's mindset is indeed simple. But as he watched Dao Qi eat heartily, Han Shuiyue thought, from Dao Qi's recounting of his experiences, it seems he hasn't realized yet that his bad luck stems from himself. Born with ill-fated luck, destined for a solitary life, he's just a pitiful child. Some truths are better left unknown. Han Shuiyue asked Dao Qi, "How's the taste? This will be your last meal." Hearing this as he ate, Dao Qi was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Han Shuiyue held up a cultivation manual before Dao Qi. "From now on, you'll begin cultivating. This is the secret to self-cultivation's energy absorption. Take a look yourself." Dao Qi put down his chopsticks, cheering joyfully, "Yay. Thank you for your great kindness, senior." He thought, so staying here is for cultivation. Seeing Dao Qi delighted with the manual in hand, Han Shuiyue said, "You must work hard at cultivating, and not let down your senior." The system reminded, "Dao Qi has gained a good impression of you. Current kindness level, 3 stars. Han Shuiyue smiled wryly, watching Dao Qi. This little fellow is easily deceived. On the mountain, a flock of swans soared past. Han Shuiyue was instructing Dao Qi properly, "You shall remain here and cultivate. Be sure to follow the rules." Dao Qi obediently nodded. Han Shuiyue began first, "Dao Qi, what is this about?" Han Shuiyue replied, "Don't just stand there watching me." Dao Qi asked again, "Senior, can I learn this peerless sword Qing manual? Learning too much will make life seem dreary." Han Shuiyue asked, "Do you know why? There was once a disciple like you before. His name was Yang Tiandong. Dao Qi exclaimed in surprise, really? Why isn't he here anymore? Han Shuiyue said, the sect leader took him away long ago for focused training. Then Dao Qi remarked, if he's so formidable, how come senior brother hasn't reached the peak? Outside, snow blanketed the sky in white. Dao Qi worried, senior, I think I hear the sound of dogs and chickens outside. It's so cold, perhaps we should let them in to warm up. Han Shuiyue stopped him, no need, they prefer being outside. 13 years later, Han Shuiyue had now reached the 5th level of the Washan realm. He heard a commotion outside. Han Shuiyue wondered why it was suddenly so noisy. What day is it today? Dao Qi sitting there reminded Han Shuiyue, have you forgotten, senior? 10 years ago, the Nine Peaks Patriarch took a group of inner disciples overseas. Han Shuiyue turned to Dao Qi. Ah, I almost forgot the Nine Peaks Immortal. Before departing, he did mention it to me. Dao Qi had grown into an adult now, standing up and patting Han Shuiyue's shoulder. The noise outside now, they're probably returning. Seeing Dao Qi like this, Han Shuiyue praised his talent. You're indeed formidable. Able to easily break through to the 2nd level of the Zuji realm without a core formation pill. Suddenly, someone leapt before Dao Qi, and Han Shuiyue, exclaiming cheerfully, Junior brother, it's me, Chang Yuerni. She beamed, waving at the two of them. We're back from overseas. I have news to share with you. Han Shuiyue hurriedly pulled her aside, whispering, senior sister, this place is too small. Let's go outside for some fresh air. Chang Yuerni was puzzled, huh? As for Dao Qi, he just stood there scratching his head, confused. This place is too small, you say? In a beautiful place, with flowers vying to show their colors, Chang Yuerni exclaimed in admiration, wow. The days of fighting and killing overseas, compared to here, it was like hell. I didn't expect you to have such a romantic side, junior brother. Han Shuiyue sat across from her. Chang Yuerni replied jokingly, this peak was a gift from our sect. It's not bad for entertaining guests either. Do you think we've successfully hidden this from Dao Qi? Chang Yuerni rested her chin, looking at Han Shuiyue. Junior brother, do you know? The Thoai Saint sect has been destroyed. Aren't you surprised? Congratulations are in order. She smiled brightly. When we returned, our patriarch led the inner disciples and crushed them. We've completely taken away all their wealth. I wish you could have been there. When they saw our patriarch, their faces turned green. Han Shuiyue looked proud, thinking to himself, great, no more trouble this time. I can just focus on cultivation. Inside the peak, Han Shuiyue asked Chang Yuerni, during this time, have you been diligently cultivating? She cheerfully boasted, of course, after going overseas, I focused on cultivation, hoping you and I can reach the Tao together. Outside, a dog asked the chickens, who is that woman? It seems she really fancies our master. A chicken replied, don't be blinded by appearances, that's greed. She wants to devour our master. The dog objected, you're overthinking it. It's clearly a romantic affair. The chicken frowned, saying, on the path of immortal cultivation, one must rely on oneself. Feelings will only lead one astray from the great Tao. That's what our master taught us. The dog mocked, enraging the chicken. You actually believe that nonsense? You foolish bird. You're the stupid one with a bird brain. You're chicken. How can it possibly become a phoenix? Then the dog and the chicken started fighting. The dog asked the chicken, how many feathers have you plucked? The enraged chicken told the dog, shut your damned mouth. Meanwhile, Han Shuiyue was surprised by a system notification. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, was ambushed by demonic cultivators. Your Tao companion, Zan Tingchen, was attacked by evil spirits. She was seriously injured. Your Tao companion, Zan Tingchen, was attacked by Buddhists. She was seriously injured. Your Tao companion, Zan Tingchen, was killed and revived by Chu Satsung. Once again, the mortal Chu Fan himself mistakenly entered an ancient forbidden ground, changing the spiritual air. An image of Zan Tingchen appeared. Han Shuiyue couldn't believe his ears. Zan Tingchen was killed by Chu Satsung. Her demonic cultivation was so high, yet she still couldn't fend off the enemy. The rivers and lakes are indeed dangerous. Fortunately, she was later revived. If we have the chance to meet again, I must inquire about this revival method. Seeing the sun setting over the mountain, Chang Yuerni told Han Shuiyue, junior brother, it's not early anymore. I still haven't paid respects to our master. Han Shuiyue smiled, go ahead then. We'll meet again next time. Walking out of the cave, Han Shuiyue thought, fortunately, senior sister is safe. It seems Dao Qi's bad luck didn't restrict our interactions for too long. Senior brother, I'm heading back. Suddenly, Han Shuiyue's eyes widened in shock. Dao Qi was massaging the Nine Peak Immortals, making them laugh with squinted eyes. Ha ha ha, little Han. This old friend has been waiting for you. Han Shuiyue thought, the founding patriarch of the Jade Purity sect. He stroked his chin and pointed at Dao Qi. Is this your disciple? Not bad at all. Why don't I take him overseas to seek the great Tao? Han Shuiyu's eyes widened in shock. His mouth gaped open, petrified, unable to utter a word. Under Dao Qi's skillful massaging hands, the 9 peak immortals laughed contentedly. Old man has just returned from overseas. I brought back quite a few treasures to replenish the spiritual energy of this place. I'll have a disciple attend to you shortly. Han Shuiyue stuttered. Thank you, Patriarch. The 9 peak immortal patriarch smiled contentedly and pointed, your disciple's talents are exceptional. Why don't I take him overseas for training next time? What do you think? Han Shuiyu's face turned black with fear. Having this calamity by his side would mean certain death for the patriarch. He turned and asked Dao Qi, little friend, what do you think? Would you like to follow this patriarch and go overseas to cultivate? Dao Qi exclaimed, really? What a great opportunity. The 9 peak immortal thought proudly, Han Shuiyue must be terrified. If I can take this little fellow away, it'll save him trouble. Perhaps Han Shuiyue will even be grateful. But Han Shuiyue whispered to the patriarch, this one's condition is most peculiar. Please don't accept him, or he'll sweat profusely on you. You're unwilling to let him go. The 9 peak immortal pointed at Han Shuiyue. Aren't you worried it'll affect your cultivation? Han Shuiyue replied this time, it won't affect me. Standing behind, Dao Qi watched the 2 9 peak immortals, the founding patriarchs of the Jade Purity sect. They had personally come to visit his senior and even asked for his senior's opinion. Dao Qi pondered what this implied. His senior's status was no simple matter. He had better cling to this thigh to the end. Han Shuiyue raised his hand to stop the 9 peak immortal. Say no more. I only ask if you're feeling unwell anywhere, so he doesn't make you pass out. Dao Qi clasped his hands and smiled gratefully. Your patriarch's kind intention is for me to remain by my senior's side. The 9 peak immortal stroked his chin and turned to Dao Qi. Truly, as the teacher, so the student. That's all there is to it. Han Shuiyu's face darkened. You can consider your life spared. The 9 peak immortal pointed at Han Shuiyue. Little friend, old man has visited all the major cultivation sects. No one will pay attention to the Jade Purity sect anymore. You can cultivate in peace. Han Shuiyue was overjoyed, agreeing and praising the patriarch's formidability. The 9 peak immortal cut him off. One more thing. On this trip out, I discovered an ancient forbidden ground rich in resources. Since this forbidden ground was only recently discovered, it may hide many treasures. Would you like to take a look? Han Shuiyue recalled the ancient forbidden ground. Just hearing about it told him it was no good place. Suddenly, Chu Fam's image appeared. Han Shuiyue remembered, isn't this the forbidden ground that Chu Fam had entered before? Come to think of it, after entering, there was no news from Chu Fam. Han Shuiyue scratched his head and declined to go. That opportunity should go to other sect disciples. The 9 peak immortal said matter-of-factly, in my heart, I knew you'd say that. One more thing, at most 25 days from now, I'll have to leave. The celestial immortal manor is opening. I'm preparing to enter and seek the great path. Do you want to come along? For you and I to enter this celestial immortal manor is no small feat. Every 100 years, disciples ascend to immortality. Han Shuiyue was terrified, thinking of the pink-haired girl holding a card over her mouth. This is no opportunity. Or is this an opportunity the celestial spirit lord has destined for me? I had even refused the celestial immortal manor's invitation back then. Unexpectedly, even martial cultivators at the 8th level of Void Realm wished to join this celestial immortal manor. Han Shuiyue apologized. Patriarch, please forgive me. Someone once gave me this opportunity, but my heart lies elsewhere. The 9 peak immortal smiled kindly. So even the celestial immortal manor cannot sway your heart. Then I have nothing more to say. It seems my disciples and grand disciples are not faring well. With someone guarding the sect, I can rest assured. Later, let's have a friendly sparring match to see who's more formidable. Han Shuiyue clasped his hands, hesitant. I dare not. Even with a few thousand more years of cultivation, I cannot catch up to the patriarch's profound attainments. The 9 peak immortal turned and waved his hand, bidding farewell to Han Shuiyue. Then old man shall take his leave. Han Shuiyue also waved goodbye to him. Patriarch, please take care on your journey. He thought to himself, after the patriarch's long interaction with Dao Qi, his run of bad luck seems unavoidable. 10 years later, the system displayed, your friend Ma Fushui was ambushed by demons. Your friend Engwei Ma Zhu was ambushed by demons. Your friend, the Nine-Peak Immortal, encountered demonic afflictions during cultivation. Your friend, the Nine-Peak Immortal's cultivation was set back 100 years due to the demonic affliction. Han Shuiyu's face darkened with grief. Indeed, the Patriarch's luck these past few years has truly been terrible. It cannot be denied, even with my usual tricks, I cannot retaliate. In the simulated battle against the 8th level of the Void Realm just now, I could only last half an hour. That's a bit of progress, I suppose. The protagonist opened his eyes, thinking of Dao Qi. Ever since Dao Qi began cultivating at the Cavern Manor, his streak of bad luck seems to be growing worse. The Celestial Hound and the Black Underworld Chicken were sleeping soundly together. Han Shuiyue thought, the Celestial Hound of Chaos was a divine beast. Fortunately it could subdue the Black Underworld Chicken, which remained unaffected by Dao Qi's influence. Han Shuiyue went out towards the door. It was quite peaceful. Xing Hongtuan had just returned not long ago. Let me pay her a visit. He arrived at Xing Hongtuan's residence. Standing before the door, Han Shuiyue called out, Miss Xing, are you home? Suddenly, someone opened the door, startling Han Shuiyue. What brings you here so early? Xing Hongtuan, in a seductive nightgown, came out and opened the door. Still drowsy, she looked at Han Shuiyue in confusion. Seeing Han Shuiyue, she became fully awake and exclaimed, Husband, you've come at the right time. Xing Hongtuan hugged Han Shuiyue tightly. I want to show you a treasure. She pressed herself against him. Han Shuiyue pulled the protagonist inside first, then said something that left him dumbfounded. Inside the house, the furniture and decor were arranged in an extremely grand and clean manner. Xing Hongtuan pointed to a pile of her treasures and asked Han Shuiyue to take a look. She explained to the protagonist, a few years ago, I went to the ancient Forbidden Ground. I obtained quite a few treasures from within. Feel free to choose whichever you like. Looking at Xing Hongtuan's pile of treasures, Han Shuiyue pondered Miss Xing's kind intentions. I shall accept, but these treasures all look the same to me. Though they are high-grade treasures, your cultivation level cannot make use of them. Suddenly, Han Shuiyu's gaze fell upon something that made him look surprised. It was an extremely simple-looking treasure. Han Shuiyue was delighted. It looked like a spirit tablet, but without any words written on it. Moreover, it contained an extremely faint spiritual aura within. Holding the item in his hand, Han Shuiyue studied and pondered it. The spiritual sense of an ordinary immortal could not detect anything unusual about it. Only when using his primordial spirit to inspect it could he detect a slight flaw. This object was not simple. While Han Shuiyue closed his eyes, his primordial spirit emerged. Xing Hongtuan, standing beside him, stole a glance. It had been so long since she had been this close to him. She licked her lips with longing. Han Shuiyue was floating in a bright, undefined space. The dazzling light made him raise his hand to shield his eyes. Who knew what treasure was hidden within? Han Shuiyue was surprised to realize this was the secret technique, the celestial spirit apparition. He opened his eyes in astonishment. The spiritual aura, the celestial spirit apparition, was formed from spiritual power. Its strength depended on the creator's cultivation. The celestial spirit apparition could not fight automatically. It required the creator to separate a portion of their spiritual sense to control it. Wasn't this like a spiritual clone? If the celestial spirit apparition was destroyed, it would not affect the creator. The downside was, the celestial spirit apparition could not be sustained for long. With a bang, Han Shuiyue frowned. After expending all its spiritual power, the apparition would become motionless, until the next infusion of spiritual power, allowing it to resume movement. That light grew increasingly intense, surprising Han Shuiyue. This was merely an object created with spiritual power. If refined with heaven-earth treasures, its sustainability would increase. Its power would far exceed the creator's without needing to breathe. One could create many celestial spirit apparitions and store them in a spirit ring for later use. The spiritual clones could become combatants. Han Shuiyue frowned, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the transmission. Using the pinnacle treasures of the world and supreme spiritual power, one could refine the supreme celestial spirit apparition, possessing the power to defy heaven, capable of confronting an immortal emperor, a robot. Xing Hongtuan's sharp eyes gazed at Han Shuiyue. The male lead was astonished. Opening his eyes wide at the extremely beautiful Xing Hongtuan, She blushed shyly, trying to remove Han Shuiyu's clothes. Han Shuiyue cried out in fear, alarming the entire western forest. Xing Hongtuan sighed, "Husband, you're too quick." Han Shuiyue hurriedly put his clothes back on, embarrassedly saying, "Thank you for sharing this treasure. May I take this wooden token?" He thought this girl was too bold, but he was at fault first, not being on guard when his primordial spirit emerged. Xing Hongtuan hugged a pillow, blushing on the bed. "Of course, everything of mine belongs to my husband." At the door, Han Shuiyue turned back, waving goodbye to Xing Hongtuan. "Then thank you. I'll return to research this. I'll visit you again next time." Xing Hongtuan, still hugging the pillow, blushing, she watched Han Shuiyue leave. At Han Shuiyu's residence, he researched, as expected of an ancient forbidden ground. This celestial spirit apparition technique is truly extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to materialize spiritual power, not to mention creating an apparition. But the celestial spirit apparition method can achieve this. It even has the secret of separating one's spiritual sense, which is equally rare, like having an extra pair of eyes. One can even resonate vision with the apparition. Speaking of which, Han Shuiyue thought of his 3 wives, Yi Quanxianzi, Chang Yuaji, and Xing Hongtuan. He could make one for each of them to cultivate. When they encountered danger outside, the celestial spirit apparition could save their lives. Even if it couldn't defeat the enemy, by sharing its perception, he could send timely assistance. The images of his 3 beautiful daughters appeared in his mind, making Han Shuiyue blush. Han Shuiyue exclaimed excitedly, "Wonderful! I want to make 10 of them." However, Han Shuiyue had underestimated the difficulty of creating the celestial spirit apparition. He wondered, why did it break? Why did it break? Flustered, he smeared saliva. "Oh no, it's misaligned. Why did it crack?" Han Shuiyue was disappointed. "I can't believe it." 2 years later, Xing Hongtuan was still as beautiful as ever, sitting by the flower garden, engrossed in reading a book. Hearing Han Shuiyu's call, "Miss Xing, this celestial spirit apparition is a gift for you." She turned around in surprise. He brought the apparition before Xing Hongtuan. Han Shuiyue continued, "You can store it in a ring artifact later, but you must carry it wherever you go. At a critical moment, it can save your life." Hearing this, Xing Hongtuan covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh, just like my husband." When Han Shuiyue gifted the apparition to Chang Yuaji, she exclaimed happily, "So adorable. Thank you, Master, for Han Shuiyu's gift of the celestial spirit apparition." When Yi Quanxianzi didn't know what to say, the male lead had already run away. As the celestial spirit apparition was nearly game-breaking, Han Shuiyue had considered creating an army branch with it, but he realized that controlling the apparitions with spiritual sense required splitting his soul, which would greatly impact his cultivation. Han Shuiyue wearily sat down, sighing in resignation. "Splitting it too much will cause problems. I'm not trying to create some kind of spirit clone technique. To create these apparitions, I haven't cultivated for 2 years. I can't delay my cultivation any further." System notification. You have turned 200 years old. Your life has progressed considerably. You have the following choices for your future cultivation path. Han Shuiyue was surprised. "I'm already 200 years old. Time flies so quickly." The system notified. 1. Humble cultivation. Similar to the first half of your previous life, cultivating quietly without seeking profits. The reward choice for the future will lean towards humble cultivation, allowing you to obtain a spirit treasure. 2. Flaunting your cultivation. Achieving a lifetime of celestial arrogance, renowned throughout the world. The reward choice for the future will lean towards flaunting your cultivation, allowing you to obtain a magic weapon, a secret magic book, and a transmission of divine abilities. Han Shuiyue replied, "I choose humble cultivation. Only a demon would believe in flaunting a lifetime of celestial arrogance." The system notified, "You have chosen humble cultivation. You will obtain a spirit treasure. Congratulations, you have obtained the 4th grade spirit treasure, the Han Army Fluorite Hat." The Han Army Fluorite Hat, a defensive spirit treasure, 4th grade, capable of reversing all attacks, providing soul defense and spiritual sense assault. It may be effective below the void comprehension realm, but does not include special abilities. Han Shuiyue put on the hat, thinking that as a defensive spirit treasure system, it understood his heart. From head to toe, he wore spirit treasures, the 4th grade Han Army Fluorite Hat on top, the 7th grade golden silkworm immortal robe, the 5th grade small chaos belt, and 9 stars stepping shoes. Below the void comprehension realm, he could not be threatened. Han Shuiyue sighed, this hat is too small. Tuo Chi, seeing this, praised, oh, Senior has changed his hair clip, making Han Shuiyue angry. It's not a hair clip, it's a hat. Han Shuiyue pondered on magic weapons. In the end, they are just external objects. To become powerful, one must rely on oneself. I have delayed my cultivation for too long. 5 years later, Grandmaster Ding Zhenren led a group of disciples overseas again, on an extremely large and imposing mighty ship. Grandmaster Ding was speechless when he saw Chong Yuer hugging the koi corpse, crying and wailing. How can I live without my junior brother? Han Shuiyue stood on land, waving goodbye to everyone, wishing them a safe journey. He felt tired, thinking Grandmaster Ding had just left. How long must I look after the sect? Han Shuiyue turned and asked the system, check, who is currently the strongest in the Jade Green sect. The system notified, Li Qianlong, at the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, a disciple of the Poison King. Receiving the system's notification, Han Shuiyue narrowed his eyes, pondering why Li Qianlong sounded familiar. He then recalled Mu Zhu mentioning this person before. Han Shuiyue remembered when Mu Zhu said, someone discovered Li Qianlong's movements. This genius of the Jade Green sect ascended early. It said that when he was alive, he was about to reach the Spirit Transformation Realm. What he left behind must be extraordinary. Such a great opportunity, are you really not going? Han Shuiyue pondered worriedly. Did Li Qianlong's dead body revive? But why have I never heard any news about him? At the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, below the immortal cultivation of the Great Ceremony, it's considered the pinnacle level. Wherever he goes, there would definitely be a great commotion. If he were from our sect, we should have known about it. But until now, there hasn't been any notification. This means he must have snuck in. Senior cultivator Jingxi once said, this elite group of disciples may enter the secret chamber of the ancient Forbidden Palace. Relevant disciples, remember to report. There exists a palace defense array left by the ancestors. Within the secret chamber, it's basically safe, and the rest can cultivate in peace. This time, although Grandmaster Ding has left, he has left us with many opportunities. Don't disappoint the Grandmaster's concerns. Someone sat there, smirking and laughing. That old fool has finally left, giving me a chance. Calm down, there's still someone who might stop me. Before executing my plan, I must deal with him first, the most mysterious person in the Jade Green sect, the Elder Executioner. The ancient Forbidden Land. Chu Fan was kneeling there, disgruntled. Chu Fan, must I accept this fate? My destiny is in my own hands, not heaven's. Suddenly, a dark force flew over, and surrounded Chu Fan, tightly binding him, causing him to scream in pain. A voice asked, is this 5 years later? The system notified, your fellow cultivator, Zhan Jingchun, has comprehended human nature and grasped divine abilities. Your good friend, Mu Fuchu, has fallen into the demonic path. Your celestial spirit beast, the Chaos Heavenly Dog, has grasped its innate divine abilities. Your good friend, Grandmaster Ding Zhenren, was ambushed by the Demon King and severely injured. Your good friend, Grandmaster Ding Zhenren, was so enraged that his heart was damaged. Seeing this, Han Shuiyue sighed and silently mourned Grandmaster Ding for 3 seconds. Who told you to look at those trivial matters? Look, your good friend, Chu Fan, has achieved an earth-shaking, heaven-startling accomplishment. Han Shuiyue exclaimed, the protagonist Chu Fan really has thick plot armor. Han Shuiyue was surprised that in these 5 years, so many things had happened. He bit his nails, worried that this wasn't good. If this continues, they will surpass me. The system notified, scanning the Jade Green sect's domain. No trace of Li Qianlong detected. Han Shuiyue wondered, has he left? But he hasn't caused any trouble yet. My scouts are always watching you. Even when cultivating, you're distracted. Han Shuiyue resolutely cultivated, causing a dazzling light to appear, until he finally unleashed his power. Let's see who dares to roll in. I'll sweep you all to death. The rooster asked, how many times has the master been like this year? And the celestial chaos heavenly dog spirit beast replied, the 3rd time, I think. I've never seen him rest. The rooster worried, sitting for so long isn't good. Cultivators often suffer from hemorrhoids for a reason. Zhu Qi next to him cheered, the senior is too formidable to dare face hemorrhoids again. After some time passed, Li Kangtsu greeted Han Shuiyue, Elder Han, it's me, Old Li. Before Han Shuiyue could stop Li Kangtsu, sect leader, please stop. Let's talk elsewhere. He also stopped Zhu Qi from seeing Li Kangtsu, making him cry out, Senior, wah wah. Why won't you let me see others? Li Kangtsu asked Han Shuiyue, Elder Han, it's been a while. Your hair tie looks nice. The protagonist responded, I don't know what the sect leader wants with me. He said, the Grand Cultivation Assembly organized by the Orthodox sects is about to begin. Elder Han, are you going? Han Ri next to him wondered, the Cultivation Assembly. Just from a glance, I can tell trouble will arise. Before Han Shuiyue could finish saying I'm not going, Li Kangtsu cut off the protagonist. This assembly is being held in the imperial capital of the Great Yan Dynasty. Participating allows access to the human race's luck, extremely beneficial for cultivation. Han Shuiyue refused, I'm not going anywhere. After all, with the ancestral master's departure, the other powers must know about it. You understand what I mean. Hearing Han Shuiyue, Li Kangtsu sighed. I knew you'd say that. With such a great opportunity, you don't need to wait for me to bring back the human race's luck. You'll be green with envy. The protagonist asked, since you've mentioned it, sect leader, what do you think about Li Tianlong? Li Kangtsu was extremely surprised. How do you know this ominous name? Li Tianlong used to be my fellow disciple. He was a rare genius talent of the Jade Pure sect, once in a century. However, he and Quan Wugong both liked He Xuan Shanzi. The two fought a life and death battle, forcing my master to intervene and stop them. But that scoundrel Li Tianlong didn't obey. He dared to ambush my master. Luckily, I arrived in time, preventing a grave mistake. But he had his meridians severed and was imprisoned in the 4 demonic prisons to reflect. However, he escaped beforehand, leaving a letter saying he would definitely return. He said one day, he would return to destroy the Jade Pure sect. Thinking of He Xuan Shanzi, Han Shuiyu's face darkened. My master truly was a heavy ominous woman. No wonder my master didn't allow disciples of the Jade Garment Peak to fall in love. Li Kangtsu asked Han Shuiyue, but why did Li Tianlong suddenly mention him? The protagonist answered, around that time when I was in the inner city, I ran into a disciple who claimed to be Li Tianlong, recruiting people. I also received an invitation. But recently when I wanted to find him, he was nowhere to be seen. Li Kangtsu was alarmed. What? He arrived so early. Recruiting people, what is he up to? Han Shuiyue looked away, pondering, and said, he said he caught a fish. In the fish's belly, he found a paper with, the Great Shu Revival, written on it. Something about an old Tran. I didn't pay attention to the rest, but it seems he was implying something. Li Kangtsu was scared. The Great Shu Revival. He wants to destroy the Jade Pure sect. He shouted loudly, startling the birds into flying away in a panic. Elder Han, you must capture him quickly, but be careful with your power, don't kill him. Han Shuiyue nodded confidently. Li Kangtsu hurriedly took his leave. I must go inform the other fellow disciples to have them strengthen their defenses. Be careful of Li Tianlong. Han Shuiyue also bid farewell to the sect leader and left leisurely. System notification. Sect leader. Li Kangtsu has invited you to attend the Immortal Gathering. What is your choice? 1. Decline and continue cultivating. You may obtain a spirit treasure. 2. Accept and leave the sect with the sect leader. You may obtain a top-grade spirit stone. Han Shuiyue sighed. System, you're being too long-winded. System notification. You have declined the sect leader's invitation. You have obtained a spirit treasure. Congratulations. You have obtained the supreme grade spirit treasure, the Book of Ominous Fate. Han Shuiyue was puzzled. A supreme grade treasure. Suddenly, a blinding light shot up into the sky, leaving Han Shuiyue astonished. The Book of Ominous Fate. A supreme grade spirit treasure. It can curse living beings, bringing misfortune upon the target, while remaining undetected by the target. Han Shuiyue was worried, for such a powerful treasure to appear with a grand formation. Finally, the Book of Ominous Fate has emerged. Han Shuiyue sat silently, his face darkened as he muttered, the Book of Misfortune. Its name speaks for itself. Just from looking at it, I can tell it's no auspicious item. With so many seals on it, it must be a book used to curse people. How terrifying. It can spread misfortune indiscriminately, thereby cursing others. As Tuo Chi was cleaning, his gaze fell upon Han Shuiyue. He felt a sense of admiration in his heart, marveling at this strange, intimate feeling. Upon hearing this, Han Shuiyue's face became terrifying. What did you say? Little Tuo Chi was frightened and quickly replied, no, nothing. He hugged the broom with one hand, holding a feather duster in the other, and scurried away, saying loudly, my apologies for disturbing you, senior. Han Shuiyue's face became extremely unsightly. He gaped, thinking to himself, misfortune, and yet he could sense it. How interesting. Han Shuiyue pondered seriously, but a product from the system must be good. The Book of Ominous Fate. It can't just be for cursing enemies to death. Perhaps I should experiment a bit. He bit his finger and said, first, a drop of blood to claim ownership. A drop of blood fell directly onto the Book of Ominous Fate, forming a red dot on the paper. Then, a reaction occurred. The item was gradually absorbing his blood. Suddenly, the book emitted a blinding light, appearing extremely powerful. Han Shuiyue exclaimed, success. But a moment later, he hesitated, but who should I test it on? Han Shuiyue pondered silently. I can't choose Tiao as my #1 enemy. His cultivation is higher than mine. It may not have any effect. The curse must not be detected by others. Although the system said so, I can't help but feel distrustful. In Han Shuiyu's thoughts, the name Li Tianlong suddenly appeared. So he decided, why not him? He won't retaliate against me. Moreover, this guy always schemes to overthrow the Jade Pure sect. Han Shuiyu's face had now transformed into an evil grin. Preparing to cast a terrifying curse, he muttered, or perhaps you, Jade Recluse. We could talk about love affairs. In a lush, verdant mountain forest, birds soared with outstretched wings, light clouds drifted over a grand waterfall. The scenery was serenely strange. Water flowed down the falls, slowly. The current was fierce. Before a thatched hut, Li Tianlong knelt on the ground, constantly pleading to his disciple. Li Tianlong invites master to leave the mountain. A disdainful voice replied from within, your master has long transcended this world, and has no wish to engage in the strife of cultivators. Your grievances, you brought upon yourself. Your master has imparted the entire inheritance to you. Do not be insatiably greedy. Sweat streamed down Li Tianlong's face. Seeing his request denied, he swiftly changed tack, asking for something else. Master, then grant me the toxic spirit pill. The one inside was extremely perceptive. No need to ponder further. He immediately guessed his disciple's sinister scheme. What if you poison and kill your own master? Would that not make your master's death wrongful? Li Tianlong was furious. Unable to retort, he thought to himself, this dead dog still has a way out. Inside that hut, something suddenly lit up in a mysterious glow. The celestial venerable had also detected your master's existence. Your master cannot easily offend him. But if you insist on seeking vengeance, you could seek the Wei family of Grand Peace. The Wei family in the cultivation world of Grand Peace has extensive connections. You understand your master's meaning, don't you? Li Tianlong placed his hand on his chest, gratefully replying, I understand, thank you master. Before he could see the person, he heard Li Tianlong's curses. This wretched old man. I wasted so many years cultivating his body for him. Didn't he say that I was the sole inheritor of the Poison King? Yet he didn't teach me everything wholeheartedly. Thinking this, Li Tianlong seethed with resentment. Just you wait, your time will come. But he didn't notice the impending disaster. A strange bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The massive lightning struck Li Tianlong directly, revealing his very bones. Then 7, 7, 4, 9 more bolts struck him for a long time. His agonizing screams echoed through the mountains and forests, startling the birds into fleeing. Over here, Han Shuiyue fell into contemplation, looking at his talisman. He picked up the book, his eyes scrutinizing it intently. I've been cursing for so long, yet there's no reaction. Could this be a counterfeit? Yang Tiandong suddenly appeared, spreading his arms wide. He joyfully said, Master, your disciple has not disappointed your expectations. I become the head disciple. Yang Tiandong's cheeks flushed slightly. The supreme sword art you taught me is truly the pinnacle. Many came, yet none could strike back even once. Thumping his chest confidently, he said, Master, I plan to attend the Immortal Cultivation Assembly, representing the Jade Purity sect, to exchange martial arts. Master, please, could you teach me one more move? Zhu Qi, standing beside, looked at Yang Tiandong curiously. Excitedly like a child, Zhu Qi asked, could you be the great senior Yang Tiandong that the elders mentioned? Scratching his head, he laughed, the honor is mine. Han Shuiyue looked at Yang Tiandong, somewhat tense, expecting praise from the master, but before he could finish praising himself, Yang Tiandong was kicked into the sky by Han Shuiyu's kick, at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. He cried out, blaming his master, is this because you oppose me attending the Immortal Cultivation Assembly? Han Shuiyue thought helplessly, I fear you'll be infected by arrogance. 5 years later, Han Shuiyue finally broke through to the great perfection of the spirit realm. Han Shuiyue sat cross-legged, calmly cultivating, thinking he might soon break through. Once I enter the void realm, my absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy will at least triple. But if that's the case, the others in the sect won't be able to absorb spiritual energy. This is unfair for their cultivation. But the problem is, aside from the sect, there's nowhere else that can accommodate him. Keeping him in the sect isn't a long-term solution either. Where should he go later on? Suddenly, he called out for Zhu Qi to come over. I have something to tell you. Zhu Qi approached and asked, what is it, senior? Han Shuiyue said solemnly, you've been in the Jade Purity sect for many years now, and have embarked on the path of cultivation. I have a mission for you. If you can complete it, I will accept you as my inner disciple. Unable to hide his excitement, Zhu Qi replied, Senior, what is the mission? I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Pointing at Zhu Qi, he said, I want you to go to Northern Province. Zhu Qi was a bit surprised to hear this. Han Shuiyu's face darkened, his dead fish-like eyes like a fierce demon as he said, join the demon sect. Just bide your time cultivating, and do well as an insider. I will personally annihilate their sect to welcome you out. A light seemed to dawn in Zhu Qi's little head. Zhu Qi thought to himself, Senior wants to destroy another sect. What kind of realm has he reached? He's incredibly powerful. He shouted out resolutely, this disciple will definitely complete the mission. Han Shuiyue reminded him, this is a secret mission. Don't tell anyone in the Jade Purity sect. Zhu Qi shouted in acknowledgement. Zhu Qi raised his hand towards the sun. The sunlight shone through his fingers, and he thought, it's been so many years. I never expected Senior to let me go out. Zhu Qi looked up and sighed. It didn't feel quite real. I had thought I'd have to surpass Senior in cultivation first. I was prepared to never leave. Under the azure sky, Zhu Qi looked at his palm and silently resolved, I must complete Master's trial. Not long after his solemn moment, Zhu Qi reverted to his usual naive self, wondering, wait, where is Northern Province? On a high mountain, monsters were surrounding the entire mountain. In the sky and on the ground, their shadows were inescapable. All kinds of creatures, different species, from snakes to birds and insects, they ran rampant, ruling over the mountain. A monster with a huge, fanged mouth, the smaller monsters looked tiny compared to its massive body. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out. In this chaotic place, Li Tianlong hid behind a boulder, his face stiff, drenched in sweat. His complexion had turned deathly pale. A voice beside him said, Senior Li. The masked man next to him asked softly, didn't you know the way? How did you lead us to this demon-infested place? He was asked. Li Tianlong's face looked unsightly. He said, this path wasn't like this before. Li Tianlong's eyes were wide open, bloodshot. He sweated profusely, saying nervously, don't panic. There's a shortcut I've taken before around here. In his heart, he thought, damn it, what's been going on lately? It feels like I'm being cursed. The bad luck seems to be spreading. Now even those around me are affected. As they were walking, they were struck by lightning. Image of Li Tianlong being struck by lightning, about to be blown away. Cultivating often brings demonic thoughts, like having impure thoughts while cultivating. Last time, he wanted to steal a guitar from a cultivator. Image of Li Tianlong and his gang ambushing the cultivator. But this cultivator looked somewhat familiar. It turned out he was just pretending to be weak. They almost got annihilated. This outcome was probably something we could have foreseen. Li Tianlong shed 2 teardrops, silently lamenting his unpredictable fate. I haven't had my revenge yet. I can't die here. Li Tianlong pointed, saying, remember this direction. We go from here. Someone immediately responded, we just came from there. Li Tianlong was rendered speechless. 2 years later, your disciple Yang Tiandong encountered the Demon King, was ambushed and severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong gained an opportunity, awakening the bloodline of the Demon Saint God, your pet Chaos Heavenly Hound. In cultivation, a moral error occurred, bringing down 25 of Yuan Mufu's close friends. They were ambushed by righteous cultivators. 104 of your close friend Chang Yuerni's friends happened to gain an opportunity, greatly increasing their cultivation. Many of Yuan Zuki's disciples were ambushed by demonic cultivators. 27 of Yuan Zuki's disciples were captured by the Qingkui sect as prisoners. Yuan Zuki's disciples spread misfortune. The Qingkui sect encountered a calamity, a rare one that occurs every few hundred years. The entire sect was destroyed. Han Shuizhu paid close attention to the line spread misfortune encountered a calamity that occurs only every few hundred years. The entire sect was destroyed. Han Shuizhu was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He didn't know what to say. Deep in his heart, Han Shuizhu admired Yuan Zuki's achievements. Han Shuizhu stood high up, looking at the system panel in the realm. The Immaculate Primordial Being spoke to everyone. From today onward, all disciples are forbidden from entering the myriad demon realm. Wait for further notice. The disciples became restless and asked, has the myriad demon realm been sealed? Someone asked who the man above was. Han Shuizhu turned around and smiled, saying, this time, who knows how long the tribulation in the myriad demon realm will last. My apologies for the trouble, Immaculate Primordial Being. The Immaculate Primordial Being, upon being addressed, replied, it's no problem. Elder Han, you're welcome, he responded. Activating the teleportation to the myriad demon realm. A massive machine was emitting light. Han Shuizhu jumped into it. Seeing this, the Immaculate Primordial Being broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, he just became a celestial being less than 100 years ago. Yet at 200 years old, he has already reached the void realm. This is unprecedented. Even the 9 patriarchs, considered the number 1 genius of the cultivation realm, took 1,000 years to reach the void realm. A disciple spoke up, asking the Immaculate Primordial Being, Master, what happened in the myriad demon realm? The Immaculate Primordial Being looked up and answered, the demon-slaying elder wishes to borrow the myriad demon realm for his tribulation. This matter must not be spread outside. Just say the myriad demon realm encountered a calamity. The disciples' eyes lit up. They shouted excitedly, it's the demon-slaying elder. We still haven't seen the demon-slaying elder's true appearance. Does the demon-slaying elder accept disciples? I want to bear a child for the demon-slaying elder. This line sounds a bit off. The Immaculate Primordial Being, seeing the crazed crowd, could only remain speechless. The crowd went wild, chanting, long live the demon-slaying elder. Please give us your autograph. Among the fans, one person stood motionless. He was making strange gestures. It turned out that the tube he was holding was recording all the sounds happening here. Quan Wugong received the audio transmission from that person. He slowly opened his eyes, thinking he had finally waited for the opportunity. In the myriad demon realm, thunder rumbled incessantly for 7 days. Han Shuizhu pondered, the final thunder tribulation. The thunderous Tao with a terrifying aura was about to descend. Han Shuizhu's eyes were wide open, ready. The violent thunder struck him directly. Han Shuizhu thought to himself, the void realm is achieved. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, congratulations on breaking through to the void realm. You have acquired a complementary Dharma treasure. The complementary Dharma treasure will merge with your soul. It will be the only one for you and grow stronger as you do. The complementary Dharma treasure will also continually grow stronger. On the system panel, lines related to the complementary Dharma treasure appeared. You have a choice below. 1 sword, or 2 defensive Dharma treasures. Han Shuizhu looked at the incomprehensible notification, asking, does this even need to be said? I'm a sword cultivator, after all. The system's voice continued to announce, congratulations on acquiring the Crimson Bud Judging Sword. Han Shuizhu looked intently. A dazzling light emanated from the notification panel. A sword with dominant colors of red and black, its style exuding an imposing aura. Han Shuizhu looked at the sword, wondering about Crimson Bud. In Han Shuizhu's mind was the image of a massive demonic beast. Han Shuizhu scratched his chin and said, is this the Crimson Bud from the novel, Journey to the West? System, I'm at a loss for words hearing your ignorant remarks. The system's voice rang out again. Definitely increase your spiritual roots. Upon hearing spiritual roots, Han Shuizhu's eyes lit up, thinking, is this like transcending the mortal body? Is this a reminder to follow the path of immortals? The system panel displayed the following. The 6 cycles reincarnation skill can be inherited. Absolute spell. 7 illusory swords of divine swordsmanship. 3 supreme, unmatched sword illusions. 9 dragon demon suppression seal. Great thunder treasure. 6 paths of wind spirit spell and divine abilities. Soul devouring heavenly demon sword. Heavenly phenomena and earthly balance clouds. Myriad swords divine sects Tathagata beads. 7 great immortals robe of golden meditation and mysterious spirit. Small chaos belt. Kylan sword. 6 grade phoenix demon straight soul cutting spiritual treasure. 5 grade 9 stars trampling spirit flower. 4 grade Han Army lapis lazuli talisman, supreme grade fate book. After reading the notification, Han Shuizhu thought to himself, the gap between the void realm and the deity realm is truly as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. What deities cannot do, the void realm can accomplish with ease. My divine sense can even extend hundreds of miles outward. He was observing the surrounding scenery. With forests and animals, he called out, and suddenly a person appeared within his sight. Seeing that person, Han Shuizhu said in surprise, why has Elder Quan come here? Quan Wugong sensed the surroundings and said, the remnants of the Thunder Tribulation have not dissipated. I don't know where the demon-slaying elder is hiding to consolidate his cultivation. A figure behind a tree asked, "Who are you looking for?" Quan Wugong was startled and shocked. In Quan Wugong's eyes, Han Shuizhu had just appeared, as if an extremely handsome filter had been applied to him. His cheeks flushed red, thinking, is this the extremely handsome demon-slaying elder? In a dark place somewhere, Li Qianlong presided over a joint meeting of the sect masters. He spoke up, asking, "What do you think about this matter?" One of them angrily slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Mu Fushuo has really gone too far." He angrily huffed and said, taking advantage of his status as a disciple of the Jade Green sect, "He stole our sect's treasure." Unable to bear it any longer, another person spoke up mockingly and sarcastically, "Treasures have no owner. If you couldn't steal it from others, just say so," making him so angry that he could only huff and puff. But then that person reconsidered and continued, "However, recently, the Jade Green sect has indeed acted rather arrogantly, on several occasions." Hearing this, another person then proposed, "If you all feel the same way, then how about we join forces to suppress the Jade Green sect?" Hearing this suggestion, Li Qianlong also agreed and responded, "You're not wrong. The Jade Green sect has sheltered a demonic traitor who has taken vengeance and harmed countless people. We must seek an explanation from the Jade Green sect for this matter." Following this, all the others also voiced their approval one after another. In another place, the demonic world, Han Shuizhu stood from above, coldly looking at Elder Quan below with fiery red eyes, asking, "Are you looking for me?" He thought to himself, it seems this visitor has ill intentions. Upon hearing Han Shuizhu's question, he eagerly responded, "Indeed, no mistake. I, Elder Quan Wugong, once made a promise to you, the demon-slaying elder." Han Shuizhu narrowed his eyes at him and asked, "A promise?" He said, "I hereby issue a challenge to you. If I defeat you, I, as the sect leader of the Jade Green sect, will be the demon-slaying elder, unless you've forgotten." He thought smugly to himself, could it be that he's afraid of me, and is finding an excuse not to fight? Then Han Shuizhu suddenly recalled Xian Zan's previous request. "This time I've come to seek your help in suppressing my senior brother Quan." Recalling those words, Han Shuizhu's expression turned disgusted, and he was at a loss for words. Seeing this unsightly look on his face, Quan Wugong angrily asked the demon-slaying elder, "What does that expression mean?" After an internal struggle, Han Shuizhu could only sigh helplessly. He lamented, "Why did it have to be now, of all times?" Quan Wugong then asked quietly, "Does that mean you agree?" He said, "Excellent, demon-slaying elder. My divine powers are immense, extremely powerful. You'll have to endure it." As he finished speaking, the swords behind him emanated a powerful aura. He thought to himself, "I'll use my ultimate divine skill to defeat him directly. Once I do, Xian Zan, my junior sister, will see me in a new light." Thinking this, he closed his eyes and focused on summoning his sword aura. This supreme divine skill, capable of self-harm, prepared to unleash devastation with a single strike, shattering souls. He then controlled the swords, launching them directly at Han Shuizhu's position. Han Shuizhu, on the other hand, remained calm, raising his hand to counter the attack. He thought, it's been a while since I used that move. Concentrating, he shouted, "Supreme sword skill." A beam of light, 10 times larger than those tiny swords, erupted from his hand in response. He mused, it has indeed been too long since I used that technique. Han Shuizhu focused and declared loudly, "Absolute annihilation sword art." Then, a massive burst of light, 10 times larger than those small swords, erupted from Quan Wugong, hurtling straight towards him. Seeing this, he was so terrified that his face drained of color, and he cried out loudly, "What immense power!" He was then struck by Han Shuizhu's sword beam and sent flying, able only to shout in anguish. He thought to himself, not even one of my sword strikes could withstand that. If I hadn't redirected the sword or his path, I fear I would have been utterly disintegrated. Truly monstrous power. No wonder my junior sister sought him out. How laughable of me to think that a single strike would defeat him. Thus, Quan Wugong was struck down to the ground. After defeating him, Han Shuizhu showed no arrogance or boastfulness, but instead spoke gently with a smile, "Elder Quan, you are indeed quite powerful. You simply chose the wrong opponent." Hearing these words, Quan Wugong looked at him in shock. Han Shuizhu turned and continued, "In the Jade Green sect now, you alone are worthy of my full power." Quan Wugong trembled as he called out, demon-slaying elder. Han Shuizhu gently encouraged him, "Do not lose heart. You are the Jade Green sect's future." Hearing this, Quan Wugong blushed, wondering to himself, just how powerful is he? After Han Shuizhu left, the system notification appeared, reminding him that Quan Wugong had gained goodwill towards him. Han Shuizhu dismissed it, saying, "Silence." 3 years later, at the foot of Mount Cultivation, Han Shuizhu gazed at the name carved on the rock before him, and said, "Mount Cultivation shall henceforth be the name of this mountain." His 2 spirit beasts, upon hearing this, immediately began fawning over their master's powerful aura, so mighty. Is a breakthrough imminent? Of course, who is our master, after all? He arrogantly thought to himself, "Indeed, my spirit beasts whom I raised understand me well. A breakthrough in power is inevitable." As for breaking through in cultivation, in the final trial battle I simulated earlier, I defeated 9 celestial immortals. It's fortunate I had the Crimson Pupil Judgment Sword's divine might. The battle dragged on for so long. At the 8th level of the Void Realm, I could defeat even those at the Tribulation Realm. The 2nd level of the Void Realm is no cause for concern. Thinking this, he smiled cheerfully. Suddenly, the system notification appeared with a beep. "You have a new relationship. Situation awaiting your consideration." He looked at the notification and sighed. The cultivation world has become quite eventful lately. He analyzed inwardly. Now that the Jade Green sect has 9 celestial immortals as pillars, it is no longer as oppressed as before. But what about the other sects? Could there be other ancestral immortals still existing? The Void Realm alone is not enough. I must continue cultivating, striving to reach the Unity Realm soon. Suddenly, Li Shansu's voice came from behind him. Elder Han of Mount Cultivation seems in high spirits. Hearing this, Han Shuizhu turned, and saw the frail, trembling old man approach with a cane. With a grim expression, he asked, "Sect Master, why can't you diligently cultivate for a few hundred years?" Li Shansu loudly said, "Elder Han, there is grave trouble. The 2 major demon sects have allied together, preparing to jointly attack our Jade Green sect." Hearing this, Han Shuizhu asked in return, "The 2 demon sects are allied to besiege our sect." Li Shangsu's voice trembled as he cursed them. Then, enraged, he ranted, "A disciple of our sect fell to the demonic path, and I personally went to apologize at their doorstep. Yet they dared to take action against us. How audacious of them." "Ah yes, that disciple you mentioned, his name was Muo Fusho." Hearing this name, Han Shuizhu exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" "I suspect someone has slandered our Jade Green sect, intending to seize this opportunity to take action against us." Han Shuizhu frowned and said, "Tell me the details about Muo Fusho's matter." Li Shansu recounted. Muo Fusho was from the Muo clan, originally a cultivating aristocratic family. His name was not Muo Fusho at first. Their prosperity did not last long. Someone from the Muo clan colluded with the demonic sects, leading to the entire clan being exterminated by the righteous sects. Only Muo Fusho and his sister Muo Zhu survived by chance. Afterwards, the 2 siblings relied on each other to live, wandering in the mortal realm for a few years, until they wandered to the Jade Green sect, and were personally accepted as disciples by Elder Lay Taoist. He gave Muo Fusho a new name, saying at the time, "From now on, your name is Muo Fusho. I hope you let go of hatred and become a person anew." Li Shangsu sighed, but he did not do so. Once, when he went out to practice, he encountered his former enemies. He killed quite a few disciples of that sect, then successively attacked and killed disciples of other righteous sects, committing numerous crimes that year. Currently, 5 sects are hunting for Muo Fusho. Driven to desperation, Muo Fusho could not help but unleash his clan's demonic arts, which contained demonic intent. This led him to directly turn demonic. Relying on these arts, he killed more and more people. Muo Fusho became a full demon, with no way to turn back. Hearing this story, Han Shuizhu spoke up to refute it, but Muo Fusho is absolutely not that kind of person. He is humble and modest, incapable of such extreme actions. Hearing this, Li Shansu said, "I agree, I think the same way. This matter is too bizarre. Those sects did not even inquire with me, but directly pursued Muo Fusho. What if he was being manipulated by someone else?" Han Shuizhu angrily continued, "I originally wanted to go persuade him, but they attacked me instead. It's clear they are using this as an excuse to wage war. Have you considered how this junior's matter could implicate our sect's elders? Currently, we are surrounded by the righteous and demonic paths. Adding to that, our patriarch has left. We were relying on Elder Han and Quan Wugong, so he could still resist," he said in distress. But for some unknown reason, Quan Wugong was severely injured and has yet to recover until now. It seems we can only flee. Hearing him mention this, Han Shuiju's expression changed as he looked away, not daring to say a word. Then he turned to the sect leader, don't be hasty. Can the righteous and demonic paths cultivate to the virtual immortal realm or the merged realm? The sect leader replied, how could that be possible? Previously, when Huang Zun Tian was at the 9th level of the spirit immortal realm, he could already run rampant in the great wilderness. If they cultivated to that level, they would have already gone out to exterminate the Taoyi holy sect. The image of Huang Zun Tian appeared. Don't push responsibility onto me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Han Shuiju spoke up to ask, then could it be like the Jade Green sect, that our ancestors went out to cultivate and gained an opportunity? The sect leader replied, I'm not sure. Previously, our patriarchs came one after another. They all seemed like my grandchildren. But at least I've never heard of anyone in the great wilderness existing in the virtual immortal realm. Hearing this, Han Shuiju said nothing. Li Shangsu turned and said, Elder Han, prepare a bit. At most, 3 days. The Jade Green sect is preparing to flee. We'll run overseas to seek refuge with our patriarchs. Li Shangsu's face darkened as he replied dangerously, flee? What fleeing? I haven't fled, so what are you fleeing from? The sect leader asked in confusion, what do you mean? Li Shangsu smiled confidently, let them come. They'll understand. The most formidable person in the Jade Green sect is not the patriarch. Seeing his attitude, the sect leader asked, what cultivation realm are you in now? Li Shangsu replied, at least not inferior to our patriarch. 1 year later, 2 disciples were walking and discussing. Have you heard? Disciples from 19 sects are approaching the Jade Green sect. Should we flee? No need to flee. They wouldn't dare attack us. Otherwise, our patriarch would return and slaughter the entire region. Suddenly, the 2 of them saw a person standing right by the waterfall. When that person turned around, they screamed in fear. It was Huang Jihao of the Zhu Zuo sword sect. The Zhu Zuo sword sect has arrived here. The 2 of them ran off. Seeing them suddenly flee, Li Shangsu hurriedly called out, hey, I mean no harm. But they had already run off in a daze. Han Shuiju came from behind, his face darkened. Why did you come here? Weren't you beaten enough last time? Hearing Han Shuiju's voice, Li Shangsu was startled. He turned around fearfully and said loudly, fellow cultivator, please don't act rashly. I only came to visit you. I absolutely mean no harm to the Jade Green sect. Han Shuiju questioned, your visit is rather strange. Li Shangsu blushed and explained awkwardly. Recently, there are those who wish to unite the righteous and demonic paths to deal with the Jade Green sect. My sect's leader sent me to inquire if the Jade Green sect needs any assistance. Han Shuiju declined solemnly. I don't need your help. No matter how many of you come, you'll all die. Hearing this, Li Shangsu was terrified, thinking, such an arrogant attitude. No wonder he's the formidable elder executioner. Han Shuiju glanced at him and said, but this matter is strange. Perhaps someone is behind this, instigating it. If you can find the instigator behind this, then I won't mind. I'll have the sect leader form an eternal alliance with you. Li Shangsu asked excitedly, really? Han Shuiju replied curtly, not a lie. Hearing this, Li Shangsu was delighted, thinking, the formidable elder executioner alone will face 19 sects. To be able to form ties with such a heroic figure, I don't mind defending the alliance of 19 sects. He went to the Jade Green sect to report the news, as expected, worthy. The system then prompted a reminder, Huang Jihao has a good impression of you. Your current favorability is 4 stars. Li Shangsu's face darkened as he thought, could this person have other intentions towards me? Somewhere shrouded in mist, Li Qianlong respectfully bowed on the boat and said, Li Qianlong invites the venerable elder to leave the mountain. A voice responded, to leave the mountain. My request is quite high. Hearing this, he loudly said, the venerable elder need only speak. Li will definitely satisfy your heart's desire. The person said, really, anything. Ha ha ha, very well. Elsewhere, in an ancient secret realm, deep within a cave, Hong Suyuan was sitting, taking notes, saying, the secret technique on this wall seems profound. I'll copy it and show my husband. He'll definitely be delighted to see it. I wonder if my husband can sense my thoughts. After saying this, she turned around. She looked at Han Shuiyue leaning against the rock wall. Suddenly, a sound rang out. She became alert and glanced around, asking who it was. A man wrapped in a cloak slowly walked in, glancing at her with red eyes. He said, little girl, don't worry. I've just come to study the techniques. After saying that, he reached out and touched the characters on the rock wall. Hong Suyuan muttered to herself, he doesn't seem like the first time he came here. Unless before I arrived, this person had already discovered this mountain wall. Thinking this, she fell into contemplation. Through Han Shuiyu's eyes, Long Shenming observed everything happening inside the cave. He thought this person didn't seem to have ill intentions. It appeared safe for Hong Suyuan, so he didn't need to worry for now. But he should still pay attention. Suddenly, a crow flew over and landed near where he sat. Seeing a letter tied to its leg, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh. This is a jade sound transmitter." He looked at it, thinking he had never used such a thing before. How do I use it? Then, unexpectedly, the jade in his hand emitted a light. Inside was an image of Huang Jihao, covered in injuries, saying, "Elder Executioner, I've investigated this clearly." He thought to himself, why was old Huang beaten up like that? Huang Jihao continued speaking, "The 19 sects attacked the Jade Green sect. This matter involves my Wei family. I'm doing fine, you don't need to worry about me." After saying that, the light from the jade faded. He indifferently said, "If it weren't for the circle of friends." Looking at the system notification, why would I worry about him? He thought, this little cultivator is too terrifying. Going wherever they are, destroying wherever they go. It seems the chi of the celestial emperor's descendants is truly formidable. Yet they can endure such misfortune, but the Wei family was able to injure Huang Jihao. I should still find the sect leader to inquire about this. After hearing everything from him, Li Kangtsu suddenly asked, "What did you say about the Wei family?" He asked, "Sect leader, do you know about the Wei family?" The sect leader replied, The Wei family of Great Yan isn't considered powerful. They only have one Yuanying cultivator. But the Wei family produces many beautiful women who intermarry everywhere, even outside of Great Yan. Their connections could be very extensive." The wicked old man laughed and asked, "Does Elder Han also want a woman?" He seriously said, "The Wei family could be the ones instigating this matter." The old man trembled and said, "It's impossible for the Wei family to have such great capabilities. Moreover, they also have good relations with the Jade Green sect." He patted the old man's shoulder reassuringly, "It's just speculation. With extensive connections, they could indeed do anything." Then he changed the subject, asking about who the current head of the Wei family is. "I heard it has changed, but I don't know the specifics." "Never mind, sect leader, just rest and recover. If any enemies come, I'll be here." Suddenly, Zheng Tixi interrupted, "My apologies, Elder Han. Senior Marshal brother has arrived. It's time for your medicine." He muttered to himself. Old grievances haven't been resolved, yet new ones have already arrived. He thought with annoyance, if I knew who the instigator behind this was, it would be easier to deal with. But not knowing who the head of the Wei family is, I can't even curse them properly. What a headache. Let me take out these two names and vent my anger. Last week I cursed Xiao Jie, this week it's his turn. Li Qianlong truly hoped the system could transmit the good news of you all. Thinking this, he smiled even more wickedly than Matu. The scene shifts to some secret room. Li Qianlong was cultivating, joyfully saying he was about to break through. Then he smugly said, "If I break through, the chances of accomplishing this matter will be greater." Suddenly, his face flushed red. After that, he coughed up blood. He kept coughing up blood incessantly. He angrily shouted, "Why did this error occur?" He thought, if this continues, when will I be able to overthrow the Jade Green sect? Thinking this, he stood up abruptly and left. The time had also arrived. Just follow the plan. He then exited the secret path from another side. At a noisy banquet, voices could be heard. Those around kept merrily chatting with each other. "Brother Li, instead of cultivating, why not join us in having fun?" Li Qianlong suddenly spoke up, interrupting them. "If the sect masters have all gathered, I will discuss an important matter. This time, the Wei family and I have paid a huge price to invite a great cultivator of the Void Realm to come here this time, to help us exterminate the Jade Green sect." Someone spoke up asking, "The Void Realm?" He replied, "I've heard before, that the Jade Green sect's 9th summit patriarch has indeed gone abroad. Now, their strongest is the beheading god Elder. If you all join forces with me, the Jade Green sect will definitely be exterminated." Hearing this, those around fell into an awkward silence. Li Qianlong continued, "Rest assured that Senior has his own sect behind him. After the matter is concluded, he will leave. Once the Jade Green sect is overthrown, the Wei family only needs the Jade Green sect's secret realm, absolutely not participating in the struggle." Hearing his words, everyone excitedly spoke up, saying, "I agree to join. Count me in too." Seeing this scene, he smirked and thought to himself, "A bunch of fools, wait until I exterminate the Jade Green sect. then I'll invite that senior to wipe you all out as well. Suddenly, he groaned in pain, then coughed up blood, right in front of everyone's stunned gazes. He resentfully cursed, wondering who was ultimately playing him. On this side, Han Shuidi was feeling dejected, holding a book in her hand, saying, still no response, cursing in solitude again. 3 years later, your disciple Yang Tiandong became a regional demon king. Your good friend Chu Fan was ambushed by righteous cultivators. Your good friend, the 9th Summit Patriarch, was ambushed by demonic cultivators. Your disciple Su Qi gained an opportunity to comprehend divine abilities. Your good friend, Mach Fug 9, was ambushed by demonic cultivators. Your good friend, Mach Fug 9, was ambushed by righteous cultivators. Your good friend, Mach Fug 9, was seriously injured. Luckily, he escaped. Your good friend Chu Fan fell into the demonic path. Han Shuidi was lying down, reading those lines and wondering, why did Chu Fan also fall into the demonic path like Mach Fug 9? Chu Fan, could it be the traditional abilities of the Thunder Wind sect? It's really too tragic for the sect master to lose disciples. Indeed, the Jade Void sect is still the best. The spirit beast then called out, Master. Han Shuidi responded, what's the matter? The Chaos Heavenly Hound's eyes turned sorrowful. May I go out and temper myself for a while? I can't hold back anymore. Han Shuidi's gaze turned contemplative. Go out and temper yourself. His voice sounded as if he didn't agree with going out to temper itself. You're a spirit beast. If others find out your identity and start paying attention to you, if you're not at the Jade Green sect, it'll be very difficult for me to save you. The Chaos Heavenly Hound became very anxious at this point, saying, I understand, but I keep feeling that outside, there's an opportunity waiting for me. Right then, Han Shuidi slightly closed her eyes and asked, have you thought it through carefully? Once you go out, whether it's the righteous or demonic path that attacks, I won't be able to save you. It then hesitantly said, Brother, I feel you should be more worried about them instead. Immediately, it stood up, revealing its towering physique, making Han Shuidi appear unusually small. He was suddenly embarrassed by his unsightly appearance. Thinking over the years, he had been too immersed in cultivation, neglecting the changes around him. Then it stuck out its tongue and licked his face, licking while saying, Master, don't worry. I'll definitely be careful out there, just going around and then coming back. Han Shuidi thought to himself, my clothes are all wet with saliva now. I really want to strike it with a sword. But he restrained himself. This is the precious pet the system gave me. With the Chaos Heavenly Hound's troublesome personality, even if I don't allow it, one day it'll just run out on its own anyway. Instead, it's better to let it go out and experience a bit. After that, Han Shuidi said, if that's the case, then go ahead, Chaos Heavenly Hound. Immediately, a loud woof rang out, the sound echoing throughout the immortal cultivation mountain. Then, the black jade chicken put on a gloomy look, walking over and calling out, Master. Han Shuidi, lost in thought, mumbled as he walked away, it's a lucky spirit beast, hard to get killed. Immediately upon hearing the black jade chicken's call, Han Shuidi turned back, startled. What is it? He asked loudly, scaring it. The black jade chicken hesitantly said, you want to go out too? Of course not. Going out, you'll just get slaughtered and become roasted chicken. The black jade chicken quickly asked, can you teach it cultivation techniques, or some skills to protect its life? The black jade chicken has an innate skill, but lacks magical abilities. Han Shuidi made a fist with his hand, pondering, indeed, I should pass down some skills to this chicken. After that, Han Shuidi's expression became more spirited. If that's the case, he said, I'll teach you the heaven and earth physique first. Suddenly, Han Shuidi's gaze became deep and inscrutable. He thought, this is perfect. I can also take this opportunity to prove my arduous cultivation is no less than the outside world. The black jade chicken seemed delighted, thinking only of learning the new skill. That damned fat dog never expected this, did it? It just left, and I'll secretly learn abilities from the master. Let's see if I can beat you next time. Elsewhere, Tuo Chi was walking and thinking. Tuo Chi's gaze was profound as he pondered. Was this year ultimately unlucky or fortunate? Tuo Chi suddenly recalled the previous scene when he was forced to become someone else's groom. A greedy young lady, infatuated with his looks, ended up having her family struck by a plague, leaving her the sole, fortunate survivor. The image of him desperately fleeing her vengeful pursuers was extremely arduous. He had also experienced being pursued by vengeful pursuers, from the 2nd to the 6th reign. But in that perilous moment, a strange beast stood up to protect him, annihilating the pursuers. At the critical juncture, they encountered the legendary top-grade strange beast's den. The pursuers died instantly. After that, he left that dangerous place, finding a remote, secluded location. Fortune seemed to always follow him. Wherever he went, there were life and death trials awaiting, but each time, he was fortunate to turn danger into safety. However, others were not as lucky as him. Wherever Tuo Chi went, he left behind natural disasters, plagues spreading everywhere, making the lives of the local people extremely arduous. Plagues, earthquakes, floods, famine, and drought. He witnessed all the sufferings of humanity, feeling an increasingly intense sense of helplessness. Tuo Chi's gaze suddenly froze. The hardships he had experienced over the years, in the end, made him face this reality. We are truly weak. Perhaps the mission result is not important. What matters is the process, the ultimate suffering of humanity. Only then can one understand the great way. Finally, he had understood the meaning of his master's teachings. He thought, disciple has finally understood your meaning, master. Because he was too absorbed in thought and bumped into a woman's ample bosom. She screamed in utter panic, "You desire my body." Tuo Chi immediately flustered, apologizing, "I was distracted earlier, so I didn't notice." She yelled, "Apologizing is useless. You've insulted me, so who needs me now?" He was startled and panicked, assuring her he meant no harm. She drew her sword, charging at him, yelling for him to die. But suddenly, she stepped on a banana peel, slipped and fell down. Immediately after, images of hens started flying chaotically in the air out of fright. Seeing that woman with her head buried in the ground, she looked utterly pitiful. He thought, indeed, his master was silently protecting him. If not for the coincidence of luck on the way, how could he explain his presence here? No wonder he was his master. Stepping forward, Jade Pure Sect's Li Qianlong looked up and then said to himself, unexpectedly, "Isn't that right, Jade Pure Sect? Li Qianlong, I have come to visit you." Immediately after, the image of a man appeared beside him. Li Qianlong spoke up, "How are you, senior?" At the illusory primordial realm, a man said to Li Qianlong, "I just scanned with my divine sense. In the Jade Pure Sect, there's a deity realm cultivator. Moreover, their breath is unstable, perhaps injured. The sect master is injured." "Excellent. You invited me here to deal with this kind of sect, didn't you?" Li Qianlong immediately bowed to the man, telling him to be careful, not to make any mistakes. "Soon, trouble will come to you." He replied, just a bunch of cultivators, easy as turning one's palm." Li Qianlong's bloodthirsty gaze lit up. "The capable experts are ahead. Let's charge in together. Whoever kills into the Jade Pure Sect first will be rewarded." The demon sect stretched from here to the mountain's foot, continuously shouting to kill the Jade Pure Sect. System reminder. The Jade Pure Sect is ambushed by two evil sects, the demonic 19 path. You have the following choices. Immediately flee far away from the battle. You can obtain a spirit treasure. 2. Fight the enemies to defend the Jade Pure Sect. You can obtain a secret spell technique manual. Immediately, Han Zuduo reached out and touched the screen, making his choice. He chose 2. At the illusory primordial realm, came from the West Zon province, the vice sect leader of the 9 Dragon sect. The trial target has been defeated in 3 seconds. Seeing the image of the illusory primordial lying defeated on the ground, in a losing state, Han Zuduo thought, is that all? Right after, a voice came from within the Jade Pure Sect. The demonic 19 path ambushed, defend the east main gate. Need to reinforce the sect's defense at the south gate. Need to change the demon trapping array in the north. Immediately after, an elder said, now is the critical moment. Another person said, senior instructor brother, why are you not in a hurry? Yet another said, even if we don't flee, we still have to send disciples to block them. Li Kangtsu calmly smiled and said, what's the hurry? Another elder then said, could it be the sect master? It seemed everyone understood, so Li Kangtsu no longer concealed it, saying, you're not wrong. The sect master has decided to face the demonic 19 path alone. Firstly, to reduce disciple casualties. Secondly, the demonic 19 path did not split up their actions, perhaps fearing an ambush, so they stayed together. It's perfect timing for the sect master to capture them all in one fell swoop. Someone asked if he was certain. Li Kangtsu cheerfully reassured everyone, replying, rest assured. The sect master said he is now on par with the ancestor, and he made such a guarantee. It means he is 100% certain. It's truly a heaven-sent opportunity for all of us inside. The sect members began cheerfully echoing the sentiment. Excellent, very good. Calm down now, this time it's settled. Junior sister's guidance is superb. A large stone slab carved with 7 characters, boundless as the vast sky and ocean. Han Zuduo rubbed the back of his neck wearily, saying, I've been cultivating for too long, feeling a bit sore. Suddenly, Han Zuduo's gaze became pensive. Hei UK was assigned to pack up their belongings, his entire body laden with items, saying, Finally, you're out. You and I can run away together. I've finished packing. Han Zuduo suddenly saw this scene, at a loss for words, only standing silently, helplessly watching him, thinking, how much of my true teachings has Hei UK grasped? Han Zuduo said reassuringly, it's just a bunch of riffraff. No need to flee. Immediately, a surge of spiritual energy from afar caused even Hei UK, laden with belongings, to squint with difficulty. Seeing a section of the path crack apart into 2 halves, making Hei UK extremely anxious, thinking, was the master just scolding me? Immediately, a barrage of weapons came flying from afar towards Han Zuduo's direction, but his movements were extremely nimble, neatly evading them. A group of people was approaching the Jade Pure Sect. Someone said, up ahead is the Jade Pure Sect. The Jade Pure Sect is doomed, for sheltering Chu Fan and Mac Fuckhoi. Truly a degenerate orthodox sect. For no reason, such a group suddenly approaches, there must be an issue. Someone said, it's because of that illusory primordial, that senior was truly a great illusory primordial cultivator. Another said, against such a powerful expert, they can't possibly reason with him. Yet another asked, what are we having for dinner tonight? Someone else said, let's play with fire at the temple. Another person said, this battle will be recorded in the history books. Lying Dragon said to the senior, the people from the Jade Pure Sect have arrived. The other person kept his eyes closed, without any different reaction, softly uttering, Then, immediately after, Han Zuduo opened his 9th level celestial spirit realm consciousness. He was thinking, HMPH, what a bunch of chickens. But that old man was instantly greatly alarmed upon seeing Han Zuduo's entire body surrounded by a host of divine treasures, causing the old man to panic. What is this? He is a divine treasure himself. I only have one divine treasure in my possession, acquired at great peril. Moreover, I had to risk my life to obtain it. Lying Dragon said, the Jade Pure Sect is so arrogant, sending just one person to their death. The old man then said to Lying Dragon, this person is truly a 9th Summit Celestial. Lying Dragon replied, perhaps he's an envoy seeking peace. A 9th Summit Celestial is overseas. He couldn't have returned so quickly. The Eastern Sect is also facing troubles now. Perhaps they don't care about the Jade Pure Sect. The old man's gaze suddenly turned profound, thinking, no wonder his entire body is clad in defensive treasures. Perhaps he fears we'll vent our anger on him. Immediately after, the old man stepped forward. Lying Dragon excitedly said, the Jade Pure Sect sent only one person. How arrogant. Han Zuduo immediately asked, is he Lying Dragon? Master, come forth. Lying Dragon suddenly became greatly alarmed, sensing Han Zuduo's imposing manner. He thought, his oppressive force is so strong, how does he know me? Clearly, these pieces of information were not made public. Just who is this person? He had protected the information well before. Lying Dragon trembled slightly and said in a low voice, the situation is not right. Please have him take action to capture this person. He seems unconcerned by my oppressive force, indicating his strength is certainly not inferior to mine. I fear he may not be from the Jade Pure Sect. Lying Dragon suddenly realized something and said, this person may be the Executioner Elder. I've heard he's the youngest elder in the history of the Jade Pure Sect. Apparently, he was born in the outer sect, not even 300 years old. That senior elder immediately had some thoughts. Not even 300 years old. At most, he has just stepped into the nascent soul realm. To withstand my oppressive force, he must be relying on those divine treasures on his body. The old man immediately said, Executioner Elder, do you dare to have a bout with me? Seeing the old man's eagerness to fight, Han Zuduo's gaze turned cold. He thought, where does this person's confidence come from? I'll just kill him directly. Next, Han Zuduo stretched out his hand and gripped the old man's face tightly, catching the old man off guard. How dare you attack without warning? Lying Dragon's expression turned extremely unsightly. The onlookers witnessing the fight were also surprised by Han Zuduo's speed, exclaiming, too fast. Han Zuduo immediately summoned the 6 Paths Extinction Seal, striking it directly at the old man's acupoints. Upon breaking through to the Void Realm, he comprehended a new divine ability, the 6 Paths Extinction Seal. This seal could suppress the enemy's primal soul, acting as his ultimate move. After the battle ended, the old man immediately knelt on the ground. His body lost control instantly, losing balance, falling to the ground, his fleshly body not yet dead. His primal soul was lost. Lying Dragon, standing outside, was horrified and shouted loudly, "Senior Gai Nguyen." At this moment, Lying Dragon's eyes became extremely panicked, directly facing Han Zuduo's cold gaze. "It's your turn now." However, before he could prepare, Han Zuduo's spirit sword pierced through Lying Dragon's body, causing him to fall to the ground, only able to let out a groan. Han Zuduo immediately stretched out his hand, summoning a spirit essence explosion. The fragments began to crack, scattering in the space. Destroying the golden core will dissolve it, severely injuring the primal soul. After his victory, Han Zuduo stood with an imposing and arrogant manner, his aura ferocious. Looking at the two enemies who were extremely arrogant earlier, now lying motionless on the ground. Originally, it was thought that when Gai Nguyen charged into battle, the two of them clashing, each unleashing their moves, would favor their side. It was supposed to be the old man who attacked first, but in just a few minutes, he had defeated them both. The followers behind fled in fear. The demon cultivators following saw the chaotic battle end like this, and became flustered, looking at each other speechlessly. Immediately, one of them spoke up, "Sect Master, shall we attack?" The old man waved his hand and shouted, "Attack? Attack what? Are you being ridiculous? We came to assist the Jade Pure Sect." Seeing everyone gradually retreating, Han Zuduo stretched out his hand and dragged the fleshly bodies of the two. Those people fled in chaos, saying, "Ha ha ha, it seems the Jade Pure Sect doesn't need our assistance after all. We'll go first. Sorry for the disturbance, senior brother." Han Zuduo stood dazed for a moment, thinking, it's fortunate that the 9 sects didn't have any fish escaping the net. If they were all killed, the Jade Pure Sect would truly become the enemy of the cultivation world. For now, just suppressing them is enough. After some time, Han Zuduo finally returned, and everyone in the Jade Pure Sect happily said, "The head instructor, Lying Dragon, was handed over to you. Is it really over like this? We haven't finished the meeting yet." After Han Zuduo brought Gai Nguyen back, he placed the body neatly on the ground. Han Zuduo used his primal soul to release him. Immediately after, the primal soul of Hoang Tun Thien appeared, looking extremely sluggish. When he saw Han Zuduo, the old man was extremely panicked, stuttering, Senior brother, soul extermination." Han Zuduo quickly continued, "Hoang Tun Thien, listen. Use your mind to communicate with him. Ask him if he wants to be revived." This caused Hoang Tun Thien to be extremely surprised. System reminder: Hoang Tun Thien has a favorable impression of you. Current kindness level is 3 stars. Immediately after, Hoang Tun Thien's primal soul asked, "You mean revive?" Han Zuduo thought, since he already has a good impression, it would reduce a lot of trouble. He told him, "I have a body whose primal soul has been destroyed, but the fleshly body's vitality remains. As long as he possesses it, he will be revived. He must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, to follow me as his senior in the future, or the demonic possession will devour his body, and he'll die." After kowtowing repeatedly for a while, a large lump swelled on Hoang Tun Thien's forehead, but he still couldn't extinguish his reverence for Han Zuduo, saying he would follow him to the end. "Wait until I'm revived. I'll cut ties with the Thot Wai Saint sect, and will be your person from now on. You said it's too embarrassing. The Thot Wai Saint sect no longer exists." This caused the old man to be extremely astonished. "You thought Hoang Tun Thien did know how to be a person, but you couldn't fully trust him just because of these words. You told him this body has an important identity. It's the vice sect leader of the 9 Dragons sect, a dung gun cultivator whose primal soul you just exterminated, and now you want him to replace that person." Hoang Tun Thien immediately replied, "If you said so, he wouldn't refuse even if it meant death." The old man thought Dung Hu Gun's death wasn't unjustified. Immediately after, Han Zuduo instructed, "You just need to help me stabilize and conceal this matter in the 9 Dragons sect." Hoang Tun Thien replied, "Understood, I understand." Then Han Zuduo added, "Moreover, I've left my mark in your soul book. If you dare betray me in the future, a thought from me can crush you to death." Hoang Tun Thien knelt on the ground without hesitation, saying, "Great One, please rest assured, I absolutely will not go against you." Immediately after, Han Zuduo told him to go possess the body. Hoang Tun Thien immediately answered, yes. 7 days later, the system reminded, Hoang Tun Thien's favorable impression of you increased. Current kindness level is 5 stars. Han Zuduo was meditating in the mountain cave, and immediately saw the figure of Hoang Tun Thien walking in Gai Nguyen's fleshly body. He thought, it seems the possession was successful. Grateful for you granting him revival, Hoang Tun Thien said, thank you, senior. Immediately after, Hoang Tun Thien added, I have successfully accomplished the mission you assigned. The old Hoang felt something was amiss somewhere. Then Hoang Tun Thien seriously asked, grateful to the senior for granting me this favor, I want to ask what your Dharma name is. It's not polite to just call you the executioner elder. Hearing this, Han Zuduo immediately smiled and said, just call me Lunwei. In his heart, Han Zuduo thought silently, my achievement is the 6 realms reincarnation skill, so the Dharma name Lunwei shouldn't be too excessive. Upon hearing this, Hoang Tun Thien's expression immediately changed, thinking, daring to use the word reincarnation as a Dharma name, this is no simple matter. I was right to follow this person. Immediately after, Hoang Tun Thien said to you, Senior Lunwei, just now I sensed the 9 Dragon sect calling me. You said indeed, after all, Gai Nguyen has been out of contact for so long, they must be anxious about this delayed matter. I should hurry back to the 9 Dragon sect. Han Zuduo instructed Hoang Tun Thien, saying, the 9 Dragon sect is located in West Winchao outside the Great Wilderness, don't go the wrong direction. Remember, don't expose yourself. Hoang Tun Thien quickly obeyed the order. Han Zuduo, standing at the cave entrance, said, if you're not easy to deceive, don't talk too much. After all, you are a Donghu gun cultivator, they wouldn't dare interrogate you forcefully. Hoang Tun Thien quickly replied, rest assured, on the contrary, I have a way to live an easy life. Han Zuduo then asked, you have a way? Hoang Tun Thien quickly answered, with my experience. Suddenly, Hoang Tun Thien's expression became strange. He asked if you needed him to seize the sect leader position. Han Zuduo was immediately dumbfounded and speechless. You told him to do as he pleased. Hoang Tun Thien said, all right, Senior Lunwei, we'll have a chance to meet again. After that, the two of them parted ways temporarily. System reminder. You have successfully protected the Jade Green sect. Obtained a secret spell technique manual as reward. The system screen displayed, congratulations, you have obtained the complete manifestation spell. The complete manifestation spell, when cast, can reveal the true form of the target, effective against any living being. Seeing this, Han Zuduo thought, the system reminder only appeared now. If I hadn't kept a way out, the Jade Green sect would have been in trouble. I should be even more careful with the Tao of Lotus Body. The effect of cause and effect is indeed formidable. 1 month later, the head abbot said, I have some treasures for Senior Han. Immediately after, he brought the latest comic collection in front of Han Zuduo. Li Kongza happily brought many treasures, piling them up at the cave entrance, saying, fortunately, there's Senior Han. The sect leaders of the 19 sects have all offended us this time, so I've gifted them quite a bit. I've specially selected some good items for you. Seeing so many things brought, Han Zuduo hesitated and said, Head Abbot is too kind. Li Kong's expression turned unsightly, saying, the sect leaders and I must have been possessed. The one behind this time is that wretched person, Li Qianlong, who is now imprisoned, living quite well. Li Qianlong's gaze was extremely displeased as he said, wait till I get out, I'll kill all of you. You said that, but I've ordered the pursuit of Muo Fu and Chu Fan as well. It's like they've vanished into thin air, I'm worried. Han Zuduo immediately averted his gaze and said, no need to worry, with their capabilities, they may have already left the Great Wilderness. Immediately after, Li Kongza said, I hope so, the same goes for Wei Jia. Li Kongza said, Wei Jia has been chased out by the other sects, out of the great wilderness of cultivating immortality. Without them causing chaos, the other forces in the great wilderness have remained quiet. After hearing this, Han Zuduo said, that's good too. They don't need to dominate, as long as they cultivate peacefully, the sect can go even further. Hearing this, Li Kongza responded, Senior Han speaks rightly. Open the system. Open the relationship of Chu Fan and Muo Fu Chu. Your friend Muo Fu Chu went to the ancient Forbidden Land and obtained the ancient inheritance. Your friend Chu Fan went to the ancient Forbidden Palace and obtained the ancient inheritance. On this side, Han Zuduo was eating while admiring the scenery, thinking, could these two be together in the future? Before mentioning these two, the system displayed again. Your friend Huang Zun Tian encountered a demon tribe's ambush. Your disciple Yang Tian Dong gained fame among the demon race, with over 100,000 demons under his command. Your chaos spirit pet, the celestial hound, was ambushed by a demon king 68 times. Your Dao partner Zan Qing Jun returned to the mortal realm. Your friend Xing Hong Zan awakened and comprehended divine abilities. Your friend Quan Yu developed a demonic mind out of fear of you. Your disciple Zhu Ji spread the accumulated misfortune technique, killing millions of living beings, amassing immense karmic forces. Immediately after, Han Zuduo thought, why can't these people, especially the disciples, save me some worry? The system reminded, checking measurement. When the celestial venerable examines its background, it does not contain another name. The system screen displayed. Do you want to see it? Immediately, Han Zuduo reached out and pressed. Han Zuduo looked at the glowing system screen and thought, I hope it's not another troublemaker. The system screen displayed, Xin Chang'an Zhu Qi, 7th level of the spirit realm, an ancient reincarnated spiritual herb. In his previous life, he was a Buddhist cultivator. Due to a momentary infatuation with a demoness, the angered gods and Buddhas cast him into the mortal realm, to undergo endless cycles of reincarnation and suffering. Only by completely severing his emotional attachments can he escape the cycle of reincarnation. This is his 39th reincarnation. Xin Chang'an was born into a cultivating family with outstanding talents. However, due to his unsightly appearance, he was disliked by his lover. After being mocked by his lover, he was deeply hurt and nearly died, so he took refuge in becoming a monk. Hearing that the executioner elder of the Jade Green sect was the most ascetic cultivator in the world, he deliberately came here to become his disciple, hoping to cultivate alongside the executioner elder and forget about the mundane world. Moreover, the ancient spiritual herb can increase the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a certain range, which is also the reason for Xin Chang'an's outstanding talents. You think it's too long to read? Han Zuduo immediately noticed the reminder. Moreover, the ancient spiritual herb can increase the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a certain range, which is also the reason for Xin Chang'an's outstanding talents. Han Zuduo thought, a human spiritual herb that can increase the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then it mentions being so hurt he nearly died and took refuge in becoming a monk. Hearing that the executioner elder of the Jade Green sect was the most ascetic cultivator in the world, so he deliberately came here to become his disciple and cultivate alongside him. Han Zuduo thought, he especially wants to find me. Am I really that famous? After some time, finally, Xin Chang'an arrived and knelt before the rock, saying respectfully, this must be the executioner elder's abode. Xin Chang'an, with a kind face and joined palms, said, it must be. This is Xin Chang'an. Chang'an thought that the executioner elder's place of cultivation would surely allow him to escape the sea of suffering. In Xin Chang'an's eyes, the image of his lover appeared. Little beauty, with tears in her eyes, he thought she would never flatter him again. Immediately after, Chang'an knelt down. Chang'an kowtowed, asking you to accept me as your disciple. He knelt before the rock and called out loudly, this monk, Xin Chang'an, requests the executioner elder to accept me as your disciple. After an hour, Chang'an knelt there, but there was no response, only a light breeze blowing, making one's heart feel desolate. Chang'an thought, why is there no movement? Could the elder not be here? However, Chang'an continued joining his palms respectfully, kneeling on the ground, keeping his resolve unwavering. This must be the elder testing me. As long as I persist with a sincere heart, I will surely move the elder. Xin Chang'an continued kowtowing, sincerely saying, I beg the elder to accept me as your disciple. From Han Zuduo's spiritual consciousness perspective, although this person has a good spiritual herb, he could still cause trouble, so I'll test him first. Spring passed, and Chang'an still sincerely knelt on the ground. In the pouring summer rains, the incessant downpours, soaking Chang'an's body, yet he persisted. In autumn, people excitedly came here to paint, admire flowers, and have fun, but Chang'an persisted with a single heart. At this point, Han Zuduo said happily, the great book of cultivation doesn't deceive people. He really is there. Winter passed, thick snow covered Chang'an's entire body, but even if he could be buried under the snow, he persisted in kneeling on the ground. In this way, he had knelt there for 4 seasons. Suddenly one day, a girl appeared and said, you've been kneeling for so long, aren't you tired? This voice immediately caught the attention of Chang'an, who was buried under fallen leaves. On his body, a nest of chicks was sleeping soundly. A graceful and extremely beautiful woman showed a cold demeanor. She was immediately moved and said, you are indeed an odd person. Chang'an asked, "Are you the executioner elder?" She replied, "I am not." Mok Truck immediately looked up toward the high mountains and said, "Such a person is born for us to admire." Mok Truck's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Han Zuduo immediately spoke up, "Mok, do you wish to follow your elder brother into the demonic path?" She said, "You're not wrong. I want to find my tribesmen and avenge them together." He said, "After so many years, you still haven't let go of the grudge." She replied, "I thought I had let go, but after cultivating until now, I realized it has become my demonic heart." Mok Truck immediately extended her hand and said, "If I don't overcome it, the demonic heart will forever bind me." Immediately after, Mok Truck clenched her fist and said, "So that I will never be redeemed. This time, I've come here especially to bid you farewell. Everyone in the Jade Pure sect, except for my tribesmen." Han Zuduo's gaze suddenly changed, looking toward Mok Truck. Mok Truck continued, "The one people pay the most attention to is you. You're also the only one who has moved my heart." Mok Truck gradually moved closer to Han Zuduo. Outside, peach blossoms bloomed, the clear water rippled gently, a dragonfly hovered over the water's surface. Mok Truck leaned close to Han Zuduo's ear and said a few words. "I'm afraid if I don't say it, I'll regret it. Han Zuduo, let's bid farewell here." Immediately after, Mok Truck's gaze became extremely gentle. He suddenly grabbed her hand. Mok Truck was also surprised by this action. She wanted to struggle to break free from Han Zuduo's tight grip, but failed. Han Zuduo's gaze was now extremely affectionate, and he quickly advised, saying, "If so, please be careful on your journey." She pulled her hand away and said, "You fool, what are you hoping for? Why don't you keep me here, even if it's just a gesture? I cry at this farewell, not knowing if we'll meet again in this life. I can't bear it, I really can't bear it." Mok Truck bit her lip, holding back her tears, truly unable to accept it. She turned and said, "Han Zuduo, if I can return safely, would you be willing to marry me?" Han Zuduo's expression became solemn, saying nothing. He smiled and said, "Of course you'll return safely." Upon hearing Han Zuduo's words, immediately, Mok Truck could no longer hold back her joyful tears, thinking she indeed had not misjudged him. But as soon as she left the cave dwelling, she was captured by the sect leader and hung in front of a tree. Han Zuduo pointed at Mok Truck and said, "I said you would return safely." Li Kangtsu angrily said, "Dream on about betraying the sect." She shouted Han Zuduo's name, "Scoundrel." Seeing this scene, the black beak hen said, "I want to eat my master first before leaving." Li Kangtsu happily shook Han Zuduo's hand, saying, "Fortunately, your divine sense informed me in advance that Mok Fuck Ku and Chu Pham had been shaken, so no more Jade Pure sect disciples can join the evil path." Han Zuduo reluctantly said, "Enough, let's do what needs to be done, just don't mistreat her." The sect leader said, "You're right, Elder Han. When I came up earlier, I saw a monk kneeling at the foot of the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, he's been kneeling for 5 years. You said you almost forgot about him due to cultivation. Shuan Zhonggan is still kneeling, asking Elder Tramshen to accept him as a disciple." After so many years of waiting, Han Zuduo finally came over, and said, "Your perseverance is praiseworthy. I'll accept you." Immediately after, Shuan Zhonggan looked up and saw the tall figure of Han Zuduo, excitedly saying, "Elder Tramshen." Right away, Han Zuduo looked at Zhonggan with an extremely calm gaze and said, "It is I." He joyfully said, "This disciple Shuan Zhonggan greets the master." Han Zuduo quickly responded, "To join my sect, you must become an immortal, otherwise you can never leave the mountain later. Are you willing?" Shuan Zhonggan quickly replied, "Senior, you truly live up to being the #1 cultivator of asceticism." Immediately, Zhonggan kowtowed and answered, "This disciple precisely wants to seclude himself in cultivation forever, leaving the mundane world behind, which is why I sought you out." Right after, Han Zuduo said, "Good temperament, not bad. Follow me." Shuan Zhonggan replied, "Yes, master." The system screen displayed the next stage. "Congratulations, you have acquired the Sword Qi supernatural power, the Xuanwang Sword Qi. The supernatural power of the Sword Dao cultivated at the Golden Core stage, the Xuanwang Sword Qi, spewing Sword Qi with extremely powerful destructive force." Han Zuduo thought about spewing Sword Qi. Immediately, an image appeared in his mind of him opening his mouth and releasing a barrage of Sword Qi toward the enemy, instantly cutting them in half and killing them. Right after, Han Zuduo immediately shouted out loud, causing his voice to echo everywhere, "I'm not human anymore, please pass on a little more." 12 years after Shuan Zhonggan joined the Jade Pure sect, the Lingjing Peak truly saw Han Zuduo's growth. He had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Void Realm. The Julong sect began plotting and scheming. The Jade Pure sect was rising, heading towards becoming the #1 sect in the Great Wilderness. As for Han Zuduo, he knew everyone's cultivation progress was due to. Immediately, Han Zuduo's expression became extremely unsightly. Han Zuduo lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by the system. It was because he had too many friends. Over the years, he had accumulated himself and the Jade Pure Sect disciples to an extremely terrifying number. Right after, Han Zuduo pointed at the notification board, saying, "With so many notifications, when will I finish reading them all? Will I have time left to cultivate?" Han Zuduo held his head. The content on the notification board was all jumbled. If speaking rationally, he should just ignore them. Finding one would cause trouble. But at this moment, the system voice rang out with a reminder. Ying Hongtuan has reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. The system also informed, actually, if you click the follow button below the profile picture, you won't have to worry, it will skip over your friend's statuses. Hearing this, Han Zuduo gritted his teeth. "System, you old bastard." He suddenly shouted out, "I clearly remember, there was no such function before." The system replied, "I just quietly upgraded it. You can do something like this." At the same time, Tuo Chi stood arrogantly on a rocky peak. While below were a group of people chasing and trying to kill him. He shouted, "Demonic villain Tuo Chi, this time, let's see where you can run." Immediately after, someone said, "Hand over our sect's treasures, and we'll spare your life." Another person interrupted, "That's right, you must also return our sect's secret techniques. The whereabouts of our sect master are unknown, but you have the spirit pills. Was the calamity that day caused by you?" Tuo Chi immediately replied, "You're wrongfully accusing me. I'll just say this, I've never killed anyone before. All these treasures, I just picked them up. If you want them, go get them yourselves." Tuo Chi's stance became even more firm. Those people couldn't wait any longer and said, "You asked for this." Immediately, another said, "Fellow Taoists, this evil heretic, we can kill him together." From behind, voices rang out in unison, "Kill him." They began advancing, attacking towards Tuo Chi, continuously making ear-piercing, vicious sounds. "You beast, taste my blade. Avenge our sect master." Tuo Chi's gaze suddenly turned dark as he said, "You think this is the extent of my abilities?" Hearing those words, everyone advancing immediately stopped in their tracks. Right away, they turned to each other and said cautiously, "He has a way out." Tuo Chi continued, "Let me show you my final move." Tuo Chi's gaze was like a bloodthirsty beast, staring intently at the group of people. He shouted, "Master, quickly save me." However, no matter how loudly Tuo Chi shouted, there was no response, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. Immediately after, Tuo Chi cheerfully said, "My master went to the bathroom. Sorry about that. Just wait a moment." On the other side, Han Zuduo was fiddling with the system's follow setting, especially the newsfeed. "It'll be a bit cleaner in a moment." After tidying things up, Han Zuduo said, "That's more like it." The system displayed, "Your friend Hoang Tun Thien was ambushed by fellow cultivators. Injury level, 75%. Your friend Zen Master of the 9 Peaks gained enlightenment. Lifespan increased by 300 years. Your beloved pet Chaos Hound was ambushed by demonic cultivators. Injury level, 641%. Your friend Chu Pham was ambushed by righteous cultivators. Injury level, 983%. Your friend Chu Pham was critically injured, hanging between life and death, and captured by the Dapshui sect. The disciple of Duong Thien Dong was ambushed by demonic beasts. Injury level, 3782%. Duong Thien Dong's disciple awakened the demonic saint bloodline, causing a surge in cultivation. After reading the notifications, Han Zuduo thought to himself, "It's chaotic out there. Isn't it better to just cultivate at home?" The system announced, "Friend status updated." Han Zuduo immediately paid attention, wondering if there were new updates. The system displayed, "Your disciple Tuo Chi is being pursued by 7 allied sects." After reading all the news, Han Zuduo stood frozen, at a loss for words. He then sighed and said, "What lucky sects are those?" Tuo Chi cried and shouted loudly, "Master, save me! Master, save me! Master, save me!" Hearing this, the other group was puzzled. An elder said, "We still haven't introduced ourselves." The elder clasped his hands behind Tuo Chi's back and bowed, "I am the elder of the Tongdi sect. If your master is here, please have him come out and talk." Tuo Chi trembled and sweated profusely. "Oh no. Could something have happened to my master?" Seeing Tuo Chi's frightened look, the group of people and the elder frowned. His expression doesn't seem right. The group angrily approached Tuo Chi, intending to attack and capture him for playing tricks. Tuo Chi cried out in fear, "Don't hit me. and fell to the ground. Tuo Chi called out, "There are 3 urgent matters for a person. Perhaps my master just had an urgent matter to attend to." Suddenly, a blinding light appeared, causing the group to lose their balance and be pushed back. Seeing this, the group was alarmed and looked up at the sky. The sky was pitch black, with red lightning bolts flashing brightly. They were terrified. What the hell is this? The weather wasn't like this before. Didn't the heavenly thunder tribulation already disappear? Tuo Chi glared up at the sky. "It's my master." The lightning bolts struck the group, causing them to cry out in alarm. "Ah, ah, ah, Tuo Chi." Tuo Chi spread his arms gratefully. "Thank you, master, for saving me. Master is forever amazing." 18 years later, the sky was vast and the ocean was boundless. Han Zuduo said to Zan Changren, who stood before him, "You've been in the sect for 18 years. Today, I will test your sword skills." Zan Changren bowed with clasped hands. "I have learned what you taught me, master." Han Zuduo was satisfied. "Very good. Let me see how far you've cultivated it." Zan Changren drew his sword. His gaze was sharp as he demonstrated the absolute sword skill. The absolute sword skill. To cultivate this sword skill, one must use profound love and desire to enter the way. Zan Changren fervently performed the sword moves, his love running deep, cutting away everything. He slashed wildly. This sword skill was perilous, requiring the elimination of the 7 emotions and 6 desires within. He leapt, changing his stance, his sword becoming desireless and emotionless, the 6 roots purified, the 4 elements unbound. But thinking of Xiao Mei, he bit his lip, unable to forget her. "Why can't I forget her? Has anyone truly mastered the absolute sword skill? Just this step of severing desire is harder than." Regaining his serious demeanor, he resolutely thrust his sword forward. "I cannot fail my master's expectations. Absolute detachment is the key." Before he could strike, 2 fingers suddenly extended and easily caught Zan Changren's sword tip. He was astonished, eyes wide. Xing Hongtuan remarked, "Your sword skill is not bad, just your cultivation is a bit low." Han Zuduo looked bewildered as he turned to Zan Changren, disappointed that his sword was so easily blocked. "Indeed, it is still not enough." He turned to Han Zuduo, "Master, could it be that I cannot transcend the emotion realm after all?" The protagonist stroked his face awkwardly. "Ahem, let me introduce her. This is your master's wife." Zan Changren was petrified. He stared dumbfounded at Xing Hongtuan and Han Zuduo's intimacy. She covered her face shyly. How embarrassing, so awkward. Zan Changren had a million questions in his mind. Was the absolute sword skill my master taught me a lie? "Master, are you really the foremost cultivator of detachment in this world?" Xing Hongtuan's voice rang out. "Husband, this is the divine skill I discovered for you." She proudly hugged Han Zuduo's neck. "Isn't this a great opportunity?" Han Zuduo was embraced by Xing Hongtuan. He pondered as he observed, "Indeed, not bad. Her cultivation has also greatly increased now, reaching the 8th level of the Golden Core realm." Han Zuduo turned to look at Xing Hongtuan affectionately. "But I have a divine skill that doesn't require all this." Making her angry, HMPH, "Very well then, I have something else to show you." Xing Hongtuan proudly presented before Han Zuduo some object, introducing it. "This is a rare fruit I discovered in an ancient secret realm. Eating it enhances one's vital essence and physical body. I only ate one, and could shatter a small mountain with a palm strike." As she spoke, Xing Hongtuan retrieved from her intimate area and handed the strange fruit to Han Zuduo. "Husband, please eat it. I have plenty more." The protagonist hesitantly accepted the strange fruit she offered. "Does your outfit really not have any pockets?" He pondered with eyes closed. "This woman always thinks for herself. I can't refuse her either." Suddenly Xing Hongtuan leaned in and whispered into Han Zuduo's ear, making him break out in a sweat. "Husband, I heard someone named Mu Zhu came looking for you before." Caught by Xing Hongtuan, Han Zuduo turned pale with fear, stammering that she had. "Let me explain." Xing Hongtuan placed a hand on Han Zuduo's shoulder. She forcefully pinned him to the ground, smiling. "We'll talk about that later." Xing Hongtuan blushed. Sometimes using a heavy hand is necessary. As Xing Hongtuan undressed Han Zuduo, he exclaimed, "Lady Xing, don't be so eager. Husband is here." Days later, Li Kangtsu came to Han Zuduo. "Elder Han, big trouble has arisen." He hurried. The blood-scorching celestial gate of the false cultivation realm has somehow acquired a highly skilled expert. They claim to unify the cultivator realms around them. Han Zuduo on this side. Han Zuduo's face turned as dark as a dried corpse. He sat dejected beside the soundly sleeping Xing Hongtuan. "This is too troublesome to deal with." Han Zuduo asked Li Kangtsu, what is this blood-scorching celestial gate you mentioned? He put on his robe and continued speaking, it hasn't been long, and we can't live in peace again. Li Kangtsu replied, the false cultivation realm next door has been unified by the blood-scorching celestial gate. They are preparing to attack our great realm. Their first target is our Jade Pure sect. Han Zuduo asked, how powerful is this blood-scorching celestial gate? Li Kangtsu sweated, it's not about how powerful they are. They have an expert at least at the virtual immortal realm. Han Zuduo stood before him. If it's just the virtual immortal realm, it's no problem. I'm worried there may be someone stronger at the immortal embodiment realm. Do you think there could be immortal embodiment cultivators? Li Kangtsu replied, it's possible. Otherwise, they couldn't have unified the false cultivation realm so quickly. Elder Han, you decide. Why don't we leave early? He gestured to flee while there was still time. Han Zuduo worriedly assessed the situation. If they attack our doorstep tomorrow, we may have to run. A brutal scene appeared before him. Li Kangtsu said, it won't come to that tomorrow. The distance between the false realm and our great realm is vast. Plus there will be obstruction from sects along the way. For them to truly attack the Jade Pure sect's mountain gate, it will take at least half a month. I'm just giving you advance notice. Han Zuduo felt relieved. In half a month's time, I may not even reach the immortal embodiment realm. Li Kangtsu said confidently, you will, I believe in your potential. Han Zuduo replied, then we don't need to flee the sect for now. There is one thing I don't quite understand. Han Zuduo asked, since we're all cultivators, but why don't we seclude ourselves to comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth, and pursue longevity and immortality? Why are we constantly fighting over territories, just like mortals? Li Kangtsu explained, the demonic nature of evil cultivators grows stronger as their cultivation level increases, especially after occupying more cultivation realms. They can obtain more cultivation resources. Li Kangtsu suddenly remembered, oh, that's right, Elder Han. There is news about your disciple. Han Zuduo didn't understand, what about Yang Tiandong? Han Zuduo recalled that Yang Tiandong had said that after attending the cultivation conference, he had been missing for many years. Li Kangtsu said worriedly, we found him, but he said he is now a demon king, living a good life, and has no plans to return for now. I'm worried he might end up like Zhu Fanmuo. Han Zuduo looked at him coldly, not with that tiny brain of his. Forget about him. Li Kangtsu, are you relieved now? Li Kangtsu wondered, oh, and also, recently there has been a demonic dog rampaging in the cultivation world. According to the disciples' descriptions, that demonic dog seems to be the one you raised. Han Zuduo replied, don't worry about it. It just wants to go out and cause trouble. Once it's taught how to be a proper dog, it will return. Li Kangtsu said in amazement, as expected of you. Li Kangtsu turned to leave, saying goodbye. I must go prepare for the blood-scorching celestial gate matter. Han Zuduo also waved goodbye. Yeah, bye. Don't get beaten up. A letter with Xing Hongtuan's portrait was left on the table, with the words, my dear husband, next time, your wife will continue to bring joy to the nation with you. Seeing this, Han Zuduo stood motionless, angry that the old man Li Kangtsu had ruined his plans. He had spoiled his big affair. He picked up the letter. Han Zuduo studied the joy of the nation, complementing and supplementing each other. The image of a seated man appeared, with 3 colored swords manifesting. The 3 absolute sword images were the ultimate sword techniques, the strongest single-body offensive move currently, with a high killing rate. The myriad sword sect could summon sword images from the river of history, suitable for large-scale attacks. Someone ran swiftly, avoiding the encircling swords. Although widespread, the precise destructive power was still weak. If the two were combined, Han Zuduo had an idea. If that's the case, why doesn't he create his own divine sword technique? The Tanyuan Martial Arts School. Huang Jihao was sitting there alone, quietly. The headmaster entered and addressed Huang Jihao. Still haven't figured it out. Huang Jihao, without opening his eyes, replied, I lost. My sword path cannot match yours. If you give me 100 more years, I will definitely defeat you. The Zhu sword sect nurtured me. I absolutely cannot betray the sect. Abandon such thoughts. Huang Jihao slowly opened his sharp eyes. The headmaster looked down at Huang Jihao with a dangerous gaze. If you stay with our martial arts school, I guarantee you can become the #1 sword cultivator. You may even have a chance to reach sword immortality. You have an innate sword heart, which the Zhu sword sect will only waste. Once you become a sword immortal, it will be an honor for the Zhu sword sect. Huang Jihao's face darkened. My sword path is truly unmatched. The headmaster shouted, of course. Huang Jihao slowly stood up. If that's the case, the headmaster said loudly, that's right, but I've met a demonic sword genius more talented than me. That person's sword path surpasses yours. The headmaster showed interest. Oh, where did you meet him? Surely not some remote place. At your grand banquet, right? Don't joke around. There couldn't be a sword cultivator stronger than me at your grand banquet. Huang Jihao coldly said, have you heard of the executioner elder of the Jade Green sect? His profound power is unfathomable, equivalent to a great cultivator of the Void Realm. Even Yuan Ingua of the Nine Dragons sect retreated with his tail tucked, not uttering a word about the battle, which shows the executioner elder's formidable power. Hearing this, the headmaster's face darkened as he raised his hand menacingly. Yuan Ingua's celestial realm of 4 merely wasn't up to par. He only reached the Void Realm through a fortuitous confluence of factors. To obtain resources, he even hired others to disgrace our Void Realm cultivators. Defeating him wouldn't be difficult. Suddenly, the swords of both unsheathed themselves, as if controlled by an evil force. The headmaster was astonished. What's going on? The swords are struggling. Huang Jihao was equally surprised. An earthquake. The headmaster realized, no, it's not an earthquake. Look outside. People were panicking. My sword flew away. My heirloom sword. Both Huang Jihao and the headmaster were shocked, exclaiming, this is. Seeing the swords floating in the air, the headmaster wondered, why are all the swords suspended? Huang Jihao didn't understand what was happening. The headmaster's eyes widened, the myriad swords homage. Suddenly, all the swords pointed in one direction. The sword spirits cried out, this is the primordial sword path. For a moment, the world seemed vast and boundless. Han Zuduo sat there majestically, opening his brilliant eyes to gaze ahead. His eyes shone brightly as he looked straight ahead. Looking in that direction, Huang Jihao stammered, that's the direction of the grand banquet. Why is it the primordial sword path? The headmaster explained, it's a kind of realm. Simply put, it's a millennial sword technique rarely seen. The headmaster's expression turned fearful. Unbelievable. I never expected there to be such an arrogant genius in this world. Han Zuduo's silhouette appeared. Huang Jihao opened his eyes wide in surprise. Could it be him? Huang Jihao said, if I joined the true martial school, could I cultivate such a divine ability? The headmaster walked forward, replying, with your sword talents, it's not impossible to reach this level. The headmaster scoffed, you really dare to think that? Forget it. After all, it's just a well-meaning lie. Suddenly, someone descended from the sky, leaping in front of the headmaster and Huang Jihao. That person glared, who dares? Looking up, you've comprehended the primordial sword path. I was born with a sword heart, but even after 3,000 years of bitter cultivation, I couldn't reach it. How is heaven so unfair? Huang Jihao was dumbfounded. Just now, you said I was born with a sword heart, and that it wasn't impossible for me to reach that level. Yet the headmaster next to you denies it outright. I didn't say anything. I'm just too bitter. Screams rang out from the Jade Green sect. Woe is me. People cried out, what should we do? Go get the swords. Let me borrow your dragon crest sword to use with my wife. The swords pointed towards that mountain. Han Zuduo was furious. I just came out this morning, and it's so noisy, disturbing my comprehension. Han Zuduo stepped out of the cave, shouting loudly, don't you have any decency left? Zan Chongxian and Ke Jia outside were terrified. Master, you've finally come out. Seeing the sea of swords floating in the sky, they were astonished. Han Zuduo's eyes widened in astonishment. What's going on here? Ke Jia and Zan Chongxian were terrified, saying, powerful experts are attacking our door. Let's hurry and run. Han Zuduo calmly said, wait. He looked at the radiance on his palm. Why does looking at these swords give me a feeling of grasping everything in my hand? Could this commotion be because of me? The radiance on Han Zuduo's palm disappeared, and at the same time, the glow of the swords in the sky dissipated. Waves of swords fell scattered before Han Zuduo. Ke Jia sighed, as expected of the master's extraordinary power. The crisis was resolved in an instant. Zan Chongxian praised, well done, master. System notification. Congratulations on comprehending the divine sword path ability, the primordial level. Please name it. Han Zuduo was puzzled. Primordial level. Abilities are divided into levels. He bit his lip, stroking his chin. Then let's call it the 3 sovereign swords. System notification. Name set successfully. Since this is your first comprehended ability, your chi cultivation has increased. You have the following choices. 1. Instantly manifest the 3 sovereign swords, shocking the world. You can obtain a spiritual treasure. 2. Cultivate humbly, continuing to grow stronger, until becoming invincible in your lifetime. and you can obtain a spiritual treasure. Han Zuduo didn't hesitate like before. System notification. You chose to cultivate humbly. Congratulations, you have obtained a spiritual treasure. Seeing Han Zuduo stand motionless, Keja asked, Master, why are you unmoving for so long? Zan Chongxian also wondered, did your power backfire? Suddenly, Han Zuduo radiated light, causing Zan Chongxian to shield his eyes, while Keja exclaimed, Ah, my chicken eyes. System notification. You have obtained a third-grade spiritual treasure. The Imperial Soil Taming Spiritual Rope. The Imperial Soil Taming Spiritual Rope. A third-grade defensive spiritual treasure, capable of automatically blocking attacks that could harm its master. Han Zuduo's beautiful appearance returned as he closed his eyes in thought. If I were to make a grandiose display of power now, would the system reclaim this spiritual treasure? Grandiose displays don't suit my way of doing things. Seeing Han Zuduo, Kejia's eyes turned into heart shapes, while Zan Chongxian exclaimed, Little beauty, it seems you can't stay humble anymore. At the Nine-Dragon sect of West Uyuan continent, in a tranquil incense-filled space, the sect master of the Nine-Dragon sect and Gai Nguyen sat facing each other. The sect master said, Junior brother Gai, this seat has come to discuss a matter with you. Gai Nguyen asked, What matter? He thought to himself, why has the Nine-Dragon sect master suddenly come to see me? The Nine-Dragon sect master closed his eyes. Junior brother Gai, you know our sect and the Gen Wu sect have been fighting for a long time, exhausting our resources severely. Currently, this seat intends for our sect's disciples to advance into the Gen 2 realm of Great Yan. The Gen 2 realm of Great Yan is weak, its royal chi waning, very suitable for our development. You have been to Great Yan before, so this seat wants you to take the vanguard. How about it? Hearing this, Gai Nguyen was extremely surprised. He pondered, advancing on Great Yan, isn't this just seeking death? Gai Nguyen replied, Senior brother sect master, Great Yan may not be as weak as its outward appearance suggests. Why don't we attack elsewhere instead? Sitting opposite, the Nine-Dragon sect master responded, It is precisely because they are weak that we must act against them. Since returning from that battle, why have you been so fearful and indecisive? So what kind of physique is that? Moreover, regarding this matter, if you handle it well, the position of sect master will eventually be yours. Don't disappoint me. Gai Nguyen angrily thought to himself, I don't want the pie you're offering. The Nine-Dragon sect master stood up. It's settled then, proceed with this. You prepare for the expedition. This seat will select disciples first. Sitting there, Gai Nguyen clenched his fists in anger at the old fox. You're forcing me into this. It won't be easy to live in peace. I was about to begin secluded cultivation. Yet this wretched fellow is giving me trouble again. It's time to start that plan. You wait for me. The man from back then has returned. Han Zuduo created the ancient sword technique, causing a momentary upheaval in the world. All the sects were in disarray. However, apart from a certain Taoist named Huang, amidst the crowded street scene, there was a certain Taoist holding a wooden plaque, pondering. No one would have thought that the great ability to create the ancient sword technique would be hidden in Great Yan. Soon after, he raised the plaque, which had Han Zuduo's image and name printed on it, the number 1 ancient sword immortal, and said, I swear on my integrity that what I say is true. Great Yan truly has a sword immortal. Soon after, some old man spoke up. How could a weak place like Great Yan's market produce a sword immortal? Then someone else said, your drawing skills need improvement. Sword immortals aren't that dark-skinned. The senior elder sat on the wall, letting one leg dangle, and leisurely said, all right, I believe you down there. The Taoist named Huang angrily stamped his foot and said, he really does look like this. Hey, everyone quickly left, ignoring his ramblings. Over here, the prophecy sculpture is almost done. Han Zuduo sat sketching for his sculpture, saying the carving needed a few more touches of color. System notification. Happy birthday. You have turned 300 years old, and have gone through 100 springs and autumns on the cultivation path. You have the following choices. 1. Leave seclusion immediately, displaying your might before the world. You may receive a lucky spirit beast egg. 2. Cultivate humbly, hiding your skills and fame, and you may obtain a spirit treasure. After reading the notification, Han Zuduo, system congratulations, sighed unconsciously. Has it really been 100 years already? Han Zuduo decided, I'll choose option 2. The system reported, you chose to cultivate humbly and obtained a spirit treasure, the heart-protecting celestial immortal necklace. A defensive spirit treasure, 3rd grade, able to automatically absorb spiritual energy from nature, until it reaches a full state, without affecting the owner's cultivation. In battle, it will automatically protect the owner. Han Zuduo thought, a good treasure. After receiving such a good item, Han Zuduo fell into a joyful mood. Black Rooster said, who knows how many good treasures the master has. Tran Trong sighed, master is so handsome. Seeing the two of them, Han Zuduo happily said, you came at just the right time. Today, your master is in a good mood, so I'll impart a magic art to you too. Black Rooster kept nodding, saying okay. Tran Trong also happily thanked his master. System update. Your disciple Duong Thien Dong was ambushed by demon beasts. Casualty count, 3,911. Your good friend Mak Fuck Ku was ambushed by orthodox cultivators. Casualty count, 672. Your good friend DKY was ambushed by evil cultivators. Casualty count, 3,028. Your good friend Chu Pham has committed countless murders. His karma is through the roof. Your good friend Huang Tun Tien was ambushed by orthodox cultivators. Casualty count, 105. Your spirit beast, the Chaos Heavenly Dog, was ambushed by evil cultivators. Casualty count, 4,003. Your disciple Takai's disciples were persecuted by the Da Jin imperial family. Over here, TKY was thrown into a room, causing him to ache all over. TKY asked aloud, where is this? A guard said disdainfully, this is Da Jin. The guard's sharp eyes looked towards TKY, saying, kid, consider yourself lucky. The emperor, specifically wants you to marry the crown princess. Before the wedding, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Immediately after, the door slammed shut quickly in front of TKY. The two guards outside were talking to each other. One said, can you believe it? This kid is so lucky to be able to marry the crown princess. But I heard, yesterday the crown princess took another male consort. The other replied, don't say that out loud. The royal teacher said the fate of the Da Jin dynasty lies with this kid. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? Inside, Takai's whole body started trembling. He thought this was the second time he had been captured by the royal family. TKY looked up, pondering. If I try to escape, I'll be opposing the entire dynasty. Master, you don't need to come. Then chaotic sounds came from outside. Help. TKY was surprised, wondering what was happening. It seemed there was a battle raging outside. TKY stood inside, puzzled, watching the guards outside shouting, run. What kind of monster is this? It's a locust. A locust. TKY peeked through the door crack, thinking, what's so scary about locusts? A gigantic green locust appeared before his eyes. TKY seemed tiny compared to the locusts crawling in front of him. Immediately, TKY froze motionless. The locusts swarmed around the area where he was imprisoned. TKY thought, master is master. Seeing the locusts becoming increasingly dense, flying in the air, TKY became overjoyed, saying, thank you master for the rescue. I will definitely try my best to complete the mission. Here, Hei UK and Tran Trong were still practicing hard. Han Tuyat looked at the display screen, her expression slightly changing. Takai's disciple has spread misfortune. The Da Jin dynasty is beset by locusts, floods, plagues, and disasters unseen in 1,000 years. Mountains and rivers are about to collapse. It has been a week since the locust plague began. To be honest, for many years I have gone through many difficulties, but was able to safely overcome them all thanks to Master's secret protection. The image showed TKY escaping outside, running and jumping merrily. He thought about trying to call his master, but received no response. Master is probably testing me, letting me experience loneliness. Takai's expression looked unsightly. Only when the heart is steadfast and can absolutely endure loneliness, can one achieve immortality. TKY looked towards a tree, where someone was sitting in the shade. He said, I should go take a closer look. As he got closer, he realized there was indeed someone there. TKY approached and asked, Senior, may I ask where this is? The suffering old demon answered, Northern Desert. Hearing this, TKY was stunned. The Northern Desert. It's been nearly 100 years, and I've finally arrived at the Northern Desert. TKY danced joyfully under the tree. Suddenly, he knelt down, looking up at the sky and said, Master, did you see that? TKY raised his hand toward the sky. Your disciple has not failed to meet your expectations. The suffering old demon saw this as unusual and said, You're so happy to have arrived at the Northern Desert. Do you know what the Northern Desert is? TKY suppressed his joy and replied, You really don't know. The Imperial Demon Sect is in the Northern Desert. Haven't you heard of it? The suffering old demon then asked suspiciously, Do you have a connection with the Imperial Demon Sect? TKY excitedly said, I will, once I join the Imperial Demon Sect. The suffering old demon said, Is that so? He continued, The threshold of the Imperial Demon Sect is high. Even if you've reached the Golden Core realm, it's not easy to join. Moreover, the northern desert is a land of demonic chaos. The suffering old demon's expression turned solemn as he said, "Let me advise you, Junior, don't step into the northern desert. This place is the abyss of the human world." Images of demons and humans fighting each other violently erupted everywhere, endless battles. To KY seemed embarrassed, saying, "Is that so? Then I'll be careful." The suffering old demon thought helplessly, a word of advice is hard to heed. To KY asked curiously, "Is there anyone in the northern desert stronger than my master?" 5 years later, at Bitter Cultivation Mountain, Tran Trongan and Hak Nok K were making a snowman. The snow had fallen. Seeing the two playing happily, Han Tuyat, standing nearby, also felt joyful. She thought the snowfall was getting heavier. A system notification caught Han Tuyat's attention. The system displayed a warning. A 10,000-year-old demon was about to awaken. You have the following choices. 1. Emerge immediately to slay the demon and save the mortals. You can obtain a spiritual treasure and inherit a divine ability once. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from the imminent danger. You can obtain a seed of a heavenly treasure. Han Tuyat suddenly thought of the 10,000-year-old demon. On the high mountain peak, thick snow fell in waves, covering the ground. Yang Tiandong asked, "How much longer?" The tree spirit replied, "Perhaps very soon. The great demon King Diansu will awaken from his deep slumber." Yang Tiandong's gaze suddenly became sharp, saying, "If he is truly powerful, why was he injured and in deep sleep for 2,000 years? The tree demon replied with a snort, "Over 2,000 years ago, this was still the territory of our demon race. Demon King Diansu was the sole ruler of this land, and all demons obeyed his command. Until one time, human cultivators strayed into this territory. Demon King Diansu saw one of them injured, and lent a helping hand. However, that person repaid kindness with enmity. He led countless cultivators to attack our Demon King. In a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed and sealed here. As for his demons, some died, some fled, leaving only a tenth of us remaining. Now, the sealing effect of those humans is gradually dissipating, meaning Demon King Diansu will soon awaken. The glory of our demon race will surely be restored." Yang Tiandong said, "Aren't those cultivators worried that Demon King Diansu will revive?" The tree demon replied, "Ha ha, the human heart is more wicked than demons." The tree demon continued, 2,000 years have passed, they have long ceased to unite against a common enemy. Perhaps they have even slaughtered each other. There are not many survivors left, so now is the perfect opportunity to make a comeback. Hearing this, Yang Tiandong took heavy, powerless steps without a word. Yang Tiandong immediately thought and said, "Once Demon King Diansu awakens, will you slaughter the human race?" The tree demon's eyes glowed red with anger as he said, "Of course, this territory originally belonged to us." Suddenly, Yang Tiandong thought of his master, Han Tuyat. He must find a way to disrupt from within. The tree demon immediately said warily, his demon aura protecting him. Right after, the tree demon pointed towards the mountain peak and said, "The peak ahead is where the Demon King was sealed. Though many years have passed, the pressure remains." "What are those followers saying from so far away?" Another replied, "It's not that far. The seal is dissipating." The cracking sounds of ice began to break out and split into bright cracks. Suddenly, a blazing red gaze began to open. A roar rang out, shattering all the layers of ice and snow surrounding the area. On the once freezing mountain peak, a warm radiant light suddenly burst forth. Those standing at the foot of the mountain, so far away, were still greatly affected, struggling to withstand the pressure. Seeing this, Yang Tiandong thought, the pressure is far more terrifying than what his master had brought upon him. Master is in danger. The system then displayed choice number 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from the imminent danger. You can obtain a seed of a heavenly treasure. The system added, "Congratulations, you have obtained a Bodhi tree seed." Note on the Bodhi tree, a divine tree, capable of absorbing heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. After 1,000 years, it can attract the golden crow. After 1,000,000 years, it can connect with other heavenly realms. Han Shui held the beautiful seed in her hand. After 1,000 years, it can attract the golden crow. Isn't the golden crow the sun? She continued thinking, after 1,000,000 years, it connects with other heavenly realms. 1,000,000 years is too long. She then called over Tran Trong and Hak Nuk K, who were making a snowman. "Come here, disciples." Tran Trongan wondered, turning to ask, "Master, what is it?" Han Shui handed Tran Trongan the seed. He asked curiously, "What is this?" Han Shui explained, "This is my treasured tree. You must plant it well." Then Han Suyet's gaze turned threatening, causing Tran Trongan to worry. "If it doesn't survive, I'll hold you accountable." Tran Trongan said nervously, trembling, Yes, disciple obeys. After being instructed, Tran Trong quickly hugged the seed and ran off to plant it beside Han Shui. The system continued to notify. Reading the system's notification, Han Suyet's gaze turned unsightly. From the side of the secret library, cursing sounds rang out. Rubbish. Rubbish. Still rubbish. The sounds coming from inside were truly grating. So this is the internal situation of the Jade Pure sect, truly weak. This is the #1 sect. How disappointing. An unfamiliar person with a mark on his head picked up a book and read. This one isn't bad, just too old. And it's not even hardcover. I'll read it later. First, I need to deal with that executioner elder. Then, those outside heard the commotion within and peeked in, asking, who is dressed like that? You don't seem to be from the Jade Pure sect. Immediately after that, at the Jade Pure sect, 2 gatekeepers rushed in, wanting to fight recklessly. How dare you defile the scriptures and barge into the forbidden grounds? Surrender and be arrested. Then, the image showed the 2 gatekeepers being kicked out. The Serene Immortal said, just this level of skill. No wonder the Executioner Elder is renowned as the strongest cultivator. The gap is quite large. He looked outside towards the mountain peak and said, after touring the sect, I feel this mountain peak has the densest spiritual energy, most likely the Executioner Elder's seclusion place. The Serene Immortal's gaze seemed to reveal improper thoughts. I really want to see what you look like, begging before me. How pitiful you'd appear. Ha ha ha, over here. Han Suyet's gaze turned gloomy as she said, if that's the case. The system appeared. Detected. The Serene Immortal is causing chaos at the Jade Pure sect. Suppress him. The Serene Immortal, 9th level of the virtual realm, an elder of the Blood Flame Heaven sect. After reading it, Han Shui said, I should deal with you then. In the sky, a man was soaring rapidly through the forest. A character was marked on his forehead, his mysterious blue eyes, and silver hair covered only half his head. A man with thick, black eyebrows and black hair on half his head said, Brother, I know you like to cultivate the Tao, but he is Lu Shu Budi, the sect master of the Blood Flame Heaven sect. The man with the character on his forehead and silver hair, wearing a long white robe, replied to Lu Shu Budi, of course. Lu Shu Budi, standing beside the man, continued, but this time, going to the great wilderness, you must not forget. What is our important objective? His tone was extremely serious. The man in the white robe with the strange character on his head continued, our important objective is to thoroughly investigate the sect's powerful enemies. I know this within reason. This time, my plan is to target their loyal disciples. He said, if the sect wants to grow stronger, we'll eliminate them gradually. If the sect is weak, we can directly destroy it. Currently, the Jade Pure sect's inner state is only like that. No wonder the Salvation Immortal refused to stay. The Jade Pure sect has always been frog in the well in cultivation, never making any progress. The spiritual energy is getting denser, so it's probably coming soon. If they don't listen, they seem to call this place the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality. He gently landed on the ground and continued, this name is fitting. Then he leapt back into the air. The man with the strange character on his forehead said, forget it, even if he doesn't agree, it's suitable for burying him. Suddenly, the entire space turned crimson. A bizarre shadow in the pitch-black void, with glowing red eyes, looked extremely terrifying, its mouth wide open. The figure of the man with the character on his forehead looked incredibly tiny in comparison. Sensing something was amiss, the eyes of the man with the character on his forehead quickly glanced to the side, appearing quite frightened. He said, is this an illusion? The so-called mountain of bitter cultivation was right before his eyes. For some unknown reason, he stood still in midair, with one hand raised as if casting a spell, and the other behind his back. He had reached the 5th level of the virtual realm. This was the first time he had seen some ancient monsters in the cultivation world that could not be judged by ordinary reasoning. It's better to be cautious, he thought and closed his eyes. On one side, Han Shuidi was sitting cross-legged on the ground, having succeeded in cultivation. He thought he had sensed it, perhaps he was the same. Han Shuidi slowly opened his eyes, thinking in his mind that he had arrived. The man with the strange character on his forehead, standing in the void, looked down to the ground, observing Han Shuidi sitting on the mountain's edge. He couldn't help but admire the handsome young man. The man had silver hair on one side of his head, a strange character on his forehead, and jade-green eyes. His face wore a smile as he looked down at where Han Shuidi was. He said, his cultivation is only at the 9th level of the Zuji realm. He's probably a disciple of Elder Zan Shen. Where is that little Zan Shen elder? The system reminded Tan Nian, The immortal has a favorable impression of you. The current favorable impression is 2 stars. Han Shuidi said, "What's the matter?" He just smiled and said, "Of course, I want to invite him to surrender and join our Bloodflame sect." His eyes widened. Han Shuidi only said one sentence, "Surrender." Then he opened his hand, pointing at the strange man. Han Shuidi said, "Why don't you just receive one of my sword strikes first?" He continued speaking. From somewhere, a deep red sword appeared, surrounded by brilliant red lights. The demonic sword was now in Han Shuidi's palm, its sword aura extremely tyrannical. This treasure had no ordinary origins. Han Shuidi shouted each word clearly, then began tracing a few sword paths in the air. The man with the strange character on his forehead gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide open. He said, "Realm of Resonance. Your elder Zan Shen." Han Shuidi didn't speak, only stabbing his sword into the ground. Surrounding the area, many rays of light burst forth, shooting up into the sky. The strange man didn't have time to react before being suddenly attacked by the rays of light from beneath the ground. He let out a long cry of awe. He thought he had been careless and should withdraw. His gaze turned upwards, realizing the danger above. His path of retreat had been sealed. He couldn't escape anymore. The sword aura was too tyrannical, he couldn't withstand it. He would definitely die. He raised his hand, the thumb and index finger moving, thinking, "Now, take that out and escape in the chaos." He took out the profound Lotus Supreme Pagoda. "Sorry, little Tan." A brilliant azure light burst forth from him. It dazed Han Shuidi. He raised his 2 fingers to his forehead. His eyes turned red as he said, "Damn it, the loss is too great. I'll remember this debt." The spiritual treasure self-detonated, emitting a blinding amber light. On one side, blood came from his mouth, causing him to cough violently for a long time. He vomited a pool of blood onto the ground. He collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching his chest, breathing rapidly. The tyranny of the sword aura was unprecedented. Its lingering breath still affected him. Just one move, yet his face was full of fear, worried that it had pushed him to that extent. He slowly stood up, thinking, "What kind of demon is Elder Zan Shen? I can't stay here long. I must quickly report this to the Bloodflame Palace." Soul-splitting technique. His body split into 2. If one side dies, the other will become the main body. His eyes widened, the self-detonation failed. Luckily he still had an escape route left. Thousands of red rays seemed to explode in space. The azure light shot towards him. Han Shuidi thought, spiritual energy materialized. Another clone encountering trouble. My true power has been exposed. Han Shuidi stood on the snowy mountain edge. The wind blew his hair. Han Shuidi thought he had made a mistake. It would make the enemy more cautious. This time it won't be easy to deal with. I wonder if they will attack again. He took something from the bag beside him, then from his body, he had it. Han Shuidi took out a talisman covered in spells. Whoever touches that talisman, he thought, will make it easier to target the enemy. How troublesome. 3 years later. 12:11. Groups of people were shouting, practicing punches and staff strikes, shouting out loud. Lu Busho stood by, yelling, "Don't forget the forms. Fight each battle seriously." A voice came from behind, "Brother disciple, we've finally returned." Lu Busho's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Senior brother Mo, why are you in such a wretched state?" The other was the man with the strange mark on his forehead. Now he was wrapped in bandages, his arms in splints, leaning on a staff, looking utterly wretched. He said, "I lost my clone and was severely injured by the backlash of my spiritual energy." The man with the mark on his forehead continued, "But more than that, on the way back, I encountered many misfortunes." Lu Busho said, "If that's the case, it's not a big problem." The man looked around, puzzled, and asked his martial brother, "This person is Lu Busho?" "That's correct," he replied. Behind them was a banner for the great feast. The oath-taking for the battle feast. Lu Busho raised his hand, pointing to the disciples who had finished training. "Senior brother, your timing is perfect." The man asked in confusion, "What?" Lu Busho grinned, giving a thumbs up, "Let's go flatten the great feast together." Recalling the previous scene, the man with the strange mark gaped in horror, trembling as he said, "Absolutely don't go to the great feast." The man with the strange mark shouted loudly, "Martial brother, you absolutely cannot go," he said. "The Yuqing sect of the Great Feast has formidable experts who have not surfaced. I couldn't withstand even one of their moves. We should postpone this military campaign." Lu Busho asked worriedly, "Senior brother, are you telling the truth?" That man pointed at himself, at his bandaged body. With a panicked look, he said, "If not, do you think this state of mine is just an act?" Lu Busho also said, but our Shuiyuan sect has already made preparations. If we abandon all our preparations now, wouldn't that be a waste? Moreover, our sect has just unified after a great crisis. Morale is high. It wouldn't be good to dampen their martial spirit now. Below were tens of thousands of soldiers, brimming with valor, standing in strict formations. Lu Busho said, "Senior brother, we need to seize resources, so we must go on this campaign. Do we have any guest experts? Otherwise, we likely can't win." The man with the strange mark on his forehead, his head wrapped in white bandages, said solemnly, "Executioner God, I've always been humble before. The Yuqing sect could become the #1 sect of the Great Feast. He must have great attainments. Outwardly, he's at the void comprehension realm, but the feeling he gives me is profound and unfathomable. Even if that guest expert faces him, he may not necessarily gain the upper hand. Martial brother, you know my intuition is quite accurate." Lu Busho's face drained of color as he said, "Oh. Then he raised his hand to give an order. The troops below shouted in unison, "Then we'll attack Shuyuan County instead." The crowd below murmured in confusion, "Wasn't it the Great Feast? Now we're going to Shuyuan County. Don't we have to pass through the Great Feast territory? It can't be helped, we'll just go through it. Why not just attack them directly?" Lu Busho raised both hands to the sky and said, "The Julong sect of Shuyuan County recently suffered a calamity. While they are weak, we should strike them. This is also an opportunity for us to rise up." The crowd below roared with soaring morale. On one side, the man with the strange mark on his forehead, leaning on his staff, looked down and said, "At that time, I will join the battle and contribute my strength to the sect." Lu Busho said in surprise, "That would be excellent. Thank you, senior brother." He looked at Lu Busho thanking him and thought of the Great Feast. Why does it have such a formidable expert? In the north of the Great Feast, the demons were kneeling. An evil demon spoke up, "From now on, you are all my demon generals. Any objections?" he asked. Mu Shane, standing aside, smiled and said, "Listen to the Demon King's instructions. Demon King, when can we slaughter the human race?" From the swirling dust and smoke, a hazy demon figure gradually appeared. Its red eyes flickered in the air. He said, "Slaughter the human race. When did I say I would slaughter the human race?" The demons remained kneeling on the ground. One of them closed his eyes, pondering. Half-demon aura, half-human aura. For a half-demon, half-human to have such powerful breath, it's deeply hidden. No wonder they didn't detect it. Quite interesting. A voice called out, "Little demon, come here." The long-haired white-haired boy kneeling on the ground looked up in surprise. The towering figure of that demon, or the so-called Demon King, was truly terrifying and imposing, his oppressive aura suffocating. It felt like descending into an abyss, with the Demon King as the master of that abyss. The Demon King approached the boy. He knelt on the ground, silently thinking he was done for. The scene shifted. Somewhere in the Julong sect, a person was tightly bound by thousands of chains to a large round boulder. A voice echoed from somewhere, "Naguyuan, old man. In this life, I cannot share the sky with you." The haggard man with gray hair, wearing a purple robe, was the sect leader. He held a short sword and said, "Senior brother, it has been years since I returned from the Yuqing sect." The one chained to the boulder spoke weakly. You. He continued, "Let me tell you, it's been 65 years. He raised the sword and said, "Do you know what I've been through these 6 years? Since I returned, every second, every minute under your control. I couldn't do anything without your permission. To buy the loyalty of your followers, I spent no small effort. Now I've finally caught you." My junior brother wouldn't have thought so far ahead. He brought the sword to the neck of the one chained to the boulder, who had closed his eyes. He said, "Who are you, after all?" From within, a voice called out, "Sect leader." People in purple robes stood on both sides. One in a purple robe, holding a paper, said, "Sect leader, what is our direction for development? Where are the sect rules?" The sect leader said, "Nothing special, just cultivate diligently." The one in purple continued, "Then shall we continue preparing to attack the Great Feast?" The sect leader glanced and shouted, "No one is to mention the Great Feast. Whoever mentions it, I will not spare them." The other replied, "Yes, sect leader." Han Ju, holding a book, sighed, "You've been saying that for so long. In the Fate book, no calamity has appeared at all. Selling scrap metal doesn't bring much money. Let's just roast the meat and be done with it. No one wants to die." Han Ju placed the book down beside the boulder. He raised his arms, stretched his shoulders, and continued speaking. "Last time I was too careless in battle. I didn't expect the enemy to be as cautious as me. The Fate book couldn't do anything. Next time I encounter an enemy, I must use a technique to eliminate them." Then he heard someone calling, "Elder Han, Master." Oh no. Li Kongsu said in a trembling voice. Han Ju calmly replied, is it the 10,000-year demon attacking, or the blood flame heavenly gate arriving? Li Kongsu said, neither. It's Nguyuan, the new sect leader of Julong sect. You think he's come for revenge? Han Ju said, what? He became the sect leader. The image of the man appeared, asking, do you need me to be the sect leader? It left Han Ju stunned, pondering, I guess that works too. The system displayed, name, Hoang Tun Thien, sect leader of Julong sect. Realm, first level of virtual immortality. Personality, cautious, willing to use any means to survive. Current threat level, 5 stars. Looking at the information, Han Ju thought, as expected of an old fox. Then he said to him, rest assured, elder. Nguyuan and I had a promise. He won't come to bother us. Hoang Tun Thien asked in surprise, really? That's great, Elder Han. Han Ju turned and said, if there's nothing else, elder, I'll continue my cultivation. Suddenly, he said, oh, wait. Han Ju turned, puzzled, and asked, what is it? He immediately replied, Elder Han, are you willing to become the 4th sect leader of the Yuqing sect? No, I can't. Over the years, the Yuqing sect has invested so much effort over the years. Your achievements, your status, make you worthy of being the sect leader. There's no one more suitable than you. Han Ju felt powerless, shaking his head, I refuse. As he turned to leave, Han Ju thought, being the sect leader is really not easy. Not to mention getting beaten up every day, but having to manage this and that. The key is having no time for cultivation. Hoang Tun Thien hurriedly said to him, Elder Han, please reconsider. And so he was left standing there like a stone statue. Outside, he saw someone carrying water walk by. Hoang Tun Thien thought, after all these years, the tree of life has grown tremendously. I remember before, at the sprouting stage of this tree of life, it couldn't produce such a massive spiritual aura. What kind of heavenly treasure is this? Moreover, this spirit pet has already reached the golden core realm. It's stronger than some disciples in our sect. They can't even compare to a chicken. The new clothes aren't bad either. Hoang Tun Thien suddenly looked behind him in surprise, and thought, another golden core spirit beast. Then he realized it was Yang Tiandong, the half-human half-demon. Yang mournfully said, Master, you've returned. Han Ju immediately questioned, you know how to come back? Suddenly he burst into tears, hugging Han Ju tightly and wailing, Master was captured by a demon king. After much peril, he finally became a demon king himself. But the demon subordinates were too many to kill. Han Ju said helplessly to Tiandong, this demon king image of yours is hard to find convincing. Tiandong continued, who would have thought the great wilderness would see the Diantic demon king emerge, the strongest demon in history. Hearing this, Han Ju was surprised and wondered, could it be that ancient 10,000-year-old demon? Tiandong's face darkened as he continued, the initial demon kings of the great wilderness could only submit before him. He even forced me to become his adopted son. He has a grand scheme, to nurture the human race of the great wilderness, and is now preparing to mobilize the demon hordes to march on the borders. Han Ju was surprised and asked him to repeat what he said. Tiandong immediately replied, now, the Diantic demon king is preparing to conquer the great wilderness. Han Ju said that wasn't what he said before. Tiandong humbly replied, the Diantic demon king forced me to be his adopted son. I couldn't refuse. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. Han Ju couldn't believe that his disciple could be so foolish, to be taken hostage by the enemy. He angrily asked Tiandong how powerful the demon king was. Imagining his image in Han Ju's mind, his power must be extremely formidable, at least at the merged cultivation realm. Before he came to the great wilderness, the strongest demon king was only at the spirit condensation realm. But the Diantic demon king, with just his aura, could subdue them all. Tiandong said helplessly, I only managed to escape by claiming to scout the great wilderness. Master, we must flee quickly. Han Ju immediately replied, we're not fleeing. This surprised Tiandong, who asked, what do you mean? Han Ju grinned and said, you go back and meet that demon king. Tell him you greatly admire him. In short, help me put in a good word, so that he would have a good impression of my master. After saying that, he squinted his eyes and smiled brightly at Tiandong. Tiandong's face turned red as he looked at Han Ju and asked, Master, are you preparing to join the enemy's side? Suddenly, Han Ju kicked Tiandong out and instructed, just do as I say, or leave quickly. 3 months later, the system displayed a notification. Your good friend, Huang Ju Hao, was ambushed by evil cultivators X-42. Your good friend, Huang Ju Hao, gained enlightenment during cultivation and comprehended a divine ability. Your disciple, Zhu Qi, was ambushed by fellow disciples X-31. Your disciple, Zhu Qi, spread misfortune. The aura of the Yu demon sect declined. Your Dao companion, Zan Jingjun, comprehended the life and death Dao, greatly increasing his attainments. Your spirit pet, Tian Juhunden, was ambushed by evil cultivators X6. After reading the notifications 287, Hanju said to Zhu Qi, "So you actually joined the Yu demon sect, you brat." Suddenly, the system notified, "The Diantic Demon King has taken a liking to you. Current favorability is 1 star. Looking at the Diantic Demon King's information, he is currently at the 4th level of the Merged Realm, a 10,000-year-old demon. Filled with hatred towards human cultivators, his nature is deceitful. Favorability is 1 star. After reading this, Hanju thought, finally, it has come. Yang Tiandong did well. I don't know how you convinced him. At the same time, Yang Tiandong took out a picture of Hanju, showed it to the Diantic Demon King and said, "My master greatly admires you." The demon tree said, "Indeed, she is a great beauty. How about making her a camp consort? What does your majesty think?" Tiandong immediately replied, "My master is not a woman." The wooden demon spirit said, "Rest assured, we demons do not care about such things. Look how pleased his majesty is." Hanju placed his hand on the table, pondering, "Prepare for everything. The 4th level of the Merged Realm. With my 7th level of the Void Realm cultivation, my chances of winning are not high. But the curse of fate can do more, without fear of being detected. The previous curse has been verified. Even for high-level cultivators, they cannot calculate the cause and effect of curses. Although there is no record of cursing enemies to death, it can threaten the enemy, regardless of their cultivation level." Looking at the words Li Qiwanlong had written last week, he thought further, as long as these people are on the friends list, then the book can be used to curse them. If only names are written, the curse's power will not be strong enough. That's the reason why before, I couldn't curse enemies to death. Li Qiwanlong is a prime example. The key is that I've never cursed with full power. Cursing with full power requires a large amount of spirit energy. This time, I'll try using all my spirit energy to curse the Diantic Demon King. Let's see what effect it will have. Suddenly, the book glowed, shining directly onto Hanju's face. And slowly, someone's eyes appeared, staring intently at him. In a place covered in deep snow, the Diantic Demon King suddenly opened his mouth wide, as if shouting, while continuously coughing up blood. 5 hours later, is this a curse? Who have I offended to deserve such a vile tactic? Could it be that they have returned? Impossible to return after 10,000 years. The Diantic Demon King, taken by surprise back then, looked ahead. Over here, over here. He looked at the glowing pillars. Could this be a divine relic? Are there immortals and Buddhas in the heavens? You all. Is this because I planned to destroy the great banquet? So you've come to warn me? At this moment, on Hanju's side, blood was flowing from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Hanju muttered, 5 hours. The first time cursing for such a long duration. System notification. Your friend, the Diantic Demon King, has been afflicted by a curse. Severely injured. Virtue decreased. Seeing the information, he exclaimed loudly, the Curse of Fate book has finally responded for the first time. Closing the book, Hanju thought, let's end it here. Using the Curse of Fate book at full power, the effect is formidable. A 5-star rating, only a 1000 injury, but an 800 self-loss. The blood on Hanju's face was a side effect caused by the curse. The burden was too great. Hanju decided, I'll curse the Diantic Demon King once every 3 years, so he won't pay attention to me. And so, time passed for 10 years. At this moment, near the tree with the stuck knife, there was the sound of someone continuously panting. It turned out to be the pink-haired girl, her face flushed and breathing rapidly. Hanju's face also turned red. He looked up and indeed, that's how it was. That's quite stimulating, the pink-haired girl said while eating noodles, but it's too spicy. Husband, what did you do? He immediately replied, snail noodles. It used to be my specialty. Suddenly, Hanju glanced over to the other side. He sensed 2 auras at the Void Realm cultivation level. They had arrived at the Jade Green sect, and he believed one of them was an old friend. The pink-haired girl asked while eating, what's wrong, husband? Hanju replied, it's nothing. You wait a bit, I'll be right back. The pink-haired girl eagerly said, husband, come back soon. The noodles will get cold and won't taste good anymore. Otherwise, I can help you eat them. Standing in front of the Jade Green sect's gate, one of the two asked the other, is this the place you mentioned? It turned out that person was Shangquan Chu Jian, at the 9th level of the Void Realm cultivation. He was the sword discipline elder of the Chen Wu sect. He continued to the person beside him, Are there really powerful experts here as you said? I can't sense any strong sword aura. It seems to be just like that. Huang Juhao immediately replied, don't speak so carelessly. Last time, I thought the same, and the result was. Suddenly, the two of them turned around in surprise. Before they could finish speaking, Han Ju stepped out from inside and asked, what brings you to the Jade Green sect? Seeing him, Huang Juhao said, greetings, senior. As he spoke, Juhao wondered since when he hadn't sensed his aura. The one named Shangquan Chu Jian was surprised, thinking, is this the senior that Juhao described? He looked at the picture in his hand and asked Juhao, you need to practice your drawing skills a bit more, to portray a handsome man as a crippled dwarf like this. Juhao said awkwardly, I really didn't know that the senior had changed his hairstyle. Shangquan Chu Jian immediately replied, that's not the point. Han Ju helplessly asked Huang Juhao, if you were being kidnapped, blink once. Juhao pointed at Shangquan Chu Jian and said, senior, rest assured, we mean no harm. As the #1 sword cultivator, I've come to seek guidance. Han Ju replied, I am Shangquan Chu Jian of the Chen Wu sect in West Zan province. Now, I wish to exchange pointers with you on swordsmanship. Han Ju asked in confusion and frustration, exchange pointers. Then he thought, since he had reached the 9th level of the Void Realm, how dare he? That Shangquan Chu Jian sneered and said, friend, rest assured. It's just a friendly exchange. It will absolutely not affect the relationship between the Jade Green sect and the Chen Wu sect. We will stop at the right moment. Han Ju said with a long sigh, I'm really afraid of such troubles. Let me strike with one sword. If you can withstand it, I'll admit defeat. Hearing those words, Ju Hao was so shocked that he turned pale. Shangquan Chu Jian sneered and asked, are you looking down on me? On the contrary, I want to see what's so special about this one sword of yours. Then Han Ju raised his head and said to him, then I must offend you, senior brother. After that, from Han Ju's hand, a blood-red sword appeared. Ju Hao seemed to understand that, and immediately thought, we're dead for sure. The senior is even stronger than before. Shangquan Chu Jian gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. His body froze, unable to control itself, and he had some thoughts. He grabbed his weapon, thinking he couldn't face the attack head-on. Han Ju slashed horizontally with his sword, creating an arc along with the name of that move, the heaven-shocking demon god sword. The attack was about to hit Shangquan Chu Jian. He suddenly realized that in the blink of an eye, it would be on his face. Shangquan Chu Jian froze, as if time had stopped. Memories from his childhood to adulthood, along with the ups and downs of his life. He tilted his head to the side. He was too surprised to move. Then Han Ju made his weapon disappear. Then he said with his left hand, indeed, I almost hit the mark. Ju Hao asked Han Ju in fear, did you hold back out of mercy? He looked at Shangquan Chu Jian and said, it seems you couldn't even withstand one sword. Suddenly, he knelt down. Then he kept thinking, not only could I not withstand it, I didn't even have a chance to fight back. As the top swordsman of the Chen Wu sect in West Zan province, I couldn't even block one of his swords. What a waste. How can I still claim to be the top swordsman now? Just thinking about it is ridiculous. Han Ju approached and said, don't be discouraged. As the saying goes, there are always higher mountains. Only after going through wind and rain can one see the rainbow. Your talent is decent. In the future, you may even surpass me. Seeing Han Ju smile and encourage him like that, Shangquan Chu Jian's eyes welled up with tears. He then knelt before Han Ju and admitted his defeat. Seeing Shangquan Chu Jian's helpless state, unable to do anything, Han Ju thought, did I go too far? Perhaps he didn't mean to cause trouble, but simply came to seek guidance. Ju Hao approached and asked Shangquan Chu Jian, are you alright? Has your will been damaged? Han Ju said to them, when I struck, I held back. He should recover quite quickly. Don't speak of today's events outside. Suddenly, Shangquan Chu Jian spoke up, senior, please wait. Then he asked, may I have your courtesy name, senior? Han Ju was silent for a while. It turned out he was asking Han Ju's courtesy name. Han Ju remained silent for some time. Then he turned and replied, Lunwei. After saying that, Han Ju left. Shangquan Chu Jian then muttered, Lunwei, what divine being is the senior, after all? Ju Hao patted his shoulder to console him, don't think too much about it. It's good enough that he spared you. At least you weren't injured. I was in a worse state than you initially. Shangquan Chu Jian continued, could this courtesy name mean he's a recluse? My experience is like a frog at the bottom of a well. System reminder, Shangquan Chu Jian has developed goodwill towards you. Goodwill level, 3 stars. After reading this, you thought, aren't these geniuses a bit too easy to please? Just a round of sparring, and they develop goodwill. Revealing a courtesy name like that does seem rather cool, but it will be quite troublesome later on. Zhang Zhao was extremely distressed. This jade tree was planted by the 9 patriarchs themselves on the day the sect was founded. He was flustered to see it broken, saying, "It's over 1,000 years old. Who cut it down?" "You said, I saw it was a cat with my own eyes." He shouted, "A cat? What cat could have such immense power? And why is the ground cracked all over like this? Redrawing the maps will be such a hassle." You thought wearily, this opponent is a bit too over the top. The scene is too grandiose. Some techniques will increase in power as one's cultivation level rises. You thought helplessly, I need to comprehend a technique that can modestly strike the enemy without affecting the surrounding environment. At the Demon King's place. Why do I feel this way, after all? The Demon King screamed in pain. Who is targeting me? Everything around had been shattered long ago. A toad reported, "Your Majesty, the Demon King, your adopted son, Yang Tianxian, your celestial east, has arrived." He wondered, oh, what does he want to see me for now? Let him in. He entered and paid respects, saying, "Father, I heard you were troubled, so I came especially to help resolve your troubles." He was surprised. "Oh, you know about my troubles." He continued, "Father, I recently had a diviner read the hexagrams for me. The hexagrams said your troubles are related to your ambitions." He was surprised. "Is that so?" He asked, "Could this curse be related to my desire to attack the human race?" You looked at your father and said, "It's possible. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Perhaps it really is because of this that the immortals are punishing me." He said slowly, "In that case, Father, our plan to attack the human race will be abandoned." He bowed his head and said, "Temporarily, let's drop it. You can announce it to those below." He knelt and paid respects. Yes. He thought, that was easy. I've deceived him. Master Daewon is safe now. But it's not enough. I have loftier goals. A great man living under heaven cannot remain under another's command. As he left, he looked around. He gazed resolutely ahead, thinking, wait until I reach the Dianzu realm, old man. The Demon King's position will be mine sooner or later. Half a year later, 2 people were conversing on a rocky peak. The purple-haired one said to Huang Zhihao, "I think I've regained my confidence." Huang Zhihao asked, "Oh, and this senior you speak of was defeated by you while you were in the Highlands blood-opening state. Now you know your level, right? Not everyone is like Senior Han." The purple-haired one said, "I plan to return to the martial sect and seclude myself for a time, to consolidate my Dao heart. After that, I'll come back to challenge that senior." Huang Zhihao said wearily, "By the time that happens, I won't be able to carry you back." Suddenly, something appeared, causing their swords to violently shake. Huang Zhihao said, "What's going on? Has someone comprehended the myriad sword Dao again?" Huang Zhihao said fearfully, "You don't think it's him again, do you?" The purple-haired one lowered his head in fear, saying, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To comprehend the myriad sword Dao once in a lifetime is already heaven's summit. How could he?" More and more lights shone from the sky. Huang Zhihao said, "But it seems to be coming from Daewon." The purple-haired one fell silent, at a loss for words. In some distant place, an old man said, someone has comprehended the intent of the myriad ancient swords." He tried divining, but after a while, he was surprised to find it strange. He could not continue the divination. The hexagram showed the word reincarnation. He wondered what this meant, whether it referred to the laws of heaven and earth, or to some cultivator. The sky gradually turned purple. He cried out, "The sky is changing color. What is happening? Could a great ability have appeared in the world?" Someone said, "Master, this strange sky phenomenon is the myriad swords resonating together. There must be a terribly powerful expert." He said, "Remain calm, everyone, don't worry. In the past, didn't we experience the myriad swords resonating before? Nothing happened then. This time will be no different." Though he said that, in his heart he thought, what bad luck. Why does the Jade Pure sect have to suffer so many calamities? He didn't know whether Senior Han had been alarmed. If he left because of this, the Jade Pure sect would be in trouble. He was afraid. It seems impossible to find the Ding Hai divine needle again. He concentrated his power here, and then saw a figure. He closed his eyes tightly again, only to see many people surrounding him. He opened his eyes wide in shock, seeing himself standing before them, surrounded by vague figures. He wondered where this place was. He wondered where this place was. He was clearly in the cave mansion just now. How did he suddenly end up here? The system notified him, this is the river of Sword Dao. Walking in the river can temper one's will of the Sword Dao. The higher one's sword Dao aptitude, the farther one can go in the river. In the river, he listened for a while and understood. He looked around, thinking how desolate it was. He didn't know what scenery awaited at the end of this river of sword Dao. Those who could walk ahead of him proved that their sword Dao attainments were higher than his. He was fortunate he didn't go out, or he would have encountered these people and would surely have lost. He couldn't catch up to them first. As he took a step, he seemed to notice something. Suddenly, a terrifying face appeared, saying, "A mortal dares to reach the immortal realm. You are not qualified. Leave at once." He was startled. The immortal realm. That person's fiery red eyes glared at him, and he was immediately struck back to reality. A dense mist came from somewhere, enveloping him. Han Shuihui could only see his silhouette now. He cried out in pain. He collapsed, panting, wondering who that person was. Only his sword intent allowed him to avoid injury. His face contorted with anger, relieved that person didn't intend to kill. Otherwise, his Yuanshin could have been destroyed. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Taishu sword intent. It is called the reincarnation sword intent. For the first time comprehending the Taishu sword intent, you have obtained a spirit treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Taishu grade spirit treasure, heart calming pill. Heart calming pill. A Taishu grade 6th rank spirit treasure. It can assist in increasing cultivation speed. It can calm the heart and dispel demonic thoughts. He opened his eyes wide, thinking Taishu grade. He recalled the vision from earlier. That person said a mortal dared to reach the immortal realm. He lowered his head, wondering if this was the level transcending the mortal realm for the immortal realm, perhaps the world after ascension. He tried the spell in his hand, thinking that if so, those people in the river of sword Dao earlier must have ascended. That would make sense. Their cultivation was formidable. Their sword intent must be exceptional as well. He waved his hand, using a spell, his expression unchanged. He thought if someone challenged him later, using the reincarnation sword intent would be quite accurate. Moreover, it wouldn't cause too much commotion. At the demonic sect, one of Han Shuihui's disciples gripped a sword tightly, staring intently at the human figure, thinking focus. Focus. Suddenly, the intact human figure was decapitated, startling the disciple. He froze for a few seconds, then sat down and began crying, "Master, I finally produced sword chi." Below the demonic sect, many people were standing, watching the higher level members fight. Zhu Qi leaned on his hand, feeling dejected, thinking, "Master, why haven't you taken action yet? If you don't act soon, I'll be forced to cultivate demonic arts." A figure appeared under the moonlight, then leapt down, saying, "Stop training, Elder Shuya has passed away." All disciples go pay respects immediately. Everyone was shocked and angry. How is that possible? Elder Shuya was still in good health yesterday, wasn't he? It might be a backlash from his cultivation. He stared ahead, saying, "This morning I was still by his side, listening to his teachings. Who would have thought he would leave like this? Could it be that Master has taken action?" In the room, Elder Shuya lay with his eyes closed, lifeless. Someone said, "Fellow disciple Shuya, you have tried your best. This secret technique can sustain the soul for 15 minutes. Since you died so suddenly today, do you have any final words?" The sect master of the demonic sect, Du Quan, Elder Shuya's soul floated out of his body, staring at Du Quan, saying, "To be honest, I feel vexed, unsure of the cause of my death." Du Quan replied, "From the circumstances, the cause of your death seems to be your lifespan ending. But two elders once divined that you would die from a curse." Elder Yarin glared at him with red eyes, saying, "Then don't blame me. It's been nothing but misfortune. Constantly plagued by demonic thoughts during cultivation, my cultivation not only didn't improve, it regressed." A bald man suddenly said, "Senior brother, do you know whose doing this is? We must avenge you, brother." Elder Yarin also looked puzzled, saying, "It's hard to say, for I have killed all my enemies clean. There should be no lingering enmity. Unfortunately, it's not easy to regain a physical body." As he was about to talk about his revival plans, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Wait, that plan was thwarted that time. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring intently, thinking of Han Shuihui. After he returned, my grand plan started going awry. Could it be his doing? But he shouldn't have such great ability, yet eliminating all other possibilities. What cannot be is the truth. Elder Shuya's soul was gradually dissipating. Du Quan said in fear, "Oh no, fellow disciple. Don't be so agitated, it will only accelerate the dissipation of your soul. It will only hasten the dissipation of your soul." As he was about to disappear, he still tried to say, "Senior brother, fellow disciples, I have one final word, absolutely do not go to Dian." and never provoke the Jade Pure sect of Dian. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul began to dissipate. Duquan cried out, "Fellow disciple Shuya." Those around also chimed in saying, "Fellow disciple, your parting instructions. That demonic pet of yours, you haven't left it behind. Senior brother, you haven't told us where your treasure is hidden, senior brother." Duquan asked sternly, "What is this Dian place?" Those around replied they didn't know. "We don't know. Sect master, we should send people to investigate." Duquan said with some trepidation, "No, we cannot. It's too dangerous to disobey his warning." What did our fellow disciple mean in the end? Even provoking them is forbidden. What kind of taboo is this? System notification. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was ambushed by the Demon King. Your good friend Chu Fan was hunted down by an orthodox sect. Your good friend Chu Fan was ambushed by orthodox cultivators X4. Your good friend Chu Fan was severely injured. He encountered a great cultivator and escaped the crisis of life and death. Your enemy Shuya has died. His body perished. His soul entered reincarnation. Your good friend Kichuan Shanzi went astray into the ruins of an ancient sacred ground. Your spirit pet, the Chaos Heavenly Hound, was ambushed by demonic beasts X6. Your two spirit pets, the Chaos Heavenly Hound, enraged your lover. Your enemy Shuya has died. You were startled, your eyes widened, saying, "Enough." A book appeared with 3 names, one of which, Li Xiaolong, was crossed out, unknown why. How long can you two persist under the book's tribulation? Outside, the snowstorm continued to fall. A sound came from inside the cave. He angrily punched the wall hard. Then he shouted, "This king can't take it anymore. Why is this happening? I clearly swore an oath to the heavens. Why must I suffer such punishment?" He shouted so loudly that the person next to him felt afraid. He turned to face Yang Tiandong, asking Yang Tiandong, "What should your father do?" He seriously answered, "Obligation. Perhaps the immortal spirits cannot see your actual deeds." Hearing this, he became interested and said, "Explain in detail." Seeing this, he looked at him and said, "For example, if you visit the human cultivator sects and interact with them, perhaps the immortal spirits will change their view of you." He asked with some worry, "But what about Dian? There are so many sects, this king would have to visit each one. Are you suggesting I make a mockery of those cultivators?" He glanced and said, "Number. You just need to casually choose one sect to visit, and make a symbolic gesture, that's all." He decided and said, "All right then. You mentioned someone named Han Shuihui before. Which sect is she from?" He immediately answered, "The Jade Pure sect." He angrily said, "Then we're not going tomorrow. We're going today." Yang Tiandong thought with surprise, "Oh no, I haven't informed my master yet." He shouted, "Wait, master. Humans place great importance on first impressions. You need to change your appearance a bit. If handled well, this interaction will already be half a success. Humans are so troublesome. This king has no interest in that." Though he said that, he still disguised himself, donning a fur coat. "You said it would be half a success." Yang Tiandong next to him affirmed nervously. After arriving before the Jade Pure sect's gate, he shouted, "Where's the Jade Pure sect's sect master? Come out and meet this king." Yang Tiandong next to him said helplessly, "Master, this is not how to interact." System notification. Detecting the current strongest expert before the Jade Pure sect. He thought, the demon sovereign Dianzu. The demon sovereign Dianzu's face appeared. Red fierce eyes and a triangular head. He immediately flew out, thinking to deal with it first. On this side, the demon sovereign immediately used the crushing dragon cannon, firing a direct shot. Seeing this, he unsheathed his sword in full force. The reincarnation sword arts 3 swords of taxation. The Supreme Thunder Treasure's 9 Dragon Demon Exercising Seal Extreme Sword Technique. Ending the 34th battle simulation. Used 1 second. After over 30 battles, he could finally handle it in an instant. Holding his sword, he stood and thought. Looking up, next, let's see what this demon sovereign wants to do. On this side, a huge rock stood before him. Elder Han of the Zhonghu called for help. The Jade Pure sect has endured enough misfortune over so many years. He angrily said from the side, ignoring Yang Tiandong's pride, thinking back to the 19 sects incident before. The person Yang Tiandong brought was an overwhelmingly powerful one. If you weren't Elder Han's disciple, I would have struck you dead with a palm. He appeared on that rocky peak and said, I don't know why the demon sovereign Dianzu has come to the Jade Pure sect, but I have business with him. Yang Tiandong excitedly realized it was his master. That old man said, Elder Han is truly omniscient. Yet, he predicted the demon sovereign Dianzu would come to the Jade Pure sect. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and stared down below. He thought to himself, illusion, demon races are born extremely sensitive to the aura of battle. He had clearly just fought, and killed no small number of experts. There was even residual blood aura from the Realm Union stage. The lingering aura of slaughter was too dense to conceal. Where did he get so many Realm Union stage experts? But his sword intent did make me feel a sense of danger. More importantly, he made me feel a sense of familiarity, as if we had never actually crossed swords before. His cold gaze fell upon him. You didn't come to cause trouble, did you? He explained nervously. No, no such thing. I had heard of Elder Han's title as a handsome man before. I've always wanted to get acquainted with Elder Han. He angrily asked, what did you say? He answered awkwardly, no. To get acquainted, to become sworn brothers with the sect master beside Elder Han. I asked for Elder Han's permission, he said, but the old man looked at him, uncomprehending. The demon sovereign Dianzu thought the immortals were cursing him, so he came to form a relationship with the Jade Pure sect, for the immortals to see his sincerity. Yang Tiandong behind raised a placard to inform his master. He didn't know what to say about this. He thought, good, cursing people and being suspected of immortal behavior. Then he smiled and said, if that's the case, then you may form your relationship. Afterwards, the demon sovereign pulled the sect master away, while he still didn't understand what had happened, not forgetting to thank the immortals. Yang Tiandong waved goodbye to his master from the side. He watched him leave, thinking it was good to have another ally, better than gaining another enemy. After thousands of years, the demon and human races of Great Wilderness held their first conference. Sect Master Li proposed the principle of jointly building a trade foundation between the two races, exchanging interests and cooperating in development, implementing the 9 truths to safeguard both sides' interests, cultivate diligently, from the masses to beyond the masses, strive to achieve mutually beneficial interests. The demon sovereign agreed to this. Demon sovereign Dianzu quite liked it, even saying the human race's spiritual values were worth learning, and hoped to further promote deeper commercial cooperation. The Jade Pure sect of Great Wilderness and the demon race officially cooperated. The cultivation world of Great Wilderness was utterly shocked. The status of the Jade Pure sect reached unprecedented heights. The historical significance of the Jade Pure sect's cooperative development with the demon race in Great Wilderness had proven the possibility of peaceful coexistence between different races. It had an extremely profound influence on later generations. The demonic tribulation list now had 2 names crossed off. He thought calmly, Demon Sovereign Dianzu has surrendered. Demon tribulation is gone. No more daily tasks. How bland. Cultivation is still important. System notification. He was startled awake. Who is it? Elder Demon has developed a hatred towards you. The current hatred level is 4 stars. This is what you brought to your doorstep. In some ancient secret realm, Xing Hong sat on the ground, surrounded by scattered papers, yet her gaze was filled with terror as she said, "What do you want?" The sect master looked at her and said, "Didn't expect a little girl like you to actually learn the divine skill from this mural. I've comprehended it for so long yet failed to grasp the core." Xing Hong quickly replied, "Unclaimed skills go to those with affinity. Moreover, I didn't destroy the ancestral texts, so I could continue comprehending them." The sect master looked at her ponderingly and said, "But that skill was left behind by my sect's ancestors. For the little girl, you have an affinity with our sect. Come with me to the infinite sect." Xing Hong looked at the sect master and replied, "Senior, your junior already has a master. Over half my path is near here. This secret realm is connected to many places. If I linger too long, he will come looking for me." The sect master raised his hand signaling and said, "Having a master is no problem. As for your companion." That sect master's gaze suddenly turned vicious. "Is he threatening me? Don't deceive yourself. You basically have no marital affinity." He walked closer to Xing Hong, beginning to circulate his inner energy, speaking as he approached, "This little girl's divine skill is perfect for luring, to become a servant for my disciples." The sect master thrust his palm forward, creating a stream of light, heading towards Xing Hong. Xing Hong grabbed a small knife and held it to her neck, saying reluctantly, "If the senior insists on forcing your junior, I'll take my life here. Moreover, advise you to retract those foolish words about having no marital affinity." Xing Hong's threat like that suddenly caused the sect master to pause. He said, If you won't listen, then don't blame me for being rude." With a wave, the stream of light pierced through space, flying straight towards Xing Hong. Unprepared mentally, so she was a bit surprised when she saw the vines tightly gripping her hand. She let out a cry, but before she could resist, the sect master's vines had tightly bound her body, making her drop the knife to the ground. That deceitful sect master said, "My prediction was accurate. When I said you have no marital affinity, you have none." Suddenly, the sect master's subordinate rushed in anxiously saying, "Master, there's a big problem. The East Queen has entered demonic cultivation. Her life is in danger." Upon hearing this, he worriedly said, "What?" That East Master withdrew his technique, looking at Xing Hong regretfully, thinking it's a pity it had to be at this moment. Seeing the bound Xing Hong, he thought this woman is still of no use now, it would be too hasty to take her back immediately. On the other hand, the East Queen's situation is still unknown. It's better to let this woman cultivate for a while longer, she'll be even more delectable to savor later. The sect master then turned and left. The binding vines gradually disappeared. Before leaving, he said, "Very well, I've left a mark on you, don't think of escaping. If you're willing to join the Infinite Sect, your earlier disrespect towards me will be overlooked. I'll give you 15 days to consider." After he left, Xing Hong was left alone on the cold ground. Han Shuihui, who was nearby, witnessed everything. His eyes lit up brightly, as if discovering some treasure. A green light emanated from his eyes. The system displayed, Integrated Realm 7th level, Demonic Cultivation Resentment 4 stars. The Infinite Sect Master, a cultivated immortal. Since you are the husband of my disciple's son, so he looked at them with some resentment towards you. If Xing Hong agrees with him, he will take action against you to eliminate the aftermath. After reading this information, Han Shuihui muttered, "The Infinite Sect Master." Two little demons at the foot of the mountain looked up at the sky and talked to each other. The plump one spoke first, "What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly darken?" The one behind, in the form of a black jade phoenix, said, "This is not a celestial phenomenon. This is a bolt of lightning appearing in the sky." The black jade phoenix continued, "Our master is about to break through over there." Han Shuihui was cultivating, preparing for his breakthrough. He thought, the demonic cultivation elder, daring to take my woman, he must be tired of living. The book displayed the 4 words, demonic cultivation elder. Han Shuihui held up the book, thinking, "Today, I'll borrow the power of this lightning tribulation to break through, and curse the demonic cultivation elder for 4 days and nights." Suddenly, the lightning in the sky grew thicker and stronger, more intense. The disciples in the sect, seeing this phenomenon, asked each other, "Is Elder Sword Execution breaking through again?" People started whispering, "It's far enough already, but the lightning is still striking over here. How powerful is he?" The Pure Realm Immortal replied, "I'm afraid he's about to surpass our ancestral master." The purple-haired one continued, "With Elder Sword Execution here, our Jade Pure sect has reached its current prosperity." The bald one responded, "Most importantly, Elder Sword Execution does not abuse his power, nor seeks domination, earning others' respect." Li Kong added, "Why care about all that? You just need to know you can forever trust Elder Sword Execution's strength. You can always rely on Elder Sword Execution's power." Everyone started shouting, "That's right, Elder Sword Execution is amazing." Quan Wugong thought to himself clearly, "I cultivate following Elder Sword Execution's methods, yet the gap keeps widening day by day." Quan Wugong pondered, different talents, perhaps. One day, he may ascend to immortality. Gradually, the lightning tribulation ended. The final strike of the lightning tribulation ended. The might of the heavenly lightning, no mortal strength could withstand it. With his physical body, enduring a heavenly lightning strike was indeed arduous. Chu Fang said, Chu Fang wants to stand up, but suddenly, a foot blocked his way in front of him. How does it feel to be reborn like this? Mok Fuk Ku sat down, mocking him. Forging a body for you cost me quite a few precious treasures. Let's see if you dare act reckless again. Chu Fang said, Senior Brother Mok, Senior. Chu Fang quickly stood up and said, Thank you, Senior, for reforging my body. This Junior is willing to share your burdens, Senior. It's a small matter. An image of a girl appeared. Mok Fuk Ku said, In my previous life, she once saved me. Now, I'm simply repaying the favor. Hearing this, Chu Fang curiously asked, Previous life? Tuyin said, Well, it's thanks to your blessings from your previous life. When your personal luck grew, I simply went with the flow. Tuyin continued, All right, the matter is settled. I'll go first. She then gestured, preparing to leave. Mok Fuk Ku asked her, Senior, I still don't know your Dao name. She turned back, smiling, and said one word, Tuyin. Then, she disappeared, leaving only a green light in the sky and Mok Fuk Ku's curiosity. Chu Fang asked, Is there any senior cultivator named Tuyin in our cultivation world? Mok Fuk Ku said, You're asking me. Who am I asking? Chu Fang said, Hey. Now I've reached the 6th level of the Yuan Ying realm. I bet no one progresses faster than me. Mok Fukku said helplessly, don't change the subject. I've spent so many treasures on you, how will you repay me? The system updated information. Your friend Chu Fang was ambushed by the Righteous Path cultivators. Your friend Chu Fang died. Your friend, the fairy Hai Tuyan, has gained enlightenment of the great Tao. Her Tao attainment increased. Your friend Chu Fang was reforged by a great power. His physical body was revived, and his cultivation soared. Your pet, the Chaos Heavenly Hound, was ambushed by demonic beasts. Your beloved pet, the Chaos Heavenly Hound, was severely injured, but luckily, its mighty luck turned danger into safety. Your friend, the Heavenly Prince Huang, used a heaven-defying treasure, enhancing his spiritual roots and talents. After reading the notification, Han Yudu asked, "Oh, Chu Fang died and came back to life. That's hard to believe. This guy must be the main character." The system notified, "You have successfully broken through to the Hushan realm. You have the following choices. Immediately reveal yourself to the world, showcasing your might. You may gain a spirit treasure. 2. Once again inherit a divine ability. 3. Continue secluded cultivation, aiming to be the strongest in the mortal realm. You may gain a heaven-defying treasure." The system notified, "You chose to continue secluded cultivation, staying away from the world's affairs, aiming to be the strongest in the mortal realm. You gained a heaven-defying treasure." A Hulu vase appeared before Han Yudu. The system continued, "Congratulations on obtaining the Hulu Immortal Seed. Treasure information displayed. Hulu Immortal Seed blooms once every 1,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, can be consumed or used to refine artifacts. If this fruit has a long gestation period, it can either form into a magic treasure itself or give birth to a living being." Seeing this, Han Yudu thought of the Hulu Immortal Seed. Then he imagined a scene with 7 Hulu babies hanging on a trellis, continuously calling him Grandpa. The thought of being called Grandpa made him smile happily. An idea popped into his mind, to take those 7 Hulu babies and leave the mountain together. But suddenly he paused, thinking it might not be a good idea after all. The system displayed his information. Hushan Realm First Level. Han Yudu's lifespan, 356 27,900ths of a year. Human race, transcending mortal stage. Spiritual roots talent. 6 realms spirit body, containing top-grade spirit roots of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder. Heavenly luck increased to a certain degree. Unparalleled innate luck. Heavenly sword demon body flawless technique. Han Yudu thought, "Oh, so I'm 27,900 years old." The system continued displaying, 6 realms reincarnation art can be inherited. Sword arts, 7 profound illusory sections, 3 peerless mirage swords, 9 dragon demon sealing spell, great heavenly thunder explosive art, wind god art, 6 realms soul devouring, heavenly demon subduing sword, celestial imagery, earth's balance, cloud myriad sword sect, Tathagata's dharma realm, golden silk divine robe spirit treasure, 7th grade little chaos belt, Kylan sword tying rope, demon expelling bell, demon slaying blade, 6th grade spirit treasures, 9 stars stepping boots, 5th grade Han army boots, 4th grade lapis lazuli blindfold, peerless fate book, 3rd grade imperial earth robe spirit treasure, 3rd grade heavenly immortal heart protecting talisman spirit treasure, 6th grade mind purifying bodhi seed spirit treasure, 6th grade supreme sword will reincarnation cycle, supreme sword will plundering, self-created 3 peerless ancient swords, symbiotic magic treasure, crimson ape counter-striking sword. Seeing all this information displayed, Han Yudu remained silent. Then the system spoke. "It's no wonder that with the higher realm of the 6 realms reincarnation art, the lifespan increases more and more. If I cultivate to the Mahayana stage, how long will my lifespan be? By then, I'll have time to leisurely enjoy the fruits of my bitter cultivation today, which is the solid foundation for that future leisure, isn't it?" Zhan Sheng approached Han Yudu and called out, "Husband." Her eyes turned gloomy. The Black Luck Phoenix saw her enter the cave and said, "Why is this woman here again?" The bald man in red clothes beside him said, "What does it matter to you if she comes?" The Black Luck Phoenix said, "Of course I'm worried she might eat my master. But today, her state seems a bit off." The man beside him, thinking of Xiao Mei's beautiful appearance, said, "Well, I know Xiao Mei. Sometimes she gets like this because of emotional hurt. You may not believe it, but before coming here, I was Xiao Mei's secret admirer." 25 images of the gentle and beautiful Xiao Mei appeared. Xiao Mei has an ordinary appearance, but a gentle personality. Suitors would line up and pursue her, even breaking down her door. Recalling those images, I gently winked and smiled, which moved the bald man in red. I was one of those suitors, but I knew that being too eager wouldn't work, so I silently protected her instead. However, one day I saw Xiao Mei being intimate with another man, but I still protected her, saying, if I love her, I should make her life happier. Love someone wholeheartedly, including their past. I often invited her boyfriend over for nutritious meals. I would stand outside frequently, saying I loved her, so I wanted to make her life even happier. Love someone wholly, including their path. I often invited her boyfriend for nutritious food. He would stand outside frequently, silently protecting her. There were many who called themselves my brothers, exchanging experiences with me in that village. They even encouraged me to persevere. I accepted their good intentions, but I still hoped she would accept me. One day, I suddenly saw Xiao Mei in a dark corner. I only dared to stand aside and look over, not daring to approach. He said, actually, I'm not completely without anything. Sometimes when she was in trouble, she would come to me, proving I was in her heart. She still remembered my good qualities. It was this lingering connection that made me unable to let her go. He continued, I even went with her for abortions 7 or 8 times, and I paid for all the abortion costs. Those trifling matters didn't amount to much. She quickly found new joy, even if it wasn't with me. I've gotten used to it. Images of Xiao Mei with other men flashed in his mind. He stood in the dark corner, silently and tirelessly protecting her, always helping her when she was in trouble, because she likes to leave the best for last. I'll definitely get the last laugh. He proudly continued. After all these years of persistence, it's so she understands one truth. No matter whose butt I grab, if she doesn't love me, I'll just find another scumbag. The Black Luck Phoenix, upon hearing this, momentarily didn't know where to spit his disgust. The man continued, look, even when the master doesn't go out, women still come looking for him. Why can't I do the same? The Black Luck Phoenix said, well, in this case, I think it's an issue of self-awareness. The Black Luck Phoenix added, it's probably just because you're too good looking. Immediately, the defensive heart of the bald man in red clothes broke a chain. He was touched, looking towards the Black Luck Phoenix. His defenses shattered. Han Shuiji listened as Hong Zan recounted the situation, then said, husband, that's how it happened. She spoke through tears. That demonic cultivator went too far. Seeing this, Han Shuiji stepped forward to console her. It's all right as long as you're okay. He'll get his comeuppance sooner or later. But he was right about some things. The overall strength of the Wu-Tang sect surpasses the Jade Pure sect. Consoled, Hong Zan gradually calmed down and nodded. Han Shuiji continued, the Jade Pure sect's potential is limited. In the long run, it will only slow your growth. The Wu-Tang sect, on the other hand, can let you see a broader horizon. If it's your wish, you may even find a fated cultivator companion there. Hearing this, Hong Zan angrily said, how could that be? If I've chosen my husband, then I'll follow him for life. She hugged her teddy bear, sitting on the couch. Han Shuiji continued, you're not just my subordinate, you still need to think for yourself more. Right after, Hong Zan placed her hand on Han Shuiji's cheek. She leaned in close, exuding charm, and said, but I like it. Hong Zan continued, husband must become an immortal, and I'll wait for that little bird to become a phoenix. She sat on Han Shuiji's lap and called out, husband. Immediately after, Han Shuiji said, Miss Hong, don't do this. I'm about to help you break through your realm. Hearing this, Hong Zan denied it, then continued, look, my belt and high heels are already off. A few days later, the Black Luck Phoenix said with a gloomy expression, Master must be okay, right? It's been so long and he hasn't come out yet. The bald man in red clothes said, I think we should buy some tonic herbs for the master. The sun gradually set over the mountain. Chu Fan and Mak Fuck Ku sat in the desert, lighting a fire to cook food. Chu Fan said, Senior brother, let me help you get revenge first. Then, I'll prepare to conquer the world, he continued, and build my reputation. I want to become the #1 in the world. Hearing Chu Fan's lofty words, Mak Fuck Ku was speechless. He felt helpless. Suddenly, Chu Fan recalled the past. The woman he liked once said, Chu Fan, you have no reputation or power. My father will never agree for us to be together. A shadow flashed through Mak Fuck Ku's mind. Suddenly, he said, I know you're not satisfied, brother, but I feel like she just sees you as a backup plan. Chu Fan said, now I'm at the Yuan Ying realm. I've even surpassed some young celestial beings. Who can be stronger than me? I want to prove to her that only I am worthy of her. Hearing this, Mak Fuck Ku said, Speaking of young geniuses, there's one I can think of. Chu Fan brought a skewer of cooked meat to his mouth. Just as he took a bite, he heard Mak Fuck Ku's words. "You mean Han Shuiji?" he asked. Chu Fan put down the skewer and said, "How could that be? In cultivation, one must constantly train and seek the opportunities of heaven and earth. Look at how quickly my cultivation has improved after training. While our former enemies are still struggling, stuck at the same initial realm we were at before. That's the clearest example." Seeing Chu Fan's vehement reaction, Mak Fuck Ku felt helpless again. He said, "But Han Shuiji's talents are exceptional, even if he doesn't put in as much effort as you. To defeat him now, you'd at least need the power of a celestial being." Chu Fan said, "The issue isn't as big as you pointed out, senior brother." Then, with a confident attitude, he continued, "If I have a chance to return to the Jade Green sect in the future, I must have a contest with Han Shuiji. Make him realize that bitter cultivation has no future. At that time, I'll bring him along with his three, and we can travel the world together, making a name for ourselves. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Mak Fuck Ku looked at Chu Fan in bewilderment, thinking, "Why do I have a bad premonition about this?" At the formless sect, Dong Wang Xian sat by a waterfall, meditating. The sect leader walked over and said, "Shenner's cultivation has improved greatly this time. You'll definitely be chosen by the Celestial Palace." Then he sighed regretfully, "It's a pity that woman couldn't be deceived in the end." Ngog Dao Lao Guai smiled sinisterly. If not for her interference, Shenner's cultivation would be even stronger. Just then, a loud aha, followed by coughing woke him. He saw Ngog Dao Lao Guai lying on the ground. "Master," Dong Wang Xian called out. Ngog Dao Lao Guai knew what the issue was. "Someone must be cursing me again," he said. Dong Wang Xian asked, "Master, has this been happening for a while? Do you know who's doing this? I'll kill them." Ngog Dao Lao Guai replied, "It's not clear. Even I can't guess who it is. But you don't need to worry about this. The curse isn't strong, I can endure it. Just focus on your cultivation, strive to reach divine powers soon." Heeding his master's advice, Dong Wang Xian said, "Yes, master." Ngog Dao Lao Guai frowned, thinking spitefully, "Wait until my disciple makes a breakthrough. I'll make you pay for this." Han Shuiji's face twitched. Then, wondering who was cursing him, he noticed Han Shuiji's pensive look. The bald man in red robes asked, "Master, what are you growing?" Han Shuiji said, "It's a hulu plant. You'll have to take care of it later." The bald man in red robes said, "It looks extraordinary. Master really has many treasures." He continued, "Our lineage has suffered damage. Has any great figure emerged from it before?" Han Shuiji replied, "Guess if he's joking or being serious. Even I myself don't know the origins of these techniques, supernatural powers, and treasures." Li Kongsu approached and said, "Elder Han, long time no see. You've acquired more treasures on your mountain." Han Shuiji said, "Sect leader, what brings you here?" The Black Phoenix thought, perhaps he's not here to check on his host. Li Kongsu replied cheerfully, "Hee, Elder Han, why don't we go inside to talk?" Once inside, Han Shuiji said, "Tell me, which demon king is attacking this time, or whose sect is facing a calamity?" Li Kongsu replied, "Neither good nor bad news." He continued, "Recently, the Jade Green sect discovered the remains of an ancient sect." Li Kongsu went on, "They sent disciples to scout ahead. Inside are many resources, rare techniques, treasures of heaven and earth, even divine artifacts." Han Shuiji pondered and said, "Has this news spread out? Such an opportunity, if it spreads, it may cause cultivators across the world to fight over it." Li Kongsu gestured habitually and said, "Of course not. This is a secret of the Jade Green sect. Moreover, although 100 years have passed, I'm still young now. But the elders of the various sects have yet to hear of your renowned name, the demon-slaying elder. However, the seniors still remember your imposing demeanor. Even if they know, they cannot stop the good fortune of the Jade Green sect." Hearing this, Han Shuiji asked, "Then why did you come to find me?" Li Kongsu replied, "Does the elder want to go take a look?" The head elder has taken 5 elders and 100 core disciples to guard the teleportation array. The formation is almost complete. Han Shuiji's aura turned ominous. "You're afraid of the danger inside, so you called me to fight, right?" Li Kongsu said awkwardly, "Hee, I can't hide anything from Elder Han's eyes. So what is your opinion?" Han Shuiji said, "From what I see, in recent years, although the Jade Green sect has developed peacefully, the disciples still lack tempering. Flowers grown in a warm house cannot withstand wind and rain. The sect leader probably knows this well. This time is truly a good opportunity for the disciples to temper themselves." Han Shuiji radiated the aura of a senior, saying, to cultivate the disciples' self-reliance and upgrade the overall quality of the Jade Green sect. I will stay behind to protect the Jade Green sect. Hearing this, Li Kongsu replied, indeed, your words are as insightful as those from the stars. It feels strange. Han Shuiji said, be careful, there may be restrictions in place if things remain normal. Li Kongsu said, I understand. If we discover any heavenly talents or treasures worth upgrading, I will have someone bring them here. Han Shuiji said happily, thank you, sect leader. Li Kongsu suddenly froze. Seeing Li Kongsu's surprise, Han Shuiji asked, sect leader, is there anything else? Li Kongsu replied, I just wanted to ask. Looking at the strangely shaped tree, he said, that swaying tree of yours, is it really normal? Han Shuiji suddenly looked at the Bodhi tree. The twisted, shaking shape of the tree in midair looked truly bizarre. The Black Jade Phoenix said, no, even during the day, we must be careful. The bald man in red robes said in fright, nothing must happen, or my master will definitely kill me. Han Shuiji looked at the two and said, what's going on? The Black Jade Phoenix said, our master didn't do anything. This tree suddenly got caught in the wind. The bald man in red robes said, Master, there's something wrong with the Bodhi tree. It would sway on its own even in the middle of the night. Han Shuiji said, as if realizing something, swaying on its own. Then it has gained spirituality. Han Shuiji looked up and thought, without a primordial spirit, theoretically, a spiritual body must have intelligence, a primordial spirit of its own. Could the Bodhi tree be summoning something? A golden ape? Han Shuiji opened the system and saw the display. Bodhi tree maturing. You will absorb the golden ape in 5 years, but the timing is not right yet. 10,000 years ago, we must see if there are any disturbances in the present world. The system displayed, Chaos Spirit Pet, your heavenly hound was ambushed by demonic beasts, one of your 828 disciples. Tuo Chi was ambushed by fellow disciples, 76 of your disciples. Tuo Chi fell into the demon abyss, his life or death unknown. Your disciple, Tuo Chi's misfortune spread. When the luck of the demonic sect declined, the disciples of the entire sect experienced increased demonic possession. The celestial hound on your island was ambushed by orthodox cultivators X34422. Your ordinary friend, Yuni's comprehension of the sun and moon Tao increased. Your friend, the ninth celestial immortal, was ambushed by demons, severely injured, his life hanging by a thread. Your friend Chu Fan was ambushed by orthodox cultivators. 4 of your 893 friends, Mak Fuck Ku, were ambushed by orthodox cultivators. 211. After reading this, Han Shuiji thought, it seems there are no changes in the cultivation realm. Watching the sunset fade over the river, Han Shuiji asked, Senior sister, haven't you ascended yet? The pink-haired woman said, not yet. What's the plan? The blonde woman replied, don't mention it. Chu Fan, compared to his previous life, is really a completely different person, too hasty. Fortunately, he completely trusts me here. The pink-haired woman said, very good. He's the key to the plan, don't let him die. The blonde woman said, I really don't understand you. Clearly, after ascending, you can reincarnate. With your strength in the immortal realm, you could achieve something. What are you waiting for? The pink-haired woman replied, waiting for my Tao partner. Hearing this answer, the blonde woman spat out the tea she was drinking. Seeing this, the pink-haired woman said, I'm just kidding. The blonde woman coughed. Coo. The blonde woman said, you scared me to death. Senior sister, with your romantic mind, you should dig 25 weeds. The pink-haired woman replied, initially, when I went to the Jade Green sect, what did I want? I wanted to visit Chu Fan. Unexpectedly, I met a very handsome young man. This young man has cultivated for many years. Perhaps he has already reached the immortal realm. The blonde woman said, his talent is even more formidable than Chu Fan's. The pink-haired woman replied, that's for sure. The pink-haired woman reminisced about Han Shuiji's appearance and said, later, when there's a chance, I'll take you to meet him. The blonde woman thought, senior sister really isn't deceiving anyone, is she? Figures were seen conversing. A white-haired man shouted, Mother, what is this? The other replied, this is, he continued, the son of Chu Marquis, an ominous calamity. One thing led to another, and a tiger-like figure descended. The mighty form of the Chu Do, followed by a red flame shooting straight down. Chu Do is a demonic beast. Hua Do has an outer appearance like a dog. It can breathe fire, and consume fire. so wherever it goes, calamity follows. Therefore, seeing the Chu Do is an extremely ominous symbol, and a harbinger of calamity. The blonde woman said, "It's getting dark, let's go back, junior sister. Don't you feel it's strange?" She had a strange expression, continuously fanning herself, then said, "It's clearly going to be winter soon. But why is it suddenly so hot?" The junior sister turned and looked, suddenly seeing a massive light like a second sun rushing towards them. The junior sister asked, "What is this?" The blonde woman said doubtfully, "Two suns." A series of green rays began to spread out. The blonde woman shouted, "We're under attack by enemies." Li Kongthu flew over and asked, "Which demons are attacking?" The attendant following behind said, "It must be this high temperature in the sun." The bald man said, looking at this direction, "It's still heading towards the Jade Green sect." The long-haired man said, "If it gets closer to the Jade Green sect, won't it be destroyed?" Li Kongthu said, "We've encountered a demon." Li Kongthu looked at his hand and read aloud, "Open the Great Sect Protecting Formation." A brilliant light enveloped the Jade Green sect. Everyone joined forces to create the formation. The formation began to activate. The spiritual formation and streaks of light caught Han Shuiyu's attention. He thought, this won't do. The Jade Green sect's protective formation can't withstand this high temperature. The system displayed. The demonic beast Chu Do was provoked, wanting to seize the spiritual wood of salvation. Chu Do, the fifth stage catastrophe realm entity, the son of Chu Marquis, a primordial demonic beast, carries misfortune in its body, and the sun's scorching flames can destroy heaven and earth. Han Shuiyu's gaze became inscrutable. He thought, that damned spiritual wood of salvation. I didn't have time to initiate a simulated battle with Chu Do. The Black Phoenix flew over, calling, "Master, my body suddenly feels hot, what's going on?" The bald man in red said, "I'm also strangely panicked." Han Shuiyue replied, "It's just the effect of my bloodline. I'll be back." Suddenly, a ray of light flew over, attacking the Black Phoenix, causing it to screech. More and more rays of light kept coming, causing those two to start panicking. The Black Phoenix screeched, "Master, don't abandon us," as it flew away, and run off. Chu Do bared its fangs, gaping, wanting to swallow the entire Jade Green sect. Everyone began panicking and discussing loudly. "It's getting closer, we're about to be burned to a crisp. Damn it, I can't see its true form, so it's hard to act. The last time I encountered this was when the anomalous fire appeared. We can't let it get any closer. Everyone, listen to my orders, use all your skills to attack it over there." Li Kongthu raised his hand, creating a protective spell for the Jade Green sect. Everyone else also began unleashing their martial arts techniques. Han Shuiyue then shouted, "Stop." Everyone quickly halted. Han Shuiyue flew up and said, "Sect leader, you are no match for it. Let me handle this. Quickly evacuate the Jade Green sect's disciples." Everyone said, "Even Elder Zan Shen has come out. How formidable must this thing be for him to face it? So powerful." Li Kongthu asked in response, "What? Elder Han, I thought you would run away too." Han Shuiyue said helplessly, "To be honest, I really want to run away, but this happened because of me." Han Shuiyue began adjusting his martial arts and said, "I can't let the Jade Green sect's people bear the consequences because of me." Han Shuiyue continued, "Go quickly, I'll buy you some time." Immediately after, Han Shuiyue drew his sword, shielding everyone. Li Kongthu said, "I understand, we'll retreat." Li Kongthu turned and said to everyone, "Hurry and retreat. Don't waste the opportunity Elder Han is buying us." Everyone quickly obeyed the order. As for Han Shuiyue, he charged towards Chu Do. Chu Do's gaze intensified, a strange, entrancing light filled with allure. As Han Shuiyue faced off against Chu Do, it thought there was an obstacle. Chu Do then roared, spewing a fierce dragon of flames. Han Shuiyue swiftly evaded, summoning the celestial demon sword technique. Han Shuiyu's sword art clashed with Chu Do's fierce flames. Chu Do was sent tumbling back, not understanding why this happened. Han Shuiyue was also flung away. The system then prompted, "The demonic beast Chu Do has generated enmity towards you. Current enmity level, 5 stars. Han Shuiyue thought, clearly a 5th stage catastrophe realm entity, yet it's more difficult to deal with than even the demonic Lord Nuo. Perhaps this is the abnormality of demonic beasts." The light emanating from Chu Do appeared again, charging straight towards Han Shuiyue. He thought it was getting serious. The stream of fire spewing from the demonic beast Chu Do's mouth rushed straight at Han Shuiyue. He tried to evade, luckily avoiding injury. Han Shuiyue then remembered something. He thought, this is not good, this isn't a simulated training ground. Behind is the Jade Green sect. Chu Do continued attacking Han Shuiyue. Not wanting the Jade Green sect to be affected, he had to divert its attention. Flames rained down on the ground, burning the trees, flowers and grass. Seeing the dangerous situation unfolding, Lee Kongthu shouted for everyone to run. Everyone, run to the Water Spirit Valley. The teleportation array there is still open. The bald man fled for his life. Immediately after, Han Shuiyue redirected his attacks to another location, drawing Chu Dou's firepower away to avoid affecting the Jade Green sect. He thought he couldn't keep expending energy like this. The onslaught was too dense, he couldn't find an opening. Right after, Han Shuiyue's gaze turned frantic. It's dangerous. Immediately after, Chu Dou found Han Shuiyue's position behind him and breathed out a massive flame. Han Shuiyue panicked, thinking, it can move in the blink of an eye. Seeing Han Shuiyue's opening, Chu Dou seized the opportunity. Chu Dou became increasingly wild, charging at Han Shuiyue, wanting to neatly finish him off and end the battle. Han Shuiyue quickly split into clones, flying from side to side, making it hard for Chu Dou to pinpoint his location. He thought, this Chu Dou is truly formidable. The celestial demon sword could only injure its fur. Only that ultimate technique remains. But I can't keep this up. But there was no more time to reserve his strength. Chu Dou became increasingly arrogant, its desire for victory reaching its peak. Han Shuiyue thought, this Chu Dou, is it going to explode? Its posture doesn't seem right. Could it be reserving strength to unleash a powerful technique? Han Shuiyue calmed himself, thinking it was a coincidence. Just as Han Shuiyue prepared to unleash his decisive move, Chu Dou also readied its final attack. A massive fireball erupted from Chu Dou's mouth, heading towards Han Shuiyue. Lee Kongthu shouted through the loudspeaker to the people evacuating with their belongings, queue up in order, don't push and shove. The Supreme Elder clasped his hands, calmly saying to everyone's surprise, it's over. Lee Kongthu asked doubtfully, why does Master say that? The Supreme Elder continued, don't you notice the temperature has dropped significantly? Worried for everyone's safety, Lee Kongthu hadn't paid attention until his master spoke. He then looked around and said, indeed, it's not as hot as before. Looking up, everything had returned to normal. Lee Kongthu said, it's Elder Han. He has saved us once again. Chu Dou roared in vain into the night. Han Shuiyue unleashed his decisive technique, the 3-Chu formation. Han Shuiyue looked at the aftermath of the chaos. Standing high, he held his sword and thought, for experts battling, a second's delay can cost them their lives. The system then announced, for slaying a demonic beast for the first time, you have gained a reward, inheritance of the Sword Dao's divine ability. Congratulations on obtaining the divine ability, Heavenly Profound Realm-Breaking Swordfinger. The Heavenly Profound Realm-Breaking Swordfinger Sword Dao is a divine ability to shoot sword chi from your fingertips, slaying enemies thousands of miles away. The intensity of the sword chi and its range are determined by the user's cultivation level. Han Shuiyue thought, hoping it was just a fleeting moment. The system reminded, Heavenly Demonic Beast of the Taiyi Realm, mid-level, Demonic Beast Chu Tuo, Hatred level 5 stars. Named Celestial Demonic Beast of Mighty Chi, because you slew its child, it harbors deep hatred for you. It will seek revenge once it ascends further. Heavenly Demonic Beast of the Taiyi Realm, mid-level. Seeing this information, Han Shuiyue's expression changed. Han Shuiyue was stunned, having never heard of the Taiyi Heavenly Demonic Realm. He was so angry smoke seemed to billow from his head. How could I not have protected my own child? It died, yet blames me. On this journey, Chu Dou has killed so many living beings, does it not know? It started small but grew larger. A line of text appeared on the system's interface. Celestial Demonic Beast of Mighty Chi, because you slew its child, it harbors hatred for you. Once it ascends further, it will definitely seek revenge. Han Shuiyue pondered deeply, but why wait until I ascend before seeking revenge on me? Could it be that this Chu Tuo cannot descend to the mortal realm? It seems that in the future, to ascend, I must at least be stronger than Chu Tuo. Otherwise, I won't even have the choice of death. The higher realms are truly chaotic. How can I deal with this Chu Tuo? Since it has already discovered me, there's no need to destroy the corpse. Lee Kongthu ran over in a panic, calling out and asking Han Shuiyue about the situation. Elder Han, what was that demonic son earlier? Han Shuiyue was at a loss, wondering how to explain it to him. If I say it was a demonic beast, it might shatter his 3 visions. Moreover, that Chu Tuo already hates me. I shouldn't involve them in this matter. Han Shuiyue replied nonchalantly, it was just a demonic beast. Lee Kongthu asked doubtfully, how could it be a dog? The energy just now was terrifying. Moreover, it was aimed at the Jade Pure sect. Han Shuiyue changed the subject, saying, could it be someone who offended the Nine Peaks patriarchs? Li Kongthu touched his forehead, finding it reasonable, and said, that makes sense. If it's a grudge against the patriarchs, then it would explain it. When I return, I'll investigate the patriarchs' journals. Seeing that it was getting dark, he continued, it's not early anymore. Let's send someone to handle the scene. Han Shuiyue replied, no need. Those things can serve as a meal for Little Black at the Nine Peaks. At the Nine Peaks Immortal, he snorted, offended by Han Shuiyue's words without knowing the reason. When Chu Do finished ravaging the grand feast, tens of thousands of living beings were terrified. But the arrogant and domineering Chu Do suddenly vanished from a corner of the grand feast, leaving a riddle for future generations to solve. The place where Chu Do left his mark fell within the Jade Pure Sect's sphere of influence. The Jade Pure Sect split into two factions. Other sects dared not harbor malicious intentions. They could only establish ties with the Jade Pure Sect, striving not to become enemies. They fearfully said, it's fortunate we have good relations. I realized early on that the Jade Pure Sect is no ordinary sect. He also thought to himself, my goodness, that was Chu Do. Not a few cultivators, having heard of the Jade Pure Sect's great reputation, had come. The Jade Pure Sect's strength steadily increased, on par with the major powers of the Western Yan province. Before Han Shuiyu's abode, Han Shuiyu's expression was impassive. Holding a jade tablet, he spoke. Let me explain the circumstances a bit first. Don't look for me, I'm not going anywhere. Li Kongthu, intending to change the subject, said, this time it's not a good thing. The blood-burning heaven gate of Great Illusion and the formless province of the ancient Yuan sect have gone to war. They bypassed the Western Yan Grand Feast in the middle to engage in confrontation. Although I don't know why they did this, our Grand Feast may be implicated. Han Shuiyu's expression showed annoyance. Even from so far away, they can start a war. Did they eat too much fatty meat? He thought further, these two sects both have grudges against us. I've heard that the arrogant Dongwang of the Formless sect killed the son of the blood-burning Heaven Gate sect master. After Han Shuiyu's words, Li Kongthu spoke up. The hot-tempered blood-burning Heaven Gate wouldn't be able to tolerate that, so they went to war directly. There are rumors that a cold-natured body integration expert led them straight towards the Formless sect. Han Shuiyue replied to ease his worries, it's fine, let the dogs bite each other. As long as they don't threaten the Jade Pure Sect, it's good. Li Kongthu, with a longing expression, voiced his wish for the Jade Pure Sect to have a body integration expert. When will we have a powerful body integration expert? Han Shuiyue remained silent, listening nearby. Elder Han, do you still remember the location of the ancient sect's remains from before? Previously, we discovered something major there. There was a blind old man who had survived. Elder Guan, they didn't know what they had triggered, but they managed to unseal that person. It seemed he had been in deep sleep for 1,000 years. His strength was unpredictable. Fortunately, he had no intention to attack, otherwise Elder Guan would have died for sure. To have survived being sealed for so long, he must be no ordinary person. We tried to recruit him, but he refused to agree. Elder Han is powerful. Perhaps you can help persuade him. Han Shuiyue asked where he was currently. Li Kongthu replied, right now, he's at Elder Han's temporary inner sect residence. Elder Guan is keeping watch over him. Han Shuiyue raised his hand, chanting a divination spell, telling Li Kongthu, this matter is crucial. Let me use my calculation technique. First, we need to investigate his past before deciding. Li Kongthu praised Elder Han's great abilities. System reminder. Han Shuiyue slightly opened his eyes, thinking, such a terrifying background, yet he's not a celestial cultivation fake immortal. Celestial system notification. Current consumption, Void Realm, 9th level. The top genius of the Celestial Palace 5,000 years ago. The sole survivor of the ancient Celestial Extermination sect. Blinded by celestial punishment. Han Shuiyue asked the sect master, have you heard of the Celestial Extermination sect? The Celestial Extermination sect, in our ancestors' records, there are mentions of this sect. It was said to be a major sect 5,000 years ago. Later, they offended the Celestials and were struck by celestial punishment, the entire sect destroyed. But what does this have to do with that blind old man? Han Shuiyue calmly replied, it has a major connection. That blind old man is named Xiao Jiao. He's the sole surviving member of the Celestial Extermination sect. Li Kongthu was surprised. If we take him in, won't we be punished by the Celestials? Voices rang out from outside the grotto. Why don't we just drive him away, sect master? Han Shuiyue replied sarcastically, drive away someone at the Void Realm 9th level. Li Kongthu hurriedly wanted to inform Elder Guan Wugong, so he told Han Shuiyue, I must remind Elder Guan not to do anything foolish. Han Shuiyue said, for now, let him stay at the Jade Pure sect. We'll find time to deal with him later. Li Kongthu replied, understood. Han Shuiyue pondered about Xiao Zhao. For safety, I should test him a bit. The system interface showed 5 names: Guan Wugong, Qing Xian, Zhenren Dian Shu, Demon King Wudao, Old Monster. Xiao Zhao. Han Shuiyue thought to broaden his horizons a little. The power of the former #1 genius from the Celestial Palace. The biggest advantage of the training arena simulation is every move of the opponent must be all out, and they can never flee. At higher realms, one can study the opponent's true level, their limits and combat habits. Without considering the capabilities of various programs in reality, defeating an AI opponent is far more difficult than a real person. Based on past experience, the first move is usually the ultimate innate skill. Xiao Zhao's spell. He used the Celestial Army cloning technique, tens of thousands of his clones, all charged at Han Shuiyue attacking. Han Shuiyue thought, so this is the Void Realm's power. His face is expressionless. Han Shuiyue cursed, damn it, as the Jade Pure sect's representative, thank you for not killing me. He drew his weapons to fight all the enemies. Han Shuiyue also thought about Elder Guan. Look at the good deed you've done. The gloomy sky and the mountain valley. Ghosts and demons wailed as corpses littered the ground. Tuki wondered which existence's punishment squad had wiped out the demon sect's elite like this. Tuki knelt trembling, begging for his life. Senior, I'm just an ordinary person. Please spare my life. He then replied, little brat, if I wanted to kill you, I would have let you die already. Keeping you alive until now is due to fate. Do you understand? Tuki was stunned, muttering the 2 words fate. Tuki muttered the 2 words fate. He whimpered and asked, could it be that Senior wants to pass down supreme skills to me? He then replied, supreme skills. If you're willing to fulfill a wish of mine, then passing down supreme skills to you is no problem. Your luck is extraordinary. I cannot even calculate your destiny. Perhaps you can inherit my 8 legacies. Hearing this, Tuki's heart wavered. Inheriting the senior's 8 legacies. But he already had a master, how should he refuse? Finally, Tuki's troubled face spoke up. Please tell me, senior. Your junior will definitely fulfill it for you. He then bluntly asked, I want to bathe the world in blood. Will you help me? Tuki trembled upon hearing this. Senior must be joking. Your junior cannot help with that. He thought to himself, bathe the world in blood. You really dare think like that? But the other party insisted earnestly, you think I'm joking with you? I never misjudge people. You truly have a talent in this area. The scene shifts to Han Shuiyue. At this moment, someone was flung out. Han Shuiyue gripped his sword, charging forward. At this time, he thought to himself, the Shao family sect. No wonder he was the #1 genius of the Celestial Palace. In the past, with the Void Realm cultivation, yet he suppressed the innate realm to this extent. This alone is enough for him to be arrogant. A voice rang out. Training simulation ended. Duration 89 minutes. Second training simulation ended. Duration 23 minutes. Damn it, he summoned clones again. Then Han Shuiyue continued to strike down his opponent. The system announced, 5th training simulation ended. A voice spoke up, still not even 3 minutes, and he has already leveled the Jade Green sect. Then he pointed forward and uttered, Celestial Primordial Realm Breaking Swordfinger. The opponent before him instantly exploded. Han Shuiyue thought to himself, I almost forgot this move. The system announced, 7th training simulation, ended, duration 2 seconds. Han Shuiyue exclaimed in relief. He sighed and said, that was truly the most effortless battle. He thought to himself, however, if it were reality, he probably wouldn't just meet and unleash a great move directly. Striking first would have ended it. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the system panel beside him. He couldn't help but exclaim, oh, the outside world is so interesting. The system recorded, your Junior 2 Keelan's luck has been transmitted. The Demon Lord's luck and his descendants has decreased. Your spirit pet, the Chaos Hound, was ambushed by a ferocious beast, heavily injured but fortunately escaped. Your good friend Chu Pham Thuk has awakened his past life's divine abilities, his power soaring. Your spirit pet, the Black-Helled Chicken, has subjugated Chu Do's divine beast, its bloodline evolving. It has gained the Calamity luck. Your good friend, the Serene Immortal, was ambushed by righteous cultivators. He wondered if Little Black was about to evolve. The scene shifts to a chubby little bird, nibbling on its favorite treat. The dried meat its master made was truly exquisite. In this world, it doubted anything could be more delicious than this. Before it were countless strips of dried meat on racks, having already calculated the amount left to last until the new year. Han Shuiyue sighed heavily, thinking to himself, should I tell it this is divine beast meat? At this moment, someone suddenly ran over shouting, Master, it's bad news. The phoenix reviving tree is shaking again. Han Shuiyue said wearily, what else is new? By now, the tree's branches had long withered, its leaves continuously falling. The flock observing from the tall tree said, at least the shaking amplitude isn't as big as last time. Better. The little bird voiced its opinion, but for the tree itself to move isn't normal. Han Shuiyue thought, the phoenix reviving truly is troublesome. Last time, it nearly got Chudo in trouble. This time, who has it offended? He sighed, hugging the little bird. Is there no way to make it behave itself? A voice rang out, Master, don't you feel it's acting like it's in heat? Han Shuiyue asked back, in heat? He thought, the phoenix reviving can attract Kim-O and Chudo, so it must have some use for them. And their common trait is the fire attribute of divine beasts. Could it be the phoenix reviving needs a high-grade fire bloodline? A symbiotic relationship. The little bird spoke frankly. Master, I don't know what it's up to lately. I just feel it's trying to lure me up. Han Shuiyue was a little startled to hear this. The little bird continued bluntly. But I'm afraid, since Master seems to disapprove, so I haven't dared go up. Han Shuiyue then realized, Chudo is a divine beast. The black-helled chicken is the reincarnation of a demon saint. Their identities are certainly not low. Moreover, Little Black has devoured Chudo's bloodline, so it will have some of its components. It should definitely be able to satisfy the phoenix reviving, so he encouraged it. Why not? Isn't it only natural for a phoenix to be on that tree? Little Black asked doubtfully, really? Han Shuiyue affirmed, but you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. He thought, if the black-helled chicken occupies the phoenix reviving tree, other demonic birds and divine beasts may not come anymore. Finally, Little Black could breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, they saw the tree continuously shaking on its trunk. Little Black was already up there. Han Shuiyue exclaimed, excellent. The phoenix reviving tree isn't shaking anymore. The disciple beside him thought, it won't cause trouble anymore. But why do I feel the chicken can't move? Suddenly, a voice rang out, this place is rich in spiritual energy. It must be a mountain for cultivating immortality. He thought, you must be the strongest sword-wielding elder. Han Shuiyue thought it was Tiu Dao. Little Black was startled, asking when this person had arrived. The little disciple blurted out he couldn't sense him at all. Han Shuiyue didn't beat around the bush, directly asking what matter brought him. He also replied, your sect leader kept inviting me to join, but my situation is rather special, so this is better. If you can take this palm strike for Jade Pure Sect, I'll immediately join Jade Pure Sect. The disciple thought this was too arrogant. Little Black snorted, isn't this phrase Master often uses to drive people away? Han Shuiyue thought, I didn't seek you out, you came to me. But he cheerfully replied, we could give it a try in the sky. He then raised his fist, rushing at Han Shuiyue, striking him in the chest with one punch. Han Shuiyue's eyes widened in shock. Little Black and the disciple couldn't help worriedly crying out, Master. Tiu Dao fell silent. He placed his hand on Han Shuiyue's chest. His spiritual power didn't penetrate. What's his background? To have such a spiritual treasure? Han Shuiyue felt embarrassed being touched by Tiu Dao. Senior, please have some decorum. Tiu Dao clarified, I was just probing your cultivation level, but I'm not certain of your actual realm. If you're wearing so many spiritual treasures, then I won't hold back. I will go all out to attack. Han Shuiyue didn't understand the Void Realm's levels. You're going all out. Is this a duel or an attempt to kill? You said if I can withstand it, you'll truly join Jade Pure Sect, following the sect leader's instructions. Tiu Dao stood facing Han Shuiyue. I've never gone back on my word. I do need a place to settle down. Jade Pure Sect has left me with a good impression. Han Shuiyue clasped his hands behind his back. If that's the case, then come at me. As he spoke, Tiu Dao began cultivating his technique. Tiu Dao raised his fist, brimming with immense energy, intending to attack Han Shuiyue. The chickens outside were astonished, squawking. The suction force is too much, even the sky is being affected. Tuan Trongen, standing there, exclaimed, he's really going all out. Though Tiu Dao's strike couldn't be seen, He clearly had backing, so he didn't fear Jade Pure Sect's strongest on the surface, who was only at the early spirit realm. Moreover, at a low level. Thus, he confidently accepted the challenge. Unless Han Shuiyue was at the void realm, he remained motionless. Tiu Dao struck the ground with an extremely powerful palm. That strike from Tiu Dao flattened the atmosphere's layers. Smoke and dust filled the air, leaves scattered everywhere. Tiu Dao was astonished, sitting on the ground hugging himself, exclaiming, "The merged realm. You're a merged cultivator." Tiu Dao coughed up blood, fearfully thinking this sect didn't even have void realm cultivators, yet had a merged realm expert. Han Shuiyue stood before Tiu Dao, coldly saying, "Do your previous words still count?" Tiu Dao on the ground replied, "A man's word is worth 9 bushels of gold. From now on, I am a member of Jade Pure Sect." System reminder: Tiu Dao has gained some goodwill towards you. Current goodwill level is 1 star. Han Shuiyue scratched his cheek. "Regarding my cultivation level, you must not reveal it to others." Han Shuiyue was surprised. Other Jade Pure Sect members don't know. Han Shuiyue looked up at the blue sky, nodding. "My cultivation level is too outstanding for Jade Pure Sect. I'm also worried Jade Pure Sect may rely on my power and cause troubles everywhere. So I've never told Jade Pure Sect my true cultivation level. Apart from longevity, I have no other needs. So normally I cultivate in seclusion, not many people know about me." Tiu Dao admired such a cultivator's mindset. It's truly rare. If back then, Spirit Roaming Sect had half his humility, they wouldn't have met with disaster. Han Shuiyue said, "Let's leave it at that. Go find the sect leader. He will arrange a position for you." System reminder: Tiu Dao's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill level is 2 stars. Tiu Dao bowed to Han Shuiyue. The chicken beside him, eating chicken meat, asked its master, "Why didn't you teach him a lesson? Wasn't he being arrogant with that palm strike?" Han Shuiyue was angry. "I'll give you a sword strike. Dare you withstand it?" The chicken made a cute face. "I'm so adorable. How could the master strike me?" Making Han Shuiyue frown angrily. "This one has been a bit arrogant lately." Han Shuiyue said to the chicken eating chicken meat, "I must remind you, the current situation is not very optimistic. The person earlier was cursed by a celestial. Did you see his eyes? That's a celestial's curse." The black chicken turned pale in shock. "A celestial's curse?" Han Shuiyue continued, "That's right, we must be cautious. Everywhere is dangerous like this. So you don't need to be arrogant anymore. Originally, I didn't want to tell you, but your snacks are actually made from the corpse of a master's son. He was the son of the divine beast Chu Zhuang. Didn't you notice the changes in your body? All hail the divine beast." The chicken was extremely shocked, dropping the piece of meat. Han Shuiyue pointed at the snacks, "So you must cultivate hard to avoid Chu Zhuang's revenge." PK beside him cried silently. Han Shuiyue stretched and went inside, pondering that Chu Zhuang must hate you and me. So I must also seclude myself to cultivate. PK there was extremely terrified, crying, "Oh no, Chu Zhuang. Why didn't the master say so earlier?" The chicken took the pile of snacks away regretfully. "These dried meats fed to a son of a dog." Tuan Chanyan beside him dug into the ground, half groaning, "Save me tomorrow. Today is a great joyous day." Li Kangtsu happily announced to us, "Let's welcome the new elder who joined Jade Pure Sect with the virtual god realm." Tiu Dao walked behind. Tiu Dao carried a bouquet and entered. "This is the realm our ancestor recently attained. Jade Pure Sect is really getting better and better." Everyone was excitedly discussing, suggesting they should quickly give gifts, flatter the new elder a bit to gain favor. Tiu Dao thought, in the end, the elder only agreed to join Jade Pure Sect after interacting with Han Shuiyue. Everyone joyfully clapped, congratulating Tiu Dao. As expected of Elder Han, the true pillar of Jade Pure Sect, Tiu Dao stood there alone, silently amid the welcoming cheers, quietly accepting everyone's celebration for himself. Who would have known, Jade Pure Sect was originally just a small sect in a corner of the great wilderness. Who would have known, Elder Han was previously just a small outer sect servant. Everyone surrounded Tiu Dao, praising and congratulating him. It can only be said, the day Elder Han decided to join Jade Pure Sect was the luckiest day since the sect's establishment. Without Elder Han, there would be no Jade Pure Sect as it is now. Somewhere, the scene was utterly desolate, corpses strewn, bodies lying about like fallen leaves, smoke and dust filling the air. Someone walked over, sighing, "Our senior brother lost again." The other person lamented, "It's really difficult." Kak Kondung in the virtual god realm was severely injured, unknown where he fled to treat his wounds. Formless sect is now advancing towards the Great Way with great momentum. Our blood-scorching heaven gate is shattered. The other person objected, it may not be so certain yet. Marshal brother, why don't we surrender instead? The other person was surprised. Surrender? We and Formless Sect have a blood feud. Even if we surrender, they won't spare us. It's not surrendering to Formless Sect, but surrendering to Jade Pure Sect. The white-robed person replied. The other person was surprised. Jade Pure Sect. The white-robed person said, we can rely on Jade Pure Sect. As long as we ensure orthodoxy, it'll be fine. Subordinate forces in the cultivation world are not considered rare. Think about it, the sects around the Great Way are weaker than our blood-scorching Heaven Gate. Our sect is powerful, able to suppress Formless Sect, which is too far from us. The only choice is to approach Jade Pure Sect. The red-robed person stammered, this. Could it be that Jade Pure Sect is even stronger than Formless Sect, able to resist them? The offensive pressure from Formless Sect. The white-robed person thought of Han Tuyat. If it's Jade Pure Sect, perhaps it really could be possible. At Han Tuyat's cultivation place, he has walked for a long time, still hasn't come out to breathe the air. With black wood sitting meditation, the immortal peach tree will no longer sway. The immortal peach tree and earthly immortal furnace, both have grown very well. Combined with the spiritual chi of Tuan Tuong and at Bitter Mountain, becoming an immortal is still upgrading. KCA and Tuan Tuong and are cultivating diligently. Han Tuyat stretched his shoulders. Life is indeed beautiful like this. At the third level of body integration, the male lead was yawning when the system notification came. The Chaos Heavenly Hound spiritual pet itself was severely injured, its life hanging by a thread. It randomly encountered a powerful demon clan's assistance, returning from the realm of the dead. Your disciple Duong Thien Dong secluded in bitter cultivation. Comprehending the demonic path, his conduct increased. Your friend Chu Pham encountered an ambush by righteous cultivators X 3 times. Your friend Mak Fuck Ku encountered an ambush by righteous cultivators X 3 times. Your friend Hai Tuyen Tien Tu randomly encountered an opportunity. Her luck increased. Your friend Tiu Dao was cursed by an immortal, tormented X 5 years. Your disciple Taki cultivated demonic arts, his divine abilities began awakening. KCA said to Tuan Tuong N, the life of this dog is indeed eventful. Mac brother and Chu brother's lives aren't bad either. Did our master immediately become an immortal? Han Tuyat looked at the notification with a dark expression, pondering. Tiu Dao is still cursed by the immortal. If Jade Pure Sect accepts him, will Tiu Dao bring any calamity? Compared to this person, this one is more troublesome. His divine abilities have awakened again. This person's bad luck has become extremely terrifying now. How extravagant will it be when it awakens? Han Tuyat remembered Taki. But a life like Takai's is very miserable. Anyone standing beside him will definitely die because of him. Yet he doesn't know the reason is because of himself. The heavenly court sent him down to the mortal realm and erased his memories from his previous life, letting him wreak havoc on the human world. Even the chaos he caused in the capital last time, the Heavenly Lord didn't care. It's as if they've tacitly accepted it. The Heavenly Court seems to lack a righteous image, just like the rumors. If there's no benefit, they won't move to prevent calamities. Instead, they're quite capable. What are their intentions? Han Tuyat clutched his head in frustration. Could it be that there are too many people in the mortal realm? The Heavenly Lord wants to control someone to call out something. Li Kan Tu asked, are you seriously seeking refuge in Jade Pure Sect? The other person spoke up, that's not wrong, we've come for this matter. Li Kan Tu was astonished, but your honorable sect is still in a great war with Formless Sect. Jade Pure Sect also doesn't want to be dragged into calamity. An elder whispered inside, it's clear they want to drag us in to take the blame. Another person spoke, our sect leader said, if Jade Pure Sect agrees, Blood Blaze Heaven Gate could even directly join Jade Pure Sect, becoming the 19th mountain of Jade Pure Sect. Everyone discussed excitedly, as this was such a great opportunity. After Blood Blaze Heaven Gate occupied Great Way, its internal affairs became very powerful. Jade Pure Sect basically couldn't compare. If Jade Pure Sect could swallow them, it would certainly soar to new heights. But they must first get past Formless Sect's gate, their strength is too powerful. If we take over Blood Blaze Heaven Gate, who will come to block Formless Sect's path? Viam Lam Immortal, the 3 elders of Blood Devil Heaven Gate, are all great cultivators at the 6th level of the Void Refinement Realm. He doesn't really understand this sect's operation. What is the weak Jade Pure Sect relying on? Tu Gao is just a low-level immortal cultivator. He stared at Tu Gao. The others are only at the Yuan Ying realm. Even combined, they pose no threat to him. Aside from him, suddenly Li Kan Tu stood up. Elder Tu Gao, please treat our honored guests well. Regarding this matter, I need to discuss with Elder Han first. VM Lam Immortal pondered seriously. The sect's strength is insufficient. As the sect leader, he doesn't have his own opinion. What are the sect master and Tan Nyan Immortal thinking, to want to seek refuge in a sect like this? Tiu Dao suddenly appeared before him. VM Lam Immortal asked him, I remember 5,000 years ago, you attended the founding ceremony of Blood Blaze Heaven Gate. Why are you all so discouraged now? He unexpectedly asked about 5,000 years ago. Tiu Gao changed the subject. Let's not talk about that anymore. You and I are both senior elders, why don't we spar a little? At the first level of the Golden Core realm, VM Lam Immortal spoke, but in his mind he thought, he wants to hide his cultivation and pretend to be Golden Core, then attack me by surprise, I suppose. Such a ploy won't fool me. I've already seen that you're at the first level of Void Refinement realm. Han Tuyat suddenly turned and asked, except Blood Blaze Heaven Gate. Li Kan Tu was perplexed. What is Elder Han's opinion on this? Han Tuyat clasped his hands behind his back, pondering. He was deep in thought. This time we will definitely offend the formless sect. Although I'm not afraid of that old monster Go Dao, I only fear there may be someone even stronger. Han Tuyat asked Li Kan Tu, what is the current strength of Jade Pure Sect? Can they withstand the formless sect? Li Kan Tu sighed dejectedly. In fact, at the border of Great Banquet, disciples of the formless sect have already invaded. Jade Pure's disciples clashed with them, losing more than winning. Moreover, they even sent numerous void refinement experts to occupy Great Banquet. In the end, it was only thanks to Elder Tu Gao that we managed to suppress them. Unless that old monster Go Dao is targeting me personally, there's no way he doesn't know that I've been secretly cursing him behind his back. Han Tuyat spoke, essentially saying, I have no other choice. Once the formless sect occupies Great Illusion, Great Banquet will definitely become the formless sect's next target. Li Kan Tu was dejected. It was indeed so. Jade Pure Sect was in danger again. Suddenly, there was a commotion, startling Han Tuyat and Li Kan Tu. They looked up at the sky. Two streaks of light were fiercely clashing above. Li Kan Tu and Han Tuyat realized it was Elder Tu Gao and VM Lam Immortal of Blood Blaze Heaven Gate. Why are these two fighting? From what I see, it seems they're just sparring. Tiu Dao fiercely unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing VM Lam Immortal's face to distort, covered in blood. He cried out, you're using the 9th level of Void Refinement. You were just pretending. Who taught you such concealment techniques? Li Kan Tu was bewildered. I don't think they're just sparring. Han Tuyat said, Tu Gao hasn't used his full power yet, causing Li Kan Tu to exclaim in surprise. VM Lam Immortal, covered in injuries, angrily said, this is because you forced me to. He roared, then unleashed the Blood Blaze Heavenly Strike. Seeing this, Tiu Dao only raised 2 fingers, then split into multiple corporeal forms. Down below, Li Kan Tu continued to marvel as Han Tuyat smiled. If Jade Pure Sect really wants to take over Blood Blaze Heaven Gate, we need to suppress them thoroughly. Otherwise, even if now we absorb Blood Blaze into Jade Pure, later on, they may still harbor resentment. Li Kan Tu was perplexed. Alright then. Elder Han is absolutely right. Up in the sky, VM Lam Immortal and Tiu Dao were still fiercely battling. It seemed Tiu Dao had the same thought, like me. Both wanted to thoroughly suppress Blood Blaze Heaven Gate, hence this sparring between them. VM Lam Immortal was beaten to the point of speechlessness. He hurriedly clasped his hands. I understand. I will convey your sect's intentions to my sect master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Li Kan Tu stood before VM Lam Immortal, concerned, are you alright? He replied, no need to trouble you. Li Kan Tu pointed at the departing VM Lam Immortal. Look at his condition now. What if Blood Blaze Heaven Gate doesn't come? Han Tuyat pondered, it's their own hurry. If they've come to seek Jade Pure's protection, you're right, when asking others for help, one must have the proper attitude. Suddenly, the system prompted a measurement check, detecting a pseudo-celestial aura. Would you like to view the lineage? Mu Rong Qi, at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm, reincarnated from the War God Heavenly Palace, with the title of Duchu True God Emperor. Surrounded and attacked by the Celestial Emperor's demon race, his physical body was defiled, his divine soul destroyed, and he reincarnated into the mortal realm. During reincarnation, his divine soul gradually recovered, due to his God Emperor's celestial aura. Even as a mortal, his talent was unmatched in the world. In the darkness, he was absorbed by the ancient spirit mushroom and taken into the Jade Pure sect. Hearing this, Han Tuyat was delighted. The war god heavenly palace, how interesting. A group of people came from somewhere. Elder Quan Wukang laughed loudly. Our Jade Pure sect was founded 1,000 years ago. Within our Jade Pure mountain, the scenery is lush and serene, with birds singing sweetly. He waved a flag. Outer disciples, come ashore to be evaluated. Someone pointed at the elder. Is this mountain also part of Jade Pure sect? He replied, yes, this is also Jade Pure's mountain, belonging to Elder Zhansheng. But you must not enter without permission, otherwise you will be directly expelled from Jade Pure sect. A tense-looking youth pondered, what I'm looking for must definitely be on that mountain. My intuition has never been wrong. He turned to ask Quan Wukang, does Elder Zhansheng accept disciples? He replied, he does accept disciples. Previously, there was a monk who knelt at the mountain's foot for 5 years before successfully becoming his disciple. If you have that kind of perseverance, you can give it a try. Everyone gaped in astonishment. Kneel for 5 years. Let's continue on our way. The next stop will be entering the main mountain city. The youth was still dazed. Kneel for 5 years. Is it worth kneeling for 5 years just for that? Elder Quan, I won't be going back. I plan to stay here and become Elder Zhansheng's disciple. Mu Rongqi. Tuan Chong'an sneezed while knitting. Why'd I have this ominous feeling? 2 months later, purple clouds suddenly filled the sky, leaving everyone astonished. People chattered noisily with superstitious discussions. Did someone comprehend the ancient sword Dao again? Surely it couldn't be him again, could it? Meanwhile, Han Tuyat was still cultivating. He chuckled, another comprehension, it seems. The heaven and earth profound mystery realm breaking finger, truly wondrous indeed. He opened his eyes, this is the elder sword Dao. No, it can't be. This is just basic sword techniques. How did I end up here again? As Han Tuyat walked, he pondered, could I encounter that existence again this time? Everyone was moving about. It seems my sword Dao has progressed further. The deeper the level, the farther one can go. I wonder if I've made any progress. Suddenly, Han Tuyat was surprised. What's happening? Why can't I stop moving? Why can't I stop? Why can't I stop? In the blink of an eye, he passed many people. Could it be my sword Dao ability? Han Tuyat was dazed, moving at 70 steps per breath, his mood anxious. Han Tuyat panicked, waving his arms and legs. I can't stop or break anymore. If he discovers me, I'll surely die. Suddenly, something appeared before Han Tuyat. It spoke, it's you again. I gave you a chance last time, but you still dared defy me. You seek death. Han Tuyat cried as he passed by. Senior, I didn't mean any offense. I simply cannot stop myself. As he sped forward, Han Tuyat called out for help, begging the senior to assist him. That being pondered, I've guarded the elder sword Dao for so many years. This is the first time I've seen such rapid comprehension. Han Tuyat, terrified, his face paled as he screamed, the Tai Yi realm. I'm about to enter it. I'm about to enter it. Suddenly, something pulled Han Tuyat to an abrupt halt. It turned out the senior had stopped Han Tuyat, causing him to gratefully exclaim, thank you. I don't know how to repay your great kindness, senior. The senior examined him and declared, how strange, how strange. You clearly have no past life. How could you possess such sword Dao abilities? The senior thought, for an ordinary person in the elder sword Dao, taking a single step is already extremely difficult. Yet he cannot stop at all, fundamentally. Is the elder sword Dao chasing him to eat its food? Han Tuyat raised his hand. Senior, everything has a beginning. Perhaps in the future, I'll become someone else's past life, who knows? The senior spoke, disregard the matter of reincarnation. No one can control it. The Tai Yi realm is not something your current strength can grasp. Otherwise, it will backfire and send you back. Having said that, the senior flicked Han Tuyat's forehead, causing stinging pain. Han Tuyat sat cross-legged. The elder sword Dao's progression drew Han Tuyat's sword Dao abilities upward. A beam of light descended from the sky upon Han Tuyat's dwelling. Witnessing this scene, the white-haired youth exclaimed, indeed, it's no mistake. He's joyful on this mountain. There must be something here I need to see. This aura, has the senior emerged from seclusion. He kowtowed and bowed. I wonder if he's noticed me. Suddenly, a voice startled the youth. The white-haired youth was startled. How could there be someone at the foot of the mountain? He raised his head, unless the elder executioner has arrived. It turned out to be Tuan Trong and carrying a monk's robe down. Catching sight of the white-haired youth, Tuan Trong's eyes lit up as he admired. This youth is truly handsome. The youth suddenly froze, his expression turning unsightly. quietly. Mo Dong Koi unintentionally encountered the monk, a disciple of Han Tuyat, while kneeling. Though Tuan Trong and had an unsightly face, he exuded an undeniable charm. Mo Dong Koi worried, pondering, I don't know why, but I find this person extremely attractive. Yet clearly, I don't like this type. Mo Dong Koi suddenly realized something. Wait, he could be the great opportunity the elder executioner could bring me. Mo Dong Koi suddenly propped himself up, bowing towards Tuan Trongen. Tuan Trongen was startled. You there, Mo Dong Koi? He kowtowed and spoke loudly. Please accept me as your disciple, senior. Tuan Trongen was puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Tuan Trongen looked at the still kneeling Mo Dong Koi. His own realm was higher, so accepting a disciple wouldn't be difficult, but he should still consult his master first. Tuan Trongen asked, how should I address you, Mo Dong Koi? The monk continued, if so, keep kneeling. Mo Dong Koi replied, yes. After hearing Tuan Trongen's account, Han Tuyat laughed, someone outside wants to take you as their master. Tuan Trongen asked, is that not allowed, master? Han Tuyat replied, it's not that it's not allowed, what do you think? Tuan Trongen said, I rather fancy this person, if master agrees, I'll accept him. Hearing this, Han Tuyat's expression was full of doubt. Fancy? It certainly can't be just one-sided attraction. Han Tuyat said, then accept him as your disciple. Take him to Futang to cultivate first. Afterwards, he will be under your guidance. He must not leave without permission. Tuan Trongen replied, yes, master. Outside, Hak Nok K was happily catching butterflies. Mo Dong Koi was still kneeling there. How long must I kneel for? The senior must be testing my patience. Suddenly, footsteps approached Mo Dong Koi. Mo Dong Koi looked up and saw Tuan Trongen standing there. Let's go up the mountain. Mo Dong Koi replied, yes, master. My great opportunity has arrived. Outside the Nocton sect's gate, 2 people from the Blood Feud sect were standing there. The fate of the Blood Feud sect depended on this visit. The senior brother of the sect master Lu Bat Diet said, let's go. This time, the 2 of us must force the Nocton sect to agree. Lu Bat Diet wondered, what if they still refuse? His senior brother replied, if they refuse. Ha ha, then. The senior brother knelt down. Then we'll kneel and beg them. Before the 2 of them stood Han Tuyat, watching. Han Tuyat's face showed displeasure, not understanding. Unable to speak a word, Lu Bat Diet whispered, the Nocton sect is so powerful, even the sect leader's words have no effect. Only he can persuade them. His senior brother replied, you can't say that. It's already fortunate that he's meeting us. Han Tuyat seethed with anger. What Han Mo hates most in this life is disruption during cultivation. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, it will be very miserable. Han Tuyat's cold, bloodied face looked like a terrifying demon. The 2 of them shuddered in fear. This oppressive aura, this power is even stronger than that guest of ours. The senior brother said, Senior, please calm your anger. We have come to seek refuge with the Nocton sect. The previous incident was my fault. Lu Bat Diet immediately knelt down. I am Lu Bat Diet, the sect master of the Blood Feud sect. This time, I have come to see the senior to merge the Blood Feud sect with the Nocton sect. Lu Bat Diet worriedly said, I beg the senior to grant this. Han Tuyat, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped closer and said, understood. I hope that after you join, you won't be complacent with the Nocton sect. All your disciples must be fully integrated, understood. The 2 of them knelt, not daring to raise their heads. Senior, even if you don't say it, we will do so. Han Tuyat made a hand seal, imprinting markings on the 2 of them. I have imprinted markings on your bodies. Normally, they won't affect your cultivation. But if you harbor any disloyalty, you know the consequences. The 2 of them clasped their hands in obedience, replying, we would jump into a sea of fire before refusing the Nocton sect. Han Tuyat turned and walked inside, waving his hand, not bad. For the specifics, go find Li Khan too. Don't disturb my cultivation. The 2 looked at each other, puzzled. Is that it? Lu Bat Diet clasped his hands respectfully. Senior, previously, the Blood Feud sect was harassed by the Formless sect. Many treasures and disciples are still in the Great Illusion, unable to come to the Nocton sect. Can the senior lend a hand? Han Tuyat asked. The Formless sect. Han Tuyat turned to them and said, no problem, you can retreat. I will take action. The 2 knelt, replying, thank you, senior. As Han Tuyat entered the cave, he thought, according to the intelligence from the True Duong department of our sect, the strongest combat force of the Formless sect seems to be the Enlightened Path Elder. Han Tuyat thought further, if that's the case, as long as the Enlightened Path Elder remains injured, the Formless sect won't dare act recklessly. The Nocton sect will also not directly provoke conflict with the Formless sect. Han Tuyat looked at the strange book filled with talismans. The matter with his wife had been erased before. For this lifetime, to fight against enemies, he relied on the power of his fate book's curses. It cursed me with all its might. Somewhere, blood spurted onto the floor. There were coughing sounds. Coo 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 ah ah ha. Someone beside the Enlightened Path Elder was worried. Master, are you alright? The Enlightened Path Elder, mouth full of blood, was trembling and clutching his body tightly. Who is it? The Enlightened Path Elder asked in fear. Who is harming me? A voice reported, Sect Master. A voice from outside the front lines reported, the Blood Feud sect has taken refuge with the Nocton sect of the Great Wilderness. Should we continue attacking over there? The Enlightened Path Elder hesitated, then replied, cease fighting, negotiate. The person beside him said loudly, what? Just let this go. If word spreads to others, won't it seem like the Formless sect fears the Nocton sect? The Enlightened Path Elder replied simultaneously, dealing with two sects, even our Formless sect will be strained. The Enlightened Path Elder suddenly remembered something. Wait, the Nocton sect. The Enlightened Path Elder recalled the image of Hong Tuyen saying, I have a husband. The Enlightened Path Elder thought, I remember now. Ever since inviting that woman, I've been cursed. This time, the curse has severely injured me, just as the Blood Feud sect and Nocton sect are negotiating. The person beside him said, I've heard of this Nocton sect before. At best, they only have spirit immortals. Master, rest assured, I will personally go and capture Bad Dew about. The Enlightened Path Elder replied, you cannot go. The other person turned to look at him. The Enlightened Path Elder said, this matter is strange. Your celestial immortal palace is in seclusion, don't cause more trouble. The Enlightened Path Elder added, after fighting the Blood Feud sect for so many years, it should end. The Formless sect's reputation is established, there's no need to pursue and kill them all. The other person gritted his teeth, full of resentment. The Enlightened Path Elder ordered, my decision is made. Do not advance on the Blood Feud sect. The other person clenched his fists but could only obey, yes. The scene shifted to Mu Dung Koi's group. After Mu Dung Koi cultivated for a week, he learned his master wasn't the executioner elder. Tuan Tuong and introduced, on this mountain, besides me, there's also your ancestral master, your ancestral mother, and a black chicken spirit. The realm of lightness Hong Tuyen said happily. Disciple Mu Dung Koi asked in confusion, wait a minute, you're not the executioner elder. Tuan Tuong and replied, when did I say I was the executioner elder? His words left Mu Dung Koi utterly disappointed. After the Blood Feud sect took refuge with the Nocton sect, the Formless sect temporarily halted their offensive. The main hall of the Nocton sect was crowded with Nocton disciples. As it grew stronger and stronger, more and more destitute cultivators and mortals sought refuge there. Li Kan Tu was introducing a new ally to everyone. From then on, the Great Wilderness was peaceful for 15 years. In Han Tuyat's cave, the system reminded him. On the board, the system congratulated Han Tuyat for reaching 400 years old and gave Han Tuyat two choices. Han Tuyat said, for the 400-year lifespan, I'll choose the second option. At this moment, Han Tuyat was baking a birthday cake for himself. The system announced, you've chosen to continue secluded cultivation. You've obtained a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Supreme Grade Spiritual Treasure, the Heavenly Spirit Protecting Rain. The Heavenly Spirit Protecting Rain, a Supreme Grade Defensive Spiritual Treasure, can block spiritual attacks and soul assaults. Han Tuyat said happily, not a bad birthday gift. Han Tuyat put the ring on his hand. Another excellent defensive spiritual treasure. A voice came from outside, your disciple, Kai Lan Thien. Kai Lan Thien shouted, I've come here to challenge the Nocton sect to a duel of skills. Life or death, it doesn't matter. Kai Lan Thien was hovering in the air. Nocton sect, is there anyone brave enough to fight me? Han Tuyat looked at the system's board, putting his hand on his mouth, thinking, challenging the entire sect. This Hoang Kuk Hao is quite arrogant. Han Tuyat looked at the system board introducing Kai Lan Thien. Han Tuyat thought, he's a disciple of the Celestial Immortal Palace. I've heard of the Celestial Immortal Palace many times, but this is the first time I've seen someone from inside come out. He might be an interesting opponent. Right after, Han Tuyat immediately prepared to simulate the battle. Outside, thunder was rumbling loudly. Kai Lan Thien continued, how dare the Nocton sect shelter the Blood Feud sect, yet no one dares fight me. How disappointing. Kai Lan Thien angrily shouted, spitting saliva. I'm offering 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Whoever defeats me will get those spirit stones. Kai Lan Thien continued, is 1 million spirit stones not enough? I'll add another spiritual treasure. The disciples of the Nocton sect could only look up, unable to say a word. Kai Lan Thien grew angrier and more disappointed. Impossible. Could it be that the Nocton sect is full of cowards? No one spoke up. Kai Lan Thien shouted, someone from the Nocton sect, come out for me. You had the guts to establish the sect, yet you lack the courage to fight. Li Kan Tu was currently reading a book. Li Kan Tu looked out the window and said, why haven't Elder Han and Elder Tiu made a move yet? Is secluded cultivation that easy? Tiu Dao was currently picking flowers, hesitating whether to go or not. Wait for Elder Han to go. Wait for Elder Han to go. Tiu Dao sighed. I think I miscounted again. Han Toyot's face was gloomy with anger. It's been so long already, yet the sect leader and Tiu Dao haven't made a move. Even if we lose, they should go. Kai Lan Thien couldn't stand it anymore. You have 10 breaths. If no one comes out, I'll level the Nocton sect. Kai Lan Thien prepared his techniques to attack, when a voice came from behind. Fellow cultivator, wait. Han Tuyat from behind said, you are formidable, fellow cultivator. The Nocton sect would rather admit defeat than fight recklessly. Kai Lan Thien turned to look at the Nocton sect. Someone came out. When did he arrive? I didn't sense his presence. Han Tuyat added, just me alone, fellow cultivator. Hold your hand. Kai Lan Thien pointed and said, so you've finally shown up. Why didn't you all just admit defeat earlier? Han Tuyat said, fellow cultivator Nok Tu Lam Fong, you have a handsome face. Just by looking, one can tell you have an arrogant demeanor. Why get so agitated? Would you like to become my friend, fellow cultivator? Kai Lan Thien grabbed his sword, preparing to draw it. I see you know how to talk. Since you've shown up anyway, I'll give you some pointers. Just make your move. Han Tuyat asked again, are you sure? Kai Lan Thien drew his sword, looking arrogant. I'm one of the prime talents of the celestial immortal manor. Aside from that freak, I fear no one. Hurry up, no more words. Han Tuyat raised his finger, let me use my evil technique first. After that, Kai Lan Thien lost consciousness in his spirit form. There was a call, Lan Thien. Kai Lan Thien woke up, unaware of what happened. Kai Lan Thien looked up at his master. Why are you here, master? Kai Lan Thien's master was an elderly man with a flying dragon behind him. Kai Lan Thien's master angrily said, enough talk. If not for the spirit protecting talisman I gave you, a fragment of my primordial spirit, you would have been destroyed long ago. Kai Lan Thien was startled, looking at his body. Why am I only a spirit form now? Kai Lan Thien realized something. Wait, I remember now, it was just one move. Kai Lan Thien recalled fighting Han Tuyat. Han Tuyat used the heavenly primordial emperor's sword technique, the realm-breaching sword. Kai Lan Thien's body was shattered into a bloody mess. Han Tuyat thought at the time, just a prime talent of the celestial immortal manor, can't even withstand 3 seconds of my training simulation. Who gave you the audacity to be so arrogant with me? A voice came from above Han Tuyat. Fellow cultivator, please show mercy. Han Tuyat said, I did go easy on him. You saw everything, didn't you? Indeed. It's because he bullied others excessively and provoked fights many times. I didn't want any trouble, but I absolutely wasn't afraid. Another figure, along with the unconscious Kai Lan Thien, descended. That person, surrounded by a dragon, claimed to be Kai Lan Thien's master. Fellow cultivator, you're right. This was indeed Lan Thien's fault. On his behalf, I apologize. Kai Lan Thien's master continued, fellow cultivator, if you spare him, we will leave immediately. Is that acceptable? Han Tuyat asked, will you keep your word, fellow cultivator? Kai Lan Thien's master replied, of course. The system notification. Cultivator, you have made a good impression on him. Your current kindness is 3 stars on the system panel. Information about Cultivator Ku was displayed. Han Tuyat worried, thinking of his 7th level of realm cultivation. Cultivator Ku asked, may I have your name, fellow cultivator? This person's temperament is not bad, and his strength is formidable. He's also quite handsome, a rare sight indeed. Han Tuyat introduced himself as Quan Wu from the Cloud Mist Ridge. Hearing this, Kai Lan Thien disappointedly said, how could this be? I couldn't even withstand one move from Quan Wu. Cultivator Ku replied, if he didn't intentionally spare your life, even I couldn't have stopped him. Kai Lan Thien wondered, what kind of person is he, that even you, master, at the realm cultivation stage, couldn't stop him? Cultivator Ku explained, a fragment, of course not in a complete state, but his terrifying sword technique made me tremble. Even my true dragon form could barely withstand it. It's fortunate he showed mercy. Cultivator Ku said, "Consider this a lesson for you. Have you learned anything?" Kai Lan Thien fearfully said, "Master." Kai Lan Thien sighed and said, "I never expected that outside of the celestial immortal manor, there were so many powerful experts hidden. Even small sects have cultivators with great potential." Cultivator Ku smiled and replied, "Indeed, it seems this journey has been quite enlightening." Kai Lan Thien said with interest, "In the future, I will challenge more sects. Only then will I understand that there are always higher mountains." Cultivator Ku angrily said nothing. Cultivator Ku spoke loudly, "Now return to the celestial immortal manor. You are not allowed to leave for 100 years. Kai Lan Thien wondered, "Why? Master, I have just left for a short while." Cultivator Ku said, "Should I inform your master and the sect? Do you think someone will always be there to save you?" Kai Lan Thien could say nothing more. Initially, it was just a dispute, but it turned into a clash between two sects, swords drawn. The Jade Purity sect, with cultivators carrying an elegant and courteous demeanor. In contrast, the Blood Blaze Gates techniques were inherently heavy and oppressive. Thus, the sect's members all had shaved heads, from the elders to the disciples, donning battle armor with an imposing aura and exuding a strong killing intent. In the secret chamber of the Jade Purity sect, a dense array enveloped it. Upon closer inspection, one could see rows of intricate spell patterns on the outside. The array was composed of dense incantations. Ever since being sold by Han Tuyat, Ma Zhu had been imprisoned in this secret chamber. However, as Han Tuyat had requested, the Jade Purity sect did not mistreat her. Now at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, Ma Zhu focused on her cultivation, seated on a lotus pedestal. Swirling purple chi surrounded her body. A cold light flickered in her eyes. Finally, she had enough power to take revenge and kill her way out of here. To leave this place, she would have to avenge herself. Her lifeless gaze wandered around, her eye sockets cracked like a stone statue. "Brother Ma, your revenge is still waiting for your support. I never expected to witness such a bizarre situation." One half of Ma Zhu's face was grayish, her eye corner cracked, while the other half remained fair and smooth. Her large eyes brimmed with tears. "Who are you? Get out. I don't want you to represent me." The same person spoke, yet it seemed like two people were arguing. Streams of purple light escaped from her body and collided with each other. Vaguely, within each stream of light, one could see human faces and hair. As if to vent her deep resentment, she screamed, "Ah, ah, ah." Then, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ma Zhu, exhausted, knelt on the ground, her head resting on her arm. The malicious demonic chi around her dissipated and vanished. "Cough cough, it's clear that I cultivated the Ma family's inherited technique, but why did it produce demonic chi?" Ma Zhu panted heavily, repeatedly reviewing what had just happened in her mind. Could it be a demonic possession? But she still calls herself the family head. Could the Ma family have really been a demonic sect in the past? Ma Zhu struggled to sit up, her thoughts unceasing. "It seems I have an inherited legacy, but should I continue cultivating this technique? If I start over, I don't know how much time I'll lose. Catching up to Han Tuyat is already difficult enough. If I have to begin from scratch." She recalled Han Tuyat's abundant spiritual energy, remembering how she had an early start compared to him. But now she could only watch his back from behind. Time flows on, and everything has changed. Thinking of this, Ma Zhu's tears fell again. She felt both unwilling to accept and self-doubt if she still had a chance. In a deep mountain crevice, the faint sunlight shone through, casting a distant ray of light. Deep in the gloomy space, demonic chi swirled. A young man sat cross-legged, cultivating. "Master, I'm sorry. To continue living, I had no choice but to abandon my original cultivation and start over, cultivating the demonic arts inherited from the demon lord." Around the young man's position, gradually, black mist began to envelop him. It swirled, forming flickering spots of flame. This young cultivator's cultivation level soared after changing his technique. A massive demonic beast with a Saturn-like head and a ringed tail stroked its chin, evaluating him. "Unexpectedly, your demonic cultivation matches mine. For a human to reach this level is inconceivable," it thought with some dissatisfaction. "But what has been bothering me lately? My cultivation has stagnated. Demonic possession has disrupted my practice. How vexing." It steadied its scattered thoughts and continued enticing Zhu Qi. "You stay here and diligently cultivate. My formation will protect you, and no one will dare disturb you." Hearing this, Zhu Qi realized its intent and spoke up. "Where are you going?" The demonic beast turned away, looked up at the sky above the crevice, and angrily said, "To slaughter a few sects. To vent my frustrations." As if to demonstrate its resolve, it summoned a weapon that looked like a cluster of light beams. 4 large beams intersected in a cross, with smaller beams in the center, making it resemble a planet. Zhu Qi, hearing this, could only resign himself with a sigh, and for some reason, he felt helpless in his heart. Befitting the demon lord's reputation, the beam of light flashed past Zhu Qi. In his mind, he began calculating, perhaps the demonic beast has let its guard down. Should I seize this chance to escape? But after the demonic beast left, he could only look up at the mountain crevice, silently abandoning the idea. The demon lord's power is formidable. Fleeing would be futile. If I stay obedient, it might go well. Suddenly, Zhu Qi seemed to realize something. After all this time, my master still hasn't made a move. With his strength, how could he let the demon lord wait so long? My master hasn't acted yet. Perhaps he's tacitly accepting the path the demon lord has granted me. He said my demonic cultivation matches perfectly. Could he have foreseen this? Leaving me be is to let me grow stronger. His thoughts became clear. Zhu Qi's entire being brimmed with fiery passion. Master, I understand your intent now. At this moment, Han Shui listened boredly as the system reminded her, I've detected. The strongest in Jade City sect is Enlightened Elder, the formless sect's sect master, at the 7th level of the integrating realm. She was a bit surprised. It can't be. The Enlightened Elder has arrived. Before Jade Clarity sect stood two figures. One, a young man with blonde hair in battle armor. The other, shorter and hooded, concealing his face. The shorter one spoke up, Disciple, you wait nearby. I'll go in alone for now. In case anything happens, you can respond quickly. The young man cupped his hands and acknowledged, Yes, Master. Be careful, Master. The hooded figure strode briskly up the steps towards Jade Clarity sect's gate, his demeanor light yet imposing. His steps were steady and unhurried, clearly those of a master. Upon hearing the news, Li Kongsu rushed out of the gate. What's going on? The formless sect master has come to visit. The disciple behind him hurried to keep up with the master's brisk pace. He came alone. It doesn't seem like he wants to cause trouble. Li Kongsu squeezed through the ranks of cultivators. He hurriedly pushed aside a bald cultivator watching the commotion, and called out, The formless sect master is here. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. What brings the senior here? Right in front of him, a few cultivators had drawn their swords, ready for battle. A fellow cultivator beside them muttered, Foolish. Put your weapons away, said another in a hushed voice. Could he be here for us? The one beside him whispered back, If he wanted to deal with us, with his strength, he could have sneaked into Jade Clarity sect. Why be so arrogant? Right before Jade Clarity sect's gate, the aged formless sect master cupped his hands in salute. I've come to resolve past misunderstandings between us. The two cultivators from before fell silent, convinced by his reason. Li Kongsu betrayed no emotion, cupping his hands in return. If that's the case, please, senior, come inside. A glint flashed in the sect master's eyes, revealing his true intent. I don't know if your beheading immortal elder is present. There were some misunderstandings with him before. I wish to inquire about it personally. The cultivators and Li Kongsu grasped the crux of the matter, beginning to suspect in their hearts that there was a conflict with Elder Han. Yet Li Kongsu betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Li Kongsu calmly responded to this request, but the formless sect master seemed to realize it wouldn't be so easy. He began to take a provocative tone. As the sect leader of Jade Clarity sect, you can't even summon a minor elder. Li Kongsu replied, That's not the issue here. As Li Kongsu was at a loss, a cultivator cupped his fist to the sect leader. Elder Han has just sent me a message. He asks that I take the formless one to him. Li Kongsu replied, If that's the case, I'll take you to him. The formless one smirked faintly. As Li Kongsu led him away, he did not forget his duties as host, explaining to the formless one, This is Jade Clarity's experimental cavern. The spiritual energy here is dense and highly vibrant. As they passed through the woods, Li Kongsu cheerfully spoke of the experiments. If successful, they'll be introduced sect-wide someday. Our disciples will be like dragons among men. The expressionless formless one remarked, Truly a fine place. Up ahead on a branch, Han Shuiji and another awaited, hands cupped. Greetings, seniors. What brings you here? Han Shuiji looked down. Light radiated brilliantly from behind him, revealing his extraordinary bearing. The formless one's eyes glinted dangerously. Han Shuiji stared at him coldly. I hear the beheading immortal elder wished to inquire something of me. Additionally, I wish to resolve the enmity between us. Han Shuiji's dwelling was simple, just a wooden pavilion outside the cave, and inside, a few landscape paintings hung, with some spirit pearls suspended from the ceiling. Han Shuiji sat on a stone table, preparing tea for the formless one. After pouring the tea, Han Shuiji politely said, What enmity is there between us, senior? Yet the Formless One's heart seethed with resentment. Heaven had a path, but you wouldn't walk it. Hell had no gate, yet you barged in. The Formless One feigned a calm demeanor, sitting with hands folded. Previously, I did not know the young lady was your disciple. My transgression was indeed a mistake. Han Shuiji poured himself a cup of tea. The fragrant steam wafted all around. He savored the aroma as the Formless One spoke. So Jade Clarity Sect will not pursue this matter further. I thank you for your understanding, Taoist friend. The Formless One blew on his tea to cool it before sipping. Let bygones be bygones. The Formless One replied, your magnanimity is admirable, Taoist friend. Han Shuiji sipped his tea, hiding his sharp gaze. You mock me. Before him was the Formless One's harmless visage, the kind eyes of an elder gazing upon a junior. An aura like 100 blossoms in spring surrounded him. Yet the system panel above showed the opposite. The Formless Elder's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred level, 5 stars. A vein bulged on Han Shuiji's forehead as it rose from 4 to 5 stars. You wish to tear me into 100 pieces, don't you? The Formless One suddenly spoke darkly. Furthermore, I am often cursed by others. Was that your doing, Taoist friend? Han Shuiji paused, his solemn expression unchanging. Unable to contain himself, the Formless One vented, I came here to clear the air between us. I hope you'll stop holding this grudge. I won't bother your junior sister anymore. Our two sects could even establish friendly ties. Han Shuiji remained stoic, giving no response. The Formless One launched a fierce attack in return. Han Shuiji feigned innocence, replying, I am an upright person. Why would I stoop to such lowly acts? Moreover, I've never even met you before, so how could I have cursed you? His gaze was as innocent as his words, yet he was constantly calculating inwardly. I've been seen through again. This person cannot be kept around. The Formless One was not swayed by Han Shuiji's tricks. Biting his lip, he thought, with such coincidences, who else could it be but you? He eyed the youth feigning innocence before him, silently deducing, he dares not admit it, proving he fears me. Though he has divine artifacts, they pose no great threat. Even if we fought to the death, he couldn't kill me. The Formless One revealed a cunning smile, his transcendent powers in hand. With my 9 reincarnations, as long as my soul remains, I'm immortal. He cannot defeat me through attrition. If I eliminate him, Jade Clarity and Bloodflame Pavilion will be in the Formless Sect's grasp. His smile turned sinister. No need for pretenses, Taoist friend. I won't blame you, but the system panel shows otherwise. The Formless Elder's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred level, 5 stars. Han Shuiji remained stoic against this duplicitous foe. The Formless One struck first, his words belying his actions. I only hope you'll cease your actions. Before he could finish, waves of chi bombarded Han Shuiji. Yet he calmly sipped his tea, watching the attacks approach. Outside the cave abode, an unusually peaceful scene unfolded. Grilled mud carp lay over the fire, wafting a mouth-watering aroma. Elder, aren't you violating our master's rules by doing this? The master dislikes disturbances. The bald disciple frowned, wringing his hands anxiously. Li Kangtsu picked up a grilled carp and replied, I'm helpless against it. The Formless Sect's patriarch intended to directly visit Mount Bitter Cultivation to become an immortal, out of respect for our master. The gray-haired and young disciples ate without worry. They focused on savoring the grilled fish. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from inside the cave, startling them all. The bald disciple leapt up, crying, Master. They rushed 2 or 3 steps into the cave. Standing at the entrance, they saw the Formless One's staggering figure emerge. They were horrified. The Formless One appeared unharmed, without injury. Li Kangtsu shouted rudely, no longer showing respect, Formless Elder, what have you done to Elder Han? That figure cracked an eerie smile. Ha 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 ha. A familiar voice issued from the Formless One's mouth, freezing them in shock. Hold your hand, Elder. It was their master's voice. It is I, no need to panic. I've extinguished his primal soul. Now I've split his soul and control his actions. Li Kangtsu stared at the body in astonishment. He's dead. Han Shuiji's body glowed green. Placing a hand on the Formless One's shoulder, he said, let's not make a scene. I'll remove his corpse from here first. We absolutely cannot let the Formless Sect discover us. Li Kangtsu broke out in a cold sweat. We've been exposed. Understood, I'll go control the narrative. His heart was shaken. In less than 2 incense times, the Formless Elder had been directly eliminated. The gap in power was immense. Contrarily, he remained quite calm, recalling how he dealt with him. He only needed the 6 Paths extinction seal to extinguish his primal soul. This was the conclusion from 8 previous combat simulations. Outwardly, he instructed them to proceed without delay. Inwardly, he was still pondering how to resolve this satisfactorily. The issue was where to dispose of the body. The demon sect was too far. Then the demon clan would have to bear the blame. At the foot of Jade Clarity sect now, the Formless One's disciple stood with arms crossed, leaning against a great tree. What are you doing? The master has been gone so long and still hasn't returned. His subordinate reassured, rest assured, sect leader. The patriarch will be fine. Moments later, a figure shot out from Jade Clarity sect. It was the master. The blonde disciple and others quickly gave chase. Seeing the Formless One showed no sign of stopping, he called out, "Wait, disciple here." But the figure ahead gave no response to his shouts, continuing to dart through layer after layer of forest below. Han Shuiji, in the Formless One's body, only now noticed the group behind. He did not reply, but began calculating further steps. Accelerating his speed, he leapt and vanished into the void, leaving the formless disciples flustered. "Master, sect leader, what's the urgency?" The blonde disciple shouted to the others behind. "What are you staring at? Hurry, after him." "Wait, sect leader." But they had not integrated their cultivation realms. "We can't keep up." Alas, their pursuit was in vain. "We can't keep up with you, sir." Han Shuiji, controlling the formless elder's full power, traveled for half a month. Until his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he could only randomly descend into some deep mountain valley to stop. The Formless One's body plummeted from above, the impact shaking the entire forest. He used a sliver of spiritual energy to leave a clue about the likely culprit for the formless disciples. Only then did Han Shuiji withdraw his own soul to where the Formless One's body had fallen. With his finger, the old man traced a winding line on the ground. The formless disciples were still wandering aimlessly in the sky. The blonde disciple's face was haggard, his hair disheveled. Clearly, for half a month now, he had exhausted all his energy pursuing the Formless One. In his heart, he harbored a slight resentment. Has the master gone mad? Why come here? The subordinates below, surveying the surroundings, realized this was the domain of the Azure Dragon Saint, with nearly 1,000,000 demon soldiers. "We can't provoke Dereseji." Another disciple was also somewhat vexed, but no sane person would venture in there. At this moment, two cultivators flew past in the opposite direction from the blonde disciple, brushing past them. It was Chu Pham and Muk Fuk Ku. Chu Pham turned his head to look at the formless disciples. The blonde disciple also turned to look at Chu Pham. Then they continued flying in their original direction when Chu Pham spoke up. "It seems he was cursing me. Should we deal with them?" Muk Fuk Ku, flying behind, angrily shouted, "Can you stop looking for trouble? Following you has gotten me in enough trouble already. You have no idea." Muk Fuk Ku pointed at Chu Pham and loudly berated him. "Don't you remember what we agreed before? This time we're just visiting an old friend. No trouble." Chu Pham agreed, "Of course, I look forward to seeing Han Shuiji's expression." Chu Pham's eyes gleamed excitedly, a smug smile on his face. The look of terror, like a frog at the bottom of a well encountering an unknown powerful force. "Only by striking him down and remolding his features can he join us in conquering the world." Muk Truck's situation was not looking good, surrounded by a sinister black aura, accompanied by the cawing of crows, making the atmosphere even more ominous. Suddenly, she awoke, her facial expression indiscernible, but at this moment, Muk Truck smiled sinisterly. Even the bird perched high on a branch sensed something was amiss, looking down at the swirling black vortex churning incessantly below. Suddenly, the black aura spread out everywhere, even reaching the bird's perch, causing it to flap its wings in an attempt to flee. But it was already too late. The tiny bird could not escape the clutches of death. In an instant, its body turned to dry bones. Elsewhere, Han Shuiji held a treasured item, silently thinking it was the ring gifted by the formless elder. Holding this treasure was like grasping a searing hot bomb in his hand. Han Shuiji stood frozen, eyes wide open, silently sweating with fear. No wonder he's the formless sect leader, his insight always exceeds expectations. Before Han Shuiji's eyes was a dazzling golden sight, shimmering with countless piles of gold, silver and jewels. Not to mention the mounds of spirit pills and rare, precious tomes. Han Shuiji surveyed the vast wealth, feeling an indescribable joy. He felt like a king standing at the summit, planting his flag and swimming in a vast sea of gold. With so many treasures and resources, he could establish his own sect. He picked up a plaque, his eyes sparkling as he marveled. This shipper isn't bad. But his joy was short-lived, as someone came to report, causing his excitement to instantly deflate. Elder Han, something terrible has happened. It was Lee Kong-thu, shouting from outside the secret palace. Something happened. Muk Truck has lost control of her demonic possession. All the living beings in the secret palace are about to be killed. Hearing this, Han Shuiji began to panic. Muk Truck's demonic possession reminded him of some people. This demonic possession is imitating the 9-star demonic art. He was utterly bewildered, wondering what Muk Truck was doing, when the news system displayed, "Your disciple Tuo Chi has spread misfortune across 1,000 miles. Not a blade of grass remains. Your spirit pet Chaos Hound has become a regional demon king. Your close friend Chong Yuerni has chanced upon an opportunity and acquired an ancient technique. Your close friend, the 9 Peaks Immortal, was ambushed by his sect mates and severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king. Your close friend Muk Truck has awakened, her demonic soul falling into the demonic path, her murderous intent rising. Your disciple Yang Tiandong's village was attacked, the demon king's cultivation rising. Your close friend Chu Pham was ambushed by righteous cultivators and severely injured, but was fortunately rescued by a powerful being. Your close friend Muk Truck has awakened, her demonic soul falling into the demonic path, her murderous intent rising. One notification kept repeating countless times. Your close friend Muk Truck has awakened, her demonic soul falling into the demonic path, her murderous intent rising. This left Han Shuiji somewhat puzzled. What does it mean by awakening her demonic soul? At the secret palace, a protective barrier was formed, blocking the black energy surrounding it from outside. Han Shuiji approached, and everyone saw him, feeling relieved. Elder Han, they said. Han Shuiji assessed the situation. Elder Jingxi, is everyone alright? Elder Jingxi replied, fortunately, due to the secret palace's restrictions, no one could approach or get near. A guardian like a Dharma protector was shattered by the demonic energy. Han Shuiji entered a room, the atmosphere gloomy. With one look, Han Shuiji recognized the issue. This is not a seal, Elder Jingxi continued. Usually, it's when she loses control during demonic possession. Shortly after, the self-seal disappeared without a trace, as if nothing happened. It seems to have no effect on our sect. Examining the black circular shape closely, it resembled a worm's cocoon, only larger and black in color. Han Shuiji realized this was not a seal, but a metamorphosis. Seeing this, Elder Jingxi wondered, doesn't she have the ability to break through? Han Shuiji nodded in agreement. It's easy to shake a powerful cultivator's defensive array at the ethereal parting realm. Using void energy for defense is clearly no simple matter. He ordered the Jade Pure Sect's reserve forces to be mobilized within 10 miles around the secret palace, not allowing anyone to remain there. Receiving the order, Elder Jingxi didn't dare delay and acted immediately. Before leaving, he cautioned Han Shuiji, yes, Elder Han, you must also be careful. But how could the formidable Han Shuiji be easily defeated? His expression suddenly became solemn yet calm and reassured. With me here, such heavy demonic energy. I don't know if Muk Truck is alright. He gradually reached out his hand to touch the cocoon. Unable to sense her, the breath within was still struggling. Han Shuiji wanted to check on Muk Truck's condition, to see if she was alright. But the cocoon kept emanating thick black energy. Han Shuiji sensed something was amiss. How strange, Muk Truck herself hasn't reached the Yuan Ying realm, yet the demonic energy she cultivated could block the penetrating power of a cultivator in the ethereal parting realm. He slightly frowned, silently considering another possibility. Perhaps there's someone else inside. If that's the case, then I must use full force. As the words left his mouth, he used 2 fingers to project a beam of light toward the cocoon, causing it to gradually shatter. Muk Truck then slowly emerged from the cocoon, unconscious, unaware of the changes happening around her. Just like that, the cocoon was broken, and Muk Truck emerged naked like a pupa, causing Han Shuiji's eyes to widen in shock, unsure of what to do. Without much thought, he immediately took off his outer robe and rushed over. Fortunately, Muk Truck was lucky that he reached her in time, draping the robe over her body, preventing her from falling to the ground. Muk Truck was still in a deep slumber, lying in Han Shuiji's embrace, breathing gently. Han Shuiji took the opportunity to examine Muk Truck's body. Strangely, there was no other soul or spirit within her. In other words, she wasn't possessed by someone else. But upon closer inspection of Muk Truck's body, her inner spiritual self, there were indeed some questionable aspects. Thinking about this, Han Shuiji felt increasingly puzzled. Yet her soul was still in a state of regression. It was no longer in human form. The Muk clan's daughter had fallen into the demonic path before. Muk Fuck Ku had also fallen into the demonic way. He was lost in thought, unaware that the beauty in his embrace had awakened some time ago. Muk Truck placed her hand on his cheek. She slowly opened her eyes and smiled, but perhaps due to having just emerged from the cocoon, her body was still weak. Yet Han Shuiji felt that the way she looked at him was not right. Her gaze was not right at all. He suddenly realized there was a problem, hurriedly asking, "Where is the real you?" The robe covering her then fell off, leaving Han Shuiji flustered. "You've reached the Yuan Ying realm, but why didn't you undergo reincarnation? My lady, please be more careful." Muk Truck seemed not to understand, acting in an extremely strange manner, or rather, showing no reaction at all, causing Han Shuiji to question. With no reaction, is she still herself? Muk Truck's vacant gaze, in a soulless state, stared straight ahead, unmoving. Suddenly, Han Shuiji slapped her hard across the face, causing one side to swell up. The slap sent Muk Truck flying hundreds of meters away in an arc, shattering objects in its path. After the blow, Muk Truck regained her senses, trembling amidst the rubble. "Who hit me? It hurts." She turned to see who dared strike her, eyes welling up, cheeks flushed from the pain. Tears streamed down her reddened, swollen face. "Ah, Han Shuiji, you're here too." As she spoke, she suddenly felt a chill over her body and looked down. No need to guess, one could imagine her expression. Muk Truck cried out loudly, "Han Shuiji, what have you done? You pervert. Die." Her voice echoed throughout the secret chamber. "You must take responsibility for me, from now on. I will rely on you." Han Shuiji, of course, had no desire to bear this responsibility. He tried to explain, "I said you just emerged from the black egg. Do you believe it?" He questioned her on some matters regarding her clan. "What happened to your Muk clan? Why did you all turn demonic?" But Muk Truck knew nothing at all, replying, "I don't know either." Muk Truck sat wrapped in Han Shuiji's robe, looking innocently naive. "After entering the Golden Core realm, while I was cultivating, I often heard a sound. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but later, I realized it wasn't. I remembered, while cultivating back then, my body exuded a powerful aura, and a strange figure always stood behind me. I could sense that too." Muk Truck searched the clan's records left behind by her elder brother and discovered, "Back then, I went to the library alone, holding a small torch. It was the will of the Muk clan's ancestors, passed down. The Muk clan was not actually demonic cultivators, but a true demonic race. After the race went extinct, their demonic cultivation methods were passed to humans, resulting in demonic cultivators." Muk Truck's expression saddened as she said this. "My Muk clan was considered descendants, a combination of the demonic race and humans." Han Shuiji found it all quite confusing. "So do you have control abilities like demonic cultivators in the Tao of Truth?" he asked. Muk Truck angrily said, "I'm not a demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivators easily lose control. It's because their bodies cannot withstand the power of demonic cultivation. That's why they have backlashes." As she continued speaking, Muk Truck's face suddenly turned as red as a tomato. "That's right, the real cultivation method I obtained from my ancestors includes dual cultivation." Muk Truck looked up at Han Shuiji inquiringly. "With the same cultivation method, would you be willing to cultivate with me?" The system then reminded, "Muk Yu Ling harbors hatred towards you. Her current hatred level is 3. Han Shuiji opened his mouth in shock. Along with that was a notification. Muk Yu Ling, Fate Realm Level 5. The second matriarch of the Muk clan. Trapped in a mysterious forbidden land, unable to escape. I chose Muk Truck as my heir, hoping she can help rescue me. But because Muk Truck has feelings for you, she harbors enmity towards you, seeing you as an obstacle to Muk Truck's growth. She intends to eliminate you. Her current hatred level is 3. Han Shuiji silently felt his life had come to an end here. This lady actually wanted to kill him. Recalling Muk Yu Ling's character, the top ranked on the fate list, he organized what he knew, but felt the road ahead was only getting darker. So Muk Truck has feelings for me. Recalling her actions, mentioning some dual cultivation method, her face always revealed a sly look whenever she brought it up. "Would you agree to cultivate that with me? It benefits us both." He immediately rejected her words. "You've only just broken through, so focus on consolidating your cultivation base first. And don't forget to return my clothes. I only have that one set of clothes." In this situation, Han Shuiji had to admit defeat, not knowing what else to say. Well, the intention was good, yet she still called him foolish. The thoughts of women are truly hard to understand. The more Han Shuiji thought about it, the more helpless he felt, sighing over the path of building his own sect. As for Muk Yu Ling's motives, he couldn't comprehend them at all. In the Fate realm, she faced difficulties, still relying on the primordial spirit, while Muk Truk's realm matched her ancestral demonic cultivation. Unwilling to be influenced by the clan leader, it was clearly impossible for Muk Truk to cultivate safely. He'd have to add a daily journal page later. Suddenly, Xing Hongxuan appeared from somewhere, cheerfully calling out to Han Shuiji as he was reading a book. Seeing someone approach, he had to set aside his cultivation. He turned and smiled at her. "It's been a while, where have you been?" Xing Hongxuan took out a ring from somewhere, speaking gently. "Some time ago, I left the grand ceremony. I went to the western Zan region to train." Then she began recounting the journey she had experienced. "There was a person named Ingua Yuan, who gave me a bunch of stuff." Mentioning that name, she felt even more puzzled. "For those gifts, he asked me to inquire about you. Do you know him?" Of course he knew him, and they were quite close. That was the last time the two of them met, with the affectionate bear-like eyes of the senior. Unforgettable in this lifetime. Just a small gift, nothing significant. Han Shuiji recalled that helpless look of his. The old fellow did have good intentions. Xing Hongxuan was still very excited, taking out the treasures and giving them to Han Shuiji. "Husband, there's also this. I dug this up from the demon race's lands." Saying that, she took out a small piece of earth from her bag. There was a tree on it. When I discovered it, I saw two demon kings fighting over it. I thought it must be some heavenly treasure. They were both injured. It wasn't easy for me to seize this clump of grass. I don't know if it will be useful for you or not. You looked at the thing in Xing Hongxuan's palm, with a startled, stunned expression. The system prompted again, scanning and measuring. Detected a heavenly treasure with potential, primordial chi aura. Re-evaluating the records, this left you even more perplexed. This grass can become a spirit herb. The system further explained, the celestial earth grass, 10,000 years ago, was originally just an ordinary green plant. By chance, an immortal descended to the mortal realm and sat down to meditate around it. Enduring the infusion of immortal chi for 5 years, it gradually transformed. Over 10,000 years, it frequently faced destruction. Before each destruction, it would turn to ash and scatter across the mortal realm. Growing once more, it can become a divine herb, even with celestial qualities. Han Shuiji was utterly shocked, never expecting that this tiny blade of grass could possess such immense power. Celestial qualities. He immediately turned to Xing Hongxuan. "I appreciate your thoughtfulness all these years." But Xing Hongxuan began recounting. "I have to say, after leaving, I realized how small the grand ceremony was. After this recent journey, I realized," she said, taking out a bead, "the jade green sect is contained within this bead. Even entire sects." Han Shuiji interrupted her. "The bead is that powerful." Xing Hongxuan smiled proudly at Han Shuiji. "It's thanks to this that the jade green sect has its current reputation. It's all thanks to my husband. In the future, we will definitely surpass the other realms." But Han Shuiji felt differently, feeling gloomy. "I was just forced into this." Xing Hongxuan leaned close to Han Shuiji, clinging to him. "My husband must be the best. There's also the famous 100 Great Cultivators list. It's been updated. I feel my husband must be at the very top." But Han Shuiji had never heard of such a thing before. "What is this 100 Great thing?" Xing Hongxuan continued explaining. "Let me tell you, on the list is one from the Xing clan, who uses a giant sword as an ultimate snowboard. My son even uses a sword to bathe." But that wasn't what Han Shuiji wanted to hear. He almost forgot something else. He handed her a bottle of pills. "These are high-grade longevity pills. Consider it an apology gift from me." The old lady took it. Seeing this, Xing Hongxuan looked annoyed. "How disappointing. My husband only mocks me." Han Shuiji had no intention of joking. "No, I'm being serious." She held the pill bottle, looking pensive, not listening to Han Shuiji's words. "Don't worry, I've already taken some before. With my heavenly treasures, my lifespan is still very long." Han Shuiji mumbled on, but she didn't catch a single word. Just being at the Golden Core realm with 400 years is already quite rare, speaking of lifespan. Then she suddenly announced another piece of news. "The senior disciple Lu Sanqin, who was with you at Jade Void Peak 10 years ago, has ascended to immortality." Han Shuiji was startled. The image of that senior brother appearing, a man who always wore glasses with an eerie smile. "No wonder in all these years, looking at my circle of friends, I always felt like someone was missing." Lu Sanqin was a senior brother, a true bookworm. Initially, those 10 years at Jade Void Peak, in terms of cultivation, the senior brother often looked after me. Now I want to repay him, but I have no chance. Xing Hongxuan sat beside Han Shuiji, continuing to him. "Just a little short of the immortal realm, the Jade Pure sect had too few longevity pills. If he had left the sect sooner, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. After all, the spiritual energy here is still quite weak. Compared to other cultivation realms, it cannot be compared. She leaned against Han Shuiji's chest, saddened. I can't bear to leave the mortal realm. I still want to be with my husband. Han Shuiji was seen gritting his teeth, saying nothing. Inside a cave filled with boulders, there was the bubbling sound of a pot boiling some liquid of a reddish color. Chu Fan and another young man were currently tied up backwards, the two smelling the aroma of food, their hungry bellies growling. Who knows who'll get to eat it later? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Brother Chu, you still okay? Chu Fan looked at the approaching person and yelled in fright, you wretched demon hunter, Yang Tiandong. He kept cursing at Yang Tiandong from up high. If your master knew about this, he'd be so disappointed. Only when the other person advised him did he finally stop. This is uncertain, said Chu Fan. He can blame whoever he wants. We were just unlucky, carelessly trespassing into his territory. And you recklessly killed his patrol demon. Chu Fan was still very angry, glaring at the arrogant man. How arrogant. This mortal even wants us to kneel and beg for forgiveness. How intolerable. And so the two quarreled back and forth, when another guest arrived. Donger, what do you say? How should we deal with these two? The one who approached was the celestial serpent saint, with a human form, but covered in snake-like scales, along with two fangs and eyes brimming with killing intent. Should we cook them or refine them into pills? He stuck out his serpent-like tongue, revealing his sharp fangs. Yang Tiandong hesitated slightly. Father, must we kill them? The celestial serpent saint wants revenge on them for killing this king's good demon. Paying with their lives is only natural. Donger, if you want to join this king's power, you must sever ties with the human race. He turned and said to him, you and demons cannot coexist under the same sky. This is an immutable law. Yang Tiandong couldn't care less, thinking, you think I want to be a demon? Piss off, old snake. The celestial serpent saint, looking at the two hung upside down, suggested, so, have you decided? This king recommends deep frying them. Yang Tiandong looked up. Though he felt guilty, there was nothing he could do. Sorry, Chu Fan. We once swore to die the same year. Never thought it would end up like this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have blindly rushed in at first. Initially, he was extremely excited to go out into the world. The world is so vast. I want to go out and see it. His master didn't stop him, but agreed right away. And as time passed, he was able to build for himself a formidable army, established for 2.5 years, with over 800 brave warriors under his command. But life didn't go as he had dreamed, until one night, when he encountered the celestial serpent saint upon returning from a liberation. That serpent had lifted him high up then, no matter how he pleaded, and so he was taken in as the serpent's sworn son, quite rare. It would be a pity to kill him. Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth. Throughout my life, what price did my master pay for me to venture out? Too heavy a price for rushing into the world. Just then, a subordinate came, reporting, my lord, there's trouble outside. It was one of his bird subordinates speaking, a self-proclaimed Taoist monk from the formless sect, calling himself the Easterly Immortal King, is arrogantly shouting outside. Then a pig subordinate hurriedly added, he said he's here to avenge his master. He's too powerful. This subordinate couldn't stop him. Seeing the unfinished business, the celestial serpent saint turned to the formless sect. Suddenly, that monk shouted loudly, of course. Indeed, he seemed about to devour someone alive. How fortuitous, this king has a grudge with that old freak Mu Dao. Then he ordered Yang Tiandong, Donger, you stay here and guard them well. When this king returns, I hope they'll be properly cooked. Having said that, he vanished into space, leaving only a green orb floating in midair. Yang Tiandong turned to look at the other two, hesitating whether he should seize this chance to rescue them. Demons circled around the Easterly Immortal King outside. He laughed loudly, is that all the force you have? With an arrogant look, he shouted, summon your king here. The air fell silent. He suddenly realized the demonic aura was truly powerful. The celestial serpent saint appeared, to his surprise, with two glowing red eyes, standing right beside him. He stood there, thinking to himself, even more powerful than my master's aura. Unless the celestial serpent saint glanced down at him. How dare you come to this king's realm and act so brashly? Are you tired of living? He angrily questioned the demonic beast. Was it you who killed my master? The celestial serpent saint, surprised, asked back, that old freak Wenguo Dao, he's dead. The serpent saint covered his face, laughing joyfully, ha 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 ha. Excellent, he's dead. Indeed, a great pleasure. He recalled the scene of his master lying on the ground, tracing winding patterns with his hand, murmuring, "Surely the clue my master drew was pointing to the celestial serpent saint." Having realized this, his face twisted in rage, eyes glowing red as he shouted, "So it was you. I'll fight you with my life for this." Then, fueled by his fury, he leapt up, raising his weapon. The celestial serpent saint mocked with laughter, "Ha ha ha. So what if it was? This king will slay you and make soup today." At a mountain peak, a shimmering tree spoke, sunbathing, "Ah, not bad, growing." Han Shuizha sat cross-legged, gazing at the potted tree. As long as it's not trampled, it may produce spiritual energy soon. He angrily looked at the plump bird. "You there, don't pretend you didn't hear." The dejected bird slunk away as Li Kengzi appeared. Han Shuizha asked, "What's going on?" "The formless sect is here." Li seemed reluctant to answer. "Well, you'll be surprised." Han Shuizha was indeed surprised. "What?" "The Supreme Elder is coming. A great calamity." Then he turned to ask, "Do I need to meet him?" Li Kengzi replied with a hint of sadness, "Your master has left the Jade Green sect." He continued, 5 years ago, his attempt to break through to the divine realm failed. Additionally, the longevity pills had little effect. Finally, he decided to venture out in search of a breakthrough. He said if he doesn't return within 25 years, he's likely dead. Everyone was saddened. Li Kengzi continued, "When leaving, he asked me to convey his gratitude to you. He said without Elder Han, the Jade Green sect wouldn't be as prosperous today." Han Shuizha listened and said, "So he embarked on that perilous path of longevity." Li Kengzi's glasses reflected the evening scenery. He continued, "Perhaps we chose the wrong direction. Though I made some early progress in cultivation, after all these years, it seems I haven't reaped much benefit from seclusion." He reached into his robe. "Elder Han, you know my cultivation level, though advancing, breaking through to the divine realm grows increasingly difficult." He left an order. "If one day I face a great calamity, who among the sect's disciples do you think would be suitable as the next sect leader?" Han Shuizha pondered, "I seclude myself all year. How would I know?" Li said, "Look at the core Jade Green disciples. The most talented are all Elder Han students. I recently discovered Zan Zhonggan and Mu Dongqi's cultivations are rapidly approaching the Yuan Ying realm. Besides Elder Han, no one else could keep up if they were to succeed you." Han Shuizha interjected, "Chang Zhao, what you really mean is that I understand these two have considerable talent, but there is one point that must be made clear first." Before, his expression turned solemn as he looked at the Jade Green sect, saying, "If I were to face a powerful enemy that I couldn't stop, to a certain degree of severity, I would have to flee. Even if they were the sect leader, there would be no way to hold me back. Since coming to this world, I've had only one goal in life, which is eternal longevity." Yang Tran continued, "To reach that realm, I cannot be bound by any attachments. In the process, I may pursue this goal while supporting the Jade Green sect." Han Shuizha's eyes flashed, "But I will absolutely not abandon this goal for the sake of the Jade Green sect. You understand what I mean?" Li Kengzi hurriedly said in surprise, "Elder Han has given this much thought. Actually, I only felt Mu Dongqi and Zan Zhonggan were more convincing than the other disciples. I didn't mean to constrain you here." The atmosphere suddenly returned to normal. Li Kengzi, he continued, "Previously, I found Yang Tiandong untrustworthy, and Tuoqi seemed ill-suited for management, so I didn't mention this to you." Han Shuizha said, "It turns out you had this plan all along. The Jade Green sect will be grateful. Just now, I thought you wanted to use disciples to keep me here." He then continued, "That's not the case at all. Moreover, we've already given this careful thought. After all, a small temple cannot contain a great Buddha. Not only our sect, but the spiritual energy of the great wilderness also constrains you. Soaring higher is inevitable. Speaking of principles, it's a condition of the great wilderness. That the Jade Green sect could develop to this scale, we are already very satisfied. Elder Han, if you wish to sever karmic ties to achieve your dream, we wouldn't mind either way. After all, you've helped us tremendously. You should also live for yourself." Han Shuizha fell silent, expressing gratitude for the understanding. "I find Mu Dongqi's talent to be exceptional. Take him along for training." Li Kengzi bowed, thanking Elder Han for his great kindness. Han Shuizha then inquired about Shizan's situation. "May I presumptuously ask about my master's remaining lifespan?" Li Kengzi replied, "Elder Han, rest assured. My junior martial sister has higher aptitude than me. Previously, she also gained special fortunes. Living a few more hundred years won't be an issue." Before departing, Han Shuizhe bid farewell, but Li Kengzi added, if you have no other matters, you could also visit her for a bit. The path of longevity eludes my abilities, but if we have affinity in the next life, I will definitely support you. After 7 years of seclusion, that sapling from before had also improved. Not bad, it finally sprouted. Spiritual awareness. Han Shuizhe revealed a rather frightening expression. The weather wasn't bad, just right to suit bestowing some warm curses upon Mu Wuling and Zhu Zushui. Holding a thin book in his hand, the system reminded Han Shuizhe, who thought silently, it's been a while since I checked my friends list, it's about to expire. Many notifications appeared on the panel. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was ambushed by a demon king, sustaining severe injuries. His life hangs by a thread. Your close friend Zhu Fanren was ambushed by a demon king, sustaining severe injuries. Luckily, a great power saved him from the brink of death. Your close friend Zhu Fanren was ambushed by a demon king. He sustained severe injuries, but luckily a great power saved him from the brink of death. The Chaos Divine Beast, your self-proclaimed celestial dog, was surrounded and attacked by demon kings from all directions, sustaining severe injuries. It returned from the brink of death. Your disciple Su Jiaqi spread ill fortune. The aura of the demonic sect declined. It will take a few thousand years before the celestial frost sect recovers from over half its casualties. After reading this, Han Shuizhe expressed surprise. Why were these three ambushed by demon kings together? The Azure Dragon Divine Beast roared angrily. Who dares? The demons cried out in panic. Quick, stop her. A cold-faced girl attacked, capturing 2 bound people. Recognizing her, they exclaimed, Senior Tuyendai, you're here. Why have you come? She knelt briefly, then leapt out of the demon's cave, taking the 2 captives with her. The Azure Dragon Divine Beast could only fume, watching her escape successfully with the 2. Damn it, they got away. Turning angrily, he asked Dongni, explain to your sovereign what's happening. The demon subordinates, seeing the unconscious Yang Tiandong with a lump on his head, reported, Your Majesty, it seems she knocked him out. The Azure Dragon Divine Beast's eyes flashed with anger. Useless. Your sovereign will wake him up. Returning to Han Shuizhe's side, he sat pondering the centuries-old news. From the images, it seemed Zhu Fanren and the others were still alive. Their lives hung by a thread, but there was nothing I could do, my little friend. My master trusted you could turn danger into safety. At the 6th level of body integration, Han Shuizhe looked at the system's increasing number of old acquaintances entering reincarnation over the years. A troubled look, the Celestial Emperor had also passed. Hopefully my master was well at the Jade Void Peak. Han Shuizhe stood, knocking to wait outside the door. Han Shuizhe hesitated, pondering. It had been hundreds of years since he last saw his master. He wondered if his master would blame him. The door slowly opened, inviting him in. Han Shuizhe looked at his long unseen master. He addressed her as master. The 2 conversed, discussing the late Celestial Emperor. I'm very sorry, there's no need to dwell on it, she said. Han Shuizhe suggested to his master, the spiritual energy at Jade Void Peak is scarce. He smiled gently and continued, why don't you move to my place? I've specially prepared a splendid abode for you. Xuanxianzi lowered her head, hesitating. But that is your mountain, it wouldn't be proper for me to go there. Han Shuizhe then said, in this life, I'm focused on cultivation, with little regard for others, but you are one of the few exceptions. I don't want, on this long path of longevity, to eventually have to proceed alone. If possible, I hope to attain the Great Way, hand in hand with you, my master. Her expression seemed somewhat moved, then she replied, I wouldn't normally trouble you, my disciple. And you, my plump little bird, don't get too excited. I thought that abode was specially prepared for me by my master. No wonder I was so delighted. They stood before the house. The bird cried, I don't have an abode either. Wah, you want one too. Dream on. The disciple retorted, in your state, you should obediently live in the trees. The Xuanxian sect disciple winked, gesturing to the side, my abode is right next door. Feel free to find me anytime. Xuanxianzi responded with an alright. The plump bird mumbled, calling its master, its face a bit worried. Will Xuanxianzi want to eat me? Immediately, the bird hid in a paper box, with a lump on its head, trembling. At the Northern Territory, Yang Tiandong faced countless formidable demon beasts. The mysterious voice said, I mean no offense, I just want to find your demon king. Sharp, ferocious eyes stared at him, asking, what's the matter? Yang Tiandong said, I want to seek an alliance with you to oppose the celestial Saint Qingmen. Then we can divide his territory. What do you think? The Demon King inside warned, don't underestimate him, the celestial Saint Qingmen is formidable. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, few demons can defeat him. Yang Tiandong then persuaded, I can invite the ancient Demon King to the grand feast. He's a 10,000-year-old demon acknowledged by my master. His power is no less than celestial Saint Qingmen's. The Demon King silently wondered about this grand feast master. Yang Tiandong insisted, you should understand the reasoning. The mouth opens, the teeth feel cold. Celestial Saint Qingmen has been rampaging lately, expanding his territory madly. Sooner or later, he'll come for you. The untainted sect is besieging him now, draining celestial Saint Qingmen's forces. If you don't seize this chance, we'll only become his dogs. Hearing this, the enraged Demon King stepped out. Say that again if you dare. Yang Tiandong backed away. Don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. The Demon King, having stepped out, revealed his form as a gigantic hound. Looking down on dogs, are you? Yang Tiandong removed his hat, eyes wide. The Demon King stared at the two in surprise, shouting, recognizing them. Yang Tiandong, is that you, Celestial Hound from Chaos? How did you end up here? The Chaos Celestial Hound crossed his arms, displeased. Don't call me Chaos Celestial Hound. I'm the Chaos Supreme now. Yang Tiandong sat cross-armed, defiant. Yeah right, look at you. I wonder what our master would think of this. Should I go back and report you to him? The enraged Chaos Celestial Hound got in Yang Tiandong's face. You have no shame. Go find the old man yourself. You haven't returned yourself, yet you dare mention me. Yang Tiandong scratched his cheek nonchalantly. We should help each other, being from the same lineage. I've heard you often meet other demon kings, being hunted down relentlessly. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong's face lit up, exclaiming, how about we join forces, brother, for a great cause? You and I can team up to kill Celestial Saint Qingmen. I'll take the 73 Chaos territories. The Chaos Celestial Hound turned away, scowling. No way. I won't fight him. Yang Tiandong reassured him. Don't be afraid, I know the two of us alone won't be enough. I plan to rally the surrounding demon kings, many powerful forces. Think about it, you and I have risked our lives out there for so many years, all for the sake of becoming stronger, not weaker than anyone. We had to uphold the honor and face of our master. This is our chance to avoid facing Master Zhongdong in disgrace. The Chaos Celestial Hound agreed. Alright, I'll follow you. Yang Tiandong cheered. I knew you were the best, brother. But the Chaos Celestial Hound insisted. Call me the Chaos Supreme. 8 years later, a white-haired youth stood on a rooftop, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. It was the newly promoted inner sect disciple, Elder Mu Dongqi, a peak Golden Dan expert of the Yuan Ying realm, unmatched by any foe. Someone flying in the sky reported to Mu Dongqi, Elder Mu, there's an emergency. 2 of our sect's disciples have fallen into evil ways and returned. Mu Dongqi was surprised. Disciples who fell into evil. Where? They are. They seem to have gone to the bitter cultivation mountain to cultivate immortality. Hearing this, Mu Dongqi frowned and rushed towards the patriarch's direction. That's not a problem, then. Standing before the Jade Pure sect, Chufan said, they've finally returned. Mak Fuk Chao sighed in admiration. The Jade Pure sect has changed greatly. I sense the spiritual energy is much denser than before. I wonder how Muk Zhuk is doing. Chufan said expectantly, let's find junior sister Muk Zhuk later. I'm curious to see her. Suddenly, Chufan grinned slyly. I wonder how powerful Han Toyotz is now. Mak Fuk Chao worried. Don't even think about it. Forget it for now. The Jade Pure sect, even the Blood Blaze Gate has occupied Han Toyotz. She's likely stronger than you. Hearing this, Chufan turned to Mak Fuk Chao. From what I see, the Blood Blaze Gate only relies on the Jade Pure sect because the Formless sect has pressured them into a corner. Is that so? Yes, the Formless sect hasn't caused trouble for the Jade Pure sect. Perhaps their sect master has met with some mishap, delaying their progress over there. Hearing Chufan's words, Mak Fuk Chao stroked his chin. That does seem to be the case. Chufan pointed to the sky. If we really compare, the Jade Pure sect may not be stronger than the Blood Blaze Gate. Look at the disciples over there. Look at those hovering in the air. Mak Fuk Chao was puzzled. After all these years, why are there still people afraid of heights, installing railings on their flying swords? The two chatted merrily. Chufan said, that's right, their skills pale in comparison to the major sects. Mak Fuk Chao nodded. You do have a point. Suddenly, from behind, Master Sun silently appeared. She wondered why these two couldn't sense the dense spiritual energy of this mountain. It's almost as mysterious as the Holy Lands and the mortal world after 1,000 years. Chufan's eyes lit up. He pulled Mak Fuk Chao forward. Brother Han, I'm here, Chufan. I'll make your teeth fall to the ground. Mak Fook Chow pulled Chufan back. Calm down a bit. Master Soon, witnessing this from behind, was speechless. Today, Han Toyat stood before Tuan Chong On and KCA. I'll teach you a divine sword technique. The absolute divine sword technique. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your innate talents, she said. Then she raised 2 fingers before her face and chanted an incantation. Watch my spiritual energy circulate. This is the first cycle. She gathered spiritual energy at her fingertips and released it. KCA said worriedly, Master, I don't have fingers. Hearing this, Han Toyat said, feathers will do. After saying that, KCA also chanted the incantation. Watch K-Saw's divine sword technique. Ha ha. KCA swung, shattering a boulder. He cheered in success. Then Han Toyats, standing behind, praised, not bad. You learned it right away. Perhaps we should call you the Divine Rooster from now on. Tuan Chong On, standing beside, asked his master, what species is KCA, exactly? His talent doesn't seem like that of a chicken. KCA, standing behind, frowned. Why call me KCA? KCA said proudly, call me K-Raw. Moreover, I've told you before, K-Raw is a phoenix. You think K-Raw is a chicken. Han Toyats, behind them, was speechless. Tuan Chonon said, you're really unworthy of being called a phoenix. The system notification appeared, detecting powerful experts within the Jade Pure sect. It quickly locked onto a name, Master Soon, 9th stage of body cultivation. Junior sister of the Demon Lord. Han Toyats was surprised, staring at the system's junior sister of the Demon Lord. Could that be my wife's younger sister? Suddenly, Mak Fook Chow Chu Fan and Master Soon stepped forward to greet him. It's been a long time, Han Toyats. The male lead turned around, surprised. Chu Fan frowned, don't you remember me? Mak Fook Chow smiled. It's been many years, but Brother Han's demeanor is still as impressive as before. Han Toyats looked at the two of them. Of course I remember, Brother Chu, Brother Mak. These years haven't been easy for you, have they? Chu Fan and Mak Fook Chow turned away, covering their faces as they cried. How did he know? Not only has it not been easy, we've been teetering on the edge of life and death. Chu Fan turned to look at Han Toyats, tears and mucus streaming down his face. We've been through so much hardship, wandering with our swords to settle grievances, but we've also gained some opportunities. Han Toyats looked at them with a mocking smile. Suddenly, Chu Fan pointed at the male lead, Han Toyats. Let's have a bout. Even though I lost to you before, I've now cultivated to the immortal realm. The male lead was surprised. Oh. Chu Fan arrogantly pointed his finger, just like you did back then. You were a Yuanian cultivator who could slay immortals. Now I'm already a half-step immortal. I'm qualified to fight you, aren't I? After all these years, you're probably still stuck in the immortal realm, unable to make further progress. Once in the Yuanian realm, without fortuitous encounters, it's very difficult to advance quickly through bitter cultivation alone. Chu Fan sneered viciously. I wonder if you've stagnated. Han Toyats narrowed his eyes and smiled. You've just returned. No need to rush into a bout with me. Go find the sect leader first and report your demonic cultivation. Chu Fan stepped forward aggressively, the male lead angrily facing Han Toyats. Are you afraid? If you're afraid of losing face, we can have a discreet bout here. Han Toyats was furious. You dare accuse me of cowardice? If you want to avoid embarrassment, then we can have our bout in secret here. If you want to go out and adventure, Brother Mac and I can take you along. Hearing those words, Han Toyats didn't know what to say. KCA then came over from behind. Chu Fan, how dare you? A mere Yuanian dares to provoke my master. Do you think a slap from me won't kill you? Chu Fan looked at KCA, challenging Han Toyats. The chicken you're raising is really arrogant. KCA narrowed his eyes. And so what? Chu Fan turned back to the male lead. Han Toyats, if you don't discipline your pet well, it'll bite its master. Let me teach it a lesson for you. Han Toyats coldly remained silent. Han Toyats sneered, just don't hurt him too badly. Hearing that, Chu Fan was astonished. Mak Fook Chow was puzzled. Master Soon pondered, this person is definitely not as simple as he appears. Just the cultivation level of this pet alone. KCA raised his hand, giving an OK sign to show he understood. The Void Realm. Chu Fan couldn't accept it and asked Han Toyats, what do you mean? You think I won't fight back against it? Mak Fook Chow behind Chu Fan spoke up. Chu Fan, there's something off about this chicken. Let's rest for a few days first, then investigate Han Toyats' situation thoroughly. There's no rush to fight. Chu Fan started undressing. It's just a chicken. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing that, Mak Fook Chow was so shocked he fell to the ground. Chu Fan had already taken off his shirt. He raised both hands in front of him. Suddenly, a brilliant red light emanated from Chu Fan's body, filling the space with an overwhelming power. Mak Fook Chow worriedly said, "Brother Han Toyeds." Han Toyeds smiled faintly. "It's alright. I won't let them hurt each other." Chu Fan stood before KCA, his power flaring, preparing to attack as he spoke up. "Get ready. This form of mine has even killed celestial chickens before. You should feel honored, really." Chu Fan spoke with a desire to devour KCA alive. "Are you scared now? Apologize to your Chu clan. I won't bother with you." KCA sneered. "Oh." Chu Fan stretched out his fist recklessly, soul-shattering demon-subduing fist. An immense force fired by Chu Fan shot forth rapidly. Chu Fan, with fiery eyes, kept attacking relentlessly. Chu Fan's strikes caused the earth to crumble. Seeing this, Mak Fook Chow grew worried. That fist has even injured celestials before. How can I explain this to Brother Han later? Master Sun sighed. He unleashed a major move right off the bat. Though unconventional, his opening gambit is not bad. KCA, unperturbed, opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. Chu Fan's fist remained embedded in K-Saw's stomach like an ant bite, as KCA coldly asked, "Is that all?" Chu Fan was petrified, temporarily at a loss for words. Chu Fan withdrew his fist angrily. "How is that possible? A mere chicken dares to mock me. If not for fearing offending Brother Han, I wouldn't have held back." Chu Fan continued attacking forcefully. "Now watch closely. This is my true full power state." Chu Fan used the demon-shattering palm strike. KCA was blasted into the sky along with shattered rocks. Tuan Trung and below was alarmed. "Ah, he really got blasted away." KCA was surprised to see Chu Fan descending from above. Chu Fan fiercely struck K-Saw's face, punching while saying, "Is that all?" Chu Fan kept raining blows on KCA without pause. The end. Chu Fan kicked KCA high into the clouds. Pak Leng coldly thought, "Is that all?" As Pak Leng stood shivering, he heard Han Toyets call out, "Little Black, next time you fight someone else, the first time, you must assess the opponent's true abilities thoroughly. Some are reckless, with power exceeding their perceived realm. Others are treacherous, especially fond of feigning weakness. When probing the opponent, the greatest taboo is revealing too much of your power. Letting the enemy find your weaknesses. In short, caution is wise." KCA closed his eyes to calm himself. "I must endure. What if he has a greater move he hasn't used yet? Composure is paramount. That mysterious lady could be an ally of theirs too, proving they must have extraordinary abilities." As KCA lay pondering, Chu Fan flew over, still attacking relentlessly. Mak Fook Chow watched in shock. "Mouth agape. That supreme skill that killed celestials is too much." Chu Fan halted his assault. The strike had landed with an ah-ah-ha cry. Mak Fook Chow hurriedly explained to Han Toyets, "Brother Han, listen to me. Chu Fan didn't mean any harm, really." Han Toyets coldly replied, "It's fine, no problem." Mak Fook Chow was stunned. "What? How could it be fine?" Chu Fan trembled in fear. "What demonic creature is this? My full power couldn't harm him." Surrounding KCA, a thick ominous aura emerged, like a black phoenix. KCA mocked with a laugh. "Is this really your full power? I didn't expect you to be so pathetically weak." Chu Fan was aghast, unable to believe his eyes. "You were probing me all along." K-Saw's eyes shone brightly. "Indeed, no more feigning weakness. The game is up." KCA launched his attack. K-Saw's face brimmed with killing intent. He frowned. "You brat. Prepare to face the wrath of the fusion realm." Chu Fan was utterly terrified. The fusion realm. As K-Saw's strike was about to land, Chu Fan still didn't understand what was happening. His mind went blank as he stood there. The attack was inches from Chu Fan's face, when a hauntingly familiar sensation struck him. The breath of death, just like before. Chu Fan's eyes widened as another memory resurfaced. The image of a beautiful girl holding a parasol, softly whispering to Chu Fan, "Big brother, let's go together." That was Lu Dao, so serene. Chu Fan and Lu Dao were happily flying a kite. Chu Fan ran ahead, laughing ha ha ha. Lu Dao called from behind, "Big brother is so cool." She was born to a humble carpenter's family, the daughter of a neighboring landlord. She was Chu Fan's only friend in childhood. Soon she blossomed into a beauty. Seeing Chu Fan intently working on something, Lu Dao curiously asked, "Big brother, what are you carving?" Chu Fan smiled, "A super bird." Seeing Chu Fan's super bird, Lu Dao mocked, "It's so ugly. Why does it have two mouths? Chu Fan grinned, don't worry about details. Later, due to our outstanding spiritual roots, the Yuqing sect recruited both of us. When awakening spiritual power, I was a dud, only opening one strand, failing the standard. My spiritual power was inferior, worse than the lowest tier. Lu Dao, however, awakened 6 strands, meeting the requirements. I had innate full spiritual roots. Everyone congratulated us in our village, we finally have talents. Congratulations on being chosen by Yuqing sect. During the outer Qi refining days, I had exceptional talent, quickly becoming an inner disciple. After a fight, Chu Fan crossed his arms proudly. Little sister Dao, I will protect you for the rest of my life. The beautiful scene didn't last long. Chu Fan looked down at his trembling hands. Why has my spiritual power vanished? After initially entering the Zuji realm, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't accumulate any spiritual power in his dantian. The inner sect elders exhausted all means, but still couldn't find the cause. Unable to store spiritual power or advance his cultivation, his former passion and determination, his vows to the heavens and earth, his Tao heart, all shattered into pieces. Chu Fan sat helplessly in a corner. If not for Lu Dao's pleas, he would have been expelled long ago. In the entire sect, only she believed he could recover. The higher he was praised as a genius, the harder his fall now. People mocked Chu Fan, junior sister. I advise you to stay away from this waste. A waste like him is only good for our amusement. Only Lu Dao stood up for him. I beg you, don't bully Chu Fan anymore. Chu Fan trembled on the ground. Chu Fan, big brother, I believe one day you'll become the strongest cultivator in the world. Little sister begs you not to give up on yourself. Can you do that? I can't. Don't worry about me. Big brother Chu Fan, go away. Chu Fan hugged himself and left, leaving Lu Dao crying as she watched. It was my insecurity that made me keep running away, pushing her away by any means necessary. I deluded myself many times, thinking if I regained my power, I could follow and protect her. Alas, there were no ifs. When Lu Dao called Chu Fan, senior brother Deep of Jianfeng confessed to me yesterday. I accepted. Hearing this, Chu Fan stood dumbstruck, unable to say a word. Chu Fan silently watched Lu Dao leave with another man. At that moment, he felt he had truly lost her. There were 3 paths of growth one could take. Being defeated by oneself, understanding and becoming oneself. After losing Lu Dao, he stepped onto the second path of sorrow. Chu Fan was cultivating his inner energy intensely. When something flew out, I am your natal spiritual treasure. In my past life, I was injured blocking your reincarnation cycle. Only your spiritual power can repair me. To repay you for nurturing me all these years, I wish to bestow you the flaming culinary art, along with the warm winter celestial flames. Chu Fan angrily punched his natal treasure away. Celestial flames my ass. I don't want any of that crap. His natal treasure awakened, his cultivation speed far surpassing that young man from years ago. Now Chu Fan had powerfully returned. What was lost, he would regain tenfold. Defeat all the disciples, become the strongest of Yuqing sect, marry Lu Dao and reach life's peak. But then he met Han Shuiyue. Chu Fan was utterly defeated, people discussed, he lost completely in less than 3 seconds. All his hopes shattered into pieces. Lu Dao didn't want to believe a single word he said, let alone see him. Muo Fuchao worriedly placed a hand on Chu Fan's shoulder. Brother Chu Fan, are you alright? Chu Fan replied, I'm fine. Muo Fuchao asked, don't you want one last look? But Chu Fan coldly turned and left. In the distance was the scene of Lu Dao's wedding. Brother Muo, hurry, I'll hold him back. Brother Chu, if you're not going to fight back, then let's go. Chu Fan tightly hugged the monster. Even if I die, I'll take you down as my cushion. Saying that, Chu Fan and the monster fell off the cliff. Muo Fuchao screamed in horror from above, no, Chu Fan. Chu Fan opened his heavy eyelids, apologizing. I couldn't keep my previous promise. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the next life. The image of Lu Dao's smile appeared in Chu Fan's mind. Chu Fan lay there in a pool of blood. The inheritance of his martial arts began to fade from Chu Fan, but miraculously, he survived and realized in his heart that he couldn't let go after all. He decided to return home to untie this knot. When he met Lu Dao again, she had become the mother of that adorable little boy, who resembled her when she was young. Seeing this scene, for some reason, his heart felt very much at ease. Chu Fan approached Lu Dao's son. It's not safe for you to be out alone, little one. Where are your parents? The boy replied, Mom's buying cotton candy. Chu Fan asked, cotton candy is quite tasty, isn't it? I bet you really like it. The boy smiled, I love it the most. I even wanted to change my name to Candy, but Mom didn't agree because she gave me my name. Chu Fan asked, what's your name? The boy replied, Xiao Fan. leaving Chu Fan speechless. Suddenly, Lu Dao came and called, "Xiao Fan, come home." "Xiao Fan, who are you looking at?" The boy ran happily to his mom, saying, "An uncle who can fly gave me a toy." Lu Dao didn't understand what he meant. The boy held up the bird figurine Chu Fan had carved in front of Lu Dao, boasting, "Uncle said this is a superbird." Lu Dao brought the superbird close to the grave. It seems he's the only one left now. Lu Dao sat before the grave, saddened. The sect leader died when the demon cult invaded. Fanner had no talent for cultivation. He left us first. Now, I don't have much time left either. Besides him, there's no one else. The sect brothers all said, he had fallen into the demonic path, slaughtering everywhere. I don't believe he's that kind of person. Perhaps it was my fault for provoking the sect leader that year, which led him down the wrong path, making him suffer for so many years. He must hate me a lot, right? Chu Fan silently stood on a tree branch, watching Lu Dao. Time has passed slowly, and you've become ancient. Chu Fan called out, "Lu Dao." Lu Dao was moved, uttering, Chu Fan, brother." Suddenly, Chu Fan turned and flew away, leaving Lu Dao stunned below. "Thank you, sister, for your concern. If there's a next life, I, Chu Fan, will definitely be your servant. But in this life, I want to try becoming a carefree immortal." Muo Fuchao asked, "Brother Chu, where will you go next?" "To find Han Shuiji, fight him one last time and end my inner demon. The journey to the Jade Pure sect is quite far, having to pass through the demon realm." Han Shuiji's voice rang out, "It ends here." Chu Fan opened his tear-filled eyes. Chu Fan was astonished to see Han Shuiji effortlessly deflect Keiga's attack with one hand. Keiga bowed, "Yes, master." Chu Fan was utterly shocked, stammering, "Brother Han, you dispelled an attack of the virtual realm with one hand." Chu Fan was petrified, temporarily hugging a pillow, sitting dazed. Muo Fuchao asked in confusion, "Brother Han, what realm are you in now?" Han Shuiji calmly replied, "Close to the virtual realm." Hearing this, Master Zan was speechless. Muo Fuchao admired, "No wonder your brother Han. We risked our lives for this. You were only at the primordial realm, yet in a short while, you've reached the virtual realm. It seems I've underestimated your talents." Hearing Muo Fuchao say that, Master Zan thought to himself, some truths are better left unsaid. Han Shuiji continued, "It seems Brother Chu hasn't calmed down yet. Perhaps he should rest for a while, and we can go report to the sect leader." Muo Fuchao agreed. "We'll continue our conversation another time," said the three of them. Muo Fuchao pulled the still-shocked Chu Fan and turned to leave. "Huh, you think you can defeat me? You're still too young." Kei Ga cutely rubbed her cheek. "How did I perform, master? I didn't embarrass you in front of the old man, did I?" Han Shuiji lowered his head. "The virtual realm is quite powerful. She and Chu Fan don't seem to have a good relationship. If you hurt Chu Fan, imagine the consequences." Han Shuiji pinched Kei Ga's cheek, making her cry out in pain. Han Shuiji continued, "Even I may not be able to protect you. We should pay more attention to the details. When fighting, remember to analyze the enemy, whether they're a powerful existence or not, to avoid underestimating them and facing greater foes." Kei Ga obediently replied, "Understood, master." Muo Fuchao knelt down, clasping his hands. "Please forgive me, young master, for angering you." Chu Fan was still in a daze nearby. In the outer city, people were in an uproar. "Have you heard the news? The two brothers who betrayed the sect years ago, who fell into the demonic path, have returned recently." "You mean Chu Fan, from the inner sect's competition that year, and Muo Fuchao, Elder Muo Ju's brother?" "Yes, those two are the ones." Chu Fan sat dejectedly in a corner, lost in thought. Seeing Muo Fuchao standing silently, Master Zan spoke up, slightly surprised. "How can you remain so calm? Did you already know this would be the outcome?" Muo Fuchao turned and said, "I understood Han Shuiji's intentions early on. With his 4 flaws, reaching the virtual realm through bitter cultivation was expected. Moreover, not all 4-flaw cultivators are the same. Not everyone can be like Han Shuiji, relying solely on bitter cultivation to progress so rapidly. So Han Shuiji must be an exception. We don't need to worry." Hearing this, Master Zan didn't know what to do. She hesitated, wondering if she should tell him that Han Shuiji had already reached the amalgamation realm. Suddenly, Muo Zhu appeared from somewhere. She smiled brightly and cutely called out, "Big brother." Seeing his sister, Muo Fuchao turned with a radiant smile, "Muo Zhu. Muo Zhu." Muo Fuchao and Chu Fan gaped, mouths and eyes wide open. seeing Muo Zhu excitedly rush in at the primordial realm. Muo Fuchao exclaimed in astonishment, "Little sister, you've broken through to the primordial realm. How did you manage that?" Muo Zhu lightly said, "I saw Elder Han's rapid progress through bitter cultivation, so I followed his example." Muo Zhu put her hand to her chin, puzzled. What's so surprising about this? Isn't this normal? Hearing his sister's words, Muo Fuchao was petrified. This isn't normal at all. Muo Zhu didn't know what else to say. Muo Fuchao recalled the difficulties he had faced. "I risked my life out there, clinging to survival. Only after such tempering did I reach the primordial realm. Yet you've secluded yourself in cultivation every day, and caught up to me. What's the logic in that? Am I not suited for cultivation? Should I go out and temper myself further? Or should I just stay in the sect?" Then Muo Fuchao became dazed and sat petrified beside Chufan. Muo Zhu and Master Zan saw this and were at a loss for words. At Shiwen County, the scene was lively and bustling, everyone busy with their tasks. People were playing mahjong and chatting animatedly. "Hurry up a bit, hurry up. What are you hesitating about? Your tiles are great, aren't they, Master Z? 80,000, want it?" A purple-haired youth, playing mahjong, said, "I'll tell you. Normally you should go out and interact with fellow cultivators. Doing so will benefit your realm advancement and overall development. The Julong sect can't allow you to be so self-centered. Don't you agree, False Lord?" "How can I be sure?" The False Lord played mahjong, but seemed anxious and uneasy, with a lingering sense of dread. "Is it because I haven't gone out for so long that I've become afraid of crowds?" Suddenly, an unintelligible sound rang out, causing everyone to wonder what it was. Someone's groaning. Suddenly, Tian Juhundan and Yang Tiandong appeared. Both were covered in wounds. The False Lord was surprised. "Isn't that Yang Tiandong, Senior Luahao's disciple?" The False Lord spoke up. "Fellow cultivators, that man is an old acquaintance of mine. Would you all like to join me in rescuing them?" Someone said, "Why not? We were just looking for an opportunity to exchange cultivation methods." Yang Tiandong spoke up, "You all." The purple-haired youth ordered, "Yang Tiandong, stay behind me." A massive, terrifying-looking monster was approaching. The monster spoke. "A bunch of ants, dare to block this king's path to seek death." The False Lord turned pale, his terrifying breath never seen before. Someone spoke up, "Fellow cultivators, my old friend's 100-year-old family technique, when combined, can reach the merged realm. Would you all be willing to help my old friend test it once?" After speaking, he began practicing the technique. He launched an attack, "Beasts, accept death." The monster retaliated, and with just a palm strike, shattered his attack. Everyone was astonished, as he had reached the peak of the merged realm. The monster attacked, and the people didn't know their own limits, or they recalled being attacked by that massive monster. Huang Tun Tien had luckily fled quickly. He thought he would never go out for the rest of his life. The situation was too dangerous to casually rescue people. He knew hiding was not a long-term solution. Therefore, the power of this Azure Dragon Saint was expanding rapidly. Shiwen County had perhaps already been devoured, and devouring the entire realm of Grand Feast was only a matter of time. He wondered if Senior Luanhui could withstand the Azure Dragon Saint. "Senior Luanhui, keep at it." At this moment, behind the mountain, someone called out, "Great Senior Brother." A cheerful girl with bright pink hair approached and asked if everyone was doing well recently. The brother stared at them helplessly for a while, then said it didn't seem to be going well. The girl immediately replied, "No worries, it'll be fine." She said, "Thank you, brother. If you hadn't protected me, I would have become a dried corpse in the wilderness." The purple-haired one, while flying, drank tea and said, "In any case, the Muo family has too many enemies." The purple-haired one said, "I heard his sister could only break through with your help. Is there a way for him to break through as well?" The brother said, "Let's just forget it. It's not worth ruining these clothes." The purple-haired one asked confusedly, "Ruining clothes? What's that about?" The pink-haired girl blushed shyly and told the purple-haired one, "Don't say anymore." The brother said, "This is related to his ancestral demonic cultivation technique, but cultivating it now would be useless, as the inheritance from his ancestors is only that." Chu Pham is not doing well either. Not only has he lost his aura, but also his outline. The purple-haired one said his mood was still not good, but as long as there's hope, he won't give up. The last time they were captured by the Azure Dragon Saint, it was he who guided Xuanren's manifestation, allowing them to escape. The brother asked in surprise, "The Azure Dragon Saint?" Mentioning this, the purple-haired one said they had encountered him when captured. Chu Pham recognized him, Yang Tien Dong's disciple. But now Yang Tien Dong has completely turned demonic. The brother immediately shouted, "What?" The purple-haired one continued solemnly, "If not for Yang Tien Dong, acknowledging the Azure Dragon Saint as his master, and secretly letting them leave. They might have been devoured by now. The brother was enraged upon hearing this. The purple-haired one then said he had saved them. Perhaps his conscience hasn't completely vanished, and he could still be redeemed. But no, the brother was enraged that Yang Tian-dong had acknowledged a master. Was this brat a bandit in his previous life? Recalling him, the brother angrily thought, a true man lives under the heavens. How could he rely on someone else's kindness? Azure Dragon Saint, your position as a demonic saint is about to be replaced by another demon. The purple-haired one said, don't be rash. Perhaps Yang Tian-dong's situation is only temporary. When they return, it said Yang Tian-dong allied with the Chaos Primordial Saint and the Demon King to destroy the Azure Dragon Saint everywhere. Seeing the giant who defeated him, that one said, I accept the heaven's descent and the earth's upheaval to restrict him. Everyone, quickly flee. But it seemed he was struck by the Azure Dragon Saint until not a shred of armor remained. Looking at the brother, the brown-haired girl consoled her senior martial brother, don't be angry. This is something they brought upon themselves. The brother bowed his head to read the system notification. He thought many were severely injured. It seemed the Chaos Primordial Saint was the Chaos Heavenly Hound. Unthinkable. That wretched hound and that heretic fought each other. At this moment, a spirit pet appeared on the system. Your Chaos Heavenly Hound encountered an ambush by demonic beasts. 11,042 One of your disciples, Yang Tian-dong, encountered an ambush by demonic beasts. 16,998 Two of your spirit pets, the Chaos Heavenly Hounds, encountered an ambush by the Demon King. They were severely injured, fell into the Great Juyu River, fate unknown. Your disciple Yang Tian-dong encountered an ambush by the Demon King, severely injured, happened to find an ancient teleportation formation. Thus, he managed to escape. Your close friend Huang Tun Tian encountered an ambush by the Demon King, severely injured. Your close friend Shang Quan Chu Jian encountered an ambush by the Demon King, severely injured. Yuan Zhu Zai's disciple encountered an ambush by fellow disciples. 14 casualties. Yuan Zhu Zai's teachings spread misfortune. When the demonic sect's fortunes declined, the sect's spiritual energy began to dissipate. The brown-haired girl said, the Azure Dragon Saint could reach the Tribulation Realm at any time, his cultivation unfathomable. Initially, I rescued these two, and was nearly injured as well. The brother pondered upon hearing the Tribulation Realm. The purple-haired one sighed, a mighty demon of this level, to our human race, is an absolute calamity. It's uncertain whether Yang Tian-dong could escape. The brother thought even cultivators at the 9th level of the celestial being realm couldn't defeat the Azure Dragon Saint. He looked at the words on the system. Your spirit pet, the Chaos Heavenly Hound, encountered an ambush by the Demon King, severely injured, fell into the great river of Yu, fate unknown. Not once but twice. The brother thought further, with his tough hide and flesh, if injured, he could flee. There shouldn't be any problem. But how could he escape this calamity from the Azure Dragon Saint's grasp? Looking at the information again, your close friend Huang Tun Tian encountered an ambush by the Demon King, severely injured, and your close friend Shang Quan Chu Jian encountered an ambush by the Demon King, severely injured. Could it be that Huang Tun Tian and Shang Quan Chu Jian couldn't subdue the Azure Dragon Saint? One of them is at the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm, the other at the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Theoretically speaking, they shouldn't be a match for the Azure Dragon Saint. The purple-haired one said dejectedly, whenever I recall the Azure Dragon Saint's oppressive aura at night, I get so terrified that I can't sleep. The pink-haired girl turned and said, there you go again, senior brother. Suddenly, the brother spoke up, senior brother, just stay at the Jade Purity sect and cultivate. Looking at Han Shuiyue, the purple-haired one thought, if others said that, I would have sneered disdainfully. But Han Shuiyue is different. This is the hard-earned fruit of his battles. If I don't cultivate, I won't make it. After murmuring to himself, he replied, I will consider it. The purple-haired one said, although the remnants of our enemy, the Mu family, dare not cause trouble for them, staying at the Jade Purity sect isn't suitable for me. Sooner or later, some power will come looking for the Jade Purity sect and cause trouble. Han Shuiyue immediately replied, on the contrary, that's why you all should cultivate and accumulate your strength here, as I said. The purple-haired one said, since senior brother Han is so hospitable, Chu Fan indeed needs to make adjustments. Next time, let's have a drink together. As he was bidding farewell, he suddenly said with certainty. Then, from behind him, a white-haired person with soulless eyes approached, intending to kill him. He noticed and immediately turned to look. He saw that person raising their weapon and leaping straight at Han Shuiyue. A sword beam flashed across those soulless eyes. but it seemed to have missed her body. He swiftly struck, slicing off that person's head. The head and body were slowly separating. Han Shuiyue raised his head and said, "For a 9th-level celestial being, your strength is indeed a bit weak." As that girl's head floated in midair, Han Shuiyue thought, "I can even kill a 6th-level celestial being, and I can even kill a 9th-level celestial being. It seems the Azure Dragon Saint is incredibly powerful. To be on the safe side, I should still curse him a bit. If I can make him die in a tribulation, that would be great." System notification. Training simulation ended. Time used for training simulation, 4 seconds. In front of Han Shuiyue at this moment, someone was waving and calling out to him. Suddenly, that person called out, "Han Daoyu." This caused him to be startled and open his eyes. She looked up and asked him, "Do you have a Daonu, female cultivator, perhaps?" He asked her why she would ask such a question. She replied, "It's nothing, just asking for fun." Han Shuiyue recalled that woman. He wondered if she was Zan Jingchun's junior martial sister, or if it was his own. He should pay attention. This question seemed quite deadly. Evil cultivator, could it be that she discovered he had a new love interest? She also thought, could he not be the Daolu that my senior sister mentioned? But he's already at the celestial being realm. That Daolu my senior sister mentioned has probably just formed his Danshan, pill body. The purple-haired girl called out to Senior Tuyin from the Jade Rock sect, "There happens to be a food event. Let's go together." The pink-haired girl excitedly said, "Snail noodles are forever divine." She said, "I'm sorry, but I have to decline." As she arrived on the other side, the blue-haired girl said, "Could it be that I mistook the person? But my senior sister did ask me to pass on a message to you. Forget about that Daolu. He probably wouldn't dare to seek new pleasures on his own accord. In any case, senior brother, did you hear what they said?" He then thought it was indeed Zan Jingchun who sent them, fortunately preventing them from meeting Hong Zan. Why did Zan Jingchun choose me as her Daolu? I don't know the reason. It can be hidden for now or later, if it's discovered one day. After the three of them left, they stopped by a restaurant. While the other two were eating and drinking happily, the blue-haired girl was displeased and said, "How can you eat something so difficult?" At the Azure Dragon Saint's place, he thought he was encountering a ghost. Recently, there had been a cursing force disturbing his cultivation. If not for his spirit treasure's protection, perhaps this cursing force would have achieved its desired effect on him. He thought it was time to break through to the tribulation realm. If it dragged on, he feared problems might arise. A great eagle came to report to the sovereign. Yang Tiandong had fled into the ancient realm. The eagle asked if they should continue the pursuit and kill. He said, "Of course, pursue and kill him to the end. If I don't tear Yang Tiandong apart, I cannot resolve this grievance. I view Yang Tiandong as my eldest son, yet Yang Tiandong collaborated with the Demon King to attack everywhere. He didn't consider that I wanted to expand my territory." He ordered his subordinates to transmit the order. If any human great sects inquire, just say Yang Tiandong betrayed him, and what he's doing is simply pursuing and killing him. His subordinates responded clearly in unison. Then the cursing force came again. He said, "There's nothing to fear at my place with your low abilities. You don't seem to understand. This curse can reach the Azure Dragon Saint, making him feel this curse is quite lonely. If there's no response from your circle of friends, then something is wrong. Yang Tiandong has only been attacked by demon beasts recently. The Azure Dragon Saint, could he be in seclusion, preparing to break through? With this heat, there's nowhere else to go. He'll definitely return to me. If the Azure Dragon Saint follows me, I still haven't reached the tribulation realm. Besides increasing my cultivation, there's no other way. I must seize the opportunity." At the Azure Dragon Saint's place, this matter cannot be delayed. I need to find a place for tribulation. Wait until he enters the tribulation realm. Yang Tiandong shouldn't think about surviving. In this world of mortals, it will all become my territory. At this time in the northern continent, the Demon King who subjugates demons, Zhu Ji, stood dazed in a chaotic battlefield. What happened? Is everyone dead? After the Demon Lord left, Zhu Ji seized the chance to flee from the mountain valley, returning to the demon subjugating sect. But the elite team of the fish demon subjugating sect, Zhu Ji was the sole survivor, unable to escape responsibility. Imprisoned in the underground prison, he was tortured daily. Now Zhu Ji realized, no wonder he hadn't seen them for months. The ceiling of the underground prison had lost its effect. It was because of this death aura. Zhu Ji thought, could it be that my master saw the demon subjugating sect's people interrogating and torturing me in the underground prison? So he became enraged and took action. Zhu Ji wondered why his master didn't take him back. Suddenly, he realized and waited. The demon subjugating sect had been destroyed by him. Wasn't it impossible for me to return? It must be because he wanted Zhu Ji to cultivate a bit on the way back. Worthy of being called a master, his thinking is so thorough. As he picked up the robe, Zhu Ji said happily, "The journey back is long, I can't rush. I must look around, see if there's anything valuable. It'd be a waste not to. If there's anyone still alive, don't blame me for being cruel." Suddenly, there was a sound from the other side, causing Zhu Ji to turn and look. And that thing shocked Zhu Ji greatly. He was scared. Could there still be someone alive? The old man turned and asked, "Are you a disciple of the fish demon sect?" He asked who the old man was. The old man said he used to be a disciple of the fish demon sect, but due to violating rules, he was expelled by the master. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. He just wanted to visit for a bit, but didn't expect the whole sect to be destroyed. Zhu Ji thought, could it be that he wanted to rebuild the demon subjugating sect? No, I must control and deal with him first. Zhu Ji didn't want to stay here at all. Now that he had reached the Yuan Ying stage, dealing with the old man shouldn't be a problem. The old man was still talking about using divine abilities to search for days but couldn't find his master's remains. He felt ashamed and didn't know how to repay him. It wasn't easy to achieve this attainment. Before ascending through tribulation, he wanted to undo the knot, but now, when Zhu Ji heard Tribulation Realm, he froze. The old man turned and asked, "Do you know where my master's remains are?" Behind Zhu Ji, he barely saved himself by dodging the technique. He was about to attack the old man, but the old man spoke up, "Thank you for your kindness, but this is not the way to search." The old man said, "I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Dooku." He said his name was Zhu Ji, but in his mind, he was terrified, thinking he almost died. 7 years later, at the 7th level of the body integration realm, Xiao He had grown fat again, obediently cultivating, generating more and more vitality. Moreover, his master's aura had clearly taken the form of immortal transcendence. Initially inviting his master over seemed to be the right decision. Your spirit pet, the Chaos Heavenly Hound, was ambushed by demonic beasts. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was ambushed by demonic beasts. Your old friend, the former Ding Immortal, was ambushed by righteous cultivators. Your old friend Chong Yuer was ambushed by righteous cultivators. Your old friend Huang Jihao was ambushed by demonic beasts. Your old friend Zhu Fan was ambushed by evil cultivators. You were still pondering, how tragic for everyone. Chong Yuer and the 9 immortal peaks were also ambushed. It seems the outside world is not peaceful lately. Fortunately, Zhu Fan is also very busy inside. They bitterly cultivated for a year after being wronged, but eventually still left the Jade Green sect. Junior sister sect leader, I've made up my mind, you all should leave. Mu Zhu turned to tell Han Ju, Zhu Fan, I'll come back next time and definitely defeat him, at least defeat the black chicken he keeps. Big brother Zhu Fan, you all be careful. You must survive and return, you little brats. When you're outside, don't disgrace the Jade Green sect. In the end, the path of bitter cultivation for longevity only belongs to a few. Defiance, strife, and worldly pursuits are where they truly belong. Suddenly, Han Ju sighed incomprehensibly. Your disciple Zhu Ji was ambushed by his fellow disciples. Your disciple Zhu Ji himself was seriously injured. His life hung by a thread. Fortunately, he was rescued by the Demon Lord. Your disciple Zhu Ji spread misfortune. The demonic beast sect was massacred by the Demon Lord. The entire sect was annihilated. Seeing that message, Han Ju was stunned into silence, petrified on the spot. But wait, the demonic beast sect was destroyed like that. How could Zhu Ji still be alive? This guy is impressive. This is the force I've feared for many years. Yet before even meeting them, they've been overthrown. It can be said, for the demonic beast sect to have persisted for so long, they truly deserved the title of a major sect. Zhu Ji must have taken Yang Tiandong as his godfather. Why would the Demon Lord help him massacre the demonic beast sect? Perhaps the Demon Lord simply enjoyed the slaughter, and used Zhu Ji as an excuse. It must be so. Han Ju said, Master Zhu Ji has decided to enter you into the clan register. A voice called out, Husband, I'm back. A dejected figure stood behind Han Ju. He turned and saw her dejected look, asking, Who bullied you? She simply replied sadly, No one. She apologized, saying, It's too chaotic out there. I couldn't find any treasures to bring back for you. He held her hand and said, It's okay. No need for gifts. As long as you return safely, nothing else matters. He pointed to the wound on her hand, asking, Is this wound okay? She said, It's fine. Husband, you should still pay attention to the outside. Somewhere out there, a demonic beast appeared, called the Azure Dragon Saint. Taking the betrayal of his disciples as an excuse, he slaughtered the cultivating humans outside. Recently, they've all been scared away. Her husband said, the Azure Dragon Saint, can he kill us in the Jade Pure sect? It said the sect leader of the formless sect, Dao Lao Guai, was killed by the Azure Dragon Saint. The formless sect's efforts to suppress him failed, instead suffering heavy and tragic losses. He pondered silently for a moment, then said, let's see if we attack the Jade Pure sect. If I can't defeat him, I'll take you to flee. She said, just lead the way. Have I already entered your heart? He said, that happened long ago. She said, then I'm reassured. He smiled and asked, reassured about what? She asked, am I the only one in your life? He said, of course, it's always been that way. She happily asked again, really? He asked, or what? She said, when I returned, I discovered nearby. Hanju didn't understand and said, huh. She continued, there's another residence, even more luxurious. Whose residence is that? He said, it's Ziyuan Shenzi's. I invited her here for convenient cultivation. She asked, you admire her a lot. He said, well, she was my mentor after all. She said, just a teacher-student relationship. He didn't respond. She glared and asked, are you interrogating me? He thought, what should I do? Someone, help me. Someone was calling the sect leader. This person said it was the formless sect. Arrogantly, they were easily defeated by the Azure Dragon Saint. Moreover, it's hard to believe he didn't deploy demonic troops. They all said, the Jade Pure sect is the last hope for our region. They said, if the Jade Pure sect can win, then they'll join your sect. Dozens of their sects combined still can't defeat the formless sect, let alone the so-called Azure Dragon Saint. With the Jade Pure sect added, at least there's still some chance. The sect leader said, don't be impatient. I've sent disciples to gather intelligence from various regions. The territories of those regions are vast. Even if the demonic troops set out for our region now, it would take them years. Moreover, according to current intelligence, they are still advancing into the ancient origin region. After passing through our region, they'll enter the human realm's royal territory, which is far more prosperous than our region. It may take them even longer there. The other elders agreed, that would be good. The human realm is no trivial place. The human realm is supreme. Another elder spoke up, they have the most celestial beings in the entire realm. As long as they don't encounter the heavenly tribulation strategy, the Azure Dragon Saint will definitely be trapped in the ninth heaven. Everyone turned hostile gazes at him, saying, old man, shut up. Your mouth speaks without thinking, doesn't it? He remained stubborn as usual, continuing, the Nine Dragon sect of the West Garden region sent word. The Azure Dragon Saint's cultivation has reached the ninth level of the celestial being realm. Moreover, recently, he plans to turn the ancient origin region into a heavenly tribulation zone, which could allow him to ascend at any time. Everyone turned back to look at the couple. She was still interrogating him about a teacher-student relationship. Han Ju was speechless. He replied, for men in this world, having multiple wives is normal. He said, look at those elders in the sect, who doesn't have multiple spouses. So you need to understand, there will be other spouses in the future. But if I get to decide who to marry first, I would still choose you. She said, look, I'm threatening you. I don't oppose having multiple wives, because if you seclude yourself, I'll still have company. Han Ju suddenly asked, what is it? She asked, when will my other sisters-in-law arrive? I'm really looking forward to it. But I'll remind you of your promise to love me exclusively for life. You can't tell the other little sisters-in-law about that. Outside, a few people were eavesdropping on the commotion inside. She said, my husband wants. He replied, what does he want? Don't worry, just cultivate. This is also a form of cultivation. At this point, this time, we'll have to be a bit rough. The eavesdroppers outside snickered mischievously. Suddenly, a sword force blasted apart the hiding spot of the two eavesdroppers. Han Ju said from inside, keep dreaming. 1 month later, during cultivation, she told him, I'm going for a stroll. You keep practicing diligently. He thought, the Azure Dragon Saint's aura is formidable. He must break through to the 8th level of the celestial being realm soon. Suddenly, a voice said, Master, don't go. Puzzled by this voice, he asked, what voice is this? Besides me, who else is in the house? It continued, Master. Following the voice, he went to the lake. It was a tree calling him Master. Pointing his sword, he threatened, what demonic being are you? Why can you speak? It replied, I don't know. I've been like this for a long time, with memories resurfacing. Han Ju wondered if it was a celestial spirit in disguise, as it mentioned having a previous master. She sat beside me for a long time. Han Ju thought it was a celestial spirit that meditated for 100 years, affected by celestial chi, causing it to become mortal. It said, ever since I became conscious, I saw her rambling on and on. Luckily, she's gone now. He thought, that wasn't rambling, but preaching the Tao, surely. It truly lived in bliss but didn't know to enjoy it. It said it had lived and died many times after that, eaten by demons, burned to death, drowned, but still able to revive. He recalled, forest fires couldn't burn it completely. The spring breeze blew, and it lived again. It seemed the system had said the celestial grass lives at least 10,000 years. If placed in a novel, it would become a plot hole. It said its memories were too many, but it could endure 10,000 years. He didn't believe it. You mean you believe in a soul over 10,000 years old? That's nonsense. If not eaten by wild beasts, it would be tough for humans. Anyway, it then said it seemed to have lived for 100,000 years. But according to humans, a living being that lives to 100,000 years will face a great calamity. It's said to be the 10 deaths without rebirth. He thought, 100,000 years of life and death calamity. Is this the rhythm of wanting to transform? It asked him, as my second master, will you abandon me? But the life and death calamity is approaching, and it's afraid of affecting you. He said, no, of course not. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a complete life from now on. No matter where I go, I'll take you with me. The system reminded him, the celestial grass has a good impression of you. Kindness level is 5 stars. He secretly thought something felt off. In a desolate place, 3 people stood amidst the desolation. One of them said, the formless sect was so powerful, yet it couldn't escape its fate of being destroyed. The Azure Dragon Saints demon army has grown so rapidly. Previously, the demon race was always suppressed by humans. Even with many demon kings, they didn't dare invade the human race. Now there's hope, as this Azure Dragon Saint will have countless demon followers. From the Grand Feast until now, they were all demon soldiers of the Azure Dragon Saint. It seemed all demons in the world had gathered under him. A horde of monsters was rushing towards the 3 of them. Judging by Xuanyuan's appearance, he seemed to still have protective spells. The Azure Dragon Saint, if he breaks through to the Calamity Realm, would be the demon race's only Calamity Realm expert. It's normal for demons to rely on a demon saint. You must know, cultivating to the Calamity Realm allows one to ascend to the higher realms. The human Calamity Realm experts have long since left, not to mention the Mahayana being able to suppress the Calamity Realm. Another one asked, if the Calamity Realm allows ascension, why is there still the Mahayana? The girl replied, for ordinary demon cultivators, reaching the Void Realm is already extremely difficult. Attaining the Void Realm is no easy feat either. Reaching the Unity Realm is a matter of life and death. To advance further requires risking fate and opportunity. Luckily, if one survives the tribulation of lightning, and accomplishes the Calamity Realm, there's almost no chance of further advancement. Regardless, at this level of realm, the required fate, opportunity and resources aren't great, unlike in the past, when each level relied on accumulation. So most Calamity Realm experts choose to directly ascend instead. But in this world, there are always a few proud experts. Even if they reach the Calamity Realm, they can still choose to continue cultivating in this world. The other 2 were surprised, saying, so that's possible too. The blonde girl thought, just like senior sister, as a Mahayana cultivator, her realm continues beyond the calamity, unlike mine which is still far. The gap is like heaven and earth. Zhu Fan declared. I, Zhu Fan, must also become a Mahayana cultivator without ascending. The purple-haired girl said, first, defeat that rooster or something. Then we'll consider further. Let's go, I'll take them overseas, it's quite safe there. The Azure Dragon Saint's demonic aura is quite strong. The human races of the 10 continents and 9 prefectures in the sea may face the catastrophe of racial extinction. The purple-haired girl said, what about the Jade Pure sect? Nothing will happen to them, right? The blonde girl turned around, lost in thought, saying nothing. Zhu Fan said, senior brother Han will take good care of junior sister Miao and the others. As for the Azure Dragon Saints matter, the information we've learned has been reported to the sect leader before we left. Amidst the surging tides, we ourselves are mere mud Buddhas. Let's go. 7 years later, he opened his eyes, puzzled. Why is there strange mist in the cave abode? This is spiritual energy. He looked outside and asked, did the spiritual energy of plants go berserk? The tree replied, Master, you've awakened. He asked, did you do all this? It said, yes, I did. Do you like it? He thought, as expected of a spiritual plant, with the innate qualities of an immortal spirit, to emit spiritual energy after such a long time. It's just a bit too dense in concentration. Zhan Zhuang, look at this person leaving. If we could communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, perhaps I should impart some cultivation methods to her. The 2 extremes of good and evil in his mind began to debate. The good side spoke up, transmit it. Who knows, in the future, there might even be a grand plan for her. The evil side countered, but what if she betrays us? Moreover, we don't know if that immortal spirit left any special tricks behind. To be safe, we should leave a mark first, then decide. He told it, I'd like you to do more of this next time. He wanted to reward it, so it asked, with what? He rummaged through his interspatial ring and took out a pile of items. The Kirin sword was too heavy. The Heartbreak sword was no good. The Heaven and Earth Profound sword. No. These are all my trump cards. The herb sword that the enlightened elder gifted me is too profound. Perhaps I should demonstrate the heavenly withered mistake for her, but I've never practiced that before. The tree just nodded. He gave it a brand new, unopened book. He thought, after the 9 peak immortals fully supplemented, one can cultivate to the void realm, which should be enough for her to study for a while. He said, from today, you should read and learn here, don't be lazy. To cultivate her positive qualities, I must set an example. Study diligently and make progress every day. At that moment, a white lightning bolt struck down on the Azure Dragon Saint. He said, what can a mere white lightning bolt do to me? Today, this king will successfully ascend the tribulation. Wait, it seems there is an external force entering. Dark clouds gathered, covering the sky. He roared, this is not a tribulation, but that accursed power. The curse of death. He fell into the water. Angrily, he said, which wretched rats dare defy me? A beam of light shot out from his mouth. Suddenly, numerous purple lightning bolts erupted from the water's surface. From beneath the water, a glowing yellow object emerged strangely. He rose up from the water. He thought he should use the treasure left by his master. The Azure Dragon Saint raised his magic staff, blocking the curse's attack along with the lightning tribulation. The curse's attack grew stronger. Its color changed from purple to red. The Azure Dragon Saint was still resisting, surrounded by the protective shield he created. Today, this king shall instead borrow the treasure and tribulation's power to reenact it once more. What damned tribulation dares defy me? The Azure Dragon Saint performed a circular spell, channeling the power of his magic staff. The Azure Dragon Saint fired his circular spell. The circular spell collided with the curse's attack. Then it exploded right above the Azure Dragon Saint's head. The Azure Dragon Saint coughed up blood. The enraged Azure Dragon Saint exclaimed, wretched rats. The Azure Dragon Saint was still resisting the curse's attack. Why can't I figure it out? Wait until I ascend the tribulation. I will definitely find you. The Azure Dragon Saint gritted his teeth and unleashed the lightning tribulation. Destroy me. The lightning tribulation descended from the heavens, onto the Azure Dragon Saint's staff. The lightning tribulation gathered at a point in the sky. Then it struck straight down at the Azure Dragon Saint, causing a massive explosion. After the explosion, an extraordinary power remained. The Azure Dragon Saint survived that lightning tribulation. The Azure Dragon Saint had directly ascended the tribulation to the realm henceforth. This king is now a true demon saint. The Azure Dragon Saint looked up at the dark, black sky filled with flying demon beasts. Treacherous wretched rats. This saint wants you to taste the most excruciating suffering in this world, to ensure you can never be reborn. The Azure Dragon Saint raised his hand and commanded, ordering the demon kings of the realms to disregard casualties and launch a full-scale offensive. The demon beasts responded clearly. Time shifted to 6 years later. The demon tribe quickly defeated the resisting human cultivators. The demon tribe was slaughtering and massacring cities, devouring countless lives. In Hanyu's cave, a mystical light was emanating. He-UK was still sleeping soundly, meditating deeply. Do not disturb. Tuan Tuanan was fetching water. Looking at the cave emanating light, Tuan Tuanan said, Master has ascended again. Tuan Tuanan sighed. Mo Dung Koi hasn't returned for a while. I wonder if Master will allow me to go down the mountain to visit him. Han Yue stepped out and said, don't go. He's not in the sect. With your current state, you'll be careful not to get devoured by demons. Tuan Tuanan turned around in fright. Tuan Tuanan said, Master, but I've now reached the 8th level of body integration. I'll be fine going out. Han Yue added, furthermore, even if you encounter danger, his extraordinary luck will turn peril into safety. Han Yue looked at the system panel reporting news, seeing how chaotic the outside world had become. Tuan Tuanan recalled the image of disciples kneeling before Hanyu's mountain. Recently, I've heard pilgrims discussing that the Azure Dragon Saint said it may become a scourge upon this world. Koi likes adventure. I'm worried he might get into trouble. Han Yue was puzzled. Koi and I share a deep teacher-student bond. Han Yue said, to demons, your fleshly body is a treasure. Don't let them capture you before you find him, or you'll be cloned. Then I won't come to rescue you. Han Yue continued, how many times have I told you not to venture outside? Focus on your cultivation, but you don't listen. Tuan and turned to look at He Uk, who was still snoring loudly. This ginseng is so delicious. Alright, said Han Yue, as He Uk suddenly woke up. He Uk hurriedly said, wait, the Chaos Hound has been out for so long and still hasn't returned. Could it have died outside? He Uk wondered. Han Yue turned around with a disappointed look. It's not dead, but it gets beaten up every day. He Uk asked worriedly, Master, can you handle this? Han Yue replied with an as He Uk said, it's fortunate I didn't go out. I also don't know when the hound will return. The two servants, He Uk said to Han Yue, if the Azure Dragon Saint attacks us, we might as well take our belongings and flee first. Han Yue looked up at the person. Li Kangtsu stepped in from outside, Elder Han. The three of them thought, the sect leader is here, surely there's no good news. Han Yue asked, has the Azure Dragon Saint attacked? Li Kangtsu hurriedly said, not yet, temporarily. But ancient Yuan province is about to fall. The number of demon soldiers of the Azure Dragon Saint has reached millions. Around western Zan and Jiyan provinces they are in bitter battles. Li Kangtsu rubbed his fingers worriedly, saying, it won't be long before they come to our great wilderness. I heard disciples from the Yang Palace report that. Li Kangtsu continued, it said the Azure Dragon Saint has broken through to the catastrophe realm. Not only that, Li Kangtsu went on, its subordinate demon kings are at the body integration realm. Over 100 have surpassed the void realm. Han Yue angrily said, if you want me to die, just say it. Han Yue asked with bloodshot eyes, so why haven't the allied human forces and the Tao cultivation world sent news? Wasn't it said that the destiny of humans is symbiotic coexistence? Li Kangtsu worriedly replied, about that. Li Kangtsu explained, in the 9 kingdoms across the seas now, there are no great cultivators of the catastrophe realm, so no one can take the lead. Han Yue looked worried. Surely there's not just one person, right? Li Kangtsu recounted the events from 2 years ago. There was a rumor that in ancient Yuan province, a great cultivator at the catastrophe realm appeared. But as soon as they showed themselves, they were killed by the Azure Dragon Saint. Currently, all the provinces have heard the news and are terrified. Many sects have been forced to relocate. Li Kangtsu continued, this is not hard to understand. If you ask why the Azure Dragon Saint is the #1 demon saint of the demon race in history, whether in strength or physical defense, the demon race is innately stronger than humans. At the same level of cultivation, they surpass human cultivators. Humans rely on the numerical advantage of cultivators to suppress the demon race. If the demon race produces a catastrophe realm existence, it means human attacks would be useless. Even ordinary catastrophe realm experts would be very difficult to kill. Li Kangtsu further explained, from the current situation, in this world, only Supreme Realm experts can fully suppress the Azure Dragon Saint. He Uk and Zan Xuanan swallowed hard after listening. Li Kangtsu spread his hands and approached Han Yue, saying, Elder Han, are you not confident this time? If you're not confident in the Jade Green sect, we should prepare to flee and escape to the overseas regions. He Uk and Zan Xuanan asked worriedly, the overseas regions, to seek refuge from our ancestors. Li Kangtsu replied, correct. Han Yue said, there's no need. Startling the two of them, Han Yue added, call back all the disciples from outside. We're not fleeing this time. Li Kangtsu exclaimed in shock, what? You want to confront it? He Uk and Zan Xuanan were also startled. Zan Xuanan worriedly asked, Master, are you serious? We're all staying here. Li Kangtsu angrily said, are you joking about confronting the Azure Dragon army? It's better to go to the overseas regions and seek refuge from our ancestors. Han Yue said, he was also defeated. How can we rely on him? Li Kangtsu asked in confusion, how does Elder Han know this? I can deduce it. Han Yue replied, moreover, on the way to the overseas regions, can we escape the Azure Dragon Saint's demon army? The system interface was displaying a choice notification for Han Yue. Han Yue had been thinking for many years, but had never seen such a system notification before. Spirit Stone of Meditation Path. It sounds very powerful. Li Kangtsu worriedly replied, number. All the forces around the Great Banquet are still struggling against the demon army. Li Kangtsu imagined the demon army's appearance. No matter where we go, we'll encounter the demon army. Even if they're not under the Azure Dragon Saint, other demon saints will join the battle. They'll attack our race. Basically, there's nowhere safe. He angrily said, "Are you joking with us? In this situation, how can we flee?" Zhan Xuanan said, "I don't quite understand Master's intention. Moving the entire sect will definitely cause more than half of our losses. It's better to stay and take a chance." Li Kangtsu was very worried. Oh. Han Yue spoke to summarize, "Summon all the disciples back. Stay within the sect, don't go outside. Disciples cultivating outside must quickly return to the sect. I don't want the Azure Dragon army to besiege us while our people are out and have to rescue them everywhere." Li Kangtsu was still very worried, but could only obey. "I'll go spread the order immediately." "Elder Han, are you really sure about this?" Although he never went into battle unprepared, Han Yue added, "Furthermore, my decision to stay must not be revealed to the outside." Li Kangtsu turned away and replied, "I understand." Han Yue clasped his hands behind his back, pondering, "Other cultivating sects can only seek their own fortune. As long as the Jade Green sect is fine, even if the heavens and earth are destroyed, I don't care about being a savior of the world. Once involved, there will be endless troubles afterward." Han Yue thought about the powerful cultivators he had met. The cultivators in this world are not just these outward appearances. The Azure Dragon Saint is just a calamity. He cannot exterminate the entire human race. The system reminded, "You have chosen to stay. For choosing to stay, you have gained a Celestial Dao Spirit Stone." Han Yue paid attention. Something named after the Celestial Dao must be no ordinary object. Han Yue held the colorful Celestial Dao Spirit Stone in his hand, speechless. Han Yue held up the Celestial Dao Spirit Stone in front of him, full of puzzlement. "What a strange brick," He said. "Master indeed has many treasures," Zhan Xuanan replied. "Surely Master won't use that brick to deal with the Azure Dragon Saint, right? The Celestial Dao Spirit Stone contains the power of the Celestial Dao and can fuse with treasures, allowing the treasure to increase by 1 rank. Han Yue pondered, "It can increase a treasure's rank by 1 level. This toy is not bad. What should I fuse it with? The curses I tried before, the Azure Dragon Saint still easily broke through. Curses likely have no effect on the Azure Dragon Saint." Han Yue was still looking at the Celestial Dao Spirit Stone. "If I upgrade it by 1 realm, I might be able to curse him to death. But the Azure Dragon Saint may not be afraid of that. First, not to mention its power, even whether it can last long is still unknown. It's still uncertain whether the curse will have any effect on treasures. Moreover, at any time, he could attack the Jade Green sect's doorstep." Han Yue said, "The Crimson Pupil Judging Sword." Fusing with the Celestial Dao Spirit Stone, it released a powerful force radiating around. "I should increase its destructive power first, ideally, power it up enough to kill him." The system warned, "The Crimson Pupil Judging Sword cannot be upgraded by the Celestial Dao Spirit Stone. Please choose another treasure." Han Yue was startled. It cannot withstand the Celestial Dao's power. Han Yue looked at the Celestial Dao Spirit Stone. Having used his divine sense, he still could not inspect this Spirit Stone. Perhaps due to the Celestial Dao's power, anything related to the Celestial Dao is extraordinary. Therefore, the Crimson Pupil Judging Sword is my semi-innate treasure, limited by my current realm. It cannot unleash its full might in this state. Its true limits, how high they extend, is still an unknown number, unless it surpasses even the Celestial Dao. He and Zhan Xuanan watched as Han Yue drew out his sword. Finally, Master realizes that brick cannot solve the problem. Han Yue held up his sword. "The great battle is nearing. I must gain more sword insights." The sword radiated power, as if shattering space. "I wonder if that person is still waiting within the Sword Dao realm." On the battlefield between humans and demons, amidst the clashing, a strange light in the sky caught everyone's attention. A purple radiance emanated from the heavens. Someone wondered, "Is this another space?" "It's the primordial Sword Dao." Han Yue was standing in that space, unsure how many steps he would take today. Han Yue walked within that space. A soul appeared, startling Han Yue. "It's you." Han Yue pleaded to the senior, "I face a life or death enemy. Can you allow me to advance 1 more step? Just 1 step is enough." The other angrily replied, "You've already comprehended the supreme martial arts and sword intent. Who in this world can you not defeat?" He pointed at Han Yue, "Unless the gap in realms between you two is too vast." Han Yue scratched his head and said, "Indeed, my enemy far surpasses my current realm." Han Yue sighed, "I had planned to visit you after ascending realms. Thank you for your previous reminder, senior. But now, I may die on the path of cultivation. It's a pity you said that." The other crossed his arms and said, "Go ahead. It's your choice." Don't blame me for not warning you of the consequences. Han Yue looked ahead at the arduous path. He could only fight a decisive battle, see if he could gain 3 more insights, comprehend it more thoroughly. Han Yue stepped forward. The further he went, the more solid his footing would be. Han Yu's footsteps touched the ground. A tremendous pressure weighed down on him. Han Yue gradually buckled. Was this the supreme martial art's transcendent power? Like 100 Yu Kes pressing down, Han Yue struggled to endure, unable to take another step. Han Yu's eyes were now bloodshot. I can't stop here. Is there no path forward? Han Yue struggled to take another step. The other watched him, following Han Yu's footsteps. Han Yue took one more step. Strange whooshing and sizzling sounds erupted. After successfully stepping, Han Yu's body couldn't bear it and he collapsed. Only 3 steps, yet such a vast gap in realms. No wonder before, the senior didn't let me advance. Just one step nearly shattered my soul. Han Yue mustered his final strength to take another step. I don't care about one more step. Just one step away. A hand reached out to Han Yue. That's enough. Senior pushed Han Yue back. If there's a next time, I won't save you again. He looked at Han Yue. Junior, you've not reached the tribulation realm, yet comprehended so much. It's rare to see. I look forward to your future achievements. Han Yue gradually returned to reality. Uk and Tuan still watched the seated Han Yue. The Dharma Master has been motionless for so long. Could he have lost his grasp? An explosion erupted where Han Yue sat, causing Uk, Tuan to flee. A brilliant light radiated intensely from the explosion's center. Uk fearfully felt his blood vessels suddenly boiling intensely. Never seen such an overbearing aura. The divine tree in the cave shuddered to reveal such a terrifying breath for a moment. Han Yue emerged from the smoke. Your sword Dao divine ability, 3 insights, upgraded. The divine tree gazed at Han Yue in astonishment, reminiscent of its previous master. In the simulated training ground, Han Yue faced off against a girl. Han Yue gathered spiritual energy to his fingertips, unexpectedly unleashing 3 sword insights. Countless blazing rings appeared, a large one closing in rapidly. The girl's face darkened in surprise. Immense spiritual energy engulfed her. The space began reshaping into a room, with Han Yue seated inside. Combat simulation ended in 2 seconds. Han Yue smiled mysteriously. Annihilation. This time was a bit faster and more thorough. He looked at the book. Not wrong, just one step away. If I could add the Azure Dragon Saint's power, I might be able to curse him to death. If not, I'll have to wait for him to come to Jade Pure Sect. At the foot of Jade Pure Sect's mountain, Yang Tiandong arrived wearily. Fortunately, there was that teleportation array, allowing me to escape to Grand Ceremony. But Chu Si couldn't make it. Yang Tiandong's expression was complex. How do I explain this to my master? The Azure Dragon Saint's soul fragment clung to him. Ominous fate, you can keep running, but no matter where you flee, this saint will catch you. Yang Tiandong turned his head, thinking, the Azure Dragon Saint's black mist soul fragment sticks like 502 glue, impossible to remove. The black mist soul fragment laughed ominously. When the time comes, I'll flay the skin from your muscles. It gradually dissipated, let you experience true despair. Yang Tiandong debated whether to return or not. He recalled the events from before, leading the demon beasts. His accumulated sins were too numerous to recount. He quickly succeeded in forming an alliance with over 300 demon kings, together opposing the Azure Dragon. Yang Tiandong and the demon kings merrily raised their cups, dividing the territories among the wealthy. We all have a bright future. The heads of each demon king were thrown to the ground, the Azure Dragon brutally slaughtering them. Yang Tiandong fled helplessly. We were too naive. Yang Tiandong now clenched his teeth in anger. I worked so hard for years, all for this ridiculous outcome. The demon kings from everywhere died. How could he face his master now? Yang Tiandong reached the mountain's foot, but turned back. No, I can't bring calamity to my master. Yang Tiandong felt ashamed, thinking, I have no face to meet Elder Zhongdong again. Han Yu's voice rang out, you've reached home but won't return. Yang Tiandong's eyes widened in shock. You want to become a stray ghost? Yang Tiandong anxiously looked around for his master. Han Yue continued, or do you still want to be the Azure Dragon Saint's son? Yang Tiandong knelt before his master. Your disciple knows his mistake, deeply regrets it. Yang Tiandong recalled his past, when he had said resentfully, Master, it seems your cultivation isn't suited for me. I keep getting hemorrhoids. Your disciple wants to go out and train, so I won't get a slip disc. Han Yue had turned to ask, have you considered, compared to being deceived in the outside world, hemorrhoids are a minor issue. Back to the present, Yang Tiandong cried as he looked at Han Yue. Your disciple should have listened to you earlier. The outside world is truly terrifying. Han Yue said to Yang Tiandong, don't cry, go down the mountain and kowtow, chant, I was wrong, 1,000 times every day for 5 years. Yang Tiandong was startled. A pair of eyes were watching Yang Tiandong, belonging to 2 demon beasts. The 2 demon beasts said to each other, the jade steel of the Azure Dragon sect's grand ceremony is inscribed with that. Excellent, we'll report this to the Azure City immediately. A beam of light shone from the mountaintop. They saw it but didn't understand. Suddenly, that light shot out, piercing through the 2 demon beasts. System notification. Scanning. Detected 2 demon beasts entering the Azure Dragon sect's domain. Cultivation at the 2nd level of the Yuan Ying realm. Han Yue stood there, thinking, demon beasts under the Azure Dragon's control. The saint has reached the Azure Dragon sect. The Azure Dragon's main force seems to have entered the grand ceremony's domain. His expression grew solemn. We must prepare well for the great battle. Little Black and Disciple Yi were excitedly packing fishing gear, the 2 chatting merrily. Let's go fishing in the morning, and catch shrimp tonight. Haven't caught turtles yet. Hope we don't come back empty-handed today. Mu Dongqi flew over in a panic. Master has urgently summoned the sect. Let's go back, something must have happened. Mu Dongqi stared at Little Black and Disciple Yi. You don't know what's going on. The 2 looked down the mountain. Isn't that? Why is he back already? Is he really the legendary senior brother? Mu Dongqi curiously went to eavesdrop. What's going on? Disciple Yi looked over. Kier, you're here. Little Black sighed. Why is he kowtowing as soon as he returns? Yang Tiandong was frantically kowtowing. Master, your disciple knows his mistake. Master, your disciple knows his mistake. Master, your disciple knows his mistake. With a remorseful expression and tears. Master, your disciple knows his mistake. Master, your disciple knows his mistake. Mu Dongqi wondered, Master, what mistake did this junior brother make, that you punished him to stay here? As he spoke, he was hushed. Speak carefully. He is your senior uncle. Mu Dongqi heard this and exclaimed in shock, what? But he's only at the early Yuan Ying stage. He was quickly hushed again. Speak carefully. Little Black seemed angry. I want to know too. Yang Tiandong looked up at the towering figure before him. Little Black greeted him. Long time no see. How was it out there? Didn't meet any dog gangs, did you? Yang Tiandong thought, this oppressive aura. Little Black, he said, why have you become so fat? Little Black frowned, angrily threatening to use Yang Tiandong as fishing bait. Yang Tiandong panicked. Grilled fish looks delicious. Yang Tiandong looked astonished. Disciple Yi is almost at the Yuan Ying realm. Flustered, he said, he only cultivated bitterly under master, and reached this level. Never went out to temper himself. Disciple Yi replied, that's right, I reached the Yuan Ying realm through bitter cultivation alone. The spiritual energy here is no worse than outside. Yang Tiandong was shocked, his face bitter as he cried, then what was the point of tempering myself out there all these years? What did I gain? Why did senior brother hold us all back? Not progressing is one thing, but to also suffer the humiliation from our patriarch, was it worth it? Yang Tiandong hurriedly laughed and said, going out wasn't without gains, let me tell you. That dog has reached the spirit transformation realm. Soon it will return to challenge you. Little Black remained expressionless. Yang Tiandong excitedly continued. Little Black, don't worry, the dog will show mercy on your side. Disciple Yi and Mu Dongqi's expressions turned solemn. They whispered to each other, Master, should we inform senior uncle about this? As they spoke, Disciple Yi interrupted. No, let him be happy. Han Yuji stood above them. One at the Yuan Ying stage, one at the spirit transformation stage, yet you dare scheme to kill the Qingming great saint. How dare you? Han Yuji's face contorted in anger. No wonder he wanted to hunt you all down. Being betrayed by 2 demons of your caliber, even I wouldn't have held back. The head deacon rushed over in a panic. Elder Han, something terrible has happened. Han Yuji turned and asked, have Qingmang's demon troops arrived? He hurriedly said, yes, that's right. His demon vanguard was killed at the grand feast. His disciples have returned and reported it. His target is Yang Tiandong. The head deacon worried silently. Yang Tiandong is Elder Han's top disciple. Moreover, it was I who recommended him to the Jade Pure sect. We've built many good relations with the Demon King. If Yang Tiandong is the culprit, we cannot expel him. It will turn people's hearts against us. Han Yuji calmly said, if he comes, let him come. Our disciples have already entered the demon realm. The head deacon affirmed, our disciples have indeed entered the demon realm. The Yuan Ying disciples have been arranged inside. The secret chamber has been sealed. Other teleportation paths, I've had them destroyed. From now on, the only way into the Jade Pure Sect is through the main gate. Now the surrounding regions have collapsed. The Grand Feast is besieged, with no escape route. Their only chance to flee overseas relies on the space teleportation formation within the demon realm, but the temporary spatial pathway is very unstable. If not careful, you could be torn apart by spacetime. Rather than being killed by the demon troops, I think everyone would prefer to take that gamble. Hearing this, Han Yuji said, well played, head deacon. I'll give my judgment too. The head deacon looked at Han Yuji in surprise. Elder Han. Han Yuji calmly continued, to be honest, my face is very solemn. I'm not confident in my heart. I've also prepared for the worst scenario. Fortunately, you've kept an escape route. With Green Hills, we need not fear lacking firewood. The head deacon said with his head bowed, in case we cannot prevail, can we be assured of a complete retreat? Han Yuji quickly replied, 70% assured. Hearing this, he took out a Jade Order token. That's better than nothing for us. The Jade Pure Sect is far from the demon realm. Only with this Jade Order token can we rapidly teleport to where our disciples are gathered. Before the enemy invades the demon realm, we'll have time to escape. Han Yuji took the Jade Order token. With this, I accept your plan. He continued, moreover, over 300 of our Yuan Ying elders are within our formation. We can rely on them as well. Han Yuji seriously said, if we truly cannot prevail, I will lead you all in retreating. He thought to himself, if we cannot kill Qingming, and he luckily escapes, there may be disastrous consequences. The head deacon finally relied on Elder Han. In the territory of the Demon King, the Qingming Great Saint was violently furious. The Demon King sat on the ground, appearing unconcerned. How hateful. The Qingming Great Saint glared down. Demon King, do you submit? The Demon King, covered in wounds, said, this king will absolutely not submit. Great Saint, what is it? It's all bullshit. The Qingming's weapon was right at the Demon King's head. Are you still being stubborn? He asked one last time, do you have any more denials to voice? The Demon King's consort stood by the side, crying, Your Majesty, don't. The Demon King glanced at Awa. Little Jade is so beautiful. The Qingming Great Saint raised his hand, preparing to strike down. Then suddenly, there was a loud explosion on Qingming's body. The Demon King was still there, unaware of what happened. The Qingming Great Saint was enraged and somewhat vexed. He bent over, clutching his back in pain. It's dislocated. You wretched insect, daring to curse this great saint. The Demon King thought, so it was a curse. It seems this fellow has also drawn the attention of the Celestials. I'll just bow my head for now. In any case, he won't live much longer. Thinking this, the Demon King bowed his body. I'm willing to submit to you. The Qingming Great Saint was surprised. Since you know what's good for you, release his underlings. The Qingming Great Saint took out a mirror and asked, this great saint asks you. The mirror showed an image of Yang Tiandong. Have you seen this half-human, half-demon? The Demon King was surprised and said, This is not Yang Tiandong, my adopted son, is it not? Has he offended you? The Qingming Great Saint glanced at his adopted son. Immediately, blood sprayed everywhere. The Demon King's consorts screamed in horror. Your Majesty. The Qingming Great Saint had left. The Demon King's adopted son lay dead on the ground. Not bad, for an adopted son. From the Demon King's corpse, his soul began to emerge. Qingming. The Demon King's soul raged furiously. Qingming Great Saint, what do you want to do? I was willing to submit to you. If Yang Tiandong offended you, it was not by my orders. The Qingming Great Saint's furious expression drew closer. He also revered me as his foster father. Yet he organized a rebellion against the Demon King. The Demon King was surprised. A rebellion. The Qingming Great Saint raged furiously, shouting, This time, I won't destroy your primordial spirit. From now on, you and Yang Tiandong have nothing to do with each other. Once I capture that demonic breed, if you dare utter another word, I will make sure you cannot reincarnate. The Qingming Great Saint furiously issued an order. All Demon Kings, ordered to kill that Yang Tiandong. How dare that dog acknowledge another Demon King as his foster father? On Yang Tiandong's side, he was still kowtowing fervently. Master, your disciple knows his mistake. 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 Thunder rumbled. Demonic breed. Yang Tiandong turned his head in surprise. Countless demons swarmed across the sky, rushing towards them. This great saint thought you would try to flee. Never expected you to run to such a small sect. The Qingming great saint exuded a terrifying aura of power, glancing around. Today, this great saint will devour everyone in this sect. Let's see where you can run. Yang Tiandong's face drained of color. The Qingming great saint had arrived. Inside the Jade Green sect, the elders said, quickly evacuate the disciples to the mountains, and activate the sect's grand formation. A powerful demonic aura was approaching. Everyone was panicked. The demon army hasn't arrived yet, but the demonic aura has come first. This level of intensity, it's the Qingming Great Saint. His heavenly tribulation realm is so powerful. We can only endure for as long as possible. Seize the chance to let the disciples escape. The sect leader turned to ask the elders, Elder Tiao, Elder Lu, can you withstand the Qingming Great Saint? Elder Lu hesitated, saying, at the heavenly tribulation realm, I cannot resist him at all. Where is Elder Zhongshen? What does he say? The sect leader sighed. He said to wait a bit longer. Yang Tiandong hurriedly ran to Han Yushui. Master, the Qingming Great Saint is here. Should we? Han Yushui looked at him and said, it's fine. You stay with Little Black and the others for now. I'll transmit you to the demon realm, Jade Cup Valley. Modun Kixabao is there. The little tree cried, Master, don't abandon us. Han Yushui smiled and said reassuringly, that won't happen. Modun Shishi said, it seems your master mother has already gone to the demon realm. Han Yushui calmly replied, very good, then. I can be at ease. Yang Tiandong worried, thinking to himself about this indifference. Looking at Han Yuexu's back, could Master have grown so powerful that he no longer fears the Qingming Great Saint? Han Yushui frowned. Not within 100 miles around, huh? The demons exclaimed excitedly, the breath of cultivators is so delicious. No need to fight today. I'm starving. Too few people, not nearly enough. They charged in. The sect leader immediately ordered, the left and right flanks, attack. Don't let a single one escape. A cold voice rang out, causing the sect leader's face to pale. A bunch of grasshoppers. Everyone was stunned and surprised. A massive green sphere appeared, shattering the sect's protective grand formation with a blinding light. Everyone was severely injured, bleeding and coughing violently. Even Zan Shanzi was no exception. She frowned weakly. Just relying on divine sense, we've already penetrated the front line. She had a solemn, angry expression, we can't go any further. Although Han Yuexu's primordial spirit still has a chance of being revived, the prerequisite is whether Han Yushui can escape from the grasp of the heavenly tribulation realm. The silhouette of Qingming gradually appeared. The strongest is only at the 9th level of the virtual immortal realm. How laughable, indeed. He looked into the mirror. The demonic venerable is not on the front line. Let this saint take a look at where you are. He saw the stone statue where Yang Tiandong was standing, with a panicked expression. Found you. This time, the demonic venerable can't run away, can you? Still hoping Jade Pure Sect can protect you. Yang Tiandong panicked, his face drained of color. The sect leader and the others joined forces, but couldn't block even one strike from the Qingming Great Saint. How could Master possibly block him? Han Yushui took out his weapon. All of you, fall back. Han Yushui silently gripped his weapon. The system can't scan him, but his divine sense detected us. The heavenly tribulation realm is indeed far more formidable than imagined. Han Yushui looked resolutely. His divine sense has locked onto this direction. A little further this way. He saw Han Yushui pointing his sword toward him. A treasure next to the demonic venerable is only at the 9th level of the celestial being realm. He looked at the trembling Little Black, a puny chicken. This fat chicken's cultivation isn't bad. Perhaps it's worth considering taking it as a camp servant. Qingming suddenly noticed the huge spirit tree, Futang Shenshu. He looked up at the spirit tree. How did a spirit tree of this level end up here? I recall my master mentioning this before. Even in his place, it only existed in legends. He laughed greedily at the opportunity to make a great contribution. If I present this spirit tree to my master, Master will be delighted, and perhaps I might even be allowed to stay by his side. He glowed. The true form of Qingming. This saint will definitely take this spirit tree. The sect leader looked on helplessly. He could only pray for Han Yushui. The elders hurried away. On Han Yuexu's side, countless rings appeared. The 3 immortal formations. Little Black trembled in fear, hugging Shidi tightly. "You puny chicken, using me as a shield is useless." In fact, Han Yushui was indeed very anxious. The system kept prompting. System reminder. Unable to scan the Qingming Great Saint. System reminder. Unable to scan the Qingming Great Saint. System reminder. Unable to scan the Qingming Great Saint. Han Yushui was worried and afraid. Why can't it scan the heavenly tribulation realm? Is this a limitation of the system? The sect leader coughed up blood. Qingming ferociously advanced. System reminder. Qingming Great Saint of the heavenly tribulation realm. Recently promoted to the first level of the demonic saint realm. Han Yushui closed his eyes, then opened them to start the battle simulation. A powerful spiritual force emerged, blowing everything around, shaking Shidi's grave. Yang Tiandong struggled to hold onto Little Black. Han Yuexu's eyes blazed. The battle simulation ended. Han Yushui launched his attack. Countless spiritual forces shot out from the reins, following his hand. The Qingming Great Saint noticed the beam of light from the mountain heading straight for him. Which bastard dares to sneak attack me? He formed a protective shield. Qingming watched as the beam of light was right in front of him. It pierced through his defenses. The terrifying force slammed into Qingming, even penetrating through many mountains. The Qingming Great Saint was left with only his lower body standing. He stood there dazed. The chosen immortal was shocked speechless. Everyone present was the same. On Little Black's side, it was no different. Han Yushui stood there, his mysterious words unfinished. The Qingming Great Saint's body was shattered. His bones and guts were exposed, scattered everywhere. Seeing this pile of flesh and gore, the disciples were terrified and fainted. The demonic beasts all had expressions of extreme fear. Even the caves, as if they had forgotten the demonic aura of the Qingming Great Saint. The Qingming Great Saint was dead. Only then did they realize that they had completely lost their support. Like snakes without a head, they became extremely chaotic and unruly. Run away quickly. Some other great demons angrily gathered, determined to avenge the Qingming Great Saint. You bullied our sect and hurt our tribe. Do you think you can just leave? Han Yuexu's face was shrouded in darkness, his expression indiscernible. He looked at the group of demonic beasts spouting words. Demonic tribe. He stood upright and waved his hand. A sharp, blazing sword aura swept through two swirling rings, then shot out, rushing towards the foolish demonic beasts. All of you, die for me. He swung his sword continuously, creating countless small, blazing vortexes, attacking the daring demonic beasts. It's too hot. Save me. The blazing vortexes fell upon the demonic beasts, immobilizing them, whether in the air or on the ground. The disciples of the Yuqing sect who were being besieged came out to see the situation had reversed, drastically different from before. They had yet to react, only able to sit dazed on the ground, frozen in the postures they were attacked in. The ferocious demonic beasts from before were now immobilized where they stood. Li Kongzi struggled to move. Blood was still dripping from his mouth. His glasses were also cracked with a line. The elder beside him asked in doubt, "What's going on?" Li Kongzi also seemed frozen, unable to respond. Han Yushui, expressionless, raised his sword. A massive pillar of light burst forth from the ground. Countless red rays of light shot up. From where he stood, they wove into an interlocking floor. All the immobilized demonic beasts could not escape. They stared wide-eyed as the waves of sword aura spread towards them. If pierced through, they would surely become skewers. The crisscrossing cuts appeared on the demonic beasts. From the cut positions, flames burst forth, burning them. The demonic beasts could only let out miserable cries. They were sliced into pieces and burned to ashes, exploding and disappearing. The scene was truly terrifying. Viewed from afar, this scene took on an entirely different appearance. If one didn't know the situation, they might even admire its beauty, as it looked like clusters of blooming fireworks. Though the sparks were of blood and flesh, the cries of the demonic beasts and monsters. From within a corridor of the Yuqing sect, the chosen immortal gazed at the suddenly appearing fireworks blooming in the sky. These fireworks are beautiful. Her face remained expressionless, but the atmosphere around her had become gentler. If she knew what these fireworks truly were, one wonders if her unchanging face of millennia would show any change. Fireworks of burnt flesh blackened the sky. Fireworks of burnt flesh blackened the ground. The little dragon soul was terrified. It looked at the shattered bones of the Qingming Great Saint's body. The saint was slain in a single strike by that transcendent sword. That immortal being was the one secluded within the jade. The Yuqing sect disappeared after being cursed. It looked towards the distant mountain, where the Yuqing sect resided. It seemed that the curses perceived by the Qingming Great Saint were warnings from that immortal being. Unfortunately, his stubborn, indiscriminate killing led to his demise. If given a chance, it could visit that elder, even as a mount. The mountains before Han Yushui were cleaved by his strike, leaving a large gap, as if a massive burning iron ball had passed through the spongy mountaintops. No matter what, any mountain in his path could not escape this fate. The great calamity of the mortal realm ended here. System reminder. For the first time, you hunted an existence at the transcendent realm. You gained a celestial spirit stone. Han Yushui held the system token in his hand, speechless. His disciples who witnessed the battle were all shocked. The chick with its gigantic form was the most excited. Master is invincible in this world. The little tree also flew up excitedly. The bald one danced and spun around crazily. Only the white-haired one still stared blankly in a daze. What happened? The group rushed towards Han Yuexu's back, who stood with his arms crossed, continuously chanting, "Great Master! Great Master! Great Master!" Modong Shishi had finished digesting the information and also jumped up excitedly. How wonderful! Master was indeed right to focus on cultivation. Cultivation is the true path to power. In the future, you must devote all your time to cultivation to defeat your enemies. Yes, Master. Yang Dongqin just stood quietly behind. Yang Dongqin silently watched. He recalled the former might of the Qingming great saint, and then looked at his current shattered body. How powerful was the demon saint? He knew it best, almost invincible, bringing an endless sense of despair. Yet he was defeated by the master. The strongest was always by his side. Yet he went searching for illusory power, wandering aimlessly. This time, he really had no face to see the master. Han Yushui walked past him, cutting off his drifting, dejected thoughts. Why are you still here? Have you kowtowed yet? Yang Dongqin snapped out of his daze, a bit flustered. He turned to look at Han Yuexu's departing figure. Han Yushui did not stop, but continued speaking. Hurry up and go. From now on, without my permission, you dare not go out. The master-disciple relationship between us is severed. Your life or death, I will not intervene. Yang Dongqin hurried after him. His disciples called out loudly behind him. Yes, Master. At the Yuqing sect battlefield, cultivators were busy cleaning up the battlefield. A cultivator from afar shouted, "The executioner elder has arrived." What is this? All the elder cultivators, Li Kongsu with a beaming face, gathered around him. Executioner elder, you are forever divine. Elder Han, the light of humanity. May you have boundless blessings and fortune. I want to bear your child. Han Yuexu's face darkened as he brushed past this overly enthusiastic and fawning behavior. He glared at Li Kongsu. Don't let your guard down. I feel that things are not as simple as they seem. Li Kongsu became flustered upon hearing this. Elder Han, do you mean this? He pointed at the object in front of them. It was a massive, charred, collapsed bone, no mistake. Just now, that attack couldn't destroy this weapon. It's not simple. Hearing this, Li Kongsu broke out in a cold sweat. What exactly is this thing? He stared at the bone on the ground, deep in thought. It's clearly not from the mortal realm. No wonder the Qingming great saint couldn't be cursed. It turns out he was causing havoc with this divine treasure. If we underestimate it, disaster will befall us. Han Yushui touched the bone, sending a pulse of spiritual energy to probe it. His divine sense entered. Little Han Yushui was stunned after entering the divine treasure. There was another space inside. Little Han Yushui observed the space for a long time, and sensed a breath of air. Behind him was a hazy soul figure. Based on its attire, it resembled a scholar. It had a satchel slung behind its back. On both sides of the soul figure were 7 luminous pearls, divided between the 2 sides. Could this soul be the Qingming great saint? The 7 luminous pearls around the soul figure began to stir. Dark, coiled things inside the pearls were moving. At this moment, the soul figure's eyelids twitched slightly. As it opened its eyes, a ferocious light emanated from them. Its pitch-black eyes had 2 glowing red pupils. Han Yushui on the outside was immediately injured, crying out in pain. Arg! Li Kongsu beside him hurriedly asked, Elder Han, are you alright? Han Yushui raised his hand, his gaze flashing with a golden light, his expression grave. Indeed, there is no mistake. There is someone behind this. He quickly made a soul-capturing hand seal, and a stream of golden lightning erupted from his palm. Each bolt of golden lightning pierced through the space within the divine treasure. One after another, they struck the soul figure. The bone divine treasure began shaking violently. 2 powerful forces were clashing fiercely within it. Han Yushui observed everything carefully. He was starting to feel a bit fatigued, breathing heavily. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, who knows what this being might have done. perhaps seeking revenge through his soul fragment. This oppressive aura, he had only felt it before from Sword Dao Elder Ha. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared, prompting Han Yushui to pay attention. He turned to look. On the system panel, was information about the soul fragment in the divine treasure. Immortal Cultivator, level 8, bearing resentment for you killing his beloved pet. This soul fragment he left in the mortal realm is filled with hatred towards you. Once you ascend, it will undoubtedly seek to trouble you. He was stunned. An immortal cultivator at level 8. Han Yushui picked up the bone divine treasure, pondering to himself, once I ascend, there's no way for him to come after me down here, is there? Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he deduced from the system's information. It seems fortunate that even mighty immortals cannot descend to the mortal realm. Is this predetermined, or some kind of restriction? After ascending, there's no returning either. He looked up at the sky. The question is, after ascending, can I still cultivate in peace as I did before? My fundamental enemies will all be up there. Ascending recklessly would be unwise. I should prolong it for as long as possible. Let's see what you can do about it when the time comes. In the western Yuanshuan region, at the Zhen Wu sect, the sect's buildings were constructed on the mountainsides. On the tallest peak, a massive sword was planted, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Qingming Great Saint had been executed. He was killed by a single sword strike from an elder of the Jade Pure sect. Inside the pristine white hall, dragon-carved stone pillars rose. Every carving and decorative detail was engraved with pure gold. On both sides were rows of low tables neatly arranged. At the innermost end was a flight of steps leading up, covered by a red carpet. The architecture resembled the throne room of a human king. On the red carpet, only one person was seated. At the low tables on both sides sat many cultivators, whispering and discussing incessantly. The Qingming Great Saint is dead. How could that be? That's the realm of karmic catastrophe. The Jade Pure sect seems to have heard of this great name before. Just who is this executioner elder that beheaded him? The youth with the ponytail exhaled deeply. Well done, Jade Pure sect. A blonde-haired cultivator excitedly jumped up. As expected of the executioner elder, the cultivators below did not know the full story. With his youthful appearance, a tall, middle-aged cultivator with very long sideburns, dressed like a Western region's merchant, then spoke up to ask, Sect Leader Elder, when you previously visited the Jade Pure sect in the Great Plains, was the Jade Pure sect truly so formidable? A cultivator dressed like a sword guest, wearing a leaf hat and cradling a sword in his arms, looked up at the youth. Indeed, I heard there was some conflict from Extreme Blade, but you didn't seem to mention anything about it. The youth now had no other choice. He looked a bit awkward, clearly unwilling to hide it. At this moment, the youth seemed to make a firm decision, speaking resolutely. To outsiders, you might think I'm recounting some proud battle achievement of mine. I too was once struck by the executioner elder's sword, defeated, so I didn't mean to bring up that old story. Hearing this, the cultivators below were stunned once again. What? You are the one with the strongest combat power in our entire sect. Just how formidable is this person? Previously, the Jade Pure sect had little renown. Not so for the sect leader elder, the youthful and straightforward one said boldly. Now it seems, being defeated by the executioner elder is not a disgrace, but rather an honor for me. Hearing this, the other cultivators fell silent for a moment. They didn't know whether to feel fortunate that even the Qingming Great Saint lost to the executioner elder, or disappointed that the strongest in their sect had been defeated. The youth's expression turned extremely solemn as he said, after this incident, the Jade Pure sect will become a sacred ground in the cultivation world of the Great Plains. No, a sacred ground of the 10 continents and 9 realms. The Gen Martial sect must not offend us. First, we must go and establish ties. The cultivator who was enthusiastic about the Gen Martial sect earlier immediately clasped his hands and bowed to the sect leader elder. Master, this disciple accepts the mission to go to the Great Plains and represent the Gen Martial sect, representing the Western Zon continent, to thank the Jade Pure sect. The sect leader elder spoke up again. Not only that, we must also wholeheartedly prepare a great gift. The cultivator dressed like a Western region's merchant loudly objected. Sect leader elder, the Gen Martial sect has also suffered heavy losses this time. To fawn over the Jade Pure sect, what will the disciples in our sect think of us? Some cultivators silently agreed with these words. The sect leader elder darkly leaned in close to the man's face and said, sober up. What are you thinking? The Jade Pure sect has saved countless lives in this world. If we don't go and express our gratitude, what will the people of this world think of us? Hearing this, the merchant-dressed cultivator fell silent, his initial arrogance deflated by half. The sect leader elder glared at him, looking at him like a brave but foolish man. In the future, the Jade Pure sect will undoubtedly be a sacred ground, admired by cultivators everywhere. This means that if we delay even a step, other sects will go ahead of us. The earlier we go, the more advantageous it will be. We need connections. A cultivator with a goatee nodded in agreement. That's reasonable. Other sects have probably gone ahead of us already. Once the Jade Pure sect grows stronger, there will definitely be sects relying on their power to pressure other sects. A female cultivator wearing a veil that covered her face also chimed in. That's right. The benefits of establishing ties are immense. We cannot miss this opportunity. Thus, in the magnificent palace of the Gen Martial sect, everyone unanimously agreed with the sect leader elder's opinion. Does anyone else have any other opinions? If not, let's proceed accordingly. Yes, let's do so. Elsewhere, at the Julong sect, it was also a scene of utter devastation. Ever since their encounter with the Qingming Great Saint, the sect had been divided internally, with many even fleeing. The sect master of the Julong sect stood amidst the ruined sect, the wind blowing through his tattered robes, looking utterly desolate. The predecessors were truly formidable. Even the Qingming Great Saint was no match for them. Otherwise we would have had to flee long ago. The Julong sect now is nothing but a desolate ruin. Palaces and pavilions were tilted and shattered. Rubble was strewn everywhere. The sect master of the Julong sect looked at the broken dragon head, lying on the ground, its tattered body beside it. It seemed to have lost all sensation. Cultivators are meant to practice for longevity. Sects exist only for the sake of passing on teachings. But when sects arise for the sake of power, how are they different from the secular gangs? At this moment, a disciple came forward to report. The attire of the Julong sect resembled that of a warrior wearing a helmet and iron armor with a cloak. Reporting to the sect master, after taking stock of the disciples and elders, our Julong sect had 70,000 members at its peak. Now, only 3,000 remain. The architectural damage exceeds 90%. The scripture pavilion was completely looted. Fortunately, the Julong true technique, which was buried in the underground chamber, remains undiscovered. That's good. Upon hearing the report, the Julong sect master's mood sank further. The sect was nearly annihilated, with many disciples killed. Years of hard work were lost just like that. It's not an exaggeration to say the Julong sect may cease to exist in this world. That's not an overstatement. That disciple hurriedly cupped his fists and exclaimed, "Sect master, please don't worry. As long as the secret teachings remain, the Julong sect will surely be able to flourish again." The Julong sect master calmly said, "We have this asset, but it's our only asset. You know how many sects covet our secret techniques." You're absolutely right. That disciple was startled, only now realizing this issue. The Julong sect master continued, "Hiding such a valuable treasure is a crime. In our current situation, what should we use to protect our lineage?" The Julong sect master exerted his power and slowly rose into the air. Hovering in midair, the sect master looked around and shouted, "All disciples and elders, listen up. You all know our current situation. We need a place to take shelter." The disciples are now busy with cleanup efforts, but they look up in confusion. What does the sect master mean? The surrounding powers are watching closely. Rebuilding the sect will undoubtedly be difficult. Forcing reconstruction would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices and futility. Rather than letting them monopolize it, it's better to find a place to develop ourselves. The Julong sect master resolutely said, "Today, all of you will go with me to the Yuqing sect, using the Julong true technique as a gift." The disciples and elders were all dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just heard. "Submit to the Yuqing sect," they vehemently protested. "Sect master, have you gone mad? That's our supreme secret technique. How can we casually give it away as a gift?" The Julong sect joining the Yuqing sect. This is a laughingstock. The Julong sect master, in the face of his disciples' vehement opposition, calmly said, "It's better than the sect being slaughtered. The Julong sect is merely changing its form of existence. Moreover, the Yuqing sect is different. They support and strive to find a middle ground. I've been to the Yuqing sect before and looked into this. Even if we join the Yuqing sect, we'll still control our secret techniques. The Blood Vein Heavenly Gate is an example. They've never agreed to let the Blood Gate disciples practice their martial arts techniques. The disciples gradually wavered, and the voices of opposition dwindled. It seems no one has learned those techniques." That sect master clenched his fist, signifying his determination to borrow the strength of others to protect our lineage. The Yuqing sect's virtues are not to be worried about. Once you become independent and strong, you can leave the Yuqing sect. A cultivator, fully wrapped in cloth, their uniform with a pointed hood on top, resembling a gray candle flame, spoke up, "Sect master, if you say so, does that mean you intend to accompany us? The sect master looked at the layered mountains before him and replied, this time, I must go seek a higher mountain. There was a firm resolution in the sect master's heart. Only by wholeheartedly cultivating like our ancestors can one truly follow the way. If the Yuqing sect doesn't accept us, then I'll go find the elder executioner and report to the great Huang Zuntian. The elder executioner will understand our destiny. We'll meet again if we have the karmic affinity. After saying this, the sect master of the Julong sect vanished into thin air, leaving his disciples with bewildered expressions. Sect master, don't go. There were also faint voices mingled in, curiously asking, who is this Huang Zuntian? 8 years after the demon-slaying saint's journey, the Yuqing sect's fame had spread far and wide. Cultivation was at its peak period. Below was a grand and bustling scene. A long line of palace ladies, eunuchs and soldiers in inner and outer circles, strictly packed the streets. Each eunuch carried an exquisite brocade box, easily suggesting the immense value of the items inside. Not only that, there were also rolls of precious fabrics strung together, hundreds of treasures pouring into the Yuqing sect. The emperor of the royal dynasty's grand banquet was the reason for visiting the Yuqing sect, conferring the Yuqing sect as the state religion. Amidst rows of beautiful palace ladies, shone the radiance of the young emperor. A beautiful maid, smiling brightly, had a brilliant red flower pinned to her hair, carrying a basket of scattered petals before her, announcing, Your Majesty has arrived. The emperor offered pigs trotters and countless delicacies. On the table, a colossal statue of Han Shui knelt down. All the palace ladies and maids knelt as well. Li Kongzi became the one to kowtow. The emperor bowed his head. The Yuqing sect officially changed its name to the Yuqing Holy Sect. Even after everything had settled down, Han Shui and Li Kongzi were leisurely sitting on a stone table, drinking tea. It turns out the grand banquet was also for the emperor. You shouldn't seclude yourself like this. You should go out and travel, Han Shui said with a sigh. I couldn't have imagined that the Yuqing sect could become the state religion. After all, you have saved countless lives in this world. Your actual achievements deserve such an honor. Even the Julong sect wants to join us. Hearing this, Han Shui turned to Li Kongzi in surprise. Li Kongzi replied, I heard Gai Nguyen Bao asked them to come. He didn't explain further. In his heart, he silently cursed, is that old man trying to cause trouble? Besides, I've already sent word for our ancestral master to return and take over the sect. He has agreed to come back in a few years to assume the position of sect leader once more. Han Shui realized there was an issue upon hearing this. Who is this sect leader you're referring to? Li Kongzi fell silent, feeling his time was running short. He planned to focus on cultivation, striving for a destiny of his own making. Han Shui understood Li Kongzi's explanation and waited for him to relinquish the sect leader position. You should go to Kuzha Shenshin to cultivate. As for the cave abode you opened, you can keep it. Hearing Han Shui's instructions, Li Kongzi was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Han. Without your arrangements over the years, how could the spiritual energy at my Kuzha Shenshin be so dense? I hope you can also progress further on the path of cultivation. The ancestral master will return in a few years. I wonder if senior sister will come back too. There have been some dangers in recent years, but I hope you can continue your journey. On the path of cultivation, the ancestral master will return in a few years. I don't know if senior sister will come back with him. There have been some dangers in recent years, but I haven't seen you use the puppet before. Inside the cave at this moment, a beautiful, fair hand reached up as if trying to grasp the moonlight. Yu'er opened her beautiful eyes wide, gazing intently at the white glow for a long time. She lay on a soft mattress, her slender legs wrapped in a blanket on this late night. Is your junior brother all right? The moonlight shone on her wistful face, touching the heart. To her left was a dagger, lying close to the bedside. Shifted slightly, the corner of a stuffed head peeked out. Suddenly, Han Shui's voice echoed, Senior sister. Yu'er immediately sat up, recognizing her junior brother's voice instantly. She picked up the puppet in surprise and licked her lips, saying, So it turns out you can talk to me through this puppet. Why didn't you tell me about this ability sooner? The Han Shui puppet could only reluctantly respond, as tears began welling up in her eyes. In the first few years, I called out to you. Why didn't you answer? Did you forget your senior sister because of another lover? Han Shui hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. The heavenly spirit seed has limited spiritual power. Once used up, it can no longer protect you. So I had to use it sparingly. Hearing this, Yu'er breathed a sigh of relief. Then, touched, she shed tears again. I see. My junior brother is so considerate. I'm crying. With the Nine Peaks ancestral master protecting you these years, you've never faced any life-threatening danger. Then she seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. If the puppet can sense me, then that means, Iya, my junior brother has been watching this old lady every day without me knowing. I hope you didn't see any of my excess flesh. Iya, my grandmother Yu Ching must have seen it all. The puppet could only weakly respond. The spiritual power is not used like that. It only checks on you, senior sister. Does this old lady do those things in front of your junior brother every day? Could he have sensed it too? Iya, I want to die on the spot. This is too embarrassing. Han Shui sweated, full of question marks. At this moment, the original Han Shui was studying a secret manual. Hearing Yuer's self-narration, he felt like he was lost in a fog. The little tree was still sleeping soundly beside his senior sister. In a few more years, the ancestral master would return to the sect to take over as the head instructor. Han Shui spoke to get her attention, distracting her from the embarrassment. By then, you'll reunite with the ancestral master too, senior sister. The puppet has 90% power left. I'll turn it off first. Bye-bye. The projection disappeared. She tried to stop it. My junior brother, I was wrong. I won't do that again. She poked and turned the Han Shui puppet, trying to reactivate it. Junior brother, you haven't said how things are at the Yu Qing sect, and your cultivation progress, replied to this old lady. But no matter what she did, the puppet only showed innocent eyes, making Yuer pout angrily. My indifferent junior brother won't even talk to me. Fine, be that cold. She imagined Han Shui coldly leaving, while Hong Zhan and Mu Zhu would be like beggars pleading for her pity, but receive no response. How delightful that would be. Perhaps Hong Zhan and Mu Zhu often faced such troubles, awaiting her return. Junior brother, don't slip out of my grasp. He. She gazed at Han Shui's paintings hung all around her room, immersed in admiration. Then suddenly there was a call from outside the door. Junior sister Yuer, I have good news. Hearing this voice, her expression turned gloomy. A cultivator standing below the cave called out, recently, on Shichang Immortal Island, there's a great master giving a Dharma lecture. I have an invitation to the island. She put on an additional red cloak, and asked indifferently, a great master lecturing. The male cultivator outside wore a moth-winged hat and a robe, waving a paper fan as he spoke meaningfully. Indeed. Would you like to go, junior sister? I can take you there. He hid his smile behind the fan, full of charm. A Dharma lecture is a rare opportunity. Who knows what surprises there may be? Yuer looked down coldly and replied, thank you for the kind offer, senior brother, but I won't go. My cultivation has seen some insights recently, which I need to comprehend fully. Seeing her expression, the male cultivator stammered awkwardly, I'll come visit junior sister Yuer another time. If I find any good treasures on Shichang Immortal Island, I'll bring them as gifts for you. Yuer narrowed her piercing eyes like blades. No need to trouble yourself, senior brother. I only wish to focus on cultivation. I have no use for such treasures. The male cultivator saw Yuer's cold demeanor as she turned to leave, and tried to persuade her. Why say that, junior sister Yuer? Haha, I'll go ahead. You continue your diligent cultivation. She angrily strode into her room. Instead of cultivating diligently every day, you come bother me, go die already. When you return, I'll have already gone to find my handsome junior brother. Yuer looked at the Han Shui puppet and said, am I right? Of course, it couldn't respond. But right after, Yuer quickly hugged the puppet tightly, her face showing satisfaction. The junior sister alternated between hugging and rubbing her face against the puppet. Hee, my adorable junior brother. She pinched the puppet's cheeks. I can't wait to see you soon. I wonder, after all these years, if the spiritual energy in your abode is still sufficient. When I return, I'll definitely make arrangements for you. She kissed the puppet. The scene shifted to another location. The moonlight was still bright as before. There was a round table with tall chairs, like a knight's round table. A black-robed figure sat with legs crossed on the table. What do you all think of this matter? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing a hooded hat, his eyes like a boss's. He had two cross-shaped bandages over his eyes. It said someone died at a major sect called Jade Pure Sect. To put it bluntly, Jade Pure Holy Sect is now extremely prosperous. The person sitting opposite the cross-eyed man listened silently. Next to the middle-aged man with the cross-shaped eye bandages was a figure in iron armor, hands and feet like raging black flames. Even his head was just the shape of a blazing fire. If he massacres the human race across the 10 continents and 9 heavens, it would be like child's play for us. We must take revenge. On the other hand, although the human race of the 10 continents and 9 heavens has suffered countless deaths and injuries, they have not been completely annihilated yet. We should find another way. A green, humanoid figure spoke, its body stitched together like a rag doll, with two humps on its shoulders like a camel. The celestial saint of Tan Mang is too arrogant, relying on the divine treasures of the extinguished path immortal. He really thinks he can destroy the world at will. If we want to disintegrate the human race, we need a better plan. The celestial saint is too arrogant, relying on the divine treasures of the extinguished path immortal, truly thinking he can destroy the world at will. Relying solely on the demon race is not enough. He looked around, intending to recruit others. I suggest we aid the human cultivators and instigate infighting among humans. A female voice spoke, I have no opinion on this. It belonged to a white-haired girl. Her eyes were bloodshot, her lips a dark, dried crimson. She wore a long, red dress, its collar lined with fur hugging her ample bosom. That way, it's like killing two birds with one stone. She turned to the person next to her, saying, don't you agree? What do you think? A pale face was obscured in the shadows. I have no opinion, but before that, I visited the underworld. Let me remind you all, there's some disunity among the demon race. Upon hearing this, the great demons seated tensed up. The green, rag doll-like demon groaned, Only the cross-eyed man's gaze flashed coldly. The short-haired girl propped a leg up, swinging her thigh as she said, if the deadline passes, and we fail to revive the demon race, you all know the consequences, don't you? Then I'll take care of the Jade Pure Sect matter. You all handle the other plans. The cross-eyed man disagreed. We must investigate that mysterious cultivator at Jade Pure Sect thoroughly. If he poses a threat to our plans, the demon army will eliminate him. The short-haired girl narrowed her eyes. I'll set out immediately. In the mortal realm, 15 years passed. After cultivating for countless years, Han Shuiyue finally reached the 9th level of the corporeal realm. The 9th level of the corporeal realm, Han Shuiyue exclaimed joyfully. She proudly swept her hair back, radiating a victorious glow. The immortal realm is in sight. I just need to keep pushing forward, Han Shuiyue said emotionally. Then I should celebrate a bit. Han Shuiyue flipped through an ancient book, recording greetings to my fellow cultivators Chu Tuo, Mok Yulin, and Tuyat Din Dao Nyan. First, let me greet you all. A celestial spirit stone was placed into the fate book. Years after the great battle, Han Shuiyue contemplated many times before finally deciding to place the celestial spirit stone into the fate book. Han Shuiyue circulated her inner energy, infusing a great amount of power into it. The system displayed, attack power, 3000, defense power, unknown, supreme spiritual treasure. The fate book has officially advanced to become the celestial primordial tome. With this enhancement, the fate book is destined to be extraordinary. The curse response speed has increased by a level. The system further displayed, chaotic divine worship. Your celestial hound was ambushed by demonic beasts. Casualties, 28,211. Your friend Chu Pham was ambushed by cultivators. Casualties, 3,779. Your friend Mok Fuck Ku was ambushed by cultivators. Casualties, 3,644. Your friend Chu Pham was critically injured, hanging between life and death. The enemy of Mok Yulin, due to depleted Dao heart, encountered heart demons and lost much Dao virtues. Your disciple 2KY was ambushed by a demon king and critically injured. Your disciple 2KY witnessed the demon king's miserable death while passing by the great cultivator Chu Sat. Your Dao companion Hin Hong Tuyen gained an opportunity and entered the blessed land of heaven's movement. Han Shuiyue pondered. Mok Yulin's Dao virtues decreased significantly. Excellent. Unfortunately, nothing has happened to Chu Tuo and Tuyat Din Dao Nyan yet. She continued contemplating. Within Hin Hong Tuyen's body, she had left behind her own aura recently, which was still fortunate to some extent. Your Dao daughter Hin Hong Tuyen gained an opportunity and entered the blessed land of heaven's movement. Han Shuiyue thought about when Hin Hong Tuyen returns, she would continuously call her husband. She then thought, I wonder what treasure she will bring back for me next time. Forget it, Han Shuiyue said, I'm not someone who relies on his wife. A small green plant adorably clung to Han Shuiyue's back, asking, Master, have you finished your seclusion? Han Shuiyue replied, what's the matter during the time I was in seclusion? It then answered, of course there is. Early this morning, the sect leader came looking for you, saying today is his 900th birthday celebration. He wanted to invite you to attend the banquet at the inner sect city and lecture the disciples. It then proudly blinked and said, I guessed you wouldn't want to go, so I directly declined for them. aren't I awesome? Han Shuiyue smiled and began to say, awesome, awesome, indeed I don't want to be exposed. Han Shuiyue added, directly declining is a bit inappropriate, it's better to offer congratulations privately. I'll take you all to the inner sect for a tour. It smiled and replied, thank you, master, that's really great. Han Shuiyue went outside and saw a note pinned to a tree. The sect leader is having a grand celebration recently. Seeing that you were still in seclusion, we didn't wait for you. Signed, Yang Chanzong. Han Shuiyue helplessly looked at the note on the tree, appearing slightly angry. These unfilial juniors dare to leave me behind. I'll sneak in and join the banquet, but I hope I don't run into that place. Everyone had arrived in front of the KFC Chicken Gang restaurant. In the bustling and lively street, people were coming and going, with stalls selling goods set up everywhere. Han Shuiyue carried the green plant and walked through the streets, thinking as he went, it's really lively. I wonder if I'll meet any new people with innate talents. Suddenly, the system reminded him, making Han Shuiyue feel delighted, thinking that as soon as it was mentioned, Dao Thou had arrived. The system displayed, Zan Ting Jun, Mahayana Realm Level 8, on par with the Demon Lord. Immediately after, the green plant said, that over there looks really delicious. Master, look, it's a super bird person. Han Shuiyue's expression changed. Seeing this, it asked, Master, Master. Han Shuiyue saw the silhouette of a woman on the upper floor. She was also looking back in Han Shuiyue's direction. Han Shuiyue's gaze suddenly changed, and he became worried. The plant in his hand also asked in puzzlement, Master, what's wrong? Han Shuiyue replied, your master is about to die. He continued thinking, why did she come here, and not appear in her mortal form? Could it be that she discovered my affair with Hin Hong Tuyen and came to deal with me? Her gaze became profound and inscrutable, making Han Shuiyue even more anxious. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, though his security measures had always been good, so he might not have been exposed. Han Shuiyue approached her and said, Miss Zan, long time no see. Han Shuiyue pretended to be excited, saying from afar, it's been a while since I've seen an old friend. Please excuse my rudeness for not greeting you. Han Shuiyue gazed at Zan with a cute look, looking in her direction, thinking that her mood didn't seem too good. I'm doomed. Seeing him like that, Zan's expression became helpless. Right after that, she shyly raised her hand to cover her mouth, pretending to cough. On this side, when they saw Han Shuiyue's little chick going to the banquet, they thought it was some chicken that had escaped, so they took out a knife, ready to slaughter it. Someone cheered them on, go for it, go for it. The bald man in red clothes worried and said, stop. That's the demon-slaying elder spirit beast. On Han Shuiyue's side, the hot tea on the stove was steaming, with vapor rising. There was a teacup, 2 small cups, and a plate of fresh tea leaves. The silhouettes of 2 people sat by the window, looking out at the vast sky. Outside, the fake green tree. Han Shuiyue's gaze showed a hint of worry as he thought, half a day has passed, and she hasn't said a word. Could she be waiting for me to confess? Zan kept looking at Han Shuiyue, her pensive gaze thinking, his hair looks a bit greasy from not showering during seclusion. Seeing this, Han Shuiyue became even more worried. She's still observing me. Is she trying to find a flaw? Could it be that after the affair, my breath still hasn't been properly dealt with? No, that can't be it. Hin Hong Tuyen is very clean. Zan spoke up first. Some time ago, was it you? Before Zan could finish, Han Shuiyue interrupted. Miss Zan, please listen and let me explain. Don't you want to hear my explanation? Han Shuiyue continued tensely, it's not what you think. Zan's gaze turned fierce as she said, no need to explain anymore. What's done is done. A gleam suddenly appeared in her eyes. You truly live up to being a man I admire, daring to do and admit it. Han Shuiyu was worried, sweating profusely. He said, I was wrong. Whether to kill or behead, it's up to you. Tuyen quickly reverted to her initial adorable demeanor, saying, rest assured, Tan Mang. I know you killed someone. With me here, no one can harm you. Hearing this, Han Shuiyu gaped in astonishment, saying, what's this about Tan Mang? Is this what it's about? At this moment, a thought crossed his mind. I almost got exposed. Seeing his expression, Tuyen asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there more? Han Shuiyu quickly felt embarrassed, scratched his head, and said, no. What brings you back, Miss Tuyen? Tuyen approached Han Shuiyu and put on a vengeful look, saying, I've come to avenge Tan Mang the Great Sage. But if you're the killer, it's fine. Just don't admit to killing Tan Mang the Great Sage if others ask later. Tuyen's gaze then turned vengeful again, as she gently said, Tan Mang was killed by me. Do you understand? Tuyin reached out and cupped Han Shui's face. He said, could Tan Mang the great sage have accomplices? Tuyin became alluring and gentle in front of him, saying, my love, you indeed have a big background. But don't worry, I'll go and stop those above. Just focus on cultivation. Tuyin sat on his body, making it hard for him to concentrate. He thought, damn it, the immortal realm seems to have a major issue. Then Tuyin pointed at the hats lying scattered on the table. She said, to be able to kill Tan Mang, you must have reached the realm of catastrophe, right? These are all spirit pills suitable for cultivating in the realm of catastrophe. Take them. Seeing Zan's kindness, Han Shuiyue said awkwardly, about that. Noticing his expression, Zan asked again, not enough. He scratched his head embarrassedly, saying, actually, I've just reached the 9th level of the body integration realm. Upon hearing this, Zan was so surprised that her expression froze. The small pavilion next door collapsed, simply because it was too heavy. The 1,000-year-old tavern had collapsed. Everyone was embarrassed, saying, clean up the tofu dregs. Zan Qingjun, sitting on Han Shuiyu's body, had a dark look in her eyes as she heard him say, actually, I've just reached the 9th level of the body integration realm. Zan Qingjun lowered her head and said, with just the 9th level of body integration, you were able to kill Tan Mang in the realm of catastrophe. Han Shuiyue quickly and flustered explained, I know this is hard to believe, but it's the truth. System reminder. Suddenly, Han Shuiyu's eyes turned panicked. Your cultivation partner, Zan Qingjun, has increased her affection for you. Current affection level is 5 stars. Zan Qingjun put her hand on her forehead, her face turning red with embarrassment, saying, I didn't expect you to be such a rare genius. Qingjun looked at Han Shuiyue and quickly said, you're qualified to be my husband. Suddenly, her hand was on his shoulder, gripping Han Shuiyu's shoulder, startling him slightly. Zan Qingjun pressed Han Shuiyue down, falling onto his body. Zan Qingjun stuck out her tongue, licking her lips seductively. Han Shuiyu's eyes froze. He thought, I've escaped one trap, but it seems he couldn't completely escape either. Zan Qingjun leaned back slightly, put her hand on her lips, pondering something, then said, it seems a bit too early for that now. It's easy to ruin the person. Zan Qingjun looked at Han Shuiyue, her gaze becoming sharp as she said, you need to cultivate diligently. I'll wait for you to mature. Han Shuiyue was a bit surprised by Zan Qingjun's words. He paused, then wondered what mature meant. Do you think I'm an apple in the orchard? Zan Qingjun suddenly stood up, acting nonchalant, and said, just looking isn't satisfying. It's really not fun, so I'll go first. Hearing her words, Han Shuiyue replied, right, this is the treasure left by Tan Mang the great saint. I feel this thing might not be simple for you. A long yellow staff was brought out. It was the jade exquisite golden staff. After giving it to Han Shuiyue, Qingjun said, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. I'll take it back to make those people believe that the culprit is truly dead. Han Shuiyue stood behind, scratching his head awkwardly. Zan Qingjun continued, the heavens and earth are about to change drastically. You should cultivate diligently. Hearing her words, Han Shuiyue became puzzled. He asked what it meant. Just as he was about to swing the staff and leave, Zan Qingjun then said, as my cultivation partner, even if the heavens and earth are destroyed, I can protect you completely. Seeing her figure about to leave, Han Shuiyue called out, Miss Zan, could you tell this humble one about the situation of the drastic heavenly changes? Is there anyone else who wants to take revenge for Tan Mang the great saint? Zan Qingjun turned around, looking towards Han Shuiyue, then said, this is related to a great karmic cause. It cannot be known. As for the name of the avenger, she spoke vaguely, but as she was about to disappear, she left 3 words, Lakao Ma. Only Han Shuiyue remained in the room, still not understanding the situation, only standing silently. In Han Shuiyu's book, he flipped through to see if the name she mentioned was there. Indeed, it was. He thought, Lakao Ma, right, you wait for me. 3 years later, Li Kanthu carried a large book and said something. Elder Han, time for tribulation. Is this a major breakthrough? Standing before Han Shuiyu's cave entrance, Li Kanthu placed the large book and the treasures of the Jade Pure Saint and offered them. Han Shuiyue said, that's right. Does the sect leader know if there's a suitable place nearby for me to undergo tribulation? The best would be within 100 miles, with no disturbances. Hearing Han Shuiyu's suggestion, Li Kanthu replied, within 100 miles. Han Shuiyue thought, according to the 6 Paths reincarnation skill records, the duration of the tribulation is doubled with each realm, and the power of the realm unification is also doubled. Currently, I'm at the peak of the 9th level of realm unification. If I go to the demon realm again this time, I might destroy it. Finding a safe place for tribulation cannot be delayed. Li Kanthu continued, on the contrary, there is a place. Because it rains continuously every year, many poisonous insects and demonic beasts grow, with few cultivators. When they returned, Li Kanthu gestured ahead and said, it's a plain to the east of Jade Pure. Jade Pure sect, or shall I take you there? Hearing this, Han Shuiyue replied, let's shift to a mountainous region in the Jade Pure sect. The group of young Tiandong was surrounding and looking at something. One of them said, the patriarch and the sect leader have gone out. He Yuka, with a confident face, said, they must be going to break through. The breakthrough speed of the master at a high realm is always faster than yours at a lower realm. You guys can't compare. Yang Tiandong angrily said, you dare speak to us like that? I don't think you've made any breakthroughs either. He Yuka quickly showed an angry attitude and stared intently, glaring at Yang Tiandong, saying, what did you say? My realm is higher than yours. Yang Tiandong became increasingly angry. What do you mean by that? Even if you break through slowly, He Yuka wouldn't admit it. Yang Tiandong then said, even if I break through slowly, my realm is still higher than yours. Unable to reason with him, Yang Tiandong reluctantly said, Chen Zhonggan, take us somewhere else. Let's go fishing over there instead. Yang Tiandong kept poking He Muka's belly, but all he got in return was, you're just scratching an itch for me. A chicken and a dog, subordinates of the master, both want to be beaten. After half a day's journey, Han Shuiyue and Li Kanthu finally arrived at the eastern plain of the Jade Pure sect they wanted to reach. Han Shuiyue gestured behind him and calmly said, Sect leader, you go ahead first. The commotion of my tribulation will be quite large. Hearing this, Li Kanthu replied, don't I need to protect you with my spells? Hearing Li Kanthu's suggestion, causing Han Shuiyue's face to become slightly puzzled, he said, enemies may disturb my tribulation. You won't be able to withstand it. Hearing Han Shuiyue say this, Li Kanthu also felt it was reasonable. He embarrassingly replied, you're right, Shaozi. Shortly after, Li Kanthu left, leaving Han Shuiyue standing alone, looking towards the mountain. He thought with his spiritual treasures and personal strength, on himself, dying in the tribulation was almost impossible, unless someone took the opportunity to ambush him. Right after, a series of large lightning bolts from the sky began to strike down. The tribulation had arrived. The tribulation grew stronger, spreading throughout the space. Han Shuiyue felt like he had forgotten something, even though everything seemed fully prepared. Han Shuiyue flew up into the air, facing the tribulation. The lightning tribulation struck down in continuous waves. Suddenly, Han Shuiyue realized something and paused. He thought, I forgot about the Jade Pure sect's disciple robes. In the tribulation realm, the tribulation's attacks have penetrating power, which even clothes worn for hundreds of years can't withstand. Right after, Han Shuiyue's body was struck and blown apart by the tribulation. His clothes were torn into shreds and scattered everywhere. He thought, why is the sword meditation immortal robe transparent? Continuing without stopping, it kept striking down and breaking the ground, scattering rocks and soil. 1 month later, the system reminded, you have successfully broken through the tribulation realm. Below are the ascension choices. Go to any of the 3 realms, receive 1 spiritual treasure, 2 heavenly Tao spirit stones. Continue cultivating to the Mahayana realm, receive 1 spiritual treasure, 1 inheritance of divine abilities. After reading the notifications from the system, Han Shuiyue thought, I can choose to have new clothes sewn on myself, but apart from the spiritual treasures, everything else was blown away. How can I return like this? Then he chose the second option. He continued thinking, although I can ascend from the tribulation realm, now is not the time to be negligent. That Toyadian Dewonhan is still waiting for me up in the heavens. If I ascend now, it'll be a boring life. The system continued notifying, you have chosen to continue cultivating to the Mahayana realm, receiving 1 spiritual treasure, 1 inheritance of divine abilities. The system displayed, congratulations on obtaining the Taiyi spiritual treasure, the purple gold inner armor. The purple gold inner armor, a level 8 Taiyi defensive spiritual treasure, with extremely strong flexible defensive power. The system displayed, "Congratulations on obtaining the divine ability, gathering the primordial chaos." Gathering the primordial chaos allows absorbing heaven and earth, yin and yang, and all things. Han Shuiyue saw what he received displayed on the system, and he thought, it's truly a help in times of need. This time, I won't have to return empty-handed to the sect. Moreover, it's a Taiyi-level defensive spiritual treasure. The system understands me well. The system then displayed the ascension method. Use your physical energy to move the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao will help you transcend the mortal realm, ascending to the upper realms. The reincarnation method absorbs the reincarnation power, moving the heavenly Tao. Han Shuiyue thought, the 6 realms reincarnation technique has been updated. Quite interesting, not only can I go to the upper realms, but also to the underworld and other dimensions. Perhaps it's related to my previous choice of the reincarnation path. Cultivation. For now, I don't want to go to any realm temporarily. A chicken's head is more comfortable than a phoenix's tail. I don't know how much my lifespan will increase, either. The system displayed Han Shuiyu's personal information. Tribulation Realm, First Level. Han Shuiyu's lifespan, 478 109,200s. Human Race, Transcendence Stage. Innate Talent, 6 Realms Spiritual Body encompassing, top-grade spiritual roots of wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder, with increased spiritual energy. Definitely readable. The system's notification about his personal information left Han Shuiyue surprised. 109,000 years of lifespan. The system displayed, the 6 realms reincarnation technique can be inherited. Supreme Sword Finger Spells. 7 Illusory Fist Techniques. 3 Peerless Sword Illusion Swords. 9 Dragon Demon Exorcising Seal. Heaven Shaking Thunder Spell. Imperial General Technique. 6 Realms Soul Devouring Divine Ability. Heavenly Pearl Demon God Sword Technique. Heavenly Imagery Earthly Patterns. Myriad Sword Immortal Sects Cloud Splitting Sword. 6 Realms Tathagata Finger Seals. Mysterious Imperial Sword Aura. Heaven and Earth Mysterious Imperial Realm Breaking Sword Finger. Gathering the Primordial Chaos. Golden Zen Mysterious Spiritual Robe. Level 7 Spiritual Treasure. Little Primordial Chaos Belt. Kirin Sword. Phoenix Demon Slaying Middle Spiritual Treasure. Level 6. 9 Stars Spiritual Flower Spiritual Treasure. Level 5. Jade Clarity Spiritual Treasure. Level 4. Fate Destiny Book Taiyi Extreme Spiritual Treasure. Earth Emperor Scales. Level 3 Spiritual Treasure. Heart Protecting Celestial Lotus Spiritual Treasure. Level 3. Tranquil Heart Bodhi Spiritual Treasure. Level 6. Taiyi Celestial Tracking Peerless Spiritual Treasure. Purple Gold Inner Armor Spiritual Treasure. Level 8 Taiyi. After reading the notifications on the system, Han Shuiyue thought, this tribulation realm is already unbelievable. Just wait until I break through to the Mahayana realm. Wouldn't the realm's lifespan be the same as the heavens? This time, I must strive to reach the Mahayana realm soon. My goal will be even more resolute. Han Shuiyue set his goal successfully, then smiled mysteriously. Han Shuiyue's gaze shot up into the sky, searching for something. He said in his previous life, everything was destroyed, even the mountains were leveled. Unexpectedly, the destruction range of the tribulation was so vast. No wonder the Azure Dragon Saint wanted to occupy half of the ancient continent. Han Shuiyue discovered something and stared intently. He thought there might be life signs. But how could that be? Below the Sword Realm, no living being could withstand the tribulation for a month. Right after that, he opened his divine sense and looked in that direction. Then, he saw the image of Fang Liang kneeling on the ground, trembling. He thought not only did she survive, even the surrounding plants were unharmed. This person couldn't be simply borrowing the tribulation to attack me. Han Shuiyue flew up, trailing a strong wind. He said, why did you stop here where I'm undergoing the tribulation? Fang Liang's trembling image knelt and said, is the heavenly tribulation over? He sat on the ground, covered his face with his hands and cried bitterly. I'm still alive, thanks to the heavens and earth. Han Shuiyu's stunned gaze thought. Cultivating at the Qi condensation realm indeed has no effect on the heavenly tribulation. But how could she do it without any loss? Right after that, the system displayed, scanning and measuring, detected a pseudo-primordial spiritual object. But how could she manage that? Without any damage at all. Right after that, the system displayed, scanning and measuring, detected a pseudo-primordial spiritual object. He wanted to examine its background. Fang Liang, at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm, was a heaven-earth innate, a spiritual embryo that followed the heaven-earth spiritual Qi to be born. Protected by the heaven-earth spiritual Qi, because the spiritual object was too powerful, her physical body and soul couldn't bear it. Once she broke through to the golden core realm, the heaven-earth spiritual chi would appear. From then on, one step into the immortal realm would be unbearable. He took out a document, looked at Fang Liang, and his gaze made her tremble. Then he looked back at the document, and Fang Liang became more relieved. After a while, he looked at Fang Liang again, judging her, which made him puzzled. His expression suddenly became unsightly. This heaven-earth innate. Fang Liang sat on the ground, her face pale and trembling, saying, "I'm so sorry for disturbing your tribulation, senior." Han Shuiyue thought, what the hell is this heaven-earth innate? Is she really the main character of this world? Han Shuiyue started speaking again, with such a weak cultivation. Why did you come here? Fang Liang knelt on the ground, looking regretful, saying, I am just a cultivator who wants to join the Jade Pure Holy Sect. I just got lost and happened to pass by here. Han Shuiyue thought to himself, staying in the heavenly tribulation for so long, yet without any effect from the spiritual chi, truly defies heaven. Han Shuiyue turned his face away, not wanting to look at the person kneeling on the ground. He thought this character was too weak and soft, compared to the heaven-earth innate. Forget it, let's form a good connection. A token fell to the ground, startling Fang Liang as she looked up. Looking at the words carved on the token, Fang Liang said, "Isn't this Chongjun, the elder of the Jade Pure Holy Sect, from the legends?" Immediately after, Han Shuiyue disappeared, leaving her kneeling on the ground, only hearing the echoing words, "Meeting is fate. When you join the Jade Pure Holy Sect, you can present this token." Han Shuiyue was still pondering the new information provided by the system. The heaven-earth innate has great potential, but I'm not inferior to her. Who knows who will become an immortal first? The system reminded him, Fang Liang has a good impression of you. Your current kindness level is 4 stars. Han Shuiyue returned to his residence. An ordinary person who shows up at an important moment, receiving a token from a powerful expert for no reason, will always easily lead to worship. After seeing Han Shuiyue return, the heaven-earth herb happily greeted him. Master, you've finally returned. I was worried after not hearing from you for so long. Han Shuiyue approached and extended his hand for it to embrace, asking, are you alright? The tribulation just lasted a bit longer. How has your cultivation been going recently? The heaven-earth herb happily replied, I'm at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. Han Shuiyue praised it, saying, not bad. Anything else happen? The heaven-earth herb quickly added, there were some memories about cultivation that appeared in my mind recently. It seems to be a cultivation method. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue said, well, you did gain enlightenment from the immortals before, so knowing cultivation methods is normal. It quickly replied, I've lost too many memories, only recalling a little. It seems to be. Han Shuiyue sipped his tea and listened to it speak. A speck of dust can fill the ocean. A blade of grass can cut through the sun and moon in the sky. Master, could this be a metaphor? Will I walk the path of sword cultivation? Hearing it say that, Han Shuiyue didn't know what to say. Shortly after, not wanting to disappoint it, Han Shuiyue said, it could be like that. If you find anything amiss, you must tell me first. It obediently replied, yes, master. At the Jade Pure Sect, the great saint of the city, after passing away in the Jade Pure Holy Sect, was revered by cultivators everywhere. And at the Jade Pure Holy Sect, his teachings continued to spread. If you wish to join our sect, please line up on the right side. Fang Liang looked at the long queue of people, extending down from the mountain top, which surprised him a little. Those participating in the selection were reminded to be careful before registering, to avoid personal harm, like keeping their weapons secure. But for lost cultivation methods, pills, and valuables, no responsibility would be taken. Hearing such reminders did not deter Fang Liang's admiration. How long will we have to line up for? Fang Liang suddenly said, I was too nervous that day and forgot to report my name, but how can I find that senior again? Will they still remember me? Fang Liang looked around and said, they might know where that senior is. The bald man with the loudspeaker began shouting, up ahead, stands the perilous path of cultivation. If you've come, but can't even bear to line up, then scram. Fang Liang approached the two of them and called out softly, excuse me, sirs. I was recommended here by a senior of your sect. Quan Wiguang yawned deeply and thought, another person relying on connections to cut the line, huh? He then said, don't think about it anymore. Rules are rules, no one can change them. even the sect leader can't make exceptions. Just line up. Hearing this, Fang Liang took out a token that Han Shuiyue had given him and said, "Will this work?" As the token was presented, all eyes turned towards him, making him even more embarrassed. Seeing this, Quan Wiguang flew on his sword to Han Shuiyue's place. With a smile, he said, "Someone has brought this for you." Subordinate reporting. Yang Tiandong wanted to approach Fang Liang, so he friendly said, "Little, how should I address this little junior sister?" He then gave a charming look and replied, "My name is Fang Liang." Fang, as in upright, Liang, as in kind. Seeing such a lovable demeanor, He said in a coquettish tone, "How proud and arrogant." Yang Tiandong's group was shaken, saying, "Like bathing in the spring breeze, truly refreshing to behold." Han Shuiyue quickly stepped forward and said something that left everyone stunned. "He's just a man." Han Shuiyue said, "As my disciple, he still needs to cultivate, but Tran Trongan is different." He said, "Master, you're not taking disciples anymore." Yang Tiandong said in confusion, "Then leave him to me." Tran Trongan pointed at himself, puzzled, "I take disciples." Han Shuiyue's gaze hardened towards Tran Trongan said, "Trongan, your physique is equivalent to passive cultivation. Even without practicing, you can still level up naturally. Taking him as a disciple is the best choice, and it won't hinder your own cultivation either." Yang Tiandong had a puzzled look and said, "You're worried that your disciple's cultivation level will quickly catch up to yours, so you're afraid of losing face and don't dare accept him, right?" Tran Trongan had a thoughtful expression and said, well. Yang Tiandong confidently said, "How about this, master? If Trongan doesn't want to accept him, leave him to your disciple." Tran Trongan said, "Don't dream of unrealistic things." Han Shuiyue immediately showed a fierce gaze, with killing intent directed at Yang Tiandong, saying, "If you take him in, it's like gifting him to another demon king as a sworn son." Yang Tiandong dejectedly said, "Oh, I see." Hearing Han Shuiyu's words, Fang Liang became flustered and said, "What? He's agreed to accept me as his disciple." Yang Tiandong pointed at Tran Trongan, who confidently said, "He's a bit old for his age, but his heart is kind. A good family man. You don't need to worry about his teaching ability." Tran Trongan's gaze turned gloomy as he said, "Yang Tiandong, you can leave now." Fang Liang then hesitantly said, "But." Fang Liang gestured towards Han Shuiyue and said, "I thought the senior gave me the token, meaning he intended to accept me as a disciple." Han Shuiyue then said, "Indeed, that was my intention." Han Shuiyue's gaze became sharp as he said, "With your current cultivation level, if you have any doubts, those here can easily resolve them for you. Once you advance in cultivation, when they can't answer your questions, I will personally teach you. After all, it's all part of the same sect's curriculum, no difference." Hearing Han Shuiyu's very reasonable explanation, so Fang Liang also became happy and said, "Yes." Then Tran Trongan stepped forward, clasped his hands and said, "Fang Liang, from now on, you are my second disciple." Immediately after, Fang Liang knelt on the ground respectfully and said, "Yes, master, I will follow all." Everyone surrounded Fang Liang as Tran Trongan said, "If you don't understand something later, you can ask your senior brother, who knows much more than you." Yang Tiandong added, "You can also ask your senior uncle." Chuckling, Tuo Chi doubtfully said, "Relying only on you to teach him is not enough, right?" Han Shuiyue, standing aside, saw everyone's joyful mood and unconsciously started listing out loud, "Senior disciple Yang Tiandong, bloodline of the demon saint. Second disciple Tuo Chi, reincarnation of the celestial comet. Third disciple Tran Trongan, reincarnation of the Supreme Realm's ancient divine herb. Senior apprentice Mo Dunkoi, reincarnation of the war god. Divine Sage Lord, titled True Divine Emperor. Two sage apprentices, Fang Liang and Tianji. Black Prison Rooster, reincarnation of a supreme demon saint, true form is the Black Prison Phoenix. Chaos Celestial Sphere, spirit beast of fate. Celestial herb, able to become a divine immortal." Han Shuiyue thought to himself, "Everyone in the family has great destiny. The future is very promising. Maybe I should ascend after they mature first, or let them ascend to higher realms first and then rely on their support." Han Shuiyue's figure gradually faded away. He thought, "Ahem, what am I thinking? Who knows how long it will take for them to cultivate and ascend?" Han Shuiyue said, "Trongan, first teach him the Jade Purity technique. Don't let him leave the mountain without reaching the Golden Core realm." Tran Trongan said, "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Fang Liang said, Is it still possible to leave the sect now?" Tuo Chi raised his hand and created a like gesture, saying, "Don't worry, the Golden Core realm is very quick." A few years later, at the Jade Purity Holy Sect ceremony, the ceremony to welcome the return of the 9 immortal elders. The handover ceremony, in front of the former sect leader of the Jade Purity Holy Sect. All eyes were focused on a woman, who was walking towards them. Chang Yuer ran towards the immortal elders, calling out, "Master, senior brothers, you're back." Li Kantu said happily. Finally, the ancestral master has returned. Was it good staying outside the sect? The immortal elder Chu replied, "It wasn't easy outside." Fang Liang, who was experiencing this for the first time, said in surprise, "Where is he?" Fang Liang approached Li Kantu and asked, "Sect leader Li, why isn't my master here?" Li Kantu replied, "Immortal Hai Tuyen is probably secluded in Elder Han's abode, cultivating." After hearing the information from Li Kantu, Fang Liang was surprised. Immortal Hai Tuyen is in Elder Han's abode. Oh no, my master is in trouble. Fang Liang thought, I never expected this to happen to my master. Immortal Hai Tuyen sat in Elder Han's abode, cultivating and pondering. What day is it today? I seem to have forgotten. Intimate scenes between Han Shuiyue and Immortal Hai Tuyen appeared in his mind. Her seductive gaze as she sat on top of him holding her hand and gently kissing her lips. The two of them entwined, inseparable. All these images appeared in Chang Yuer's mind, causing her to exclaim in shock. Chang Yuer thought, my senior brother is indifferent towards everyone, except for our master, to whom he often shows a smiling face. Previously, he even refused Hong Suyen's proposal to be with me. It turns out he likes our master. Amidst the commotion and noise, Chang Yuer shouted urgently at Li Kantu, "Sect leader, since when has my master been with my senior brother?" Li Kantu raised his hand, signaling her to calm down, and said, "It has been a long time. What's the urgent matter? If it's urgent, I happen to have some luggage here. I can send it over quickly on the way and take you there as well." Li Kantu took out a bundle of luggage, large in size, and presented it to Chang Yuer. She then said, "Sect leader, do you want to send this luggage to my senior brother?" Li Kantu replied. Li Kantu continued, "Not long ago, I opened an abode for Elder Han." Upon hearing this answer, Chang Yuer's expression brightened. If both men and women are there, then it's not a big issue. Chang Yuer continued, "Did you open an abode for my master as well?" Li Kantu replied, something like that." Chang Yuer quickly responded, No, it's nothing. I was just asking." She then felt relieved, thinking, what was I thinking? I must have overthought it. My senior brother is not someone who easily gets emotionally involved. I really worried too much. On Li Kantu's side, they started bickering with each other. Quan Wiguang said, "Senior brother, you bought another doll again." Li Kantu said, "How would you know?" Han Shuiyue and Li Kantu were quite close, so Chang Yuer thought, my senior brother and the sect leader have a good relationship. Caring for each other is only natural. Together. Then, another scene appeared. In Chang Yuer's mind, it didn't match her senior brother's character. He would certainly not allow others to touch his spiritual energy, unless the image of Han Shuiyue and Li Kantu bathing together appeared in her mind. Chang Yuer's expression became unpleasant. There was an even bigger issue. Over here, on Han Shuiyu's side, she was indifferent and carefree. Chang Yuer's voice rang out, "It's been a long time, senior brother." Seeing her approach, Han Shuiyue looked puzzled and said, "You can see, your senior sister's life abroad hasn't been easy either. Did you get stuck at the Golden Core stage? It's been a long time since you advanced realms, hasn't it?" Chang Yuer retorted impatiently, "Don't talk about my speed of advancing realms. How can I compare to you, senior brother?" Han Shuiyue quickly raised her hand and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and talk." But Chang Yuer insisted, "Answer my question first." Her expression turned gloomy. "Our master has been in seclusion all his life, rarely meeting others. He has vowed never to leave Jade Valley. How did you persuade our master to come here, senior brother? Was it voluntary, or did you actually do something to our master?" Hearing Chang Yuer's speculations, Han Shuiyue was momentarily at a loss for words. The two of them sat down and talked for a while. After Han Shuiyu's explanation, Chang Yuer finally abandoned her suspicions. She said, "So that's how it is. If that's the case, the impact on others would be similar." Han Shuiyue replied, "Not too different." Chang Yuer said happily, "The spiritual energy here is better than before, thanks to our master's improvements. The sect leader is also approaching his great tribulation. Setting up an abode for him is just to seize the opportunity for longevity. Han Shuiyue thought about telling Xing Hongyuan, or perhaps tonight would be a good time. Chang Yuer quickly regained her composure and then said, "It seems your senior brother's choice was probably right. Steady cultivation is more stable." Hearing Chang Yuer's words, Han Shuiyue was a bit puzzled and asked why she said that. Was it because of the tempering you went through abroad? Chang Yuer began recounting everything. Indeed, the price paid for that tempering was too high. When we set out, there were over 500 of us, but today, only a little over 60 have returned. The overseas sect wasn't as harmonious as we imagined. Chang Yuer raised her hand to brush her hair, pondering. Moreover, the enemy sects were even more vicious than the great desolate cultivators. Their methods were more devious. The so-called opportunities couldn't even be mentioned. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue immediately stood up and asked, "So, senior sister, I can see the doubts and worries in your heart." Chang Yuer replied, "It's nothing. It's better for me to seclude myself in the sect day by day." For those senior brothers who went out to temper themselves, casualties were inevitable. After hearing Chang Yuer's account of the overseas tempering journey, Han Shuiyue had a thought. "It's fortunate I didn't follow the patriarch and leave back then. I really didn't want to go overseas, as I would certainly have encountered endless troubles. My cultivation base definitely wouldn't be as high as it is now." Chang Yuer continued, "What's the point of such a costly tempering journey? What is the ultimate goal of cultivation? I suddenly feel lost." Han Shuiyue spoke up, "In short, it's for survival, to live without making mistakes. When choosing the path of cultivation, destiny also depends on the heavens." Chang Yuer quickly added, "In any case, after cultivating abroad for so long, I made no progress. Those years were wasted in vain." Han Shuiyue spoke up to console her, "Your talent is actually quite good. It's not that you've been stuck in the golden core realm for so long. Could it be that your cultivation wasn't pure enough?" Hearing Han Shuiyue's words, Chang Yuer asked, "What do you mean?" Han Shuiyue replied, "Did you encounter situations like this? You wanted to cultivate, but were constantly disturbed by worldly matters, or your comprehension was affected by principles of dealing with others?" Chang Yuer quickly agreed, saying, Yes, that's exactly it. I suddenly realized the difficulty of cultivation isn't perseverance, but requires firm determination. Junior brother, being free of worldly desires, you wouldn't understand. Let me tell you, those noble disciples there were quite hateful. After chatting for a long time, Li Kangtsu came over and said, "Elder Han, the patriarch has returned today. Thou Theat has prepared a banquet. Are you available to attend?" Han Shuiyue replied, "Not this time, I want to discuss with the patriarch what senior sister Chang Yuer mentioned." "Sect leader, we haven't finished our conversation yet." Li Kangtsu laughed, "Haha. I remember the patriarch isn't at Jade Void Peak. Senior sister doesn't need to go there." Han Shuiyue turned and said as he left, "He's already here." Looking at Chang Yuer, he said, "Come to where I cultivate. We can attend to the patriarch together." After hearing his suggestion, Chang Yuer's expression turned slightly surprised, saying, This. Her face showed a hint of embarrassment. Aye. Han Shuiyue said, "Senior sister, go with the sect leader to pack your belongings. I'll help you open up my abode." Chang Yuer said to Han Shuiyue, "It's getting late. Shouldn't we attend to the patriarch first?" Chang Yuer replied and left. But right after that, Chang Yuer went to where Shi Quan was. The immortal hugged her tightly and said excitedly, "It's great that the patriarch is back." On Su Chi's side, he was roaming everywhere, annihilating demons. He laughed heartily, feeling relaxed. Suddenly, his gaze became focused, looking in a certain direction. "Senior Duoku, although I'm grateful for your help many times on the journey, you've already reached the immortal realm. Why haven't you ascended yet?" The demon elder Duoku said, "The demon sect has been annihilated. I still have lingering regrets. If I ascend, I will surely encounter demonic tribulations during the ascension calamity." Su Chi asked in puzzlement, "It can't be that bad, can it?" The demon elder Duoku said, "Little friend, why don't you become my disciple? These lingering thoughts of mine, I can leave behind as the remaining ember for the demon sect." Su Chi helplessly thought this old fellow still hadn't given up his intentions. Right after, Su Chi said, "Senior, I already have a master. If you're in a hurry to take a disciple, I'll find one for you on the road." The demon elder Duoku closed his eyes in thought and said, "If you don't want to, then forget it. I won't force you." Su Chi pointed at the old demon, perplexed, and said, "But this is the 27th time this month you've said you want me as your disciple." Suddenly, the old demon's gaze tensed up as he said, "Su Chi, hide behind me." Su Chi, still not understanding the situation, turned and asked, "What's going on?" The demon elder Duoku quickly flew behind, calling out for Su Chi to take cover. "Why are you staring so intently at my disciple?" he asked the demon. The demon Li Chu stood upright on the ground and said, "Your disciple? I clearly remember this little fellow was the demon lord's disciple." The demon elder Duoku asked the demon lord. No wonder he never agreed. "I thought he was just being disrespectful, but this little fellow has such a background." Upon hearing this, Su Chi wondered, "Since when did I become the demon lord's disciple?" Li Chu looked at Su Chi and the demon elder Duoku and said, "If you want to ascend smoothly, then obediently let him go. I want to take this person away." Su Chi asked in puzzlement, "Why have you come looking for me? Are you here to welcome me into the demon race?" Li Chu said, "That's correct. But the 4 seats can guarantee you an opportunity, a great opportunity." The demon elder Duoku thought perplexedly. Agreeing is not right, but refusing is also not an option. Li Chu has cultivated for many years, at least reaching the great realization realm. He is not an opponent I can handle. The demon elder Duoku looked at Su Chi and said, "Little friend Su Chi." Su Chi quickly said, "Senior, you should go. Thank you for your care all this time. I don't want to trouble you any further." Su Chi continued, "Senior Duoku, if you truly want to resolve your lingering thoughts about the demon sect, then you should go serve the Jade Pure sect for a while. I originated from the Jade Pure sect before joining the demon sect later on. The Jade Pure sect is like my hometown." After that, Su Chi handed his token to the demon elder Duoku. The old demon looked at it and said to him. The demon elder Duoku grabbed Su Chi's hand and said, "What kind of twisted logic is this? My confusion has nothing to do with serving others." Su Chi said in astonishment, "What more do you want? Is the entire Jade Pure sect not enough for you to choose from?" Upon hearing this, Li Chu thought, "Ah, the Jade Pure sect." Li Chu pondered, "The one who killed my master's beloved pet seemed to be from the Jade Pure sect. Is this a coincidence?" Meanwhile, the two continued arguing on the other side. The demon elder Duoku said, "I only need you, Su Chi, to tell me how many misfortunes you've encountered on your journey. Didn't you notice while traveling? I can handle small matters, or do you think I'm causing you trouble?" Su Chi replied, "I'm no better than you. We've been together for a long time, so we're even. Farewell then, a little scolding would be better." Su Chi spoke up, "Please don't forget, Senior Duoku, that you're about to ascend. I don't mean to cause you any trouble. To be honest, the time I spent with you wasn't long, but I will never forget you, Senior." Immediately, Su Chi's eyes turned somber. He said, "Apart from my master, you are my oldest friend. Despite all the misfortunes we faced, your mood has been good. If we returned to the Jade Pure sect together, my master would definitely help you ascend out of gratitude. But now, I'm afraid you'll have to visit the Jade Pure sect alone." Hearing this, the demon elder Duoku asked, "Wait, your master isn't the demon lord?" Su Chi replied, "Only nominally. My official master is Zan Shen, an elder of the Jade Pure sect. My master's cultivation is extremely powerful. Even after traveling for many years, I've never encountered anyone with an aura comparable to my master's." The demon elder Duoku said, "Truly worthy of a visit." Su Chi continued, "Yes, remember to greet from afar before approaching, or my master may mistake you for an intruder." Su Chi went on, "But don't worry, Senior. Just directly report your junior's name, and my master won't give you a hard time." "Understood," the elder replied. Soon after, the demon elder Duoku turned to leave. "Then I'll pass your greetings on, fellow Taoist Zan Shen." As for Su Chi, he followed Li Chu Ma. He turned back, waved his hand, and said, "Thank you." Soon after, Su Chi said to Li Chu Ma, "Senior Li, would you mind leading the way?" Su Chi's gaze immediately hardened. Li Chu Ma sensed the difference and had a thought. For some reason, I suddenly feel a chill down my spine. Wave after wave crashed against the rocky cliffs. The mountains of the Jade Pure sect merged into the space, creating a magnificent and vivid scene. Chu Fan and Muo Fu Chao's group were walking, scouting the situation. Suddenly, Chu Fan spoke up, "I've heard this is the home territory of the 3 major sects, but currently, it doesn't seem particularly special." As for Muo Fu Cho, he was still curiously looking around at everything ahead. Fu Cho looked towards the city ahead and said, "Is it a good idea for us to sneak in like this?" Chu Fan immediately dismissed his concern and replied, "What's wrong with pursuing adventure? That's the most basic occupational trait of us cultivators." The image of a spinning table appeared, with an exquisitely carved skull head. More skulls lay on the ground. Immediately, the woman following them spoke up, "This place is full of eerie things, we should be careful." After hearing her warning, Chu Fan said, "All right then, "But Brother Muo, don't you think the patterns here look very similar to the ones on your body when you were injured?" On the carved wall were numerous patterns. Muo Fu-cho then placed his hand on his abdomen, revealing identical patterns. He said, "Yes, they do look a bit similar." Inside the spinning table, a series of green lights appeared, surprising everyone. It seemed to want to release something that could harm others. The woman shouted, "Be careful." But Fu-cho, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the hand by some kind of weapon, causing his hand to bleed profusely. Muo Fu-cho's gaze was still unfocused. He was frightened, saying, "What is this?" Then, a series of energy blasts came out. They formed restraints that bound Muo Fu-cho's arms. Seeing this, Chu Fan shouted, "Brother Muo." Chu Fan's expression became more panicked as he looked at the chaotic scene around them. The blinding lights pierced through the ground, shattering it. Muo Fu-cho's eyes turned bloodshot, and blood vessels began to protrude. The woman grabbed his robe and pulled him away, saying, "This ruin is problematic. Let's go quickly." Those things continued to pursue the three of them, but she did her best to fly them out of there. Suddenly, the restraints grabbed Muo Fu-cho's arm and pierced through his flesh. Muo Fu-cho was both frightened by the sight of those things and in pain as he screamed, "Arg!" Seeing Muo Fu-cho's poor condition, Chu Fan wanted to rush towards him, calling, "Brother Muo, hang in there." The woman pulled the two men behind her, as she quickly flew them out. Soon after, something emitting a purple light flew out. Its image was blurred, making it impossible to discern what it was. Chu Fan shouted, "Number." As chaos ensued inside, Chu Fan shouted in panic, "Brother Muo." Muo Fu-cho. Muo Fu-cho's arm was in agonizing pain as it was tightly gripped. Arg. They left the mountain cave. Chu Fan desperately tried to rush back inside, but the woman held him tightly. Chu Fan kept shouting, "Brother Muo. Brother Muo. Let me go. He's still in there." She held him firmly, despite Chu Fan's struggles and shouts. She said, "We need to worry about ourselves first. The master of this ruin has arrived." Hearing this, Chu Fan's expression turned grim. A fleet of ships approached from above, continuously trying to attack them. They said, "Three merged realm cultivators, you two have gotten yourselves into big trouble." Numerous strange beasts appeared, flying around the large ship. A pirate-like figure stepped off the ship, speaking in an incomprehensible language. Chu Fan looked at the woman and asked, "Senior Zan, what are they saying?" She replied, "I don't know, but it's definitely nothing good." He seemed to summon thousands of strange beasts charging towards them. Miss Zan quickly flew up, saying, "Let's observe from above first." Besides the merged realm, there are a few deity realm cultivators, over 20 Yuan Ying realm. The golden core realm isn't worth mentioning. Fortunately, there's no void realm. A massive shark opened its mouth, as if to swallow everything. Miss Zan wanted to attack, saying, "I'll handle the three leaders. The rest of you try to stall them." Chu Fan replied, "Understood." Miss Zan replied, "Very well." Immediately after, a chaotic battle ensued. Blood dyed the ocean crimson, and the entire space was stained. With each step on the water's surface, Miss Zan flew up, engaging the aquatic beasts ahead. Chu Fan fought fiercely while shouting, "Get lost! Why are you chasing me?" One of them attacked Chu Fan, punching him in the stomach, causing him to cry out, "Arg!" A commander, atop a shark, charged towards the injured Chu Fan, saying something. Chu Fan shouted, "I didn't cause that collapse." As if understanding his words, the commander began speaking in an incomprehensible language. Chu Fan suddenly became dangerous, saying, "You're forcing my hand." He activated his body cultivation technique. A brilliant light shot into the sky, causing the demons to cower in fear. One of them caught a glimpse of Chu Fan's ascending figure and was terrified. Immediately after, those aquatic beasts were torn to shreds. The chaotic battle ended. Chu Fan's soul-shattering demonic fist descended. The aquatic beasts had no time to react, standing dumbfounded. Chu Fan's body instantly transformed, becoming immense. Strike after strike rained down on the beasts. Then, he roared, explosive demonic palm, reducing everything to ruin. The sky shattered in a vast area. 8 aquatic beasts disintegrated as well. A brilliant blaze lit up the heavens, raining down on the fleet in the ocean. The terrified aquatic beasts said to their leader, "What's the situation out there?" Chu Fan swiftly dealt with the small fries outside. "I'll handle the rest." His gaze suddenly turned surprised, sensing a deity realm aura. Deity realm aura. Outside, hordes of other aquatic beasts began advancing towards him. Chu Fan said, "5 deity realm experts. You all truly honor a mere celestial being like me." Immediately after, the battle resumed. They began attacking Chu Fan from all sides. His limbs were bound and restrained by them, preventing him from moving or doing anything. Chu Fan struggled desperately to break free from the shackles they had wrapped around him. One of Chu Fan's arms was ripped off. And not just that, other body parts were also torn away. Chu Fan's expression showed evident pain. His entire body was now reduced to just a head and torso. His limbs had been ripped off, leaving him in excruciating agony. But it wasn't over yet. Over here, Han Shuiyue had thoroughly cultivated the 8th level of the 6 realms reincarnation technique into a heart technique. The 8th level was incredibly profound, involving many yin-yang truths. She said, "Master, I've cultivated a new divine ability. This kind of divine ability is more useful for escaping than for combat." She gestured towards a door, saying, "Through this door, we can travel the 6 realms of reincarnation. If we can't win the fight later, we can lead everyone to escape to the underworld." Yang Tiandong said, "Don't joke about the underworld," He Uk warned. "Master must mean it's the safest place." "No, the most dangerous place." The system reminder caught Han Shuiyu's attention. Everyone kept talking. "It's not about the underworld, it's a place we living can go." Daishi Ba lowered his voice, "Don't let the patriarch hear." "Oa oa oa," the system displayed information. Chaos Beast Companion, your heavenly hound encountered a Matu ambush. 1.086. Your friend Mie Fuk Cho entered the ancient forbidden land. Severely injured, lost spiritual power. Spiritual power dwindling. Your friend Chu Fan was hunted by 3 sects. Lack of essence blood cultivation led to evil thoughts. Your friend Heng Hong Chuan comprehended the blessed land's profound truths. Strength greatly increased. Your enemy Shui Dian Dao Ren had his aura weakened due to your curse. Chance of encountering mind demons increased. Your friend Tu Qi, despite spreading slander, was further cursed by you to seek ghosts. Lifespan reduced by 1,000 years, effect lasting. Disciple, your cultivation self-comprehended a divine ability, vastly improving qi circulation. After reading, Han Shuiyue thought, what happened to Mie Fuk? How did his spiritual power dwindle? Evil demons. Chu Fan seems to be having a hard time out there. Over here with Chu Fan, blood dripped from his torn limbs onto the ground. His entire body ached, shrouded in a hazy smoke. Chu Fan seemed to undergo a change, his eyes turning crimson red. Soon after, his body returned to normal, limbs intact. He said, "Brother Mie, I will definitely save you." Destruction precedes creation, then creation follows. Chu Fan ascended to the deity realm. The system displayed, Chaos Beast Companion, your heavenly hound encountered Matu. Ambush 1.086. Your friend Mie Fuk Cho entered the ancient forbidden land, severely injured, lost spiritual power dwindling. Your friend Chu Fan was hunted by 3 sects. Lack of essence blood cultivation led to evil thoughts. Your friend Heng Hong Chuan comprehended the blessed land's profound truths. Strength greatly increased. Your enemy Shui Dian Dao Ren, due to your curse, had his aura weaken. Chance of encountering mind demons increased. Your friend, Tu Qi, spread slander, further cursed by you to seek ghosts. Lifespan reduced by 1,000 years, effect lasting. Your disciples' cultivation awakened, self-comprehending divine abilities, greatly improving qi circulation. After reading the notification, Han Shuiyu's expression became inscrutable. He thought, strength greatly increased. It seems this time Hong Chuan found a heaven-shaking blessed land, no simple feat. Wait, Tu Qi spread slander to seek ghosts. The system continued displaying, your enemy Shui Dian Da Ren, due to your curse, had his aura weaken. Chance of encountering mind demons increased. Your friend Tu Qi spread slander again, further cursed by you to seek ghosts. Lifespan reduced by 1,000 years, so the effect lasted. Han Shuiyue thought, such a coincidence, these two encountering each other cannot be mere misfortune. As stated, it must be due to that curse that Tu Qi met the ghost seeker. Unbelievable, this is the mystical force of karma, the most uncanny in the heavens and earth. Han Shuiyu's expression became distorted, thinking, upon encountering Tu Qi, this ghost seeker may soon announce his lunchbox. Yang Tiandong said, some say the netherworld exists, but I don't believe it unless he can traverse the netherworld, like our master's divine abilities. Only then will I feel this is real. Yang Tiandong immediately regretted speaking so arrogantly. Tran Trongan said with a disdainful look, don't babble anymore. Our master is about to speak. Over here, Han Shuiyue withdrew the black-held chicken demonic technique, saying, Master summoned us here not just to guard the door. Han Shuiyue glanced at him and said, today I summoned you all here because Master wants to expound the Tao to you. If you have any questions about cultivation, you may ask me. Everyone's faces paled. The black-held chicken asked with an inscrutable look, expound the Tao. Everyone looked at each other puzzled. The black-held chicken said, "Did master take the wrong medicine or something?" wanting to expound the Tao. Tran Trongnan said, "Did the sun rise from the west today?" Mo Dung Koi said, "How strange." Yang Tiandong added, "Maybe he got hit on the head during tribulation." Fuang Luong, sitting next to him, joined in jokingly, "What exactly happened, you guys?" Over here, seeing everyone flustered and discussing, Han Shuiyue angrily said, "Your master has recently gained new insights into cultivation, so I've decided to take some time to resolve your questions." Everyone immediately knelt and kowtowed. The black-held chicken said, "Thank you, master." Tran Trongnan said, "Thank you, master." Mo Dung Koi and Fuang Luong said, "Thank you, ancestor." Han Shuiyue stood with hands clasped, thinking, indeed, after reaching the tribulation realm, cultivation progress slows down considerably, leaving me with some free time. Then Han Shuiyue waved his hand, circulating his qi to create a technique. He spoke, and immediately after, Fuang Luong's entire body was lifted into the air. In mid-air, Yang Tiandong exclaimed in alarm, "Such good service for an expounding." The black-held chicken's eyes glazed over as he said, "Why am I suddenly feeling sleepy?" Then a stream of music sounded. Han Shuiyue said, "First, I'll expound on the sword Dao." Everyone began sitting upright to listen to the lecture. The sword is the commander of all weapons, the weapon most suited to human temperament. For cultivators, he continued explaining what the sword is, what the sword Dao is. It seemed to lower the realm of the mundane, yet also elevate the realm of the Dao. The physical sword is form, the formless is the Tao. On the street, two people pass by and collide with each other. What situation is this? The seated crowd looked up at the suspended sword and immediately realized something. The transcendent of the ninth peak said, "The precious sword moved strangely. Is everyone like this?" The ninth peak transcendent immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly, "The great ability is expounding the Tao. Hurry up with the sword Tao. Quickly order all the disciples of the sect to cultivate on the spot." Everyone quickly responded in unison, "Yes." Immediately after, everyone got to work. Over here, Han Shuiyue was also sitting cultivating on the spot. 7 days later, streams of green, yellow and red light flew up into the sky. This was the manifestation of realm breakthroughs. The ninth peak transcendent joyfully said, "Never before have we seen nearly half the disciples break through realms simultaneously. The future of our great Jade Pure sect looks very promising." At this moment, the sound of cultivation finally rang out from the bitter cultivation immortal mountain. Refined like a blazing fire for 9 days. Han Shuiyue's gaze became confident as he said, "The supreme state of swordsmanship is effortless mastery." Then he swung his sword forward and said, "This is when the sword master strikes swiftly." He executed a deadly thrust. Han Shuiyue's entire body shot forward rapidly, like a dragon soaring through the sky. His sharp sword trailed a brilliant light. Han Shuiyue continued, "This is the unpredictable transformation. When defeating the enemy in close combat, it can be done." Han Shuiyue moved nimbly through the air like the wind, sharp like a sword, swift like lightning, striking with thunderous force. Han Shuiyue continued, "This is the severing sword, aiming to seize the most opportune moment to strike decisively and swiftly end the battle." Han Shuiyue executed the supreme martial stance, soaring into the sky and slashing his sword horizontally. Immediately after completing the sword technique, he landed safely on the ground and said finally, "The sword." Han Shuiyue sheathed his sword into its protective sheath and said, "Retract." The body and mind are unaffected by the battle, undisturbed by the slaughter and killing. Han Shuiyue emanated the radiance of a celestial immortal as he said, "The supreme swordsman has never wavered when striking out, from ancient times until now. And when retracting, he leaves not a ripple. Like the vast ocean reflecting clear light." He continued, "Do you all understand?" Yang Tiandong closed his eyes in admiration and said, "From now on, I cannot wander recklessly outside anymore. Listening to the master's lecture for 7 days is better than roaming for 100 years. Tran Truongan cupped his hands and said, "The junior disciple understands." Fuang Luong said admiringly, "Ah." Mu Dung sighed in admiration, "The conduct of our ancestral master is truly profound." Han Shuiyue said, "It's good that you understand. Now practice on your own." Tran Truongan said, "Yes, master, this disciple obeys. We will not let our ancestral master down." Han Shuiyue watched everyone practice clumsily, making little progress, which made him sigh. The road ahead is still long. He thought, at least they can safely cultivate and advance by benefiting from the spiritual qi of bitter cultivation immortal mountain. This is the life of cultivation that I aspire to. No fighting, no killing, no one deceiving me, just peaceful months and years. The system reminded. The notification startled Han Shuiyue. Han Shuiyu's gaze suddenly became excited. Over here, Tran Truongnan had just instructed Yang Tiandong and Mu Dong Koi for a while. Everyone then immediately noticed something that instantly caught their attention. A gust of wind arose, whirling leaves into a haze, obscuring the entire heaven and earth, except for a plaque carved with 6 characters, Bitter Cultivation Immortal Mountain. The Jade Pure sect was also struck by a gust of wind, enveloping the heavens and earth in a dark haze. The culminated immortal, standing within, also sensed that something was amiss. 2 attendants anxiously asked, "What's happening?" The other said, "The aura is truly terrifying." Soon after, the gust of wind subsided. One of them said, "It's over now." Everyone began gathering and discussing what had happened. Was it an enemy attack? That doesn't seem right. The aura seemed to come from Bitter Cultivation Immortal Mountain. It couldn't be the executioner Elder Han, could it? If so, the entire sect would have sensed it. That aura was even more terrifying. I've never seen the executioner Elder release such an imposing aura before. Well, I always thought the executioner Elder was very kind. I also found him quite approachable. The 9 culminated immortals inside the hall said nothing, only listening to the discussion. The culminated immortal's expression darkened as he thought, that was a close call. Thankfully it ended quickly. That aura just now concealed a destructive force. Elder Han must be enraged. It's hard to believe the usually calm Elder Han could be like this. Having severed the 6 desires through bitter cultivation, he's rarely moved by ordinary matters. He must be agitated because something happened to someone he cares about. Then, an image of a bear tied motionless on a table appeared. Its gaze dark, as a voice rang out, "The auspicious hour is near. Take the blood of the divine beast to summon the mind-reading demon." The other 8 people began chanting and dancing, circling around the area where the divine beast lay. The masked one danced and said, "You have prepared well to welcome the descent of the demon emperor." "Not yet, we welcome the demon emperor's descent." The collective voices of the demon cultivators rang out. The divine beast here had a gloomy, saddened expression, thinking, "Must I die here?" He thought of the joyful times with Han Shuihui, how happy he had been. But now, he could only say, "Master, I'm sorry. If I had listened to Kei Fu earlier and not left bitter cultivation, I wouldn't be suffering such torment." A knife hung suspended on a wire, ready to descend upon his body. He thought regretfully, if only I had a chance to do it over. On this side, the system displayed, "Your beloved pet, the chaotic heavenly hound, has been sacrificed," filling Han Shuihui's eyes with murderous intent. The heavenly hound now lay officially on the sacrificial altar, directly taken as a sacrificial offering. Its blood slowly dripped down, drop by tiny drop, forming a horrifically gruesome pool of blood. Those people simultaneously carried out the sacrificial rite to revive the demon emperor. They stood in rows, beating drums and chanting, "Sacrifice him, it will surely awaken the demon emperor." Below, they raised their hands and shouted, "Demon emperor, be reborn." On the sacrificial altar above, the bound body was surrounded by flickering green flames, and a human silhouette appeared behind, causing them to rejoice even more. The demon emperor returns, the demon manifests. But the heavenly hound's body felt delight. What an unusual divine body. Moreover, with such an extraordinary destiny, it would be too regrettable to die. I inserted a strange object into the heavenly hound's body, officially turning it into a slave. Keeping it around will be useful later. Han Shuihui simultaneously received a flashing red notification. "Your beloved pet, the chaotic heavenly hound, has been sacrificed and turned into the mount of the demon emperor K Nai Ha." He stood before the notification, murderous rage boiling over. My dog was sacrificed. The more Han Shuihui thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes turning red. What kind of plaything is this demon emperor K Nai Ha, sacrificing my dog? Did you ask for my permission? Seeing him like this, the others couldn't help but tremble in fear. "Master, calm down, we'll just cultivate the sword diligently." But the flames of anger within Han Shuihui had reached their peak. K Nai Ha, is it? No matter how vast the world, I will find them. For K Nai Ha to appear in the mortal realm, on a rocky cliff, an inscription appeared. Han Shuihui stepped inside, thinking to himself, the realm of defying heaven is also a supreme realm. Then he slammed a book down on the table with a thump. After that, he took up a pen and wrote in the strange book, from which rays of light emerged. Han Shuihui was determined to avenge this grudge. "I don't believe you can withstand the curse." His eyes shone with resolve, even flashing with streaks of blood. "Thank you, truly. I also want to test the limits of my abilities." And then, 3 months passed. Li Kongthu sat poring over the book with a delighted expression, having just begun seclusion, admiring the portraits of divine immortals in vigorous combat, when someone came in to report at that moment. Sect leader, a moment please. The old man quickly recognized the voice as that of an honored guest. It was Han Shuihui, who stepped through the doorway, wanting to seek his guidance on some matters. There are a few things I'd like to ask your advice about. Li Kongthu looked at Han Shuihui's face, no different from a corpse's, and was so startled he had to speak up. Your face is like a sheet of yellow paper. Don't you look in the mirror at yourself? But Han Shuihui didn't care, saying, it's just from staying up at night, that's all. I'm trying to find every way to take revenge on that demon. But he ran into a problem. That K Nai Ha has no goodwill towards me, so with this enmity, I can't perform the killing enemy 100,000 curse. So he wanted to ask the old man, do you know about K Nai Ha? Hearing this, the old man felt it sounded very familiar. The name, K Nai Ha, rang a bell, and he remembered, anyone who studies the demon path can't avoid this famous name. Han Shuihui understood upon hearing this K Nai Ha must be problematic. Indeed, he was the demon emperor. Li Kongthu explained further, that's right, he was a demon, said in legends to have once unified the demon realm. Han Shuihui heard this and looked puzzled, so the old man continued. It's just a legend because he died a long time ago. It's just that in the demon realm, his story has been passed down. Wanting to know more about this person, Han Shuihui asked, what story? Li Kongthu began recounting an ancient tale. This story is quite legendary, widely spread in the demon world. He was said to be the greatest emperor in history. After K Nai Ha ascended the throne, the country prospered, with the old being supported and the new flourishing. The nation's power grew increasingly strong and prosperous. He became widely known for his hobby of collecting models. Legend has it he collected 1 million models, of which only 2,000–3,000 pieces remain today. So they banned auctioning and exporting them overseas. If he hadn't gone down the evil path later, that prosperous empire might have lasted until now. He lost his way in pursuit of eternal life, listening to evil ministers to protect the flourishing dynasty. Thus he went astray, carelessly cultivating demonic arts. The fire entered his body, driving him insane. Soon after, he vanished without a trace. The demon realm was like a snake without a head, in chaos. Eventually, his own empire was besieged by enemy nations and extinguished, everything sinking into a sea of fire. But in his insane state, relying on demonic arts, he didn't know. That person lived over 1,000 years, until cultivating demonic arts brought him back to his senses. He realized his empire's lands had long since changed, even the models he collected were gone. His existence then was neither demon nor human, mountains and rivers shattered, drifting like a cloud. He descended into the demon realm, a chaotic world. Going back inside, they were feasting and dancing, ignorant. But soon, the demon king leading them suddenly felt something was amiss. K Nai Ha's massive body was pierced all over with swords and arrows. In his hands were soldiers' corpses. He strode step by step into the palace, terrifying the demon king. Who are you? Where are you from? Hearing this, he sneered, blood dripping from his mouth. You don't recognize your ancestor. Enraged, he slaughtered madly, venting his anger on the monasteries and human empire. Then he donned the emperor's robes and ascended the throne. All around was chaos. He became the demon lord, ruling over pandemonium. Thus began his reign of terror. No major power could oppose him. Even uttering his name was forbidden. There were those at the Great Realization realm, but most had already ascended, leaving only a handful behind. Eventually, the gap in power became too vast. He was unsatisfied. Being the sole ruler of the world, he recruited demon cultivators to wage war in all directions, finally establishing the demon empire to rule everything. More than half the territories over time became demon cultivator domains. Rituals collapsed, conflicts raged endlessly. Heavy taxes, living sacrifices. The demon cult ran rampant, societal productivity plummeted. It was an extremely dark period, infuriating to recall. Returning to that time, Han Shuihui wanted to know what happened next. And then what? Li Shangzi sipped his tea, then said, fortunately, he ultimately died in the heavenly tribulation of ascension. If he hadn't died, this world may have been ruled by demon cultivators. But when he was preparing to ascend, a powerful tribulation struck, slamming down forcefully, shaking the heavens and earth. Han Shuihui thought to himself, only at the Great Realization realm can one face the tribulation of ascension, yet he failed. According to system records, he relied on sacrificing ancient bloodlines to revive himself. He understood the issue now, so he bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, venerable master, for resolving my doubts. Li Shangzi didn't understand why he acted that way. Why are you inquiring about K Nai Ha, Elder Han? Could it be that K Nai Ha's demon followers are trying to resurface? Han Shuiyue didn't want to answer and evaded the question. I was just asking casually. I'll return to cultivation now. Before leaving, he complimented Li Shangzi. Your insights are impressive. He gave Li Shangzi an appreciative look, but Li Shangzi still felt uneasy about what Han Shuiyue had said. Elder Han's casual inquiry wasn't quite right. Could the demon emperor have revived? He recalled silently the time when the Jade Pure Holy Sect was established. They had gone through a lot. Our Jade Pure Holy Sect has yet to see true peace. Han Shuiyue stood outside, feeling the cursed wind, unbearable for 3 months. He wondered to himself, how did K Nai Ha know it was me? But he wouldn't reveal it. As he was lost in thought, someone suddenly entered. He turned to look. It was his master. She was still youthful and beautiful. He raised his hand to greet her. Good afternoon, master. Suddenly, his master placed her hand on his forehead. Then she placed her hand on her own forehead and said, indeed, your vital energy is insufficient. Your meridians are chaotic, likely from excessive blood loss. She seemed concerned for her disciple. Did something happen during your cultivation? Tell me the truth. Han Shuiyue saw that his master had already noticed his issue. His heart filled with fear. Could she have discovered my use of the fate-shifting scripture? His master voiced her doubts about his cultivation level, as he had never left the sect, so injury seemed impossible, unless there was a problem during his cultivation. She couldn't think of any other possibility. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue's back went cold. The side effects of using the fate-shifting scripture were too easy to detect. His master kept questioning him. Although your wounds have healed, your spirit hasn't recovered. You feel drained, don't you? Han Shuiyue didn't know what to say, stuttering, indeed, I. Then his master sighed. I knew this day would come. Truthfully, his master cut him off. You don't need to explain. It turned out she thought Han Shuiyue was lecturing on the Tao, which was why she said that beforehand. Cultivation must be balanced with labor and rest. Lecturing on the Tao is very draining. You've been up for 7 days straight. Although you've finished the transmission, you continued cultivating without rest. No one could endure that. Seeing his master's misunderstanding, Han Shuiyue pretended to go along with the excuse, saying, Oh, master, did you hear me lecturing? How did you feel about it? She turned away. I've never heard it, so it's improper for me to judge. Han Shuiyue rubbed his head. Ah, so you just returned. His master took his hand, wanting to explain. This trip was an unexpected occurrence. Han Shuiyue was confused. What happened? Nearby, behind some bushes, a rooster was whispering loudly. Does the master want to make a move on her? The one beside it gestured for caution. On his master's side, she suddenly took out a box called Little Tea Stall, with the words Good Fortune beside it. Everyone's fortunate too, she said as she held it up. This aged tea was excavated from some ruin. The year is unclear, but it can warm and replenish vital energy, perfect for nourishing your body. Take it and drink it. The aroma wafting from the tea made him exclaim in admiration. A life-giving tea. A fine tea. It seems master has recently traveled. I've gained quite a harvest. She cupped the tea bowl, agreeing, indeed, I have. She smiled, recounting the achievements Han Shuiyue had brought the Jade Pure Sect. Thanks to you shaking the holy sects, not only has our elders' chi improved, but we can safely go out to temper ourselves. Before you came to the Jade Pure Sect, the elders returning empty-handed was as common as a daily meal. This divided attention, however, was not enough to repay the Jade Pure Sect's blessings. Han Shuiyue modestly declined to accept her praise. Master, you jest. I'm not that formidable. No need for such gratitude. Then he suddenly noticed something else. It was that group of black Mara roosters and those brats. But they seized this chance to shamelessly gawk. Han Shuiyue was at a loss for words. He instantly threw the tea bowl in his hand. Yelling angrily sent the whole group scattering. Scram and cultivate properly. Take this aged tea to the abbot. His master also looked over at the brats. I envy these disciples. One of them could be our great opportunity. In my lifetime of pure cultivation, I've never heard a great one lecture. It's so rare to go out, yet I missed it. Han Shuiyue suddenly cut her off. It's not like that, master. You didn't miss anything. He placed a hand on his heart, saying, lecturing need not be public preaching. We can lecture one-on-one in private. You can come to my abode, or I'll visit yours, master, if you don't mind. Ever since you arrived to cultivate immortality, I've wanted to stay by your side, master. His words were completely sincere. Though you lacked this opportunity for many years, "Master, you've created an even greater opportunity to nurture our entire sect. Now it's time for me to repay your kindness." His master was moved by his words. "No need to trouble the Tao friend." She simply smiled, neither accepting nor declining. Before they could do anything else, a huge shadowy figure suddenly appeared. "What does Sir Lee want with my junior sister?" The old man wore a red headband, his gaze sharp. "I should have realized something was amiss sooner. I didn't expect even Elder Han to be involved." Han Shuiyu's face turned pale with sweat. Behind him, his master's face grew cold with anger at the one who had ruined the previous atmosphere. But it turned out the old man thought he was interested in Mara. He even held Han's hand in a show of support, wearing a bunch of voting flags on himself. He was also paying attention to Mara's movements. "Rest assured, you're not alone. Whether it's fighting Mara or the Demon Emperor, we righteous ones will never tolerate evil." Han Shuiyu's face drained of color in fright. He began to explain, "Didn't I just say I was only asking out of curiosity? And he's been dead for so long already." But Sir Lee insisted stubbornly, "But Elder Han is another matter. Investigating that proves you already know something. In our cultivation of the righteous path, we cannot act recklessly like flushing a snake from the grass." Han Shuiyue, seeing his explanation was useless, fell silent. He didn't understand what Sir Lee was getting at either. Sir Lee continued, "In fact, I discovered traces of the demon cult's revival long ago, many years prior. The demon cult you know should not exist in this world. Their demonic activities require extreme secrecy. Moreover, Mara's forces are in cahoots from top to bottom, making the investigation difficult, overlapping. Until now, the demon cult's revival intentions remain unclear." The old man looked grave. "Combined with the issue Elder Han raised, I realize this situation is not so simple. The best case scenario is they're just a cult unifying Mara's beliefs. The worst outcome is they're assisting in the Demon Emperor's revival. We must swiftly get to the root of this matter. Otherwise, that dark period of history will be reenacted. There's just one issue. If the Demon Emperor truly revives, his power will definitely not match his former selves, but it will still be no small trouble. After all, from ancient times until now, there have never been many at the Great Prime Realm." Han Shuiyue couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. The demon cult's sacrifices, it seems Cao Tu was sacrificed. More than half was likely caused by the demon cult, and it seems they also succeeded. We're one step behind. The information displayed, Great Prime Realm 3rd level, K Nai Ha, Hatred level, 3 stars. The Demon Emperor's sacrifice to the mortal world. Your Chaos Heavenly Sphere Divine Beast has summoned K back from within the demon abyss. Han Shuiyue looked at the information panel, especially the 3-star Hatred level. He knew the Demon Emperor K Nai Ha had revived. Sir Lee was still unaware of this. Elder Han was right after all. His divine abilities are truly vast if he could monitor our every move. He went forward to remind Sir Lee, if possible, quickly summon your subordinates back. If possible, quickly summon your subordinates back. Go. Each day we remain, the danger increases. Sir Lee's eyes widened. What is it? Han thought, K Nai Ha at the Great Prime 3rd level, that's quite unexpected. I thought after reviving, his level would be 7 or 8. It seems a huge price had to be paid to accomplish this. But even so, the righteous cultivators of this era may not be able to handle him, at the very least. The highest in the righteous path is only the 7th level of the Prime Realm. Only the elite forces could potentially suppress K Nai Ha, but they've been repeatedly delayed and distracted. As for Lakao Ma, at most, their strength is on par with him. K Nai Ha's level is not even higher than theirs, yet why does he dare call himself the Demon Emperor? I fear they may be collaborating. If they cooperate with the demonic path, chaos will ensue. Sir Lee looked at Han's back, thinking, he doesn't mean for us to stop investigating, does he? Forget following his advice. Even if the sky falls, Elder Han can support it. Then he remembered his junior sister. I should still go find my junior sister. Why has she closed her door? I'll go wave and call her in a bit. Can I come in and chat with you, sister? But you're still angry about earlier when I tried to guide you with good intentions. I've gained some insights in my cultivation recently, so let's skip the chat. After speaking, she closed the door, leaving Sir Lee dejected. Alright then, sister, cultivate well. Han Shuiyue returned to his cave dwelling. But why did K Nai Ha suddenly harbor hatred for me? Why did he betray me after Cao Tu became his mount? No, that's not right. If Cao Tu could betray me so easily, he would have done it sooner. Suddenly, the system reminded me, K Nai Ha extracted the soul of the Chaos Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound knows of your existence, so it is wary of you. If given the chance, it will definitely try to kill you to vent its hatred. The current hatred level is 3 stars. Han Shuiyue was alarmed to see this. Extracting the soul like that, wouldn't that cause his soul to dissipate? Then the system opened the interface of the Chaos Heavenly Sphere. Immediately, the system displayed the Heavenly Sphere's information. Divine Realm Level 2, one of the ancient divine beasts. Seeing this, Han Shuiyue felt more at ease. The system interface for Cow 2 showed no changes. As long as he's alive, that's good, he thought silently. For now, I should go out and search for Cow 2, but it will be difficult to find him immediately. Even if I find him, it's uncertain I can fully restore him. He placed his hand on a book, thinking, the most urgent task is to quickly increase my strength and reach the Great Realm. On K Nai Ha's side, he sat on a high golden throne, surrounded by ominous energy. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss, a bad premonition. One side was filled with fear, the other side brimmed with hope. If he could see the result of the curse now, it would be better to cultivate for half a month first. At the outer sect of the Jade Pure Holy Sect, the scene was utter chaos. Monsters were being beaten down, and Yuqing leapt down from above, punching the back of the 10th monster. Quickly, the monster was subdued. He asked the person standing high above, Elder Tiao, how was that? The elder simply announced, and Yuqing has passed the test and earned the qualification to become an elder. Hearing this, and Yuqing thanked Elder Tiao profusely. At that moment, someone approached and asked, excuse me, are you people from the Jade Pure Sect? Elder Tiao turned to see an old woman. You rascals from the Jade Pure Sect, my old friend instructed me to come pay you respect first. Elder Tiao sensed something amiss. When did she appear? I didn't detect her aura at all. Elder Tiao immediately guessed, you walked right into the trap, didn't you? But the old woman shook her head. No, it's not like that. I'm just here to. I've long abandoned evil ways, said the old man. I follow the righteous path. My evil self has been eliminated, so I've decided to seek refuge at the Jade Pure Sect to resolve my final predicament, with absolutely no intention of causing trouble. Elder Tiao asked, you want to seek refuge here? 2 disciples quickly jumped down, saying, actually, do you want to join our elder care program? Even Matu is trying to become an inner sect elder now, and it has come to this. The old man stammered, that's not entirely wrong. Elder Tiao continued, the Jade Pure Holy Sect upholds justice for all under heaven. If Matu truly reforms, he would still be welcome. His skills are extraordinary. We could consider accepting him as a guest elder. To apply for a guest elder position, one's cultivation must be at the 3rd level of the soul formation realm or higher. Additionally, the elimination rate in the test is quite high. Would you like to demonstrate your skills? The old man sneered, the guest elder position is not bad. A friendly spar may not be so friendly, but I will do my utmost. He added, apologies, I got a bit carried away and lost control. I don't know why my killing intent gathered. The 2 disciples couldn't withstand it and were blown away. Even the monsters couldn't stand up and all fell down. After a while, the smoke cleared a bit. The old man raised his head, is that enough? If there are no objections, please inform the Jade Pure Sect that I wish to take up the position today. Elder Tiao was still trembling. At the Immortal Realm cultivation level, how terrifying. My fellow Taoists are so powerful now. The old man clasped his hands together, smiling innocently like a child. He bowed respectfully before the blazing fire, a look of bliss on his face. Time passes so quickly. The 100-year-old tree seemed like just yesterday. System notification. You have reached 500 years old. Another step forward in your life. You have the following choices. Emerge and suppress the evil path, shaking the world. You can obtain a Taiyi spirit treasure. 2. Continue cultivating and leave the secular world. Do not provoke trouble. You can obtain a Taiyi spirit treasure. He pointed up, determined, saying, if the rewards are the same, then I'll follow my heart's advice. You chose to continue cultivating and leave the secular world. You obtained a Taiyi spirit treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Taiyi spirit treasure. 9 heavens cloud treading shoes. 9 heavens cloud treading shoes. 9 heavens cloud treading shoes. A 6th grade Taiyi spirit treasure containing the wind tread truth, allowing you to step on clouds and ascend to the 9 heavens. He opened his eyes wide, delighted to see the shoes appear. Not bad, not bad. It's actually a spirit treasure, enhancing my ability to run away. The system truly understands me. By the calm lake, someone was fishing. Suddenly, he stomped hard on the ground, startling everyone, who looked at his feet. He stepped on one foot with the other and leapt up. With a blissful look, he said, left foot, step on right, ascend to heaven. How foolish of me. Excellent, he thought. The spirit treasure is not bad, just sore souls and needing to clean the shoes often. Suddenly, he wondered if this was really heaven. It didn't seem to be on Earth. He should probably stay away. This planet couldn't be too big. As he flew eagerly, he suddenly crashed into something, painfully knocking out his teeth. Ouch! That really hurt. He held his face and screamed, ouch! What was that? His eyes narrowed, assessing the situation as an invisible barrier. He stood there, pondering, could the area above be the legendary celestial realm? He gently placed his hand on the invisible wall, sympathizing with those who ascended falsely, having to ascend according to the heavenly fate. Could breaking this barrier allow ascension? He tried punching the wall with all his might, but it was useless, unable to break it. However, he couldn't shatter it. He decided to draw his sword. Let me try with my sword. An old man flew behind him, saying, it's useless. The celestial realm is not beyond this barrier. Even a great cultivator's full power cannot break through this barrier. But to reach this place, you must at least be a cultivator of the degree realm. Those at the body refinement realm cannot ascend here. The old man continued explaining, in this remote, fragrant, jade-like pure land, there exist great degree realm cultivators like yourself. I, degree suffering degree realm 3rd level, was once a disciple of the demon subjugation sect, but now I wander. With a swing of his sword, he split the old man in two, who said in disbelief, unbelievable. With a cold expression, he didn't bother looking at him, saying, I didn't expect the demon subjugation sect to still have lingering karma. The 3rd level of the degree realm is still far from enough. The combat simulation has ended. Time used, 1 second. His eyes were fiery red. His face remained unchanged, thinking it could be me and Mina's, not a major issue. He could probe him. With Han Shuihui's cultivation, no simulation was needed. He could accomplish it in his mind. To avoid being ambushed by enemies, he limited the training time to 1 second. Otherwise, he would immediately retreat and flee. He continued speaking to the old man, for making fun of me. If the celestial realm is not beyond this barrier, then where is it? Please explain it clearly, friend. Seeing this, the old man decided to explain. He began speaking. To talk about the celestial realm, one must first discuss the barrier and the stars. Those stars out there are merely paintings created by celestial treasures. This dusty world, since birth, has been besieged by heavenly laws. Everyone is a bound prisoner. All are bound prisoners. He asked curiously, prisoners? The old man said, friend, do not worry. As long as cultivators reach the degree realm, they will be allowed by the heavenly laws to receive the thunder tribulation and ascend from this world. His expression remained unchanged. If the heavenly laws permit it, why haven't you ascended? The old man said, I made an appointment with a junior from the Jade Pure sect to guard this place for 100 years. After 100 years, when I resolve my karmic ties, I can ascend. He asked in surprise, your junior from our sect? With a sad expression, he asked, Junior, do you know an elder named Zhu Qi? Does he have any living family members? Why are you looking for his family? He frowned and asked. The old man suddenly knelt, saying regretfully, I'm sorry for my incompetence. That junior was captured by the demon spider. Now, I fear the worst. He said sadly, I thought if he had living family members, they might be able to help in some way. He let out a breath and said, I dare not hide it, that junior Zhu Qi is my disciple, accepted long ago. The old man was startled, thinking, could Zhu Qi be referring to? He looked up at him, saying, the sect leader elder. No wonder, no wonder. He reached into his robe, saying, it seems fate has brought us together. You are a cultivator of the degree realm from the Jade Pure sect. I will certainly not look down on you. He took out a token and smiled, saying, it's better to have a distinguished guest like you than to travel far. You are an elder of our sect. There's no need to reveal yourself normally, you can cultivate in peace. With this token in our sect, no one will trouble you. The old man said joyfully, excellent. In fact, I just passed the examination of the Jade Pure sect. The elder is still waiting for their response. He continued, it should be fine. Let's return to the sect and wait for the good news. The old man still worried, but what about Zhu Qi? He patted his shoulder, smiling to comfort him, rest assured, have faith in Zhu Qi. Seeing this, the old man said, all right. He reminded him, friend, let me remind you of something. What is it? He replied, the 5 great demon sects have revived. Chaos is about to descend. The Jade Pure sect should prepare adequately. He looked at him seriously and said, friend Han, if you intend to ascend, I can lend you a hand and we can escape this world together. He had a serious expression and said, I appreciate your kindness, but the struggles in the celestial realm are even more terrifying than the mortal world. If I, Han, do not have the ability to protect myself, it will be difficult to ascend." The old man looked at him, thinking, it seems friend Han's essence is still very vigorous. He is a person of exceptional talent. Suddenly, he asked, "Friend, the 5 demon sects you just mentioned, who are they?" "The demon spider, the white-haired demon, the greedy demon, the blood demon, and the old demon army. The charming lord is also among them." Thinking about it, he asked the old man, "What is the cultivation level of these 5? 2 of them can move at the highest speed, either at the great vehicle realm or half a step into the great vehicle realm." He asked, "In that case, it seems the righteous path will have no great cultivators to resist them. They must all be planning to ascend, not wanting to remain in this world and create enmity." After reaching the main gate, the 2 landed simultaneously. He looked up and said, "Since you've shared so much, I cannot fail to reciprocate. Recently, I've made a discovery, which I haven't told anyone except the sect leader." "What have you discovered?" the old man asked in surprise. "The discovery is that the demon emperor has been reborn." "Friend, do you think this has anything to do with the 5 demon sects?" The old man's eyes widened as he said, "The demon emperor, you're not joking." At the same time, our sect leader has a distinguished guest, an elder who is a cultivator of the degree realm. The man was startled. "The degree realm. Should we follow the proper procedures?" The old man said, "Don't be hasty. Prepare a courtyard for him first." Over in Tokyo, Zhu Qi was flying, asking, "Where are we going, senior?" He looked doubtful and asked, "Is the opportunity you mentioned real or fake?" He replied, "If I hadn't met this tattered winter on the way, I would have arrived sooner." Zhu Qi still asked, "Where are we going, senior?" He was annoyed and said, "Will you stop asking already? Will you stop?" Zhu Qi looked displeased and said, "But I'm following you. We're going into the ancient forbidden grounds every day. Otherwise, we'll encounter strange calamities. Your cultivation is powerful, so it's fine for you, but I can't take it." He recalled the scenes of the 2 traveling together. First, they were struck by lightning. He shouted, "Heavenly punishment. Are you crazy?" Then came the scene where they had no food. He said, "It doesn't look bad. The taste might not be too bad. Maybe it's been stewed already." Then they encountered a rainstorm. He cursed, "This tornado is driving me crazy." Next was the scene of them encountering bandits. He kept shouting, "You bandits, you're courting death. How could there be sharks here?" Then, when they reached a new land, he proudly said, "This is the power of karmic principles. This is the legendary Central Southern Land." Zhu Qi stood by and asked, "What is the Central Southern Land?" He explained, "It is said that here, one can see the past and also glimpse the distant future." He shouted, "Senior, look over there. There's someone on that path. Their cultivation doesn't seem ordinary. They have a divine aura and heavenly might." The old man wondered, what kind of existence is so terrifying that you dare to call out their name like that? You almost got us destroyed by their divine sense. Zhu Qi turned helplessly and said, "Your luck is really bad." He argued, "How could that be? Before, whenever I faced great danger, I turned it into safety." He said, "Forget it, we're almost there anyway. Then I'll tell you where we're going." He pointed ahead, "It's right in front of us. This time, we're going to find the demon emperor." Zhu Qi asked again, "The demon emperor? What relation do you have with the demon emperor? Are you fellow disciples?" He said, "No relation, we just belong to the same demonic path." He asked, "So who is stronger between you 2? He said, "I don't know about our actual power, but the demon emperor is from a more ancient era. His achievements are higher." He asked, "What are achievements?" He said, "I don't know." He was about to ask more, but he said, "If you ask any more, I'll throw you down there." He cried out in fear, "Don't." He warned him, later, when meeting the demon emperor, "You must stay composed and not speak recklessly. If you don't understand, look at my expression and see if you get it." After speaking, he flew ahead with him. He also said helplessly, "Understood." Inside, someone was speaking, "Demon Hound, do you know how powerful my imperial dynasty was? Or maybe it's having another bout of madness. I have built an empire spanning 100 generations, swallowing the 8 directions that the immortal sects once dominated, shaking the 4 seas with my might." A voice came in from outside, saying, "Well said. Well said, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Your legacy will last 10,000 generations." He asked, "Who is outside the palace hall?" The demon hound thought, "Who is that, flattering this madman from afar?" The one outside said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I am Chu Mo. Knowing that you have awakened, I have come especially to offer my assistance." He said, "So it was you who arranged for someone to awaken me, wasn't it? Tell me, what reward do you want?" That person said, "If I can help unify the realm, that would be the best reward for me. He said in puzzlement, what do you mean by those words? That person continued, Your Majesty, on another day of ascension, I naturally wish to join the demon palace of the upper realm. The demonic path unifies the realm and dominates the human world. This is the trial of the demon palace in my dream, entrusted to me by the upper realm's demon palace. If your majesty ascends, will the demon palace be willing to lend a hand in receiving you? If your majesty can ascend to the supreme sovereign position, I believe the demon palace will definitely help you in your great ascension rebirth. He said, please, have a seat. He sighed and said, thank you, your majesty. The dog beside him, seeing the visitor beside him, said, who are you? Aren't you supposed to be the master's disciple? How can he be here? The other one said, he is Zhu Qi, the disciple of the demon lord's sect. The demon sect is busy cultivating, so they sent him here to assist your majesty. The dog gave a signal, but Zhu Qi didn't recognize it, for when he left, it was just a small puppy. He said, sending a mere disciple here, is the demon lord trying to deceive me? Don't be angry, your majesty. The demon lord has an extremely murderous temperament. It's better that he didn't come. Having this disciple represent the demon lord's attitude can help us reorganize the demonic path more quickly. The dog kept trying to signal, but Zhu Qi thought, this demon emperor's dog really doesn't seem like a dog. The dog panicked, thinking, I'm doomed, he doesn't recognize me. The other person signaled to Zhu Qi, this is the opportunity I mentioned, quickly pay your respects. Zhu Qi bowed and paid respects. Disciple Zhu Qi greets your majesty the demon emperor. Your majesty's heavenly bearing and grand demeanor suddenly amused him. Ha ha ha, quite clever. He wondered what was going on. This person's cultivation is extremely low, yet when he approached me, he seemed very afraid. After thinking, he pointed at the demon hound and said, from now on, you will help me look after the dog, and conveniently take care of it. Zhu Qi was surprised. Zhu Qi was furious, thinking, is this what's called an opportunity? Helping this demon emperor take care of a dog? The demon hound looked at him, thinking, could it be that Zhu Qi isn't the reinforcement that the master sent? Later on, I must find an opportunity to let this kid know my true identity. Then he gave an order to the visitor. I, the emperor, have a task for you to do. He asked, what is it? He turned and said, go to the Jade Green sect and find someone named Yu Qingtong. Kill a cultivator named Han Ju. Both the demon hound and Zhu Qi were startled. The master was on his side. He was leisurely sitting and drinking, watching the two of them fight. Seeing the two of them charge at the bird, admonishing them not to be so reckless with their martial arts. System reminder. The huge bird threw a box at the two of them, causing them to lie flat on the ground. That was too excessive. You put in too many rocks. He wondered as he turned back to where Zhu Qi was. Kill Han Ju. The visitor said, you're not very hospitable. We just met and you're already giving orders to others. He said, I hope you set out quickly, don't waste time. The visitor saw this and said, okay, I'll go right away. The visitor thought, it's the Jade Green sect. Why does the demon emperor want to deal with the Jade Green sect? The Jade Green sect is so far away, who wants to go there? Moreover, the demon soldiers have already taken the job, no need for me to go. The visitor leaned and said, your willingness to put in effort shows your respect for me. Everyone is working hard to revive the demonic path, who cares about you? Then suddenly he flew up into the sky. Han Ju, you've messed with K Naya, letting K Naya send someone to kill him from so far away. It's quite interesting. Perhaps it can be seen as a miracle. Where the master was, the system reminded, the demon emperor has developed a fondness for the master. The current fondness level is 1 star. The master thought, what does this mean? He curses me every day, yet he has feelings too. Han Ju was now putting his hand on his lips and thinking, the 5 demon venerable ones and K Naya want internal strife. So Han Ju had a sinister smile on his face. To set the mood for the demon emperor, they might end up fighting each other. There was a call, Master. Zhan Xuangan said, Fang Liang has been cultivating for some time now, and has reached the 3rd level of the Zuji realm. Han Ju replied, isn't that advancing an entire realm? Isn't that fast? Zhan Xuangan worriedly said, it may seem fast on the outside, but this is after all the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality. Fang Niang was shyly standing behind. Han Ju said, that's true. Our spiritual energy is extremely dense. Mo Dongqi has already reached the Yuan Ying realm. Zhan Xuangan said, then, could you see if there's an issue with him? Fang Niang shyly didn't say a word. Han Ju drank and said, there's no problem. It's just that his aptitude is too poor. As long as he diligently cultivates bitterly, it'll be fine. Zhan Xuangan asked, is that all? Master, aren't you disappointed? Han Ju replied with a smile, Diligent bitter cultivation is just a process, quantity turning into quality. Why should I be disappointed? Remember this, at the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality, we don't nurture the idol waiting to reach the golden core realm. It's not like that anymore. Whether he can reach the golden core realm or not depends on his own natural endowment. Fang Niang thought, the ancestral master values me so much, but I fundamentally had no aptitude back then. Joining the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality was just a coincidence. My existence is probably redundant. Behind them, Han Ju was talking to Zan Xuangan. I understand the Yuan Wei master's intention, but letting him suffer bitterly like this is not good either. Above, there were people battling. The human realm great demon quelling night roaming cannon. Mo Dongqi also unleashed the extinction painting, infinite ferocious demonic aura carving annihilation finger. The black Hades rooster was enjoying his drinks. Put in a bit more effort. With just this bit of combat power right now, you can't even hurt a single feather of mine. Consecutive explosions occurred in the sky. You rotten chicken, dare to open your domain fully against me. I alone can deal with both of you. Fang Niang looked up at the battle. They're so great. I've learned so many good things from the ancestral master, but I can't see any hope for myself. The 9 immortal peaks also looked up at the battle. The people behind spoke up. Elder Yuan Ying's martial arts are nothing to watch. They're everywhere in the sect now. If you want to watch martial arts for entertainment, I'll find some elders in the spirit transformation realm to fight for you to watch. The 9 immortal peaks immediately turned around with an unhappy expression. The 9 immortal peaks shouted loudly, have the people of the 9 Dragons sect finished their arrangements? Have they calculated the maintenance fees for the scripture pavilion? Have they dealt with the rampaging beasts from the myriad demon realm? Have they resolved the pill furnace issue? Have they instructed your disciples on the distribution? Those people didn't respond. The 9 immortal peaks shouted loudly, if you don't hurry up and get to work, and fail to complete the end-of-month distribution, everyone will have their salaries halved. Those people immediately ran off. The 9 immortal peaks gritted his teeth in indignation. Li Kangtsu's cultivation is insufficient to manage you all. Can't I manage you? Relying on high cultivation to be insolent and bureaucratic. It seems the Jade Pure Holy Sect must stay on high alert. The 9 immortal peaks looked up at the sky with the wind carrying leaves past. If I had known earlier, I should have given Li Kangtsu a warning initially. The kind-hearted cannot stand firm. If the headmaster elder could manage the sect's affairs, it would be better, and no one would dare do anything. The black Hades rooster struck at the two of them. You're only at the virtual immortality realm. Can't you even play with my avatar body? The 9 immortal peaks looked up at the black Hades rooster. The headmaster elder's demonic pet's cultivation is about to catch up to mine. The matter of realm advancement must eventually happen. But the demon sect has been stirring up trouble recently. The 9 immortal peaks turned and went inside, leaving. I should still arrange for people in the sect to advance realms, then deal with it later. The scene shifted to another place. Demonic beast corpses were strewn across the ground. Zan Tingchun's martial sister, holding a weapon, stood in that ruined area. Finally, it's been dealt with. Zan Tingchun's martial sister turned and said, Chu Fam, don't waste your effort anymore. At this moment, Chu Fam was using all his strength to dig through the rubble. No one can open the ruins sealed at the catastrophe realm. Just digging won't get you anywhere. Chu Fam continued digging. Zan Tingchun's martial sister angrily said, can you hear me or not? Chu Fam stared intently at the area below. Zan Tingchun's martial sister stood helplessly from afar, watching as Chu Fam continued digging without making any progress. It's been so long already. Brother Mok Fu too might have already. Chu Fam said, I brought Brother Mok here. Even if he's truly dead, I have to find a way to bring his remains back. Zan Tingchun's martial sister said, I'll wait 3 days at most. If you don't leave after 3 days, I won't care about you anymore. At that time, when people from the 3 sects come for you, life or death, you'll be responsible for yourself. Zan Tingchun's martial sister left towards the beach. Chu Fam continued digging in that area. Brother Mok, rest assured, I'll definitely bring you back. Chu Fam discovered something. A gate with a strange dragon head shape. The dragon head shaped gate began to open. Chu Fam was suddenly blasted away, flying past where Zan Tingchun's martial sister stood. Chu Fam pointed towards the opened gate and said, the Zan Darren ruins have opened. Zan Tingchun's martial sister turned towards it. How is this possible? A powerful green energy emerged from underground. The two of them stood stunned, staring at the ruins. A passage has opened, an entrance. Let's go in and take a look, but you must stay close to me. Zan Tingchun's martial sister said. The ruins could collapse again at any moment. We should hurry back. Chu Pham kept calling, Brother Mok, Brother Mok. Where is Brother Mok? If you're alive, please respond. The two continued walking forward. A small drop of water next to them. They suddenly noticed something ahead. Up ahead, Mok Fu Tu was sitting on a dragon-shaped rock, surrounded by a circle of blood. Brother Mok is breathing. He's still alive. Chu Pham immediately rushed over to Mok Fu Tu. Brother Mok, are you alright? Behind them, Zan Tingchun's martial sister had her weapon ready. Mok Fu Tu suddenly opened his fiery red eyes. Mok Fu Tu stood up. Zan Tingchun's martial sister immediately sensed that something was wrong. Something dangerous. His extremely vigorous blood vital energy before was now completely depleted. Where did it go? Chu Pham was still overjoyed. I knew your life force was strong. It's good I didn't give up on you. Can you believe it, brother? I defeated the enemy. Haha, it was all thanks to my final realm advancement. Mok Fu Tu had now fully stood up. Chu Pham continued. You should know the enemy was formed by the three sects. Chu Pham suddenly looked down. Mok Fu Tu used his arm to stab through Chu Pham's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Zan Tingchun's martial sister worriedly called out to Chu Pham. Mok Fu Tu gripped Chu Pham's shoulder with one hand, while slowly withdrawing the other from Chu Pham's chest. Blood spurted from Chu Pham's mouth. Mok Fu Tu pulled his hand out of Chu Pham's chest. In his hand was a heart, blood splattering everywhere. Mok Fu Tu held Chu Pham's heart in his hand, staring at it intently. Zan Tingchun's martial sister questioned, Brother Mok, why? Chu Pham was now dead, lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Zan Tingchun's martial sister charged towards Mok Fu Tu, preparing to attack Mok Fu Tu. At this moment, Han Shuiji was battling someone else. It was Zan Tingchun himself. Han Shuiji was fighting in a simulated training session. Han Shuiji gritted her teeth, worried she couldn't find an opening, about to be defeated, unable to endure any longer. Han Shuiji looked at the smiling Zan Tingchun, who was indeed so powerful that it left others breathless. Han Shuiji was slammed against the wall, defeated again. Zan Tingchun approached, raising his hand to flick her. Han Shuiji looked up worriedly, waiting. No, wait. Zan Tingchun flicked, knocking Han Shuiji's head, ending the training simulation. Time stopped at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Han Shuiji sat in a corner, disappointed, thinking that even Zan Tingchun of the third level of the Great Vehicle Realm couldn't defeat her. So now, she might not be a match for the Demon Emperor either. Han Shuiji held her head and said, the cultivation speed after the Catastrophe Realm is too slow. Han Shuiji was now at the third level of the Catastrophe Realm. The system announced a friend list update. Han Shuiji looked up. The system notification. Chu Pham died again, even Mok Fu Tu too. They all turned into true demonic calamities, the demon race. How long has it been since Matu rose again? 3 years later, Han Shuiji had also emerged from her cave. She stretched her arms in a relaxed manner and said, it feels great to be out. My back hurts. As she stretched her arms with a haggard expression, she thought about her master and martial sister. I should go see my master and martial sister soon, and enhance their heavenly cores a bit, while I'm at it. At this moment, Tran Trongan also came and called out, Master, you've finally emerged. As Han Shuiji stretched, lost in thought, she suddenly paused and asked, what's wrong? Tran Trongan replied about Fuang Luang. Tran Trongan continued, his aptitude has reached its limit. Han Shuiji was startled upon hearing this. Tran Trongan went on to explain, a few days ago, Fuang Luang's cultivation stagnated at the 9th level of the Zuji realm. No matter what spirit pills or physical training, he couldn't progress further. He has truly reached the limit of the Zuji realm. Don't be disheartened. Think about it, many people never even reach the 9th level of the Zuji realm in their entire lives. The Lord chose you, so there must be a reason for it. The Yangtiandong people over there are still trying to console him, don't be sad. Reaching this level after 3 years of cultivation isn't bad. Han Shuiji looked towards Fuang Luang, frowning as she thought to herself, the so-called Golden Core realm, a step into the heavens, is indeed not that simple. At this moment, Han Shuiji also called out to Fuang Luang, you, come with me. Tran Trongan said to his junior, Luang, with your Grandmaster's intervention, the problem may not be that big anymore. Fuang Luang asked in return, really? Right after, Trongan's master said, Trongan, go to the cave residence of Xianzi Ziyuan and Chang Yuaji. Tell them to bring their heavenly cores here. Trong quickly replied respectfully, yes, master. Trong also turned back to instruct Phuong Luong, little Luong, go into the cave residence and follow the Grand Master's arrangements. Phuong Luong quickly replied, acknowledging Trong's instructions. Understood. He Uk, standing behind, could only sigh and say, your aptitudes are not bad, little Luong, but I'm afraid your cultivation has reached its limit. Hearing this, Mo Dong-chi was also surprised and said, what does K mean by saying that? Yang Tiandong, standing below, was also annoyed and said, isn't it too early to say that? Moreover, we can't be without him in our fishing group. We can't do without him. He Uk only kept sighing and saying, on the path of cultivation, the Lord doesn't intervene. If little Luong's aptitude is truly limited to the Zuji realm, instead of suffering in cultivation on the mountain, he might as well go down and live a wealthy life for 100 years. Yang Tiandong, at this moment, turned and called out to Trong'an loudly, are you alright? Trong'an's expression had also darkened, which was understandable. Little Luong was his first disciple, and he said worriedly, please keep an eye on him for me. I'll go do what my master has instructed. Immediately after, everyone cheered on little Luong from behind, saying, little Luong, keep trying. The scene shifted to inside the cave. Han Shuiji was examining little Luong's meridians and physical body. He thought, so that's how it is. A stream of information flashed through his mind, regarding little Luong's entire physical body. In fact, he had already possessed all the conditions to break through to the Golden Core realm. It's just that his Dantian was blocked by a mysterious weapon, whose origin was unclear, perhaps a seal or a powerful restriction strong enough to conceal the condensing reality realm. It's not simple. If I hadn't advanced my heavenly tribulation level, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered it, almost concealing a heavenly talent. At this moment, Han Shuiji also opened his eyes. He called out to Phuong Luong, you've been under my tutelage for some time now. Have you realized what you're pursuing in cultivation? Hearing Han Shuiji's question, Phuong Luong replied, disciple cultivates only to become an immortal. Han Shuiji then asked, why become an immortal? Phuong Luong's eyes became somewhat gloomy as he said, of course, for longevity. Hearing this, Han Shuiji felt a sense of approval in his heart. He thought, this little fellow is indeed a true inheritor of my Han sect. Han Shuiji continued to ask, will you be bound by power, interests, or women in your future cultivation path? Phuong Luong replied, neither in the past, nor in the future. Then, Phuong Luong's voice suddenly became firmer. He said, my parents have passed away, and I have no one to rely on. It is the Grand Master who accepted me as a disciple. The Grand Master's cultivation principles are my standards. Everything else is inferior. Only high cultivation matters. Hearing this, Han Shuiji also broke into a satisfied smile. He said, very good, you have the right spirit. If I give you a chance to soar to the heavens, what will you do in the future? Hearing this, Phuong Luong was also startled. But very soon after, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, saying continuously, disciple is willing to sacrifice flesh and bone and will not regret it for the Grand Master. Seeing him like this, Han Shuiji seemed to have some calculations. He said, Han Shuiji's words directly startled Phuong Luong, who said, no, disciple is wholeheartedly cultivating, not paying attention to worldly affairs. Absolutely won't cause any trouble for the Grand Master. Immediately after hearing such an answer, Han Shuiji was pleased. Han Shuiji thought to himself, that's more like it. He then continued to channel his power into his palms. Han Shuiji circulated his inner energy, creating a dazzling yellow glow of light. He said, good. If your master says your heavenly talents have reached their limit, then I will create a new heavenly talent for you. Seeing this scene, Phuong Luong silently thought, such powerful spiritual energy, just how high is the Grand Master's cultivation level? On the other side, Han Shuiji had also received a system notification. Your disciple, Phuong Luong's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill level is 5 stars. Reading the system notification, Han Shuiji pondered. A 5-star goodwill level is not enough, not satisfactory. I must use other methods to stimulate him further. At this moment, he had also extended his hand towards Phuong Luong's abdomen. With just a light touch, Phuong Luong felt his entire body, in the blink of an eye, as if being transported to another world. Immediately after, Phuong Luong became startled. He opened his eyes to look at the world he was entering. A place where intense light was flashing, and he was falling into this universe. Phuong Luong asked, where is this? Suddenly, Han Shuiji thought, breaking through to the Golden Core realm, each person has a different manifestation. Most people directly condense the pill. A few enter the void due to heavenly qualities and sense the formation of the pill. Han Shuiji continued to ponder. A few rely on innate talents to open up an entirely new path using their body as the seed. There have been records of 0 golden cores. Some even made golden cores as big as whales, breaking the rules of the golden core. These unique individuals, in the end, achieved unprecedented accomplishments. Fuang Luang was still trying to resist on this side. He shouted, "What is this?" Suddenly, in front of him, appeared an extremely large circle. Seeing this, Han Shuiji frowned and coldly said, heavenly tribulation. My disciple Han Shuiji, how could he face a heavenly tribulation? Han Shuiji waved his hand, creating another stream of light. He said, "Today, even if I have to sacrifice my cultivation, I must break through this damned heavenly tribulation." As soon as he said it, he immediately used his spiritual power and struck directly at the heavenly tribulation. Seeing this scene, Fuang Luang's eyes welled up with tears. Grand Master has cultivated bitterly for many years, just to increase his cultivation and lifespan. But now, because of a useless disciple like me, Han Shuiji is suffering losses. On the other side, Han Shuiji remained firm in his determination. My disciple Han Shuiji will advance, even if the heavens try to block his path. With a loud bang, the heavenly tribulation was shattered by Han Shuiji. At this moment, Fuang Luang also clenched his teeth and made a decision. He said, "Grand Master." Tears streamed down, causing Fuang Luang's voice to become choked up. He said, "From now on, the Grand Master is the most important person to me." System notification. Your disciple, Fuang Luang's goodwill towards you has increased. The current goodwill level is 6 stars. Seeing this, Han Shuiji also struck a celebratory pose. Han Shuiji said, "Since ancient times, winning people's hearts has been the key. As your master, I've removed the difficulties, the rest depends on you. If you discover your own uniqueness, I hope you stay ordinary as yourself and live a long life. Don't follow the path of Chu Pham." On the other side, the sources of spiritual power began to gather and condense into a pill. Instantly, the pill formed. The scene then shifted to the abode of Fairy He Chuan. The voice of Tran Trong rang out. He said, "My master said that your koi loi needs to be upgraded a bit. It will only take 2 days." Immediately after, Fairy He Chuan replied, "I'll go get it right away." Okay. Suddenly, Fairy He Chuan stopped, looking out the window at the 7-colored light pouring in. She said, "Oh, a 7-colored light streak." Tran Trong also quickly looked in the direction she was facing and said. Fairy He Chuan continued, "A celestial phenomenon. Could it be a precious treasure appearing or a prodigy being born?" On the other side, Fuang Luang was still sitting in meditation, seemingly letting himself fall freely into some other world. His eyes remained tightly shut, without the slightest movement. Inside, thunder and lightning, a shattered space, continuously threatened his will at this moment. From within the chaotic space, a beam of light suddenly flashed. The battle scene, the illusory phenomena within began to appear, a large green circle. Is Fuang Luang about to break through? At the Jade Green sect, yellow lights appeared, falling from the sky across the space. The scene now shifts to outside the town. In the sky at this moment, an anomaly appeared. Snowflakes, continuously falling from the sky, but they were yellow. Seeing this, people looked up and wondered. A mechanic looked up at the sky and asked, "Is it snowing in June?" The 2 people with him, also looking up, saw the phenomenon and one replied, "That can't be snow, how can it be yellow?" On the other side, Fairy He Chuan held out her hand to catch a yellow snowflake, saying, "The heavens bestow the auspicious yellow snow." She continued, "It seems a genius has just been born." Tran Trong thought, could it be that my master helped change little Luang's innate qualities? The people of the Jade Green sect, seeing the anomaly, were overjoyed. The 9-peak immortal said, "In all my years of cultivation until now, this is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon." Another person said, "The heavenly Tao is still protecting our Jade Green sacred sect." The bald-headed, bright-eyed one said, "The auspicious energy of our Jade Green sacred sect is unparalleled." On the other side, the yellow snowflakes began to spread wider. The image of a dragon soaring in the sky illuminated the mountains and forests. Black Feather Rooster said to Yang Tiandong, "Is that really a phoenix? It does look exactly like me." Yang Tiandong, with a slightly displeased expression, replied, "For some reason, I have an ominous premonition." On the other side, Trong'en's master said, "Congratulations on reaching the Golden Core realm." Then, Fuang Luang knelt on the mat, tears streaming, saying, "If you don't mind, Luang wishes to take you as a sworn father." Hearing this, Han Shuiji immediately said, "Go follow Yang Tiandong instead." From inside the Rocky Mountain, a girl wearing a short dress with a floral green belt around her waist, and brown shoes, came out. She had blonde hair and a 4-leaf clover green hairclip. She rubbed her eyes. "Look, he's out now," she said. A tanned, white-haired man spoke up. "Little Luong has broken through." Then the girl with the 4-leaf clover hairclip, still rubbing her eyes, said, "It was the ancestral master who sacrificed his cultivation and lifespan to personally help remold my innate qualities." The three of them, a large bird, and two young men, one with long white hair, and one with short black and white hair, the long-haired one said in astonishment, "Remolding innate qualities." The short-haired one said, "Wasn't that phenomenon just now because of you?" The three of them were startled by a voice from inside the mountain. "Little Black, don't ask any more questions. Also, the outer world's matrix has been restored recently, so don't go running around outside the mountain anymore." The long-haired white man's eyes widened in shock, thinking, "Remolding innate qualities, this is forcibly defying the heavenly laws and changing one's destiny. No wonder there was that light after the thunderclap." The large bird also thought, "My master was willing to sacrifice his cultivation and lifespan for a disciple with limited innate talents." The short black and white-haired young man thought, "The ancestral master may seem cold towards others, but in reality, he has a very warm heart." A portly old man in a red robe walked over to the 4-leaf clover green-haired girl, and said, "Luonger, have you broken through?" Then he laughed and continued, "Why are you crying like this?" Luonger trembled and said, "Master, the ancestral master, he." Luonger started trembling and tearing up. "I really don't understand why the ancestral master had to sacrifice his lifespan for this. Doing that, will his remaining time not be very long? How can I face him in the future after this?" The portly man placed his hand on Luonger's shoulder and said, "Little Luong, you've forgotten what the ancestral master once said. Bitter cultivation leads to immortality. We don't nurture idlers here. He must have had a way out when he did that. You don't need to blame yourself." He continued, "Your master cultivated diligently. Logically speaking, he wouldn't have accepted disciples if the Jade Pure Holy Sect had many outstanding ones. But here, there are only a few scattered disciples. To be honest, the initial reason was only because he came here due to heartbreak and suffering. He originally planned to abandon everything and live out his remaining life in vain. But like your master, he found a mission and dignity, realizing that he wasn't entirely worthless." A voice continued, "What mission?" Luonger's master went on to explain, "Your master's true form is an ancient spiritual Lingzi incarnate. He has an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy. As for the amount of spiritual chi produced by Bitter Cultivation Mountain, the celestial Lingzi tree is undoubtedly the highest, but I only take up 30% of it." Luonger said, "So powerful. No wonder the ancestral master values you so much." Luonger's master continued, "Of course, you think we only know how to eat. My true form is also a phoenix, you know." The long-haired white man scratched his head and said, "All the elders said I have a demonic saint bloodline, but I don't see how powerful it is." The short black and white-haired man crossed his arms and said, "I don't seem to have any bloodline. I don't feel like I have any special qualities." Luonger's master said, "Koyer, haven't you realized that many things are unnecessary? Your master is also self-enlightened, isn't he?" The short white-haired man said, "This is indeed something I've seen before. I don't know the reason. Perhaps there's some other hidden potential that hasn't been tapped." He replied, "It's fine, time will tell." The big bird chimed in, "From what I see, your unique trait is that no matter from which angle, when looking at your face, it forever shows a red gaze." The long-haired white man just laughed, "Ha ha ha ha." The short-haired man remained silent without saying a word, and Luonger also stood dazed, speechless. She thought, the immortals of Bitter Cultivation Mountain are so highly revered. No wonder I've stayed here for so long, yet haven't been accepted as a new disciple. It's not that I'm unqualified, but the timing hasn't arrived. She pursed her lips as tears began streaming down her cheeks. Luonger thought, the ancestral master wants me to start anew. I definitely cannot let him down. The bird said, to celebrate little Luong's advancement, we'll temporarily suspend everyone's training and go fishing for 2 days. The long-haired white man said, hey, don't use me as bait, okay? Master, it's been a long time since Luonger went to the market to buy fish. Luonger burst into flames. The four of them gaped, unable to comprehend her power. Not just her spiritual energy, but its purity was extremely high. Luonger gritted her teeth and said, Ancestral Master, I fear I may not make it in time. I only wish to repay you sooner. Luonger shouted loudly, Aiya. In less than half a year, the first level of the Golden Core realm was thoroughly consolidated, officially unleashing her power. The four continued cultivating diligently, ignoring Luonger's loud shouts. The three went fishing and used the long-haired white man as bait. A legendary life was unveiled from then on. Luonger exuded dazzling aura wherever she went, whether in the bathhouse or asleep. 3 years later, the third level of the Golden Core realm, Luonger smiled happily. Her master and the others looked at her. The short-haired white and black man said about Luong's level, "Her speed of advancement has surpassed us." Luonger's master said, "It seems little Luong's talent may be the best here." They caught a 350 kilograms giant carp while fishing. Excellent. No need to go to the market anymore. We should prepare some spicy noodles for little Luong. Can I touch the fish? Line them up. I've never caught such a big fish before. Suddenly, from somewhere, a huge blazing flame shot down from the sky. The big bird sensed an incoming attack from the long-haired white man with deep red eyes. His face darkened. "This is our bitter cultivation immortal mountain. How dare they be so audacious?" He unleashed a binding rope that flew over the big bird's head, saying, "In recent years, people have been throwing things into the sky, a hanging crime." The big bird also said, "It's time to defend bitter cultivation immortal mountain." Luonger's master added, "Success is permitted, failure is not allowed. If we can't stop this, the ancestral master will definitely punish us." The earlier light plummeted to the ground, landing right on Luonger's head. Her masters turned around in shock. Luonger, holding the big fish, was caught by surprise. The three, the long-haired white man, the short white and black-haired man, and the big bird, were stunned in disbelief. It seemed to say, "Look what your brother is protecting." The big bird opened its beak, speechless with no hope, for the end of the sky troops. Luonger sat flattened on the ground with a large swollen lump on her head. She rubbed the lump, whimpering. Beside her, the big fish lay motionless. Luonger said, "I'm fine. There's something purple on the ground." Luonger spoke up and looked at the purple rock with star patterns on it, wondering aloud, "What is this? It looks like a spirit stone or something, but what spirit stone resembles a dice?" Ancestral Master, earlier a rock fell from the sky and hit me on the head. Master and the others couldn't do anything about it. Let me take a look. Han Shuihui held the strange purple rock in his hand. The rock was quite large, bigger than his palm. Han Shuihui asked, "Did anything else fall from the sky?" Someone replied, "No, Ancestral Master. The spiritual energy seems undisturbed, so this is likely no ordinary object." Han Shuihui looked at the cute Luonger. "This must be a heavenly treasure. Instead of coming to our door, it has a destiny to be delivered here. It's hard to believe." Han Shuihui turned and said to someone else hiding in the corner near the shelves, "What a gift this is. I want to take it and study it, but I can't let you be at a disadvantage, Luonger." Luonger replied confusedly, "It's okay. This treasure was meant to be gifted to you." Han Shuihui handed Luonger some kind of doll and said, "Your luck isn't bad. I just recently researched a new heavenly puppet. Unfortunately, the materials aren't suitable for inheriting power at the realm of fate, only able to disassemble and preserve spiritual energy. Even if you encounter a fusion or a low realm warrior, combining the 5 parts can protect you safely. Consider it your destiny." Luonger was extremely grateful and didn't forget to thank the ancestral master. Han Shuihui stood on the stone platform, watching Luonger's shadow gradually fade away. Holding the doll, he gave her close to her heart. Han Shuihui thought, for this object to be noticed by the heavens, it must not be simple. Lifting the strange purple rock in his hand, Han Shuihui thought, but no matter how you look at it, it's just a spirit stone. Only the spiritual energy it contains far exceeds other spirit stones. Inside the cave, a scenery tree was stretching and yawning. The tree rubbed its eyes and looked towards the cave entrance, silently thinking it sensed a familiar aura. Looking up, it turned out to be Han Shuihui. It said, "Master, I think I've seen this rock before." Han Shuihui looked at the tree and asked, "You've seen it?" The tree said, "My previous master, when she was cultivating, also held a rock like this." Han Shuihui stood there stunned. He thought, a rock held by immortals. It must be an object from the heavenly realm. The purple star-patterned rock was placed on a brown mat. No matter how you looked at it, it resembled a spirit stone. If it's a spirit stone, immortals wouldn't carry it around every day. Even those at the realm of fate can't penetrate it or detect any specific information about it. Han Shuihui sat cross-legged, hands in front of his chest, looking down at the purple rock. Beside him was a pot with the scenery tree gazing at the rock. Han Shuihui continued, "If it caught the attention of immortals, its function must be extraordinary." His expression turned grim as he said, "But my cultivation is insufficient to use this for enlightenment." The tree in the scenery pot said, "Holding it can lead to enlightenment. Is it really that miraculous?" Han Shuihui said, "Years ago, I read an ancient text that described this treasure, called the Enlightenment Rock. Moreover, the Enlightenment Rock sprouts a small onion plant that bestows blessings when near. This small onion plant enlightens day and night, until the end. Then he looked towards the tree. The tree spoke up, but what about the final enlightenment? Han Shuihui said, do you still remember if I agreed with you or not? That I would give you a perfect life. I remember clearly, said Han Shuihui. Perhaps the key also lies within this. The scenery tree let out a surprised sound. You said you would let me see it first. Han Shuihui, still sitting on the ground, said, if you know, the immortals might have left you a clue. See if you can gain any enlightenment from it. The scenery tree was startled and said fearfully, no, I'm powerless. Moreover, why would immortals care about a small roadside plant? Han Shuihui said, don't you think it's strange that among so many plants, only you have lived for 90,000 years? Moreover, I need to cultivate during this time, so you observe this treasure for me. If there are any effects, remember to tell me. The tree replied, yes, master, I will complete the task. 7 years later, at the Nine Peaks Immortal Sect. In recent years, evil cultivators have become increasingly frenzied. You should know, from the battle with the Azure Dragon until now, the orthodox path has suffered severe losses and has yet to recover. When the evil cultivators started, they likely intended to overthrow our orthodox path and rule over the heavens. The Jade Pure Holy Sect has perhaps also expressed concern about this. An elderly-looking man spoke. He had a prominent beard and silvery white hair. He said, in recent years, I've received news that the demon emperor from thousands of years ago has revived, intending to rebuild the evil cultivator's empire. The people below murmured, the demon emperor. Doesn't that mean chaos will return? A small figure leaning on a staff beside him also chimed in, why fear the demon emperor? He's far from us. Even if he comes, the Nine Peaks can handle him. Far away, the cultivation world has always seen the orthodox and evil paths take turns in dominance. This is also the reason why heroic figures emerge in waves. We don't need to worry. The small staff-wielding figure said slowly. A person with a tightly covered head, bearing a large scar in the shape of the number 10 on his chest, said, the Azure Dragon Saint was once so powerful, yet he still died, didn't he? Another man also said, even if the demon emperor united the evil cultivators, that was so many years ago. The times have long since changed. Elder Li sat silently above, until the Nine Peaks Immortal said, Elder Li, you investigated the demon emperor over a decade ago. You must know something. The demon hunter's actions don't seem to have reported on this aspect. Elder Li said, over a decade ago, Elder Executioner instructed me to specifically investigate the demon emperor. He must have anticipated something, but he didn't say much, and hoped I wouldn't spread this matter. So I didn't reveal my identity. The crowd below murmured. A person with a blindfold and beard said, Elder Executioner must have foreseen this calamity in the cultivation world. Elder Guardian crossed his arms and said, he didn't speak of it to avoid worrying us. The Nine Peaks Immortal said, to the extent that even Elder Executioner paid special attention, this calamity must be no small matter. Liu Busho said, reporting to the Immortal, the Blood Heaven Sect's branch in Great Way has just formed the Blood Enlightenment Armor Force, intending to march directly to Grand Ceremony. What do you think? Asked the Nine Peaks Immortal. Grand Ceremony's spiritual energy is insufficient to sustain so many cultivators. That would likely not be advisable, Liu Busho responded. The Nine Peaks Immortal said, establish a teleportation formation. Everyone protect and assist each other. Strive to complete it within 2 months. The crowd below spoke loudly. Yes, Immortal. There is another matter. Later, announce below that all sect contribution tasks must be confined within Grand Ceremony. Summon all disciples outside Grand Ceremony back here. A loud echo answered that statement. In a forest filled with strange trees and flowers. Was it withering from cultivation? If not withering, then unable to cultivate for a long period. Besides repeating what was already learned, this life still needed to comprehend the way. As for the rest, all cultivate spiritual power. This step is equivalent to tempering the body. Only by recalling the past can the void be filled, including memories of past lives. Han Yuji sat silently on the grass. In my past life, I was a talented chef. My dream was to develop the Mok family's Sichuan cuisine, then inherit my grandfather's large restaurant. I was still preparing to demonstrate my skills, but died young due to nuclear waste. We were afraid of not having the chance to meet again. How many years has this life passed? Go home, return to your celestial realms. As for you, you may need to find a new chef. Are you hungry? The image of a girl in a bath towel, her hair neatly tied on both sides, In this life, you and I are separated by realms. Hopefully we can meet again in the next life. From behind Han Yuji, a girl's voice called out, Master. Han Yuji was startled. He was startled for a moment, then turned his gaze behind him. Who is it? He asked. Behind Han Yuji was a girl who looked exceptionally pure and fresh. Her figure was slender and graceful. She had eyes with purple hair tied on both sides, a few blades of grass on her head. She was flickering in and out of the misty haze. Han Yuji only had time to exclaim before she spoke. You, the celestial herb in the pot, now there's no plant to be seen, only the bare pot remains. The girl spoke up, it is I, Master. In her hand, she held a purple stone with a star in the center. Han Yuji exclaimed in shock, what? You've transformed. How did it happen without any disturbance? Why didn't you undergo the celestial tribulation? The girl said, I don't know either. Moreover, before the 100,000-year deadline, I skipped the celestial tribulation and transformed early. Saying that, she ran behind Han Yuji's back. He held the purple star stone in his hand and examined it, saying, skipping it, this doesn't seem to be a Tao-comprehending stone. Did using it not cause any other changes? She said, no, I hugged it while sleeping last night, but didn't comprehend anything. When I woke up, I had become like this. Han Yuji held the stone, pondering, it is truly strange that even I didn't detect any disturbance. This must be an object from the upper realms. No wonder you skipped the tribulation. Could this stone have the effect of defying the celestial tribulation? Does this mean you won't need to undergo it in the future? Fang Liang. The gift from that person is a bit excessive, isn't it? Not long after resolving his golden core, his luck has become like this. What will his future gains be? Fang Liang is truly a deity, truly worthy of the title, Child of Heaven and Earth. But somehow, it still feels like something is missing. Something seems off. The girl remained seated behind Han Yuji. Han Yuji said loudly, wait here. I'll go buy some clothes. You stay put, don't go outside. Han Yuji made an exception and went out this time. The girl wore a green outfit that fit her body perfectly, along with a new pair of brown shoes. She looked herself up and down, then said, Master, how do I look in this outfit, Master? Han Yuji's face turned pale, holding a money pouch that was empty, with only one coin left. Clearly, the material was even less than men's clothing, yet the price was much higher than armor. The girl smiled and winked, striking a pose in her new outfit, and said, how's this? This is the appearance of my previous master. Han Yuji turned to look, thinking silently, the appearance of that immortal deity, but not as beautiful as my master. Han Yuji sat on the ground and said, it's passable. Have you thought of a name for yourself yet? The girl said, let me think. She smiled and said, Master, from now on, my name is Go Dao Kiem. How's that? Han Yuji froze, then said, why did you think of this name? The girl gestured with her hands and feet, saying, because I feel I should learn the sword. Han Yuji stood still, saying, it's better not to forget the original. But this name, Master, can you teach me the sword? The girl asked, and Han Yuji replied, okay. You let me go first, then I'll first impart to you the divine sword technique. A large gray bird fishing nearby said, I didn't see it wrong just now, Master. It seems he went to buy women's clothes. Fang Liang's master also chimed in. He said, moreover, you know it's wrong when you see it. The large bird replied, who would wear this? Fang Liang was also startled by the large basket of fish behind him. 13 years had passed. Hong Zhan angrily shouted, activate your life force, you beasts. One by one. Just like that, they were all slashed by Hong Zhan. Ah. The purple frog angrily shouted, you despicable human monks. My demon tribe has been hiding in the deep mountains. For a living, we can only go to the market to sell handicrafts to barely get by. We absolutely have no ill intentions towards humans, yet you chase and kill us like this. Hong Xian stepped on a young frog under her feet. Hand over your demon husband, and I'll spare your life. The frog angrily shouted, my demon husband. My tribe has never hunted humans. Where did this demon husband come from? Your demon husband. Then how do you explain this? The frog helplessly said, what is this you're talking about? I thought they were just some scrap metal, and by their shape, I could maybe sell them for a bit of money. Zhan grew angry upon hearing this, you murderer. These are the betrothal gifts of the old lady and her husband. The frog explained, I found them by the river, with no one around to claim them. The old lady was bathing at the time. Hong Zhan's expression grew even angrier. Moreover, you didn't have my permission. Taking them without asking is wrong. Besides, the old lady's things are not junk. You clearly had selfish intentions of taking advantage. If you have the guts, go collect real scrap metal. The frog sighed helplessly, so there's no other way. I only know how to do this job. It's not that I don't want to do it differently. Just relying on the sword for a living has already exhausted all my strength. Hong Zan snapped, that's no excuse for you. The frog's face was full of sadness. The misdeeds our ancestors committed that year. Why must our generation suffer for it? Business is not going well. Safety is not guaranteed, and the demon tribe is constantly infighting. The economic resources of our territory are dwindling day by day. Without interacting with humans, we basically cannot survive. Originally, our two races could live in harmony. Originally, we could sit down and drink tea together. Originally, we could live happily. It's not that we collect scrap metal because we're demons, but because of so-called interests, we've fallen into this path. It's our own fault. The sins the demon army committed, we also acknowledge. We don't ask for your forgiveness. We only hope to regain our original peace. With elders and youngsters still waiting to be healed, an ordinary demon like me, what's wrong with living? A man's voice rang out. The mistake is that you were born at the wrong time. Hong Zan was startled and asked, who's there, Matu? A pink-haired man appeared. You're being too soft. Little girl, you're nothing like Matu at all. If it were me, it would be a one-sword matter. Where did this softness come from? If you want to take back your things, you must be decisive and take them. Hong Zan stepped back in surprise, hugging the keepsake, saying, I have my own way. But you're going too far. That strange man pointed at the slashed frogs from earlier. We're all Matu, why care about this? Moreover, the little girl has destroyed its handicrafts. Isn't that going too far as well? This is just to make it compromise. Of course, I will fully compensate. Hong Zan was surprised. Compensate. The man glanced at Hong Zan and said, little demon girl, is this how you practice demonic arts? Is this thorough enough? Now that the demonic way is prevalent, how can you show mercy to mortals? When the demonic way unifies the world, you must liberate yourself. One's life is determined by oneself. Everything is for oneself. Ethics, theories, laws. All those moved by emotions have encountered demons. We all come from the same source. Little girl, why don't you take me as your master? The flippant man said as Hong Zan turned around. Senior, this girl already has a husband. Taking a master requires asking my husband's opinion. The man was surprised. Husband? If he's gone, just say your husband agreed. That would be best. Hong Zan insisted. This girl still doesn't know the senior's name. The man took out an order token and introduced himself to Hong Zan. I'm a subordinate of the white-hair demon lady. My cultivation level is the 7th stage of body integration. If you want to take me as your master in the future, take this order token and find me. Hong Zan hurriedly bowed. Thank you, senior. This girl will definitely devote herself to the demonic way. The man disappeared, leaving these words, only the obedient are true talents. I like your good performance, little girl. The demonic way will remember your loyalty. No need to be grateful. After saying that, he vanished completely, leaving the ordered token for Hong Zan to look at. Phew, I almost got taken away by Matu a few times. The rate of Matu appearances is increasing. How can I catch up to Kupi like this? As the sun set, despite only meeting briefly, Hong Zan knelt before the grave and said, whether demon or human, there are differences, but we face the same era. That feeling of helplessness is real. You've suffered too much in this life. I hope you can be reborn well in the next life. It's time to return to the Jade Green Sacred Sect. I wonder if my husband is lonely. Since advancing to the 33rd Heavenly Realm after the upgrade, I haven't used the basic sword techniques. Now that I've finished inheriting the Grave Path sword techniques, there are 3 ultimate shadow swords. Not only that, I can also perform the ultimate sword, the Divine Sword. Simultaneously executing these 2 ultimate techniques, Southine Dia's sword cultivation talent is several times stronger than those from Trungan, the 4th level of the Fate Realm. More importantly, after the heavenly transformation, the spiritual energy produced is at least tripled, making the burst speed of the Han Tuyat not much slower than before, which is not bad. That's enough for now. The sword path is near. Han Tuyat said wrigglingly, Master, do you have any stronger sword techniques? I want to learn them too. Han Tuyat sighed helplessly. Stronger sword techniques. Your ability is not enough. You can't execute them even if you learn. Dao looked at him with sparkling, flattering eyes. Master, please teach me. Teach me, teach me, teach me. Han Tuyat annoyedly pushed him away and shouted, what kind of attitude is that? Don't beg others like that. Stop pushing me. Get down quickly, I still need to cultivate. The sound of something falling surprised Han Tuyat. Hong Zan was dumbfounded when she witnessed this scene. Husband, I'm so sorry. The senior sister got too excited and disturbed your cultivation, master. The scene became unusually quiet. This disciple will leave to avoid further disturbance. Okay, child. I understand, I'll go prepare some fresh abalone for master right away. Han Tuyat panicked. Wait, it's not what you think. Hong Zan glared angrily at Dao Qian. So who exactly are you? Her gaze made Han Tuyat's face turn pale with fear. Dao Qian angrily shouted, I am the Sword Path Enlightenment. What do you want? Hong Zan calmly said, what a strange name. Dao Qian angrily replied, you're the strange one. This is the name Master gave me. Master sure has a sense of humor. Han Tuyat's face darkened as he said, Sword Path Enlightenment, go out and cultivate. Dao Qian asked in surprise, Master, why do you want to drive me out? Dao Qian retorted, I won't go. I'm no concubine, I'll never leave Master's side. Oh. Which mountain is this fairy from? Han Tuyat's face turned pale, aging nearly 10 years, looking frail. What fairy? Don't talk nonsense. She's just a weed I picked up some time ago before she took form. Hong Zan was surprised. Ah, husband, if you want a woman, you can just tell me directly. Ouch. Ah. Dao Qian stood by and advised, don't hit him anymore. It's not like that. No need to be jealous of a little weed. She's still a child. Maybe I shouldn't go out anymore, and just stay here with you. Don't dream about it. Don't disturb my cultivation, husband. Listen, are these not your own words? But I miss you. Aren't your heavenly talents enough for you? I used my heavenly talents before, didn't you notice? The scene of the two embracing affectionately. Han Tuyat said helplessly, so, can you conveniently go out for a bit? Master has another woman. What? I had no idea at all. In Master's dwelling, there are servants, but I've never seen anyone come up the mountain before. Her breath has a familiar scent, the celestial grass. The celestial grass from Trungan. Could she have taken form like you? Dao Qian sat listening to their conversation. The spiritual energy on her is dense, no less than what I produce. No wonder Master took a liking to her. The heavens have eyes, we cultivators endure hardships. Finally a girl has come here, someone so precious. Yet the ancestor let her wander outside. He. Hearing this, Dao Qian backed away in fear, shouting as they approached, what are you doing? This is your new fishing rod. The bird welcomed enthusiastically. Dao Qian, welcome. You joined our cultivator air force. Another said, this is our tradition. Each new member gets chopsticks and a fishing rod. Don't worry, with rations, we'll have an air force. Moreover, you have a guardian spirit protecting you. Dao Qian was surprised by this invitation, but asked, Master, does this mean you don't need me anymore? The one beside consoled, of course not. You're Master's treasure. Why would he drive you out? Don't worry, Master will let you return. Let's go fishing first. Little sister probably has a name. Calling you celestial grass seems a bit odd. Dao Qian introduced happily. Alright, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sword Path Enlightenment. Please guide me further. Hearing Dao Qian's name, everyone froze. Let's just call you celestial grass. Don't tell me Master named you that. I've been out of the cave for so long. Han Tuyat was massaging Hong Zan's shoulders, muttering, were you bullied? It seems you haven't used your talents yet. Hong Zan replied, I wasn't bullied in return, but I did encounter many demonic cultivators wanting to take me as a disciple. Your life destiny is great. Looking at the aura on this token, they're all demonic cultivators, with disciples of the 5 demon venerable ones beside them. It's fortunate you didn't offend them. Hong Zan angrily said to Han Tuyat, my husband is just a united cultivator. Why would you fear his realm? Han Tuyat smiled and replied, of course I'm afraid. After all, if we fight with our full power, and I kill his master, he'll have to help me find a way to kill his master's master too, which would be very troublesome. Hong Zan sighed deeply. That does make sense. Han Tuyat sat down and said, recently, the outside world is not peaceful, so don't go out. You've already reached the Yuan Ying realm. Your lifespan should be approaching 1,000 years, right? For the remaining lifespan, stay by my side and cultivate diligently. Yes, I'll listen to my husband. Before I returned, I found an old, dilapidated palace hall, and the process was not easy. I had to dig 3 inches of soil. Wait, let me take something out. Han Tuyat wondered doubtfully, do the women's clothes in this world really not have pockets? Hong Zan took out a diamond, grinning widely, what about this? Have you seen anything like it? Thien Min's eyes widened in surprise. How did you take that out? Its size is comparable to the white spirit stones from my previous life. Why is there a stone that can block spiritual sense? And it has sealing runes on the outside. This pink crystallization is spirit cherries. I wonder who set it up. I want to see what's hidden inside. The diamond's light shone brightly. Han Tuyat's expression turned incredulous, unable to sense it with his spiritual power. Not only that, but it also contains the original owner's memories. This is the Celestial Realm, the Celestial Court. I remember the black ink scorpion was annihilated by this force. A large black figure emerged from the mist. Han Tuyet looked over sharply. The demonic cultivator, higher than the heavens. Wait, the Celestial Court still has many people. The Celestial Emperor himself took the field. The light shone on the man. A ferocious fire dragon spewed forth, its flames attacking the man. The man pointed his finger and said, "Heavenly Tao, 3 swords, open the primordial chaos." In an instant, the dragon was defeated. His spiritual sense leveled up. Husband, are you alright? What do you think of this stone? Is it effective? Not bad, its origins are not simple, it's a good treasure. I don't know whose memories these are, perhaps the owner is no longer in this world. That's great, I'm glad you like it, husband. Then Han Toyet's face suddenly turned to stone. The rampant demonic cultivators outside, trampling the 9 stars. Hong Zan was surprised. You don't mean? Of course not, it's not that smelly thing. This is a good item. If you're alone and in danger in the future, it can help you escape. It's time, I'll go out and teach sword arts to my disciples. Hong Zan's eyes filled with love as she stuck out her tongue and said, "Husband, I don't need that thing. I just need you to come with me. Let's teach sword arts together." Then Hong Zan pounced on Han Tuyet, onto the bed, causing it to break in half. Han Tuyet cried out in fear, "Don't be so greedy. Let me go, I need to cultivate." Don't rush. A few years ago at some manor outside, you already wanted to research having children. Han Tuyet screamed in desperation until his lungs hurt. He could hardly breathe. Slowly, we'll get dressed first. Yuan Ying Realm Shockwave defeated a Tribulation Realm expert. But the truth is, the sword Dao was startled and turned back with a loud echo. "Master, what happened to you?" The bird beside him said, "It seems Master has been devoured again." The sword Dao didn't understand, panicking, "Devoured? You mean he's not just suffering? Don't ruin Master's good time." The sword Dao didn't get it. "What do you mean crying? You'll understand later." 1 month later, Hong Zan stepped out, in high spirits. The Tribulation Realm is indeed different, much stronger than before. Her maid said, "Madam, walk carefully. It rained this morning, the path is slippery, be safe." Little Black is so well behaved. The sword Dao was surprised to see Hong Zan and thought, so she belongs to Master. Could it be that Master? If anything happened to Master, I won't let her off. With a panicked look, the sword Dao went inside. Han Tuyet now looked like a lost soul. Just skin and bones, no clothes, devoid of any life force. Han Tuyet's trembling hand, pale green face, disheveled clothes. His disciple came in, scared, and said, "Master, are you alright? Are you injured?" Han Tuyet replied, "Injured? From what?" His female disciple said, "Black Nightmare said earlier that you were devoured by the woman who left just now." Han Tuyet angrily turned to his female disciple and said, "This." He went to his female disciple, pinched her cheek and said, "That woman is your master mother. Don't forget, she brought you here. How can you be so ungrateful?" The blue-haired girl answered painfully, "So she's the master mother." Han Tuyet released his disciple's face and said, "That's right, she's your master mother. It's good that you know. Go cultivate first." His female disciple hurriedly ran out, saying, "Yes, master." As Han Tuyet dressed himself, he pondered, "It seems Little Black has spoken nonsense again. I must find an opportunity to give him a beating." Suddenly, a window appeared with full information. "Your friend, Mok Fuk Ku, was sealed by your friend, Zan Su Su Fong, in the Forbidden Land. Your chaos pet, your celestial hound, encountered your disciple, Zhu Qi, spreading misfortune. As it's a spirit beast of luck, its luck negated the misfortune by 6.643 times. Your enemy, K Nai Ha, encountered your disciple, Zhu Qi, spreading misfortune. Demonic nature amplified. Your friend, Huang Zun Tian, was ambushed by fellow disciples, multiplied by 15. Your friend, Le Cao Ma, was ambushed by demon cultivators, multiplied by 4.921. Your Dao partner, Zan Tin Quan, returned to the mortal realm. Your friend, Chu Pham, was reincarnated and awakened to his past memories. Han Tuyet sat, looking at the information board, analyzing Mok Fuk Ku and Chu Pham. These 2 Brotherhood members, one completely sealed, the other reincarnated and sealed, unknown when they would see the light of day again. Reincarnated back. He didn't know when these 2 brothers would be able to meet again. Han Tuyet sat, pondering, then let it go. Everyone has their own encounters. He should overcome the present crisis first. He stared intently at the analysis board, pondering, it seems the Demon Emperor's forces will eventually affect the Great Ceremony. I must seize the time to cultivate, so that when the time comes, if there's no way to kill the demon emperor, it will be troublesome. Han Tuyat sat under the golden lights surrounding him. This path of cultivation is the most arduous. I must ensure that I can kill any enemy with a single strike. The sunset had arrived. An ugly, fat, bald man was sitting before the sunset. He was chatting with Little Black. Little Black said, "Trongnan didn't catch any fish today. Is your mood not good?" Trongnan hurriedly replied, "It's nothing. I'm just lamenting this lonely little grass girl." Little Black asked, "What is worldly love, that even a blade of grass has feelings?" Little Black on the other side replied, "I understand. Think it through, Little Beauty has left." Little Black consoled the fat man, Trongnan, recalling back 10 years ago, a beautiful, sweet, and lovely girl named Little Beauty, along with Team 5 from the sect, went out to practice, but in the demon realm, they were ambushed by a pack of beasts. When the sect arrived to help, all that remained was a pile of shattered bones and flesh. Scattered around were skulls and human bones. Li Kan too knew Trongnan's past, and she should have said something to him. After that, except for cultivating and fishing, most of the time, Trongnan remained in a soulless state. Trongnan now cried in pain, his voice full of anguish, "Don't mention her anymore." Little Black stood by, consoling Trongnan, "Don't think about it anymore. Just focus on cultivating diligently. As I see it, that's for the best. After all, she looked down on you. It's time to cut off this karmic tie." The white-haired man below had heard their conversation. Little Black said, "After I ascend, I'll give you a fairy." The white-haired man below spoke up, "How many times must I tell you this? Don't stab directly into his heart anymore." The white-haired man put his hands on his hips, stood with 2 others and said, "This Trongnan is being bullied by that rotten chicken again." The short-haired man standing beside him replied, "Let's go have a scuffle, brother disciple. We'll go together." The blonde girl standing beside them said, "All right, senior brother. Today, I've comprehended a new technique. Later, help me coordinate a bit." The short-haired senior brother with a sinister face said, "Good timing, I also have a new technique." The two were brimming with fighting spirit. One emitted flames, the other radiated an extremely terrifying green light. Mu Dung Koi, we can't let our master scold us, even if it's one of our own. Little Black, nicknamed the Rotten Chicken, faced the danger of being beat in black and blue, thinking to himself, how did these 2 idiots learn new techniques? Their speed of breakthrough is so fast. I'm afraid, before long, they may surpass me. If a Chu Do came here, that would be great. Then, my cultivation would advance. I could watch these 2 idiots get trampled, and see if they're really that strong. Or maybe, I should leave the protection of Fu Tang Tree for a while, then call a Chu Do over here. Yeah, that way works too. Today's battle achievements: Black Hack K, total victory. On the ground, now lay a man and a woman, stretched out on the earth. The scene suddenly shifted back 13 years. 13 years had passed at the Tian Hai Desert of Jiuyuanzhou, surrounded by dense vegetation. In front of the gate was a shining sword, thrust straight into the ground. A fierce battle had just taken place here. Corpses were piled on top of each other. Some were stabbed by swords, others fell with arrows piercing through their chests. The masters were. The bloodbath here was quite successful. On the ground lay a long-haired man in brown robes, his tattered clothes soaked in blood. He had lost his right arm. His left hand gripped a blood-stained sword, breathing heavily. That voice continued to ring out. It was from the faceless leader, "Give up your resistance. Now, only you remain." The demon emperor, out of respect for the young master of Tian Hai, with your exceptional talents, advises you to surrender to preserve your life. The long-haired man in brown replied, "If I'm the only one left, so be it." The other continued to taunt him, "You've made a wise choice. Join the demon Dao. The demon emperor will grant you a glorious life. That's only natural." The man in brown dropped his sword to the ground and replied to the faceless assassin. Then, he stabbed himself in the wound and cried out before falling unconscious, "Your son has not been filial to you." The assassin, startled, said, "We've met a ghost, let's retreat." And then, a brilliant yellow light flashed. The spiritual power of the Void Realm self-detonated, annihilating Tian Hai sect. The elderly Hong, the leader, was the father of the man in brown robes. He cried out, "Son of Tian Hai sect." As he cried out, tears streamed down his face. Elder Hong collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. The surrounding disciples tried to console him. Elder Hong tried to stay strong. "The forest is still green, why fear having no firewood?" The tall, powerfully built man in armor said. Beside him, the short-haired uncle also chimed in, Lang is a real man. To have so many maid servants as pillows, he must feel very proud. Indeed, the 9 peak immortals spoke up. The demon Tao has officially expanded. We absolutely cannot just sit and wait for death. The righteous path must join hands. To begin the counterattack, the disciples below heard and respectfully replied to the immortals. We agree to appoint you as the leader of the Jade Pure Holy Sect, to wage war against the demon emperor. The demon Tao immortals have already retreated from your banquet, but we still wish to bring the young disciples of our sect to the banquet for refuge. We hope you will permit this. The 9 peak immortals said, this jade plate can open a teleportation formation. You may take it. The disciples thanked the immortals in unison. Then the 9 peak immortals ordered their subordinates, announce below, gather all disciples and elders below the Golden Core realm. We are officially declaring war on the demon emperor. The subordinates respectfully obeyed the order. The 9 peak immortals said to the disciples, a great war is upon us. Go visit the executioner elder and explain the hardships of this war to the immortals. The disciples said, then, at the residence of the executioner elder Han Shuihui, we have a matter to trouble you with. Please come out and speak with us. The 9 peak immortals called out to Han Shuihui. 9 peak immortals of our sect, has something happened? The 9 peak immortals then explained what they intended to do. Executioner elder, the demon emperor has begun war with the righteous path. The world is in chaos, of course. Long ago, you took notice of the demon emperor. We want to ask your perspective on this war. Should we fight or flee? Han Shuihui replied with a sharp gaze. My view is simple. Win people's hearts and develop steadily. The Jade Pure Sect is just a sect, not even a holy ground, let alone capable of surviving a great calamity. This time, with our current strength, we cannot change the grand situation. Instead of being cannon fodder, it's better to cultivate diligently. At that time, Han Shuihui's blue-haired disciple was also present. The 9 peak immortals suddenly thought, she's just a jade beauty, forget about her. The executioner elder is our senior. It's better not to ask him. Han Shuihui looked up at the distant sky. Even if the heavens were to fall, there are righteous holy grounds to uphold it. Relying solely on the celestial immortal abode, it may only be enough for the demon Tao to drink a few cups. Why should we get involved? The 9 peak immortals then said, what you said is also correct. But the demon Tao did enter the banquet. I don't know what realm Elder Han has reached now. Han Shuihui replied, I'm still in the tribulation realm. After hearing Han Shuihui's words, the 9 peak immortals were extremely astonished and dumbfounded, almost falling backwards. He thought to himself, did I hear that right? In my entire life, I've never heard of a great cultivator being in the tribulation realm at 500 years old, yet still wanting to advance to a higher realm. It's really hard to believe, extremely hard to believe. The 5th level of the tribulation realm. Han Shuihui said to the 9 peak immortals, even if you enter the banquet, I'll be there. Upon hearing this, the 9 peak immortals hurriedly replied, all right, we'll follow your words. Hopefully, the demon Tao won't spread near our banquet. I'll go convey the executioner elder's intentions. After that, he quickly left. Han Shuihui's blue-haired disciple hurriedly asked, Master, who was that old man? Hearing this, Han Shuihui scolded her for being disrespectful. He is the sect leader of the Jade Pure Holy Sect. The blue-haired lady, with sparkling eyes, said to Han Shuihui, the Jade Pure Holy Sect. Can I go visit the Jade Pure Holy Sect? Han Shuihui replied, as long as you don't leave the Jade Pure Holy Sect's premises, that's fine. By the way, inform the black-held chicken and the others. Tell them not to leave the sect. The disciple was extremely happy and excited at this moment. She joyfully replied, okay, master. After she left, the system started to display an update on the system's real-time news. Han Shuihui saw the number 5 million, and his face turned pale. His eyes widened. On his disciple's side, she was standing in front of a shop along with the 3 senior brothers of Mu Dung Koi. A tall and strong rooster was blocking the entrance of the shop, saying, the chicken isn't good, why do you have to go out and play? The blonde girl, Mu Dung Koi's junior sister, asked in confusion, what? The long-haired white man replied, spending 79 NDT for fried chicken is really expensive. Han Shuihui looked at the system panel in surprise. He thought to himself, it seems like another record has been set. The number of times Hoang Kuk Hao has been ambushed is unbelievable. Perhaps it's the number of people, right? At this moment, a notification appeared on the system screen. Your friend Hoang Kuk Hao has been ambushed by the demon clan. His cultivation has increased 55,555 times. Han Shuihui read this notification in bewilderment. Did this guy rush into the demon clan's den with a sword? Hoang Kuk Hao has been fighting for 5 days and nights. His spiritual energy is almost depleted, and his body is now relying solely on his sword as a support. He cursed inwardly, damn it, if you fight small, you'll grow old. But the desperate situation has already arrived. The demon lord has appeared. He looked down from above, mocking Hoang Kuk Hao's suffering down below. Little one, your natural talent isn't bad. If you're willing to kneel down, I can spare your life. But if you stubbornly refuse to awaken, don't blame this demon lord for being cruel. Hearing this, Hoang Kuk Hao's fighting spirit rose again. He replied, even the demon lord himself has shown up. It seems I'm being highly regarded. He was just talking big, but in his heart, Hoang Kuk Hao kept calling for his parents. Damn it, this oppressive feeling. I'm absolutely no match for him. But this oppressive feeling doesn't seem to come from that senior. Then Hoang Kuk Hao remembered Han Shuihui's figure, and he gained more strength. Hoang Kuk Hao thought to himself, if I don't even have the courage to face the demons, how can I have a future? How can I challenge that senior? Thinking this, Hoang Kuk Hao struggled to stand up. He even mocked the demon lord, saying, ha ha, why would I listen to you? After saying that, Hoang Kuk Hao circulated his energy, and waves of aura rose up. Where Hoang Kuk Hao stood, powerful yellow rays of light emanated. He laughed and said, I'm a natural-born sword heart. I was born for the sword, and I'll die for the sword. If my sword loses its sharpness, what's the point of my lingering existence? Hoang Kuk Hao's eyes shone brightly. He shouted loudly, come here if you dare. Come here if you're so capable. His power kept exploding with increasing intensity, and Hoang Kuk Hao's mouth continued to taunt, bring as many as you can. I'll take them all down. Suddenly, the righteous immortal appeared in midair. He laughed loudly and said, well said. Since ancient times, the righteous have never lost to the evil. When facing the demonic path, cultivators of the righteous path would rather die than surrender. The righteous immortal looked down at Hoang Kuk Hao below, and said to the junior, your performance is very good. Hoang Kuk Hao looked up in surprise and asked, a cultivator of the righteous path. He didn't expect to be saved. The surrounding demon clan also began to stir. The righteous immortal is in trouble now. The celestial palace has reinforcements. Only then did the demon lord speak up. Where did this old man come from? The righteous immortal clasped his hands behind his back. Standing majestically, he replied, do you really think, demon lord, that the righteous path has no one? Another senior behind him then said, why don't you show your true form here? Do you think we can't see through these cloned tricks of yours? Hearing this, the demon lord chanted an incantation, and his true form appeared. He said, righteous immortal, do you think that just because you've broken through to the 8th level of the tribulation realm, you can stop me? You're dreaming. Suddenly, another figure flickered into view in midair. He said, what if we add our strength together? It turned out to be the ancestral patriarch. He continued, I, the ancestral patriarch, have been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Today, does the demonic path seek to dominate the world? How ridiculous. One by one, several other seniors appeared. It seems you're the one who doesn't know life from death. Just a minor demonic path, yet you dare cause chaos. Appear and meet your doom. Seeing these people, the demon lord began to ponder. The ancestral patriarch of the celestial palace is at the 32nd level of the Great Tribulation realm. With the immortals of the celestial palace, though only 5 remain for now, they will still be difficult to deal with. The long unseen immortals began greeting each other. The ancestral patriarch spoke first. It's been many years, old friends. Has your cultivation progressed? One of them replied, it has indeed. Ha ha, I've made some progress, one person said. Another clasped his hands and said, how can we compare to the ancestral patriarch? He's probably the leader of the righteous path now. The ancestral patriarch laughed and replied, you flatter me too much. I have a grandson with unparalleled talent. At a young age, he has already reached the 9th level of the tribulation realm. The leader of the world is just a matter of time. Enough of this trivial talk, the ancestral patriarch called out loudly. Today, we shall join forces to slay one of the 5 demon lords. This will demonstrate the might of the righteous path and pave the way for my divine grandson's emergence. Everyone shouted in unison, excellent, excellent. Hearing this, the demon lord laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I've long wanted to witness the ancestral patriarch's divine martial arts. The elders began chanting together. The combined righteous power formed a vast battle formation. The surrounding winds whipped up like a storm. Hoang Kuk Hao, standing below, was affected by the formation's might. He thought to himself, this time, there seem to be countless righteous experts. The demonic path won't be able to cause much trouble. At the grand gathering of the righteous path, everyone was closely observing every detail. A voice rang out, the demonic path invaded midway but encountered our 10 great immortal sages, who took action at the demonic path's vanguard. Seeing this, the surrounding people were overjoyed. Someone shouted, excellent. Heaven won't eliminate our righteous path. The demonic path is just a bunch of cowards. Another said, when our immortals hear this news, they'll be itching to act. Immortals, please give the order for us to go defend the righteous path. The immortal remained seated silently, saying, this catastrophe is absolutely not as simple as it appears. You must not leave this grand gathering under any circumstances. The immortal thought to himself, if the demonic path has openly revealed itself, intending to overthrow the righteous path and rule, how could their strength be so limited? Then the immortal stood up and said, in the days to come, it's best we hold our ground at this grand gathering. Everyone was surprised to hear this. The ancestral immortal has considered this carefully. The immortal left, leaving only these words, you must not act recklessly due to temporary circumstances and disrupt the grand plan of the elder executioner. Hearing this, everyone responded in unison, understood. We will follow the immortal's instructions and hold this grand gathering. The elder of the Yuan Shua sacred sect then spoke up, the leader we follow possesses such virtues. He's almost as great as the celestial emperor. The grand preceptor of the Yuan Ju Long sect replied, indeed, our sect master, Gai Nguyen, is nothing special, regardless of his stubbornness. The two then looked at each other and sighed in empathy. Somewhere else, Gai Nguyen, being insulted, sneezed loudly and distinctly. 7 years passed. Fuang Nguyen had now reached the first level of the Yuan Ying realm. Everyone marveled, saying, her realm progresses so rapidly. The talent her master nurtured is truly terrifying. Another person added, no wonder she's the ancestral master's disciple, expending his cultivation and lifespan to defy the heavens and alter her destiny, creating such a formidable being. Chim No, though not exactly small, felt envious seeing Fuang Luang's progress. Her advancement is truly rapid, isn't it? If this continues, I fear she may catch up to me before long. That despicable little brat, even the guardian and the demons before me, whom I've disciplined so many times, why haven't they come to deal with me by now? Chim No silently resolved, no, I can't wait any longer. I must seize the opportunity to quickly implement my plan, no more hesitation. The little blue-haired girl came and informed Fuang Luang, Mo Dung Koi, the master wishes to see you too. Fuang Luang trembled and asked her senior brother, the ancestral master summons us. Have we done something wrong and are being punished? Mo Dung Koi replied, what are you thinking? Have you forgotten what the ancestral master promised you that year? This time, he must want to keep you by his side to personally guide you. Fuang Nguyen exclaimed joyfully, really? That's wonderful. I've been looking forward to this day for so long. When they met Han Tuyat, Fuang Nguyen and Mo Dung Koi knelt down, calling out together, greetings, ancestral master. Han Tuyat smiled and said, you two possess exceptional talents. Today, I shall impart to you both the 4 supreme skills of the Han school. Han Tuyat began condensing spiritual energy, then said, a bolt of lightning will strike Fuang Luang and Mo Dung Koi directly. After receiving the power from the lightning bolt, techniques began appearing in Fuang Luang's mind. The 3-body mirage sword technique, the illusory 9-layered heavenly thunder destructive wind spell. She wondered in astonishment, why are there so many techniques being imparted? After transmitting the skills, Han Tuyat said, these 4 supreme skills will ensure that you two, when facing enemies, can attack, when outnumbered, can defend, when surrounded, can break through, when outmatched, can escape. I hope that on your cultivation journey, with each step, you will progress further. Even if you have to run 10 steps, 1,000 steps, or 10,000 steps. Around Han Tuyat's body, a halo of immortal light radiated, enveloping the peak of attainment and the tree of longevity. He proclaimed loudly, steadfastly walk this path of longevity. Hearing this, Fuang Luang and Mo Dung Koi kowtowed deeply. Mo Dung Koi replied, thank you, ancestral master. In this lifetime, I will definitely remain by your side. Fuang Luang added, I obey the ancestral master's command, to walk this path of longevity with you. Hearing this, Han Tuyat's tone changed as he said, it's not that today I imparted these skills so that you two would be bound to this mountain. Pausing, Han Tuyat continued, but rather, for you to leave here. These words struck Fuang Luang like a thunderbolt, causing him to instantly turn to stone. Han Tuyat smiled and said, for you to leave here. Fuang Luang panicked, ancestral master, What have I, your disciple, done wrong? Sitting beside him, Mo Dong Koi was equally astonished. What did you do wrong? He asked Phuong Luong, who replied, if I haven't erred, why is the ancestral master expelling me from here? He pondered. This child, Thien Dia, progressed so quickly to the Yuanying stage. Even Mo Dong Koi, a war god of the higher realms, cannot match him. After so many years in the mountain, this child, Phuong Luong, has developed a cautious nature. With his cautious temperament and future heavenly destiny, I fear he may never be able to die. He continued, you two were prodigies from a young age, entering my mountain sect early on. Your cultivation has progressed smoothly, but your experience of the mortal world is still lacking. Phuong Luong and Mo Dong Koi seemed to understand. Mo Dong Koi was still unsure. Do you mean we must temper ourselves in the outside world, like disciples of a sect? Han Tuyat replied, correct. Moreover, like your two senior martial brothers, you cannot remain away for too long. Mo Dong Koi, as if his wish was granted. Finally, the ancestral master agrees to let me leave the mountain. I've long wished to soar and roam freely, and with my talents, I can definitely become renowned in the world, a powerful expert admired by all. He had never doubted the ancestral master's abilities, but not everyone is suited to this method of cultivation. The outside world may not offer a blessed land like this mountain for arduous immortal cultivation, but one can create conditions to become a powerful expert, as has always been the case. But Phuong Luong was different, hurriedly kowtowing to the ancestral master. Disciple has no mortal intentions, only wishing to pursue longevity with you. You have made such great sacrifices for me, how could I possibly abandon you like this? Han Tuyat patted Phuong Luong's head and said, the path of longevity is not as simple as you think, little cultivator. Yuanying requires not only body cultivation, but mind cultivation as well. He continued to explain, to achieve complete Yuanying, you must supplement it with experiences of the mortal world. Mo Dong Koi turned to persuade Phuong Luong, junior martial brother, you should heed the ancestral master's words. I will take you out to wander, to go experience and temper yourself. Han Tuyat wholeheartedly advised, go temper yourself. Phuong Luong's gaze showed understanding. Only by going into the world to temper oneself, seeing through the mortal realm as a cultivator, can one truly comprehend the profound meaning of heaven and earth. The missions of the Jade Pure sect can be accepted at any time, and one can return here whenever they wish. Han Tuyat replied, opening their vision like removing a veil. Unable to restrain himself, he asked a question. So you want these two juniors to go into the world as well? Yang Tiandong's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time the master had actively sent disciples out of the mountain. Yang Tiandong wondered curiously, when will the master allow me to leave the mountain? Tuan Trong added mockingly, you dare think of leaving the mountain after being beaten so severely? Yang Tiandong argued stubbornly, going out to temper oneself, one not only gets beaten. Hak Nok K looked on helplessly. Indeed, there are also additional duties. Then he smiled slyly, going out to temper oneself. Your cultivation progress will definitely be extremely slow. By the time you return, my plan to defeat the two of you will definitely have succeeded. At that time, you two juniors will continue to be oppressed by my K family. Go Dao Kiem looked at Phuong Luong and Mo Dong Koi, bidding farewell to everyone. Koyer, you must take good care of your junior martial brother. Master, rest assured. Disciple will definitely bring junior brother back safely. Master, you must also take care of your health. How will we go fishing then? Go Dao Kiem asked his master curiously, is going out to temper oneself really that important? When I went out to wander, I felt it was quite ordinary, the master replied while reading. For you, whose experiences span thousands and millions of years, of course going out would seem dull. Cultivate well according to your talents, no less than theirs, and you will not lose your childlike nature. Strive to catch up to them soon. The master advised, and Go Dao Kiem obeyed. He pondered the final destination of the immortal path, who would lead. I have seen it all. I will walk my own path. You each have your own stage. The world, in the future, will definitely have a place for you all. Who knows what surprise awaits upon our next return? Phuong Nun and Mo Dong Koi departed. Phuong Nun felt a bit reluctant and turned back to look. Yang Tiandong and Tuan Trong waved bidding farewell. Tuan Trong's face was full of lingering worry. This trip out of the mountain is extremely dangerous. I don't know if Luonger and Koyer can handle it or not. Hak Muk K sighed. Indeed, it's so dangerous out there. I wonder how that little dog is doing now, whether he's still alive or not. Yang Tiandong said helplessly, rest assured, that fellow's 8 trigrams are quite tough. Trying to kill him might be even harder than ascending to heaven. Elsewhere, the adorable puppy's face looked rather uncomfortable. Hoang Kuk Hao of Chu Tuok Kiem Tong was sitting on the back of the giant dog, asking if his stomach still hurt. It's been a while since Hak Nok K moved houses, 6 years ago. The master probably won't find out, right? Sooner or later, a new version of Chu Do will arrive. Looking at this, it's just a matter of time before the new Chu Do arrives. A purple, shimmering phenomenon appeared in the sky, beautiful and breathtaking. Hak Nok K exclaimed excitedly, it's here. It's finally here. It's here at last. Finally, the K family can ascend to the next realm. At the foot of martial sect, someone shouted to the senior elder, someone has comprehended the primordial sword Tao, senior elder. The senior elder, busy grilling fish, replied, let it pass. Over here, 2 energy spheres collided. Tuyen Tin Quan leapt into the air, building momentum, slashing twice towards the one standing there. The latter used 3 swords to block. Tuyen Tin Quan, too arrogant, thought the other was too slow, and slashed another strike. Leaping into the air, she only then realized it was a shadow clone. The real one appeared right behind Tuyen Tin Quan, taking her by surprise. His index finger pointed straight at her head. He said, yield, and she dropped her weapon. Finally, he had defeated a Daishin Realm Level 3. The system prompted the end of the battle simulation, which lasted 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Degree of Tribulation Realm, Level 6. He was petrified on the spot. The day when even the Tai Yi divine ability was unleashed. Yet it still took a few more minutes to win. The Demon Emperor's fate was like this. At this point, a complete slaughter would be troublesome. He saw the pinkish-purple phenomenon and wondered about the primordial sword Tao. Has someone entered the River of Swords? I heard the last one to comprehend it was at the Merged Realm. Now it's the Degree of Tribulation Realm. It's time to take a look. I might as well enhance my abilities a bit. The senior elder's grilled fish was done. The senior elder guessed it might be him. It must be him, right? Chewing and thinking, if it's that senior, it's fine. Otherwise, if it's someone else, I really want to quit. The disciple following the senior elder looked worried. Reporting, senior elder. Someone else has comprehended the primordial sword Tao. The senior elder remained unconcerned, asking, what is it? Didn't the disciple just interrupt me? This time, the color seems off. The yellow and purple symbolize a high-level comprehension of the primordial sword Tao. 2 heavenly phenomena on the same day. Could the primordial sword Tao be that easy? The senior elder exclaimed in shock. The senior elder, still holding the grilled fish he was eating, was so stunned he wanted to retire. He gazed intently at the River of Swords. This time, I might be able to meet that person, right? He had seen it. A figure called out, Senior, it's been a long time. How are you? The other replied, it hasn't been that long. I just didn't expect you to return so quickly. This time, I won't stop you from seeking death. His eyes sparkled as he laughed. Senior, you're joking. Thank you for your previous help, Senior. May I ask your name, Senior? In the future, this junior will repay you. I'll definitely visit your abode. The other replied frankly, no need to establish a relationship with me. I'm the warden of the River of Swords, just here to protect the sword Tao. Relying on powerful experts won't lead to accomplishments. In this aspect, you're inferior to that previous genius. Though he didn't surpass you, his temperament was far better. One day, becoming a sword immortal wouldn't be difficult for him. He asked, what was that person's name? The other replied, I can't say. Those who come here are no ordinary people, but the karmic ties are very complicated. He scratched his head. I see, you can't explain clearly. The other looked at him understandingly and gave him a talisman, which he took in return. There's karmic affinity. He was wide-eyed in surprise. That genius of the sword Tao has karmic ties with me. He didn't go further than me in cultivation. His attainments were probably below mine. He suddenly recalled, if we were from the same primordial spirit root, I remember there was a heavenly born sword heart. He asked disdainfully, was that person Huang Jishao? The other's throat tightened, unable to speak. This old man has some skills. His face contorted like an old witch's. Despite the immense pressure, he persisted in walking forward. Last time I took 3 steps, this time I must take at least. This is the 4th step. The other commented, if you want to die like this, don't expect me to save you this time. He stubbornly replied, of course, I won't trouble the senior. His face was now strained, drenched in sweat. He took the 5th step forward. His legs trembled, resisting. He gritted his teeth, feeling like he could barely breathe. His chest was constricted. The other couldn't stand it and said, "Little brat, if you keep going forward, your soul might just explode. This is no joke. Don't blame me for not warning you. If green flames appear, they can burn your soul. That's a sign you can't proceed any further." Then, another spiritual sense appeared. The other warned, "You've met a demon, quickly stop." "Did you hear that?" The other shouted, telling him to stop here. Green spiritual flames now enveloped him. The other still tried to dissuade him. "Don't force yourself any further. Don't you know that a cracked soul will affect your true self? Even if you don't die, losing your Tao attainments is unavoidable. You won't be able to come here for the rest of your life." The other shouted. He firmly planted his foot, taking the 6th step. "Don't worry, senior," he said. "I never go into battle unprepared." The other was dumbfounded that he could withstand the intensity of that spiritual sense. Only by reaching the tribulation realm can one approach this. Why is he only at the degree of tribulation realm? He felt that the immortal lady had helped greatly in this. "Fortunately, I have this nameless object to enhance my spiritual sense. Without it, taking this big step to the degree of tribulation realm would be impossible. This is indeed the limit. If next is the great vehicle realm, how far could I go? For now, I can take one more step, advancing further on the path of longevity." He turned to the other and said, "Your junior has achieved his goal, and will no longer disturb you, senior." After speaking, his soul gradually disappeared. Seeing this, the other couldn't help but sigh. Borrowing fire to chase him away, his consciousness knows how to return to his body. Fortunately, his soul wasn't destroyed. Perhaps after thousands of years, he will be able to return, but it won't take 100 years. He's just a small mortal, yet he could take 6 steps on the sword Tao path. After the tribulation, his sword talent has far surpassed the mortal realm's limits. All the sword cultivators in the mortal realm cannot compare to him. What is this little brat's background? The other concluded he must inform his true self. After millions of years, there is finally some joy. He returned to the mortal world, his spiritual power erupting. Black Hoof and Enlightenment Sword were fishing when they saw the spiritual power burst out. The master has advanced further. He was at the 7th level of the degree of tribulation realm, 1% away. The system reminded, "Senior immortal lady has a good impression of you. Your current goodwill level is 1 star. The system displayed, mid-stage tribulation immortal. Senior immortal lady has guarded the sword Tao for millions of years. She has a good impression of your supreme sword talent, but still has great doubts about your temperament. If you purposely interact with her again, it will make her dislike you." He thought, the senior immortal lady, guardian of the sword Tao. No wonder she's known as the arrogant guardian of the sword Tao. The senior guarding the sword Tao, a great tribulation immortal for millions of years. This time, I must be careful. He sighed again. So this is how cold a powerful expert can be. Next time, I'll just ignore her. I wonder if that will increase her goodwill. He thought back to what the other had said earlier. Relying on powerful experts won't lead to great achievements. He dismissed those distracting thoughts. The old man was right. Tough iron needs to be forged through hardship. To truly learn the way of longevity, diligent cultivation is the proper path. Never think of relying on others forever. He executed the heaven and earth profound shattering sword art. His divine abilities were greatly upgraded. Tribulation divine abilities. Not bad, he thought. This time, my long-range combat skills can be considered prepared. Maybe I should try again. System simulated trial. He faced the Mahayana realm level 3 Zan Xingchun. This is too embarrassing, he said. In this realm, only you have the strongest combat strategy. No one else is suitable. My apologies, Ms. Zan. He directly executed the heaven and earth profound shattering sword art. Zan Xingchun tumbled, using the moon reflecting counter. She appeared right behind him from the front. He calmly showed no creative ideas at all. The heaven and earth profound shattering sword directly cut Zan Xingchun into many pieces. After fighting you hundreds of times, I know all your patterns thoroughly. He stood still, showing no signs of fatigue or worry. System notification. Trial simulation ended. Time elapsed, 2 seconds. Deducting the time for conversation, it was nearly 1 second, he said. Let's go to the sword Tao Senior. His progress is unbelievably fast. The pieces of Zan Xingchun's body fell directly to the ground. Maybe I should increase the difficulty a bit, he thought. Round 2. Zan Xingchun was adjusted to the Mahayana realm level 4. System notification. Trial simulation begins. 1 second later, it announced the end. Zhang Xingchun was defeated in the blink of an eye. He looked at Zhang Xingchun, who had become half like Guro, caused by his own actions. He smugly thought the tribulation sword technique lived up to its name. With just a finger, I've already defeated her. His own cultivation wasn't at the Mahayana level, but his techniques surpassed it, making them unavoidable. It's not real power, but it's enough to deal with the demon emperor. Iwood is very arrogant. After all, the higher the cultivation, the greater the gap between similar levels. From the system's information, he saw, the demon army may not engage in combat initially, but besides her, there are 4 other demon patriarchs. Then let's try level 6 next. Round 3. Zhang Xingchun was adjusted to the Mahayana realm level 6. This level is about 80% of the demon army's actual strength. I can't be careless in this battle. He still smiled arrogantly. For experts' confrontations, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. Fortunately, she has a habit of raising her hand. I know it all. Hee. First, a reverse palm strike can defeat her. Next, she'll dodge to the left. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xingchun appeared right in front of him. She smiled craftily at him. He realized something was wrong with this scenario. With just a finger from Zhang Xingchun, he was instantly defeated before he could react. He couldn't accept it. After continuous battles, his reaction speed still couldn't match Zhang Xingchun's. The old man had made quite a few mistakes. He lay humiliated on the ground, crying without fighting back. I should cultivate to the Mahayana realm first, then think about it. Round 4. He looked at the system window. It displayed notifications. Chaos Divine Beast, your heavenly hound was ambushed by righteous cultivators x3 82%. Your disciple Tuochi's 22 disciples were ambushed by evil cultivators x12 4%. Your disciple Tuochi has spread misfortune. The demonic Dao's aura has greatly decreased. Your disciple Fang Liang coincidentally encountered an opportunity and learned a body-refining divine skill. Your close friend Le Chu Mo was ambushed by a powerful righteous cultivator. He died on the path of Dao. Your disciple Fang Liang broke through the tribulation and became a spirit-forming evil cultivator. He gained enlightenment of divine abilities. Your close friend Huang Ji Hao was ambushed by evil cultivators x4 17%. Your disciple Fang Liang was puzzled. Le Chu Mo is actually dead. Isn't this like trading 1 for 3? I wonder which deity did this. Elsewhere, smoke was billowing. A voice rang out from the ruins, full of unwillingness. How could this be? The tribulation was only at the 9th level. The other person replied, this sword strike was on behalf of my sect's ancestor. That voice said, could you be the ancient senior of Tianxian Palace? The other person said, you're not wrong. You can try to escape for a moment, but of course, you cannot truly escape. I've just left seclusion and have something to do. Although it's a bit troublesome, we'll leave your corpse intact as a favor. Be grateful and go die. The body of that voice was shattered. The other person turned and left. Only his receding back could be seen. 5 years later, Wu Daojian's cultivation speed could be considered fast. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the immortal realm. Wu Daojian was currently sitting in a cave, calming his mind. As he sat cultivating, a gray force radiated around him. Yang Tiandong was also about to reach the spirit-forming realm, but the Black Rooster was still struggling, his cultivation in the void realm progressing slowly. The Black Rooster lamented, why am I not like the master? Han Shuiyue was delighted. After breaking through the 7th level of the tribulation, he finally consolidated his cultivation base. Along with his good friends and foes in the friend list, his breakthrough speed was absolutely outstanding. He held his secret technique book, his eyes full of anticipation. Finally, the day to take revenge had arrived. K Naya, I hope to have the opportunity to kill you. Don't think you can avoid me until you die. Before that, you'll be dead. Suddenly, there was a voice from Jingzhou Zhenren, transmitted to Elder Han. Elder Han, please excuse the disturbance. Could you come to the secret palace for a moment? Mu Zhu insisted on meeting again. Han Shuiyue didn't understand why Mu Zhu wanted to meet. Did something happen at the secret palace? After the Mu family's demonic cultivation incident, Mu Zhu had been loosely confined in the secret palace, silently cultivating. At the same time, Han Shuiyue went to the secret palace and asked if there was any problem. Mu Ju's cheeks flushed red, looking flustered. I want to go out. Please let me out. My tribespeople are still waiting for me to save them. Han Shuiyue sat across from her, asking, are your tribespeople the Mu clan seeking revenge? Are they calling for you to save them? For every question Han Shuiyue asked, Mu Zhu answered honestly that they had been saved. There are just a few things that don't seem right. He asked Jingzhu Zhenren. How did she receive the notification? Has someone come here? Jingzhu Zhenren replied, no one has come. Here, the seals can block spiritual sense and message transmission, let alone anything else. Han Shuiyue didn't know what to say about this. The lead ended here. He thought to himself, this Mu clan, did they set up a telegram group in their bloodline? After all, how did they make contact? After a while, he decided it was not possible. I agreed to take care of you for the Mu clan's revenge, but now you're out in the world, slaughtering indiscriminately. You haven't even reached the Washan realm of cultivation. Going out there is just a path to death, not to mention your Mu clan's ancestors. When Mu Zhu heard this, she was startled. Mu Zhu hurriedly grabbed Han Shuiyue's hand. I know what you're worried about, that I'm being deceived by the Mu clan's ancestors. But our Mu clan, although demonic cultivators, are not heartless. She looked up at him with pleading eyes. Now the entire Mu clan is sealed, and I'm the only one with a bit of freedom. If I don't save them, the Mu clan will die out. Her eyes welled up with tears as she pleaded. It's not easy for me to know that besides my elder brother, others in the Mu clan truly don't want this. They're suffering too. Han Shuiyue seemed to soften a little. Indeed, heroes fall for beautiful women. He asked Mu Zhu once more, going out, you might die. Are you sure you want to go out? But Mu Zhu was not afraid at all. Even if I die, I'm not scared. Seeing her determination, he didn't refuse. Fine, go then. Since you insist on going, take this. He tossed a human-shaped plush bear to Mu Zhu. She held it, looking puzzled. Han Shuiyue continued, put this talisman inside it. In danger, it can save your life once. She stared at the item in her hands, dumbfounded. Han Shuiyue went on, don't delude yourself that I'll come out to save you. Mu Zhu realized this could be the last time they met as he headed for the secret palace's door to leave. Don't fantasize that I'll leave seclusion to rescue you. Mu Zhu understood this might be the last time they met. Han Shuiyue added one more warning, if you die, we can only continue our fate in the next life. Mu Zhu just let out a slight sound as Han Shuiyue spoke. The seal on the secret palace has been lifted. You can leave here anytime. The Taoist priest Jing Zi saw Mu Zhu off outside the Jade Pure Holy Sect. You're going to follow the path of the Mu clan's revenge out there, along with Chu Fan. It's a disgrace to our sect. Mu Zhu understood. She bowed her head. Thank you, Elder Jing, for taking care of me all these years. Suddenly, the Taoist priest Jing Zi called Mu Zhu back. Mu Zhu stopped. Is there anything else, Elder? I was just going to advise you to successfully break through to the Washan realm before setting off. But Mu Zhu had already decided to go see her family. If I hold on to that desire, it will turn into a demonic mind. The Elder Jing immediately felt it made sense. That's true then. Travel carefully. Mu Zhu continued forward without looking back. If I can return safely this time, I will definitely stay by the elder's side, loyally serving whoever I meet later. She followed the mountain path down alone. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss, turning back to check the ominous aura. But there was no movement behind, only green mountains. Still, she knew who was following her. She smiled, evil spirit, I know you're watching over me. But human pursuits can't just be about one's own desires. In my life, besides you, there are my brother and my clan. Just as she guessed, Han Shuiyue stood on the high ground, looking down at her. He had concealed himself carefully, but she still detected him. He pondered silently. The martial world is dangerous. You're aware of that, but still insist on going out. But if you can avoid threats, then I'll be at ease. It turned out he had placed a tracking talisman on Mu Ju's neck. There's a 6 realms talisman here. Even if you meet with misfortune and die, I can still find you. Mu Zhu felt free. She quickly ran along the path. Han Shuiyue took out a book. If anyone dares to trouble Mu Zhu, this heavenly demon annihilator can eliminate them, including those at the 5th level of reincarnation. The words inside the book were fading. Mu Wuling, I won't curse you anymore. I hope you can take care of yourself properly. He said in such a tone, It seems I should thank my birth parents for abandoning me. It saved me a lot of trouble. Hearing this, the Sword of Enlightenment asked, Parents, you must be talking about your master's birth parents. After so many years, Han Shuiyue speculated, they might have already turned to white bones, but they could also still be alive. The sword didn't understand. Then why didn't your master go look for them earlier? He didn't know how to answer this question, only standing silently. He recalled his childhood memories. His parents often quarreled back then. The family atmosphere was not very happy. Being young, he didn't understand anything. He didn't comprehend what his parents said, but he remembered his father mentioning a place, saying he would take the child along, that it would be very troublesome. There were many things the child couldn't recall clearly. Perhaps they were planning to run away. In the end, they said, we're going out for a trip, we'll be back to get you soon. That line stuck in his memory until now. Starting from that day, he never saw his parents return. The old master had organized search efforts, but not long after the team came back it was obvious they didn't get any good news. The old master looked grim, saying they had gone in that direction. How could that be? The old master didn't tell me the truth. He just worked every day as usual, without giving me an answer or explanation. Then he took care of me, making fried chili peppers, leaving me some eggs, don't choke on them. If you have any difficulties later, find my grandfather Kim. Until the old master wanted to see me before his passing, perhaps to explain on behalf of my parents. Unfortunately, I missed that opportunity. But it wasn't necessary, his reminder. The system in my heart had already reminded me long ago, the mechanism of affinity and enmity. If they still remembered me, they would definitely have felt some affinity. I had imagined before that my parents' names would appear on my friend list. But that hope gradually faded and disappeared. So you no longer had faith in it. Why should I waste time on the dead? Han Shuiyue confided. Everyone has their own aspirations. I can't force my aspirations onto those around me. If they can be pulled along, then I'll pull them that way, but I won't let them be torn to shreds. Just like letting Mu Zhu go her own way, but you also have a way to protect her from behind. Han Shuiyue had realized one thing early on. This path of cultivation is destined to be a solitary one. Love and cherish yourself, for in the end, you can only rely on yourself. And I only have one goal, eternal life and immortality. The Sword of Enlightenment consoled, Master, be at ease. I will always be by your side, Master. But Han Shuiyue didn't quite believe such promises could be kept indefinitely. The unexpected could always happen. It's not something one can decide for themselves, but if one day they feel compelled to leave, it would be hard to simply abandon them. I won't force them to stay. If they want to go, I won't stop them. The Sword of Enlightenment urged Han Shuiyue to go fishing to relieve stress. Master, let's go fishing, it's a great time now. There are plenty of big fish. Han Shuiyue also wanted to rest, so he agreed. And so Han Shuiyue, the Sword of Enlightenment, Yang Tiandong, and even the black underworld chicken went fishing by the river. Since Fang Liang left the mountain, everyone felt uneasy day by day. The black underworld chicken complained to its master, why did you let Fang Liang go? Time passed, and after a year and a half, the black underworld chicken kept growing bigger. The only difference was that it could now play basketball like a professional athlete. It played in a way no one else could replicate. The black underworld chicken would spin the basketball high, making its whole body rotate. But as it was playing, it suddenly flinched, causing the ball to drop. An elder passing by saw this and was at a loss for words. What is it doing? Is this chicken looking for a dancing partner or a lover? The elder went to Han Shuiyue's residence. Han Shuiyue sensed someone approaching. Elder Zhenggren, what brings you here? The elder excitedly shared good news with Han Zhuanglao. Just as you predicted, Elder Han, even without our intervention, the demonic cult could not succeed. Han Shuiyue was puzzled. How so? Did the people from the Holy Ground join the battle? Just as you said. The elder didn't expect Han Shuiyue to know this. Elder Han, you truly have foresight like a deity. It was the people from the celestial immortal manor who intervened. The 5 patriarchs of the demonic cult. You've probably heard of them before, haven't you? Indeed, he and the celestial immortal manor, one of the holy grounds, have long been at odds. That year, the celestial immortal manor's patriarch was severely injured by him. To seek revenge, they sent their most arrogant and powerful disciple. He slaughtered them in front of many demonic cultivators, leaving those demonic cultivators terrified. You should know, that arrogant one was only 8,000 years old. Han Shuiyue found it hard to believe. How could someone so young slay Le Cao, who must have at least reached the Great Perfection realm, or even a 1,000-year-old Great Perfection cultivator? Are the arrogant ones outside really that terrifying now? The elder sipped his tea, savoring it. He too had some doubts. I'm not entirely sure about that. It may not have been as exaggerated. Han Shuiyue wondered, if Lakao is dead, then shouldn't the demonic cult have stopped their attacks by now? Meanwhile, the elder was still sipping his hot tea, praising its taste. Hearing Han Shuiyue's words, he spoke up. Quite the opposite, actually. While Lakao's death instilled fear in lower-level demonic cultivators, the higher-ups of the two main demonic paths have become even more aggressive. Word has it that the 4 remaining patriarchs of the demonic cult are about to make their move. One of them has even reached the 8th level of the Great Perfection realm. The situation is not very optimistic. Han Shuiyue nodded in understanding. The 8th level of the Great Perfection realm. Could that be the demonic cult's strongest? It may well be, the elder continued. The righteous path has never recorded a demonic cultivator reaching the 9th level of the Great Perfection. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue felt somewhat surprised. Why does the elder only think that he was perhaps forcibly ascended? Han Shuiyue suddenly recalled Zan Xingchun's words. If others ask about Cheng Meng in the future, you cannot admit to being the one who took action. Consider Zan Kuang as having been killed by me. This made him wonder if this incident was related to her. Was Zan Xingchun involved? She didn't seem to be entirely on the side of the demonic cult. With such formidable abilities, what could she be wary of? Perhaps there wouldn't be any issues. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Detected a pseudo-celestial aura. Would you like to investigate its origins? Meanwhile, the elder sighed. Elder Ha fought against the 9 demonic cultivators, and this time, we may not be able to avoid them. Han Shuiyue was engrossed in reading about the pseudo-celestial aura. A panel appeared. Ji Shenshen, the invincible celestial genius of the 9th level, self-proclaimed as the sole celestial genius in the world, extremely arrogant, born with a golden core at 100 years old in the celestial immortal manner, reached the Yuanying realm at 200 years old, the most arrogant genius in the history of the celestial immortal manner, always in seclusion, even when the 2 main demonic paths went to war, he could not be summoned to the world. Rumored to be the only special disciple invited by the Jade Pure sect to challenge their Guan Wu, Han Shuiyue saw the name, Ji Shenshen, the most arrogant genius of the celestial immortal manner. Wait, could it be? He suddenly spoke up, asking the elder, was the one who slew Lakao Ji Shenshen? I don't understand what you're saying. What celestial genius? Han Shuiyue saw the elder's expression and realized he didn't know about it. He tried repeating the name, Ji Shenshen, 3 times, but the elder had no idea what celestial genius meant. Not a clue. Finally, Han Shuiyue gave up. You don't know? No, I really don't know anything about it. I'm also not clear on the details. The information has traveled too far. Much of it has been lost. Han Shuiyue chose his words and went outside. Elder, please have your tea first. I'll step out for a bit. Perhaps I've had the wrong tea. He silently thought that the notification proved someone was still nearby. Likely an ill-intentioned person. He walked out of the cave entrance. Ji Shenshen was extremely arrogant. Chu Lingxian also had an arrogant personality before. Just how arrogant was the celestial immortal manner for these two to be incomparably stronger than their peers? The celestial immortal manner's depths seemed to surpass my imagination. He spoke to the system, opening a training simulation. A notification appeared. Detected the strongest person in the sect, Ji Shenshen, 9th level of the Desolate Realm. Immediately, the system manifested the figure of a young man. Han Shuiyue stared at the figure, speechless. So this is Ji Shenshen, the strongest arrogant genius. He does look formidable. It was a young man with red hair, exuding an arrogant and domineering aura. Han Shuiyue's gaze was fixed on his opponent. Even at the 4th level, he might not be a match, let alone the 9th level of the Desolate Realm. This time, I need to subdue him within 10 seconds. Ji Shenshen sneered. He stepped on the ground and charged forward. Suddenly, a slash grazed Han Shuiyue's cheek. He noticed shards of metal flying out, immediately followed by a flurry of slashes. Han Shuiyue could only retreat to evade them. The speed was no less than Zan Xingchun's. The power was so fast, he nearly got slashed. Fortunately, it only grazed his hair. Unlike sword techniques, what kind of demonic move was this? Suddenly, a force pierced through Han Shuiyue. Han Shuiyue evaded the slashes in midair, one by one. He seized the opportunity to take out his weapon, the Hong Meng Panduan sword. Then, he gently tossed it, creating a terrifying force. The shockwave shattered those metal shards. It turned out those metal shards could reassemble into a new weapon. Han Shuiyue realized his opponent wasn't just using his energy to control the shattered sword fragments, forming this spiritual force, but also had precise control over it. He looked down, discovering many shards on the ground, slowly rising up. Oh no, there's more coming. Ji Shenshin uttered a command, and the metal shards instantly assembled into the shape of a sword. The numerous shards pierced through Han Shuiyue, causing him to scream in pain. Not stopping there, Ji Shenshin seized the opportunity and recklessly charged forward. Han Shuiyue didn't expect his opponent to be so fast, not even allowing him a moment to rest. He raised both hands, circulating his sword intent. The other quickly took out his own sword to defend himself. The two had to temporarily pause the battle, standing apart. Han Shuiyue continued using the 7-piercing illusion technique, splitting into multiple corporeal forms surrounding him. All the forms simultaneously chanted the 3 purities incantation, then simultaneously fired at the same point. Ji Shenshin. The sky suddenly lit up. Ji Shenshin abruptly smiled. A bit interesting, you think I can't block this, he said, then used the celestial immortal secret technique, flowing light reversion, causing all of Han Shuiyue's previous moves to become futile. Han Shuiyue was taken aback, his eyes wide open and mouth agape. The 3 purities incantation has been blocked. How could he have already broken through to the Mahayana realm? Ji Shenshin was extremely arrogant. Backup support. This time, I'm immune to the next 3 attacks. Now, I've blocked 1 attack, 2 more to go. You're afraid you won't have another chance, aren't you? He used the celestial righteousness seal, causing the entire world to suddenly lose its power, an incredibly terrifying force. Han Shuiyue could hardly avoid it. I've underestimated him. His weapons transformations are strange, his spiritual force control is at the pinnacle level, and his speed is not inferior to the Mahayana realm. He also has a body protection technique, and he can temporarily break through the limits of his power. Until now, you're the first in the same realm to push me to this extent. He was thrown far away, lying on the ground. No wonder, you could surpass the Mahayana realm's Chu Satra Go Ma at the 4th level. Han Shuiyue's entire body was injured, and he trembled. Ji Shenshin walked over, looking down on him. Your sword skills are extremely high. But don't forget, your physical body is still the same, only suppressed. He thought this was Han Shuiyue's honor, to die at the hands of the strongest celestial arrogant, the celestial immortal manner. It's considered the highest honor for someone like you. In this round, I've won. Relax and accept death. However, the situation changed unexpectedly. Ji Shenshin was the one lying on the ground. Why couldn't my lethal moves break through your defense? Han Shuiyue spoke. My body armor specializes in defending against top-level attacks. Your moves were like a gentle breeze to me, but you've sustained internal injuries. The system then announced the end. Simulation timeline ratio, 4 seconds. Han Shuiyue looked at the person in front of him, who was suddenly cut in half, despite being in the same realm. Yet, he could still fight for so long. Ji Shenshin, I may never forget you in this lifetime. The simulation ended, and Han Shuiyue knew that this time, the opponent would be difficult to deal with, somewhat difficult to handle. This time, he couldn't use a decisive killing move like a high-level expert. It seemed he couldn't protect the Jade Pure Holy Sect. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of a flute around his ear. He looked in the direction of the flute sound, but it wasn't right. It seemed like a sound transmission technique. Tuan Zhongyan, Little Black, can you hear me? Could it be him? Han Shuiyue was lost in thought, while the other two were enjoying fishing by the riverside, oblivious to the world. A figure appeared, reporting a powerful enemy has launched an attack. Han Shuiyue had already sensed it. Elder Dooku had also noticed. So it's the old beggar from before, the Taoist friend from later. It seems only those at the immortal realm can hear this. The intruder is here to provoke us. Why don't I go and take a look around him? Han Shuiyue disagreed. Let me handle it. He's not a match for you. You're already at the 9th level of the immortal realm. Elder Dooku thought he had misheard. The 9th level of the immortal realm. Yet you speak so calmly. Taoist friend, what cultivation level are you at? To be able to see through the opponent's situation. The scenery was peaceful, with lush green mountains, a clear blue sky with white clouds, and melodious music echoing from afar. From a distance, a pink-haired boy sat on a high branch, playing a flute, producing gentle, soothing melodies. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Taoist friend, what is the purpose of using this searching technique? The pink-haired boy, who claimed to be Ji Shenshin from the celestial immortal manor, showed no reaction towards the person standing before him. Instead, he felt that the person in front of him could be a high-ranking cultivator of the Jade Pure Holy Sect, the #1 in the world. He was eager to spar with this person. The brown-haired youth standing before him seemed a bit puzzled when the name Guang Wu was mentioned. The brown-haired youth was a bit confused, and thought to himself, did he come for revenge? Let me tell him that the person he's looking for left over 100 years ago. Ji Shenshin curiously asked where the other person had gone. The brown-haired youth replied, he went to deal with the demonic cultivators. Ji Shenshin pondered for a moment. It's been a long time since I sparred with the brown-haired youth, without risking our lives. The brown-haired youth seemed uninterested and said, leave, you're not a match for me. Ji Shenshin realized that he could hear his flute, so he must be at the immortal realm. Ji Shenshin couldn't see through his cultivation level, so he assumed he was very powerful. Ji Shenshin insisted, as if he was certain, that the person before him was Guang Wu. But no one knew that in his heart. He felt afraid if the records were true about this person. This person was extremely arrogant. If he easily defeated him, he might provoke this immortal. Or if he lost and killed him, it would be hard to avoid a conflict with the celestial immortal manor. Ji Shenshin thought Guang Wu was worried about something, so he reassured him, saying he would hold back in this battle and absolutely not kill. Guang Wu thought to himself that he was truly arrogant. Guang Wu was doubtful. If I win, will he cling to me? Or even develop a grudge? Ji Shenshin's face was beaming with confidence, as if he was truly hiding nothing. I'm already the number one in the world. How could I hold a grudge against you? Guang Wu's face showed disgust as he thought, how shameless, for you to utter such words. If we're talking about integrity, you're indeed the number one in the world. Ji Shenshin held his bamboo flute and pointed it at Guang Wu, saying, then let's do this. You and I will compete with our inner energy and palm techniques. Whoever takes a step back first is the loser. Guang Wu agreed to his request. Very well. Let's go up in the sky, to avoid affecting the disciples of my sect. Ji Shenshin agreed, and the two leapt up, leaving behind a gloomy forest where they had been conversing. Two pillars of light shot up, piercing through the clouds. The pink light belonged to Ji Shenshin, while the pale blue light was Guang Wu's. On the ground, an old woman sensed the auras of two immortal realm cultivators. Zan Shen is about to take action. When the elderly woman looked up, she was startled. That's Ji Shenshin, the one from the celestial immortal manor. The number one arrogant immortal has appeared. The old woman's face was filled with worry and panic. Zan Shen has encountered a major problem. High up in the azure sky, amidst layers of white clouds, the two men looked at each other, as if in a greeting ritual before their competition. Ji Shenshin spoke first, gesturing towards himself. Wen Zhang, you first. Guang Wu raised both hands, with his index and middle fingers joined together, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. While thinking to himself at the same time, it's not easy to use the 6 Tao inner force directly. Then I'll separate the thunder inner force to deal with it. Guang Wu extended his palm, unleashing the thunder inner force with deep purple lightning bolts. Ji Shenshin immediately recognized it. This is the thunder inner force. What a coincidence, it will be suppressed by my fire force. At that moment, he extended his palm, gathering a blazing red fire force. The two charged at each other like two arrows fired simultaneously. Their palms collided with each other's. The two surging inner forces clashed, creating a dazzling and brilliant burst of light. Both of them sensed that something was amiss with the intensity of these inner forces. They poured all their power into the collision, resulting in a sun-like explosion of blinding light, fueled by the fusion of fire force and thunder inner force. Guang Wu's face showed disappointment. This person didn't use his full power, it seems. I need to think of a way to force him to go all out. Ji Shenshin's face also showed doubt. He managed to block it. Do I have to use my full power? If I seriously injure him, wouldn't that be undesirable? In the deep azure sky, a brilliant sphere of light burst forth, its shockwaves radiating powerfully outward. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Daojian was startled. What kind of background does my master's opponent have to force my master to take action? Yang Tiandong was even more worried. It's the first time I've seen my master fight equally with someone after so many years. Zan Chongxian's expression was also one of shock. Causing such a commotion is unlike our master's style. He Uk remained calm. Our master won't be at a disadvantage. He Uk seemed composed. Our master doesn't have the intention to kill. He absolutely won't go all out, He Uk believed. Our master is just performing, He Uk said. Everyone should just mind their own business. He Uk, with his bulky body, waddled forward. No one could stop him. Yang Tiandong joked, the rooster hasn't finished its awakening period. At the Jade Pure Holy Sect, chaos ensued. The disciples were alarmed. What's happening in the sky? One disciple suddenly shouted, that's the executioner elder. Unexpectedly, a group appeared, including 9 peak immortals. The enemy is attacking. Quick, provide assistance. An arm stretched out, stopping them. It was the withered elder's arm. The 9 peak immortals were surprised to see him out of seclusion. The withered elder suddenly said, "That person is the number 1 proud immortal of the current celestial immortal manor. Anyone who goes up there is seeking death." His words alarmed everyone. The 9 peak immortals asked the withered elder, "Did the executioner elder give any instructions?" "He only told me to guard the sect and prevent any disturbance. Nothing else needs to be done." The 9 peak immortals withdrew their hands that were about to act. "Just that much. None of us are a match for that person. The title of number 1 proud immortal in the world is not just for show." The 9 peak immortals were worried. Why would he come to our doorstep when the 2 sects have no grievances? The withered elder was equally puzzled. "I don't know the details. We'll have to see what the executioner elder says." The 9 peak immortals became even more alarmed. If even the withered realm isn't a match, then we're doomed. Someone behind the 9 peak immortals couldn't help but think, the number 1 proud immortal of the celestial immortal manor. My number 1 proud immortal, 5,000 years ago, far inferior to the current person. I've lost too much in the end. The withered elder panicked, hastily calculating something related to the sect's safety. The 9 peak immortals and some others calmly left, everyone returning. The withered elder panicked, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey. Is anyone listening to this old man?" The 9 peak immortals showed confidence, firmly believing the executioner elder would take action only when absolutely certain, so they just waited for his good news. The withered elder was astonished, thinking to himself, how can they trust the executioner so much? At the same time, in the sky, the celestial skill immortal was punched, spitting blood. Above him was the radiant cloud elder. The sky now seemed divided in two. One side had thick, dark clouds, showing the radiant cloud elder's profound power. The celestial skill immortal's side was thin, with the warm glow of the setting sun, as if showing he was a person not very powerful, but full of aspiration and strong will. The radiant cloud elder was slightly doubtful. I only combined water spirit force with wind spirit force, yet this guy couldn't take it. The 6 Tao spirit forces are monstrous indeed. The radiant cloud elder flew down near the celestial skill immortal, worried that if the young man harbored hatred, he'd die for sure. "You're dead for sure." The celestial skill immortal spoke loudly. "How could that be? These 3 spirit forces should suppress me completely." The celestial skill immortal panted, "It's not the effect of the 3 spirit roots. How have you reached the great vehicle realm, radiant cloud elder?" The radiant cloud elder looked at the celestial skill immortal, thinking, look at this resigned face. If I tell him I'm in the withered realm, he might directly become enraged. So he said it was probably similar to the great vehicle realm. The celestial skill immortal trembled. How could I lose to a cultivator in the great vehicle realm? The radiant cloud elder exuded this confidence. "You, at the 9th level of the withered realm, what makes you think you can't lose to the earth vehicle realm?" The celestial skill immortal was flustered. The celestial skill immortal trembled and panted heavily. "You're the first to defeat me, but don't celebrate too early. Wait till I cultivate in return. I'll definitely defeat you." The celestial skill immortal. "I was born to become the celestial immortal." The radiant cloud elder looked at his junior with concern. "Your talent is truly unprecedented. If not for my long cultivation, I fear I wouldn't be your match. The future of this cultivation world will definitely belong to talents like you." The celestial skill immortal said, "You have discerning eyes." The celestial skill immortal flew away swiftly. "Elder Cloud, I'll go find the demon emperor to train. Rest assured, I'll definitely prove your words true." The radiant cloud elder thought, finally, I've deceived this fool. As the celestial skill immortal flew away, he still looked back at the radiant cloud elder with a friendly gaze. System reminder. The celestial skill immortal has a good impression of you. Your current friendship level is 2 stars. The radiant cloud elder was at a loss for words. In the fading evening light, cheers rang out from the Jade Pure Holy Sect. Congratulations echoed. Congratulations to Elder Executioner for driving away the Celestial Sect's powerful enemy. Congratulations. 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 The Executioner Elder frowned and said, "You can't say it like that." The 9 peak immortals and I, standing around the Executioner Elder crossed his arms and said, "That person's narrow-minded loss at my hands just now, if it gets out, it will make him lose face and inevitably turn shame into anger, leading him to seek revenge." Elder Withered looked puzzled. "It's not that serious, is it?" Those standing beside Elder Withered also felt the same. The Executioner Elder is not wrong. The Celestial Sect is extremely covering up today's matter. Everyone should keep it secret instead. The 9 peak immortals raised their hands and shouted loudly, Executioner Elder, rest assured. We'll have the discipline elder seal the news. Today's matter must absolutely not spread outside. Everyone surrounding them chorused in obedience. The executioner elder crossed his arms, nodding with satisfaction. I never thought that someone like me would one day value human relations so much. Elder Withered said, I think that person's talent is inferior to the executioner elder. The executioner elder looked puzzled. How could that be? He's on par with the great vehicle realm. Moreover, we don't need to fight. Both sides should preserve their strength. Elder Withered, the 9 peak immortals and some others were startled. Fearful, could it be that Elder Executioner has reached the great vehicle realm? The executioner elder remained calm. I'm still some distance from the great vehicle realm. It's just that my accumulation is a bit deeper than that person's. Elder Withered thought to himself, I didn't expect the small jade pure holy sect to have such a great cultivator. It seems I must flatter him a bit. Who knows if there might be a great opportunity. The executioner elder was a bit dazed, thinking it was just his illusion. Winter is almost here. The temperature seemed a little high. 13 years had quickly passed. Elder Zan Shen had reached the 8th level of the tribulation realm. He thought of Tan Nyan Zhenren, the elder of the blood-blazing heaven sect. A stream of memories from the past 13 years flashed through his mind like a conveyor belt. Tan Nyan Zhenren had said, I will go and investigate the Jade Pure sect. If they don't submit, the blood-blazing heaven sect will destroy them. Despite the objections of his fellow disciples, his senior martial brother had cautioned, Senior brother, be careful. It's said the Jade Pure sect has hidden experts, with profound and unpredictable abilities. In the end, he returned covered in injuries. Perhaps we should submit to the Jade Pure sect, he said. To the astonishment of his fellow disciples, Li Kangtsu boldly stated, the Jade Pure sect has always upheld the principle of unity. As long as you don't cross certain boundaries, you can preserve your own traditions. The two of them knelt and bowed to the elder, putting his mind at ease. We will certainly uphold the principle of the Jade Pure sect. The truth proved joining the Jade Pure sect did no harm. In fact, their abilities and resources far surpassed the previous era. But everything changed after they renamed it the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. It was due to Elder Zan Shen's brilliance that they developed rapidly. Tan Nyan Zhenren issued a recruitment notice, saying, come join us, and we'll provide you with a life of luxury. Don't go to the 9 Dragons sect, where they exploit people. Instead, join us. It won't be difficult at all. At the blood-blazing heaven sect, it seemed the conditions for advancement could still be preserved, as well as their titles and traditions. They wouldn't lose anything. One kind of luck is that the initiator went to seek help. The initial decision seemed very weak, but it withstood the test of time. It changed the destiny of the Blood Cloud Heaven Gate. It can be said that Leisurely Immortal deserves credit. His image appears so radiant. I went to investigate the Demon Dao on behalf of our sect. The Blood Cloud Heaven Gate relied on you all. Leisurely Immortal's tomb appeared, so mournful. His dejected sworn brother collapsed, crying for his senior brother. Everyone around was also saddened, but what can we do? Senior brother, stay strong. The executioner elder looked at the system notification, informing him personally, Leisurely Immortal encountered demonic cultivators and was ambushed, disintegrating his particles. The executioner elder sighed, tragic scenes make one's heart ache. Big waves crash onto the sandy shores of the Dao Friends. The path you all walk, let me bid farewell to those departed Dao Friends. At the same time, the Enlightenment Sword went to its master. Master, what are you doing? Hearing its master mention the departed, it was startled. Who died? The executioner elder consoled. No need to be afraid, it's just someone we don't know. The Enlightenment Sword was curious. If it's someone you don't know, why hold a farewell ceremony? The executioner elder revealed a mature demeanor. He told himself, the path of cultivation is full of endless dangers, one must always be respectful. Never lose reverence forever. The Enlightenment Sword also revealed a mature demeanor. Master speaks rightly, but with you here, Master, we fear nothing. The executioner elder again showed his mature demeanor. The world is uncertain. Even things like longevity pills, one can only rely on oneself to strive. Of course, choosing the right direction is also very important. If you don't cultivate diligently, you will be eliminated and have to start over. The Enlightenment Sword had a mature expression. Indeed, there is a doubt, not sure if I should voice it or not. The executioner elder, with mature eyes, looked into the distance and said, go ahead. The Enlightenment Sword looked up at the sky. Is it normal to have 3 suns in the sky? The executioner elder didn't understand. The floating pillar was again caught in the wind, thrashing about in the forest. Xuanzhongnan and Yang Tiandong tried to pull it back. It has never been like this before today. I can't take it anymore. Xuanzhongnan was flung up. Ah. Yang Tiandong stood by, panicking, Xuanzhang. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped it. It was the executioner elder. Tell me honestly, how long has the floating pillar been shaking? Yang Tiandong was flustered. This. He turned to look at the trembling black cauldron chicken. Not many days. The executioner elder flared up. Little Black, if you're lying to me, I'll make you into a mushroom chicken stew. The black cauldron chicken was terrified. Master, I was wrong. I really was wrong. It cried. So how long has it been? The black cauldron chicken panicked and wept. Before they went down the mountain, I secretly started making it shake. The executioner elder asked, how many years has it been? From afar, a girl in a light green bikini approached. Meanwhile, the executioner elder was still scolding the black cauldron chicken. Little Black, you've caused a major disaster this time. Tiandong, prepare 500 kilograms of ginger and onions. Yang Tiandong obediently followed orders from afar. The black cauldron chicken was terrified. No, please. Hin Hong Suyen, in a seductive outfit, said, no wonder it's been getting hotter lately. Or is it just that the global warming issue has gotten even worse? It's just that the golden sun has appeared, that's all. My husband has subdued them already, hasn't he already captured them? The executioner elder turned to look at the scantily clad Miss Hing. It's not that simple. Do you know that the golden sun is also a divine beast? Miss Hing exclaimed, the golden sun is also a divine beast. Meanwhile, the black cauldron chicken was pecking at Yang Tiandong's head. A voice from a girl suddenly rang out, the golden sun is not just a divine beast. It is the supreme divine beast that uses dragons and phoenixes as food. It's the fairy Hin Hong Suyen. Her slender legs and light blue bikini made the executioner elder gape. The ancient Samadhi golden sun has a legend. The scorching sunlight will cause the world to be destroyed, burying an entire era for a time, known as the Three-Sun Doomsday. According to fairy Hin Hong Suyen's story, the black cauldron chicken looked terrified. The golden sun eats dragons and phoenixes as food. Yang Tiandong and Xuanzhang were dazed, while the executioner elder kept staring at Miss Hin Hong Suyen, slightly surprised. Wait, but it seems that for now, apart from the sunlight being a bit brighter, the temperature in heaven and earth doesn't seem to have risen much. The executioner elder glanced at her assets, thinking to himself, immortals and deities cannot descend to the mortal realm at will. The golden sun that devours dragons and phoenixes must at least be at the immortal realm. It probably won't descend further. The three suns shone brightly over the green mountains. The executioner elder reckoned. The golden sun must have been obstructed by the veil separating the mortal realm, so its power cannot manifest for now. Miss Hin Hong Suyen wondered, my husband, then how did the golden sun descend before? The executioner elder explained further, back then, its cultivation level was only at the embodiment realm. Perhaps it didn't have enough power to fully manifest. Miss Hin Hong Suyen continued asking, so it sounds like the heavenly realm turned a blind eye to it. The executioner elder sighed. The black cauldron chicken cheerfully said, does this mean I don't have to be made into a mushroom chicken dish? The executioner elder glared at it menacingly. You should feel fortunate. If the golden sun truly descended, I would have plucked your wings. The black cauldron chicken cried out in fear, Mother, save me. Miss Hin Hong Suyen paid it no mind. Executioner elder, if it doesn't affect the mortal realm, don't bother with it. The large black cauldron chicken cried fearfully. Miss Hin Hong Suyen hugged it, treating it like a child not to be faulted. The executioner elder frowned in annoyance. If I don't discipline it a little, it won't know the trouble it could cause next time. A burly hand holding a feather fan approached. Instead of lecturing your pet, there's a matter I need the executioner elder to handle. The executioner elder turned to look. I wonder what business brings the patriarch here today. The Nine Peaks immortal, in summer attire, fanned himself with the feather fan. The celestial realm is calling for the righteous path to take up arms against the imperial court. The evil sects and righteous path alike are preparing to move out. The envoys are at the main hall. We dare not make the decision ourselves. You must give the order, my son. The executioner elder looked exasperated. So soon it comes to taking sides. He pondered the situation inwardly. How long has it been since I went into seclusion? So it's heating up like this now. The executioner elder looked up. Is it our turn for the great feast now? Perhaps we should observe the direction our jade pure sacred sect will take. If we don't go, we may be labeled an evil sect. Miss Hai Suyen also believed these 3 sons were not ordinary. The anomalies outside were thought to be caused by evil sects, making all the powers hurry. The executioner elder reached into his robe and took something out. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect is still developing, temporarily unable to take on major responsibilities. But as cultivators of the Tao, we should help those who have lost their way. I've decided our sect will send some cultivators to the front lines for support. He produced an order token. Please lead the team out, Patriarch. Also take the Blood Yuan Heavenly Gate disciples. They have an unresolved grudge. I will personally guard the rear. The 9 Peaks Immortal bowed in gratitude. With the elder guarding the rear, I'm reassured. I'll go announce the mobilization order. The executioner elder gestured. You must return safely afterward. I must go too, said someone, startling the executioner elder. It was Miss Hai Suyen. I am the Central Elder, and Peak Lord of the 18 Jade Pure Mountains. I cannot delegate my responsibilities. Miss Hin Hong Suyen said resolutely, my husband also wishes to go, Executioner Elder. The elder turned to look at the 2 of them. Miss Hai Suyen wore a blue dress, holding a parasol, smiling as she said, I am the Central Elder and Peak Lord of the 18 Jade Pure Mountains. I cannot pass my duties to others. Han Ju, in a white robe, spoke up, Master, weren't you in secluded cultivation recently? The lady replied to her disciple, one can enter secluded cultivation at any time, except when dealing with evil forces. This time, he also noticed the pattern on her parasol. It was entirely white fox spirits. Miss Kin Hong Suyen, wearing black sunglasses, hurriedly joined them, wearing a split dress in green, in the same style as Miss Hai Suyen's blue dress. Previously, I was threatened by evil sects, which is why I became a spy. This time, I have a chance to eliminate the evil sects and contribute. I don't want to miss it. Han Ju, hearing them, was a bit moved and hesitated, thinking for a moment. Alright then, but I must bring this along. He turned and left. Soon after, Han Ju's heavenly demon body had transformed. Its apertures had updated and changed. Han Ju's heavenly demon body was now equipped with reversed armor, leg armor, and iron boots. On her head was also an iron headband, looking like a transforming robot from a novel, truly the complete heavenly demon body state. Moreover, this armor transformation was also equipped with 2 swords crossed on her back, a spear in one hand, and a shield in the other. Seeing her heavenly demon body transformed like this, the red-haired girl became furious, her face reddening. She tugged at her dress, expressionless. Han Ju, however, remained oblivious, still feeling pleased with herself. There wasn't enough time for detailed engraving, so this temporary use will have to do. Miss Hin Hong Suyen shouted, that's not the main point. Han Ju said to the 9 Peaks Immortal, 9 Peaks Immortal, please take care of my master and fellow disciples for me. The 9 Peaks Immortal replied, of course. Please watch over my master and fellow disciples. The 9 Peaks Elder nodded to the Executioner Elder. Rest assured, Executioner Elder. He watched as the 3 figures gradually disappeared into the distance. The little chick voiced his thoughts. Master, why do I keep feeling that the newcomer is the sect leader? Han Shui continued watching the 3 figures gradually disappear into the distance, then said coldly, enough nonsense. Do you think changing the subject will make me spare you? Han Shui coldly ordered, starting from today, you are not allowed to go fishing outside. Spend the rest of your days on the Bodhi tree. Hearing this, the little chick cried miserably, no, the Air Force squad cannot be without me. Yang Dongtian chimed in, as if you've ever caught any fish before. Tuan Trongan also joined in, who goes to the fish market the most. Don't you know it in your heart? The little chick cried angrily, I can't believe you're throwing me under the bus like this. You guys. Meanwhile, Han Shui was thinking about something else. With the celestial immortal manner leading the orthodox sects in an alliance, your life, I'm afraid, doesn't need me to collect it. The scene shifts elsewhere. 4 fiery red demonic eyes glowed in the eerie night. Over 5,000 cultivators have died in strange ways recently, including a great Mahayana warrior. The infiltration plan has been repeatedly postponed for investigation. All evidence points to your Squad 5 escort team. Now it's over. No more pretenses, right? You even dared to assassinate me, the Demon Lord. Toi Ky was struggling on the ground, surrounded by towering demonic beasts, their flickering torchlight illuminating his battered form. He was panting heavily, one hand clutching his stomach, as the Demon Lord's 4 eyes glared at him. Why did you betray me on the Demon Lord's orders? Toi Ky was still gasping for breath. I did not betray you on the Demon Lord's orders. The Demon Lord roared angrily, then why did you betray me? Tell the truth. The little dog among the demonic beasts thought worriedly, why didn't Toy KY negotiate first? Even with my full power, I'm no match for the demon lord. Yet you went to assassinate him. That was too rash. How can I protect you in this situation? The little dog cautiously looked up at the demon lord and said hesitantly, Your Majesty must be the demon lord. That traitor forced Toy KY. Then Toy KY suddenly spoke up. What does this have to do with the demon lord? I, Toy KY, am an orthodox cultivator. I will not become an accomplice to the shameless demonic path. Kill me or behead me, as you wish. Toy KY said coldly, his heart full of shock. He's just the demon lord. My master will definitely come to save me. The little dog didn't know what was going on, but hearing Toy Kai's resolute words, rushing towards death, he shuddered, pacing anxiously, trying to save him. The demon lord sneered, if that's the case, let the celestial hound devour him. The little dog panicked, waving his tail frantically, pleading, but your majesty, I'm a vegetarian. The demon lord's 4 eyes glowed fiercely as he glared at the dog. Today, either he lives or you die. The little dog's face fell as he reluctantly approached Toy KY, whimpering. He saw Toy Kai's struggling form, his breathing ragged, clearly severely injured. The little dog's heart waged a fierce battle. He couldn't attack a fellow disciple. He recalled when they had recognized each other, Toy Kai's surprised expression. So, the demonic beast raised here came from the same sect. The little dog excitedly said, his tail wagging rapidly, absolutely correct. Toy KY, I still remember you. What a small world. It feels so unreal, but it must be fate. I wonder how our master is doing now. But the image of you in my memory is vastly different. You're on the demonic path. It's hard not to think you've been demonized or a traitor, or disguised to gather information for our master. How can you prove you're from the Jade Pure sect? The little dog firmly stated, I swear on the Black Hell Hound. I am the legitimate pet of Elder Toy KY, the sword execution immortal. Elder Toy KY refuted, anyone who has heard of the Jade Pure sect would know those names. That's not enough to prove you're on my side. The most famous specialty of the Jade Pure sect is the KFC snail noodles. I've said the famous 2 words already, but that can't be used as proof either. Do you still remember our sect's location? Back then, it hadn't been named by the sage. After you left that year, it was named Mount Hardship Immortal Cultivation. Mount Hardship Immortal Cultivation. Sorry, I've never heard of that before. My master is the most handsome man in the world. That's officially acknowledged, but not entirely proving. Then what should I do? Toy KY stroked his chin, frowning in thought. On the contrary, I can think of a simple way to prove you're from the same sect as me. The little dog put on Han Toy's familiar disdainful look. It couldn't be that, could it? Toy KY hurriedly confirmed. Yes, that's it. You really are one of us then, just like our master. The little dog now understood the feeling whenever Han Tuyed made that expression. I want to take back what I said about the most handsome man in the world earlier. After recognizing each other as fellow disciples, the two sat down to chat. It seemed he wasn't demonized. It was a blessing in disguise, in a way. Then why are you still here? After so many years, you haven't returned. It's not easy for a person to stay out here. There are too many difficulties for me. I don't know where to start. Helping evil people do bad deeds is not allowed. You must want to go home, right? To gain fame, keep some dignity and return home to make our master proud. It's alright. Look, I'm not outstanding either. It doesn't affect going home to visit our master after so many years. If I say I'm not worried, that wouldn't be true. Moreover, our master doesn't expect us to be talented. As long as we return safely, that's enough. The mission he gave me has been accomplished long ago. I have nothing left to pursue. I just want to return to his side and continue cultivating diligently. That's your intention, right? Our hearts still belong to the Jade Pure sect, don't they? Then let's seize the chance to leave this place. Don't let waiting turn into regret. The little dog was moved, listening to Toy KY. Then the two shook hands, agreeing to return home together. One must continue living, leaves must return to the roots. Snapping out of the reminiscence, the little dog was filled with regret. But I've died once before. If I die again, my soul will truly scatter. I'm sorry, Master, for being so useless that I couldn't even protect a fellow disciple. The demon emperor behind narrowed his eyes, losing patience. Why the hesitation? Hurry up and submit. The little dog extended his curved claws. The green veins on his arm bulged. Toy KY, I'm sorry. Tell our master, the Chaos Hound does not submit. If there's a next life, I will definitely stay by his side, never leaving half a step. The little dog tensed and broke free from his collar. The demon emperor calmly smiled faintly. Why are you getting so emotional? How many people know that in the end, only submission can ensure survival? Toy KY, do you realize what's happening? Don't. The little dog's remaining shadow form dashed towards the Demon Emperor at top speed. Today, I'll go first. Demon Emperor, die for me, you ignorant dead dog. Boom. A massive explosion kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. The little dog's figure was pierced by a spike protruding from the ground, knocking him back. Seeing this, Toy KY let out a scream of despair. The Demon Emperor stood still. The surrounding earth and rocks gradually crumbled. A purple spiritual force retracted from the little dog's body. In fact, I knew long ago that your master was Cultivate. When I was revived, I read your memories. My instincts told me he posed a great threat to my revival. Your loyalty, I both admire and am disappointed by. Wait there. Soon, I'll bring him to meet you. The little dog coughed up blood. Seeing this, tears welled up in Toikai's eyes. A surge of energy erupted from his eyes. It gushed out violently, destroying everything around. That massive swirling demonic aura spilled out beyond the cave. Such a powerful demonic aura startled the Demon Emperor. What power is this? It's also thanks to this demonic aura that someone has found us. Ha ha ha, finally, I found you. It was a short-haired male cultivator wearing a cylindrical earring. Le Cao Ma has arrived. Even a stage 4 Great Realm cultivator is no match for me. And you, Demon Emperor, look at this arrogant male cultivator, surrounded by flaming aura, at the 9th level of the catastrophe realm. How could you possibly kill a Great Realm cultivator? The male cultivator with the earring didn't pay attention to the Demon Emperor's words. He just smiled lightly and continued, you're far from being qualified. Accept your death. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor became much more cautious, closely watching the male cultivator's every move. At this moment, Toy KY was like a hellish revenant, his eyes burning red as if about to bleed. Void slashing moon. Demon Clan's heavenly justice pacifying chaos. The entire cave violently shook and trembled. The central area had been completely blown apart. In Han Toyot's cave, the brilliant sun shone from above. The air was fresh. The little chick and divine maid huddled together, trembling. More accurately, the little chick sat in a nest on the floating wood tree, which was violently shaking as it looked down below. Beneath them, the bald-headed Han Tuyat and her little trees. Duong Thien Dong was looking up at the bald head, reporting to Han PS Master Black Rooster has returned to the tree again, and the floating wood tree has also resigned itself. Why won't these two golden birds leave? Han Tuyat replied, inviting deities is easy, sending them away is hard. Duong Dong Thien put his hands on his hips and said, from so far away, we really can't do anything about it. I heard the righteous and demonic paths have ceased fighting for a few days now. Han Tuyat seemed to have an idea. I'll go ask elder brother and see. Perhaps the demon slayer has a way. You all, don't come near me. They were all dumbfounded. That great righteous battle. The righteous cultivators and demon clan were focused on annihilating each other. Suddenly, the swords in the cultivators' hands were forcibly controlled, leaving their grasps flying up. All the cultivators' swords shot towards the same direction. Someone has actually comprehended the primordial sword Dao. Oh heavens, you really know how to choose your timing. Now they couldn't kill each other anymore, only staring intently in the direction where the swords went. Heated discussions erupted, unable to stop. Oh, really? Can we comprehend it after we finish fighting? It's good now. How can we fight without swords? We were also defeated like this last time. Seeing this, the demon clan pointed and laughed joyfully at others' misfortune. Ha 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 ha. It seems the primordial sword Dao has no affection for sword cultivators. It only tests swords, not sabers. But we don't only have sabers, we also have halberds and hooks. Let's see what you can do. The elder of the Myriad Centipede sect spoke up. That makes sense. We suffered losses last time. This time, we're well prepared. Raise your spears and halberds. Didn't expect that, did you? We sword cultivators will also practice spears. Everyone knows long weapons are better than short ones. Let's see how you handle this. The demon cultivators looked at each other in a panic. At this moment, the myriad swords flew over, past layers of mountains, smashing into a mountain peak. A man, whose entire body seemed made of ice and snow, stood with his arms crossed, watching. Above his head was a brilliant ancestral halo. The man turned his head and called out, "Ancestor." Han Tuyat appeared behind him, her eyes shining brightly. "Do you know about the golden birds, Ancestor?" The man was angered. "You suddenly comprehended the sword Dao just to ask me about the golden birds." Han Tuyat quickly denied it. "Of course not. I was just fortunate to comprehend the sword Dao, so I took the opportunity to ask. As you said, this is the first time in many years that I've seen someone comprehend the sword Dao. This is the first time after so many years that I've witnessed someone grasp the sword Dao. Consider it just the backyard garden of my home, forget about it. Sooner or later, you'll reach that place anyway. I'll explain it to you. The golden birds are ancient divine beasts. They're divided into ordinary golden birds and divine golden birds. 2 golden spheres appeared in the man's hand. The ordinary golden bird is the son of the mortal realm. It's not allowed to leave the mortal realm, the place it governs. Its cultivation can't be increased either. The divine golden bird is one of the deities in the divine realm of immortals. It has a solid foundation. Even the celestial court and the demon realm don't dare provoke it easily. He thought silently, since the ordinary golden bird can't leave, then the 2 suns in the sky must be divine golden birds. Ancestor, can the divine golden birds enter the mortal realm? Of course not. The suns above would be enough to destroy the mortal realm. Heavenly rules strictly forbid them from entering the mortal realm. The man, as if realizing something, hurriedly said, "Wait, you're not asking about that, are you?" The man then waved his hand horizontally, murmuring, "Locate the Sichuan realm. I almost forgot. The divine golden bird clan has been in constant conflict in recent years." An image of a mountain appeared before them. If that's the case, a major incident like this, and this Sichuan didn't report it to the higher realms. Hearing this, Han Tuyid wondered curiously, "Sichuan?" The image on the mountain peak became clear, showing 3 suns. Oh no. Why are there 2 divine golden birds in the mortal realm? Although these divine golden birds are still young. Ancestor, are young divine golden birds powerful or not? It seems they were just recently born. They've only reached the Mahayana stage of cultivation. Han Tuyid was stunned upon hearing those 5 words. They've only reached the Mahayana stage of cultivation. To have already attained the Mahayana stage right after being born. Why didn't the Golden Bird clan manage to educate them? If they enter the mortal realm, it would be a great calamity for mortals. The man shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who knows? Anyway, the internal affairs of the Golden Bird clan are too complicated. Outsiders shouldn't intervene in their matters. Moreover, my mission is to protect the remaining parts of the sword path. Other matters are not my concern. I haven't seen anything. Don't expect me to help you." Han Tuyid fell silent, knowing his intention had failed. He thought to himself, if I fall behind, I'll only get beaten up. Relying on others is not as good as relying on myself. I should still try to advance to the 9th level of the Fate degree. By then, even those 2 chicks won't be able to defeat me. A pillar of light pierced through the mountain peak, shooting straight into the sky. The mystic sword aura officially advanced to the divine power of Taiyi. The chicks, sitting in a nest on the futang tree, watched the distant pillar of light. They had missed the 3rd day of fishing. Within the demon clan, the demon Arhat, at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, had bravely sacrificed himself, and the demon king was forced to strategically retreat. The greedy demon Arhat, at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, the white-haired demon maiden, at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, the blood demon patriarch, at the 5th level of the Mahayana realm, the demon judge, at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm, the blood demon patriarch spoke up. For some reason, the demon king's recovery of power is getting slower and slower. According to him, he's frequently being rebelled against by the demon chi within his body. In my opinion, he must be affected by something from the outside world. We're just wasting time on him. He's not the demon king anymore, he continued. That's right. Supporting him like this is not worth it. Who could have expected that the new generation of the celestial immortal manor would be so powerful? Moreover, that immortal cultivator, I'm afraid, has already surpassed the celestial proud realm. Although he has just reached the 9th level of the Fate degree realm, he was able to single-handedly kill someone at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. If he advances to the Mahayana realm, wouldn't he be invincible? Even if we join forces, we may not be his match. Moreover, as you all know while sitting here, since his birth, he has gone through countless battles, so the experience he has accumulated is enough to challenge the Mahayana realm. We have no more time to delay. Demon Judge, do you have the ability to deal with that immortal cultivator? The demon judge stroked his chin and replied, perhaps, but they have instructed me to maintain neutrality. After all, if the 8th level of the Mahayana realm joins in, it could destroy the heavens and earth. Who knows if the righteous path has prepared an escape route or not? So before they take action, I cannot act rashly. If we continue to delay, it won't work. That immortal cultivator is too powerful. We must kill the others before he grows stronger. Otherwise, the righteous path's forces will only become stronger. The white-haired demon maiden folded her arms and said, if the patriarch doesn't take action, then among us, apart from her, I'm the strongest. The greedy demon Arhat added, that's right, patriarch, you should take action quickly and deal with that brat. The blood demon patriarch was inwardly enraged, thinking, they're all waiting for the patriarch to act. All the troublesome tasks are assigned to me. The demon judge, still resting his chin on the table, calmly said, given the current situation, that immortal cultivator temporarily cannot cause any disturbance. Let's set him aside for now and instead discuss the appearance of the two golden lotuses in the mortal realm. What do you all think this could signify? The demon cultivators remained silent, listening. The white-haired demon maiden spoke up. In the end, the mortal realm and demons are not highly regarded by the heavenly Tao. What do you all think? Could it be that the heavenly Tao is about to take action? The blood demon patriarch looked at the demon judge and said, Demon judge, why don't you go to the underworld once more and inquire about matters related to the demon race? If it is indeed the heavenly Tao intervening, then we can make preparations to escape in advance. The demon judge immediately formed a teleportation portal with his fingertip. Although I've made this trip many times before, can you all maintain the current situation? The white-haired demon maiden, standing behind the demon judge, said, of course. Demon judge, you can go without worry. The demon judge stepped into the portal, hoping it would be so. Then, the demon judge and the portal disappeared. The blood demon patriarch asked the white-haired demon maiden, how is the preparation for the grand demonic ceremony coming along? It's progressing rapidly. Whether the demonic Tao can unite the world or not depends on this grand ceremony. 11 years later, the system reminded, it has been noticed that the host has reached 600 years of age, advancing further in life. The host has the following two choices. 1. Immediately leave seclusion, slay demons and evil spirits, and gain fame throughout the land, receiving a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue cultivating and leave the secular world, striving to reach the Mahayana realm, receiving a spiritual treasure and a random medicinal pill. Han Shui replied, as before, continue cultivating. The host chose to continue cultivating, striving to reach the Mahayana realm, received a spiritual treasure, and a random medicinal pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Taiyi spiritual treasure, the Primordial Spirit Guard. The Primordial Spirit Guard, a 5th grade Taiyi spiritual treasure, can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing physical strength in combat. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pill, the Mahayana Soul Pill. The Mahayana Soul Pill, when used by cultivators in the Mahayana realm, can gradually increase the power of the soul. Han Shui put on his hat and clapped. Congratulations, the Taiyi spiritual treasure is not bad. Not bad. Now, I have reached the 9th level of the perfected cultivation realm. He looked back at the system panel. It's been a while since I checked my friends list. Huang Jihao, a friend of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X6 and lost 2 celestial hounds. The host's chaos beast was ambushed by demonic cultivators, suffering severe injuries. Fortunately, it was saved by a powerful being. Zhu Qidu, a disciple of the host, has fallen into the demonic path. His mind is out of control. All things in the world have met with misfortune. Zun Fangliang, a disciple of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X1204. Ji Xian Shen, a good friend of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X1198. The host's demonic Tao army has left the mortal realm. Ren Wumuo, a good friend of the host, has entered an ancient forbidden ground. His fate is unknown. Zun Fangliang, a disciple of the host, encountered a demonic cultivator attempting to steal his body. Fortunately, the demonic cultivator was countered, causing his own soul power to increase. Zhu Dingzhenren, a good friend of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X9877. Huang Jihao, a friend of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X682. Celestial hounds, the host's chaos beasts, were ambushed by demonic cultivators, suffering severe injuries. Fortunately, they were saved by a powerful being. Zhu Qidu, a disciple of the host, has fallen into the demonic path. His mind is out of control. All things in the world have met with misfortune. Zun Fangliang, a disciple of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X1204. Ji Xian Shen, a good friend of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X1198. The host's demonic Tao army has left the mortal realm. Ren Wumuo, a good friend of the host, has entered an ancient forbidden ground. His fate is unknown. Zun Fangliang, a disciple of the host, encountered a demonic cultivator attempting to steal his body. Fortunately, the demonic cultivator was countered, causing his own soul power to increase. Zhu Dingzhenren, a good friend of the host, was ambushed by demonic cultivators X9877. Zhu Qidu has fallen into the demonic path. How can there still be chaos celestial hounds? These two have truly met with a disastrous fate. The demonic path is indeed formidable. Clearly, in terms of numbers, those who support and join the demonic sects are still less than 30% of the orthodox path, but the great war between the orthodox and demonic has lasted over 100 years now. In terms of damage, the orthodox path has also suffered greatly. Where do the demonic cultivators come from to replenish their ranks? Something feels off. Fortunately, I did not participate in this. Otherwise, I would definitely have been caught up in the deadly war, forced to stop cultivating. The endless conflict between the orthodox and demonic, forget it. The beings in the heavens are truly stubborn. The cultivation realm has truly become more and more chaotic. Yang Tiandong at the 9th level of the Yuan Ying realm, Tuan Zhengyan at the 9th level of the Yuan Ying realm, Wu Dao Jian at the 7th level of the Yuan Ying realm, He Yu K Rong at the 7th level of the Void realm. Instead of wasting time fighting, it is better to diligently cultivate, my disciples of the Han Gate. The system panel displays information about Fangliang. At the 9th level of the Yuan Ying realm, his merit value immediately soared to 6 stars. Fangliang is also one step away from the deity realm. Well done, truly worthy of being the son of heaven and earth. He's about to catch up to that brat Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi has reached the 6th level of the deity realm. He is currently the strongest disciple of our sect. The next strongest is definitely Fangliang. Master has high expectations of you. In a certain mountain cave, Fangliang's body is enveloped in a golden glow, forming a pearl. She cries out in pain, "Ah!" The 7 colors of heaven and earth. From the mountaintop, sword auras spread out widely. Fangliang raises her hand to receive a golden flower. Her entire body is enveloped in golden light. The system then updates. Fangliang, deity realm, 1st level. What's this? As soon as I mentioned it, you broke through. Golden flower petals flutter about, covering the Han sect's compound. This is the aura of the golden lotus, illuminating the entire world, the son of heaven and earth. Such a grand aura. Golden flower petals fill the sky and the land. In the city streets, even in remote areas, the dense aura of cultivation weapons appears, greatly benefiting cultivation, especially during crucial breakthrough moments. Immediately, Xin Zhengyan and Yang Tiandong also advance. 2 pillars of light shoot straight into the sky, achieving deity realm. These brats really have great luck, having Fangliang lead their breakthroughs. But undergoing tribulation here directly may flatten the bitter cultivation mountain into a plain. Moreover, when the tribulation approaches, it cannot be stopped for anyone. Not to mention affecting others, it will further enhance the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power is determined by the cultivation of those who stray into it. In this situation, the chances of successfully passing the tribulation and surviving are almost non-existent. They must be quickly separated and sent to the demon realm before the tribulation forms. The 2 eastward and westward directions are ready. Just undergo the tribulation this way. The golden flower petals suddenly move. They fall on Han Shuidi's shoulders. Immediately, Han Shuidi's inner spiritual power erupts, and the power flows into his body. This little Fangliang has led me to break through as well. I had originally planned to have some more time before attempting the Great Realm. It's all gone now, still unable to leave Bitter Cultivation Mountain. The Jade Pure Holy Sect, unable to escape the meditation state. The power of the Great Realm Tribulation's range will definitely flatten the entire Jade Pure Holy Sect. A beam of spiritual power strikes him, startling him. He is now in a vast space. Where is this? The system prompts. This is the heavenly tribulation space. Due to the immense destructive power of the Great Realm Tribulation, the breakthrough to the Great Realm is transformed, constructing an independent space to complete the tribulation. The Great Realm even has such treatment. It's true that during previous tribulation breakthroughs, the heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. In the tribulation area that year, until now, not a single blade of grass survived the Great Realm Tribulation. There was probably no place to accommodate it. So this is quite good. Although it's a bit unexpected, as long as it doesn't affect the Jade Pure Holy Sect, there's no problem. I'm just worried about the disciples. Yang Tiandong and Xin Zhengyan probably knew the taboo rules of the tribulation. Now they must have set off for the demon realm. This time, I can calmly break through to the great realm. Additionally, a reminder, if those in the outer realm have the conditions, they will also integrate into the heavenly tribulation space during the tribulation. In this vast space, Han Shuidi encounters Baldi and Yang Tiandong, who are looking at him with shocked expressions on their faces. They stare at each other. After forming the tribulation group, Han Shuidi shouts loudly at them, "How did you two end up here?" Baldi says confusedly, "We don't know. We were just meditating, then we came here." Yang Tiandong hides behind Baldi and says, "We didn't have time to react. Master, could you also be undergoing the tribulation? But Master, you're not at the great realm, are you? We should think about how to leave this place." A sudden sound catches the attention of the three. The heavenly tribulation has arrived, and we can't leave. Two spirit formation cultivators undergoing the tribulation is tiring enough. Now with Master's intensity added, it doesn't seem too threatening. It doesn't seem that bad. Lightning flashes across the sky. Black clouds roll in, blocking the lightning from striking. Yang Tiandong is startled. The heavenly tribulation has been suppressed. Baldi says, "This time, we're done for." Han Shuidi also senses the ominous feeling. The heavenly tribulation's light pierces through the black clouds, shining down. Yang Tiandong looks up at it. "This is Master's heavenly tribulation." Han Shuidi replies, "Indeed, it's being suppressed." Baldi trembles. "Could it be that we have to fight against it together?" A massive pillar of light shoots down. Seeing this, the three disciples immediately break out in cold sweat. Baldi says, "I'm not mistaken, right? This is lightning, with a diameter of perhaps 1,000 meters. Yang Tiandong says, "Are we supposed to face this head-on? This is dangerous. Quick, evade it. How can there still be a shield like this? It's too painful. How can we run away? The tribulation is meant to be faced, so there's no need to evade it. Don't be fooled by the vast space. In reality, the active area has its limits. Does the great realm's heavenly tribulation really leave no chance of survival? Under normal circumstances, or if you were at the Zuji realm, I could withstand it and withdraw you all completely. But now, even an immortal couldn't stop this. For the Master to escape the heavenly tribulation, there are only two ways in this space. 1. Endure until it ends. 2. Die. At this intensity, using my ultimate defensive technique, I can withstand 8 strikes. But if the tribulation lasts for 3 months while resisting, even if I endure it, my disciples." Yang Tiandong suddenly remembers, saying, "There's a book that described a method for forming a tribulation group. It's hard to believe, because only the living could have written it." Baldi exclaims in surprise, "If there's an expert, quickly tell us the method. First, it's like this. Then, finally, it's like that. It can ensure everyone's safety." Yang Tiandong obediently sits down, covering his head in preparation. Han Shuidi points at him angrily, saying, "Is this a dignified way to die? Tell the truth, is that book called The 8 Trigrams Cultivation Manual?" The title wasn't mentioned, but the author is a famous senior cultivator, renowned in the cultivation world. I thought this book was quite good, not just for dealing with everyday situations. It also covers down nurturing techniques and even sword flight. What kind of nonsense is this? The sword flight of our sect was installed to accommodate those afraid of heights. It also came from this book. Its practicality is quite stable. A sword flight, who knows, might allow us to leave this space. Unfortunately, the required materials are already extinct. I'm trying hard to promote this book. I'm not getting paid for advertising. Let's see if the Master wants to try it. If we survive, even if you behead me, I won't do it. How long has it been? Around 2 months. I say, can the heavenly tribulation just strike us once? It's been exploding randomly for so long without hitting us. Is it possible that the heavenly tribulation hasn't discovered us yet? It's definitely intentionally preparing for a big one. That's how the heavenly tribulation is. It likes to play enough first, then strike once and take you away. Master, aren't you afraid? What's the point of being afraid? It seems there's no way that famous senior could have survived to write the book. Perhaps his reasoning was correct. The 3 master and disciples sit covering their heads, accepting their fate. The Dao sword behind them curiously asks its master, "What are you all doing?" Han Shuidi still hasn't realized anything, covering his head, saying, "We're facing the tribulation, don't bother us anymore." Is that so? Then I'll go fishing for spirit light on my own. The 3 master and disciples suddenly look up. They look around the scenery and shout, Where's the space? Where's the heavenly tribulation? When did we leave that place? Trungan, did you ascend realms? Could it be that the tribulation has ended? While the two disciples hug and cry, Han Shuidi looks up at the high sky, silently thinking the three suns appearing is no mistake. But why hasn't the heavenly tribulation's ultimate strike come to an end? The Tao sword interrupts his thoughts. This time, while doing chores, I discovered this thing you've forgotten for a long time. Didn't you fail to comprehend it before? So you wanted to try again. But if you bring it along, your cultivation speed might be a bit faster. The Tao sword blinks. Master must really need it. After saying that, the Tao sword happily hugs a fishing rod and net, turns around and leaves, leaving a purple spirit stone on the rock. The Tao stone. This stone just appeared, and the heavenly tribulation happened to be dispelled. But this is not the way the Tao stone is used. This stone can avoid the tribulation. I remember now. This stone can help a mortal stay in the mortal realm, without being restricted by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Now it can even avoid the heavenly tribulation. Doesn't it also have the effect of concealing from the heavenly Tao? Wait, let me calm down. The Great Realization Realm, the highest realm mortals can bear. After reaching the 9th level of the Great Realization Realm, mortals will be forcibly expelled and ascend. That's the reason why in this world, there are few records related to the 9th level of the Great Realization Realm. If I have this, wouldn't I be able to avoid the forced ascension by the heavenly Tao? He grasps it tightly, thinking that as long as he has this, he wouldn't have to avoid the forced ascension by the heavenly Tao, and could stay in the mortal realm. Right. System reminder. Congratulations on breaking through to the Great Realization Realm. You have two choices below. 1. Immediately ascend and leave the mortal realm. You can obtain a heavenly skill inheritance, a block of heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue cultivating temporarily without ascending. You can obtain a spiritual treasure. He looks at the notification angrily. Even the system is tempting me to ascend. He said, we've been together for so many years. It should know my character that without the cultivation of a great immortal, how could I confront the Lord of Heaven directly up there? It's better to maintain a low profile. He chose the second option. The system congratulated him on obtaining the great immortal spiritual treasure, the Golden Dragon Air Carriage. The Golden Dragon Air Carriage is a second-grade great immortal spiritual treasure. A magic item, a vehicle that can withstand a full force strike from a celestial immortal. Its surface is perfectly adorned with 4 golden dragon patterns to receive the impact. Being able to withstand a full force strike from a celestial immortal, it's a good item. This spiritual treasure is actually a shiny golden car. He said, given the situation, I might as well try it out after this promotion. In the simulation training ground, a woman appeared, saying, finally, you've reached the Great Realization Realm. He said, this time, go all out, don't hold back at all. This is the 6th level of the Great Realization Realm. The training began. A huge gust of wind arose. The ground split into 2 cracks, extending towards him. Is this the power of the 8th level of the Great Realization Realm? He chanted, heavenly and earthly profound mystery, shatter realm seal. Simulation training ended. Time used, 2 seconds. He said, I didn't even need to use the Golden Dragon Air Carriage, how easy. No one in the mortal realm can kill me now. Then he got into the carriage, remembering he had to go to an old place, the Sword Dao River. The senior who was resting there saw him coming and became annoyed, saying, why are you here again, little brat? It's just the same old cycle of upgrading divine abilities. Don't you find it boring? Why don't you diligently cultivate and improve your cultivation base instead? He sighed and said, I'm not joking with these words. No one in the mortal realm has suffered more hardship in cultivation than me. That senior was quite surprised, asking, you've reached the Great Realization Realm, but how many years has it been? He said, I'm untalented. I just like taking shortcuts in cultivation. This time, I want to see how far I can go. That senior thought, not only is his sword talent outstanding, but his cultivation talent is also monstrous. Without any flaws or background from his previous life, yet he has achieved such accomplishments. He's truly a monster. I don't know why he seems different from before. It's as if he's no longer an ordinary person. With such talent and temperament, at the very least, he should have been born a celestial prodigy. It's a pity that he's living in the mortal realm. After thinking about it, that senior realized he had gone off in the wrong direction. He thanked him and went elsewhere. The dog said to Senior Tuo Chi, can he really recover his sanity after going through Talwaruma? Why is he so confident about this person? Previously, Tuo Chi went through Talwaruma only because he couldn't control the power within himself. But for so long, Tuo Chi and that person have been the same, born extraordinary, containing immense power surpassing all living beings. It's not easy for them to die. With the secret medicine concocted by the celestial immortal manor, he'll recover soon. You know, the celestial immortal manor is merely a supernatural force. Their level of alchemy is profound. External strength alone is not enough. The key lies in their logistical system, which is why the celestial immortal manor's monopoly is truly unmatched in the world. Due to the influence of alchemy, the celestial immortal manor is fond of making stews. They had the opportunity to invite everyone to try his special dish, the celestial Kongshui snake stew. The dog said to him, speaking of this, it pointed to the large pot of water inside. Tuo Chi said it seems to be almost done. He replied, indeed, it's the aroma of stewing meat. Perhaps it needs to be stewed a bit longer. Then, suddenly, he angrily shouted, who told you to add so much firewood? This requires extinguishing the fire and using warm temperature to unblock the meridians. It's not about stewing it quickly. Take it out. As the dog was about to retrieve him, there was a sudden commotion. He thought it was the primordial sword sect. The source seemed to be at the Jade Pure Holy Sect. Could it be that person? That person's strength is extraordinary, not only in swordsmanship but also in cultivation. I can't defeat him in a direct confrontation. Then he said, I'll go out for a bit. My mood is not good. I want to go slaughter a demonic sect to vent my anger. The dog thought from behind, he's truly a cruel person. I should return to the Jade Pure Holy Sect and report this. It looked at Tuo Chi. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to bring Tuo Chi back to the Jade Pure Holy Sect. He's in such a hurry to slaughter the demonic sects, he might not notice me. But if we return, will he be enraged? My master tried to assassinate the primordial green dragon saint. He might have already reached the realm of epic transcendence, but the senior could contend with the great realization realm and once pushed the demon emperor to the brink of destruction. The dog's memory stopped when it left home. It still thought that if it confronted the master, the consequences would be unimaginable. It couldn't cause more trouble for the master. Moreover, Tuo Chi hasn't recovered yet. It should wait for some time before deciding. As for him, he was thinking about his senior fellow cultivator wait there, celestial immortal. I was born to be the number one in the world. The sole mission of everyone is to serve as stepping stones for me to become an immortal, and you, of course, are no exception. Chaos is the highest state of the human realm. In times of peace and prosperity, one will surely become an immortal. Suddenly, he saw a whirlwind heading towards this direction. He thought, no need to be afraid, it's just a whirlwind, after all. However, his gaze gradually became clear. Why are there sharks in the whirlwind? Somewhere, many people were being tied up. A voice rang out, claiming to be the sovereign. He said he would give them 3 more days. After 3 days, the grand ritual to summon ghosts would begin. Those who refused to surrender would become sacrifices. One of them said, as cultivators of the righteous path, we will never collude with those petty people. The others agreed, saying, the righteous alliance is on their way. How arrogant can you demonic cultivators be? Your reign won't last long. He laughed triumphantly, they've already arrived here. A moment ago, the Jade Pure Holy Sect, allied with the righteous sects, and together attacked the demon emperor's imperial city. Tens of thousands of disciples waited outside the city, awaiting the order of the 9 Peaks Vajra sect. Meanwhile, secretly, over 800 people infiltrated the city in secret. The white-haired person said to the one beside him, this is the demonic sect's imperial city, it looks desolate. The other person replied, I've heard that demonic cultivators occasionally go mad. The demon emperor is too lazy to build more fortresses. The white-haired person asked, then why can't we see any demonic cultivators around? The other person answered, the intelligence says they seem to be in the east or the north. Someone said that in the east, there were people killing demonic cultivators. All the demonic cultivators inside the city quickly went to help. Then, the other person said, it's unknown who that powerful expert is, who can use their own strength to lure all the demonic cultivators in the city away. Another person came and said, Elder, there's a problem at the demonic sect's imperial city. The 4 righteous sects that previously entered the city with us have now gone missing, and they've secretly abandoned their allies, which is not the style of those 4 major sects. A girl with orange hair said, I also feel something is amiss. Retreating from the battlefield is taboo in the art of war. Even if they split up to act separately, they would have sent a signal first. The white-haired person said, now they are isolated, without any reinforcements. This is what both the righteous and demonic sects desire. Fellow cultivators, we must act cautiously. The demonic sect has always been full of tricks, surely not all of them have left. The old man said, Hong Zan, you used to hide among the demonic sect before. Can you guess what their next move will be? She said, my cultivation level back then was limited, and the people I interacted with were all low-ranking. I'm afraid I can't make any guesses. Someone asked, sect leader, did you notice anything strange on the way here? He asked, what's the matter? The other person said, it seems like not all demonic cultivators were killed. Logically speaking, the number of demonic cultivators cannot exceed the righteous path, but the great battle has lasted for 15 days. Their righteous path has suffered countless casualties, yet the number of demonic cultivators hasn't decreased at all. The true face under that cloak's shadow, no one has seen it until now. The sect leader replied, if they didn't appear out of nowhere, could they have dug a tunnel from our side? The other person replied, it's very possible. Someone said, as Elder Zan Tuan mentioned, the cultivators on our side went missing without a sound. I suspect that the demonic sect's disciples are secretly moving in the dark, while the cultivators on our righteous side. Think about it. On the way here, didn't we encounter many frenzied demonic cultivators? They all had a very familiar feeling. The battle has lasted for hundreds of years. The quagmire of this 100-year war is something that devours the entire heaven and earth. A bottomless abyss. The white-haired person said, sect leader, that person thinks it's better for us to retreat. We don't necessarily have to kill our way into the imperial city. The sect leader agreed and said, everyone, retreat with me. Suddenly, that demonic cultivator appeared and killed the sect leader. He tried to tell them to split up and run. The white-haired girl said, I'll hold them off. Everyone run. That person said, Amitabha Buddha has arrived. Let's all embrace the demonic path together. A terrifying energy spread out everywhere, enveloping everything. Back to where everyone was bound, that person also released them. The orange-haired girl asked them, were the reinforcements from the righteous path completely annihilated? The red-haired girl answered, there are still troops waiting outside for orders, but the demonic sect has Grand Realm experts. Having more people would be useless. As she was speaking, suddenly, that demonic cultivator swirled around and killed someone, saying that was the consequence of not surrendering to him. Someone was terrified and told him that he agreed to become a demonic cultivator. The others said, you want our sect to be disgraced. The orange-haired girl said, betraying the righteous path is courting death. Then, the brother rushed forward, wanting to kill that person. He saved that person and said, the one who knows the times is the true hero. From now on, he will be responsible for overseeing them. After he became a demonic cultivator, he said, I didn't expect it to be so easy to become powerful. He said, if anyone craves life and fears death, immediately surrender quickly. Then, many people agreed to become demonic cultivators. The white-haired girl asked the sect leader, what should the ancestral founder do? Someone said, whether it's the 9 Peaks Immortal or us. He said, the disciples of the Jade Pure Great Saint sect would rather die standing than live as demons. Everyone revived their righteous will. As long as he hadn't acted, they still had a chance. The red-haired girl thought, even now, if her husband rushed here in a hurry, he wouldn't make it in time. This time, if she and her husband fell, she hoped they would have the chance to be husband and wife again in the next life. This time, Han Tuyat had walked 20 steps on the Sword Path River. Heaven and earth profound mystery, breaking the sword realm finger. One transformation completed, its power breaking through the boundary of the realm. Immediately this technique will condense the power of the realm and spread to the sword path when executed. The realm condensing rays shot into the void, similar to instant teleportation and entering another space. As long as the spiritual sense can lock onto the opponent, one can experiment with long-range sniping. Whether at long or short range, the sword breaking the heaven and earth profound mystery realm has extremely dangerous destructive power. It is believed that few in the world can withstand it. The current brother no longer fears anything. A notification came. The brother thought, after such a long time without a reply, would the sister kill him? The brother looked at the notification worriedly, not knowing what happened that caused the master and Hong Zan to be captured as prisoners. Don't they have puppet bodies? Why didn't they use them properly? The brother needed to confirm the situation. The puppet body activated. The brother wondered which space they were imprisoned in. It didn't seem right. The temperature here was abnormally warm. Suddenly, the brother saw a circular opening. Perhaps he understood. Then he poked his head out and said, Hong Zan, is everyone alright? A stream of thoughts appeared. Was that just an illusion? It seemed like a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. No problem, it must be the demonic sect passing by. A voice spoke up, well, even the Jade Pure Saint sect's Fairy Hong Zan couldn't endure it, and wants to join us now. Hee hee, Fairy Hong Zan, Tomorrow is the grand ceremony to welcome demons. Since that's the case, why don't you follow him? With your exquisite looks, it would be a pity to use you as a sacrifice. She replied to the sect person, I absolutely won't live temporarily with a bunch of lowly, unrighteous people like you. Someone from the crowd behind said to him, what was that sound just now? Quickly check it out. He replied, their weapons have been confiscated. Those lumps on a woman's chest are not just for storage. She whispered to the brother not to make a sound. Transmitting sound to the puppet body would work. The brother asked what was happening around here. Why were all the righteous cultivators captured like this? She said, the 4 demonic sects are laying ambushes everywhere, aiming to capture righteous cultivators, except the Jade Pure Saint sect. Most people were deluded and led to join the demonic path, becoming demons. In the century-long war between the righteous path and demons, they have completely lost. The brother said, no wonder, then. She continued, it seems to be related to something, the grand ceremony to welcome demons. The brother said, what? A grand demonic ceremony? The Demon King is playing big, huh? She said, don't think it's about welcoming the Demon King. It seems there's a secret that can't be revealed to others. It's said he has been summoned to the mortal realm. He may want to summon more evil demons. The brother asked, so you mean the remaining cultivators are all sacrifices? She said, that's right. The brother said, don't worry, once the opportunity arises, I'll take action to save them. She told him, it's too late now. The Demon King's power is too strong. They've lost 7 powerful experts at the Fate realm. The puppet's strength isn't as strong as your true self. She said, if we have an affinity in the next life, you and I will be husband and wife again. The brother told her, don't say such ominous words. What about the celestial immortal manor? Why didn't they come to help? She said, perhaps they've been controlled too. The brother asked, is the Demon King there? She replied, no, they're still gathering cultivators from other major sects. The brother said, then there may still be time. Don't worry, keep the puppet safe. I'll think of a way to rescue them. I thought the righteous path had gained the upper hand, but according to Hong Zhan, it seems the demonic sect is dominating instead. The grand ceremony to welcome demons. Could the Demon King want to summon the ancient demon race? If the demon race arrives, I fear this world won't see peace. At that time, it will depend on you. The brother looked at his middle finger. The girl beside him, she saw that and asked, brother, what does this mean? Is this the start of your new martial art technique? The brother said, you don't need to learn it. This technique is not easy to use, unless it's a life or death situation. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, saying, could it be some kind of ultimate technique? The brother said, no, it's not. She said, if it's not a technique, then what? Why would you use it in a life or death situation? The brother said, it may let you feel at ease before you die. After saying that, he told her, get ready to welcome him, he's coming. Outside, a bird was saying, this way, sooner or later, there will be resentment. Yang Tiantong said, no, we've been with him, haven't we? Mu Dung Koi appeared, saying, Master, you all didn't go fishing. Everyone was delighted. Koi, you're back. The brother went out and asked him, did you gain anything from your mountain training? Mu Dung Koi wanted to ask the brother, of all things in this world, is the sword path the strongest? It seems he's not suited for the sword path. The brother said, it depends on the individual. Why do you say that? Mu Dung Koi said, although I've learned quite a few techniques from you, whether it's sparring within the sect or going on missions, he found his abilities were not like those prodigies rumored to be able to fight above their level. Thinking his talent wasn't enough, he tried to make up for it with diligent study. However, no matter how hard he tried, he didn't improve much. Sometimes, he felt he was quite ordinary. The brother said, you foolish boy, no path is the strongest. Only the cultivator of the path is strongest. If the sword path doesn't suit you, why not switch to another path? Mu Dung Koi said, is that how it should be? The brother said, of course, don't limit yourself to this. Think about which path suits you. Mu Dung Koi mentioned the spells and weapons, the various paths of the sect. He wanted to try them all. He felt the path of arms suited him best, either spears or long weapons. But he saw very few in the sect using them, as they seemed more suited for life and death battles. The brother thought, no wonder he's the war god of the divine palace. Even after reincarnation, he can still force his previous life's preference for weapons to remain. The brother said, I knew early on that the spear path was his destiny, so I made a spear from a branch of the Fudan tree. It's called the Xuanji Ku Jian Shang Bao. He took it out. Everyone was shocked, for the Fudan tree was the brother's most precious spiritual tree. The brother said, don't be too attached to your master's teachings. Xuanyu and Fang Liang, both my second-generation disciples, whatever great enlightenment they had, Mu Dung Koi won't lack. From now on, this is Mu Dung Koi's spear. System reminder. Mu Dong Koi's admiration for the host is increasing. Current admiration level is 5 stars. Oh, and this matter, in the battle between the righteous and the demonic sects, the righteous path's frontline has fallen into a disadvantageous position today. Master is preparing to lend a hand. I'll use this opportunity to expound the way. Whether you can comprehend it or not depends on your own aptitude or methods. We'll see each person's methods. At the demonic sect's location, Dama, the Great One, the disciples of the Jade Pure Holy Sect refuse to submit to you, stubbornly escorting them to the demonic altar. Anyone who dares resist will be killed directly. A group followed the order. The fat guy ordered to bring everyone out. Someone said, leave the fatty to join the enemy's side. He will definitely die. He said, whether I die or not is still unknown, but they're probably not going to make it through today either. Suddenly, he cried out, having been stabbed in the butt. The orange-haired guy said, who knows if you'll be the ones laughing in the end. It's uncertain, but you'll need to change your accessories. Someone said, these cowards, afraid of death, they look down on Hong Zhan. They hope to be married to him in the next life. Next, the white-haired girl beside him said, that's unlikely. By the time you reincarnate, he'll have become an immortal. She was surprised. Aren't the two realms already separated? The white-haired guy said, sister, he has a line that he's been holding back for a long time. The white-haired girl said she didn't want to hear it. She looked up and said, elder brother, if we have a chance in the next life, I'll be your martial sister, and protect you, to repay you for taking care of me in this life. Someone from that group said, the transfer is done. This time, the sacrificial offerings have exceeded 100,000, right? The girl thought anxiously, how many cultivators has the demon emperor captured? Someone said, is there really no hope? What about the celestial immortal manor? What about those sacred lands? Why aren't they helping us? The sect leader said, spiritual power is being transformed into demonic energy. But it takes a time equivalent to demonic cultivators, yet they still have the ability to accelerate this process. The heavens are not showing us mercy. The white-haired guy said, the century-long Great War is not without reason. Up above, the dog and the rabbit looked down. It said, do so many cultivators really have to ascend? It said, it's not easy to escape the demon emperor's grasp, or maybe don't go back. The rabbit said, they're cultivators of the righteous path, why should they be afraid? Today, if the demon emperor's scheme succeeds as intended, it will definitely cause chaos in the world. Looking back now, we may lack some of our strength. The dog thought, you're being too righteous and inflexible. If that demonic immortal comes to kill, then we'll see. At the sect leader's urgent call, he said the front lines, a million miles away, reported that the sect leader had been captured. Those sacred lands have also disappeared. What's going on? He said, don't be hasty. I'm still waiting for someone to appear. He asked, who are you waiting for? He said, the demon emperor's scheme. He asked, what scheme? Why is Elder Han waiting for him? Don't you plan to go to the front lines and help the sect leader? The patriarch said, how can I not? But staying here to preach the Tao can also help them. Mu Dong Koi said, before you preach, may I ask a question? Is the Tao we pursue about living or being powerful? He said, all beings have the wisdom of beings. Realizing the Tao leads to eternal life. As for the question you want to ask me, I can explain it to you. It is, if in this world, there is only one person left alive in the end, then that person is the strongest. He said, being the last one alive. An old man asked, the Tao has the cycle of reincarnation, which mortals cannot transcend. Does becoming an immortal mean escaping the cycle of reincarnation? He answered, no, it cannot. Cultivators are just stronger than mortals. The distance to transcending the cycle of reincarnation and achieving eternal life is still very far. Otherwise, in legends, there wouldn't be so many immortals reincarnating as mortals. They asked, so what are you now? If not in the myths, there wouldn't be so many gods and immortals reincarnating as mortals. They asked, so what are you now? He said, I have already attained the great vehicle. What does that mean? Could it be that you've summoned the ultimate demonic being? According to legends, demons were once the two strongest races of humans and spirits. This altar won't let you ascend. All kneel down. Those climbing up, kneel before this old man. The people below were furious. Welcome, Demon Emperor's scheme. Welcoming the Demon Emperor's descent. In unison, they said, welcome, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. He said, you inheritors of the demonic Tao, open your eyes and look at the demonic Tao. In the beginning, the universe was in chaos. First, there were demons, then gods. Later, humans were born, and immortals appeared. The demonic Tao pursues freedom from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, eternal life, and immortality. repaying kindness with enmity. He said, "Do as you please." The crowd chanted, "The demonic Tao is eternal. The demon emperor is immortal." The demon emperor said, "The world has long looked down on the demonic Tao. Starting from today, I will lead you all to the supreme position." Upon hearing this, the puppet said, "Who taught you this scheme?" A person appeared and said, "Relying on him alone." Seeing this, those people said, "It's him again. How hateful." This person said to the demon emperor, "Last time, I carelessly let you take this life. This time, I won't let it happen. Your tyranny in this world ends here." It was the demonic immortal. The righteous Tao will be saved this time. This person thought, today, standing before the two paths, the righteous and the demonic emperor, then he is the number one in the world. The number one in the world, saving all beings. The dog said to the rabbit, "Isn't the demonic immortal stronger now?" The rabbit said, "He might even be stronger than our master." The dog said, "That's enough of our business. Let's go back to the feast." The rabbit said, "Wait a bit more, this isn't a simple matter." The demon emperor said, "Although there's still a slight gap to my peak, it's enough to dominate the world." Seeing him make a move, people said in anger, "His power has recovered, yet he's still leaving them a way out." He said, "Under the great vehicle, you're all ants. Even if you borrow secret techniques to temporarily reach the great vehicle, essentially, you're just at the realm of tribulation. Do you think defeating a third-stage great vehicle cultivator is a big deal? It's time for you to open your eyes to the vast gap between the two great vehicle realms. The peak of the 8th stage of the great vehicle realm. With one move, he sent the demonic immortal flying far away. The outcome was clear to those below. They had no power to fight back. Everyone was worried that the invincible demonic immortal was struck down like this. He had been waiting for this moment. To defeat the one who had judged him, whose vigilance had relaxed, was the opportunity he had waited for. His divine sense locked on. Yang Tiandong asked when he would ascend after reaching the great vehicle. He said he was waiting to ascend and pay respects to his master or something. The girl asked how powerful the great vehicle truly was. He said he would show them. The great vehicle is. He pointed to the southern sky, the northern earth, and raised his middle finger. With one finger pointing, the great vehicle is having me, the infinite, define it. He made his move, dashing from afar toward the demon emperor. In that moment, the demon emperor had no thoughts. He quietly entered the world, then quietly returned. The demonic immortal was saying, "If I die today, I'll drag him down when I look up." But he was nowhere to be seen. He was dazed, wondering where he was and who he was. Did he win? That was the immortal's move just now. Mortals couldn't be that powerful. However, there was a familiar, wondrous feeling from the sword aura. Over there, he was raising his middle finger with a cold expression. After the frozen solitary finger sword technique was executed, a strange light pierced through the demon emperor's body. The demon emperor sensed the danger, but then turned into dust and smoke from the frozen solitary's attack. The demonic immortal stood dazed on the stage after seeing the demon emperor disappear. Where's the demon emperor? The demon emperor's subordinates, after witnessing this, gaped with faces full of fear. How could the demon emperor? The demon emperor's subordinates panicked. How could there be an existence in the mortal world capable of killing the demon emperor? Could it be an immortal from the celestial realm in hiding? Who took action? Don't just stand there, run away quickly. Even an 8th stage great vehicle cultivator was killed. If we stay, we're next. The demon emperor's subordinates used the demonic soul secret technique to flee in a hurry. Demonic immortal, how dare you summon an immortal? Wait there for my demon sect from the upper realm. I will definitely question your celestial sect. The demonic immortal said, the celestial sect has no immortals in the mortal world. An existence capable of killing a great vehicle cultivator with one sword, terrifying to the point of making a demon lord flee. The demonic immortal pondered, in this world, besides Quan Wu, who else could be stronger? Or could it really be that there's an immortal in the mortal world? But what was that familiar feeling from earlier? Below, the crowd was staring up at the demonic immortal in a daze. Everyone was frozen in shock after witnessing what had just happened. Someone said hesitantly, "The demon emperor. The demon emperor is dead." Everyone around was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Oh heavens, what exactly happened? A powerful being took action, and was able to directly kill the demon emperor. My protector is gone, how can we survive? The surrounding voices were in an uproar. Was it the demonic immortal who killed him? Surely it couldn't have been the demonic immortal. He was terrified earlier. Who was it in the end? It couldn't have been the demon emperor, a great vehicle cultivator. Could it be that an immortal from heaven took action to protect the righteous way? Quan Tianzi said, has Han Yu Zhan become powerful enough to kill a great vehicle cultivator? Quan Wu Guang was puzzled. Elder Han. Couldn't be, right? Someone looked up towards Xing Hongzhan's figure. It seemed like she was in charge of observing the target. Han Yu-zan's statue was on her chest, and Xing Hongzan was still pointing up at the sky. Could it really be Elder Han taking action? A melee began unfolding below. The demon emperor is dead. The demon lords have fled. Heaven wants to eliminate the demonic sect. We're doomed. The prisoners started rebelling. Their spiritual power has recovered. Retreat quickly. Forget about the prisoners. The demonic immortal is still up there. Tu Chi and Hundun Tien Chu were still observing from above. Hundun Tien Chu spoke up. What happened just now? If I didn't see it wrong, did Senior Ji intentionally take advantage of an opening to kill the demon emperor? Tu Chi replied, Number. The sword aura and the spiritual energy were completely different. Tu Chi said, Wait, this aura feels familiar. It must be my master taking action. Hundun Tien Chu was startled. Your master acted. Why? Tu Chi's eyes were filled with emotion. Of course, master has always been protecting me from the shadows. If not, I would have died outside long ago. Hundun Tien Chu thought disappointedly, how despicable. Why don't I receive such treatment? Has my master forgotten about me? The melee in the distance was still ongoing. Hundun Tien Chu said to Tu Chi, Let's quickly leave. Don't let the demonic immortal regain his senses and keep us here. I don't want to be his mount. Tu Chi replied, We'll return to the grand feast. The demonic ceremony will be disrupted from here. On the battlefield side, someone was riding a flat fish, the Matu Destiny ancestor clan. All of you Matis. The people below said, It seems he doesn't need our help. But why does he seem so angry, like someone stole his prey? Who wouldn't be angry? In Han Yu-zan's mountain, there was a line of words on the mountain. Endure for now, the world is vast. The demon emperor was assassinated, the demon lords fled. Now the righteous way should be stable. Han Yu-zan flew down from above with a captivating demeanor, drawing the attention of people, including his disciples. Han Yu-zan's friends and pets were looking up with admiration. Master is so powerful. Ancestor, what divine ability is this? Han Yu-zan asked, Do you want to learn it? Mu Rongqi excitedly said, I really want to. Han Yu-zan asked, But don't you prefer swords? Another of Han Yu-zan's disciples pushed Mu Rongqi aside and said, Yes. I don't like sword arts, master, please teach me instead. I really like it. Mu Rongqi angrily said, Who said that? I could try changing to staff arts. It would definitely be extremely powerful. Han Yu-zan was opening a book. Han Yu-zan opened the book and wrote down a line of words in it. Han Yu-zan closed the book. His face was filled with a terrifying smile. This divine ability is called the Heaven and Earth Profound Sovereign Realm Breaking Vision. The difficulty in cultivating it is quite high. Whoever wants to learn it, sit down. I'll impart the heart technique first. Whoever comprehends it first, I'll teach them first. Han Yu-zan's disciples happily answered, Yes. Han Yu-zan thought to himself, It's like removing a burden. There aren't many enemies left for me. To celebrate the righteous way's victory this time, the cultivation time for the Marquis and Transcendent Dao ranks will be doubled. News of victory is spreading from the front lines. There's someone flying around, spreading news on papers that the demon emperor is dead. That person is handing out papers and saying the demon emperor was killed by an immortal, and the Matu army has collapsed. The world is shaken, everyone can see it. What's even more shocking is that no one knows who it is. Even the 5-star Grand Marshal Lao Mai praised him highly. When I learned that a sword could move the world like this, I knew the strongest combat power couldn't be maintained in the same era as him. It's my misfortune. Get ready to live under his shadow. A few days after the demon emperor's demise, in the mortal realm, the legend of the immortal from the 5 flowers 8 doors spread. There was someone holding a fan and continuing the previous story. The demon emperor's successor, Ha, loved handicrafts. His biggest mistake was wanting to rebuild the demon court. Down below, people angrily said, Don't continue the previous story. Talk about the demon emperor being killed by the immortal. Keep up with current events. You don't even know that. That person slammed the table. If you want to talk about this immortal who killed the demon emperor, then you should start by telling the legend, the millennium-old myth. Everyone knows the immortal is the ancient deity, the grand preceptor Hai. The people below were still furious. Do you want me to kill you now or not? Zan Qing-jun was looking in that direction. A voice called out to Zan Qing-jun, Demon Army, hurry back, that person has arrived. A server brought food to the guest room, noodles, roasted meat, steamed buns, imperial shrimp dumplings, and your pork lung and lotus seed soup have arrived. The server suddenly looked at the dining table, but there was no one there. I clearly didn't see your leave, but damn it, we have another dine and dasher. At this moment, Zan Qingjun was walking down a dark path. Zan Qingjun entered, with smoke rising from his feet. Zan Qingjun looked at the person in front and called out, "Your Majesty." The demon venerables were trembling and kneeling before His Majesty. His Majesty asked the successor, "Ha is dead. You don't even know who killed him." Zan Qingjun knelt on one knee and solemnly replied, "I wasn't present at the scene then. But according to the reports, the opponent didn't manifest a physical form. I suspect it was the opponent's divine power that struck. After all, it's not the first time a divine power has descended to the mortal realm." The atmosphere gradually became silent with fear. The demon venerables were still trembling in worried fear. His Majesty and Zan Qingjun said, "Should the demon race's plan to descend to the mortal realm continue? First, the late Ha had already initiated the sacrificial rite. The demon race's spiritual energy has approached the mortal realm. This may have already alarmed the immortal realm. If we continue, I'm afraid." His Majesty angrily said, "HMPH, continue." His Majesty gradually disappeared. "Leave the aftermath to the demon lord. The mortal realm already has a true demon. I've arranged for him to find that true demon." Zan Qingjun asked, "What about me?" His Majesty said, "You'll ascend soon." Then he disappeared completely. Zan Qingjun replied, "Yes." After that, Zan Qingjun immediately thought of Han Shuiyu's image. 10 years after the demon emperor Ha's demise and grand ceremony, Yu Qing of the Jade Pure sect cultivated into an immortal on Mount Shen. It was now winter season, the mountain covered in white snow. Inside the mountain, Han Shuiyue was still cultivating with a mysterious technique. The second level of the Great Vehicle Realm. The 9th level of the 6 Realms Reincarnation Technique, perfected. The 6 Realms Reincarnation Technique had reached the 9th level, able to absorb the essence of the sun and moon above, and gather the 9 yin spiritual energies below. The mind technique of the 6 Realms Reincarnation, at this 8th level, carried supernatural abilities. It could enter the underworld. It could absorb souls and enter the 6 realms of reincarnation. Previously, Han Shuiyue cited insufficient cultivation as the reason for not exploring it yet. Now, a door was gradually opening. Han Shuiyue thought, now that the 6 realms reincarnation is accomplished, it's time to go down and see. As she thought this, a bolt of lightning struck down, revealing an area with Bixi Brahma flowers growing on the ground. Han Shuiyue, with a pale white face, gradually emerged. Han Shuiyue looked around, surrounded by Bixi Brahma flowers. Bixi Brahma flowers. It seems the reincarnation gate truly connected to this place, the underworld. Han Shuiyue was approaching a bridge. Han Shuiyue looked at the flowing river. This black river is truly bizarre. It can even dissolve divine consciousness. On the river, many strange, massive creatures appeared. Could this be the legendary river of oblivion? There are so many unknown things, beyond what is normally seen before my eyes. Best not to act recklessly. Han Shuiyue continued walking on the seemingly endless long bridge, but her divine consciousness could not sense the surrounding space, where she came from or where to go. Moreover, this rope bridge intertwined erratically, seemingly without an end. Which path should she take? Below Han Shuiyue, there were souls floating up from the river. A soul flew past Han Shuiyue, and she looked at it, puzzled. A soul. Han Shuiyue looked towards the emanating light. Since when is there light in the underworld? Is it the exit of the reincarnation gate? Are they leading me out? Han Shuiyue looked ahead at the path, with lanterns on both sides. Souls were gathering around a waiting carriage. Is there someone there? A food stall gradually appeared. Someone was holding a bowl, scooping a strangely colored liquid, then giving it to the souls to drink. The souls drank it and returned the bowls to that person. After drinking that liquid, the souls immediately vanished. Han Shuiyue watched and thought. The souls disappeared. Han Shuiyue looked up at the sign before her, puzzled. She read the words on it. Reincarnation Bridge. I'm not here to reincarnate. Why did I end up on the reincarnation bridge? Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. A terrifying oppressive force pressed down on Han Shuiyue, immobilizing her. Han Shuiyu's body gradually cracked into pieces. A massive woman figure appeared behind Han Shuiyue. Before life and death, reincarnation, you want to turn back. Han Shuiyue recognized her as the demon granny. Han Shuiyue thought, an existence that can control reincarnation in the underworld. I can't provoke her. Han Shuiyue struggled to look up at the demon granny. With her final gaze, she only saw. The demon granny was bringing her hand closer to Han Shuiyue. Han Shuiyu's entire body erupted with immense power. It's do or die. Han Shuiyue thought, I can't let her discover me. Han Shuiyue unleashed her supreme self-destruction technique. Han Shuiyue's self-destruction caused the nearby hibiscus to change color. The bridge shook. The reincarnation bridge gate was also damaged. The demon granny raised her hand and uttered a word, causing the sudden explosion to stop. Then the demon granny said further, Han Shuiyu's self-destruction technique has been shattered, leaving nothing but a failed attempt. The demon granny said, quite amusing. I was wondering why you were so determined. It turns out to be just a puppet technique. The shattered pieces of Han Shuiyu's puppet gradually fell. What a pity, this was a divine skill passed down for millions of years, the only existence that could rival the great Luo in the puppet system. What is her true origin, after all? The gate to the underworld closed. Han Shuiyue had returned to the real world. Smoke surrounded her. The supreme celestial demon suppression had also suppressed her to the point of immobility. What realm is she from, after all? Even a Tao cultivator wouldn't feel this level of suppression. Her true self didn't enter. Han Shuiyue looked at the frozen ground beneath her feet, unsure of what had happened. Han Shuiyue looked around. The bookshelves and chairs were all covered in a layer of frost. Han Shuiyue thought, just a trace of her unrestrained power, transmitted through divine consciousness, could freeze everything. I can't easily enter the underworld realm again. If she locks onto my divine consciousness and seals my true self. Han Shuiyue worried, fearing that even a world-obstructing existence could kill me. It was difficult enough to get out once. The result is that even at the supreme realm, it's still not enough. Han Shuiyue thought, perhaps I won't be able to leave in this lifetime. A figure ran near Han Shuiyue. Master, a calamity has befallen. The servant, Cao Tiandi, said fearfully, disaster has struck. The sun is about to fall. Han Shuiyue asked worriedly, what is it? Outside, two massive suns have appeared in the sky. Below are strange creatures, like flames, approaching. Those two golden crows have decided to invade the mortal realm. Tuangshuangan and Duo Di, Han Shuiyu's disciples, watched on. If you dig a hole, you must fill it yourself. Prepare 1,000 pounds of ginger to make an offering to heaven. Little Black was terrified. The two bright suns drew closer. It seems those two golden crows have decided to invade the mortal realm. The heat from the two suns caused the forest to catch fire fiercely. All the beasts had to flee for safety. People quickly tried to extinguish the fire. Squad 3 advanced. Squad 4 followed closely. The Lingzi mushrooms withered. Shi Di and Yang Tiandong, along with Mu Rong, tried to push back the black underworld rooster. Little Black, look at the good deeds you've done. All the Lingzi mushrooms that Tuangshuangan painstakingly cultivated have been lost. Making an offering to heaven is done. Han Shuiyue moved to observe the situation. If indeed they let those beings invade, she feared the Jade Pure Holy Sect would be flattened. That's right, one crisis settles, and another arises. The demon Tao has just ceased fighting, but not for long. These two beasts are truly seeking death, treating the mortal realm's defenses as mere decoration. Han Shuiyue was astonished, noticing a crack in the sky. When did this crack appear? Could the golden crows have discovered it and come because of this? The two golden crows emerged from the crack. Little Black cried out in panic, they're here. Mu Rong Kixing and Yang Tiandong sprinkled seasoning over the person's body. Xiao He didn't have time to add seasoning, just roast him directly. The enemy also said there's no need to roast him. Kim O will decide his fate himself. The people can only ascend to their destined fate. Is the sky about to fall? It's over, it's over, it's over. Do you need some water? Han Shuiyue prepared his hands. Should I unleash my technique? The heaven and earth mystical destruction realm breaking finger. At this moment, the system notification slid in for inspection. It showed a celestial innate fate. Should I check their background? The Kim O Great Tao realm, 7th level, not yet an adult. Due to insufficient aptitude, they were abandoned by the Kim O divine tribe. He sensed the aura of the Futang tree, which intended to enter the mortal realm to gain power. Due to the demonic tribe's disturbance of the heavenly fate, the two young Kim Os found an opportunity and wanted to rush into the mortal realm. Han Shuiyue flew and thought to himself, it's because the heavenly fate is being affected, causing the shield's power to weaken. No wonder they were abandoned by the Kim O divine tribe. Then killing them won't risk retaliation. He was about to strike, but then hesitated. But what if they do retaliate? That divine tribe values face greatly. If I really kill them, I can't avoid their wrath. I can't kill them, but I can't retreat either. Then I can only. Han Shuihui prepared to unleash his technique with both hands. With just my yang essence, your celestial flames can't stop me. You've raised your hands too. Then let's see your technique, which you've forgotten for many years. Let's see if you can receive my move, he said, and Han Shuihui immediately pierced through the 9 dragons curse sealing talisman. I've caught you too now. Han Shuihui looked in surprise. Xiao He closed his eyes in fear, not wanting to There's no tasty part on me at all. I absolutely won't deceive you. Xiao He was surprised as the 2 sons disappeared. Yang Tiandong was also surprised at their departure, and the sky returned to normal. Han Shuihui looked up at the sky. The heavenly Tao repaired the rift so quickly? It seems the mortal realm has escaped this calamity. Han Shuihui silently pondered, not saying a word. Ji Tianxian asked in confusion, where did the 2 sons go? Han Shuihui casually replied, I persuaded them to leave. Ji Tianxian frowned and asked, oh, was that you who acted just now? Han Shuihui had to admit, it was me. He angrily said, if that's the case, then you were the one who killed the demon emperor the other day. Ji Tianxian raged, pointing his finger. The domineering spiritual qi just now and the spiritual mark on the altar were exactly the same as the demons. It must have been you, there's no mistake. Before Han Shuihui could explain, he swiftly moved to Ji Tianxian's side and placed his hand over his mouth. This must absolutely not be revealed to the outside. Han Shuihui frowned seriously and said, if it's spoken of, my life will find it hard to return to peace. Helping the world was still your responsibility. Hearing this, Ji Tianxian turned red and stammered. After finishing, Han Shuihui left, leaving Ji Tianxian flustered, saying, isn't this a chance for you to become famous across the world? You. Han Shuihui turned and said, I cultivate only for longevity, not seeking fame or fortune, that's all. Ji Tianxian was stunned, mouth agape, focused on cultivation, not seeking fame or fortune. Is this really what I'm pursuing? The biggest difference between him and me lies in our perspectives. Perhaps it is so. This is the path to becoming the strongest expert. Perhaps the answer has been right before my eyes. It's just that everyone has different perspectives, so there's no way to discover the truth. I've spent my whole life fighting for superiority, just to defeat those unmatched in the world, to ascend to divinity above him, or be shallow. Ji Xianshen fell into deep thought. 1,800 words omitted, got it. A notification sounded. System hint, Ji Xianshen's favorability towards you has increased to 3 stars. Han Shuiyu's frowning face can increase favorability. Mu Rongqi and the others rejoiced. Master, the sun has returned to normal. Were the Golden Crows eliminated? Han Shuiyue walked over to them. The Golden Crow tribe is a divine race from the upper realm. How can you casually say they were killed? Mu Rongqi asked. Then what about them? Little Black laughed happily. It seems the Golden Crows went back home. Now I can sleep soundly. Han Shuiyue said mysteriously. They can't return now. From Han Shuiyu's sleeve appeared the Tuxu Kankan. My sleeve is the heaven and earth, able to absorb all yin and yang in the world. Little Black turned pale, blood boiling with a chilling brutality. No matter big or small, none could withstand it. The terrifying pressure made one feel suffocated, terrifyingly close to the brink of death, the closest in one's life. Little Black ran to hug the Fuyun tree, crying, I don't want this anymore. Han Shuiyue said to Little Black, you'd better get used to this. Later, you and these 2 golden crows need to guard the Fuyun tree together. Shi Di asked in surprise, are these the golden crows? Yang Tiandong looked on in disbelief. If not for the overwhelming pressure, I'd have thought Master captured the wrong beings. Divine beasts are indeed unlike other creatures. Master, you're not going to nurture them, are you? The 2 tiny golden crows lay weakly, leaning against each other. Master, why did you have to go through such trouble to keep these troublemakers? Why did you expend effort to capture them? The reason I want to subdue these 2 is because the Fuyun tree will continue absorbing the descent of divine beasts, for the long-term stability of the mortal realm. Instead, it's better to have them guard the Fuyun tree. Moreover, in the future when you all set out, wouldn't it be cool to ride the golden crows? Wouldn't that be awesome? Han Shuiyue became terrifying, threatening them. I'll give you some time to reflect. If you're willing to accept me as your master and stay on the mountain to cultivate, you can survive. The 2 golden crows trembled, hugging each other, but still retorted, why should we stay here? Han Shuiyu's terrifying gaze fell upon them. The mortals have suffered enough because of you 2. Do you still want to leave after all the grievances? You should know, ever since you appeared, the weather has never been too cold. Tell me, isn't it hard enough to cultivate under the scorching sun? Han Shuiyue brought his face close to the withered spirit plants. The spirit plants had dried up. Because of you two, some time ago, they dried up quite a few spirit plants. If you don't behave, I might as well combine you and make a nice mushroom chicken stew out of you. Han Shuiyue continued scaring them, causing them to turn pale with fright. From what I see, if they don't agree, I'll drag them into the NDT-79 Golden Crow combo. People in this world have long wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Hearing Han Shuiyue's words, they kept bowing. Sir, my sister and I are willing to submit. Han Shuiyue was satisfied. In that case, Shi Di asked his master, how will we resolve the compensation for the spirit plants owed to the major sects? Mu Rongqi immediately said, the spirit plants of the sects in this world, only 1/10 remains. If we compensate our sect, I'm afraid we'll go bankrupt. Han Shuiyue's hand was gesturing something. Ahem. This matter absolutely cannot be made public. Act as if you don't know, and obey the orders. Han Shuiyue lowered his hand, projecting a seal onto the two golden crows, and instructed them. You two have committed grave sins. You've long been enemies of all living beings in the mortal realm. If you reveal yourselves carelessly, you will definitely be exterminated. Stay on this mountain from now on. But, what if they come knocking at our doorstep? There's no need to worry. Since you've submitted, you're part of our family now. This seal can protect you two completely. In the future, while on the mountain, remember, you must not harm each other, understand? The two of them replied, understood. Xiao He frowned and said, Master, the celestial maiden said these two little fellows are divine beasts. But they don't seem that powerful. Nok Do Kim looked at Xiao He with some disdain and said, how can you say that? You were the first one to run away earlier. Han Shuiyue said, their abilities are indeed ordinary, only at the Great Realization Realm. Hearing this, Xiao He was shocked. The Great Realization Realm. Han Shuiyue maintained his terrifying expression, approached and instructed the two golden crows. From now on, you two will live with Xiao He on the Fuyun tree. If you don't understand anything, just ask him directly. They nodded fearfully. Xiao He said in shock, Master, they're at the Great Realization Realm. You want me to live with them? What if one day I want to eat something delicious? What should I do if I eat them? Han Shuiyue turned and left. Who asked you to bring them here? From now on, you all should be friends. They can keep an eye on me. The Shishong introduced, this is the pigsty of the Black Rooster. This is your new home. You must live well together from now on. Xiao He was terrified and kept crying. This is really the end. The good days of the rooster are gone, never to return. Seeing this, Yang Tiandong said to Xiao He, think positively. At least the Fuyun tree has the golden crows guarding it, so no random creatures will come. You can consider yourself free now. No more fishing every day. You should be satisfied now. Xiao He calmed down and thought it made sense. Mo Yunqi had a slightly sly look as he said to Xiao He, if you develop a good relationship with that girl, you could marry into the Golden Crow tribe in the future. That would be a promising future. Xiao He sneered, I won't marry into their tribe. Yang Tiandong grinned, that's right, interbreeding is forbidden. They're just at the small Great Realization Realm, after all. Sooner or later, you'll surpass these two little ones. Just wait and see. The two golden crows were frolicking in their new home. Hearing Xiao He's words, they glanced at the earthly beast. Xiao He then dug a hole and buried himself. He made his own grave, to the astonishment of the Shishongs. A year later, Xiao He was still lying there, sleeping outside, with many offerings placed around him. A figure was approaching. It was Xuanguniang. She glanced at the golden crows, finding them quite interesting. Xiao He angrily emerged from the ground. He opened his mouth, and it was the golden crow's voice. Wait until I make cultivation achievements, and regain my bloodline power, I will astonish everyone. Her hand transformed, with a ferocious and domineering smile. Xiao He looked at her in surprise. She took out a pill. This is a Great Realization Realm Demon's inner pill. I'm giving it to you now. Little Phoenix, work hard. Xiao He looked at her doubtfully, then suddenly recognized his master. He looked at the pill, hesitating and thinking, should he accept it or not? Wouldn't accepting it be acknowledging her? She pinched Xiao He's cheek playfully and said, long time no see, you've grown so much, as plump as a little piggy. Is that all you've got? Han Shuiji smiled. What wind blew you here? Han Shuiji came to find the sword path. You're still not fast enough. Thank you, Xiao He. Thank you, Zan. He suddenly stopped and called her respected matriarch. She blushed and laughed. Hey, don't call me that. The naive sword path asked, another matriarch. She glanced at him and shook her head. Tell me, why Han Shuiji? This child just formed, doesn't know how to speak properly. Don't listen to nonsense. Hearing this, she said, if even the golden crows can be revived, perhaps you've reached the great realization realm too. Han Shuiji replied, you're not wrong. Inwardly, she wondered, why do I feel there's an ulterior motive in her words? She smiled and said, so you dare take me as your junior now? No wonder you have a divine beast. Your cultivation speed is fast. Han Shuiji looked surprised. What did she mean by that? Could she have seen the Fuyun tree? Is she looking for an excuse to take action? With his current strength, defeating her wouldn't be difficult, but if he really fought and tried to take it by force, the battle between great realization cultivators would be disastrous. It could level the entire cultivation mountain after years of arduous cultivation. In the end, the one at a disadvantage would be himself. He had already realized the principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble. If this continued, the great powers in the world would definitely list this place as a land to conquer, and there would surely be conflicts. Afterwards, he might not have any more peaceful days. How could he prevent this place from being discovered? The system reminded him that he could choose a location for the system to create a boundary field. Cultivators outside the boundary field would not be able to detect any changes inside the boundary field. He had forgotten the system had this function. He remembered when he was young, he used it to avoid his cultivation being discovered. After joining the Jade Pure sect, seeing that everyone was a cultivator, he stopped using it. The system notified him, due to your realm advancement exceeding the standard, the boundary field has directly evolved twice. Now, the area it can protect is as large as the cultivation mountain. So vast. Hopefully, the higher realms won't discover it. She looked around and said, this boundary field seems decent. Looks like you're not just a piece of wood. Perhaps I should be glad I didn't plan to monopolize it. Han Shuiji clasped his hands, thanking Zan for the reminder. As she left, she turned and said, be careful in the future. Don't let slip that some great powers have taken notice of this place. It's hard to say who they are. There's another reason I came this time. I'll tell you once we're inside. Han Shuiji went in, and didn't forget to instruct Xiao He and the sword path. Listen up, when I go out, no one is allowed to enter the cave dwelling. Yes, master. The sword path didn't understand, but answered, yes. He was puzzled. He turned and asked his master, what are you trying to do? Xiao He said with a wicked expression, not being allowed to do something means you can't talk about it. As she went inside, she spoke while walking. I used to think that Ji Xian Shen was the #1 in the world. I didn't expect you to surpass him by a level. Back then, I indeed misjudged you. But it also proves that my luck is magnificent, to have met you before you became powerful. So, my little apprentice, you want to kick me out now, don't you? Han Shuiji responded from behind, of course not, that's not the case. When I was weak, you helped me a lot. In the future, if needed, I will definitely do my utmost to support you. Alright, no more beating around the bush with you. I have an opportunity here, do you want it or not? Han Shuiji said with some surprise, I am already a great Taoist in the mortal world. I'm afraid it's useless. You don't mean. She transformed, confirming, it's exactly what you think. I can help you ascend. Han Shuiji's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, this is the true face of the Demon Queen. She transformed into a form full of demonic charm, appearing as such. Are you willing to ascend with me? The Celestial Spirit Queen now had reverted to her true form. Han Shuiji, seeing this, was quite surprised. So this was the Demon Queen's true appearance. With a perfect, alluring figure, big breasts, curved hips, slim waist, and long legs, leaving nothing to be desired, the Celestial Spirit Queen began tempting Han Shuiji. Do you want to ascend with me? Han Shuiji gave a blunt, provocative response that would drive anyone who heard it crazy. No. Receiving such an indifferent and extremely concise answer, the Celestial Spirit Queen angrily shouted in Han Shuiji's face, why? You should know that ascending alone would be very dangerous. Look at the Demon Emperor, he's a prime example of that. Han Shuiji said again, there are powerful figures in the celestial realm waiting for me. If I ascend with you, I'm afraid it might implicate you. It's better for me to focus on cultivating in the mortal realm. The Celestial Spirit Queen continued, are you talking about the people from Qingman Desheng? Rest assured, I will protect you. You won't be exposed. Han Shuiji sighed and said, it's not just that. Previously, I killed Chu Do. As a result, Chu Shui sent a dream warning me, asking what should be done about Chu Shui. The Spirit Queen frowned, thinking for a while, then said, your cultivation level keeps increasing. Sooner or later, the mortal realm will eliminate you. Just go with the flow. The Spirit Queen fell silent, thinking for a moment, then said, "You can only rely on yourself if that's the case. I'll help you one last time, so that in the future, when you ascend, you'll have more ways to save yourself." As she spoke, the Celestial Spirit Queen moved closer to Han Shuiji. Han Shuiji was caught off guard, and a bit scared, stammering, The Celestial Spirit Queen continued, "How about cultivating with me for half a year?" Without hesitation, Han Shuiji immediately agreed. "Good," the Celestial Spirit Queen said. "First, let me tell you about the rumors in the upper realm that I know. So when you go there, you'll need to exercise some restraint. This is equivalent to our urban legends." Han Shuiji asked in surprise. "The upper realm also has urban legends?" "Of course," the Celestial Spirit Queen replied. "The upper realm is vastly larger than the mortal realm. There's nothing surprising about it having mysterious realms that we used to think the Saint realm was the highest, but discovered that's not the case. No one knows where the endpoint is. How ridiculous is that?" Han Shuiji asked in astonishment. "There are also divine rules created by humans themselves, along with the eons of heaven and earth, but the way it's described is so disjointed that no one believes it. Divine rules. Eons. These belong to the even more explosive chaos conspiracy theory." Han Shuiji was astonished. "This rumor has some basis," the Celestial Spirit Queen said. They continued conversing like this inside. Meanwhile, outside, the Enlightenment Sword was worriedly crying out, "My master has been taken again." The Black Demon Chicken calmly stopped the little one. "Go, don't stay here anymore. They've already paid beforehand." Half a year later, Han Shuiji and the Celestial Spirit Queen's wedding was held. Moreover, some time after, the Celestial Spirit Queen became pregnant. "The baby kicked me again, you see," she said to me. "I heard you," Han Shuiji replied. Finally, the day the baby was born arrived. The Celestial Spirit Queen held the baby, saying, "It's a girl. What should we name her? How about Han Ling?" Ling, as in spirit, Han Shuiji suggested. The little baby was loved by everyone since birth. The first time the little one went out to practice cultivation, Han Shuiji instructed, "Baby, if anyone dares to bully you out there, you must tell your father. Father will help you settle the score." After the little one returned from her cultivation trip, the family had a warm and happy new year together. But all of this was made up, acted out, and imagined by the Black Demon Chicken. Yang Tiandong, seeing the Black Demon Chicken's despicable expression, couldn't help but say, "If you let your master know about this, he would definitely devour you alive." Mu Dung Koi also said, "The chicken is indeed different. You even thought of the little master's name." The Black Demon Chicken said with a smug expression, "Masters, you too, have been shameless for half a year now." Yang Tiandong suddenly asked in return, "Is that true?" The Black Demon Chicken affirmed, "I've seen it many times. You can believe me this time." At this moment, Han Shuiji and the Celestial Spirit Queen also stepped out of the cave. The Enlightenment Sword, seeing this, also poked its head out and said, Hey, the masters are out, see." The Black Demon Chicken confidently said, "You see. Look at their faces, the master must be skin and bones." But when the Black Demon Chicken looked again, everything was perfectly normal, without any change. It panicked and shouted, "Oh no, why is it different from the script? Where's Han Ling?" Han Shuiji gave the Black Demon Chicken a murderous look and said, "Han Ling, let me hear it. I want to see what I'm like in your script." The Black Demon Chicken trembled in fear, sweating profusely, unable to speak. Han Shuiji continued, "This is just half a year of discussing the Tao with her. You're really something. Thinking up all sorts of nonsense." Seeing this, the Celestial Spirit Queen smiled and eased Han Shuiji, "Don't be too hard on the little phoenix. Diligently cultivate with your talents. The time you can stay in the mortal realm is not much longer. We will meet again in the immortal realm one day." Upon finishing her words, the Celestial Spirit Queen gradually disappeared, ascending to the immortal realm. Han Shuiji looked up, thinking to himself, "It's a good thing I've been worrying for hundreds of years. Otherwise, I might have really." He didn't finish that thought, just afraid of troubling others. "Indeed, I'm not the main character, unable to handle so many beauties throwing themselves at me. It's alright, having a few sincere ones is enough. I hope you have a bright future." Zan Chenggandu, being addicted to barbecue, didn't pay attention to the conversation above. He held 2 skewers of grilled goat meat and Jade Yang grilled goat meat, walked over and said, "Master, why are you so reluctant this time? Surely you didn't fail, did you? Let me explain a bit to you all. Jade Yang goat has the effect of enhancing virility." Hearing his disciple say that, Han Shuiji also went along with a wry smile. 7 years later, Urgent news from the Nine Peaks. The patriarch leader of Jade Green, the demon-suppressing squad, returned today. Han Shuiji thought, no wonder they took so long to come back. Turns out they had entered the secret realm before. A notification appeared. Your Taoism protector Fang Liang gained a fortuitous opportunity, awakening an ancient divine ability. Your close friend Mie Fug 9 gained the demonic aura, increasing his Tao attainment. Your immortal friend He Zan accidentally entered an ancient secret realm. Your Tao friend Hong Zan of the Crimson Form entered an ancient secret realm. Your close friend, the Nine Peaks Immortal, entered an ancient secret realm. Your close friend, the Celestial Spirit Immortal, left the mortal realm. Your close friend Chu Fan was attacked by righteous cultivators. Han Shuiji saw that the Celestial Spirit Immortal had ascended, feeling moved. This kid Celestial Spirit Immortal, did I really lead him astray? At such a young age, he had to ascend and become the leader of the world. Isn't that amazing? I really created too much karma. Mie Fuck 9 gained the demonic aura. Could it be that these demons still want to gather evil cultivators to rebel again? Their evil intentions haven't died, brother. Take care of yourself. Don't go overboard anywhere. Han Shuiji's current cultivation level was the second level of the Great Vehicle Realm. At this moment, Hong Zan had also returned. She immediately rushed to hug Han Shuiji, calling out affectionately. Husband Han Shuiji sweated and thought silently. Even if I didn't fall into the demon army's hands, I couldn't escape the Nine Peaks Immortal. The Nine Peaks Immortal came from behind. Upon seeing Han Shuiji, he spread his arms and shouted loudly, Elder Han, was it really you who killed the demon emperor? The immortal Zan behind him reminded him not to speak so loudly. Han Shuiji then seriously told the Nine Peaks Immortal, this must not be leaked out. To avoid unnecessary troubles, the Jade Green sect is still not the undisputed #1 in the world. Hong Zan then hugged Han Shuiji tightly and said, as expected of my husband, you must be the #1 cultivator in the world now. Han Shuiji, hugged to the point of breathlessness, said helplessly, you're exaggerating. In this world, there may still be many things hidden. Great abilities. One shouldn't underestimate people in the world. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. My husband is the strongest, Hong Zan happily replied. The immortal Zan, standing by and watching, thought to herself, who could have thought that this disciple who once gave me headaches would become #1 in the world in just a few hundred years. Innate talent is truly important. With innate talent, there's no need to wander outside. The speed of cultivation progress is unmatched in the world. Without sufficient innate talent, even with frequent opportunities, there's no way to catch up to the heavenly geniuses. Thinking this, she spoke up. On his way back this time, Han Shuiji continued, I've heard there is a true demon named Muo Fu 9. Is that right? The Nine Peaks Immortal asked in surprise. How does Elder Han know about this as well? Tell us what we should do. Should we issue a kill order? This matter indeed tarnishes the Jade Green sect. We need to urgently draw a clear line with them. Even if he was once one of the 12 elites from the Jade Green sect. Han Shuiji replied, if he doesn't casually kill humans, then for now, don't bother him. He thought to himself, I'll give you one chance because of our long brotherhood. But if you overstep the line, don't blame me for not sparing your life. At this moment, the system sounded again, reminding you that Emperor Hongyi has developed goodwill towards you. The current goodwill level is 3 stars. Han Shuiji was startled, wondering who this Emperor Hongyi was. At this time, Han Shuiji also summoned the 2 golden crows for everyone to see, leaving them utterly astonished. Hong Zan then asked, what are these? The Nine Peaks Immortal exclaimed in fear, their aura is so powerful. When did they arrive here? The immortal Zan said in shock, these are the 2 suns from the sky. How is this possible? Hong Zan exclaimed delightedly, oh, how adorable. The Nine Peaks Immortal patted Han Shuiji's shoulder and said, the mystery of the 2 missing suns is finally solved. This honor of rescuing all beings has fallen upon our sect. As expected of the formidable Elder Han, even divine beasts from the higher realms can be tamed by you. If not for the vast difference in our ranks, I would have to address you as Grand Elder. The Golden Crow then asked Han Shuiji, Master, why did you suddenly call us down? Is there something you need? Han Shuiji said, it's all right. I just wanted to greet you. You can return now. Han Shuiji sweated in fear, thinking to himself about the reason. It was an order from above telling me to take good care of you too. 10 minutes earlier, Han Shuiji had suddenly received a notification about Emperor Hongyi's goodwill. Emperor Hongyi's cultivation level was unknown, from the Golden Crow divine race. He had once given birth to 7 golden crows. The 2 smallest golden crows, due to their poor aptitude, were expelled from the Golden Crow divine race. Emperor Hongyi worried about his wandering descendants defendants, so he expended his vital essence and divined that you had taken in the 2 young golden crows. He developed goodwill towards your actions. If you harm the 2 young golden crows, Emperor Hongyi would definitely hate you to the death. For now, the goodwill level is 3 stars. After reading the notification, Han Shuiji's face paled in fear as he thought, it's fortunate that I calmly considered it thoroughly then. I almost offended a terrifying existence whose cultivation level even the system couldn't display. But they were still expelled just for having poor aptitude. The Golden Crow race is indeed heartless. The reincarnation mark is still there, so that one shouldn't object to me being their master. If there's a way to help them improve their aptitude, they'll have additional support in the higher realms in the future. We're all from the same family. Those demonic cultivators over there were drooling just from seeing the 2 golden crows, and were so scared they foamed at the mouth. Some even fainted. Han Shuiji turned to the 9 Peaks sect leader Immortal and said, after the Demon Emperor campaign, the cultivation world will have a period of peace. We can allow our sect disciples to go out and seek their own destinies. The 9 Peaks Immortal said, I had this idea as well. I will make the arrangements immediately. Remove the restrictions on the sect's mission area. Then I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. After saying that, he left. Han Shuiji then turned to speak to Fairy Ziyuan. Master, in the upcoming period, please bring senior sister here. My recent ascension to the great vehicle path is not yet stable. I can guide you both to the next realm. Fairy Ziyuan immediately agreed. Alright. Qing Hongtuan, upon hearing their conversation, became unsettled in her heart. She thought to herself, advance to the next realm so soon. I remember Fairy Ziyuan just recently ascended, not long ago. So then, suddenly, Han Shuiji came over and hugged Hongtuan, saying, of course, Hongtuan too. You should come and cultivate together with us. She suddenly backed away quickly, and stammered, husband, you can just leave me out. With Fairy Ziyuan and Chongqing by your side, that's enough. After all, Fairy Ziyuan in the past had already become a sect elder. Her natural talents are unquestionable, and disciple Chongqing is no ordinary person either. They are more suitable to cultivate with you than me. I was just planning to go out for a trip. Perhaps there are greater opportunities outside. Han Shuiji looked at Hongtuan with utter bewilderment. Didn't you just return? At this point, Fairy Ziyuan spoke up. Disciple Chongqing, have you misunderstood something? Han Shuiji and I are not. Hongtuan cut her off immediately. No, it's not what you think. I don't mind if husband takes on other cultivating companions. I just. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Hongtuan boldly said, I'm just afraid of being left behind on the path of cultivation. Anyway, my aptitude is far inferior to Fairy Ziyuan's. With my aptitude, wanting to cultivate to the realm of immortality is almost impossible. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent for a moment, speechless. Hongtuan continued, rather than wasting time on a predetermined outcome, it's better for me to go out and take a gamble. Perhaps I might encounter a great opportunity that could transform me completely. Then, I may be able to ascend with you, husband. Seeing Hongtuan's earnestness, Han Shuiji said seriously, Hongtuan, this is no laughing matter. Hongtuan placed a finger on Han Shuiji's lips and said, husband, being by your side for so many years, I know you have many extraordinary means. Even if, in the end, I cannot ascend to the realm of immortality, you will help me reincarnate into a new life with an unparalleled bloodline and talents. But as she spoke, she hugged Han Shuiji tightly. I don't want you to see my ugly appearance after I grow old again, nor do I want to reincarnate in another body to serve you. So please, husband, allow me to go out and take a chance. Perhaps in the future, we can be together forever. For eternity, unending like heaven and earth. At this moment, Han Shuiji's senior martial sister, Chang Yuerni, had just arrived. She clapped her hands and said, well said. I witnessed my junior brother's growth. Each time he ascends, I feel happier, yet also a part of me grows more sorrowful and helpless. My aptitude is not considered exceptional either. Even if I exhaust all my efforts in this life, I cannot keep up with my junior brother. I understand the feeling of failure you experience. Although the cultivation environment of Mount Kudashenchen is unparalleled in the world, it is more suitable for high-level experts to cultivate. With an aptitude like mine, being here is just wasting heaven's gifts. If we don't want to hinder our junior brother's cultivation progress because of us, then we can only go out and seek an opportunity to transform ourselves. Han Shuiji hesitated, saying, senior sister Chang Yuerni interrupted and continued, junior brother, thank you for your care all these years. Indeed, I wish to walk my own path. I will not delay your time here with you. Miss Hong, would you mind if I accompany you? Let's see who will have the last laugh. Hongtuan immediately said, of course, I don't mind. After saying that, The two girls hugged each other on the road. Please take care of each other. Of course, of course. From then on, the relationship between the two girls grew closer, like close friends. Their goal? To surpass Fairy Ziyuan or attain the Tao of the sword like Han Shuiji. Han Shuiji scratched his head helplessly. Alright, you two, that's enough. It's a good idea, but you should rest for a while first before going out to seek opportunities. Okay, to ensure your safety, I'll bring out the heavenly gem of flaws. I'll upgrade you two while I'm at it, and I'll take you out for a stroll. We'll shift to a region not far from the Jade Pure Holy Sect. There exists a flower called the Soul Retaining Flower. The toughest flower in the world, fearless of heat or cold, able to withstand lightning strikes and shockwaves. Its vitality is immense, even its nectar can revive those on the brink of death. It has been beloved and praised by cultivators since ancient times. Furthermore, it has been celebrated for this. At this moment, a figure passed by, carrying a terrifying aura of misfortune, causing even the resilient flower to wither instantly in the blink of an eye. At the 10-mile signal pillar of the Jade Pure Holy Sect, the Jade Pure Sect has changed its name, but it's still the same old place. It feels so unreal, like just waking from a dream. Indeed, it's not easy at all. So many years have passed, time spares no one. I wonder if everyone is doing well. Tuo Chi exclaimed joyfully, Master Tuo Chi, your direct disciple has finally returned. The biennial Jade Pure Sword Flight competition is held solemnly in the Ayin Luo Bakak mountain range. It's one of the major competition events of the 18 mountains, including the Jade Pure, Julong, and Blood Flame Heaven sects, competing and promoting exchanges. Cheering banners are everywhere during the competition. Each group of sword practitioners must complete the entire specific time and route of the competition, and the penalty time is added to their final score. Whoever has the shortest time ranks first. Additionally, during high-speed sword flight, they cannot exceed 1 meter in mid-air, nor use sword techniques. Anyone who violates these rules will be disqualified. On a sharp sword, a person is riding it, speeding ahead amidst shouts from behind. 100 meters ahead, 5 curves to the right. To the left, 7 trenches. Competitor number 2 behind guides the route for the one in front. The other teams do the same. The 100-meter path becomes narrower. The navigator holds the guidebook, telling the sword rider. Continuous whooshing sounds of cutting wind are heard. It's due to the extreme speed of the competing teams. To the left, run straight for 250 meters. Competitor 2 says, 300-meter curve into the rocky sand. The sword rider says, we're in the lead now. We must bring glory to Jade Void Peak. For Senior Ziyuan. Then, on the 100-meter straight path, they realize something is wrong. That competitor immediately widened their eyes in panic. And then the two fell off the slope and flew straight off the cliff. Right below, there was someone who witnessed the entire incident. He was utterly speechless. He sighed to his teammate, saying, there's nothing wrong with this path or the route guide. His teammate beside him then asked, since when did a Yin Luo Bakak have an ocean like that? After that, the entire group fell off the cliff. The host said that for exceeding the speed standard, they were all disqualified. Meanwhile, the falling competitors cried out loudly for help. Right below, Tuo Chi pretended not to hear the screams of the people falling from above, but walked joyfully, saying excitedly, I'm about to meet my master finally. And right behind him, Go Zi saw the people falling from the sky. He felt utterly puzzled. All these years, even if the celestial venerables led the demon race to sweep the mortal realm, causing living beings to lament, even if the demon emperor conquered the world, destroying all things, or even if the heavenly lord descended, his flames cracking the sky, none could make Han Shuiyue lose control like this. Han Shuiyue was utterly panicked. His face looked like a ghostly painting. On the system screen appeared the name Tuo Chi, with the content, system has detected the strongest being nearby as Tuo Chi. Currently at the 7th level of the deity transformation realm, the male lead was so shocked that he jumped up trembling and asked Tuo Chi has returned. Why didn't the system give any forewarning? If I calculate the time, it seems it's been 400 years since we last met. It's reasonable timing for him to return home now. Han Shuiyue reminisced about the past. He had said to Tuo Chi, I will give you a mission. If you can complete it, I will accept you as my direct disciple. Tuo Chi happily replied back then, excellent. Recalling that past, the male lead felt utterly helpless, rubbing his forehead as he said, I did say that back then, but I didn't expect that even the demon subjugation sect couldn't keep him. This sect won't work. The forces that made me wary are dwindling. Finding an excuse for him to leave seclusion is likely unrealistic. The male lead then used his spiritual perception to look at Tuo Chi's group. He asked in surprise, oh, Go Zi is here too. Truly a great fortune. befitting the title of the spirit beast of auspicious destiny. With him, we may be able to restrain Tuo Chi. If Fang Liang were here too, that would be best. There's someone else. Tuo Chi walked up to the Jade Purity sect and sighed, the place where my dream began. He wiped away the tears in his eyes, saying, this is the home that gave me a new meaning in life. No one is more familiar with this place than me and Go Zi. Go Zi, seeing Tuo Chi's over-the-top acting, said, but you also said before, that since childhood, you followed your master in bitter cultivation on the mountain, never going out. Surely you're very familiar with the Jade Purity sect. Tuo Chi waved his hand after hearing Go Zi's words. Those details don't matter. Before we visit my master, we should take a stroll in the city and experience the smoke and fires of the mortal realm, and KFC, which I've never tried. At that moment, the male lead arrived. Upon seeing him, Go Zi trembled and exclaimed, Master Han Shuiyue is here. This utterly surprised Tuo Chi, who marveled at his wind-rending speed. You're back so soon? The male lead asked. Tuo Chi's eyes lit up when he saw the person he had longed for. He said Master, then knelt down and said, Master, the mission you gave your disciple has been completed. Thank you, Master, for secretly protecting your disciple all these years. Han Shuiyue felt helpless, thinking, what secret protection? That was just your own luck. You've really misunderstood the situation. I can't bear this calamity. Han Shuiyue said, you dare come and make trouble after the demon tide's destruction. You've got some nerve. It's not easy to enter my territory. Tuo Chi, hearing those words, was utterly confused. He asked in a panic, Master, what are you talking about? Your disciple didn't make any trouble. The male lead raised his hand and began casting a spell, asking, you don't have the 9-dragon demon subjugation seal. A loud boom erupted as he unleashed his spiritual power, an extremely powerful spiritual force enveloping the entire area. Tuo Chi was caught off guard and coughed up blood, falling back. Go Zi, standing aside, witnessed the whole process and shouted, Tuo Chi. The male lead said, Go Zi, step back a bit. But Go Zi didn't listen and ran to Tuo Chi's side, embracing him, saying, Master, you've gone mad. This is your disciple. Then he kept calling out to the fallen Tuo Chi, Tuo Chi, Tuo Chi. The male lead said coldly, I've detected Tuo Chi's demonic nature. Someone is scheming to lead him down the path of demons. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you, Matu? Go Zi panicked. This is demonic energy. Why is it in Tuo Chi's body? I've never encountered this situation before. Tuo Chi lay unconscious on the ground, a dark, ominous aura emanating from his body. Suddenly, the aura condensed into an eye that softly spoke, ha ha ha. You are quite formidable, so you were able to detect my existence. Go Zi, standing nearby, was terrified by the massive entity that had emerged from Tuo Chi's body. It was so huge that Go Zi was frightened and fell to the ground. Han Shuiyue, however, remained unfazed by this situation. He calmly said, Friend, why were you hiding in my disciple's body? At that moment, the system suddenly gave a reminder. The demon lord has generated hatred towards you. The current level of hatred is 4 stars. That dark, ominous force then replied, to be able to detect my existence, you must at least be at the Great Vehicle Realm. No wonder this brat kept mentioning you. The system displayed the Demon Lord's information. Demon Lord, Great Vehicle Realm, 7th level Soul Split State Matu, the strongest of the demonic path in 10,000 years. Title, Demon Lord. Because you are Tuo Chi's master, he has generated hatred towards you. Given the chance, he will definitely kill you. The level of hatred is 4 stars. After reading the information, Han Shuiyue attacked with his palm, thinking, the Demon Lord is still in a soul-split state. He then chuckled and said, 6 paths soul-devouring. When the Demon Lord heard him say that, he asked, what do you intend to do? Dare to act against my lord's soul split. Be careful, or your disciple's life will be the price. This brat has been possessed by my lord's soul split. His original soul is linked to it. If you dare destroy his spiritual consciousness, his foundation will also be destroyed. The male lead sternly asked, so what? The demon lord then threatened, you. My main body roams the mortal world. I never leave vengeance unfinished overnight. If you dare act against this soul split, then prepare yourself. My main body will personally come and deal with you thoroughly. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue showed no fear and said, I am the demon slayer. It is the responsibility of my righteous path. However, you and I have no grudge against each other. If you spare my disciple, I will allow your soul split to leave unharmed. Hearing this exchange, which was not disadvantageous to himself, the wise demon lord naturally seized the opportunity. Seeing the demon lord easily accept his conditions, Han Shuiyu's plans for future prospects could not be realized. Han Shuiyue sighed, "So you're a coward." Meanwhile, Tuo Chi was gradually regaining consciousness. He groaned, and opened his eyes. Go Zi, standing nearby, asked if Tuo Chi was alright. Tuo Chi panicked and shouted, "The demon lord. Has he been monitoring me all this time?" The demon lord's soul split replied, "This time, I'm satisfied." The male lead said, "Since that's the case, you can leave." Dissatisfied with having to leave Tuo Chi's body, but with no other choice, the demon lord snorted and bid farewell, then dissipated into the air. The system suddenly announced, "The demon lord's hatred towards you has increased. The current level of hatred is 5 stars. The male lead sighed helplessly, "Your path is indeed becoming narrower." Tuo Chi explained to his master Han Shuiyue, "Previously, he wanted to take me as his disciple, but I refused, so he vowed to take revenge on you." Tuo Chi was concerned about Han Shuiyu's warning, but the male lead was not worried at all. "Your master is just letting out a long line to hook a big fish. Wait for his soul split to return to his main body, then let him taste the treatment of K Nai Ha." In his mind, he had planned to use the 9-dragon demon suppression seal to force out the demon lord. In reality, it was a feigned attack, intending to leave a way out. Even a great vehicle cultivator would not have noticed any flaws. Meanwhile, the 6 realms reincarnation seal had been marked. Hearing the male lead's words, Tuo Chi seemed to realize something and asked, "The treatment of K Nai Ha, isn't that?" The male lead cut Tuo Chi off. "That's enough. I've taken care of you all these years, let's go back." There were 2 shouts from the 2 disciple guards, "What's going on? Isn't this the executioner elder?" Han Shuiyue sighed, "How did I get discovered?" One of the 2 guards said, "What a big deal, to have alarmed even the executioner elder. There's no time." The male lead grabbed Tuo Chi's collar and Go Zi's ear, then they teleported away, leaving the 2 dumbfounded disciple guards behind. Executioner elder. Back at Han Shuiyu's residence, Tuo Chi greeted, "Senior brother, long time no see." The sect's disciples were surprised. "Damn, it's been so many years. Are these the legendary senior brothers? Quite handsome, too." Han Shuiyue asked Tuo Chi concernedly, "You must be tired from the long journey. Rest first, we'll greet them later." Tuo Chi replied, "Master, I'm not tired." Han Shuiyue gritted his teeth, thinking, then suffer through cultivation. Suddenly, a martial atmosphere filled the surroundings. It turned out to be the mother and son Go Zi meeting. The mother Go Zi said, "Long time no see," while the son Go Zi huffed, exuding killing intent. The air was filled with the scent of gunpowder from the 2. The mother, Hei Yu Ku, asked Go Zi, "How have you been all these years outside? Let me see your progress." Go Zi silently screamed in his heart, sweat pouring down his face. "You know already, why ask?" Hei Yu Ku continued, "Your face is covered in sweat. You know the reason, don't you?" In the intense martial atmosphere, Hei Yu Ku now looked truly formidable. A powerful oppressive force struck Go Zi directly. Go Zi now appeared extremely small before such power. Go Zi thought silently, did she think I was foolish? Just by looking, she could discern my cultivation level. If I truly clashed, I would definitely be overwhelmed. Go Zi pondered deeply. It's regrettable to have risked my life for so many years outside, only to be no match for staying at home. Then Go Zi recalled his senior brother, Tian Dong. Previously, Tian Dong was only at the Yuan Ying stage, yet he had quickly reached the corporeal form stage. It seems his master had imparted much to him. Although his realm wasn't as high as mine, the odds of clashing with him might lead to my defeat. After all, his master had transcended to slay enemies, so I might not be able to beat him. This bald guy's cultivation is also similar to Tian Dong's, but his spiritual power is almost limitless. Judging by his appearance, he likely specializes in defense. I can't engage him in a war of attrition. While glancing at that senior brother, who paid no attention and only seemed distracted, Mo Deng has resumed his mission duties. It seems I'll have to wait a bit longer to pay respects. After considering, Go Zi turned his thoughts to the male lead, wondering what kind of monsters his master had accepted as disciples. Anyone who could touch them was gone. Go Zi's gaze fell on a nearby girl, untouchable. Her spiritual power was also limitless, yet her cultivation was only at the Yuan Ying stage. He could bully her a little, but given his understanding of his master, with such spiritual power, She must be his master's favorite. Go-zi dared not provoke her lightly. I should still show some restraint. Go-zi's thoughts went around in a long circle, ultimately just to find the weakest person to challenge. He knew this was very shameless, but he needed a victory at the moment to prove himself, to regain the prestige once held by the Chaos Supreme. Seeing Go-zi seeking his own demise, the brothers were overjoyed. Go-zi's arrogance in his head was solemn. As the Chaos Supreme, he aimed for invincibility. Following the direction Go-zi pointed, she saw two chickens, an elder chicken and a younger chicken, but they were two people who had concealed their auras, outwardly no different from chickens. Hearing Go-zi's words, the two chickens asked in surprise, "Are you sure? Unbelievable, isn't it? The Chaos Supreme has come." Yet even a child with sparse spiritual power would not be spared his wrath. The Supreme is truly this shameless. After thinking this, Go-zi responded to the chicken brothers in his mind, "Indeed, it is you. Perhaps Tian Dong and the others will beg for mercy. Of course, the Supreme will humble himself. Consider it acknowledging their rise to power. In the future, the authority over this mountain will partly belong to me." Seeing this, He-Yu-Ku smiled wryly and said to Go-zi, Go on, go on. No need for courtesy." Tian Dong below said, "Do as you please." After seeing their strange behavior, Go-zi scolded them, "Why are you all backing away? Are you afraid the Supreme will injure you?" The younger chicken, sensing trouble, advised his elder brother chicken, "He is also the master's favorite." Seeing the chicken brothers, He-Yu-Ku said, "It's all right. Don't worry. The master has long wanted to teach him a lesson. You can do as you please." Go-zi said arrogantly, "You insignificant ones. Don't be so arrogant. Today, the Supreme will teach you what it means to respect your elders. The Supreme, the heavenly canine slaughter moon, has endured hunger and thirst. Prepare to be reincarnated." He-Yu-Ku and others, watching Go-zi's amusing act, they sighed. Not a person, no. A dog is about to be punished. The air between Go-zi and them was tense. Both sides were ready for battle. Go-zi took the lead, taking powerful and authoritative steps. It was clear without saying, victory belonged to the least assuming, yet most formidable one, the elder chicken. Go-zi was beaten, lying in a pool of his own blood, drawing strange patterns with his blood. Seeing this, Tian Dong sitting nearby sighed. Instead, he should have written in Vietnamese with diacritics. Somewhere far away, the male lead said, "This wretched dog hasn't returned home for so long. He should be taught a lesson." Seeing his companion in trouble, Zhu Qi spoke up for Go-zi. "Master, Tian Go didn't want to return. He was imprisoned by the demon emperor. Please spare him." The male lead said helplessly, "If he had returned to Tian Dong earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Forget it, let's leave it at that." All over Zhu Qi's body were seals and inscriptions. He complained uncomfortably, "It's so itchy." Seeing this, He-Yu-Ku asked the master, "Why did you place so many seals on Zhu Qi's body?" Han Ju replied, "The power within him was disturbed by the demon lord. Some parts became uncontrollable. I'll just temporarily patch it up." Then the male lead instructed his disciples, "In the future, Zhu Qi will stay in my earth cave to cultivate. Until he can control the unrestrained power, you all should not go out unnecessarily." Hearing this, Tian Dong excitedly said, "Junior brother, I never expected to receive personal guidance from the master. It seems the master wants to focus on cultivating me." Zhu Qi happily replied to his senior brother, "Rest assured, I will cultivate well, and not disappoint the master's painstaking efforts." The male lead instructed, "From now on, you will cultivate with the Dharma master in the cave." Zhu Qi said excitedly, "This is the warmest thing I've ever heard." The other disciples nearby also sighed, "Only the Sword Enlightenment receives such treatment." The male lead suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, Sword Enlightenment, you stay outside for now." Sword Enlightenment said discontentedly, "Master, why?" Suddenly, a puppy crawled out, crying, "Wah wah wah, I feel unloved, master. You're not personally guiding me." Seeing this, even He-Yu-Ku was speechless, so he said to his son Go-zi, "You stupid dog, the master is cultivating in the cave for 6 months to a year and a half. Do you have time for that?" Hearing this, Go-zi said, "Cultivating for that long? Then I don't have time." He-Yu-Ku, not giving up easily, He-Yu-Ku took a fishing rod and handed it to Go-zi, then said, "In that case, take this. Later, we'll go look for buildings." Go-zi asked confusedly, "What do we need buildings for?" Tian Dong also chimed in, "Obviously, we're going fishing." Last night, I stayed up late painstakingly studying 18 fishing techniques. The chatter echoed all around. Today, I definitely won't go fishless. Remember your lucky words. Zhu Qi walked in and exclaimed, "It's been years since I've been here. The changes are huge." Hearing the disciples' excited chatter, the male lead thought, if Zhu Qi doesn't get a turn, you all won't catch anything. A notification appeared beside him, the system's message board. It read, "Your disciple Tong Fang Liang encountered a demon attack. Ambush level, 43,211. Your disciple Tong Fang Liang encountered a demon saint's ambush. Severely injured, but saved by a passing expert. Your close friend, whose disciple inherited the demon Dao, gained demonic divine abilities. Dao cultivation increased. Your close friend Mu Guoqi, the immortal, returned to the mortal realm, comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth, entering the great vehicle realm. Your close friend Huang Jihao encountered a demon ambush, severely injured. Your Dao partner Zan Jing-jun ascended, gained Dao, became an immortal, energy increased. Your disciple Mu Runkui died, briefly encountered an opportunity, but his body degenerated. Your close friend Zhu Fanxiang encountered an attack from righteous cultivators, level 389,285,894. Triggered event X3892. Zan Jing-jun ascended, so it's unknown when you'll meet again. The demonic divine abilities are on the Tao of demons. The divide between righteousness and evil grows wider. Speaking of the demon Tao, I wonder if the demon lord's soul has returned to its original body. The male lead was dazed. Why is there a Taoist imprint here? The imprint opened. The scene shifted to a desolate place, where Mu Zhu was supporting the injured Yang Tiandong. The male lead then realized it was Mu Zhu and the others there. The demon lord's soul said, "Don't struggle against demonhood anymore. The Mu family's bloodline mission is to assist my demon race in overthrowing this human realm. Once the humans are destroyed, you will be meritorious officials and can ascend to the immortal realms, become celestial beings." Tiandong struggled and shouted, "I don't want your so-called ascension. Don't let the Mu family become demon pawns bringing disaster to the human realm." Seeing this, the demon lord's soul suddenly asked Tiandong, "Have you killed too few people?" Tiandong shouted, "The people I killed, it wasn't my intention, many times I had no choice." Hearing Tiandong's vehement reaction, the demon lord's soul didn't say anything but asked, "Then what about your brother Zhu Fanxiang? Do you remember how you killed him?" No. The image of Tiandong using his own hands to stab through Zhu Fanxiang's heart, his brother, flashed in his mind. Tiandong couldn't bear it and shouted at him. Mu Zhu beside him couldn't stand it and said, "Demon Lord, you should give up. Although we of the Mu family have demon bloodlines, we are still considered human. If we truly help the demon race replace humans, then we would be betraying our ancestors for glory." Seeing this, the demon lord's soul said, "Girl, are you looking for death? You've only reached the tribulation realm cultivation. Even with the frozen extinction palm, using it against the demon lord is like using an egg to attack a rock. It seems we have to meet again." Mu Yulin, the head of the Mu family, at the 5th level of the tribulation realm, said, "Demon Lord, sir, if even the demon emperor has never done this before, then the Mu family alone cannot possibly succeed. May I ask if the demon lord has powerful reinforcements coming?" Seeing this, the demon lord's soul said, "Why would I need reinforcements? I will assist the Mu family myself." Mu Yulin asked, "You mean, you are even more powerful than the late demon emperor?" The demon lord confidently replied, "How could he be compared to me? Previously, I didn't act because I wanted to use him to test the orthodox Foss's strength, and force out all their trump cards. But I was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao. I deliberately restrained my cultivation. In reality, I'm at least at the semi-great perfection, 9th level realm." Seeing this, the male lead angrily said, "The demon race really knows no bounds. Just a great perfection cultivator, yet dares to scheme against the human race. You're courting death." He raised his middle finger and channeled his spiritual power, seizing the opportunity to attack Mu Yulin, to avoid future trouble. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force, the heaven and earth shattering realm technique, dispersed the demon lord's soul fragment. The male lead said dangerously, "Aren't you the one seeking revenge last night? If you want to fight, old man is happy to oblige." A fiery battle erupted, with heaven and earth filled with spiritual energy. The demon lord's figure appeared indistinctly. The group in black robes was also enveloped in light, making it hard to discern directions. Mu Zhu shielded her eyes and asked in surprise, "What is this?" A vast and desolate land had opened up. All the mountains ahead had been flattened. Mu Zhu said, "Half the mountain. This is the demon lord's divine annihilation form. The purple-robed leader opened his mouth in astonishment, saying, wasn't he just at the semi-great perfection, 9th level realm? How is this possible? He's been killed, moreover, slaughtered. Mu Fucheng's gaze turned solemn and gloomy as he said, to be able to destroy a great perfection cultivator with one strike, this person's power must be that of a hidden immortal in the mortal realm. Right after that, Mu Fucheng stood up and looked ahead, saying, it's fortunate we didn't directly agree, otherwise, we might have died too. Mu Zhu angrily waved her hands and feet, saying, thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Han Ju thought this fool was incomprehensible. Mu Fucheng looked at the dejected patriarch and said, since the demon lord is dead, Patriarch, you should let go of your petty thoughts. Didn't you previously say you were preparing a grand banquet, and that we were merely a branch of it? Mu Fucheng lowered his head, glancing at the patriarch to probe his thoughts. Since the main branch has been massacred, and the scattered tribes, the leaves following the root, there may still be survivors, as we have seen. The patriarch immediately listened attentively. Mu Fucheng continued, why not find the scattered tribesmen, dispersed throughout the world, and return to the Mu family's territory? Then we need not worry about lacking resources. The patriarch pondered deeply. Even a great perfection demon lord was destroyed in one strike. With my meager tribulation realm cultivation, does this truly mean the end for the demon race? After hearing Mu Fucheng's persuasion, the patriarch said, very well, let's do as you suggest. Mu Zhu, standing beside Mu Fucheng, said, but aren't we going to take revenge? Mu Fucheng gently patted Mu Zhu's head and said softly, the calamity that befell the Mu family was all due to the demon race's scheming. If we truly want revenge, we must wait until our strength allows us to contend against the demon race. Mu Fucheng seemed to ponder something and said, for now, we should first find our scattered tribesmen outside. The journey ahead may be very difficult, but we must gather our strength. Mu Zhu's gaze suddenly fell as she thought, I had originally thought that without any major obstacles, I could return to the Jade Green Sacred Sect. But now, that's not possible. The Mu family's tribesmen still need to be rescued. I cannot be selfish. But the relationship between Xing Hongyuan, Chang Yuer, and Han Ju will undoubtedly become closer. I'm afraid I'll only grow more distant from Han Lang. Mu Zhu followed behind, the other two's gazes constantly lingering behind, the direction of the Jade Green Sacred Sect. If fate allows, we'll meet again. At the same time, in the cave, Han Ju's disciple was cultivating. Han Ju sat facing him, supervising. He looked and thought, so everything the Mu family encountered was the demon race's doing. But then again, what exactly is this demon race's power? To want to overthrow the immortals and deities yet not take action. Han Ju closed his eyes, deep in thought. If I were the ruler of the celestial court and saw the demon race invading the mortal realm, I could understand sending someone to obstruct the demon race's development. Suddenly, Han Ju opened his eyes in shock, thinking, could there be some issue in the upper realms? Right after that, Han Ju circulated his inner energy, creating a small ring. I wonder if the venerable celestial lord knows about these matters. I should ask him. Beginning to comprehend the three sword stances, enhancing the nature of this divine ability. The sword Tao of River Ha. Senior brother, it has been a long time since we last met. The other crossed his arms, deep in thought, and remained silent. Then, he suddenly shouted, you haven't even ascended to the third stage of the Great Realization realm. Han Ju dodged helplessly and said, there is an enemy in the upper realms, so I dare not ascend. The other revealed his true form and said, no wonder you came to the River Ha Sword Tao realm. You wanted to ask about this, didn't you? Han Ju raised his hand helplessly and said, Senior, with your foresight, I have a small question. I wonder if you would be willing to answer it. The other then coldly said, speak. Han Ju explained, our mortal realm is being invaded by the demon race. Why haven't the immortals and deities taken action? The immortal then answered, the upper realms are in great chaos. How could the celestial court care about the mortal realm? But there's no need to worry. Soon, the celestial court will restore order. Hearing this, Han Ju was surprised and asked, great chaos in the upper realms? How could there be great chaos in the upper realms? What happened? The immortal replied, a great demon sage appeared among the demon race, refusing to submit to the celestial court's rule, causing chaos in the celestial court. Scenes of slaughter began to unfold. He continued, recounting the scenes as he remembered them. That demon sage was rampaging in the celestial palace. Behind this great demon sage must be a powerful force, causing the celestial court to be unable to suppress it in a short time. But with the celestial court's internal affairs, it will be resolved very soon. Just be patient and wait. The three strongest forces in the upper realms are the Celestial Palace, the Celestial Court, the Buddhist sect, and the three great rulers. Among them are the Dragon race, the Phoenix race, the Golden Ape race, and the Kirin race. The Tula race and the Demon race are the second-tier forces. Below them are the ancient Taoist sects, the immortal sects, and many other mysterious forces. He continued speaking about the demon race. Their era has long since ended. Even the demon palace in the upper realms can only be considered a second-tier force. Hanju asked curiously, then what about us mortals? After we ascend, do we directly join the celestial court? The immortal replied, that would be nice, wouldn't it? In the upper realms, there are many ascension platforms connecting the myriad heavens and mortal realms. Most mortals, after ascending, can only join the lower-level immortal sects of the upper realms. Only a few with exceptional talents are noticed by the celestial court, the Buddhist sect, and the celestial palace, such great powers. He turned back to Hanju and said, but with your aptitude, you may face such a choice. You should consider carefully which path to choose when the time comes. The immortal's gaze flickered as he said quickly, in any case, this is a lifelong commitment. Once chosen, it is very difficult to change. Hanju pondered and said, Senior, which force do you think I should choose? He gave Hanju a suggestion. Don't harbor any ulterior motives before me. I walk alone, without any backing from the forces in the heavens. Hanju respectfully said, I have no intention of climbing too high. If you are willing to offer some guidance, I would be extremely grateful, of course. The immortal replied, if you are immortal and must prioritize your choice, choose the Celestial Palace. Hearing this, Hanju thought of the Celestial Palace, the force from Mu Dung Koi's previous life. Hanju replied happily, Senior, have you ever heard of the demon god Emperor Yukin? The immortal seemed startled upon hearing this and said in astonishment, that was the war god of the Celestial Palace. Although he has been missing for a long time, he was once in existence at the unrivaled immortal emperor level. Even my cultivation level is not as high as his. Then he pointed at Hanju and said, Immortal, how could you know his title? Hanju smiled and replied, I only know this by a coincidental opportunity. Hanju thought, I can't say that the system told me. Hanju continued to ask, right, I wonder if this so-called demon god Emperor Yukin has any connection to the Celestial Palace. Hearing this, the immortal seemed a bit stunned. He turned away, I don't know the details about this, but it may not be considered very good. It is said that the reason the demon god Emperor went missing was related to internal struggles within the Celestial Palace. Back then, the demon god Emperor was surrounded and attacked by many immortal emperors of the demon race, besieging the Celestial Palace. Not only did he receive no reinforcements, but after his death, the Celestial Palace did not even establish a divine statue for him. The image of the demon god Emperor appeared in his mouth. Where are my explosives? Hanju said, this one bears a deep blood grudge. Wait, what did you use? The immortal replied, once you ascend, as long as you join a major force, those enemies will no longer trouble you. Hanju thought the Celestial Palace was not an option. Before disappearing, the immortal left one last remark, I'll give you one final piece of advice. After ascending, don't go to the Taiyi realm. Immortal, don't wander the mortal realm. Hanju replied, thank you for the advice, Senior. Even if I go to the Taiyi realm, I won't wander the mortal realm. Hanju smiled happily and said, moreover, my enemy is the divine beast Chu Tuok. Immediately after, the immortal grabbed Hanju's robe. Your enemy is Chu Tuok. Hanju said, that's right. Immediately after, the immortal's eyes suddenly widened as he said, then you must not ascend. Quickly reincarnate and enter the cycle of rebirth. Hanju looked surprised and asked, A red light appeared, showing the image of the divine beast Chu Tuok. The Chu Tuok tribe is a divine beast with great fortune. Even the Celestial Court, the immortal palaces, and the Buddhist sects all want to curry favor with them. Chu Tuok, if you cause trouble for them, the three major forces may turn a blind eye. If you provoke the Chu Tuok tribe, even a celestial genius, no matter how powerful, can only die early. Take my advice. Reincarnate and enter the cycle of rebirth. Change your identity. The immortal advised. Hanju said, Senior, besides reincarnation, is there any other way? He replied, there is, but it's not very likely. He continued, the heavens are vast, the earth is vast. As far as I know, there is a type of spirit stone related to the heavenly Tao that can bypass the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Meaning, you don't need to reincarnate. Even if your cultivation surpasses the realm, you can still remain in that realm. He continued, such a spirit stone is not rare in the upper realms. There are often times when immortals and gods rely on this type of spirit stone to bypass the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. But to descend to the mortal realm, The celestial court has strict rules. Beings from the immortal realms cannot use this to descend to the mortal realm. If discovered, they will be punished according to the heavenly laws. If you can find it, you have a chance. Cultivate beyond the Chu Tuok tribe, then ascend. The immortal pondered, it's a pity, such a divine object is not for those without great fortune. It cannot be obtained from the heavens and earth. He said to the dazed Han Ju, are you all right now? Han Ju smiled happily, thinking, isn't this the heaven-defying stone? Or the powerful Fang Nuwang? Fang Nuwang, you are indeed my little celestial messenger. Even if this heaven-defying stone is an object that conceals the heavenly Tao. Zhang Coxing said, the matter of ascension can be temporarily put on hold. Next is to focus on cultivation. Don't hold back. Zhang Coxing stood behind, at a loss for words, watching Han Ju mumbling. Thank you, senior. I will come to visit you another time. The day had turned to night outside the cave. The demon cultivators sat outside the cave entrance, staring at the glowing object. One said, did Su Ma die? Another replied, that's right. Su Ma was killed by the celestial arrogant from the celestial palace. Another said, not just him. This time, our demon race suffered greatly. Many were severely injured, even the demon emperor is missing. The glowing sphere made a sound. You three, how dare you hide that the demon race suffered losses? How could you betray this world? The blood demon ancestor, greedy demon Arhat, and the white-haired demon maiden were all frightened upon hearing this. She thought, if it weren't for your tardiness and lack of action, the demon race wouldn't have suffered so much. Thama Arhat said, Amitabha Buddha, but this monk won't play anymore. This monk intends to ascend to the upper realms with the demon army. The white-haired demon maiden said, Thama, are you really determined? You should know that with your current cultivation level, even if you ascend, you cannot truly escape the cycle of reincarnation. Thama Arhat replied, everyone knows, the higher the cultivation before ascension, after success, the more the cultivation level increases. But staying in this mortal realm, there is only the path of death. He continued, rather than dying, it's better to ascend and live temporarily in the upper realms. The glowing sphere flew up and emitted a dim light. First, there's no need to rush. At most, in 500 years, I will descend in person. By then, wait for me to destroy the celestial palace, and your ascension won't be too late. The blood demon said, but 500 years is a long time, the demonic Tao said. If you are willing to help me, destroy the 4 islands of the celestial palace. I will recommend sects in the upper realms for the 3 of you, so you have a place to rely on. He continued, keep this object safe. When it glows, it's the signal of my descent to the mortal realm. He gave each of the 3 an object. They all knelt and said, yes. With the senior's promise, we 3 are determined to put in our utmost effort to assist. The demonic Tao added, as for the demon race, don't worry about the celestial court. I will deal with the demon race soon. The 3 replied, yes. 25 years later, underground, a green cricket was foraging for food. The enlightened sword was resting in a small hut. Hello everyone. I am the enlightened sword. Starting from the day Tuo Chi returned home, I was expelled from the cave mansion by my master, and forced to stay on the mountain, enduring wind and cold, until now. It's been over 25 years already. My master still hasn't summoned me. She lay with a sad look in her eyes, thinking, it's been 25 years, and I still can't figure it out. Previously, the senior masters didn't mention my master. Why did they also favor the 5 men? Does this mean I've been abandoned? No, it can't be like that. I can enhance the spiritual energy of the cave mansion. There's still a lot of spiritual energy that hasn't been released. Master, please. Immediately, a voice rang out, causing the enlightened sword to rush out of the warm blanket. Enlightened sword, come here. You come in. The enlightened sword happily went to Han Shuiyu's feet, saying, Master, do you have any instructions? Han Shuiyue replied, over the years, you must have endured hardship. Later, I will lift the restrictions here. The enlightened sword looked around and asked, oh, where's Tuo Chi? Han Shuiyue pointed and said, over there. Han Shuiyue looked towards a pit being dug and said, I put him there. Opened the cave mansion for his return. Changed to an even harsher place for cultivation. His spiritual energy will be more concentrated. Han Shuiyue added, enlightened sword, pass down the order. Without my command, no one is allowed to disturb him. Understood. The enlightened sword replied, understood. Prosperous and democratic, free, equal, patriotic, respectful of knowledge, civilized and harmonious, fair and law-abiding, trustworthy and friendly. Only in this way can the Ak Voon 2 not be exaggeratedly propagated. I hope so. Tuo Chi immediately felt proud upon hearing this, thinking his master wanted to focus on nurturing him, hoping Tuo Chi could cultivate well. After giving the instructions, the enlightened sword quickly ran off to inform everyone. On this side, Han Shuiyue stretched her shoulders wearily, thinking, time waits for no one. Han Shuiyue picked up a jade stone, thinking, at most, 100 years, then I can break through to the Mahayana realm, the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Your dear friend, Fei Dao, has attained the Dao and ascended, his spiritual energy has increased. Your dear friend, Ji Xian Shen, has returned to the mortal realm, comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth, entering the Mahayana realm. Your dear friend, Mu Fu Chu, has been ambushed by 4 orthodox cultivators. 8, 9, 7. Your dear friend, Huang Ji Hao, has been ambushed by 7 demon beasts. 8, 8, 3, 4. Your fellow cultivator, Xing Hong Zan, has entered the Dao realm of the celestial immortals by mistake. Your dear friend, Chong Yu has entered the Dao realm of the celestial immortals by mistake. Han Shuiyue thought, so Fei Dao Yu hasn't ascended yet. Why has Ji Xian Shen returned to the mortal realm? Could it be that he hasn't ascended? Has he left the Dao realm, relying on the secret techniques of the celestial immortal manner? Xing Hong Zan, they've entered the Dao realm of the celestial immortals by mistake. What is this celestial immortal realm? There's another page. Your disciple, Fang Liang, has entered the ancient forbidden land by mistake, obtaining the supreme celestial sword. The divine sword has acknowledged its master. Your disciple, Fang Liang, used the celestial fruit, his cultivation has increased. Your disciple, Fang Liang, has entered the celestial immortal manner, his spiritual energy continues to grow. Your disciple, Fang Liang, is favored by the head of the celestial immortal manner, obtaining a secret cultivation method. Your disciple, Fang Liang, has unexpectedly encountered Ji Xian Shen cultivating, gaining some insights into the profound sword arts. Your disciple, Fang Liang, encountered and killed an injured demon on the road, obtaining a large amount of spirit pills. Your disciple, Fang Liang, awakened the sword spirit of the divine sword, obtaining the sword techniques of the divine sword. Your disciple, Fang Liang, rescued a mysterious spirit beast, gaining a blessed spiritual energy. Your disciple, Fang Liang, gained the recognition of the ancestral spirit of the celestial immortal manner, obtained the great divine abilities of the celestial immortal manner. Han Shuiyue exclaimed, Fang Liang is extraordinary. In Han Shuiyu's thoughts, Fang Liang was full of pride. That little brat Fang Liang, at the age of 25, has already obtained 9 great opportunities. Isn't this against the principles of heaven and earth? Han Shuiyue suddenly had a puzzled thought. When this little brat returns, he may have already reached the Mahayana realm. Han Shuiyue thought. Fellow cultivator, isn't this Ji Xian Shen's voice transmission? Opening the transmission, I have broken through to the Mahayana realm, and have gone out to slay a demon. Han Shuiyue said. This person has reached the Mahayana realm, but still refuses to give up his demonic ways. Han Shuiyue waved her hand and channeled her energy, saying, to ensure there are no accidents, we must first have a trial battle simulation. The simulation battlefield was set up in the courtyard. Han Shuiyue said, phew, that was dangerous. Fortunately, I was careful. After the great battle ended, the demonic cult, along with many sects, saw that the celestial immortal manner was unbeatable, and their demonic ways were repeatedly defeated, like mice scurrying across the road. The demon tribes no longer dared to cause trouble. Peace was restored to the world. The orthodox path realized the strategy and flaws behind this battle. Many sects have started to create an arrogant atmosphere for their disciples. On the streets, people are eagerly coming and going. Looking at the posted announcement boards, a person with a loudspeaker began announcing the hottest news. Among them, Ji Xian Shen was the most famous. He was known for slaughtering one of the 5 demon lords. His massacre of hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators was legendary. However, the mysterious identity of the demon slayer remained undisclosed. This prevented Ji Xian Shen from firmly claiming the title of the #1 cultivator in the world. It became Ji Xian Shen's biggest regret. He stood on a tree, looking down and thinking, my loss to the demon lord back then was due to carelessness. My strength had not yet reached the Mahayana realm, which gave fellow cultivator an advantage. Now that I've broken through to the Mahayana realm, defeating the demon lord will be a trivial matter. This time, I will surely win. This battle will be my proof that only by defeating fellow cultivator can I truly be worthy of being called #1 in the world. He was thinking to himself, let's have a fair and upright battle to show the world who is truly the #1. Originally, there was no need for us to fight, but the Demon Lord died too quickly, creating this situation. That Demon Lord was killed with a single strike. His strength was only that much. You were able to defeat the Demon Lord, I can do it too. Han Shuiyue appeared behind him, startling Ji Xianshen. She said, fellow cultivator, what were you muttering about? Han Shuiyue placed her hand on the tree trunk. Seeing Ji Xianshen's startled expression, Han Shuiyu's gaze became mischievous. Ji Xianshen was embarrassed, thinking he didn't detect her approach. Han Shuiyue smiled slyly. Ji Xianshen was embarrassed that he failed to sense her coming near, so that even if he dies, it won't be in vain. A chaotic battle ensued, causing the ground to become obscured. The fat man wearing a necklace of beads slammed it hard onto the ground, sending shattered fragments flying everywhere. Everyone dodged accordingly. Ji Xianshen stood amidst the chaos, turning towards Elder Tai and asking, what's this new divine ability? Elder Tai hesitated, then replied, it's formidable. The old master seemed delighted, but then Elder Tai's expression turned somber. Ji Xian, you've never reached the Mahayana realm, so you couldn't kill the Demon Lord. Now that you've attained the Mahayana realm, even the elders can hardly stop you. You're qualified to be called number one in the world. Elder Tai continued, someone has come to lead our sect. The celestial immortal manor will prosper again. Ji Xianshen replied, of course. I was born to be invincible in this world. Elder Tai said, that's only natural. But regrettably, the recognition of being the number one cultivator in the world belongs to the one who killed the Demon Lord with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Ji Xianshen's expression changed, surprised. He approached Han Shuiyue arrogantly, ready for battle. Now that mysterious existence is right before my eyes. If we don't settle the matter of superiority now, when will we? I've attained the Mahayana realm and grasped new divine abilities. He confidently continued, I've defeated all the elders of the celestial immortal manor. If I can defeat you, then I'll truly be worthy of being called number one in the world. Han Shuiyu's gaze was profound, realizing he had left the mortal realm to break through his new divine abilities. He then confidently stated, I've defeated all the elders of the celestial immortal manor. If I can defeat you, I'll truly be worthy of being called number one in the world. Han Shuiyu's gaze was profound, realizing he had left the mortal realm to break through his new divine abilities. Just after opening his eyes to his newfound power, its might was only at this level. Standing before him, Han Shuiyue was still lost in thought. If I strike now, and don't grasp my strength well, accidentally killing him would be troublesome. Ji Xianshen noticed Han Shuiyu's strange expression, and thought, could it be that you're scared of me and want to surrender? There's hope for me to be number one in the world. Ji Xianshen grinned smugly, thinking, it seems I overthought this. There's no need for a confrontation. If I issue a challenge first, gather an audience for our match, and defeat him in front of everyone, the news will spread, and I'll undoubtedly secure the position of number one in the world. That would be the perfect ending for me. Han Shuiyue looked up and began to speak. If I win this time, will you come challenge me again in the future? Hearing Han Shuiyu's response, Ji Xianshen was stunned, asking, what do you mean by that? Han Shuiyue, unaware of what was happening, saw Ji Xianshen's angry expression, and said, that's absolutely impossible. Ji Xianshen, I was invincible before, only because my realm was lower than yours. Now that I've broken through in cultivation, I will definitely defeat you. Ji Xianshen pointed at Han Shuiyue angrily. Use that strike that killed the Demon Lord. I'll block it. Han Shuiyue seemed a bit surprised, thinking, he wants me to use my lethal strike so soon. Why are the young so eager to die? He then said, isn't that unnecessary? You're still young, don't you want to enjoy life? Then, Ji Xianshen approached him closely and said, are you afraid of losing to me? No matter what happens today, you must engage me. If you dare to avoid it, I'll stay here. Han Shuiyue said helplessly, stop, stop, stop. I'll fight you. Han Shuiyue made a suggestion. We need to find an open area, right? Immediately after, Ji Xianshen vanished, leaving behind the word okay. As soon as Ji Xianshen's feet touched the ground, he said, this is called the Great Thunder Immovable Bright King Tower. It's a secret technique from the Heavenly Realm's Buddhist sect. It can defend and counterattack, as long as it's not broken through. Any attack received will be transformed into a counterattack and returned to the attacker. If you can break through this today, I won't bother you anymore. Han Shuiyue then spoke up. This is what you said. Ji Xianshen's eyes suddenly lit up. No one can break through this heavenly canopy technique. You're definitely lying. Then the heavens and earth spun. Waves of lightning struck down continuously. The ground seemed to be torn apart at any moment. The great thunder, immovable bright king tower, with wind, dust, earth, and rocks swirling together, rushed straight towards Han Shuiyue, as if to devour him. He thought this tower, no matter how it looked, couldn't possibly block his realm-breaking sword. But right after Ji Xianshen summoned his tower, Han Shuiyue raised a finger, preparing to unleash his technique. He thought, I won't destroy it or kill him. How about using 30% of my strength? Then Han Shuiyue used 30% of his power in his technique, striking towards Ji Xianshen. He looked at it and mocked, is this the sword aura that killed the demon lord? How can you use your finger as a sword? Your sword skills are truly formidable. Then, in Han Shuiyue's eyes, Ji Xianshen's smug expression appeared. Han Shuiyue thought, looking at his demeanor, 30% power may not be enough. Immediately after, he used his middle finger, adding another 50%. Then, a series of techniques were transmitted, causing Ji Xianshen's tower to crack a small piece. Ji Xianshen looked at the cracked part, gritting his teeth in anger. He said, so the tower can't block it after all. Ji Xianshen looked at Han Shuiyue. Seeing him floating in midair, he started to waver in his thoughts. His spiritual power is still increasing. If I really can't block it, I might die. Ji Xianshen immediately changed his state, from confident to slightly flustered. He said, I'm the strongest celestial arrogant of the celestial palace. From the beginning, how could it be that even the demon lord killing sword technique cannot be blocked? In his mind, he saw Han Shuiyue's appearance, raising his hand to create a sword. Han Shuiyue thought, without retreating, then adding more spiritual power might be enough. His 80% sword aura flew, punching a hole, piercing through Ji Xianshen's tower. Han Shuiyue called out, come over here, friend. But he still arrogantly said, dare you bet? If you fail to break my defense, it's like a stone hitting your own feet. Ji Xianshen struggled to resist, shouting, go all out. Today, I want to see how powerful your extraordinary sword skills really are. Ji Xianshen's eyes suddenly became extremely terrified. It was Han Shuiyue. His eyes turned fiery red. He shouted a word of destruction. Then he attacked Ji Xianshen directly at 99% power. Ji Xianshen grabbed his finger and said, wait a moment. Han Shuiyue, seeing his expression, asked, what's wrong? Ji Xianshen's eyes sparkled as he looked at him, and gently said, just now, I thought about the simmering pot at my home, and forgot to turn off the stove. I need to go back for a bit. Han Shuiyue immediately worried, saying, oh, forgetting to turn off the stove while simmering is very dangerous. You should hurry. In the vast space between heaven and earth, the two stood, chatting casually. Han Shuiyue asked, what stew is it? Ji Xianshen replied, ginseng chicken stew. If you don't want me to bother you, my friend, then I'll wait for you later. Han Shuiyue replied, farewell. Immediately after, Ji Xianshen hurriedly ran away. But he left these words, next time we have a chance, I'll invite you to try my celestial hydra stew. It's my specialty dish. Han Shuiyue observed his appearance, and thought, this person can stretch and shrink, a true master, who can accomplish great things. Just as he was about to leave, Duku Lao Yao called out, Elder Han, long time no see. Han Shuiyue said, friend Duku, what brings you here? Hearing his question, Duku Lao Yao replied, I've come to bid farewell to you today, my friend. Han Shuiyue, surprised, asked, farewell, are you about to ascend? Duku Lao Yao answered, my friend, you see things clearly before I depart. He continued, I hope to meet with Zhu Qi, my little friend, one last time, to end the karmic ties of this demon and I, with your sect. Immediately after, Duku Lao Yao's eyes sparkled adorably. Han Shuiyue, seeing his demeanor, said awkwardly, I feel you shouldn't meet him. Just ascend directly. Han Shuiyue's expression became extremely unpleasant. Han Shuiyue kept trying to pull Duku Lao Yao back towards himself, adamantly refusing to let him go. But the old man insisted on leaving, saying, friend Han, what do you mean by this? I just want to meet Zhu Qi for a bit. Han Shuiyue thought, as long as I'm still around, I'll save you. Duku Lao Yao stood upright, and held onto his arm, saying, friend Han, are you worried I'll run away? You can rest assured. I simply wish to bid farewell, nothing more. Han Shuiyue said helplessly, I'm just thinking about you. Duku Lao Yao insisted stubbornly, friend Han, if I don't meet him in this life, I fear my demonic mind will never be at peace. I hope you understand, my friend. Hearing Duku Lao Yao's pleading words, he reluctantly agreed, saying, all right. Han Shuiyue added, then hurry up, and don't bother Zhu Qi. Duku Lao Yao joyfully said, thank you. When Zhu Qi saw Duku Lao Yao, he was stunned, saying, what's going on? "Senior Dooku, are you leaving?" Han Shuiyue, standing outside, thought, "I'm just thinking about your safety, and you don't even appreciate it." Dooku Lao Yao said cheerfully, "Little Chi, this time I bid you farewell. The demonic sect is destroyed. You are the sect's final successor, its only hope." Hearing this, Zhu Qi thought, "The demonic sect seems to have been destroyed by my master. It's better not to tell him, to avoid causing further trouble for my master." Dooku Lao Yao continued advising, In the future, you must definitely continue the legacy, as the sect agrees with this old man." Zhu Qi reluctantly said, Okay. Dooku Lao Yao continued insisting firmly, "Agree with this old man, remember the sect's precepts well." On the table, opened beer bottles were placed. Dooku Lao Yao's face had flushed red from the alcohol. He said, "That year, by the West Lake, I saw Master Li bathing. I was expelled from the sect until now. I realized so many years have passed." Zhu Qi was also intoxicated by the alcohol, becoming more emotional. His sparkling eyes said, "Indeed, life is so fleeting." Dooku Lao Yao, holding a cigarette, began to lament, "2 lifetimes are just like that. Listen to this old man, you must live well. Cultivate, eat, and sleep. Don't wander outside like this old man." Zhu Qi said, "You're absolutely right." On the table and floor were scattered beer cans and bottles, as well as cardboard boxes strewn everywhere. Han Shuiyue became the chef here, reluctantly cooking for them. Seeing this scene, he felt helpless, at a loss for words. From the history of the demonic sect to talking about life, it took 5 days and nights before Dooku would leave. Before leaving, he instructed Zhu Qi, "These are what the predecessors wanted this old man to keep, for rebuilding the sect. Keep them and use them later." Zhu Qi said, "Senior, I cannot take them." But Dooku Lao Yao insisted firmly, "Take them. This old man is leaving, friend Han can see me off." Han Shuiyu's expression darkened as he asked, "Are you sure you haven't had too much to drink?" Dooku Lao Yao's body trembled as he said, "How could a cultivator get drunk? Let's bid farewell here." Han Shuiyu's expression soured as he said, "So you're all right." Dooku Lao Yao, with a drunken face, said, "Hee, in this state, ascending will definitely be fine." Seeing this, Han Shuiyue thought, the black demonic aura around him was visible to the naked eye. An ominous aura surrounded him. Right after that, Dooku Lao Yao waved his hand, bidding farewell, saying, "This old tiger is ascending. We'll meet again if fate allows." In the vast space, people bid farewell to each other. A sorrowful feeling welled up. The figure of Dooku Lao Yao gradually faded behind the towering mountains. Soon after, that silhouette disappeared, leaving only Han Shuiyue and Zhu Qi standing, motionless on the other side. Dooku's ascension luck was not good, unexpectedly triggering a 9 tribulations lightning calamity with low survival rate. The tribulation period lasts for 5 years. Han Shuiyue quickly pulled Zhu Qi away, while Zhu Qi kept repeating, looking with a panicked gaze. Han Shuiyue thought, he's courting misfortune himself. His good friend Dooku's ascension encountered an anomalous heavenly tribulation, nearly resulting in the destruction of his body and path. Although he ascended successfully, his Tao attainment decreased, and his cultivation didn't improve. Instead, he regressed. Han Shuiyue thought, this old fellow deserves it. It was almost accomplished, yet he insisted on meeting that unlucky one. That Zhu Qi could successfully overcome the tribulation can be considered the luck from his bitter cultivation. He became an immortal after all. Chu Fan is still alive. Moreover, he has obtained the Taiyi spirit treasure. Is he going to rise again? The system displayed information. Your friend Chu Fan coincidentally encountered an opportunity and obtained the Taiyi spirit treasure. Your friend Huang Jihao encountered a demon saint, was ambushed and severely injured. Your friend Dooku's ascension tribulation encountered an anomalous heavenly tribulation, nearly resulting in the destruction of his body and path. Although he ascended successfully, his Tao attainment decreased. His cultivation didn't improve. Instead, he regressed. Your disciple Fang Liang gained recognition from the soul consciousness. The predecessor learned great divine abilities. Your disciple Mu Rongkui encountered a demon beast, was ambushed 7 years and 3 months ago. And then, your disciple Mu Rongkui has comprehended the way of slaughter, in the 6 paths of Tao attainment, increasing his awakening of divine methods. Your friend Ma Fuchaocho encountered a demon, was ambushed 1 year, 7 months, and 6 days ago. Upon reading the notification, Han Shuiyue thought about Fang Liang. Han Shuiyue read the line of information again. your disciple Mu Rongkui encountered a demon beast, was ambushed 7 years and 3 months ago. And then, your disciple Mu Rongkui has comprehended the way of slaughter, in the 6 paths of Tao attainment, increasing his awakening of divine methods. After that, he pondered, this little fellow is quick, he has awakened divine methods. The number of kills is still being tallied. Unexpectedly, the one who won't admit inferiority is not a disciple, but a disciple's disciple. He continued thinking when he saw the line, Demon Beast Ambush, 7 years, 5 months, 8 days ago, comprehended the way of slaughter. He must have gone berserk. It seems his past life's killing nature has been activated. If he is nurtured as a key disciple in the future, Han Shuiyue suddenly said, this important mission, slaying the Chu Marquis, could instead be entrusted to him to complete. The war god's divine abilities from the past. Over here. At this moment, Mu Rongkui was still fighting fiercely. A little divine beast of Han Shuiyu's ran over, calling its master, finally, you've woken up. The Bodhi tree is stirring again. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue became flustered, saying, what's going on? Over here. The Bodhi tree kept stirring in midair, causing the black raven to become anxious. In the past half year, the Bodhi tree would sway during the night. Previously, the Jinne siblings could suppress it, but now it seems they can't suppress it anymore. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue asked, has someone been secretly taking them out fishing recently? The black raven continued, absolutely not. I haven't moved the nest recently. Even if I had to leave, it would only be for the time it takes an incense stick to burn before returning. Zan Chang'anshuo continued, could it be something unusual inside the Bodhi tree? The divine beast Tiankayu said, Master, you said maybe it's looking for a lover. Han Shuiyue said, why would a tree like that look for a lover? From what I see, it's likely the 2 birds sitting on the tree are playing around and ignited a small flame. Indeed, the sun's true fire is like that when unrestrained, don't set the mountain on fire again. Right after that, the eyes of the 2 birds began looking downwards, towards the other side of the mountain. It looked grand and magnificent. The black raven asked Jinne what that reaction was. Zan Chang'anshuo said there was nothing over there. Everyone also looked in that direction. Immediately, the heavens tilted and the earth shook violently, causing everyone to panic and shout, an earthquake. The scene shifted to the Jade Green sect. A loud shout rang out, what happened? Did someone's cultivation explode? It seems to be coming from outside the sect. If it wasn't for that, I would have almost lost my mind cultivation. I was cultivating, my precious materials have all been ruined. Could it be an enemy attack? Tianxiao quickly pointed ahead. Master, look up at the sky. She continued, the direction north of the great wilderness, at least tens of thousands of miles away. What is that exactly? It seems the earth's crust has collapsed. The little raven said, Master, this breath is like a true dragon vein. The existence that has been sealed is about to be born. Hearing this information, Han Shuiyue immediately fell silent. He hoped it wouldn't be a great calamity. In the north of the great wilderness, the weather was freezing cold. Snow covered the mountaintops, forming thick layers of ice on the ground. The demon Phoenix King knelt on the ground and reported, the direction you mentioned could be from the Jade Green sect. Then he tremblingly continued, I advise you to abandon this thought for now. A deep, resounding voice boomed. Then a circle appeared, like an eye-opening, emitting light in the void. After hearing that deep, resounding voice, the demon Phoenix King trembled and knelt on the ground, cowering. The muffled voice from the other side began to become clearer. The Jade Green sect is powerful. The demon Phoenix King raised his hand to the sky in admiration. Very powerful, there could be an immortal inside. Another voice from the other side responded, don't talk nonsense, how could there be an immortal in the mortal world? The demon Phoenix King knelt and said, regardless, the Jade Green sacred sect is now the most formidable force in the world. I even think the celestial immortal Abbey is no longer as formidable. A streak of light flashed by, making a sound. Old Master, we're not breaking through the earth's crust. He continued, it's to search for the divine realm that's silently absorbing us. Don't retreat. Another one quickly added, Old Master, you mean you want us to devour divine objects? Immediately after, a voice came from within the circle of light. Don't be hasty, listen to me. He continued speaking, I don't know why, on the way, the closer we get to that direction, the more I feel a strange sense of fear. What's there to fear? Even if he's at the Great Achievement Realm, I can still kill him. Don't forget, we are 3 Great Achievement Realm cultivators combined. The demon Phoenix King trembled even more. We're doomed, the shadowy figure continued. All the demons on the way said it's impossible to approach the Jade Green sacred sect. Even the arrogant Zhu Do Wang, the prideful and the Qingming Great Saint, all died at the hands of the Jade Green sacred sect. We should still proceed with caution. Then the remaining one retorted, "That's unacceptable. I feel we must seize this opportunity." Looking up at the moon high above, covered by a thick layer of snow, the shadowy figure spoke again. "You all know my intuition very well. So then, let's first enter the great wilderness and investigate as we go. Once we have a full grasp of the situation, we'll go to the Jade Green Sacred Sect." The other one reluctantly agreed. Immediately after, the voice from within the circular eye spoke again. "There's one more important thing. We must act with humility." He continued, "Get up and go." The Demon Phoenix King asked in surprise, "Ah." He ordered me to walk around twice for him to see. The Demon Phoenix King still didn't understand what was happening. "What's going on?" he asked. "Is this outfit still needed?" The Demon Phoenix King answered continuously, "Yes, yes, this lowly one has it." Half a year later, at the Jade Green Sacred Sect, the sky was clear and cloudless. The gentle light and breeze were soothing. The Nine Peaks Immortal said, "Elder Han, half a year ago, there's a new development regarding the incident at that mountain." Han Wishui spoke about the details. Then the Nine Peaks Immortal continued, "If that mountain is in the northern territory of the demon race, and an ancient primordial beast emerged, causing that scene, it could be described as mountains collapsing, seas raging." The young man sitting beside him added, "This area is not too far from our great wilderness." After listening, Han Wishui pondered deeply. Half a year ago, the remnant aura of Futong Shu also appeared half a year ago. Are these two things related? The Nine Peaks Immortal continued, "This is the news from the spiritual Jade Scroll, sent from the sect's 10,000 miles book pavilion, urgently delivered here. The specific information is all here." Immediately after, a golden light shone, revealing the image of someone respectfully clasping their hands in front, saying, "Greetings, Senior Executioner Elder." Han Wishui spoke up, "Enough with the formalities. Do you know the origins of that emerging beast?" He answered, "Those demon elders are called the Three-Headed Serpent King. Of vicious temperament, though of mixed bloodline, it can command the wind. Its two wings allow it to soar in the sky and dive into the sea. Its strength is extraordinary. The place it emerged is near the northern border of our great wilderness." Then he continued, "It is said to be searching for a divine artifact. It's very likely that it will cause havoc in the southern part of the great wilderness. I request the sect to make preparations early." Han Wishui thought, searching for the divine artifact seems unrelated to the remnant aura of Futong Shu. Han Wishui doubtfully said, "I even think the Celestial Immortal Manor is not as formidable as the Jade Green Sacred Sect." Then that person continued speaking, "I have never heard of this demon before. It was previously a subordinate of the Demon King. Since its emergence, it has been shunned by the other demons. None of the major or minor demon clans want to help it." Upon hearing this, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's good, then." The Nine Peaks Immortal became pensive and then spoke up, "I thought the demon race was like the evil path. Previously, they waged a great war in the world. Fortunately, this Three-Headed Serpent King is not favored by the demon race." Han Wishui thought, "Then there's a problem. The timing of Futong Shu's remnant aura fluctuating and the timing of the emergence of the Three-Headed Serpent King perfectly match. This proves the Three-Headed Serpent King emerged because of Futong Shu." Han Wishui recalled Futong Shu and thought, "This mountain collapse incident has been over half a year until now, but why hasn't it arrived yet?" Seeing him deep in thought, the young man asked, "Does Elder Han have any plans?" Han Wishui took a sip of tea and said, "Until now, has the path it traveled encountered any situations? Any damage?" The scout answered, "A few sects reported its passage, mostly just finding it strange to pass through those areas. Especially after entering the great wilderness, it went directly missing." Han Wishui thought, "Is this Three-Headed Serpent King being cautious or is it still plotting something?" Han Wishui pondered and said, "So for now, I still can't determine. You all return and handle matters within the sect. We cannot be in disorder before the calamity arrives." Then the young man and the Nine Peaks Immortal stood up, put their palms together and said, "We will make arrangements immediately." Han Wishui looked into his book and thought, "Why should we be wary of him in advance? Let's first curse his actions." The Nine Peaks Immortal spoke again, mentioning some recent developments of the Jade Green Sacred Sect. The three of them sat and conversed for quite a long time. They talked about the bitter cultivation mountain. The Nine Peaks Immortal intended to nurture Mu Dongshu as a great disciple of the Jade Green Sacred Sect, with authority to command all disciples of the sect. Apart from not being an elder, his power would essentially be higher than the elders. Mu Dongshu's talents were indeed surprising to the Nine Peaks Immortal. He never expected this young man's talents to be so formidable. Han Wishui held a teacup and looked at the old man. Indeed, Han Wishui had no objections and let the Nine Peaks Immortal do as he pleased. This made people increasingly curious. Were the other disciples under Han Wixu's tutelage also so talented? But the Nine Peaks Immortal dared not ask much, for with Han Wixu's aversion to trouble, Mu Dongshu could be made to work hard for the Jade Green Sacred Sect. That wouldn't be bad. Then Han Wishui stood atop the mountain peak, with his disciples and followers appearing one by one below. Many years later, when asked which sect was the strongest in the world, most would answer the Hidden Gate sect. The Hidden Gate sect originated from the Jade Green sect. It later flourished, but only the survivors knew that the Hidden Gate sect once had a name. People then called it the Bitter Cultivation Mountain. 13 years later, they began selecting disciples again. The guide raised her hand and began instructing, saying, "Now, new disciples from the outer realm, come and take a look here. This is the statue of the Executioner Elder." She continued, "Perhaps everyone knows that behind this statue lies the Bitter Cultivation Mountain. This is the first of the 10 great forbidden grounds in the Jade Green Sacred Sect. Without permission, you must not cross the boundary. Today's journey ends here." Everyone quickly knelt down and bowed to the great statue. A dragon spoke up and asked, "May I ask what they're doing, Elder?" She replied with a laugh, "You've asked the right person. They all wish to take the Executioner Elder as their master." The young dragon replied, "Then isn't that a bit too much?" A frog said, "Well said. Some have even set up food stalls." Then that elder joyfully said, "I've heard that if one can successfully take him as a master, they can leap over the dragon gate and become a great cultivator." Everyone exclaimed, "How formidable." She continued, "Of course, the Executioner Elder's reputation is known throughout the cultivation world, but his specific level of cultivation hasn't been revealed." She went on, "It was our sect's senior brother Mu Dongshu who surpassed 2 great realms and defeated the elders. He came from under the Executioner Elder's tutelage. Does anyone else wish to take him as their master? The young should try their luck, there's no harm. But remember, once you take him as your master, your posture must not change." A duck said, "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. But this matter of manto falling from the sky, we'll pass on that." The dragon replied, "We've traveled thousands of miles across mountains and rivers to get here. It's not just about kowtowing to a statue." That senior continued speaking, "Now, we have a 10 billion welfare event. Join and take a master, and you'll get a chance to draw a prize. The highest prize is a heavenly cultivation method." A pig said, "What a great opportunity." A man in black clothes had a thought upon hearing this. It seems that the one who killed the fighting toad and Mang Saint might be this Executioner Elder. If that's the case, the system reminded. Han Shuiyue looked up at the system's red board. "The final 13th year, you've finally appeared. 5th level of the Great Realm, a descendant of the true dragon, quite interesting." The system displayed information on the 3-headed crocodile king. 3rd level of the Great Realm, descendant of the true dragon. Han Shuiyue suddenly realized, "Let me open my divine sense to see where you are." His breath followed the perspective of his divine sense. Han Shuiyue found it strange. "Found you, 3-headed." The 3-headed crocodile king looks strange in human form. He said, "Now make way. I also want to take a master." Han Shuiyue wondered upon hearing this. What ploy is this dumpling head up to by taking a master? The simulation training realm. Han Shuiyue fell into that space, thinking, after countless simulated battles, I've gained no small amount of combat experience. But there's one thing I still can't understand. His gaze suddenly became distant as he thought, just how vast is the simulation training realm space? Han Shuiyue pondered in the vast space. The 3-headed crocodile king's true form, even from 10 miles away, is unbelievably massive. The image of the 3-headed crocodile king appeared in the space, enormously large. Han Shuiyue saw this and thought, truly gigantic. Looking at it, Han Shuiyue pondered, you're going big right from the start. Well, you are a target in this simulation realm, so it's understandable. A huge fireball instantly shot straight towards Han Shuiyue, spanning the space. It began spreading everywhere, surrounding Han Shuiyue. Seeing this, Han Shuiyue quickly circulated his energy and leapt high. He thought, with this range, he can definitely hunt the entire Jade Spirit sect. The Great Realm is indeed the Great Realm. I absolutely cannot let him take the lead. Han Shuiyue said, fine, this round, I'll use it to analyze your full power. I'll only evade and not strike back. Go all out, there won't be another chance like this later. Let's see who's faster. The 3-headed crocodile king's ferocious gaze shone as he looked towards Han Shuiyue. Finally, the 3-headed crocodile king used all his tricks, but failed to injure Han Shuiyue. Seeing this, Han Shuiyue started again, opening the second simulation training session. The simulation training ended in just 1 second. Han Shuiyue thought, isn't this guy too fragile? What a waste of such a large physique. Immediately after, Han Shuiyue summoned his divine sword, the heaven and earth profound Huang sword chi. Han Shuiyue shattered the simulation realm and said, to be honest, you lost because you telegraphed too much. Standing before the Bodhi tree, Han Shuiyue suddenly realized something. The Bodhi tree isn't shaking anymore. Han Shuiyue said, you've been shaking for 13 years until today. Did the three-headed crocodile king's arrival make you stop intentionally or not? Be careful. Upon hearing Han Shuiyue's words, the Bodhi tree began glowing brightly. Han Shuiyue said, from the looks of it, it seems to be an intentional hunting behavior. The perspective of the divine sense. Seeing the three-headed crocodile king in a mortal body, kneeling and waiting to take Han Shuiyue as his master, made Han Shuiyue ponder deeply. Currently, he doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. If he causes trouble in the sect, on the contrary, it would be convenient to deal with him as fertilizer. It seems no one has discovered his true cultivation. The way he conceals his aura is superb. For an existence at this level, it's probably not satisfactory to stay here. Han Shuiyue quickly called Trangnan and said, Trangnan, go and invite that outer disciple up the mountain. Your master has some questions for him. Trangnan, who was carrying water, was called back. He said, you want to accept another disciple. Han Shuiyue said, and you must bring these 2 little fire crows down as well. You must bring them, this is very important. The 2 little fire crows out for a stroll were targeted by Han Shuiyue. Trangnan quickly changed his expression and said, bring them out. Master, these 2, recently, due to poor control of their yang fire, have already destroyed a few mountains. With my meager abilities, if I take them down the mountain, I'm afraid there's no way we can return alive. Hearing this, Han Shuiyue hesitated on the matter. Right after, Yang Tiandong suddenly popped his head out from the bushes, saying to Trangnan, Senior brother, if you're afraid, just let me go try. Seeing this, Trangnan quickly asked with doubt, what do you mean? Yang Tiandong wagged his tail behind Trangnan and said, Senior brother, you've already accepted a few disciples. This time, when the master comes to invite the new disciple up the mountain, he must be a rare talent. If you find it troublesome, why not let him become my subordinate disciple? Trangnan's expression became inscrutable, saying as long as the master has no objection, it's fine. Hearing this, Yang Tiandong and Fuang Luang were overjoyed. Trangnan pondered, to be honest, I really don't want to accept disciples. I feel like an empty, ignorant person. In the end, it still depends on the master's guidance. Making these 2 still consider him their master. The master is better than me. He continued thinking, if one day, the master orders Mu Rong and Fuang Luang to kill me, believe me, these 2 brats won't hesitate at all. The image of Han Shuiyue pointing his finger, ordering those 2, with a hateful tone, kill him, went through his mind. Yang Tiandong, with hopeful eyes, came closer, asking, Master, what do you think? Han Shuiyue helplessly replied, you 2 go together. Han Shuiyue added, as for whose subordinate he'll become, we should go down first and decide later. Right after, Trangnan was dragged away by Yang Tiandong. Going down in the mortal body, made it difficult for the 3-headed crocodile king to move. His demonic cultivation was suppressed under the statue for a while. Damn it, just now, I suddenly felt terrified, as if facing a life-threatening danger. A voice suddenly sounded within his body, audible only to him. Big brother, I think you just scared yourself. What danger could this tiny sect pose? He continued, Big brother, I've caught the scent of that divine object. It's the demonic beast on the mountain over there. You should quickly go over there. Then the big brother said, no need to rush, wait a bit. I feel there's more to this place than meets the eye. Soon after, Trangnan had also arrived, standing before the kneeling disciples. Right after, the guiding elder opened his eyes wide and said, this is the direct disciple under the tutelage of Elder Zan Shen. Elder Zan Shen. The elder wants to accept a new disciple now. Finally, we've waited for this day. Yang Tiandong and Trangnan, leading 2 golden monkeys, came before everyone, causing an uproar among them. Right after, there was a discussion between the lizard and the bear. Tour guide, what do you want to do? She immediately knelt down and said, Disciple Sharm, under the elder, wholeheartedly wishes to become your subordinate. I hope you accept me as your disciple. Her action made Yang Tiandong and Trangnan become perplexed, speechless. Right after, Yang Tiandong turned and said to Trangnan, Junior brother, the master said we should look around, see if it looks good or not. Tran Trang quickly replied, the master said the new outer sect disciples are probably around here. Yang Tiandong stood observing the crowded area for a while. He said, oh. Then the confrontation between Yang Tiandong and Tran Trang broke out again. Yang Tiandong said, you don't even know what they look like, damn it. Tran Trang angrily said, how would I know, the master just said that. The two little monkeys helplessly said, there's a very simple way to find out. Then, one little monkey pointed at the three-headed crocodile king and said, the most delicious one here is this guy. In our tribe, the stronger, the more delicious. His breath smells just like the spicy stick Mom mentioned. This kind is hard to deal with. Right after finishing his words, Tran Trang and Yang Tiandong stopped arguing. It's definitely not a steamed bun. The kneeling three-headed crocodile king started trembling, thinking, what kind of breath is this? It's making my primordial bloodline feel terrified. Tran Trang quickly approached and got close to his face. He said, you're the new outer sect disciple, right? Is that correct? He trembled, thinking, such a terrifying breath coming from these two little fire monkeys. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became dilated. To be able to nurture these strange fire monkeys, Elder Zan Shen's power must not be ordinary. After that, he looked up and asked the two of them, may I ask, which one of you seniors is Elder Zan Shen? Yang Tiandong and Tran Trang looked at each other. Tran Trang spoke up, Elder Zan Shen is our master, but whether you can become his disciple or not depends on your performance. Yang Tiandong extended his hand in a friendly manner and said, Junior, you don't need to rush. The master told us to welcome you, so he must value you. Come with us to the mountain. Han Tuyat sipped some water. Xiao Xian Thou asked, I heard the master wants to accept a new disciple. Han Tuyat leisurely drank her tea and said, no way, don't listen to their nonsense. Xiao Xian Thou, sitting beside her, looked puzzled and said, wasn't it you earlier? Han Tuyat continued, I just wanted to meet and talk, not accept a new disciple. His cultivation level is already qualified. Xiao Xian Thou said in surprise, is he really that powerful? Han Tuyat replied, he's very strong. Xiao Xian Thou happily said, for the master to evaluate him like that is quite rare. Han Tuyat's gaze suddenly became gentle. He smiled faintly and said, with such a high level of power, isn't it a bit of a waste to have him go through the trials? At this moment, Tiandong and the remaining disciple were bringing the three-headed crocodile king to meet Han Tuyat. As they walked, Tiandong said, kid, let me tell you about our master. It's not that simple to become his disciple. I remember back then, I trained outside for a very long time. It wasn't until after I defeated that powerful demon, the Dianku Demon King, that the master truly accepted me. You just wait and see. Upon hearing this, the three-headed crocodile king thought, the Dianku Demon King, that cowardly turtle hiding in the snow. How should I put it after I scared him senseless? As they walked, he unconsciously looked towards the other side, gazing at that giant tree. He thought, this feeling must be what I'm looking for. The two monkeys said to him, Big brother, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and act. We're so hungry, we want to eat this tree. Big brother, let's seize the divine tree. That dog-birthed Elder Zan Shen won't be able to react in time. He stammered as he continued, that terrifying feeling still hasn't dissipated within him. At this moment, inside, Han Tuyat said, bring the treasure closer. Can you resist not touching it? Consider it a test of sincerity. He snapped his fingers and said, I originally wanted him to go through the trials, but since he's already at the Great Realization realm, there's no need to delay any further. At this moment, right beneath the three-headed crocodile king's feet, a swirling green light appeared around him. Tiandong turned back and lamented, hey kid, you've heard the stories along the way. Do you want to take him or me as your master? Before he could finish, Tiandong suddenly realized that the three-headed crocodile king was no longer there. At this moment, the three-headed crocodile king looked ahead in surprise. It turned out Han Tuyat was standing in front of him. He stared at Han Tuyat and suddenly said, this man is so handsome. What the hell am I thinking? I must have been teleported here without realizing it. This person must have heavenly powers. He immediately knelt down and said, Senior, this junior has come to the mountain to seek a master. I don't know where Elder Zan Shen is. Han Tuyat smiled and replied to the three-headed crocodile king. At the 6th level of the Great Realization realm, I give you two choices. As Han Tuyat began to speak, the crocodile king looked at him in surprise. Han Tuyat said to him, the first choice is to become a general in the bitter cultivation mountain, an ordinary immortal, able to cultivate under the divine tree. The second choice is death. As he finished speaking, he thought, the cat is out of the bag about the divine tree. Such a huge divine tree cannot be moved outside. The three-headed crocodile king thought in surprise, I have divine abilities to conceal my cultivation level. How did he detect my true form? Could he be that elder Zan Shen? One of the three-headed crocodile king's subordinates said, Big brother, he's not on guard now. This is a good opportunity to kill him. The three-headed crocodile king fearfully replied, Number. This person's power is profound and hard to gauge. Moreover, that treasure has an ominous aura. I absolutely cannot act rashly. I have a hunch that if I stand up, I will definitely be killed, with no chance to even escape. He turned and asked Han Tuyat, Senior, after all, what kind of divine being are you? Han Tuyat replied, Me. I'm not part of the 5 elements, nor part of the cycle of reincarnation. You can call me the 6th realm of reincarnation. He was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. Then one of his subordinates said, Big brother, you're not really going to be a dog, guarding the door for this guy, are you? Han Tuyat raised his middle finger in a friendly manner and said, Do you feel like I'm threatening you? Why don't you try to push my finger away? If you can survive, then you'll probably live. He looked at Han Tuyat's friendly middle finger, and immediately said loudly, No, I absolutely don't have such intentions. From today onwards, I, the three-headed crocodile king, will be a general in the mountain, under your guidance, senior. When the mountain has love, I'll have love. When the mountain loses love, I'll lose love. Suddenly, Han Tuyat placed his hand on his head, and said, Follow me and roll around. You won't be at a disadvantage. You should feel lucky. This will be your destiny in this life. He immediately replied, Yes, yes, thank you. Han Tuyat looked at a plaque with 2 lines of writing, The sky is high, the sea is vast. Han Tuyat told him to step back. Then he thought, I don't have a good feeling about this. I still need to observe him further. If he dares to have any deviant thoughts, I'll kill him directly. But it's not like that. If he behaves well, I can nurture him. At this moment, outside, Tiandong came running and shouted, Master, something big has happened. The disciple you asked me to welcome has gone missing. At the same time, the three-headed crocodile king stepped out. Tiandong was surprised and asked, Little brat, how did you come out from my master's cave residence? He angrily said, Shut up, how dare you call me a little brat? Are you even qualified? Tiandong was immediately angered and replied, Humph, don't think you're so great just because you came out of my master's cave residence. Then no one can look down on you in their eyes. Even if you truly become my master's disciple, you would still be my junior martial brother. How dare you disrespect your senior brother? Let's see. That disciple with a turban said, Tiandong, we're all martial brothers from the same sect, don't fight. That huge beast-like person said, Tiandong, this kind of disrespect towards your senior brother, let me, the sage, deal with him. Tiandong immediately pointed at that beast-like person, and said, Can't you see, he's the hot-tempered one. If you don't kowtow and apologize carefully, he'll dig out your internal organs and stir-fry them. The three-headed crocodile king said in an arrogant tone, Kid, if you don't want to die, then get lost. That beast-like person drank a large amount of protein powder, then threw the cup away, and advanced towards the three-headed crocodile king. He then lay in a pool of blood with the words, I'm at the 6th level of the great vehicle realm. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Tiandong immediately said, Don't write such big words, you'll lose a lot of blood. The three-headed crocodile king looked at Tiandong and said, From now on, I'm a general in the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality. Tiandong trembled and said, A general in the mountain. The three-headed crocodile king asked, Will you still call me your junior martial brother? Tiandong trembled and said, A general in the mountain. That three-headed crocodile king asked again, Will you still call me your junior martial brother? Tiandong trembled so much that his face became distorted. He immediately said, No disrespect intended. Tiandong is willing to become your sworn brother. Before he could finish, the three-headed crocodile king replied, Get lost, and gave him a flying kick towards the sun. The system panel detected that you are now 700 years old. Your life has progressed another step. You have the following choice. 1. Immediately leave seclusion, and become the most renowned in the world, or obtain a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue cultivating to quickly surpass the great vehicle realm, and obtain a piece of the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. After some hesitation, Han Shuihui decided to choose the second option. Because the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone is not bad, it's just right, it can enhance your fate book. Then Han Shuihui took out his fate book, next to it was a spirit stone, and then he fused the two together. During the fusion process, the system reminded, Your fate book, which was an extremely rare spiritual treasure, has been upgraded to a wisdom treasure. The fate book is a karmic dharma treasure. Please use it with caution. After the fusion was complete, he opened his eyes and pondered, a wisdom treasure. The system itself warned me about it. Could it be dangerous to use it? Dear frequent guest, please try it out a little. Don't use too much spiritual power. See the effect and then decide. So Han Shuihui opened the book immediately. To the Shuihui Dao Ren page. From the book page, red thread-like lines emerged, flying out in abundance. He only used 2/0 of his power. Previously, even with his full power, curses had no effect like this. No wonder it's called a wisdom treasure. The power of the Fate Book has increased 1,000-fold. The Fate Book was meant to see blood. If that's the case, then good luck to you for a few days. I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing its full power. What kind of situation will that be? The next morning in the upper realm, in a dilapidated house called Shuihui Dao Ren's. Inside the house, there was a man suffering from his wounds. It turned out that person was Shuihui Dao Ren. His mouth was full of blood as he said, "Damn it. The power of this demonic curse. Why is it getting stronger and stronger?" At this moment, the demonic mind behind his back asked Shuihui Dao Ren, "Are you really willing to be a pawn for that person? Giving up that small position of celestial neutral is not worth it." Shuihui Dao Ren hesitated and said, "But the demonic mind." Then he shouted loudly, "Shut up." His demonic mind laughed and said, "You're hesitating." Shuihui Dao Ren pushed it away and thought, "I almost let the demonic mind take form. The power of this damned curse is eroding my Dao foundation and shaking my Dao heart. If this continues, I'm afraid my Dao foundation will collapse, and I'll die." Then he told himself, "No, this cannot be. I must let my senior think of a way." He picked up a scroll, then cast a spell, and a figure appeared inside, asking, "What's the matter?" He explained, "Senior, I've been cursed by someone, and my Dao has been damaged. Please, Senior, lend me a hand." The figure inside rubbed his hands and said, "Let me take a look." After a while, the senior figure said, "Strange. The power of this curse has no origin. I cannot trace it. Have you offended any great powerhouse in the upper realm?" He was startled and replied, "Absolutely not. Since my ascension, I've been in secluded cultivation and have never gone out." The figure inside said, "Then it's truly strange." He answered anxiously, "If even you cannot trace it, Senior, then I'm doomed." The figure inside looked at Shuihui Dao Ren and continued, "Then there's only one possibility. In recent days when the celestial court was ambushed by demons, the demon race seized the opportunity to invade many places in the mortal realm. You've ascended for less than 10,000 years. This mysterious cursing power, it's possible that it's related to your mortal realm background. Before the demon race's invasion, he couldn't believe it and asked, "Is this really happening?" "Thank you, Senior. Only with your guidance have I learned that the mortal realm is being invaded by demons. I was planning to descend in a few hundred years to see the situation for myself." The figure inside said, "It's good to descend in person. At that time, you can gather intelligence for the celestial court. This talisman can block demonic energy. Persevere for at most 1,000 more years. Wait for the celestial court to stabilize, and I'll take the opportunity to purge the mortal realm." Immediately after, a bright light pierced straight into Shuihui Dao Ren's chest. The figure inside continued, "Let you become a celestial soldier. During the celestial Dao purification rite, it may be able to remove your curse." Shuihui Dao Ren immediately replied, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. When I descend to the mortal realm, I will exert my full effort to gather intelligence on the lower realms." The figure inside said, "Seize this good opportunity, don't let me down." He bowed deeply and said, "Yes." And the figure inside gradually faded away. He angrily said to himself, "Damn demon race. Wait until I descend. I will make you wish you were dead." Before he finished, he coughed up blood again, and the curse continued. 7 days into the curse, Han Shuihui's lifetime of sins finally met their retribution. System warning. Your lifespan has decreased by 44 years. Han Shuihui was shocked and shouted, "What? My lifespan decreased? I pursue longevity. How can my lifespan decrease? This is half the lifespan of an ordinary person. In a moment, it's all gone. The price of the Taiyi Jabao is so high. No wonder the system gave a special reminder. It seems that in the future, when using the Fate Book, I must be more careful. Could it be that the longevity I cultivated with great hardship is being robbed like this?" He lay there sadly, crying until his tears ran dry. Looking at the information panel in the system, Your Dao protector Fang Liang encountered an ambush by demonic beasts X98484. Your close friend, the immortal artificer, encountered an ambush X1702. Your Dao protector Rung Koi rushed into the demonic abyss, fate unknown. Your close friend Mach Fuck 2 absorbed the soul of a demon god, his fate declined. Your close friend Chu Pham encountered the pursuit of 10 murderous cultivators. Your Dao friend Hin Hong Tuyen comprehended an ancient breathing method. Your close friend Thuong Wei Nhi also comprehended an ancient breathing method. Your enemy, Shuihui Dao Ren, due to your curse, his lifespan decreased by 10,000 years and he developed demonic tendencies. Your Dao protector Fang Liang mistakenly entered the forbidden grounds of the celestial immortal manor, used the 10,000-year holy fruit to increase his aptitude. Looking at the system panel, Han Shuihui thought, losing over 45 years of lifespan is trivial. But to make Shuihui Dao Ren lose 10,000 years, that's a real bargain. Killing 10,000 enemies while only losing 100 years myself, that's not bad. But if I can pay a price 10 times higher, why not just directly curse him to death? That's possible. If I keep doing this frequently, and develop a habit of killing with curses, I'm afraid I might become a demonic cultivator. Sooner or later, it will consume and kill me. My precious lifespan. If it's not necessary, I must not exceed 7 days of cursing. He put down the book and continued thinking, in the future, at most, I'll curse for 6 days, and gradually consume that wretched thing, Shuihui Dao Ren. He hugged the book to his chest, then smiled a sinister smile.